01. After 28 years in this high martial world, the system finally arrived. Ding! The limited time talent trial card system has been activated. You can randomly draw one talent ability for a 1-month trial period. A sudden notification echoed in his mind. Suja was stunned for a moment, then overwhelmed with ecstasy. It's here. The system has finally arrived. Suja had transmigrated into this perilous high martial world 28 years ago, straight from his mother's womb. With his utterly mediocre talent, he remained merely a second-rank martial artist to this day. Moreover, he's been stuck at the peak of the second rank for over 3 years. As an assistant instructor at South Sea Martial Arts University, he's been on the verge of collapse lately, feeling utterly suffocated by the pressure. Students look down on his low cultivation level, openly boycott his classes, and even jointly petition to replace him as the assistant instructor. While colleagues pretend to sympathize with him, they secretly mock him as a good-for-nothing behind his back. What's worse, the school also sent him a notice of dismissal. It clearly stated, if he doesn't reach the 3rd rank within 3 months, he will be fired. The entire family depends on Suja's salary to survive. He can't afford to be dismissed. For this reason, he spent all his savings on elixirs, determined to go all out. There's only 1 day left in the 3-month period. Not the slightest sign of a breakthrough. System, draw an ability. Suppressing his excitement, Suja softly called out in his mind. Extraction successful. Obtained a martial arts comprehension 100x acceleration card. Use it now. 100-fold acceleration. Suja was shocked. His martial arts cultivation had stagnated. Not due to a lack of resources or insufficient training time. Just lacking in talent and aptitude, with insufficient martial arts comprehension. Suja took a deep breath and used the trial card without hesitation. The next moment, a vast amount of martial arts insights flooded his mind, and what was once obscure and difficult to understand became instantly clear. Suja wasted no time and immediately circulated his vital energy throughout his body, beginning to strengthen his meridians, bones, and internal organs. With each successful reinforcement, he felt himself one step closer to a breakthrough. There was no obstruction, it was incredibly smooth. When the vital energy finally gathered in his dantian, it formed a powerful vortex of energy. Boom! Suja's chi and blood underwent a qualitative transformation at this moment. Martial arts 3rd rank achieved. Not only that, but the chi and blood were still rising, until it gradually slowed down as he approached the mid-stage of the 3rd rank. Suja opened his eyes, feeling as if he had been reborn. This experience card is absolutely incredible. As long as he had sufficient resources and diligently cultivated, his cultivation would soar like a rocket, rapidly climbing higher and higher. Unfortunately, such an overpowered ability can only be experienced for a limited time of 1 month. Phew, now not only will I not be fired, but the crisis I faced is also resolved, and my treatment can even be improved. Suja let out a long sigh of relief and immediately rushed to the dean's office. He needed to quickly register as a 3rd-rank martial artist and apply for a teaching position while he was at it. Since the spiritual energy resurgence 500 years ago, creatures mutated, and portals to the realms of myriad races descended upon the world. Humanity struggled to survive through martial arts, ultimately forming the myriad races battlefield within these portals. Martial arts universities were established near each myriad race's battlefield, continuously supplying an endless stream of resistance forces to the front lines. The South Sea Myriad Races battlefield is a newly established combat zone that was opened just 30 years ago, and the South Sea Martial Arts University was founded in the same year. Precisely because it was established recently, its strength is not yet formidable. It was only by sheer luck that Suja managed to pass the entrance exams back then, and, by another stroke of luck, secured a position as a teaching assistant at the university. Despite living a somewhat difficult life, Suja can still be considered one of humanity's elites. The probability of becoming a martial artist is simply too low, less than 1 in 10,000. Now, as a 3rd-rank martial artist, Suja, though incomparable to those prodigies favored by heaven, is still a figure to be looked up to in the eyes of non-martial artists. Little Su, your aura has grown stronger. Have you broken through to the 3rd rank? As soon as he entered the office, Dean Su Shengyan noticed the change in Suja and was somewhat surprised. Yes, Dean Su, I've reached the 3rd rank. Suja replied with a bitter smile. That's wonderful. Congratulations. Su Shengyan patted Suja on the shoulder, genuinely happy for him. When Suja was still a student, he served as the dean of the Alchemy Academy. The kid was excellent in every way and had a knack for teaching, but his talent was just too ordinary. In this world, strength reigns supreme, and personal connections come second. Suja, now a third-rank martial artist, could finally make some contribution to the school. Su Xingyan didn't hesitate and immediately approved Suja's registration as a third-rank martial artist, along with his qualification as an instructor. Without lingering, Suja left and went to the Internal Affairs Department to collect the subsidy for his promotion to third-rank martial artist. 5 blood chi pills and 100 spirit stones, quite a substantial reward. The chi and blood pill is the most common elixir for cultivating chi and blood for those below the 4th rank, with each pill worth 100 spirit stones. Spirit stones, on the other hand, are the hardest currency in the high martial world, with 1 spirit stone equivalent to $10,000. At this moment, Suja, who had just unburdened himself mentally, found himself in a dilemma. Should he exchange some for money to support his family, or use them all for his own cultivation? The effect of the 100-fold acceleration card for martial arts comprehension was still active, and he didn't want to waste it. Since he had cheats now, who would want to remain a loser for life? But it had been 2 months since money was last sent home. Could there be a problem? As he was agonizing over this, a group message arrived on his phone. Congratulations to Suja, teaching assistant of our school's Alchemy College, for advancing to a third-rank martial artist and officially becoming a mentor at our school. Not only that, but this joyful news was also displayed on the scrolling announcement board of the school's website. Soon, he received congratulatory messages from several colleagues and students. Some were genuinely happy for him, some were envious, and others were flattering. In the blink of an eye, everyone's attitude changed. This is the vast chasm between the 2nd and 3rd ranks, cruel yet undeniably real. And this made Suja make his choice. Cultivate. He must cultivate and grow stronger. Once he becomes stronger, he will have everything. Suja returned to his dormitory and immediately entered a state of cultivation. 15 hours later, it was already the next morning. Suja consumed 2 blood chi pills, and his cultivation had stabilized at the mid-stage of the 3rd rank and beyond. This kind of cultivation speed would have taken at least several months and dozens of times the amount of chi and blood pills in the past. Suja stood up contentedly, ready to have breakfast before continuing his cultivation. His goal was clear: to break through to the 4th rank of martial arts within this month, although the system would allow him to draw another ability trial card next month. Who can guarantee that next month's draw won't yield such an overpowered ability? Ding! At that moment, his phone chimed with a notification alert. Suja assumed it was just another congratulatory message from a colleague or student. To his surprise, upon opening it, it turned out to be a voice message from his wife, Shin Qingyan. Yes, Suja was not only married, but he also had a 9-year-old daughter. Back then, right after the martial arts exam ended, Suja, who had just turned 18, registered his marriage with his high school classmate Shin Qingyan. To be honest, the two of them hadn't seen each other for almost 3 years. Shin Qingyan sending a message at this time must be because the family was running out of money, right? Suja guiltily tapped to play the voice message. Unexpectedly, his wife's tearful voice struck his heart like a bolt from the blue. Honey, when will you be back? Xiao Jin. She's poisoned from eating garbage, food poisoning. 02. Daughter poisoned. The privileges of a 3rd-rank martial artist. This world encourages early marriage. Early marriage leads to early pregnancy, contributing to the growth of the human population. Suja and Shin Qingyan couldn't be described as deeply in love, but they certainly had mutual affection. At the age when youthful emotions first blossom, the two followed the trend and heeded their parents' advice, settling their life's major event early. After marriage, Suja pursued further studies at Nanhai Martial Arts University. Shin Qingyan failed to meet the physical requirements and couldn't get into the martial arts university, so he had to stay in Nanhai Base and pay for his own training at a martial arts school. Although Nanhai Base and Nanhai Martial Arts University are less than 300 kilometers apart. In this high martial era where the wilderness is teeming with mutated beasts, this distance effectively means living apart. The only transportation between the two locations is a heavily armed special route, which is not only expensive but also has limited availability. You have to make an appointment in advance, and if there are too many people, you'll have to wait in line. Waiting for 1 or 2 months or even half a year is not uncommon. Getting to meet them is not easy. After graduating from university, Suja stayed on as a teaching assistant with the rank of a second-grade martial artist. Shen Qingyan, through her own efforts and with the support of Suja's resources, successfully advanced to a first-rank martial artist. She became a teacher at their alma mater Nanhai No. 3 High School. Suja was only allowed to return to Nanhai Base once a year to visit his family. The year before last, due to a busy workload and wanting to save the high travel expenses to provide more financial support for his family, he didn't go back. Last year, he happened to encounter the outbreak of war in the interdimensional passage and was conscripted to the battlefield, which delayed everything. The last time he saw his daughter, she was only 6 years old. She must have grown much taller by now. After so many years of marriage, Suja had rarely spent quality time with his family. He felt both guilty and helpless. Many families in this world are actually like this. Suja had been keeping it a secret from his family that he might soon be expelled from school. He only told them that he was striving to reach the 3rd rank and needed all his resources and subsidies to buy elixirs. At least 2 months without being able to provide for the family asked Shen Qingyan to understand and manage somehow. At the time, Shen Qingyan said nothing and silently agreed. He had assumed Shen Qingyan usually had some savings and could manage for 2 months without much trouble. Now, it seems like something major has gone wrong. Suja hurriedly made an urgent phone call to Shen Qingyan. Upon asking, he learned that their daughter, Su Xiaojin, had fallen seriously ill 2 months ago. All the family's savings had been spent. To avoid disturbing Suja's cultivation breakthrough, Shen Qingyan had kept it from him and endured it alone. He managed to get by frugally for over 2 months. Little did he know, the food at home was simply too poor and too scarce. His daughter, Su Xiaojin, couldn't bear the hunger and ended up rummaging through the trash for something to eat, and this one meal led to severe food poisoning. At this moment, Su Xiaojin is lying in the intensive care unit. Although she has passed the critical period and is no longer in life-threatening danger, the enormous medical expenses must still be paid. Otherwise, it will affect Su Xiaojin's continued treatment. Shen Qingyan has tried every possible method and borrowed all the money she could. At my wit's end, I finally thought to send a message to Suja. She felt it was her failure to take good care of the family that nearly cost her daughter's life. Whoa! On the phone, Shen Qingyan kept crying, her voice filled with deep guilt. Qingyan, I'll transfer the money to you right away. Pay the medical fees first, we can't delay Xiao Jin's treatment. I'm taking leave now and coming back immediately. Wait for me. Also, it's time to collect this month's martial artist subsidy. As he spoke, Suja's voice grew hoarse. Qingyan, I'm sorry for making you suffer. I promise I'll never let you and our daughter endure such hardship again. Shen Qingyan finally regained her composure. After hanging up the phone, Suja immediately converted the subsidy in his hand into money and transferred it to Shen Qingyan. He then went to ask the dean for leave to return home. The dean informed him that he would have to wait at least a month before there would be a special train back to the base. This made Suja extremely anxious. Fortunately, by evening, Su Xiaojin had woken up. Weakly, she said to Suja over the phone, "Dad, when can you come back? Just wait 1 more month for Dad. Okay? Dad promises to come back." Suja forced a smile as he reassured his daughter. At this moment, it was Shen Qingyan who comforted her daughter, saying, "Xiaojin, do you really want Daddy to see you lying in a hospital bed? That would look so ugly." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaojin quickly changed her tone and said, "Daddy, don't come back for now. I don't want you to see me like this. Okay, but when Daddy finally gets to see Xiaojin, you have to look your prettiest, all right?" Helpless, Suja could do nothing but wait, no matter how anxious he felt. The only thing he could do was to train frantically and improve his cultivation. To this end, he even took out a loan from the academy dean. With the system's cheat, Suja wasn't worried about repaying it. As long as he broke through to the 4th rank martial artist, his family would never have to worry about money again. 2 days later, in the teacher's office of Nanhai No. 3 High School, a gentle and graceful woman with fair skin was busy with her work at her desk. A familiar voice suddenly came from behind. "Teacher Shen, today is the day to collect the subsidy. Want to go together?" Registered martial artists can receive corresponding monthly subsidies according to their grade. Suja's subsidy as a second-grade martial artist had always been collected by Shen Qingyan as his family member. The money Suja sent a couple of days ago was almost all spent on medical bills, leaving hardly anything left. Fortunately, it's time to receive the monthly subsidy again. "Sure, Sister Wang, let's go together," Shen Qingyan replied with a smile. Sister Wang and Shen Qingyan were not only colleagues in the same office but also longtime friends. However, Sister Wang's husband serves in the military and is also a second-rank martial artist. She often complains that the military is too dangerous, and there's always the risk that she might become a martyr's widow one day. She envies Shan Qingyan's husband, who is an assistant professor at a martial arts university. Except during major wars when he might be conscripted, most of the time his job is quite safe. Usually, Shen Qingyan would just smile without saying anything. The military is dangerous, but the rewards are greater. With a bit of luck on the battlefield, one could make a fortune. Otherwise, given Sister Wang's aptitude, without her husband piling up resources for her, she would never have become a martial artist. Compared to the gains, Shen Qingyan naturally hoped for Suja's safety. The two had been married for 10 years, and her husband Suja's martial arts talent was just average, while hers was even worse. She didn't expect her husband to achieve great feats or gain fame and glory. All she wished for was his safety and well-being. The two left the office and soon arrived at an off-campus support station, where they began queuing to receive their subsidy. When it was Shen Qingyan's turn, the staff member checked her information. Then, their expression changed slightly, becoming extremely warm and respectful as they said, "Miss Shen, your total subsidy amounts to 25 spirit stones and 100 kilograms of spirit rice. Other supplementary materials are all listed here. Please review them. If everything is correct, we will deliver the items to your home address as provided." Upon hearing the amount of the subsidy, everyone present couldn't help but look at Shen Qingyan in astonishment. Because there are too many. Most of those coming to collect subsidies were family members of first-grade martial artists, with very few from second-grade martial artists. And the subsidy for second-grade martial artists is only 5 spirit stones and 20 caddies of spirit rice per month. Was there a mistake? Shen Qingyan was also stunned, her pretty face filled with confusion. She didn't want to mistakenly receive so much due to a staff error, and it would also be illegal. No mistake, Ms. Shen. Your husband, Suja, is being compensated according to the standards for a third-rank martial artist. Additionally, as an instructor at Nanhai Martial Arts Academy, he receives an extra allowance. Including your personal subsidy as a first-grade martial artist, this is the total amount. The staff member explained with respectful and confident eyes. Upon hearing this, including Shen Qingyan, everyone couldn't help but be utterly astonished. A third-grade martial artist, mentor at Nanhai Martial Arts University. This level of strength and status is already considered a major figure among ordinary people. It's worth noting that the highest-ranking official in the South Sea base, the base governor, is only a 4th-grade martial artist. Even the deputy governor and the base guard commander are merely peak 3rd-grade martial artists. The entire South Sea base has fewer than 20 3rd-grade martial artists in total. A 3rd-grade martial artist is already qualified to serve as a squad leader in a combat unit. Shen Qingyan's husband is actually this capable? Oh, I see. Shen Qingyan glanced blankly at the list, then quickly signed and left. She didn't want to be the center of attention. Congratulations, Teacher Shen. At this moment, Sister Wang, who had caught up, congratulated Shen Qingyan. Although her husband earned more than Suja, the gap widened significantly after Suja became a 3rd-rank martial artist. I might have to rely on Shen Qingyan's help in the future. Thank you, Sister Wang. Shen Qingyan responded somewhat absent-mindedly. I forgot to ask him last time if he had broken through to the 3rd rank. It seems he's succeeded now. No wonder they said the subsidy would cover living expenses. This isn't just enough, it's more than enough. Shen Qingyan felt happy, silently thinking to herself. At this moment, her mind was filled with images of Suja, wishing he would appear before her right now. Thinking about it, a faint blush actually crept onto her face. It's been 3 years since we last met. I wonder if he's gotten thinner or fatter. 03. Cultivation breakthrough, drawing new abilities. 1 month later, Suja walked out of his new apartment after another all-night training session. Standing on the balcony, he stretched comfortably in the morning sun. His cultivation at the peak of the 3rd martial rank made his aura increasingly restrained and refined. Unfortunately, he still couldn't break through to the 4th martial rank in the end. This time, it wasn't due to a lack of comprehension, but rather insufficient cultivation resources. Suja had exhausted all the blood chi pills he purchased with loans. Not only that, but within this month, he had also taken his students on several wilderness expeditions, gaining some decent resources. Yet, cultivation resources were still insufficient. The further one progresses in cultivation, the more resources are required, and the rarer they become. If not for the lack of major disturbances in the interdimensional passage, Suja would have considered venturing into the battlefield of 10,000 races. Fortunately, the 1-month duration of the 100-fold cultivation comprehension acceleration card had expired. This meant that Suja could once again draw a new system ability. Let's see what ability I can draw this time. Suja suppressed his excitement and silently thought in his mind. Draw. Ding. Draw successful. Obtained a flash sale experience card for the system mall. Valid for 1 month. Instant kill experience card. Every week, you can purchase 3 randomly refreshed items in the mall for just 1 spirit stone each. Suja's eyes lit up. I can actually get this kind of ability. What he lacked most right now were cultivation resources, especially high-quality ones. Those were in extremely short supply. With 3 items refreshed weekly, he could snag about 12 items in a month, spending only 4 spirit stones in total. If I can roll a high-grade pill from this, it would be an absolute steal. Suja didn't hesitate any longer and immediately entered the system shop interface, silently chanting, "Refresh." The information of 3 items instantly appeared. A bottle of blood-restoring pills, a bottle of spirit-tempering pills, and 1 spirit origin root fruit. Seeing these 3 items, Suja couldn't help but be overjoyed. The blood-restoring pill is a 2nd-grade elixir, the most common and effective divine medicine for replenishing chi and blood, with extremely great utility. It's worth over 100 spirit stones per bottle. The spirit-tempering pill, also a 2nd-grade elixir, is the best cultivation pill for martial artists below the 2nd grade to enhance their cultivation, valued at over 500 spirit stones. What surprised Suja the most was the spiritual root fruit. It was a divine fruit that could awaken a martial artist's talent and potential, extremely rare and precious. It was said that the earlier one consumed it, the better the effect. Even someone with no martial arts talent could become a warrior with a 100% success rate after using it. For those with good talent and aptitude, the effects would be even more astonishing. The auction price could reach an astonishing tens of thousands of spirit stones, equivalent to over 100 million in currency, and even then it was scarce in the market. Spirit origin root fruit was typically a divine item reserved for the descendants of supreme powerhouses and rarely appeared on the open market. Unfortunately, its effects were minimal for Suja, who was already 28 years old. However, Suja didn't plan to use it himself but instead intended to save it for his 9-year-old daughter. Consider this a compensation for my daughter upon returning home this time. Although the first week didn't yield the most suitable items for Suja's cultivation, he wasn't disappointed at all. Instead, he looked forward even more to the refresh next week. After paying the price of 1 spirit stone to obtain all 3 items, Suja went straight to the dean's office, reported to the dean, and requested a month's leave to return to the South Sea base. "Xiao Su, has your martial aura grown stronger again?" Su Shengyan looked at Suja with some surprise and asked, "What's going on with Suja? Could it be that his latent martial talent has awakened? It's only been a month, right? How does it feel like he's about to break through to the 4th rank in martial arts?" "Seems like it. Got lucky and had some insights," Suja said with a laugh. Su Shengyan didn't delve deeper into it. Everyone has their own secrets. Martial artists who reveal astonishing talent only in adulthood, though not common, do have precedence. Moreover, Suja's rapid improvement is a good thing. Humanity lacks martial artists, and even more so, powerful ones. All right then, I approve your leave. It's been years since you've been home, so take this time to properly reunite with your family. Su Shengyan smiled and handed Suja a special access pass. With this exclusive pass, Suja wouldn't need to take the special train and could even board an armed aircraft directly to the South Sea base. It's important to know that armed aircraft are used to transport urgent military supplies and troop reinforcements. This is a privilege reserved for 4th-grade martial artists, but Su Shengyan made an exception for Suja. "Thank you, Dean. I'll strive to earn this privilege for myself as soon as possible," Suja said with a smile before taking his leave. "You've got quite the confidence, kid. Haha. Nanhai No. 3 High School." Shen Qingyan received a message from Suja. "I'm setting off to return today." Reading the message, Shen Qingyan felt her heartbeat inexplicably quicken as she murmured to herself, "He's finally coming back." "Qingyan, what do you mean by finally back? Who's coming back?" At this moment, Sister Wang, sitting at the front workstation, turned her head and asked with a puzzled look at the slightly blushing Shen Qingyan. She rarely saw Shen Qingyan with such an expression, so she couldn't help but speculate. a third-rank martial artist, and a mentor at Nanhai Martial Arts University at that. This background is way tougher than even the principal of their Nanhai No. 3 high school. What reason would Sister Wang have not to maintain a good relationship with Shen Qingyan, or even take it a step further? Oh, my husband is about to come back. After hesitating for a moment, Shen Qingyan still told the truth. Ah, Mentor Suda is returning to his hometown. What wonderful news. Sister Wang felt a little excited. She had been pondering something for a while now. Since Shen Qingyan's husband, Suja, was a mentor at Nanhai Martial Arts University and had also graduated from Nanhai No. 3 high school, why not invite Suja back to his alma mater to provide some special guidance and training for the current students? Ms. Wang and Shen Qingyan were co-teachers. One specialized in liberal arts, the other in martial arts, responsible for the graduating class 10 of the senior year. With the martial arts exam approaching, the results would not only determine each student's future but also directly impact the teacher's performance evaluations and bonuses. Given the current performance of Class 10, it was estimated that not a single student would qualify for admission to a martial arts university. In the entire Nanhai No. 3 high school, including the top class, no more than 10 students can pass the entrance exams for a martial arts university. Becoming a martial artist has always been this difficult one in 10,000. This made Sister Wang somewhat troubled and anxious. Ever since she learned that Shen Qingyan's husband, Suja, was a mentor at Nanhai Martial Arts University, she had been harboring this idea. Now, with Suja about to return, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Qingyan, could you ask your husband to give our class some special training? Sister Wang mustered up her courage and shared her idea with Shen Qingyan. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingyan immediately understood Sister Wang's intention. She couldn't help but want to rely on external help to give her students a boost before the martial arts exam. After all, they were her students too, and good exam results would also reflect well on her own performance. But she hadn't seen her husband Suja for 3 years, and the first thing she did upon meeting him was make such a selfish request. Moreover, the most important thing was that every time Suja came back to visit, he could never stay more than a few days before leaving again. Even if Suja agrees, will such a short period of intensive training really be effective? Sister Wang, let me think about it a bit more. Shen Qingyan didn't outright refuse. Sister Wang didn't press the matter further. She knew Shen Qingyan had this intention, and the rest was up to fate. With mixed emotions, Shen Qingyan finished her day's work. She returned home early. 04. Returning home, a precious gift for her daughter. South Sea Base, a certain martial artist residential area. As soon as Shen Qingyan entered the door, a cute little figure pounced on her. Mommy! Her daughter Su Xiaojin enthusiastically helped Shen Qingyan hang up her bag, showing remarkable maturity. She could be considered born into a martial artist's family. Suja might not have spent enough time with his daughter, but he never neglected Su Xiaojin's martial arts initiation and education. From a young age, Su Xiaojin also demonstrated martial arts talent surpassing both her parents. At just 9 years old, her vital energy had already reached nearly 100 units, far exceeding Suja's level at that age. Daddy's coming home, Xiaojin. Shen Qingyan shared this good news with her daughter right away. Really? That's wonderful. Su Xiaojin's eyes sparkled with unconcealed joy. The little girl missed her father no less than Shen Qingyan, if not more, especially as she grew older and learned more about martial artists. She admired her father, a third-rank martial artist, even more especially since he was also an instructor at the martial arts university. He was someone far more impressive than even their school principal. Grandma, Dad is coming back, Su Xiaojin excitedly called out to the kitchen. Oh, that boy finally remembers to come home. Grandma carried a freshly cooked dish into the living room, grumbling with her words but filled with joy in her heart. Since Suja's father passed away 20 years ago in a disaster caused by an alien invasion, her son has become her greatest concern. After not seeing her son for 3 years, how could she not miss him? Are you really coming back? Grandma confirmed with Shen Qingyan. Yes, he sent me a message this afternoon. He should arrive in a few days. Shen Qingyan smiled as she brought out the bowls and chopsticks, and the family of 3 prepared to have dinner. This scene was the most common sight in the martial artists' households of this world. Men fought and bled on the front lines, while women, the elderly, and children lived alone in the rear bases. It wasn't particularly heartbreaking, but at least the Suja family still lives in a secure martial artist residential area. Ordinary residential areas for non-martial artists have weak security and often experience incidents of mutated beasts harming people. Although the base has a defense force with a massive population of over 10 million, security vulnerabilities are inevitable. Martial artist residential areas are also the priority protection targets of the defense force. It's cruel yet all too real. Which warrior fighting on the battlefield wouldn't hope for their family to receive some care back home? If a devastating war were to break out and manpower became insufficient, even first-grade warriors like Shin Qingyan would be conscripted to the Myriad Races battlefield. The Myriad Races battlefield in the South Sea, being a newly opened interdimensional passage, doesn't see such brutal combat conditions. On other battlefields of the Myriad Races, even underage martial artists are forced to fight. Xiao Jin, guess if Daddy will bring you a present this time when he comes back? At the dinner table, Grandma asked her granddaughter with a smile. I don't want presents, I just want Daddy to stay a few more days, Su Xiaojin said stubbornly. To this, Shin Qingyan merely shook her head with a smile. Although her husband Suja rarely appeared at home, he remained the pillar of the family. Over all these years, he not only shouldered the majority of their expenses but also supported Shin Qingyan and their daughter Su Xiaojin in their cultivation. It was only a few months ago, when Suja was attempting to break through to the third rank while Su Xiaojin fell ill and was poisoned, that the family unexpectedly faced a crisis. The rain has passed and the sky is clear now. Not only that, but last month the news of Suja becoming a third-rank martial artist spread like wildfire. Caused quite a stir in the neighborhood, with all the neighbors talking about it. Shin Qingyan married a good husband, and Shin Xiaojin has a great father. Yes, Shin Qingyan thought the same way. But the long-term separation and the days spent apart more than together were indeed unpleasant. Ding dong. Just as Shin Qingyan's mind was wandering with random thoughts, the doorbell rang. Shin Qingyan thought it was just a neighbor, so she got up to open the door. But the next moment the door opened. A familiar yet slightly unfamiliar figure stood dumbfounded right in front of her, grinning foolishly at her. Honey, I'm back. Shin Qingyan's eyes widened, and to her dismay, moist liquid welled up in them. 3 years. It's been 3 years since we last met. Husband, how did you get here so quickly? Shin Qingyan suppressed her excitement and asked with some confusion. I came back on a military aircraft, Suja explained with a smile. Oh! Shin Qingyan was a bit stunned. She had thought that even if Suja took a special train that day, it would take at least a few days for him to arrive. Yet, to her surprise, Suja appeared before her in just one afternoon. Armed aircraft are not something just anyone can casually ride. Shin Qingyan once again experienced the differences brought by Suja's change in status. Dad! At that moment, Su Xiaojin also caught sight of Suja's figure as he entered the door. She immediately threw down her chopsticks and rushed over, throwing herself into Suja's arms without the slightest hesitation. Xiaojin! Suja also held his daughter tightly in his embrace. He noticed that compared to when she was 6 years old, his daughter had grown taller, her face had filled out, and she had become even more beautiful. Xiaozha! At that moment, Grandma stood up and walked over. Mom! For parents, seeing their children safe and sound is their greatest comfort. Although Suja's main job was as a teaching assistant, he had been on the battlefield quite a few times. The entire South Sea Martial Arts University was essentially a massive war zone, where any martial artist faced the danger of losing their life. Now seeing that her son was neither missing limbs nor broken, and his strength had improved, her mood lightened considerably. Come, let's eat. This is still the spiritual rice Qingyan brought last time. Mother Su called her son to the table, and Shin Qingyan had already taken out the bowls and chopsticks, serving the rice and placing it in front of Suja. Now, their family not only can have spirit rice as daily food, but also has some surplus that Shin Qingyan can take back to her parents' home. Shin Qingyan's father is also a first-grade martial artist, and spirit rice is beneficial to him. Otherwise, Shin Qingyan wouldn't have spared any for the Shin family. She has several brothers, all of whom are good for nothings. She certainly doesn't want to waste precious spirit rice on them. Spiritual rice is considered a relatively precious resource. Although consuming it doesn't enhance cultivation, it can strengthen the body. Ordinary people can barely afford to eat it a few times a year. Not only is spiritual rice expensive, but it's also regulated. Only martial artist households receive a monthly subsidy. The rationale behind this policy is simple. Martial artist families have a higher probability of producing martial artists. Everything is for the sake of combat strength. Shin Qingyan left most of the spirit rice for her daughter, Su Xiaojin, to eat. At her daughter's age, it's not advisable to use too many blood chi pills for cultivation. Spirit rice is actually the best nurturing resource. At the dinner table, the atmosphere among the family of four was somewhat delicate. The main reason was that Suja and Shin Qingyan hadn't seen each other for a long time, and their past relationship wasn't particularly close to begin with. For a moment, it was a bit awkward. Seeing this, Mother Su broke the silence first, saying, "Xiaozhe, how long are you staying this time? I took a month off so I can stay longer this time." Suja looked at his wife and daughter and smiled. Since going to Nanhai Martial Arts University at the age of 18, he had never stayed at home for such a long time. To be honest, he was also very happy in his heart. Hearing this, the whole family's faces lit up with joyful smiles, especially Shin Qingyan amid her happiness. She suddenly remembered Sister Wang's suggestion from earlier that day. "I didn't agree to Sister Wang's request earlier mainly because I was worried Suja wouldn't have enough time. Now it seems he might actually have the time." However, Shin Qingyan didn't bring it up immediately, instead happily enjoying a reunion dinner with everyone. During the meal, Suja learned a lot about what had been happening at home. Overall, there were no troubles or issues encountered, which put Suja's mind at ease. "I brought gifts for all of you this time." As soon as the meal was finished, Suja turned to his daughter with a smile and asked, "Xiaojin, guess what gift Dad brought for you?" "What gift?" Su Xiaojin's eyes widened, sparkling with excitement. The wish for Dad to stay longer was fulfilled, and there were gifts too. "Isn't this even better?" Suja affectionately patted his daughter's little head, not keeping her in suspense. He directly took out the most valuable item from the entire bag. Spiritual Origin Root Fruit. 05. Special training for martial examination, the alma mater's request. It was a fruit about the size of a pea, pale red with a hint of dark green. Unlike ordinary fruits, its appearance was extremely rare and uncommon. Su Xiaojin stared at it with a puzzled expression. "Is this thing tasty?" "So small, barely enough for one bite." Mother Su was also somewhat confused. "Is this some kind of treasure?" Only Shin Qingyan, after examining it carefully for a few moments, exclaimed in shock, "Could this be the Spirit Origin Root Fruit?" As a martial artist, although she had never seen something so precious before, she had heard of it and could recognize it. "But can my husband really obtain the Spirit Origin Root Fruit?" "Yes, it's the Spirit Origin Root Fruit, meant to awaken Xiao Jin's martial potential," Suja affirmed to Shin Qingyan. "After consuming the Spirit Origin Root Fruit, our daughter is guaranteed to become a martial artist at the very least. You'll have a good chance of getting into a better martial arts university in the future." Shin Qingyan took a deep breath and immediately brought the Spirit Root Fruit to her daughter's lips. "Xiao Jin, eat this. It'll make you stronger." "Really? I like that." Su Xiaojin, upon hearing that it could increase her strength, swallowed the Spirit Origin Root Fruit without a second thought. Moreover, fruits were a rare luxury in this world. Even though their family was relatively well off, Su Xiaojin could only enjoy them a few times a year, and even then, the portions were pitifully small. "It's so delicious. Dad, do you have any more?" The taste was so exquisite that she couldn't help but crave more. Shin Qingyan lightly tapped Su Xiaojin's head. "Even if we sold you, we couldn't afford a second one. You should be content with what you got." Su Xiaojin quickly hid behind Suja, sticking her tongue out at Shin Qingyan. "Do you like eating it? Then Daddy will find a way to get more for you later," Suja said with an affectionate smile. The more Spirit Origin Root Fruits one consumes, the greater the benefits, of course. With some luck, the next time the system shop refreshes, there might just be another one available. Seeing this, Shin Qingyan couldn't help but roll her eyes at Suja. "So you get to be the good dad while I'm just the wicked stepmother, huh?" She quickly pulled Suja aside and asked earnestly, "Honey, where did you get this Spirit Origin Root Fruit?" "Got lucky and found it by chance on the battlefield." Of course, he couldn't mention the system, so Suja resorted to the excuse he had prepared in advance. The Spirit Origin Root Fruit could only be found in the battlefield of 10,000 races, and its growth conditions were unpredictable. Most of them were indeed obtained by sheer chance. But to Shin Qingyan's ears, Suja's words didn't sound as effortless as he made them seem. She knew that plants with strong spiritual energy were often guarded by powerful beasts, and Suja must have gone through great hardships to obtain it. Suja didn't want to say more, probably to avoid worrying her. "Whatever the case, safety comes first," Shin Qingyan said with concern. I know." Suja smiled and took out something else. "These are gifts for both of you." Suja prepared a bottle of blood-nourishing pills for his mother. Ordinary people can use them to heal injuries or improve their physique, equivalent to high-grade health supplements. As for Shen Qingyan, what he gave her were cultivation resources. The bottle of spirit-tempering pills generated by the system seemed tailor-made for Shen Qing. In addition, Suja also took advantage of the internal pricing at South Sea Martial Arts University to purchase a few extra bottles. With some luck, they might even help Shen Qingyan advance to a second-rank martial artist. Suja knew that Shen Qingyan had always harbored the heart of a martial artist. Otherwise, she wouldn't have enrolled in a martial arts school after failing the martial arts exam, enduring hardships to eventually become a martial artist. It's just that Shen Qingyan's aptitude and talent were slightly lacking. Suja was also lucky back then. His martial arts exam results weren't much better than Shen Qingyan's. But he just happened to get into Nanhai Martial Arts University, and from then on, the gap between them grew wider and wider. Thank you, dear. Shen Qingyan happily accepted these gifts. She naturally knew these items were quite valuable, but since they were gifts from her husband, she didn't feel too burdened by them. Besides, her husband was now a third-rank martial artist. Things were different now. Afterward, the family chatted happily for quite a while, and before they knew it, it was time to rest. Daughter Su Xiaojin shared a room with her grandmother, while Suja slept in his own bedroom. Looking at the familiar wedding photo of the two still placed on the bedside table in the room, Suja couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. It had been 10 years since their marriage, yet the time they spent together could be counted on one hand. However, after sharing some whispered words, the sense of intimacy between them returned. At this moment, Shen Qingyan suddenly hugged Suja from behind and said in a sweet, coquettish voice, "Husband, I want." Suja naturally didn't hold back, mounting her in one swift motion, and a lively commotion ensued. The next morning, although his legs were a bit weak, Suja still got up early and went to the training room to sit cross-legged and practice. This was a habit he had developed over many years. There was no other way if talent was lacking. Hard work had to make up for it. Shen Qingyan was still sound asleep after the exhausting events, so Suja naturally didn't disturb her. But if this continues every night for a month, I'm afraid it might be too much to handle. Now, Suja's martial arts cultivation has reached the peak of the third rank, with enough insights for a breakthrough. What's lacking is gradual accumulation. This time upon returning, he also took out a loan from the school to purchase a considerable amount of cultivation resources. Until the system store refreshes, he has no choice but to follow the conventional path of cultivation. It was nearly noon when Shen Qingyan finally woke up. Seeing Suja, she couldn't help but blush with shyness. She hadn't expected herself to be so wild, partly because she'd been deprived for too long. Another reason was that she wanted to put in extra effort for Suja, since she had a favor to ask of her husband. Fortunately, she didn't have classes in the morning. Otherwise, if Sister Wang asked about the reason, it would have been utterly embarrassing. "Get up, let's eat." As someone who had been through it all, Mother Su said nothing and silently brought out the lunch. She naturally wouldn't mind having another grandson or something. Having one more child even came with a reward, and not a small one at that. During the meal, Shen Qingyan finally brought up Sister Wang's suggestion. "Honey, could you spare some time to conduct a special training session for the students in my class?" Suja thought for a moment and replied, "I need to personally assess their current level." With just over a month left until the martial arts exam, Suja had a general understanding of the situation in Shen Qingyan's class. Based on the current physical energy levels of those students, 9 out of 10 won't pass the exam. The South Sea base was established less than 100 years ago, and its spiritual energy is relatively weak, which generally results in lower martial arts potential among its residents. Although the South Sea Martial Arts University has the lowest admission standards, recent policy reforms have changed things. The authorities now prefer to concentrate resources on cultivating more talented students, as one strong warrior is more valuable on the battlefield of 10,000 races than 10 average martial artists. This is something beyond human control. People have no choice. Under the current education policy, Suja would definitely fail to get into a martial arts university. The same goes for the students in Shen Qingyan's class. In fact, the situation isn't much better across the entire Nanhai No. 3 high school, since it was his wife who made the request, and it was also his alma mater. Within his capabilities, if the special training proved effective and wouldn't hinder his own cultivation, Suja was naturally willing to help. "Thank you, hubby. Shall we go take a look after dinner?" Shen Qingyan beamed with joy. Okay. 06. If you fear danger, why even become a martial artist? The Nanhai base has changed quite a bit over the past 3 years. I wonder how much my alma mater, Nanhai No. 3 High School, has changed. Shin Qingyan was driving while Suja sat in the passenger seat, gazing at the scenery outside the window and couldn't help but sigh. Not only were many new buildings constructed along the way, but security measures had also been strengthened. Some new types of weapons were even deployed along the main roads. Both of them graduated from Nanhai No. 3 High School, and Shin Qingyan's father was also a teacher there. Back then, Shin Yonghui, the father-in-law, was their martial arts teacher. Shin Yonghui recognized Suja's diligence, reliability, and potential, which is why he went against all opposition to marry his daughter, the school beauty Shin Qingyan, to Suja. It's worth noting that Shin Qingyan had been a stunning beauty since childhood, with countless suitors. But at that time, she had no feelings for any boys, including Suja, as she was solely devoted to pursuing martial arts. Her father told her to marry, so she married. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. The school hasn't changed much, it's remained quite ordinary all these years. The martial arts exam results have been declining year after year, with all the top students transferring to higher rank schools. Moreover, the old principal retired last year, and the new principal is a veteran who retired from the South Sea battlefield. He was slightly injured and isn't that old, under 50. He's determined to turn the school around, but the results haven't been promising. Shin Qingyan also chimed in with a sigh, sharing her thoughts with Suja. Soon, the car drove into the campus of Nanhai No. 3 High School. The sight of Suja and Shin Qingyan stepping out of the car together immediately drew many glances. At 27, Shin Qingyan was at the peak of her beauty. As a martial artist, she was the absolute goddess in the eyes of many students. It had long been rumored that Shin Qingyan was married and had a daughter. Today, they were determined to see for themselves what kind of person had stolen their goddess. Pretty average, not even as handsome as me. Keep your voice down. I heard Teacher Shin's husband is a third-rank martial artist. He could crush you with a single finger. Wow, so handsome. Is this what a third-rank martial artist looks like? Truly awe-inspiring. I want to marry a husband like this in the future. Faced with these onlookers' comments, Suja was speechless. However, Shin Qingyan not only didn't mind at all but even felt a little smug. She lifted her head and straightened her back, confidently leading Suja into the office. This office was also familiar to Suja. It had previously been his father-in-law Shin Yonghui's office. Shin Qingyan proudly introduced Suja to her colleagues. The colleagues were curious and enthusiastic. After all, news of Suja being a third-rank martial artist had long since spread. Wang Jie, this is my husband Suja. Honey, this is Wang Jie, Wang Qifeng. She's the teacher who works the same shift with me and always looks out for me. Finally, Shin Qingyan made a point of introducing Wang Jie. Hello, Mr. Su. Sister Wang shook hands with Suja excitedly and respectfully. She couldn't help but be respectful after all. The newly appointed principal was merely a peak first-grade martial artist. Even her husband, who served as a combat company commander in the military, was only a mid-level second-grade martial artist. Yet the man before her was a genuine third-grade martial artist, a figure on par with the deputy governor of the base. Moreover, Suja's presence here means there's hope for the matter previously mentioned to Shin Qingyan. Hello, Sister Wang. Suja also greeted politely. After briefly learning about the situation of Class 10, Grade 12, he followed Shin Qingyan to the martial arts training classroom for the lesson. Shin Qingyan followed her own plan, teaching her classes as usual. Suja, on the other hand, sat to the side, carefully observing the condition of these students. Just as Shin Qingyan had mentioned, most of the students in the class had qi and blood levels ranging between 420 to 480 units. There were no exceptionally outstanding ones, nor any particularly weak ones, just mediocrity. Last year, the lowest-ranked South Sea Martial Arts University had a minimum admission requirement of at least 500 units of qi and blood. This year, the standards might be raised even higher. As for other prestigious martial arts universities, don't even think about it. Out of dozens of universities in the entire South Sea base, only a handful might be admitted. Don't underestimate the mere 20-30 point gap. Improving within just over a month is extremely difficult. Fortunately, Suja has a solid foundation in martial arts knowledge and abundant teaching experience. He quickly noted the unique traits and potential of some students. After class, in the office, Shin Qingyan and Wang Qifeng both looked at Suja eagerly, asking for his thoughts. Time is tight. Given the current situation, none of them will pass. Suja bluntly stated his conclusion first. Hearing this, Shin Qingyan and Wang Qifeng both lowered their heads in disappointment. They had anticipated this outcome. He had still held on to some hope before, but now that Suja had spoken like this, it was no different from sentencing this class to death. But the reason they invited Suja was precisely to solve this problem. "Honey, you have a way, don't you?" Shen Qingyan suddenly looked at Suja with a coquettish gaze and said sweetly. It gave Suja a start, reminding him of last night when Shen Qingyan had driven him crazy. "Ah, this is the death of me." Perhaps it was fate. Suja just happened to have a month-long vacation and wasn't in a hurry to train. "Well, it's not like there's no chance at all." Suja paused for a moment and said, "Getting into South Sea Martial Arts University is a bit uncertain, but a new interdimensional passage will open in the southern region this year. A new martial arts university will be established. Preparations have already been underway for some time, and enrollment will definitely begin this year. The admission standards for the new university will certainly be relatively lower. This is a great opportunity. This insider information isn't something ordinary people can easily come by." But for Suja, a third-rank martial artist and instructor at the martial arts university, it was entirely within his authority. The newly established martial arts university would certainly have a smaller enrollment in its first year, and it was still in the pilot phase. Many students might not be aware of it, and even if they were, they might not necessarily apply. But Suja knew that this new martial arts university would not be inferior to the South Sea Martial Arts University in the future. Is it true? Is this new martial arts university reliable? Shen Qingyan and Wang Qifang's eyes lit up as they pressed for more details. "Of course it's reliable." Suja nodded firmly and then added, "Even if the admission standards are lower, there's little hope with less than 500 calories of qi and blood. Don't think about getting lucky. If you want to boost their qi and blood in a short time, you can't just follow the usual routine of classes and training. The only way is to leave the base, face danger, and rely on real combat to stimulate growth. The martial exam not only has the basic qi and blood standard but also includes a combat performance score." Suja felt that the students in this class had no hope aside from their physical energy. The most critical issue was their lack of combat experience. Combat talent can be cultivated later, but improving one's strength will always depend on real combat. The two complement each other. That was all Suja could say. He knew that getting the students out of the base was no easy task. If anything went wrong, no one could bear the responsibility. Shen Qingyan and Wang Qifang exchanged glances, their newly kindled hope once again giving way to hesitation. For the sake of the students, they didn't want to risk their own futures by doing something thankless. "We'll have to discuss it with the principal," Shen Qingyan said hesitantly. Suja couldn't make the decision for Shen Qingyan and ultimately gave his own opinion. "As for the school's stance, you should consider it yourselves. I just think the right to make this choice should be left to the students themselves. If you're afraid of danger and lack the resolve to face death, then just be an ordinary person. Why even bother becoming a martial artist? In this world, everyone must take responsibility for themselves." Hearing these words, Shen Qingyan and Wang Qifang both had a moment of clarity in their eyes. Indeed, the martial exam can change a person's fate, but everyone's destiny lies in their own hands. They have absolutely no need to make decisions for all the students, taking them outside the base to train and face the dangers of mutated beasts. Some students are simply not destined to become martial artists. Even if you force them to go out of goodwill, they might not see it that way themselves. Moreover, even professional hunting squads often encounter accidents when venturing outside the base. The only thing they are confident about is that with Suja, a third-rank martial artist, leading the team, the risks would be much smaller. For some students, this is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It all depends on their own choices. "Okay, thank you, dear." 07. Extreme training, now that's a real character. Shen Qingyan and Wang Qifang discussed for a while before going to talk to the students individually. They hoped the students wouldn't miss this opportunity, but reality fell short of expectations. Out of more than 60 students in the class, only 9 expressed willingness to participate in the special training. Over half refused outright on the spot, while the rest said they needed to discuss it with their families before making a decision. Few high school students have the courage to venture outside the base and face the threat of mutated beasts. It's only natural. The fewer people, the better. Too many would be harder to control. Suja offered a different perspective on this expected outcome. Even he, at the peak of third-grade martial arts, couldn't claim absolute safety in the wild. Taking care of more than 10 students makes the difficulty multiply. Moreover, special training is different from traveling. He must tailor his teaching to each student's individual characteristics. If it weren't for his wife's earnest request, he wouldn't want to bother with such a demanding task. At Nanhai Martial Arts University, Suja frequently took students on wilderness training expeditions. But those were all university students, with the majority being first-grade martial artists, all possessing the ability to protect themselves. The next day, Suja once again came to Nanhai No. 3 High School with Shin Qingyan. Shin Qingyan decided not to report this matter to the school, taking full responsibility if any issues arose to avoid implicating the institution. Suja didn't say anything either. In his view, anything not involving war wasn't a major issue. Only 10 students were ultimately willing to participate in the special training. After confirming, Shin Qingyan said somewhat helplessly to Suja, "To be honest, she was a bit dissatisfied. These students are too much like hothouse flowers wanting to become martial artists but unwilling to strive hard. How could such a good thing exist? Fine, they're all their own choices, that's all. I'll do my best to help these 10 students." Suja comforted Shin Qingyan. Then, he went to the training room to meet the 10 students. "Hello, I'll be your special training instructor before the martial arts exam." Suja got straight to the point, channeling his internal energy to unleash a powerful aura that enveloped the students. No need for empty word. Strength is the most convincing argument. So strong. Is this the aura of a third-rank martial artist? It's terrifying. Truly worthy of being a martial arts university instructor, and truly worthy of being Teacher Shin's husband. The students were instantly awestruck by this display. In this world, the strong reign supreme. They usually have no chance to interact with a third-rank martial artist, and their faces are filled with admiration. Some were willing to join the special training after hearing about Suja's reputation. Now that they've seen him in action, it's clear his fame is well-deserved. He's incredibly strong. Instantly, an inexplicable sense of anticipation arose in their hearts. With such a powerful martial artist providing special training, there might really be a chance to get into a martial arts university. This time, I made the right choice. Seeing this, Shin Qingyan, standing nearby, smiled without saying a word. A hint of pride flickered across her delicate face. "My husband is really amazing." Suja glanced at these 10 students. It must be said that some things are destined. Yesterday, he observed about a dozen students with decent potential, and most of them are here now. "All right, do exactly what I tell you to do. If you can't manage it, get out." Suja adopted his usual stern demeanor and began the first special training session. Extreme physical training. At first, the students thought it would be easy, just physical training, something they did every day. Who could have imagined that Suja would multiply their original difficulty and training volume by 10 times? The principle was simple. As long as you weren't dead from exhaustion, you trained until you dropped. 3 hours later, not a single person could stand properly. "Get up and start sparring in pairs." Suja showed no mercy as he issued the devilish command. The students wailed in despair, but upon sensing Suja's terrifying aura, they quickly backed down. Gritting their teeth as if pushing themselves to the brink, they began their combat training. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked into the training hall and then proceeded to the adjacent one. With a puzzled expression, he asked, "Teacher Shin, what's going on next door?" "Principal." Shin Qingyan taught the remaining students in the regular class, anticipating that the principal would inevitably find out. She explained everything in full detail. "Principal, those 10 students participated voluntarily. If any issues arise, I'll take full responsibility. It won't implicate the school." Shin Qingyan emphasized this point particularly. This, Principal Fang Daxiong furrowed his brows. He understood that Shin Qingyan's approach was for the sake of the students. He too wished the school could have more students admitted to martial arts universities. But would it make a difference? "Teacher Shin, which instructor did you invite?" Fang Daxiong asked bluntly. Shin Qingyan made the decision without his consent, which indeed made Fang Daxiong somewhat uncomfortable. Although their positions differed, both were first-grade martial artists, so their social status was essentially the same. Fang Daxiong was at the peak of the first grade but was injured. Shin Qingyan was at the mid-stage of the first grade and younger than him, and the person Shin Qingyan invited to be the special training instructor probably isn't simple either. He didn't want to offend someone for no reason without understanding the situation. "It's my husband, Suja," Shin Qingyan replied firmly. "Oh, so it's Instructor Su," Fang Daxiong said with some surprise. Yesterday, he also heard about Shin Qingyan's husband coming to the school. But how could he have imagined that a dignified third-rank martial artist, a mentor from Nanhai Martial Arts University, would actually come to be a special training instructor for high school students? Even the top-ranked #1 high school in the entire Nanhai base, with all its school leaders making a personal appeal, couldn't invite such a prestigious figure. Moreover, which third-grade martial artist would be so idle? Teacher Shin, you've worked hard. It's admirable how much thought you've put into the school. Fang Daxiong said with a smile, his tone carrying a touch of warmth and respect. Then, he took the initiative to go and observe, eager to learn. Shin Qingyan couldn't very well stop him, so she followed along to the adjacent training room. Seeing Shin Qingyan enter with a middle-aged man, Suja guessed the situation and walked over to meet them. Master Su, thank you for your hard work. We truly appreciate your support for our school. Fang Daxiong took the initiative to step forward and greet Suja as he approached, making his stance clear. Honey, this is our principal Fang, Shin Qingyan introduced. Suja said politely, hello, Principal Fang. He could tell Fang Daxiong's martial arts cultivation at a glance, and also noticed his injuries. No warrior who has been on the battlefield is a coward. Fang Daxiong's injuries weren't severe, yet he chose to retire at such a young age. Indeed, there was a hint of fear about going into battle, but Suja wouldn't hold any prejudice because of it. I heard Instructor Su is also an outstanding talent who graduated from our #3 high school? Fang Daxiong asked warmly, acting as if they were old friends. That's right. Qingyan and I were in the same class, and the martial arts teacher was my retired father-in-law, Suja replied calmly. Unknowingly, he had become a notable figure in the South Sea base, though he felt his martial path had only just begun with the awakening of the system. For now, what he could do for the South Sea base was still quite limited. Fang Daxiong wanted to build connections, but Suja could do little to help. After exchanging a few words, he made it clear to Fang Daxiong that this special training was entirely for the sake of his wife's favor, and that he just happened to have the time. Fang Daxiong was also tactful and didn't push his luck by making any excessive demands. At the same time, Fang Daxiong couldn't help but glance at the 10 students who were struggling to hold their own in the sparring match. You're really lucky. A third-rank martial artist and a special training session from a martial arts university instructor, these aren't privileges that just any student gets to enjoy. You better do me proud and get as many admitted as possible so I can bask in some reflected glory too. Did the remaining students in Class 10 get kicked in the head by a donkey? Such a great opportunity, and they actually turned it down? Serves them right for never becoming martial artists in their lifetime. 08. System refresh, wilderness combat. After a day of extreme training. The next day, Shin Qingyan received some bad news. 3 students couldn't handle it and dropped out. And it had only been one day. Those who can't persevere are making the best choice. Suja said nonchalantly. With 3 fewer people, going into the wilderness would be even easier. Those 3 fools have no idea what they're missing. Upon learning about this, Principal Fang was on the verge of cursing, utterly heartbroken. After the first day of extreme physical training, Suja had a rough idea of the current limits of these 7 students. With 500 calories of qi and blood, there's still a glimmer of hope. Therefore, on the second day of special training, Suja focused on assessing their combat skills. Fortunately, there weren't many students, so Suja took turns sparring with each of them. Too many unnecessary movements, all flashy and showy. Too timid and hesitant. When you strike, aim for the enemy's vital points, never rely on luck. Only focused on attacking with no attention to defense at all. People like you die the fastest. You guys like this still want to take the martial arts university exam? You're far from ready. Suja pointed out each student's flaws in the most brutal way possible, tailored to their individual characteristics. Then he corrected them. Next door in the training room, Shin Qingyan would come to watch whenever she had free time, or rather, to secretly learn. It must be said, her husband truly lives up to being a martial arts university instructor. His understanding, mastery, training methods, and results for his students are all immediately effective. Keep in mind, these are her own students, yet in just 2 days, Suja seems to understand them better than Shin Qingyan herself. Especially since Suja could uncover the hidden potential and flaws of every student. This was something Shin Qingyan was completely incapable of doing. In the following days, Suja's training continued to escalate. The intensity of the confrontations soared, and he showed no mercy whatsoever. The students felt like they were about to break apart, enduring what seemed like inhuman torture. Suja initially thought that at least 1 or 2 of the 7 students would be unable to bear it and choose to quit. Surprisingly, they all persevered. 5 boys and 2 girls, not a single one dropped out. Especially one of them, a girl named Song Qing. She had the weakest chi and blood among the 7, and her physique was the most frail. The high-intensity training was the most grueling for her, yet she persevered. However, Shin Qingyan knew where Song Qing's motivation came from. Song Qing's parents both died in the Battle of 10,000 Races, and he grew up relying solely on his elderly grandfather. Since neither of his parents were martial artists, the compensation was meager. She was single-mindedly determined to become a martial artist, believing that even if she died in battle someday, the compensation for a martial artist would be enough to support her grandfather. Despite having the weakest physical condition, Suja claimed that Song Qing was the most talented among these 7 students. If you can endure the special training, there's a high probability you'll get into a martial arts university. 6 days passed like this, and the 7 students survived the hellish special training, emerging as if reborn. Perhaps there wasn't a significant improvement in their vital energy, but they gave off the impression of being much stronger. This was exactly the effect Suja aimed for. What matters most for a martial artist is never the quantity of vital energy, but the spirit and determination. Next, it's about stepping out of the base and facing the threat of death. Quickly increase vitality through external stimulation. Everyone, go back early today to prepare. We'll be leaving the base tomorrow. On the last day of the special training, Suja revealed the plan to the students. The students' eyes held both fear of the unknown and a glimmer of anticipation, because the effects of the special training were truly remarkable. They had already placed unconditional trust in Suja. As for Suja, he certainly had the ability to ensure the safety of these 7 students, but he deliberately chose not to say so. He wanted every student to maintain a sufficient sense of vigilance, for it is only when life is threatened that humans can unleash their limitless potential. Ding! The system store has refreshed this week. Would you like to check it out? At this moment, the system notification sound rang in his mind. A week had passed, and it was time again to snatch system items at the ultra-low price of 1 spirit stone. Check it out. Suja eagerly examined the information of the 3 items. A bottle of Lingyuan pills, a bottle of blood-restoring pills, and a century-old imperial silver herb. Suja's eyes lit up with satisfaction. Lingyuan pills are specially designed for martial artists above the 3rd rank, their effects far surpassing those of chi blood pills. Exactly what he needed most at the moment, essential treasures for cultivation. Blood-replenishing pills are naturally the more the better, as these are standard equipment for every martial artist and are always in the shortest supply on the battlefield. As for the century-old yellow emperor silvergrass, it is relatively rare and can increase the probability of advancing to a 4th-rank martial artist by at least 10%. If taken to auction, tens of thousands of spirit stones would easily be offered by eager buyers. After all, those 3rd-rank martial artists waiting to break through are all elites with no shortage of money. With the spirit origin pill and yellow silvergrass, the chances of breaking through to the 4th rank are even greater now. Suja wasn't in a hurry either, planning to discuss it after bringing the students back from the wilderness. The next day, Suja left the South Sea base alone with 7 students. When exiting the city gate, the base's security team repeatedly verified Suja's identity with confusion. After all, none of the 7 students looked like members of a hunting team, and their leader was just a young man. Wasn't he afraid of death? Only after confirming Suja's status as a 3rd-rank martial artist were they shocked into letting them pass. Leaving the base, Suja headed straight to the wilderness area most suitable for student training. When it came to the distribution of mutated beasts near the South Sea base, Suja knew them like the back of his hand. After so many years of natural reproduction, the mutated beasts in the wild rarely migrated easily. Soon, Suja spotted a group of mutated 4-eared hamsters. These 4-eared hamsters are small in size but extremely fast, with a chi blood level roughly between 400 to 500 calories, making them quite suitable as your opponents. Additionally, while 4-eared hamsters aren't particularly strong in individual attacks, they excel at group assaults. You'd best be careful. With that, Suja leaped onto a giant pine tree and left them to their own devices. The 7 students panicked briefly but soon wore determined expressions for the battle ahead. They quickly spread out into formation, adopting an offensive and defensive stance as they actively charged toward the group of 4-eared hamsters. At this, Suja also revealed a gratified smile. These 7 students now possessed significantly improved mental resilience and excellent reaction capabilities. Beyond the effects of specialized training, they themselves harbored a strong desire to become martial artists. The other 6 students were all similar to Song Qing, coming from underprivileged families. The martial arts exam was their only chance to change their fate. Looking at them, Suja seemed to see his former self. Among them was a boy named Huang Zheng, who worked as hard as he himself had back in the day. Huang Zheng, with the highest vitality and strongest strength, became the leader of the seven. After a tense moment, he took the initiative and killed a four-eared hamster. Facing the frenzied counterattack of the four-eared hamsters, every student fought fiercely, giving it their all. In the end, they managed to eliminate the group of four-eared hamsters, though 3 of them were injured. Fortunately, the injuries weren't severe, and Suja paid out of his own pocket for their healing pills. The other 4-eared hamsters, seeing how brutal these humans were, all fled in panic. We won, we won. Huang Zhang, Song Qing, and the other 5, their faces battered and bruised, showed unprecedented excitement. And Suja didn't give them any time to rest, briefly summarizing the combat experience. He quickly ramped up the intensity, leading them to face even stronger exotic beasts. 09. Pseudo 4th grade, Martial Arts Proficiency 100x Experience Card. Suja spent a full 7 days in the wilderness with 7 students. The exotic beasts they fought not only grew progressively stronger but also exhibited distinct characteristics. Some were ferocious attackers, others excelled at defense, some used poison, some were cunning, and there were even those capable of launching mental assaults. Moreover, Suja had them compete in groups, taking on the beasts in team battles. They experienced all kinds of combat scenarios and fighting styles. After each battle, Suja would provide precise summaries and guidance. Over these 7 days, the students walked on thin ice, suffering miserably. In reality, Suja had already cleared the major safety hazards in the area beforehand each time. The beasts that posed a threat to the students were either killed by Suja or driven away. If, despite this, an unfortunate accident still occurred, it could only be said to be fate. Luck is also part of a martial artist's strength. Over the past 7 days, the students endured hardships but also found fulfillment, and their gains were immense. Not to mention the obvious improvement in chi and blood, the gains from hunting exotic beasts alone were substantial. Although they were all low-level exotic beasts, they were still worth some money. The earnings from 7 days of hunting were enough to cover their expenses for most of the year. At sunset, Suja and his 7 students, dragging their exhausted bodies, safely returned to the South Sea base. Shen Qingyan and Wang Qifang were already waiting at the city gate. Finally, everyone has returned safely. When they saw Suja and the group, both teachers Shen Qingyan and Wang Qifang let out a sigh of relief. If any student had been harmed, the trouble they would face would be no small matter. Although the students volunteered and their families were aware, it was inevitable that it would invite criticism and deal a heavy blow to their reputations. Relieved, Shen Qingyan and the other immediately noticed the changes in the students. Their condition was truly pitiful, covered in wounds, looking as if they had lost half their lives. Yet, they exuded a dangerous, violent, and murderous aura, as if they had undergone a complete transformation. Indeed, everyone has grown stronger and more mature. Shen Qingyan sighed sincerely from the heart and cast a grateful glance at Suja. Suja smiled and said to the students, "All right, the special training is temporarily over. Before the martial arts exam, just maintain your daily practice. Don't slack off until the very last moment. Understood." Understood. The students responded in unison with loud, clear voices. After these 7 days of life and death trials, the students' chi and blood will steadily improve. The standard of 500 units of chi and blood for the martial arts exam, all 7 students should be able to reach it. The rest is up to them. A week has passed, and the system store has refreshed once again. This time, however, luck wasn't on his side. All 3 items were common elixirs, with a total value not exceeding 200 spirit stones. At this, Suja had nothing to complain about. The first 2 times had produced good things that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to spend in a few lifetimes. Suja didn't delay this time, and directly used up the spirit elemental pill and the 100-year royal silvergrass. Finally, after a week, he successfully broke through to the 4th rank of martial Dao. It's been less than 2 months since the system awakened, and I've broken through from the peak of the 2nd grade to the 4th grade. At this speed, I'm afraid that even those heavenly prides of the Martial Dao University would have their jaws dropped. Even I myself don't dare to believe it. Suja wore a smile on his face as he felt the changes occurring in his body. Although the amount of chi and blood had reached the 4th grade realm, the strength had not yet reached it. The martial Dao 4th grade was a large realm that required the condensation of a martial Dao great power. And condensing the martial Dao great power required a certain amount of mental strength. Suja now only had his body strength and chi and blood up to standard, and could only be considered a pseudo 4th grade. As long as he had more time to settle down, sooner or later, he would be able to condense the martial Dao great power. Next, the last system merchandise Suja also received together. This time, his luck was not bad. A bottle of spiritual Yuan Dan and 2 bottles of bone hardening Dan came out. At least he could use it for his own cultivation. Unconsciously, the 1-month vacation was coming to an end. Because the martial arts exam was approaching, Shin Qingyan was very busy. Even busier, her enthusiasm was still high at night, and her happiness was stuffed to the brim. Before leaving, Suja went to Nanhai 3rd Middle School. In addition to cheering on Huang Zhang and their 7 students, he also sent each of them a bottle of blood recovery pills. He wished them luck in getting into the martial arts university. It was reassuring to see that the students' chi and blood were basically all close to reaching 500 calories. Even Song Qing, who had the lowest chi blood, didn't fall behind. Shin Qingyan was filled with gratitude for her husband, and Wang Qifeng even idolized Suja, personally sending him out of the school gates. After saying a brief goodbye to his family, Suja set off on his journey back to the South Sea Martial Arts University. South Sea Martial Arts University, Dan Pill Academy Dean's office. Little Su, your chi and blood has reached the fourth grade. Su Shengyan looked at Suja, who had returned in a dusty manner, with a stunned expression on his face. Taking a month off to go home, and you've reached the 3rd to 4th grade? When did it become so easy to advance in martial arts? Dean, I was also lucky to have accidentally obtained a 100-year portion of the Imperial Silver Grass in the wild. And, luckily obtained a martial Dao epiphany. Suja smiled and returned. The Imperial Silver Grass was real, but the epiphany was pure nonsense. This thing of martial Dao epiphany was a bit of a metaphysics. Anyone could enter an epiphany state and have their cultivation skyrocket. Still can't really pick any faults. This way Su Shengyan's eyelids twitched, speechless. Royal Silver Grass was effective, and it wasn't like he hadn't tried epiphanies before, but it couldn't reach such a speed of improvement. He could only say that Suja was really an acquired demonic type. Giving him a little time, he might be able to grow into a generation of powerhouses in the future. Dean, this is the pass. In addition, I want to take out another loan with the institution to buy something to improve my spiritual power and situate my 4th grade cultivation. Suja stated his purpose. Su Shengyan didn't even think about it and approved a loan of 100,000 spirit stones to Suja with a wave of his hand. For a late-blooming genius who had entered the 4th grade so quickly, 100,000 spirit stones were nothing. As long as Suja kept up this kind of heaven-defying growth, the South Sea Martial Arts University might be able to stabilize itself in the future. Suja was also looking at this point before he opened his mouth to borrow it. As long as the strength of the 4th grade was solidified, there was no pressure at all to pay back the 100,000 spirit stones. The harvest from a trip to the battlefield of the 10,000 races would be more than enough. Before that, it was time to extract the ability every month again. After returning to his new apartment, Suja expectantly murmured to the system, "Extract! Ding! Extraction successful. Obtained a martial skill proficiency 100-fold acceleration experience card. Limited time experience for 1 month. Do you want to use it?" Suja's eyes immediately glowed with joy. He was just about to come back and choose a high-level martial art and cultivate it properly. In addition to being able to increase battle power, practicing martial arts was also one of the most effective ways to increase spiritual power. It was even more effective than taking pills for spiritual power. System, you do understand me. Without saying anything, Suja went out the door and headed for the bookstore. He had to seize the time to improve his martial arts and spiritual power collectively. Ensure that within a month of experience, he would successfully become a true 4th grade battle power martial artist. 10. Mad God Blade Technique. Enter the battlefield. In fact, becoming a 3rd grade martial artist allowed one to choose a good martial skill. Now that the chi and blood had reached the 4th grade standard, Suja had even more choices. In the past, when my strength was not good and I had to survive in the wilderness, I cultivated Go-based martial arts, defense, stance, evasion, and the like. The biggest shortcoming is attacking martial arts. Holding this thought, Suja looked at a blade martial skill. Berserk God Blade Technique. A gale of wind. A slash of God. This was a very domineering blade technique. The cultivation threshold was not high, but the power was not to be underestimated. There were 4 levels of martial skill proficiency: introductory, skilled, proficient, and subtle. Suja had previously mastered a skillful blade technique, and based on that, the Mad God blade technique was the most suitable choice. Combined with his body technique and defense martial skills that had already reached the proficient level, the overall battle power was already very balanced. Coming out of the bookstore, Suja started practicing without stopping. With the martial skill proficiency 100-fold acceleration experience card, in less than 3 days, Suja had cultivated the 5 styles of the Mad God blade technique to the introductory level. With the grade of the Mad God blade technique, one would never be able to get started without a month or 2. The effect of the system was outstanding. At the same time, Suja's mental power also had a significant change along with the improvement of his martial arts skills. For the next half of the month, apart from lectures, all of Suja's time was cut into several parts. Enhancing his cultivation, practicing his sword techniques, studying the previous person's martial arts grand momentum insights, and attempting to condense his own martial arts grand momentum. This was repeated over and over again, boring and fulfilling. By the time the Mad God blade technique was practiced to a proficient level, the spiritual power doubled. The chi and blood entered the pre-4th grade solid stage, and vaguely touched the shadow of the great momentum of the martial way. Suja made a bold decision, going to the South Sea 10,000 races battlefield to sharpen his breakthrough. The so-called condensation of the great momentum of martial arts, the best environment for training was actual combat. Knife killing weapon. Wudao, the way to kill also. Suja is clear, his own qualifications and talent is not enough. The only way to make up for it is to kill. And killing is the most suitable for their own martial arts road. After making up his mind, Suja first went to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to spend a huge amount of money and bought a long knife worth 20,000 spirit stones. He also bought a battle armor with stronger defense, worth 30,000 spirit stones. In addition to this, the corresponding pills and supplies were also prepared. With the internal discounted price, a total of nearly 70,000 spirit stones were spent. It's a good thing that there's another subsidy to receive after being promoted to the 4th rank. Otherwise, even more money wouldn't be enough to build a. Suja let out a bitter smile and left the Ministry of Internal Affairs. In fact, it was only Suja who was accustomed to it. Other people would not be so well prepared when they went into battle. I hope this breakthrough is successful. And by the way, I can earn some back. Suja brought all his equipment and stepped headlong into the South Sea battlefield. The South Sea 10,000 races battlefield passage was just 5 kilometers away from the South Sea Martial Arts University. This place was constructed as a large military base and the last line of defense for the South Sea 10,000 races battlefield. Not only was it heavily guarded, but there were also many large human weapons sitting around. In addition to that, the entire entrance to the passageway was inflicted with powerful formations. The gate of the passageway was even cast with materials of the 9th grade or above, and its hardness was beyond imagination. Humans couldn't have armed each passageway anymore. Once it was breached by the 10,000 races, it would spell doom for every base. Of course, human martial artists weren't vegetarians either. 500 years of resistance history had given the humans enough fighting power. No race could defeat the human race alone. Suja, instructor of the South Sea Martial Arts University, registered 3rd grade martial artist. Identity verification passed. Suja smoothly passed the identity verification and entered the passageway. It wasn't the first time he had come to the battlefield of the 10,000 races, and he was still very clear about some of the procedures and what to pay attention to. After walking through a heavily defended main road, Suja arrived at the outpost of the battlefield, the South Sea Stronghold. Saying that it was a stronghold, it was actually more like a defensive city on the battlefield. The main enemy that the South Sea Stronghold faced was a race called the Wasteland Race, among the 10,000 races. This race was similar in appearance to human beings, but their bodies were even taller and more powerful, and they were very ferocious and tyrannical. 30 years ago, a certain exotic space descended into this world, forming this exotic passage in the South Realm, which evolved into the current battlefield of the 10,000 races. Today, the South Sea 10,000 races battlefield was an independent and complete fusion world. There were mountains, rivers, and all sorts of terrains and landscapes. There were mainly just 2 camps, the Wasteland Race and the Human Race, and there were also some other races active in the unregulated zone. The Wasteland Race and the Human Race have been fighting in the South Sea battlefield for many years, in addition to preventing from being wiped out by the other side. They were also fighting for the precious resources on the battlefield. The desolate race was naturally warlike, and they were never satisfied with occupying more resources, but wanted to monopolize the entire space. They even broke through the passageway and entered the base camp of the human race, the Blue Star. Over the past 30 years, the Wasteland race had launched countless attacks. The worst one had destroyed the South Sea stronghold, nearly breaking through the passageway gate and rushing into the southern border of the Grand Xia Kingdom. Ever since that time, the defense of the South Sea stronghold had been strengthened. It was rumored that a strong person above the 9th rank had also been sent to sit in the South Sea stronghold. Suja had never seen it. Even if he had seen it in person, Suja probably wouldn't recognize it. This kind of existence, if they were to hide their breath, how could Suja recognize them? Soon after, Suja went out of the stronghold. Alone, he came to a wilderness mountain range called the Spectral Wild Creepy Nest. Suja had a purpose in picking this place for his training. In addition to the terrain being complex and secretive, it was filled with all sorts of poisonous miasma. It was also rich in a fruit called the condensation fruit, which was helpful in enhancing spiritual power. Many third-grade martial artists who were about to be promoted to 4th grade would come here to engage in harvesting. This also led to the fact that the most common people who appeared here were third-grade martial artists, both from the human race and the Arakan race. Those whose strength was too low didn't dare to come, and those whose strength was too strong didn't need to come. Suja had come here once when he was at the peak of his 2nd grade, and hadn't gotten much out of it, and had almost been invaded by poisonous gas. At that time, he mainly ambushed the periphery, picking up the pieces and killing the enemy in passing. But this time, he chose to intrude in a big way. The purpose was to attract the people of the Wasteland clan to surround themselves and gather the great power of the martial Dao through killing. A 3rd rank of the human race? Or alone? Not long after they had penetrated into the spectral wilderness guile nest, a group of the wilderness clan discovered Suja. There were 6 people in total, 3 3rd grade and 3 peak 2nd grade. Suja's eyes lit up, and instead of waiting for the other party to surround them, he accelerated and rushed over. Suja instantly erupted with a 4th grade of chi blood and instantly arrived in the middle of the 6 people. With a single slash, he reaped 3 peak 2nd grade. Not only was Suja's cultivation crushed, he clearly had the advantage in all aspects of weapons and martial arts. Killing 2nd grades was like chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable. The remaining 3 3rd grades instantly panicked. Damn human race. Actually a 4th grade chi blood. Bullying people too much. The leading one, the 3rd grade Desolate Plains race, charged over in a rage, wanting to rely on his physical body to suppress Suja, then fight 3 to 1 and drag the enemy to death. Unfortunately, this wishful thinking was too much. Suja didn't dodge at all and directly hardened himself against the other party. A blade as fast as lightning plucked away the opponent's attack, followed by a backhanded slash. Ka-ching! The leading one, the 3rd grade, had his head fall to the ground, dead. 11. The great power of martial arts has been realized, registering as a 4th grade martial artist. Suja's chi and blood was now at the standard 4th grade level, plus his martial skills and combat experience were far ahead. It wasn't too difficult to kill these 3rd-ranked wilderness race in the spectral wilderness guile nest. When he encountered some 4th grade with a powerful aura, he wouldn't risk going in hard. After all, his purpose for coming out alone this time was not to kill the enemy, but to cultivate. As he continued to kill, his martial Dao's momentum condensed step by step. At the same time, the material harvest was also considerable. Unfortunately, he didn't have any space-type treasures, and only took the relatively valuable parts. It went on like this for almost 7 days, and the killing aura on Suja's body became heavier and heavier. With the existence of the Martial Skill Proficiency 100-fold Accelerated Experience card, every time he used a blade technique, he was able to condense a little bit of spiritual energy. The speed was incredibly fast, and he felt that becoming powerful was not far away. Gotta speed up a bit. Suja's eyes were firm. He had to become a true 4th grade before the experience card expired. Kill! With a burst of energy, Suja swung his long sword and accelerated the pace of harvesting the Wasteland clan. 2 days later, he vaguely felt that his killing intent had reached its peak. Buzz! In the next moment, the aura on Suja's body began to skyrocket. Immediately afterward, as expected, a mysterious power also surged within the sea of consciousness. Majestic spiritual power. The martial momentum formed by this pure spiritual power was the true sign of a fourth-grade martial artist. It was also the watershed between mid-grade martial artists and low-grade martial artists. Martial Dao momentum. It's a success. Suja felt his changes and an excited smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he had officially stepped into the ranks of a middle-ranked martial artist expert. However, Suja did not get carried away, but quickly moved away from the range of the spectral wilderness guile nest. Gathering the momentum of martial arts on the battlefield was uncontrollable and would likely lead to unknown risks. Besides, the purpose had been achieved. There was no need for him to remain here. Not long after Suja's figure disappeared in place, there was indeed a group of people from the wilderness clan rushing over. The person is gone. It is indeed the aura of the human race condensing the momentum of martial arts. It's a pity. The leader of the group, the desolate race, shook his head regretfully. When one first condenses the momentum of martial Dao, there would be the flaw of unstable spiritual power. With the strength of their squad, they had every chance to make a fourth-grade human martial artist fall here. Even if they couldn't kill him, they could still make the other party's realm fall, breaking this person's path of advancement. Running really fast, this wasteland clan searched the surrounding area for a while and withdrew after gaining nothing. At this time, Suja had successfully returned to the South Sea stronghold. He directly exchanged all of the harvest from these 10 days into contribution values at the stronghold. Afterwards, he returned to the school and went to the Internal Affairs Department to exchange some cultivation resources. After seeing the storage ring, Suja gritted his teeth and exchanged one. Although it only had less than 5 cubic meters of space, it was ridiculously expensive. If bought with spirit stones, the school's internal discounted price was also as high as 100,000 spirit stones, which was 1 billion daxia coins. If it wasn't for the fact that he had killed enough of the Arakan race this time, Suja wouldn't have been able to afford it anyway. However, with a treasure such as a storage ring, he wouldn't waste resources when going into battle in the future. The moment he got the storage ring, Suja smiled with satisfaction. He was poor again. Not only had he not paid back his school loans, but he had just spent all that he had earned. Martial artists really cost money. It's fine. I'm a fourth-grade martial artist now. I can still borrow more. Thinking like this, Suja returned to his residence. He intended to familiarize and stabilize his martial Dao momentum first. Spiritual power externalization. Suja experienced the ability of a true fourth grade, and the effect was very satisfying. Not only was he able to spiritually suppress, his strength and speed had increased greatly, especially when performing martial arts. With the addition of the martial Dao's momentum, the power and precision were incomparable. It was said that a high-grade martial artist with just a mental suppression alone could make a low-grade martial artist unable to lift their head. Even more terrifyingly, it could even cause a low-grade martial artist to have a mental breakdown and commit suicide or self-detonate to death. A high-grade martial artist, with the system, may not be untouchable. A confident glow appeared on Suja's face. In less than 3 months, he had consecutively broken through the 3rd and 4th grade. There was nothing impossible. 3 days later, Suja's martial Dao great power breath stabilized, and only then did he come out of seclusion. Taking out his cell phone and checking it, there was nothing of immediate importance. There was a small matter that made Suja feel a little surprised. Shen Qingyan sent this. The martial arts examination had ended, and 6 of the 7 students who had received Suja's special training had reached the standard line for admission to the martial arts university. If they followed Suja's advice and went to apply for that newly established martial arts university, there would not be much of a problem. Yet, there was one student who had fallen short. Shen Qingyan didn't say which student it was, and after thinking about it, Suja still sent a message over and asked. He felt quite surprised that none of the 7 students behind him had slacked off in their cultivation. And there was also the elixir that he had funded. It didn't make sense that they couldn't even reach the admission standard line. Shen Qingyan didn't reply to the message first, and Suja didn't rush. He planned to go and register as a 4th grade martial artist first. Breaking through the 4th grade was another lucrative reward, and the daily treatment would also be raised by a large grade. Arriving at the dean's office, it was rare that Su Shengyan was there. This made Suja not help but feel a little fishy. Every time he looked for Dean Su in the past few months, he was in the office. It was estimated that he had been at the school all this time without going out. In the past, but he couldn't be seen several times a year. Little Su is here. What kind of expression do you have? It's rare to see me clearing out in the office, Su Shengyan said with an odd smile. Indeed rare. Suja nodded his head and admitted. Su Shengyan did not hide it, but said thoughtfully, "Little Su Ah, you're also a tutor in the school now, and in the future you might even become a mainstay amongst the tutors. I'll be honest with you as well. The above intends to completely reform the martial arts university system. Our school will also follow suit. To put it simply, it will add a more brutal elimination mechanism to the school, concentrating the available resources more on the head students and cultivating the strongest of the future." Suja nodded. This kind of reform was an irreversible trend. The new class of students would be enrolling soon, and the reform would immediately fall into place. The martial arts universities in this world didn't have summer and winter vacations, and they had to enroll without stopping after the martial arts exams. The battlefield of the 10,000 clans needed fresh blood to join at all times. "Oh yeah? Looking for me for something?" Su Shengyan asked with a sigh of emotion. "I didn't specifically come to find you, Dean. I just came to your office to register my 4th grade cultivation." Suja explained the reason for his visit and said, "What? You're at the 4th rank?" Su Shengyan froze for a moment. After condensing the momentum of the martial way, it was not really good for a martial artist to sense if they hid their breath through their spiritual power. When Su Shengyan saw Suja's faint expression, he knew that it was true. Now he was somewhat unable to sit still. Cultivating from the peak of the 2nd grade to the peak of the 3rd grade, Suja's speed was staggeringly fast, and it was still within the range of acceptance. However, the 4th product was a big threshold that required the condensation of a great momentum of martial arts, and the difficulty was not normally high. The entire summer is stuck in the 3rd grade of the number of martial artists, not a few, and then the genius does not have a few years cannot touch the edge. Su Shengyan had boldly predicted that with Suja's late awakening talent, he might be able to reach it in a year or two. Now you're telling me that it's only been less than a month and you're at the 4th rank? 4th grade now, as expected. Suja exited a trace of solid spiritual power. Looking at Su Shengyan's shocked face, he found it very amusing. In fact, Suja had also seriously thought about it. The reason why he was able to condense the momentum of martial arts so quickly, the system was a most direct aid. There was also another reason that might have something to do with the fact that he was a traveler and had a 2-life soul. It was because spiritual power was closely related to the soul. Suja's martial Dao qualifications and talent were really ordinary, but his spiritual power cultivation talent in itself was gifted beyond the ordinary. "Good boy, you're really good." After confirming that there was no doubt, Su Shengyan's face was immediately overjoyed. Regardless of which martial arts university, the addition of a 4th grade tutor was something to be congratulated. Especially for the weaker Nanhai Martial Dao University, for the bottom of the Barrel Dan Pharmaceutical Academy, Suja's age was still young, and with this kind of momentum, perhaps the day of carrying the banner of the Dan Pill Academy would advance. At this moment, Suja's importance in Su Shengyan's heart. It had advanced another layer. 12. Changes in the Martial Arts University, end of martial arts exams. All right, the 4th grade martial artist certification is registered for you. Su Shengyan personally came out and quickly completed the formalities for Suja. "Thank you, Dean," Suja said gratefully. Then, Su Shengyan pulled Suja to chat about quite a few things. It was as if he was treating Suja as the successor of the Dan Pill Academy. One of the school reforms was not just for new students, but school-wide. According to the time of enrollment, every year for those whose chi and blood do not meet the standard, will be forced to order them to withdraw from school, recommended directly into the non-martial army. The resources saved to increase the rewards for outstanding students, especially the most outstanding batch of students, heavy awards. Su Shengyan also revealed that the above has been studying, based on the division of all martial arts university strength level, graded to give resource allocation. The higher-ups were already tilting their resources towards the good universities. Now it also intends to increase this tilt so that the strong ones are stronger, and the weak ones will figure it out on their own. Suja has no idea about this. The strongest is always strong, is the law of the 4 Cs. Just ranked the bottom of the South China Sea Martial Arts University. In the future, I'm afraid the days are not good. Martial Arts University is the cornerstone of every battlefield of the 10,000 races. In addition to the constant flow of martial artists to the military, they themselves have a very strong ability to resist the 10,000 races. This was because the instructors and students of the martial Dao universities were all martial artists. Pulling one hair and affecting the whole body, this change was also feared to be related to the situation of the 10,000 races battlefield. Before this, Suja was still just a 2nd grade assistant professor, and he was still out of touch with a lot of high-level news. After the 4th rank, he was also considered to be slowly coming into contact with more secrets. A martial artist's path of growth was too dependent on cultivation resources. These resources weren't just pills, treasures and spirit stones, techniques and martial arts. Guaranteed opportunities for actual combat were even more important. Those students who were ordered to drop out of school, if they didn't go to the military to sharpen their skills, I'm afraid it would be harder than climbing up to the sky if they wanted to go further. Of course, the rear also had its benefits. At least the rear is safer. Strong people, they were all forged with blood. What the future would hold Suja did not know. He only knew that he had to become stronger. After chatting with Su Xingyan for a while, Suja hoofed it to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. He received a large amount of advancement subsidy and a 4th grade salary. A month's combined salary of almost 1,000 spirit stones was quite a fortune. Nay, it was consumed quickly, and after Suja bought a batch of cultivation resources, there was very little left. This was still him using the extra resources from last month's system mall. Otherwise, the consumption would be even greater. It seems that the fastest shortcut to cultivation above the 4th rank is to go to war and use the battle to aid in cultivation. Suja was even considering whether to quit his job as a mentor and join the military. It didn't seem that urgent. If the system could draw a heaven-defying ability next month, it would make up for it. Thinking like this, he suddenly received a congratulatory message from the school. Congratulations to our school's Dan Pharmaceutical College instructor, Suja, on his promotion to 4th grade martial artist. The scrolling congratulatory message on the school's website was synchronized and updated. The last time Suja was promoted to the 3rd rank, although there was also concern, it basically did not cause any ripples. After all, there was nothing to discuss about an assistant teacher who had been stuck at the peak of the 2nd rank for many years being promoted to the 3rd rank. But this was different. The entire school was shocked by the news. What? Suja has been promoted to the 4th grade? It hasn't even been 3 months since he broke through the 3rd rank. Right? No way. 4th grade, oh. That's a 4th grade. Only those who truly knew how difficult it was to break through the 4th grade could understand how explosive this news was. Especially those who had been tutors at the school for many years and were still stuck at the 3rd grade, all of them looked at Suja in a different light. They knew that the Suja of today had already opened a huge gap with them. It seems like I have to refuel. I can't be a salted fish for the rest of my life. If Suja can do it, so can I. Suja didn't realize how many people he had unintentionally irritated. After returning to his apartment, he received many congratulatory messages. In addition to some familiar colleagues and students, there were quite a few middle grade tutors, both 4th and 5th grade. There were individual highly respected 5th grade tutors who also sent congratulatory messages. They were not condescending, but rather Suja's great potential had been recognized by them. It's true that strength is the king. Suja emotionally replied to everyone's congratulations one by one. He wasn't a loner to begin with, so what reason did he have to offend people? It wasn't long before Shin Qingyan also replied back with a message. Hubby. The one who fell off the list is Song Qing. 3 days before the martial arts exam, Song Qing's grandfather suddenly became seriously ill and was hospitalized. She took care of her grandfather day and night, delaying her cultivation time and affecting her qi and blood enhancement. Unfortunately, in the end, Grandpa didn't make it through. I've already contacted a good martial arts school, and I plan to take Song Qing as my goddaughter to fund continued enhancement and prepare for next year's martial arts exam. Hubby, what do you think? Seeing this message, Suja was also quite surprised. He remembered that Song Qing was the one with the best potential among the 7 students, but did not expect this. It was fine for Suja to subsidize Song Qing, but what was the deal with accepting her as his goddaughter? Wife Shin Qingyan is not a mother's love overflowing? To know, Suja this year 28 years old, Song Qing 18 years old, but 10 years older. This for no reason suddenly out of such a big daughter, indeed a little. Song Qing's talent and potential are both good. Going to a martial arts center would be a waste of a year. I'll go discuss with the academy leaders. Can I get a special enrollment spot to our school? Don't hold too much hope. Even if it's a special recruitment slot, it still needs to be assessed. Suja replied to Shin Qingyan. He knew Shin Qingyan's thoughts back then. Shin Qingyan didn't get into the martial arts university because she was so close. This was by far the biggest regret in her life. It was possible that she saw her own shadow from Song Qing. Moreover, with Grandpa Song Qing gone, she was an orphan, and Shin Qingyan was also out of sympathy. Hubby, you're awesome. Love you, oh. Shin Qingyan replied over with joy. Suja was also speechless. Taking care of Shen Qingyan's mood was one aspect. There was also the idea of not wanting to waste a good seedling. After the start of the school year, the school will implement a new policy. Admission to a year if the assessment is not, will be forced to withdraw from school, can go far, can only rely on Song Qing himself. The matter of the special enrollment quota, Suja sent a message to Su Shengyan. No problem. I believe in your vision. Su Shengyan wonderfully replied in response. Mainly this was in line with the school's policy. The martial arts examination will always have individual relics missed. The school does not want to miss a good seedling. Nanhai Third Middle School. After Shen Qingyan received Suja's consent, she went to find Song Qing without stopping. She felt that Song Qing had the responsibility of her own negligence for failing the exam. Because there were too many things going on before the martial arts exam, Shen Qingyan also waited until after the exam to learn about Song Qing's situation. Moreover, in this martial arts exam, senior class 10 had played heroically, and Huang Zhang and his 6 students had all passed the admission line. At once, it dramatically increased the advancement rate of the entire third middle school. This not only made Principal Fang Daxiong smile, but also made Shen Qingyan famous. After the end of the martial arts exam, Shen Qingyan had been surrounded by all sorts of commendations and praises. It made her feel even more guilty in her heart. If she had noticed Song Qing's situation at that time, perhaps she would have been able to pass the exam. Song Qing had the worst foundation among the 7, but her talent was the best, and she had worked the hardest during this period of time. But the result was, with this kind of mood, Shen Qingyan sincerely said to Song Qing, Song Qing, teacher really likes you and thinks you have a broader future. Truly wanting to take you in as a daughter. Don't have any mental burdens. Being a martial artist is what you've been pursuing all along. Do you want to give up? Instructor Su said the same thing. You should always believe his words. He is a third-grade martial artist. Song Qing originally did not want to agree. She felt that Teacher Shin had already helped her a lot. The medical bills were all settled by Teacher Shin's help, and she didn't want to be favored too much more. But hearing Su Jia say that she had great potential, the determination to eventually become a martial artist defeated the so-called pride. Okay, Teacher Shin, I promise you, I will definitely not let you and Instructor Su down. Song Qing bent down and made a big bow to Shen Qingyan, recognizing this godmother. A line of resolute tears couldn't help but flow down her little face. At this time, Song Qing did not know that there was an even greater good news waiting for her. 13. The special training quota. Ordinary people Suja became famous at once. Huang Zhang, a few of them, were incredibly glad that they had chosen to join Suja's special training at that time, and stuck with it. Those students who didn't join or quit midway, now, their intestines were green with remorse. The heavenly good fortune that had befallen their 10th class had been missed in vain. If I hadn't refused in the beginning, I might have gotten into martial arts university now as well. This could have been the only chance to become a martial artist in this life, but I killed it with my own hands. Unfortunately, there were no pills for regrets in life. Not long after Song Qing had just agreed, Shen Qingyan received a message from Suja. Got the special enrollment quota? Shen Qingyan was surprised and happy. She originally didn't hold much hope, but she didn't expect Suja to give a positive answer so quickly. She had heard of the special enrollment policy, and it was too difficult. So far, the South Sea base had at most one specially recruited student each year, if not none. The students who were specially recruited were strong in their own right, and probably just misplayed their martial arts exams. Even then, the quota would require a recommendation. I didn't expect that my husband would be so honorable at the South Sea Martial Arts University. Qingyan, don't be too happy. It's just a special enrollment quota. Whether or not you can pass the examination is still another story. Moreover, even if enrolled, now the reform of the Martial Arts University, a year later the results do not meet the standard will also be dismissed by the school. Suja was clear with Shen Qingyan. It doesn't matter. I believe Song Qing can do it. Shen Qingyan, however, did not think so. The opportunity to attend a martial arts university was too rare. Even if it was only for a year, it was still better than being in a martial arts school. Shen Qingyan immediately couldn't wait to tell Song Qing about this great opportunity, and she was instructed to keep it a secret for the time being. As long as one wasn't stupid, they would all choose to apply for this spot. Is it really? Okay? Song Qing was a bit giddy. How could she not expect that there was such a heavenly good thing? And she was so excited that she was on the verge of crying out. At the same time, Song Qing was also very clear that this was due to her godfather. In order to live up to her godfather and godmother, Song Qing secretly resolved. She must double her efforts to pass the examination first, and then try to stay. Only when her strength improves can she better repay her benefactor. Next, Shen Qingyan began to open up and bring Song Qing to the South Sea Martial Arts University to complete the formalities. It just so happened that while taking advantage of this opportunity, he could also break through the martial Dao at the South Sea Martial Arts University in the meantime. The concentration of aura there was higher than the South Sea base, making it more conducive to breakthroughs. During this period of time, with Suja's help, Shen Qingyan's martial arts cultivation was about to break through from the mid-first grade to the late first grade. Suja, who had learned of this situation, suggested, "Qingyan, why don't you bring my mom and Xiao Jin along? I have a travel expense reimbursement quota. You guys have never been to my school before, so it's fine if you come to visit on vacation." The martial arts exam was over. Shen Qingyan was on vacation. Before, when she wanted to visit Suja, she couldn't afford the traveling expenses, but now it was different. Yes, why didn't I think of it? Shen Qingyan was immediately moved. The family could get together at the South Sea Martial Arts University and get the business done, so why not? After returning, Shen Qingyan told her mother-in-law about this matter. Su's mom was reluctant at first because it was too costly. When she heard that Suja had a free place, she had no more worries. Daughter Su Xiaojin, needless to say, heard that she could visit Nanhai University and meet her father. She couldn't wait to leave right away. On that day, Suja utilized his right as a fourth-grade martial artist to make all the arrangements for the trip. Fortunately, there happened to be another armed airplane available. Shen Qingyan's group of 4 people didn't even need to take the train. They would be able to arrive at the South Sea Martial Arts University tomorrow afternoon. In this world, martial artists were honored in every aspect. If one could reach the level of Su Xingyan's 7th rank, there were armed airplanes dedicated to one person. During the period of waiting for his family to arrive, Suja finally ushered in the monthly draw system moment. Drawing successful. Congratulations on obtaining a Battle Power Doubling Experience card. Limited to 1 month. Doubling your battle power? Suja didn't expect that he would actually draw a pure consumption type ability card. The place where this experience card could be maximized was undoubtedly the battlefield of the 10,000 races. With his current cultivation at the peak of the pre-4th rank, he could reach the late 4th rank if he doubled it. Pre-4th grade's aura and late 4th grade's battle power was very suitable for pitting people on the battlefield. Going to the battlefield is just what I want, but I have to wait until my family is gone. Thinking like this, Suja, as usual, intended to take today's martial Dao theory class. Instructor Su. Instructor Su. Walking all the way around the campus, many colleagues and students greeted him warmly. The news that he had broken through 2 great realms in less than 3 short months had caused quite a stir at the South Sea Martial Arts University. No one could have imagined that the unassuming Suja was actually a powerful person with such a strong backbone. I should have known that when I was choosing a mentor, it would have been better to choose Mentor Su. You really know how to think. Tutor Su was still an assistant teacher at that time. Heavenly gift. At first I was a bit upset at being assigned to Tutor Su. Now it seems that this is picking up a treasure. The students lamented. In the eyes of many tutors and students at this time, Suja was a huge potential stock. A 4th grade tutor teaching freshman year was also an unprecedentedly high standard. Usually for freshmen it was a 3rd-ranked mentor, and 4th-ranked at least taught sophomores. Some experienced 4th-ranked tutors would also teach juniors and seniors. Throughout the entire Dan Pharmaceutical Academy, there were no more than 20 tutors with more than 5 grades combined, and each one was treated like a treasure at the university. With Suja's potential, entering the 5th grade was the nail in the coffin. It was also possible to grow into a high-grade martial artist above the 7th grade in the future. My former mentor was a 7th-grade martial artist. Saying it out loud was bullish. In the face of everyone's enthusiasm, Suja was also a little saddened. He had been in the South Sea Martial Arts University for 10 years and had always been a little transparent. There were classmates in his term who were worse than him, and there were also those who died on the battlefield. Most of them had mixed better than him and were currently pivotal big shots. Only he, until today, had reacquainted the entire school with him. The reason that many students held Suja in high esteem today was not because of how strong he was today and what great accomplishments he had and hadn't had. Rather, it was because Suja, as an ordinary person with an ordinary origin, ordinary qualifications, and ordinary talent, After 10 years of being ordinary, he was able to one day build up his strength and shock everyone. This undoubtedly gave many people with mediocre talent a great hope. Many students had even turned over some of Suja's notes on martial arts theories that he had taught in class when he was an assistant teacher in his early years. See if you can find out some doorway in it. Suja was also speechless. Those martial arts theories were the experiences of previous generations, not his original law. He was really just a teacher. 14. Suja's fame must stay here. The South Sea Martial Arts University was not unfamiliar to anyone in the southern realm. The ordinary people who had actually been there were few. Shen Qingyan had naturally never been there either, and she was filled with anticipation for this trip. Early on, she was at home packing up her things, fearing that she would miss something. After all, it used to be her dream place. Song Qing didn't need to say anything either. Every student longed for the martial arts university, not to mention the fact that she would have the chance to become one of the students next. Su Xiaojin was purely excited. She hadn't even been out of the South Sea base in her entire life, let alone on an airplane. Even Su's mom couldn't help but think, what would the place where her son worked be like? In this way, with apprehension and excitement. The next day, a group of 4 people came to the South China Sea base of the armed airfield. This trip from the South China Sea base back to the South China Sea Martial Arts University route, not too many people. Most of the people bought their tickets at a high price, and those who were able to take this flight were from very good families. At the most basic level, there must be a martial artist in the family. Those who were not family members of martial artists were not qualified to sit at all. Old sister, are you going to the South Sea Martial Arts University? Or to the South Sea Military Camp? Just after finding a seat, an older woman struck up a conversation with Su's mother. Both being the same age, the older woman naturally felt that Su's mom was more chatty. Oh, going to the South Sea Martial Arts University. Mama Su didn't reveal too much. It was better to be cautious when going out for the first time. She practiced a principle of handling things, not to cause trouble for her son. On the other hand, the older woman was a chatterbox, chatting to herself about her business with the bystanders. She said that she was going to the South Sea Military Camp to see her son, who was a first-grade martial artist and had made a military achievement, and was going to have a commendation ceremony. Since she hadn't seen her son for many years and time was tight, she bit the bullet and bought an airplane ticket. Next to it, Shen Qingyan heard the aunt say something. It does not seem to be false, and did not say anything more. The family's first time out of town, only she was a martial artist, naturally. She had to be more cautious. In this world, danger was everywhere. There were foreign beasts in the wild, and there were many cultists within the base. It was even reported in the news recently that a gifted student was killed by a cult. She was alone with an old man and 2 small children, so she couldn't be more careful. Luckily, the armed airplane was relatively safe and arrived at the airport in less than an hour. This is here? When they got off the plane, Mama Su and the others marveled. In their understanding, the South Sea Martial Arts University was a very distant and difficult place to reach. They didn't expect to arrive so quickly. After walking out from the airport, the group quickly saw Suja's figure. The upright body, dressed in a South Sea Martial Arts University instructor's outfit, wasn't really conspicuous in the crowd, but was particularly durable. Dad! Su Xiaojin was the first to rush over. Little Jane, it's sturdy again. Suja happily lifted his 9-year-old daughter high. Then, Shen Qingyan and the 3 of them all smiled as they walked over to greet Suja. Xiaoja, hubby, teacher Su. Suja laughed. Let's go. Get in the car. With that, he pointed to a 7-seater limousine next to him and signaled for them to get in. This was the special reception car that Suja had borrowed from the school by using his identity as a 4th-grade tutor. In exchange for the previous 2nd-grade assistant tutor, he could only take the school's bus to receive. This scene was just seen by the older woman from before. The aunt's son in military uniform had already picked up the aunt's luggage and was ready to walk towards the bus next to her. Son, why do they have a special bus? The older woman asked her son with some confusion. The son glanced at the clothes on Suja's body and directly replied back, that should be a middle-grade level tutor from the Martial Arts University. All of them can be my boss's boss. The older woman's face instantly became a little embarrassed, and she hurriedly pulled her son's hand to leave in a hurry. Just now, she had been bragging about her own son in front of others, and how he had made meritorious achievements and was favored by his superiors and so on. Who would have thought that the eldest sister's son would be so powerful? To Su's mom, the older woman was just a passerby who talked a little too much. Soon, The car drove from the airport into the South Sea Martial Arts University. This is the South Sea Martial Arts University, and the entire school's fence is built with special materials. Not only that, there is also a special defense formation within the school's boundaries that is particularly solid. The school is the second line of defense for the South Sea 10,000 races battlefield. If the foreign races come out from within the passageway and break through this line of defense, they will recklessly break into the abdomen, and the consequences will be unimaginable. But there's no need to worry too much. It's not that easy for the foreign races to break through the South Sea base and the gate of the passageway. Suja made a simple introduction. Shin Qingyan and the rest of them were each lying by the car window, curiously surveying the scenery outside, all the way from the gate to the bottom of Suja's apartment building. Tutor Su, is this your family? Tutor Su, can I come and sit in on your class? Tutor Su, can you take me to the wilderness for an experience? Once they got off the bus, many students came up to greet them. Suja smiled and simply returned a few sentences. Recently, there were too many students coming to him. These students, who were clearly not his responsibility, were still coming over in an endless stream. This caused Suja to become a bit annoyed. However, the South Sea Martial Arts University was very large. In addition to the basic configuration, it was a small base. Every time Suja introduced a place, Shen Qingyan and Song Qing listened with great interest. The martial arts university was of great significance to them. Suja took the family to the tutor's cafeteria to eat something. What impressed them was that there was actually exotic beast meat in the cafeteria, which was not only delicious but could also increase qi and blood. The student cafeteria also served it, but it required the use of contribution value. The cultivation conditions and resources of the martial arts university were simply too rich. Even the highest-end martial arts school in the South Sea base was less than 1/10,000th of that. Song Qing, if you want to stay here, improve yourself as soon as possible. With your qualifications for enrollment and pass the elimination assessment a year later, you still have a good chance. Looking at the longing in Song Qing's eyes, Suja said in a serious tone, "Yes, Teacher Su." Song Qing nodded heavily, her eyes filled with gratitude. Even though she was a goddaughter, it was still difficult to speak the title of godfather and godmother. Song Qing called her teacher the same as she did to Shin Qingyan. Afterwards, Suja took the family to complete Song Qing's special enrollment procedures. When he passed by the dean's office, Suja specifically went to greet Su Shengyan. "Dean, this is my family. This is our Dan Pill Academy's Dean Su, who usually takes good care of me." Suja briefly introduced 2 sentences, still quite grateful to Su Shengyan. Having granted him a month's vacation in front of him, and giving Song Qing a special enrollment quota, it was considered a great favor. Su Shengyan didn't think anything of it, it was all within the scope of the policy, he was just speeding up the progress. He also can't wait for Suja to owe more favors. In the future, if there was a need, Suja would not be able to push back. "Good day, Grandpa Su." Song Qing and Su Xiaojin, the 2 big and small girls, greeted Su Shengyan enthusiastically. "Good, good, good." Su Shengyan smiled and took out 2 meet and greet gifts. "Here are 2 spirit pears. They are delicious. Take them, ha." The 2 girls looked at Suja, who smiled and nodded, and only then did they happily accept them. "Thank you, Grandpa Su." This old man had a lot of good things, not bad to owe this favor again. In Shin Qingyan's eyes, it was a bit of a shock. Spirit pear that was a luxury item for both the young and the old, worth thousands of spirit stones, casually given away, really luxurious. It's not a good thing if Xiao Su advances to a high-grade martial artist in the future. This kind of fruit quota isn't plentiful yet, haha. Su Shangyan laughingly said. Suja heard, smiled, and did not say anything. High-grade martial artist, you think it's so easy to promote really big words. Coming out from the dean's office, Shin Qingyan couldn't help but ask Suja, "Hubby, Dean Su must be a high-grade martial artist, right?" Well, 10 years ago when he wasn't the dean, he was a 7th-grade martial artist. What cultivation level he is now belongs to confidentiality. Suja returned thoughtfully. In fact, he also wanted to know Su Shengyan's true strength, but he could not see through it. Hearing this, Shen Qingyan and Song Qing could not help but show admiration on their faces. They actually had the opportunity to know such a powerful figure as well, and the other party looked as if they valued Suja. This made them even more excited and proud. After a day's visit, the family was pleasantly surprised and full of rewards. Even Su's mother was incomparably happy. Seeing her son mixing so well at the martial arts university was very gratifying. The next day, after Suja finished his classes, he focused on teaching Shin Qingyan and Song Qing to cultivate. After advancing to the 4th grade, Suja externally released his spiritual power and was able to more accurately grasp a person's martial Tao state. Giving more precise cultivation guidance than before, it hit the nail on the head. This was why 4th grade instructors usually didn't teach freshmen and sophomores anymore, a big waste of resources. With Suja's careful guidance and the aid of cultivation resources, both of them progressed rapidly. While Suja and the three of them were cultivating, Su's mother brought Su Xiaojin around, and many tutors and students knew that Su Xiaojin was Suja's daughter. Some of the students were also particularly envious of Su Xiaoguan. With a father like tutor Su teaching her, Su Xiaojin's future path to the martial arts path would definitely be much smoother. Although the path of the martial arts path was mainly based on talent and hard work. With similar talent, background, and resources often doomed how far one could go. No matter what era, no matter how the world changed, this would always be the truth. One day if Suja was promoted to a high-grade martial artist, or if another middle-grade martial artist came out of the family, the Su family could all be considered a martial artist family. Of course, Suja, who had awakened the system, would certainly not have low vision in his pursuit of the martial way. Moreover, the way of martial arts naturally had an incumbent responsibility on it. 3 days later, Song Qing successfully passed the examination for the special invitation quota. She officially became a freshman student of the South Sea Martial Arts University and started the school year along with the many new students. Once school started, she was also assigned to her own student dormitory and moved away from Suja's apartment. Song Qing held her breath, intending to fight to the death to progress in this year. She didn't want people to think that she came in through the back door, and she didn't want to disappoint Shin Qingyan and Suja. Legally speaking, Song Qing was already Suja's daughter and a family member. Song Qing's performance is directly related to Suja's reputation. As for Shin Qingyan, she had finally broken through to the late stage of the 1st grade of martial arts. With Suja's guidance and tilted resources, breaking through to the 2nd rank of martial Tao within 2 years was predictable. After the 4th grade, Suja's ability to obtain resources increased dramatically, and his support for his wife would also increase dramatically. For Suja's help, Shin Qingyan accepted it all as it was. She knew that only when she became stronger would Suja feel more at ease. She did not want to become Suja's worry or even a burden. Moreover, her daughter Su Xiaojin's martial arts education also needed a stronger martial artist mother. Just like this, on the 5th day of coming to the South Sea Martial Arts University, Shin Qingyan and Su mother Su Xiaojin set off on their journey back to the South Sea base. Suja, on the other hand, was also adapting to the new semester as a tutor. He replanned to enter the South Sea 10,000 Races battlefield. The Battle Power Doubling Experience card still had 25 days of validity left, so he didn't want to waste this rare ability. He must take the opportunity to kill more Wasteland Race so that he could earn more money and also quickly sharpen and improve himself in battle. This time, Suja still planned to mainly hunt the 3rd grade. Because the system's doubled battle power was not reflected in his cultivation, he could disguise himself as a human race that was beginning to enter the 4th rank. Against the 3rd-ranked Wasteland Race, it would be like chopping up melons and crushing vegetables. Even if he encountered a 4th grade 10,000 races, it would still be completely sufficient to deal with them. It wasn't that he didn't want to deal with the 4th grade, but killing the 3rd grade was more cost-effective. Besides, in order not to expose the system's ability, Suja still planned not to form a team, but to go into battle alone. This would also maximize safety. At this time, the 10,000 Races battlefield had not erupted into a large-scale battle, so there was no need to fight the enemy to the death. After getting ready, Suja once again entered the passageway gate and crossed the South Sea stronghold. He came to the 10,000 clans battlefield. 16. The harvest is plentiful. The Wasteland clans stormed the stronghold, and the battle was on. This time, Suja did not go to the spectral wilderness guile nest. Instead, he went deeper into the other side of the area that was more dangerous and had a higher concentration of the desolate race. Few below the 4th rank of this place dared to come, and once they were surrounded by the desolate race, it would be difficult to escape. However, Suja was not worried. His late 4th grade combat strength was still very capable of fighting. This place was also an outpost defense position for the desolate race, and it also served to monitor the distant South Sea strongholds. From this point, one could see that the human race was at a defensive disadvantage in the South Sea 10,000 Races battlefield. It was not because the human race was weak, but because the human race had to divide their forces to resist multiple exotic passages. The Wasteland race can only be considered a low-ranking race among the 10,000 races, Suja found a place that was easy to hide, held his breath and began to wait for a rabbit. It wasn't long before a third-grade desolate plains race detected Suja's aura. The human race actually penetrated deep into this place. That tall figure froze for a moment before striding over. He felt that this human race's aura was at most of the third grade. Gutsy, let's see if I don't destroy him. However, just as he approached, Suja erupted with a fourth-grade martial Dao momentum. Instantly, he suppressed the other party to the point where he could not move. Ka-ching! Then his hand rose up and easily reaped the head of this desolate race. The opponent didn't have the slightest bit of resistance at all, and didn't even have the time to call for his companions. Not bad. Just like this fishing hunt. Suja quickly cleaned up the traces of the scene and continued to release an aura of about 3 grades, waiting for the next object to take the bait. As expected, each of the desolate race, attracted by Suja, rushed up to destroy Suja without any defense. The results were all counter-killed. Suja had easily killed 7 or 8 third-ranked draconic clans in a single day. He then shot one for another and moved to another place. In this way, after 8 days in a row, the blood recovery pill was almost consumed, and only then did Suja hit the ground running. In the storage ring, there were nearly 50 corpses of the third-grade desolate race lying around. In addition to the corpses and other raw materials, there were also quite a few weapons and medicines harvested, which were worth more than 200,000 spirit stones when converted. Going to the battlefield is just good money. In the future, when I run out of money, I'll go sweep up some. Suja couldn't help but snicker after surrendering everything in the South Sea stronghold. With these spirit stones, the cultivation resources for the next period of time would all be available. The only thing that was a bit regrettable was that nothing good could come out of the third grade. The further one's martial cultivation progressed, the less useful the spirit stones became. This was because there were some precious things that even the school stock was very small, and there was a certain limit on cashing them in. Many martial artists used the good things they captured on the battlefield for themselves. For treasures like the spirit elemental root fruit that could not be found, not many people would take it out and exchange it for contribution value. After returning to school and attending classes for 2 days, discovering that the resources were not enough, Suja repeated his trick and went to engage in a wave again. This time, it was almost the same 8 days with a harvest of 200,000 spirit stones. This is enough. Next time, let's go hunting for the fourth product. While thinking like this, suddenly the battle bells of the South Sea stronghold rang out like a roar. Woo-woo! The loud honking sound instantly attracted the attention of all the martial artists. Immediately afterward, a loud call came from the loudspeaker. Emergency! Emergency! The Arakan army is attacking the stronghold. All martial artists are being drafted tightly. Obey the stronghold commander's arrangements. Start defending. Start defending. Suja froze for a moment. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation on the battlefield. Even the voice from the loudspeaker felt familiar to him, and it was clearly from some high-grade martial artist within the stronghold. 3 years ago, when he had just broken through to the peak of the second grade, he was squatting in a certain place to hunt the low-grade Draconic clan, and he had also encountered a time when an army of Draconic clan had stormed the stronghold. At that time, he was too weak to return to the stronghold to participate in the defense, and was likely to be crushed if he ventured out. In the end, he was alone in the field for half a month, waiting for the retreat of the Arakanese army before he was able to get away. That was also the most dangerous time for Suja in the battlefield. However, times were different today. With a 4th grade cultivation level, he was considered a main force level in the entire South Sea stronghold. Immediately, Suja rushed out of the exchange office and jumped onto the high city wall to participate in the battle against the Arakan clan army. Many soldiers on the city wall, seeing a 4th grade martial artist coming up to support him, hurriedly made a place for Suja to play. At this time, the system's battle power doubling experience card was still in effect, and Suja was not an ordinary pre-4th grade martial artist. Especially after being honed by 2 killings, his martial skills and cultivation were further condensed. Even if he were to harden himself against a peak 4th grade wasteland clan, Suja was certain that he would not be defeated. In addition, he had just bought quite a few elixirs in the stronghold, recovery ones and short-term bursts of power. Some of the elixirs were for life preservation, and he usually didn't bother to use them. When he came across this kind of big battle, it was just right to kill a lot of people. At this time, some of the instructors and students of the South Sea Martial Arts University, who were also signaled by the emergency, recognized Suja. Everyone nodded to each other and instantly became comrades in arms, fighting side by side. What's this situation? What's the cause of the Arakan clan storming the stronghold to start a war this time? I don't know, that time 3 years ago was said to have been triggered by a 7th grade spirit plant. Whatever anyway, we can't let them succeed. Kill them without leaving a single piece of armor. Quite a few martial artists looked at the vast army of the Desolate Plains clan and discussed with a puzzled expression. Suja was the first time he heard that the big battle 3 years ago actually broke out for this reason. Previously, he was only a 2nd grade assistant professor at the South Sea Martial Arts University, and military intelligence was obviously not as well informed as these 1st and 2nd grade soldiers in front of him. 7th grade spirit plant. The spirit fruits that grew out of it were very helpful to even mid-grade martial artists, and they were the kind that could be harvested over a long period of time. In the entire Grand Xia, the number of high-grade spirit plants owned was only a few dozen, and the South Sea battlefield didn't even have a single one. It had been more than 500 years since the recovery of spiritual qi, and high-grade spirit plants were still so rare. One could imagine how precious a 7th grade spirit plant was. No wonder it caused a great war. For the Desolate Plains clan and the Human clan, whoever obtained that 7th grade spirit plant would greatly increase the entire clan's depth. It was said that some spirit plants above the 8th grade had 9th grade martial artists sitting on them, belonging to strategic level materials. In the middle of his thoughts, the black pressurized Desolate Plains clan in front of him was already getting closer and closer. Whoa! The battle cry of the desolate race blew loudly. A group of huge-bodied wastelanders swept towards the stronghold like a tidal wave. Even with Suja's strength of the 4th grade, he was a little unsettled, not to mention the other low-grade martial artists. The vast majority of the soldiers in the South Sea stronghold were only low-grade martial artists, and some of them were seeing such a shocking scene for the first time, and were so nervous that their faces turned a little white. Dang, 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 dang. At this moment, the battle drums of the stronghold sounded. It was as if that drumming contained some kind of inspiring power, causing everyone's spirits to be shaken. Then an officer took the lead and shouted, "Kill for me! Kill! Kill!" Instantly, countless sounds of death-defying rushes rang out. The advanced troops took the lead in rushing out of the defensive formation and met the crowing enemies. At the same time, several streams of light leapt out from the city walls and stood above the void. These were the high-grade martial artists of the South Sea stronghold, at least 7th grade or above. They took the lead in meeting the enemy's high-grade warriors, sending out echoes of a heaven-destroying battle. Below the city walls, the army of the Desolate clan also charged against the defensive formation. A great battle between you and me. Kicking off. 17. The danger of the southern realm. Suja held his long sword in his hand, and in a corner of the city, he pushed his chi and blood as if he was desperate. Hands up and down, hands up and down, hands up and down. A blood-colored blade aura flashed through the densely packed wastelands. Under the doubling of his battle power, Suja decimated as many enemies as he could. In this battle, it was still only the tip of a very small iceberg. If it wasn't for his early 4th grade aura, which had a certain degree of stealth, it would have likely attracted a powerful enemy that would have decapitated him on the spot. There had already been quite a few sacrifices made by the human race's 4th grade martial artists. Fortunately, after 30 years of fighting a great war, the stronghold's defenses were also solid as gold, not vegetarian. The next moment Suja's chi and blood were depleted. There were immediately other martial artists who took his place. After catching his breath for a few moments, Suja, who had swallowed the blood restoration pill, once again entered the battlefield with his sword. While easing the pressure of his companion's defense, he watched for the right moment to decapitate the enemy's small leader. Everyone on the battlefield was like this. As long as they didn't die in battle, they fought to the death. Because if the stronghold was breached, behind it was the passage gate. Once the gate was lost, the foreigners would be able to enter the homeland, and the consequences would be unimaginable. In every battle, there was no retreat to speak of. Luckily, the stronghold had the advantage of defense, and the various large-scale technological weapons played a huge role. After 4 whole days of fierce battle, the wasteland race also showed a state of atrophy when they saw that they could not attack for a long time. Suja was covered in blood. His eyes were exhausted, and his body was wounded in many places. He didn't know how many times he had swung his long sword, how many Desolate Plains people he had killed, and how many times he had fallen into danger. The whole person was numbly immersed in killing, because if you don't kill, the one who dies is yourself. Every soldier and martial artist, too, was in this state. The Desolate race powerhouses seemed to have withdrawn. At this moment, Someone looked at the sounds of the great battle in the Sky Dome and exclaimed. It turned out to be that the battle of the high grade on the distant Sky Dome was divided into winners and losers, and the Desolate Plains clan powerhouses were undefeated. With the defeat of the Desolate Plains clan strongman, support from the other 10,000 clans' battlefields in the southern realm arrived one after another. The Barren Plains tribe see the momentum has gone. The Crowed group fight retreat. In this battle, the human race once again held their stronghold. The price was tens of thousands of casualties. Ordinary soldiers' casualties accounted for the vast majority. Low-grade martial artists are also countless, medium-grade martial artists are also many, but high-grade martial artists for the time being did not appear to fall, only injured. High-grade martial artists had amazing vitality and many cards, they didn't die that easily. Few, although war is cruel, it is the best training for martial artists. Suja let out a long breath and sat down on the ground. He was injured in many places, but none of them were fatal, and after recovering for a while, he directly returned to the South Sea Martial Arts University. In this battle, Suja had gained quite a bit, and in addition to the contribution value, there were also many valuable materials. The biggest harvest was that he felt that his cultivation had been incomparably condensed, and he was going to break through to the mid-4th grade. He was going to close his eyes and cultivate for a period of time. At this time, he realized that quite a few hot messages had popped up on the school platform. A wave of foreign beasts has occurred at multiple bases in the southern realm? It can't be this coincidence, right? Could it be that the foreign beasts within the bases have established some sort of connection with the foreign races in the battlefield of the 10,000 races? That's impossible, right? In the era of aura revival, nothing is impossible. This is troublesome. Seeing these messages, Suja hurriedly made a call home. It was good that the South Sea base hadn't been affected too much by this wave of foreign beasts, and the family was safe. The main force of the human race's army was concentrated in the various 10,000 races battlefields, facing the threat of the foreign races head-on. However, the entire southern realm also had a powerful army that was stationed in the center of the major bases, ready to support any abnormalities that occurred in the major bases. On one hand, it was to deal with the alien beasts in the wild, and on the other hand, it was a backhand to prevent the alien races from breaking through the passages left behind. Hearing Shen Qingyan say that her family was fine, Suja was relieved. As for whether the wild beasts and the channeled foreigners were related, Suja couldn't think too much about it. Such an important matter, the Grand Xia army would definitely investigate it clearly. There were some high-level matters that he could not participate in today. After returning to the South Sea Martial Arts University, Suja couldn't help but sigh. If it wasn't for the battle strength doubling experience card this time, I'm afraid that I would also be in danger of dying in battle. The higher the cultivation level, the lower the probability of death. Strength was always king. 3 days later, Suja came out of seclusion from within the practice room. The battle strength doubling experience card had just expired, and his battle strength had returned to its normal level. However, this time he had broken through to the mid-4th grade as expected. Cultivating purely by consuming resources was nowhere near as fast as improving through battle, provided one could survive. For those martial artists who survived, they would definitely all improve after this war. And Suja still had the system. A new month had arrived. Let's see what abilities we can draw this time. Suja whispered in his head expectantly. Extract. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining a sleeping cultivation experience card, which allows you to accelerate cultivation 5-fold while sleeping for a limited time of 1 month. Seeing this ability, Suja couldn't help but be happy. Not bad, not bad. Finally giving another cultivation acceleration type ability. And being able to sleep without wasting time, as long as the resources kept up, the strength would rub off. In fact, martial cultivation wasn't purely the faster the better, it also required martial sense. 5 times the accelerated cultivation should be the limit that the system can give. Any faster will be counterproductive. With this in mind, Suja didn't waste any time and directly went to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The harvest from the last battlefield was exchanged for enough cultivation resources. The contribution value of killing the enemy, weapons and pills seized, and alien corpse materials, added together are worth 300,000 spirit stones. Of course, Suja also did not forget to cut through some spirit stones to Xinqing Yen and Songqing to support their cultivation. For the next month, Suja immersed himself in round-the-clock cultivation. During the daytime, he taught classes, took his students to the wilderness to experience training, and cultivated at night to accelerate his cultivation. And just as Suja continued his days of not listening to anything outside the window, only thinking about cultivation. The entire Daxia South Realm senior management also carried out a crucial meeting. Su Shoshuan, the Grand Governor of the Southern Realm, looked at the heads of the various bases on his left and right with a grave expression on his face. Shortly after the South Sea 10,000 races battlefield had been attacked by the Desolate race, the other 10,000 races battlefields in the Southern Realm had all suffered attacks from foreign races, one after another. Su Shoshuan felt that this would not be a coincidence. Rather, it was the various 10,000 races battlefields in the Southern Realm, where several major foreign races had made contact. If it was just one or two foreign passages that set off a great war, the Southern Realm would still be able to mobilize its forces to deal with it. But if the entire Southern Realm erupted into a full-scale war and the foreign races united to storm the strongholds, the outcome would become very grim. Su Shoshuan felt that this attack on several major strongholds was most likely a test, testing the human race's southern border defenses, and at the same time honing the cooperation between the various foreign races. There is also another point that is extremely tricky. The foreigners may have control over the foreign beasts in the territory. With the cooperation between the inside and the outside, the pressure on the southern border's defense would multiply. We were taken by surprise, losing tens of thousands of martial artists and hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The situation is grim. Su Shoshuan knocked heavily on the table, angry and grieving. It had been decades since the Southern Realm had suffered such heavy losses. How to reorganize the defense line next, replenish the troops, and deal with a bigger battle that could happen at any time is the big problem in front of all the top management. 18. High-level meeting, Suja as governor of the South China Sea. In the conference room, in addition to the heads of the various 10,000 races battlefields, there were also some superbly strong 9th-grade martial artists. The high combat strength of the 9th-grade martial artists were the top level of the entire Daxia organization. Of course, the human race also had transcendent existences above the 9th grade. However, they were all the C-pins of the human race and would not easily show their faces or make a move. If a great war broke out above the 9th grade, it would mean that the human race had reached a critical moment of life and death. Above the 9th grade had a more important duty, which was to guard and seek higher-level breakthroughs. At one point of the conference table, there were two people that Suja was familiar with listed in the seats. One was the president of the South Sea Martial Arts University, and the other was Su Shengnian, the dean of the Dan Pil Academy. Su Shengnian's seat was a bit further forward. In the face of Grand Capital Governor Su Shoshuan's sorrowful majesty, both of them were also silent and thoughtful. Old Su, the flames of war burned first from the South Sea battlefield, and your South Sea stronghold suffered the heaviest losses. What do you think? At this moment, a fierce-looking 8th-grade grandmaster who looked to be well acquainted with Su Shengnian was the first to speak. For high-grade martial artists, the 7th grade was a master, the 8th grade was a sect master, and the 9th grade was a grand sect master. The 8th grade was also enough to serve as the head of a stronghold. Su Shengnian glanced at the principal next to him, and then at Su Shoshuan in the main seat. The first thing is to figure out how these 10,000 races battlefields in the Southern Realm get in touch. I think each of the 10,000 races battlefields is a separate foreign passageway, and it's impossible for them to come out and get in touch with each other. And the only one who can string together the intelligence of all the 10,000 races battlefields is our human race itself. Therefore, 9 times out of 10, some cult martial artists and human race traders did this. As long as all of these cult martial artists are uncovered in order to prevent them from colluding, this is a top priority. Su Shengnian unabashedly stated his opinion. Even though everyone agreed with this view in their hearts, it was hard not to guarantee that there were traitors among those present, so there needed to be someone to poke through this paper window. With Su Shengnian's leading speech, others have also expressed their views. In the end, Grand Metropolitan Governor Su Shoshuan sealed the deal by saying, "Starting today, for all the strongholds and bases in the Southern Realm, carry out a thorough purging operation of the evil cult martial artists, and return a clear light to the Southern Realm. Promise." The attendees of the meeting answered one after another. Then Su Shoshuan proposed several resolutions based on the meeting's discussions. In addition, expand the scope of the Southern Realm's martial artist levy and expand the recruitment of ordinary soldiers. Increase the support for all martial arts universities in the Southern Realm. Raise the strength of the students as soon as possible, and cultivate more martial artists above the middle grade. In response to these two resolutions, everyone discussed the implementation plan in detail again. After all, with a resolution that involved such a wide range of people, resources, coordination, and other aspects, it was not a simple matter. At the end of the meeting, the Grand Metropolitan Governor also specifically mentioned a small matter. During the last South Sea stronghold battle, the governor of the South Sea base went to support and sacrificed himself. The base is the foundation of every 10,000 races battlefield. There can't be no one to preside over the work. Is there a suitable candidate? When this question came out, everyone fell silent. The South Sea base was the weakest in the southern realm, although the position of governor was kinda important, and only required the 4th rank of Marshal Dao to hold it. But every person in charge of the battlefield of the 10,000 races was having a hard time with this errand. Martial artists above the 4th rank, as long as they weren't without any Marshal Dao pursuits, wouldn't take up this position. Because it would delay cultivation, it was a thankless job. Managing a population of tens of millions of people was a huge responsibility, and all that could be allocated were low-grade cultivation resources. Everyone at the meeting looked towards the head of the South Sea Stronghold and the dean of the South Sea Martial Arts University. The meaning was clear. You guys can solve the South Sea's matters yourselves. We can't help you. Su Shoshuan also had a headache with this. His intention was to have the other districts support the South Sea, but everyone didn't buy it. In the last South Sea stronghold battle, the military lost a large number of martial artists, many above the 4th rank, so we really can't find any suitable candidates. Why don't you, old Su, or your Nanhai Martial Arts University think of something? At this time, the head of the South Sea stronghold preemptively cried miserably. Su Shengyan wanted to hit someone after hearing this. Obviously, the principal was also there. Why did this guy name me to think of a solution? Just because I used to be the head of the South Sea Stronghold? All right, let's send someone from the South Sea Martial Arts University. Su Shoshuan's brain ached, and he quickly settled on a resolution. Overall, the Martial Way University did have more 4th-grade martial artists than the military could call upon. With one less person from the military, the defense line might be in trouble. However, the Martial Way University would at most make a few instructors work harder, bring in more students, and spare just one instructor. Just a moment ago, I was saying that I want to cultivate more martial artists in the school, and now this is how it's going to work. Su Shengyan had a hard time saying anything, and could only take on this hard job. Luckily, Su Shoshuan wasn't a vegetarian either. Forcing the other martial arts academies to support some resources to the South Sea Martial Arts University was considered compensation. This matter, even if the dust settled. However, for the South Sea Martial Dao, things didn't end there. The schools were originally scarce in terms of martial artists above the 4th grade. The War Academy, the Weapon Martial Academy, and the Dan Pil Academy, the 3 academies averaged out to a dozen or so at most per academy. And each of them was tasked with important teaching duties for the upper grades. How could it be that easy to spare one? After returning to the school, the principal and the deans of the 3 academies discussed for half a day, but did not discuss a result out. In the end, Su Shengyan gritted his teeth and gave a program who let him qualification is the oldest. The principal is not as prestigious as him. If the prestige is big, the responsibility is big. Finally, I'm almost close to the late 4th grade. After nearly a month of day and night cultivation, Suja's cultivation progressed at a rapid pace. This kind of cultivation speed, even those schools, those heavenly prides were afraid that they would not be able to catch up. Just when Suja was a little complacent, he coldly received a message from the dean, calling him to come over to his office. Is something wrong? The dean has not been at school lately, and as soon as he comes back, he's looking for me. Puzzled, Suja arrived at the dean's office. Pushing the door in, he found Su Shengyan frowning as if he had encountered something tricky. Seeing this, Suja did not ask too much. Anyway, later Su Shengyan would say it himself. Su Shengyan hesitated for a long time. He really didn't want to let Suja go to be some kind of base governor. He was really afraid of delaying him. This is not it. The South Sea stronghold battle has only been over for less than a month, and Suja's martial aura is above the mid-4th grade. How long had it been since he had broken through the 4th grade? With Suja's awakened late-stage talent, the human race may have risen a rising star. Tangled little Su I'm sure you've heard that the governor of the South Sea base was unfortunately sacrificed in the last Great War. It's not good for this position to be vacant for a long period of time, or else there will be chaos. Especially since the foreign beasts in the wilderness have been very active lately. Something big will happen if you don't get it right. After laying out a few sentences, Su Shengyan finally came down ruthlessly and said, After the school leaders deliberated, they intend to recommend you to take up the position of governor of the South Sea Base. I don't know what you have in mind? Ah, being the governor of the South Sea Base. Suja froze violently. How could he not expect that the dean was actually talking about this matter? There wasn't any bit of mental preparation at all. 19. Farewell to Song Qing and welcome the new governor. Suja had come out of the South Sea Base and his family was there. The only good thing about being this governor was that he could take better care of his family. But there were even more disadvantages. The aura was not sufficient, and there were even fewer channels to obtain better cultivation resources. Even a year's salary wasn't enough to earn as much as one's own trip to the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Suja's first reaction was to refuse, but on second thought, his biggest dependence was the system. If the system could draw out some abilities that could also be applicable in the South Sea Base, or even more appropriate, it wouldn't be impossible. Moreover, being the governor of the South Sea Base didn't mean that he couldn't go to war. Mainly because Su Shengyan was kind to him, and this was also the school's arrangement, he hesitated. Dean, the cultivation environment of the South Sea Base is really not good. I still want to work a little harder in these few years to impact a high-grade martial artist. Su Shengyan frowned. Suja's response could be said to be expected, but he was not unprepared. Immediately, he persuaded Suja with a great deal of bitterness, and then promised to compensate him. A large amount of spirit stones and quite a few advanced cultivation resources would be given away for free as long as Suja agreed to go to his post. Anyway, the other martial arts universities in the southern realm had taken out quite a few subsidized resources, and it was reasonable to allocate a portion of it to compensate Suja. This way, Suja calculated the resources that Su Shengyan had promised to subsidize, and it was enough for him to cultivate to the 5th grade. So he reluctantly agreed. This was also considered a favor that the school owed him, and it would be more convenient if there was a need in the future. Little Su, tough for you. When there is a suitable candidate, I will be the first time to transfer you back to the school. Su Shengyan patted Suja's shoulder, his eyes filled with gratitude. Dean, where are the words? I'm just a brick, moving wherever I'm needed. Suja laughed. Pattern and height very good. Afterward, Suja began to work on preparing to take up his position at the South Sea Base. In fact, he also had his own thoughts. If it would really limit his cultivation, he also had a way to return to the South Sea Martial Arts University. That was to break through to the 5th rank as soon as possible. As long as his cultivation reached the 5th grade, the school would definitely not wastefully continue to let him stay at the South Sea Base. One must know that a 5th grade tutor was the most core resource for any martial arts university. Before going back, Suja specifically went to see Song Qing. No matter what, he was now considered Song Qing's guardian and nominal father. Song Qing had already fully integrated into the life of the South Sea Martial Arts University. She was getting along well with her tutors and classmates, and her cultivation hadn't slacked off for a moment. This was because she knew that if she couldn't keep up, she might be forced to drop out after a year. Luckily, in the South Sea Martial Arts University, where aura was more abundant, with the careful teaching of her mentor, Song Qing's talent was completely developed. Plus, Suja had helped her out some from time to time. Nowadays, instead of being at the bottom of the class at the beginning, she had jumped up to the middle of the pack. Of course, in order not to cause trouble for Suja, she also never told anyone about her relationship with Suja. Teacher Su. Song Qing was happy and full of respect after seeing Suja. Without Suja, she wouldn't have today, and this was something she would never forget. The chi and blood has become a lot stronger. Strive to become a martial artist earlier. Suja said smilingly, I'm going back to the South Sea Base for a period of time. You can call me if you have something at school. Here are some chi and blood pills. Do your best. I hope to see you at school again in a year. With that, Suja gave some elixirs to Song Qing. Thank you, Mr. Su. Song Qing didn't pretend to refuse. She was in need of these elixirs. Only when she became stronger could she better repay Suja and Shin Qingyan in the future, all in good time. After bidding farewell to Song Qing, Suja stepped onto the armed airplane returning to the South Sea Base. The governor's appointment had already come down, and from now on, he had his own special pass for traveling. Not only was it free, but it was also the kind that could be used for a long time. This was also considered a perk of being a governor. However, the privileged benefits of a 5th grade martial artist was not at all worse than a base governor. This time when he returned to the South Sea Base, Suja's greatest expectation was that the system would be able to draw out a good ability. In addition, he also took advantage of his short time as a governor to make up for the family that he hadn't been able to take care of for 10 years. The time he spent with his daughter Su Xiaojin was too little, and he missed many important moments in her growth. Let's spend enough time with her this time, and in the meantime, he would also properly instruct his daughter in her cultivation. Although Shen Qingyan had been doing her best to grasp her daughter's martial enlightenment, she was not as professional as herself as a fourth-grade tutor. Before going back, Suja did not inform his family. For one thing, this appointment was indeed very hasty. Secondly, Suja also wanted to give his family a big surprise. South Sea Base Airport. Li Chenggang, who had a late martial Dao third-grade cultivation, had not served as the deputy governor of the South Sea Base for a short period of time. However, after the governor's sacrifice last month, he had been acting as the governor. However, due to his strength being only a martial Dao third grade, a lot of people within the base did not obey him, especially those few martial artists who were also third grade. In fact, if it wasn't for the orders from the higher-ups, Li Cheng was just now reluctant to be this acting governor. It was too hard to bear. More than anyone else, he hoped that the higher-ups would send over a governor who could convince the people. However, Li Chenggang had also heard that no martial artist above the fourth rank was willing to come over, and there were many excuses. In this regard, Li Chenggang was also saddened. These base administrators are incredibly respectful of the governor's position, but they are disliked, which is where to go. Fortunately, in the end, the South Sea Martial Arts University stepped in and sent someone over to serve. The new governor is finally coming. Li Chenggang let out a long breath. That's not true. Beside him, Zhao Hongchuan, the commander of the escort guards, couldn't help but lament as well. Both of them were native to the South Sea Base, and to be able to cultivate to the third rank of the martial Dao was already a great man among men. This was because back then, neither of them had been admitted to a martial arts university, but instead had come from generations of martial arts schools. It was only with the support of the martial arts center that they had gotten to where they were now in martial arts. However, wanting to break through the third rank and be promoted to a middle-ranked martial artist was harder than climbing up to the sky. Both of them have been in the third grade for at least 10 years, and now there is still a lot of distance from the peak of the third grade, let alone breaking through to the fourth grade. As the two most powerful people in the South Sea Base during this period of time, they had been under a lot of pressure recently. At this moment, while breathing a sigh of relief, their hearts could not help but feel a little apprehensive. I don't know if the new governor is good to get along with. They only knew that the other party was a tutor from Nanhai University and his name was Suja, but little else. The information of martial artists above the middle grade was kept secret at all times. However, coming from the Nanhai Martial Arts University would be more reliable than the military, whose martial artists were more or less rude and overbearing. Moreover, the probability of the university's instructors being infiltrated by cult martial artists was lower. At least from this point of view, it was a good thing for the South Sea Base. As he was thinking about something tangential, the special airplane that the new governor was traveling in landed. The two of them, Li Chenggang and Zhao Hongchuan, then cleared their throats and looked at each other. Quickly, they greeted them. 20. Arrival. Binding the South Sea Base Chi, Suja only carried a small bag and got off the airplane alone. Governor Su. After seeing Suja's figure, the two of them, Li Chenggang, unusually enthusiastically went up to greet him and said, although looking at this governor in a photo felt very young, he felt even younger after seeing the real person. It should be less than 30 years old, right? At less than 30 years old, this new governor's future is unlimited. I'm afraid he won't be staying at the South Sea Base for long. The top is unable to call those old farts, so they let the young people come over to practice, right? Welcome, welcome. The two of them, Li Chenggang and Zhao Hongchuan, wanted to take the initiative to help Suja carry his bag, but they were rejected by Suja. In the martial arts world where the strong were honored, both of them showed enough respect. Cutie. Both would go and offend such a promising young middle-grade martial artist. The two of you don't have to be polite. I'm also from the South Sea Base, so I'll have to trouble the two of you to help me out next. Suja smiled politely. For these two, Suja was no stranger. He had seen their appearances on television since he was a child, and although he was not clear about the specific nature of the two men, he more or less still had some respect. After all, they had silently guarded the South Sea Base for a long time and had not made any mistakes in their work. He remembered that the two were third-grade cultivators 10 years ago, and he didn't expect that they would still be third grade now when they were over 50 years old. But this is the normal performance of ordinary people. Suja himself, one or two products period, also stayed for 10 years. Without the awakening system, it is estimated to be just a little bit better than these two. At least these two, even the martial arts university, have not attended. Really? That's good. And you're familiar with our South Sea base. Li Changgang and Zhao Hongchuan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The new governor seemed very kind, and he was still an old hometown. I can only say that I'm familiar with the basics of the base, and I'll have to rely on you two for work. It's not too late. Let's go back to the governor's mansion first. Suja didn't go overboard with pleasantries, but instead started working straight away. The first thing was definitely to understand clearly the operation of the base, mainly the defense piece. At that time, the old governor had brought quite a few escorts and martial artists to support the battlefield of the 10,000 races, and there were quite a few deaths and injuries. Right now, the defense strength and operation of the base was definitely not optimistic. Moreover, the governor had been vacant for more than a month, so I'm afraid it's a bit chaotic. Good. The two Li Changgangs readily responded. The new governor was also from the South Sea base, and once he landed, he didn't rush home, but started working. This made the worry in their hearts even a little less. South Sea Base Governor's Mansion. This was the place with the most abundant spiritual energy in the entire South Sea Base. Suja felt it as soon as he came in. It was much better than the martial artist neighborhood in his own home. However, it was still not comparable to the South Sea Martial Arts University, especially if compared to his own mentor's apartment. The facilities and services, however, were clearly better and more luxurious. After all, it was the most powerful person in the base, so it couldn't be too shabby. After Suja briefly looked at a few things, he went to the governor's office and inquired about the various affairs of the base. Governor Su, the South Sea base's current total number of escorts is around 100,000, of which less than 2,000 martial artists are left. Most of them are still first-grade martial artists. There are only 362 second grades, and even less than 50 third grades. It's a loss of nearly a third compared to before, and there's a lot of pressure on the defense. Not only that, because of the huge compensation for the fallen soldiers in the 10,000 races battlefield, the base's finances are now experiencing big problems. And Li Changgang reported all the circumstances without any concealment. In his words, there was more or less some grumbling against the former governor. The former governor was a good governor who was sympathetic to the people, but was too generous and gentle. The financial situation of the base had always been bad, and the last time the South Sea 10,000 races war was also because the former governor was bent on asking it to send people to support it, despite the opposition of the people. Even though there was no order for support from above at all. But the former governor said, "What's wrong with no order? Is it all the military's duty without orders? If the South China Sea battlefield is unfavorable, it is our South China Sea base that will bear the brunt. Everyone is responsible for defending our hometown. My generation of martial artists. How can we retreat?" The former governor had died a heroic death, but left a mess for Li Changgang and the others to clean up. Listening to these reports, Suja also had a big head. When he read the report on the work of the South Sea base before, he had mental expectations and knew it would be difficult. But after actually coming into contact with it, he found that it was even more difficult than he had imagined. But no matter what, the work still had to go on. After thinking for a moment, Suja made some changes to the previously prepared program. Directly instructing both Li Changgang and Zhao Hongchuan, he said, "The first order of business is to stabilize the hearts and minds of the base. Don't mess up. You guys immediately notify the people from the TV station to come to the governor's mansion. I'm going to deliver my speech live in an hour. It's easiest for a group to be in chaos without a leader, so I'll just give everyone a piece of my mind." "Okay, Governor." The two of them, Li Changgang, immediately led the order. The new governor really had two skills and was also thunderous. This move had the best effect. After the two left, Suja called Su Shengyan over without saying a word. There was no other meaning, just more support. All right. I'll go convince the principal and the military to give you more support." Su Shengyan couldn't resist Suja softening, and promised to give up this old face and ask for more support from above. He was also afraid that Suja would swing for the fences because he was being held up as a governor. Since Suja so willing to do what reason he does not support, face is worth a few dollars. However, Suja knew that the gap was still large and could only take one step at a time. If you really can't, your own personal part of the resources also take out the public. Anyway, it is also subsidized by other martial arts universities. As for his own cultivation, he could only hope for the system. With this in mind, noticing that the system had been refreshed, Suja did not hesitate to draw the new ability of the month. Successful extraction. Congratulations on obtaining a Chi Luck Edition Binding Experience card. Binding Suja's personal reputation value for a limited time of 1 month. Drawing this ability was somewhat unexpected for Suja. He had actually bound his fortune to his personal reputation. With Suja's current status as the governor, he must have governed the South Sea base well and had a strong reputation amongst the people of the South Sea base for his own luck to increase. Chi luck was a good thing, almost a necessary divine object for the son of heaven's destiny. Not only could it turn bad luck into good, but it was also possible to gain a martial arts epiphany, or even an epiphany. More directly, one could even pick up treasures. Although it wasn't as good as these direct abilities like show lie acceleration, the effect could be even better if it was played well. Alright, this is an ironclad determination for me to be this governor. Suja didn't have any grievances. He had originally planned to do something for the South Sea base. This ability could be said to have come at just the right time. At the same time, in the South Sea base TV station, it was a tense panic. The new governor had arrived. They hadn't received half the news and were about to go to the governor's mansion for a live interview. Perhaps to many martial artists, the governor was just a stronger 4th grade, and there were few existences that were much stronger than that. But to most of the ordinary people in the base, the governor was more than just a powerful martial artist. It was their parental officer. The TV station didn't dare to be slow and quickly dispatched a team. Led by the senior person in charge, it rushed to the governor's residence in a fiery hurry. 21. Live speech. Chaos with a heavy grace. Lu Ying is the Nanhai-based TV station, the best newsman. Less than 30 years old, it became the pillar of the station. In addition to her excellent professional ability and outstanding looks condition, her background is not simple. She came from a family of martial artists. Both her parents were martial artists, and her grandfather was a peak 2nd grade martial artist. In the South Sea base, she was also considered a dignified figure. But letting her be in charge of going to butt heads with a new governor of the 4th grade was still more or less a bit nerve-wracking. Lu Ying was cautious and a bit apprehensive when she led the team to the governor's mansion. Even though it wasn't the first time she had come to the governor's mansion, she had also interviewed the former governor many times. The former governor was kind and generous to people. The new governor was not so good. I heard that it was also a very young 4th rank. Such a heavenly pride was afraid that he would not be high-minded and not easy to serve. Governor Li. Lu Ying and his party all respectfully said after seeing Li Changgang. Li Changgang had served as the deputy governor of the South Sea base for many years and was a 3rd grade martial artist. So he was highly respected, and no one dared to lose their temper in front of him. Follow me. Li Changgang didn't have any nonsense. The basic situation had already been informed to them, and it was important to hurry up. This was the first thing the new governor had explained. He didn't dare to slack off. With the new governor's age and talent, he was afraid that he would fly high in the future. Even if the other party left the governorship, it would be a casual matter to pin down him, Li Changgang. Governor Su, the TV station's people have arrived. Li Changgang knocked on the office door and respectfully said. Seeing Li Changgang so respectful and nervous, it caused Lu Ying and the others to follow suit. I guess the new governor isn't too easy to get along with. Careful. Come in, Suja answered. Pushing the door in, Lu Ying and the others saw an upright-sounding figure standing in front of the window. Then he turned around and looked at them with a smile. Greetings, Governor Su. Lu Ying and the others greeted with lowered heads. However, Lu Ying was a bit puzzled. The new governor is really young, but how come it feels as if he looks a bit familiar? Soon after, she denied it in her heart again. How could she have met before? There's no need to be outgoing. Suja laughed. Many martial artists might have an innate sense of superiority, but Suja, who had traveled across the world and had been an ordinary person for 28 years. Yet, he would not look at people condescendingly, and he knew that it was not easy for ordinary people. Seeing Suja so easygoing and with a smile on his face, Lu Ying and the others could not help but freeze. After hearing Suja's voice from a close distance and taking a closer look at Suja's face, Lu Ying, however, did not just freeze for a moment. She was simply as shocked as if she had turned over a river in her heart. This voice, this look, also surnamed Su. There is no mistake. This is her high school classmate Suja Ah. Lu Ying might not be that impressed with her other high school classmates. But how could she not remember Suja when he was the only person from their Nanhai 3rd middle school who got into the martial arts university. And after Suja's martial arts exam, he married their martial arts teacher's daughter, the school's flower Shen Qingyan. Back then, it had caused quite a stir in the school. The wedding of the two, Lu Ying even went to attend at that time. 10 years have passed. I did not expect to see each other again is now this scene. Who would have thought that Suja, who came from an ordinary family and was a bit introverted back then, would have become a fourth-grade martial artist at this moment, managing the governor of a base with a population of more than 20 million. Moreover, Suja was the same age as her, only 28 years old, and his future was bound to be very far. Unfortunately, back then, her relationship with Suja was just ordinary. Otherwise, it might have been possible to seize a good chance. Old classmate, long time no see. At this time, Suja also recognized Lu Ying and took the lead in saying, You still remember me? Lu Ying was a bit flattered, but still respectfully said. She knew that she shouldn't climb any classmate friendships indiscriminately, and should say the right words at the right time. Remember? Why don't you remember? Suja still smiled, satisfied with this old classmate's performance. However, he didn't have the heart to catch up on anything with his old classmate. Instead, he directly ordered, Let's start. Let's preview it on TV first. Okay, Governor Su. Lu Ying returned to her senses and quickly got to work. On the side, Li Chenggang was also directing help and had issued notices to the various base public organizations. However, he didn't realize that Lu Ying and Governor Su were still classmates. What a coincidence! Soon after, the Nanhai TV station released an announcement. The new governor of the South Sea base will make a public speech in 30 minutes. Countdown, XX minutes and XX seconds. Once this teaser was released, it instantly attracted the eager attention of countless people. The new governor has finally arrived. Congratulations! Yes, it's been too chaotic lately. Prices are skyrocketing. It's hard times. New governor, new atmosphere. I hope the South Sea base gets better and better. Many ordinary people all gave some hope to the newly arrived governor, expecting something to be done. This period of time was especially hard for ordinary people. Martial artists were better off. Nanhai 3rd Middle School. Shen Qingyan, who had already started school, was completely busy with the new semester. In the last martial arts exam, 6 students from Senior 310 had gotten into martial arts universities, plus 7 if Songqing was added. This made Shen Qingyan famous among the parents of the students, and many students wanted to transfer to Shen Qingyan's class. New governor's speech? The Nanhai No. 3 middle school that Shen Qingyan was in had also received a notice from the governor's office, arranging for a unified viewing of the new governor's speech. The base itself televised important announcements, none of whom dared to ignore it. One failure to pay attention could be dangerous. Not to mention, at this juncture, the public speech of the new governor taking office. It concerned every South Sea base person, and Shen Qingyan naturally didn't want to miss it. Why wouldn't she want this time of chaos to pass earlier? It was too bad. It was especially miserable because most of Shen Qingyan's class were ordinary students. The chaos, the awfulness, and the busy work caused her to not even be able to practice properly. After not long, every television set in front of the base was filled with eagerly awaiting people. They were all waiting to see what kind of person the new governor was and what he would say. The 30-minute countdown ended. A young and resolute face appeared on the screen right on time. Hello everyone, I am Suja, Great Summer's southern border, the 4th governor of the South Sea base. Please rest assured that our South Sea base will usher in a new situation next, and I assure you all that I will do the following as soon as possible and to the best of my ability. Fighting crime, stabilizing prices, and compensating the families of the fallen in battle. Suja didn't talk about any scene, and directly listed out one by one the things he would do after taking office. As the saying goes, a new official takes charge of 3 fires. Some base residents still hold a wait-and-see attitude. Listen to a lively. But Suja is not just a mouthful. The Southern Realm's action to remove cult martial artists is in full swing, and he will not be merciful on his side. It was the wisdom left behind by the old ancestors to use heavy punishment in a chaotic world. No matter what people were involved and what interests were behind them, they could only submit in the face of absolute power. Suja didn't mind at all personally taking action to make an example of a chicken. After the speech was over, Suja quickly summoned all the middle and senior management and began to implement the actions. When everyone learned that Suja had secured a sizable subsidy for the South Sea base, while they were happy, they also secretly muttered, It seems that the new governor has a very deep background, so many resources are given when the top says so. The former governor, even if he applied for several years, the top only symbolically gives a little bit of meaning every time. Yes, the new governor's energy is really big. Don't touch the bad luck, do a good job. At this time, even if you want to fish or have ideas, but also had to pack up the mind. Follow Suja bold plan, sell the action. And also absolutely do not dare to discount dry. 22. Governor's Bull Grant. Forerunner. Nanhai 3rd Middle School. Shin Qingyan got together with the school's teachers in the office and watched the new governor's public speech together. But when the new governor's face appeared on the screen, they were dumbfounded. Isn't this Shin Qingyan's husband? There were quite a few people who knew Suja since he had gone to give special training to the students. Everyone was impressed with this instructor from the South Sea Martial Arts University and knew that Suja was a third-grade martial artist. But it had only been less than 3 months, right? So how did he suddenly transform into the governor of the South Sea base? The governor had to be at least a 4th grade or higher martial artist, and these teachers were well aware of this. So, Shin Qingyan's husband was now a 4th grade martial artist? You have to know that the gap between the 3rd and 4th grade is not normally big. In the office, all the teachers turned their eyes towards Shin Qingyan. On top of being surprised and shocked, their eyes were also filled with admiration. My husband, he, 4th grade, base governor. At this time, Shin Qingyan also a bit did not slow down. When Suja was promoted to the 4th grade and when he took over as the South Sea base governor, she was also not clear. When she went to the South Sea Martial Arts University last time, she hadn't heard of this. She only knew that Suja had stayed at the War of the 10,000 Races for a long time and then devoted himself to cultivation after the war ended. She occasionally contacted Song Qing, and she hadn't heard Song Qing mention it. No matter what, this was a great surprise to Shin Qingyan. With her husband's cultivation becoming stronger and being able to meet from time to time at the South Sea base, there was nothing better than this. Similar to the situation in Nanhai No. 3 Middle School, there were not many people who recognized Suja before in the base, but there were still people. For example, former classmates and Shin Qingyan's family. At this moment, Shin Qingyan's father-in-law, Suja's martial arts teacher, Shun Yonghue's family stared at the TV screen, all full of incredulity. Last time Suja went back to the South Sea base to visit his family, his father-in-law just happened to go out for something and didn't see him. Seeing Suja again but did not want to be on TV as the base governor's public speech. This is also too exaggerated. In the governor's mansion, as soon as the live speech was over, Suja led a pro-patrol of the South China Sea base. Every key organization and area was raided once in a thunderous manner, and the ones that should be dealt a harsh hand were definitely not merciful. Although it was only a short inspection and rectification activity, the news had slowly spread. The new governor is really dry, not dragging his feet at all. That's right, some gangs and traitors still had their fingers crossed, but I heard that they were all wiped out by the new governor. It looks like it's going to get real, not just lip service. Suja had gained a lot of people's impression of goodwill in a short period of time, and the level of anticipation was even more drawn out. Especially when everyone learned that Suja was also a person from the South Sea base, it was even more natural to hold a favorable impression. They are all from the South Sea base, will they still harm us? This effect of people's hearts slowly gathering together was soon fed back to Suja through the binding of the system. Although this thing is mysterious, Suja feels that whatever he does at the moment, the success rate will increase a lot. Even the sense of cultivation was much clearer than before. Not bad. We still need to redouble our efforts to build up our hometown. After running around for a day, Suja finally returned home late at night. Surprisingly, Su's mother and Shin Qingyan, and even Su Xiaojin were not still asleep and were waiting for him to come home. None of them called to disturb Suja. They just knew that Suja would definitely come home after he was busy. Although they didn't call Suja, their own phone calls didn't stop. Classmates, friends, relatives, neighbors, some relationships that were not even close to each other had sent congratulations and greetings. This caused Shin Qingyan and Su's mom to turn off their phones and stay closed. When she was at school, Shin Qingyan's feelings were even more profound. Originally, her reputation had increased this semester, and now she was even more respected everywhere. Some of the new teachers even lowered their voices for fear of messing with Shin Qingyan. The 4th grade lady, the governor's wife, this identity can not only bluff so simple. Shin Qingyan was also saddened by this. When she married Suja, She could not say that she was dissatisfied, but she always felt a little bit coerced by her father's flavor, and it was not good. Although married for 10 years, Suja, in addition to the company of less time, other aspects are a standard good husband. When Suja was promoted to the third rank, their relationship also warmed up to a new height. At this moment, Shen Qingyan was a bit glad that her father's decision was right. In this era where the strong were honored, everyone had a bit of the mentality of admiring the strong, and Shen Qingyan was no exception. Why aren't they all asleep? Suja entered the door smilingly. Isn't this all waiting for you? Xiaozhe, what's wrong with you? Su's mom was the first to speak with a bit of complaint. Suja's father had left early, and she had brought Suja up all by herself. And the thing she was most proud of was that her son had gotten into the martial arts university that year. Who would have thought that one day, her son would be able to become a powerful fourth-grade martial artist and the governor of the South Sea base? Such an important matter was actually not even told to them in advance. This matter is a bit sudden. Suja sat down and looked at Shen Qingyan and Su's mother and said, Actually, when you guys went to the South Sea Martial Arts University last time, I was a fourth-grade cultivator and I forgot to tell you. As for the governor's matter, I also had no choice but to do so. Suja patiently explained to his family. Shen Qingyan and Su's mother listened in amazement. The position of the governor, who was in charge of a base with a population of 20 million people, there was actually no one who was willing to come and be it before it fell to Suja. Most of the people they came into contact with were low-grade martial artists of the first or second grade, and they were not clear about the 10,000 races battlefield. It was not quite understanding the truth of this world's martial Tao. And Suja, in fact, was only just beginning to understand. A night without words. The next 3 consecutive days. Suja was all in high intensity and personally working to rectify the various matters within the base. In just 4 days, the base had undergone a welcome change that was visible to the naked eye. The resources that had been approved for assistance from above were also coming in one after another, all of which were the most urgently needed things for the base. The most expensive ones had to be a batch of cultivation resources, such as pills, weapons, and spirit stones. Su Shengyan's face was really big, accounting for a value of nearly 60 million spirit stones. Some of the base executives, such as Li Chenggang, looked dumbfounded. So much, great. The governor is bullish. In the face of these resources, Suja was thinking about how to maximize them. Stabilizing the base was the first and foremost rule, but strengthening the base and cultivating more martial artists was the top priority for the long term. Half of these cultivation resources will be given to the guards to improve their overall strength. The other half I want to keep for organizing the South Sea Base High School Martial Arts League and the rewards from the business martial arts competition. After thinking for a long time, Suja planned to make some different initiatives. In fact, throughout the entirety of Granxia, the above also wanted to routinely hold martial arts competitions of a national nature. However, the various 10,000 races battlefields were scattered and inconvenient to contact, so it wasn't that easy. Even martial arts competitions between martial arts universities were difficult to organize. But through talking to Dean Su Shengyan, with the changes in the war, the above actually very much encouraged competition within each region. Only when there were competitive matches would there be progress. And it was also time to rectify the nation's martial arts culture. The aura had been revived for 500 years, a long period of time that had led to the inevitable emergence of some corrupt winds within the Granxia. The South Sea Martial Arts University might not be obvious yet due to its short establishment. However, for those martial arts universities that had existed for more than 100 years, the phenomenon of class solidification and connections all over the place had become more and more serious. As a result, some civilians who were gifted with extraordinary talents often did not receive the best training. Instead, those with backgrounds not only had numerous resources of their own, but also received various subsidies from the school. In the long run, something will definitely go terribly wrong. The higher-ups appeared to be determined to change the status quo this time. The South China Sea Martial Arts University may be the first to implement. Martial Arts University is more involved, but the base is better. Since this is the case, Suja thought, why don't you take advantage of this opportunity to get up first? After discussing with Li Sunggang, Suja immediately planned to gather the second generation of the base. After discussing with Li Chenggang and the others, Suja immediately planned to gather all the martial artists above the second grade in the base to hold a general meeting. 23. Martial Arts Competition. Suja's Yang Conspiracy. The new governor called the martial artists to a meeting for the first time, and everyone didn't dare to be slow. except for those who had official business and couldn't leave their posts. Basically, they all rushed to the governor's mansion early in the morning. The large conference room was packed with hundreds of martial artists. Second-grade martial artists accounted for the vast majority, with very few third grades. It was also the first time Suja had faced so many martial artists, but his eyes remained resolute and majestic. After experiencing the last South Sea 10,000 Races War, this could only be considered a small scene. The second and third grade foreign races he had killed last time combined were more than the number present. If he really wanted to go out on a limb, Suja, who was now in the mid-4th grade and beyond, might not even lose against them all at the same time. The difference between a middle grade and a lower grade was just that great. Everyone, I'm sure you all know that I obtained a batch of cultivation resources through the South Sea Martial Arts University. The moment Suja opened his mouth, he set the tone of this meeting. The meaning was clear. These cultivation resources were personally secured by Suja and had no direct relationship with everyone here. Upon hearing this, all the martial artists also revealed eager and puzzled looks. The martial artists of the South Sea base hadn't had a very good time for a while. The last big battle had consumed a lot of resources. All the martial artists, whether they had public positions or were idle, had their resource harvests cut down quite a bit. The cultivation conditions of the South Sea base itself were the worst, and without some life-preserving elixirs, they weren't even very active in going out into the wilderness to face the alien beasts. It was certainly a good thing that the new governor had obtained cultivation resources, depending on how it was distributed. The martial artists here, besides their own cultivation, were actually more concerned about their own offspring. After all, the next generation was the hope. I plan to organize a high school martial arts league at the South Sea base starting this year to boost the potential of my descendants. A large portion of these resources will be used to allocate to various high schools to use as training and rewards. Because it's a martial arts league, it's less likely to have everyone's support. Suja directly stated his first proposal. Governor, this is good. We will definitely give our full support. Some of the martial artists who were teachers were the first to show their attitude. Some of the other martial artists who did not have a direct stake in the matter also agreed. Whether it was those who ran martial arts schools, escorts, or martial arts families, all of them could actually benefit from it. The Martial Arts League was an event that was desired by all. No one dared to raise any objections, and besides, there was no benefit to be gained from opposing it. Suja nodded, satisfied with everyone taking a stand. Then, he stated the main purpose of calling everyone over this time. The High School Martial Arts League is actually a bait. I intend to use a two-pronged approach, taking advantage of the time when the Martial Arts League is being held to lure all those cult martial artists out and kill them all in one fell swoop. At that time, it will be necessary for everyone here to contribute, with heavy prizes. When Suja spoke out the rewards, all the martial artists were red-eyed with excitement. This was far more rewarding than going out into the wilderness to hunt and kill foreign beasts. It's everyone's responsibility to kill the cult. Support the governor. Everyone's enthusiasm was instantly ignited. Most of the martial artists sitting there were registered martial artists, and the probability of being infiltrated by the cult was very small. In fact, even if they were known by the cult martial artists, it didn't matter. The purpose of the cult martial artists was to eliminate the forces that resisted the 10,000 races and belonged to the 10,000 races. They would inevitably aim for the High School Martial Arts League. Moreover, the rewards were so lucrative that the cult martial artists were mostly selfish and self-interested people, and it would be hard for them to resist the temptation. This was a Yang conspiracy, when Suja said that there would also be a base-wide martial arts tournament held at the same time. The martial artists in the conference room all boiled over. Support the governor. Long live the governor. The resolution program of this meeting was quickly announced out across the entire base. This caused many people to be thrilled and excited. The most excited were undoubtedly those students in the schools. Where would they normally have the channels to fight for such a generous reward? Although the competition was fierce, it at least gave the outstanding students a fair chance. And they could also accumulate combat experience and polish their martial arts. The competitions for social martial artists were also widely praised and anticipated. Firstly, the rewards were generous, and secondly, which martial artists didn't want to prove themselves and hone themselves. The new governor made a big move. It's considered to be a good thing that will benefit the 1,000 years. For a while, the people related to martial arts in the entire South Sea base all appreciated Suja, the new governor. Shin Qingyan couldn't stand the enthusiasm of the other teachers and personally made a call to Suja, inquiring about the matter of the High School Martial Arts League. After all, the ones who were most concerned about this matter were still the teachers of the various high schools in the base. Well, it's moving for real. The main purpose is still to improve the strength of the high school students a little bit, and strive for more people to get into martial arts universities during next year's martial arts exams. Some of your martial arts teachers can also go and participate in social martial artists competitions to improve each other. Suja said back affirmatively over the phone. Hearing Suja say this, all the teachers held their breath, both for the students in the class and for themselves. Overall, the response to the series of policies introduced by Suja was very good. The most direct manifestation was that Suja felt that his chi had obviously changed, and his sense of martial arts would often be enlightened. This had not been the case before. However, the current several major incentives, whether it was giving support to the escorts, the High School Martial Arts League, and the Social Martial Arts League, were the most helpful to martial artists. Ordinary people throughout the base could only feel some of the benefits, such as the base being less chaotic and prices stabilizing. If they wanted to gain more recognition from the ordinary people, I'm afraid they would still have to put in some effort. Take your time. One bite won't make you fat. Suja didn't have the idea of rushing into the martial arts competition first. 3 days later, after intense and efficient preparations, the high school martial arts tournament began in earnest. The Nanhai TV station had also arranged to broadcast the entire event. Wow, is this the high school martial arts tournament? It's quite exciting. Indeed, although these high school students don't have high chi and blood, and their combat experience is a bit juvenile, that spirit is especially moving. I'll go. I'm a bit nervous about this match. Go for it. Looking at the images of the match on the TV, everyone was excitedly expressing their thoughts. Especially some of the parents who were watching at the scene were simply more nervous and excited than the participating students. As the competition went on, everyone also realized that the level of each high school was still quite different. The school leaders were particularly concerned about this, as the school that won the top 3 prizes would receive more. Of course, even if they were at the bottom, the participating schools would be rewarded with 1,000 spirit stones. This could not be a small amount of money. Suja's 4th grade person, counting the tutor's salary, only had 1,000 or so spirit stones. High school students who had 10 spirit stones a month to spend on cultivation were considered to be quite wealthy families. The rewards for individuals in this high school martial arts league were even more striking. Each school would be given 30 spots to participate after internal selection, 30 for each grade from the 1st to the 3rd year of high school. Any student who participated would be rewarded with 20 spirit stones. The overall league was divided by grade, and the top 100 were rewarded. The winner of the senior grade was rewarded up to 10,000 spirit stones. This amount of reward was enough to make even a social 2nd grade martial artist salivate. For some martial artists who didn't dare to go into battle, 10,000 spirit stones weren't that easy to earn. The governor's office had announced the overall prize money for the school and social martial artist competitions, which amounted to over 1 million spirit stones. Of course, some prizes were given out in the form of even more precious elixirs. This figure shocked everyone. If anyone dares to reach out and get their hands on these reward resources, kill without pardon. Before the start, Suja gave a deadly order. With such a generous amount of money, it was hard not to guarantee that someone would be obsessed and play favorites from it. Suja wasn't afraid that someone would really dare to get their hands on it, but the big deal was to try and pass away this batch of resources. Suja specially asked Su Shengyan to make a soul seal on it. Under the 7th grade martial artist, it is impossible to erase those marks. 24. Suja's new operation, disguised as a gift of money, merits 1,000 years. The High School Martial Arts League, in full swing within the South China Sea base, was proceeding smoothly. Suja's chi is also rising every day. Happily, on the 3rd day after the league began, there were quite a few businesses that saw the business opportunities. There were many requests for sponsorships to advertise. Among them, those selling pills and martial arts schools were the most active. For this kind of request, Suja was of course eager to do so. From the beginning, Suja had never thought of only holding 1 or 2 sessions, but rather to regularize it. With these merchants injecting funds, the martial arts competition might not take more than a year or 2, and the base would be able to operate on its own even if it didn't allocate much money, forming a virtuous cycle. Suja was also not worried that after he stepped down as governor, the next governor would stop the competition. After all, internal competition to rectify the style of martial arts was the general trend. Who would dare to go against the wind? And when a policy was embraced, it wasn't that easy to stop it. The most crucial thing was that there was only one possibility for Suja to leave his position as governor. That was that he was stronger, at least above the 5th rank, and at that time he had more power and many things would be better. When both the High School Martial Arts League and the Social Martial Arts Competition were on track, almost half a month or so later, Suja once again gathered a group of martial artists, this time mainly focusing on the martial artists from the Wilderness Hunting Group and the Martial Hall. What's the situation? Governor Su called this many of us over. Is there another hit? I don't know, but it's definitely a good thing. I can't wait. Who says it isn't? I can't wait for Governor Su to summon us for something. These martial artists were talking and asking each other if they had any inside information. But even third-grade martial artists like Li Changgang and Zhao Hongchuan, who had important positions, weren't too sure. However, they thought similarly to everyone else, Governor Su always had another new idea, and 9 times out of 10 it was something that would help the base. After everyone arrived early, Suja showed up on time. Governor Su. The governor has come. Everyone looked towards Suja, their expressions and words filled with respect. If there were still individual martial artists before, there were still some slights towards Suja for being new and young. Now, no one dared to have such thoughts. Strength was there, not to mention that Suja was truly capable and also truly thought about the base. Suja swept a glance across the room, and the conference room instantly quieted down. Calling everyone here is always a good thing. Suja opened his mouth. As the words fell, all the martial artists in the room had expectant, pleasing colors on their faces. But there were also individuals who had a slack-jawed face. They believed the sky would not automatically drop pies, it was impossible. Suja ignored it and continued to slowly say, since the last alien beast riot, the alien beasts on the periphery of the South Sea base are all a bit restless, and the threat to the base has increased. In light of this, I intend to carry out an alien beast hunting activity, and the base will increase the price of all hunting harvests by 20% for acquisition within the specified time. And additional rewards will be given to the top 30 hunting rankings. Hearing this, everyone's eyes moved. A 20% price subsidy was not a small amount, and there was also a competition ranking award. If this wasn't a good thing, then what could be? The key was the wilderness hunting, which non-martial artists could also participate in. This was a policy that benefited the entire base. Governor, when will it start? Immediately, someone couldn't wait to follow up. It will start tomorrow, it will be limited to 1 month first, and if the base has enough finances by then, it will also consider extending it. Suja returned. Good Lord, we'll go out of the city tomorrow and kill a lot. We must go out of the city. Originally I was worried about not having enough resources to get a good ranking in the martial arts competition. This time we'll have to fight for our lives. Just for this 20% gain. I'll give it my all this month. The martial artists present all excitedly expressed their support, their eyes glowing. However, Li Changgang and a few of their third-grade martial artists were a bit puzzled. The big part of the value of the exotic beasts was the meat of the exotic beasts themselves, which could be eaten as food and also help in cultivation. What is the governor trying to do by spending a high price to acquire so much meat from the beasts? The guards can't eat it all, so selling it is a pure loss-making business. Is it purely a policy to benefit the people? I don't understand. They don't dare to question. After all, the financial big head is Suja to get. And the new governor of the Thunder and Lightning, do things certainly have their own considerations. Afterwards, Suja explained some details to Li Changgang and Zhao Hongchuan. For example, having the escort set up acquisition points in the wilderness, the specific implementation methods for auditing and rewards, etc. Immediately following that day, this incentive was announced on the television station. On the second day, the escort side acquired quite a few alien beast resources. By the third day, the amount of acquisitions began to surge. On the fourth day, Suja had the TV station release a new announcement. Everyone in the base, with an ID card, each person can purchase 1 pound of alien beast meat at a 30% discount. The content was simple, yet incomparably explosive. It instantly sensationalized the entire South Sea base. 30% off, 1 caddy per person? If this family has a large population, isn't it equal to the governor's office handing it out for free? The governor's office is handing out money in disguise. More than that, in the past, even if you had money, you couldn't buy so much fey beast meat. The governor is trying to make it so that every household can eat fey beast meat, and everyone has a chance to cultivate. Not bad. The governor is trying to improve the strength of the entire base, especially our next generation. The governor is planning for our future. This is a feat that will last for 1,000 years. Without any surprises, everyone took action. In less than a morning, they had snapped up all the fey beast meat that had been stocked for the previous 3 days. And this once again stimulated the hunting gang, who were worried that there was too much fey beast meat and the governor's office was too burdened, and that they might terminate the acquisition at any time. It seems to be overthinking it. The fey beast meat is not too much, but not enough at all. Go, go, go. We must kill more today. The entire South Sea base was buzzing with activity. No one wanted to miss this opportunity. For a moment, Suja's chi began to skyrocket. After all, the number of martial artists was too small, and it was the policies that involved the interests of every ordinary person that had the greatest impact. Unfortunately, it can only be done for a month at most. The finances can't take it. And 1 month is also enough to sweep some of the outermost alien beasts in the base to ensure everyone's safety. Killing more than that, people will have casualties instead if they are desperate. Suja secretly searched as he listened to the daily reports from Li Changgang and the others. At the same time, he was also incomparably looking forward to the fact that after the chi luck had risen to a certain level, it would bring his benefits to himself. Cultivation epiphany, or picking up precious medicines of immense value. This time, the system ability seemed a bit ordinary, but Suja knew that it was actually the most heaven-defying talent. This was because the addition of chi luck during this month was something that would stay with him permanently. It was also the same as saying that an additional son of chi luck had been created out of him. Looking forward, incomparable expectation. 25. The divine gift of the blade. The dejected Shen Yonghui. In the following time, Suja lived an intense and fulfilling life every day. After work, he would still find time to instruct Shen Qingyan and his daughter, Su Xiaojin, in their martial arts cultivation. Occasionally, he would also study the martial arts books within the governor's residence, although they were not as rich and advanced as the South Sea Martial Arts University. But because of the bonus of chi luck, it always brought him different insights. Of course, cultivation never fell behind, and his cultivation and battle strength steadily increased. Soon, it was almost a month since Suja had assumed the position of governor. The South Sea base, too, had undergone radical changes. Internal problems, external security. The most obvious change was that ordinary people were all stronger. This is the result of having all the people have beast meat to eat. As for the martial artists and the guards, with all the subsidies, their strength had increased. The High School Martial Arts League and the preliminary rounds of the social martial arts competition had also come to a successful conclusion one after another. Especially the High School Martial Arts League, the impact was wide and far-reaching. And with the passage of time, the impact would become more and more deeply rooted in people's hearts. Some of these exceptionally gifted heavenly prides also gradually came to prominence. However, they didn't act too demonic, and those hidden cult martial artists didn't make an immediate move. Suja was not in a hurry either. He believed that those people would definitely not be able to sit still during the final stage. On the last day of the Chi Luck edition, Suja gave himself a day off. He closed his mind in the governor's mansion's book pavilion. Suja's cultivation was already close to the late 4th grade, but it wasn't easy to break through this small realm. Without a means of cultivation acceleration, Suja planned to start with martial arts. The martial arts within the governor's mansion was the best in the entire South Sea base, even though most of them were also 1st or 2nd grade martial arts. But it couldn't be helped by the large number of them, and Suja hadn't finished flipping through them so far. As he was drilling, Suja's powerful spiritual force discovered that there was a martial art that seemed a little different. It was a 2nd grade boxing martial art, but Suja felt a 5th grade level spiritual imprint on it. 5th grade? It was really a 5th grade. Suja couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. Could this be the gospel brought about by an increase in chi? After so many years of cultivation, and the system had awakened for so long, Suja had never had any strange encounters. Without much thought, Suja, with his 4th grade profound spiritual power, began to try to contact that smear of spiritual imprints. After a full half-day of research contact, Suja, however, was even more unexpectedly shocked. This is actually a cultivation sense left behind by a 6th grade martial artist? Although it was a bit long ago to look at the martial arts book itself, it was indeed a 6th grade. 6th grade martial artists were already the pinnacle of middle grade martial artists, and there were only a handful of them in the entire South Sea Martial Arts University. Can leave the cultivation perception for people to study is even less pathetic. The South Sea Martial Arts University also had them, but less than the vice dean level. Without outstanding contributions, it was absolutely impossible to have access to them. After all, this is related to a 6'5" martial artist's certain secrets. Suja pressed the excitement within his heart and quickly immersed himself in the absorption of that cultivation sense. And this immersion was for 3 whole days. It caused Suja to have to explain things to Li Changgang and Shen Qingyan respectively halfway through. Nowadays, as the governor of the base, Suja could not have to do everything himself, but he could not disappear for 3 days without an explanation. Fortunately, after 3 days, Suja's harvest was huge. The cultivation epiphanies were already enough, and the distance to breaking through the late 4th grade was only a matter of a foot in the door. The most crucial thing was that Suja's martial art sense was very different from before. He felt that it was necessary for him to cultivate a powerful martial art and use it as his greatest reliance. It just so happened that a new round of system extraction abilities had been refreshed. Suja didn't hesitate and immediately opened the extraction. Successful extraction. Congratulations on obtaining the God of Blades Talent Experience card. For 1 month, this was the first time Suja had drawn such a specific system ability. The God of Blade technique, the talent drawn, was completely customized for his blade technique martial arts. In an instant, the comprehension and realm of his mind regarding blade techniques suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment. Was this the feeling of a genius? How refreshing. Immediately, Suja began to rehearse his Mad God Blade technique. There wasn't much change from move to move, but the sense and battle power contained within it was already incomparable. Not bad. My blade, very cool. With a smile on his face, Suja walked out of the governor's mansion's cultivation room. He also wanted to continue his closed-door cultivation, but today was the day he promised Shen Qingyan to go to his old husband's house. The last time he didn't see his family visit come to fruition, and this time he came back to be the governor with all sorts of busyness, and a month had passed. It would be unreasonable not to visit again. Putting aside the identity of the old father-in-law, Shen Yonghui is still his own mentor. When he was in high school, even the most common bottle of Qi Blood Dan Suja could not afford to buy, but the old father-in-law did not finance him. This was also one of the reasons why Suja would accept this marriage in the first place. There was an element of gratitude. Even though he was not favored at the time and his talent was mediocre, the old father-in-law still insisted on his vision. After Suja was promoted to the 3rd rank so far, the conditions were generous, especially after the 4th rank. There was no shortage of Shen Qingyan to succor her old husband a little more. After all, the old father-in-law was also a 1st-grade martial artist, and being in his 50s was not really that old. Martial artists are long-lived, 100 years old is the norm, the middle and high-grade martial artists are even heard of lifespan extension. Why would Suja not want his old husband to also break through his cultivation and live a long life beyond 100 years? But Shen Yonghui, as a retired martial arts teacher, stubborn, Shen Qingyan, but any give a little more, he does not want. He has principles and character. Old Kajir South China Sea base, a certain martial artist's small area. Learning that his daughter and son-in-law are coming, Shen Yonghui's family can be very busy. In the past, every time Suja would come to visit his family, he would also come to the Shen family once, and although the Shen family was also all enthusiastic, it was obvious that it would not be so tense and grand. Today was not the same as in the past. Son-in-law Suja was already the governor of the South Sea base. How could they have thought that there would actually be such and such a day? Even Shen Yonghui, who was the most optimistic about Suja, could not have imagined it as he was looking at Suja's character. Luckily, I finalized the marriage between the two of them early on. Otherwise, how could there be such a good thing today? During this period of time, Shen Yonghui did not move to show off in front of others, showing off his son-in-law and also his own vision. Especially in front of his own wife and his 2 eldest sons. He dominated and hid his face. When the marriage was first made, Shen Yonghui's wife and the 2 eldest sons were the most opposed to it. Yes, it's still dad that you have vision. How could the 2 sons and daughters-in-law dare to refute anything? They only agreed. Even Shen's mom was silent. She had been the most active in opposing the marriage in the first place. Although Suja had successfully promoted to 2nd-grade martial artist after graduating from Nanhai Martial Arts University and stayed on as an assistant professor. Over the years, there was no shortage of helping the family through Shen Qingyan. Shen's mother has long recognized this marriage. It's not a bad thing to have more than what you have, and it's not a bad thing to have more than what you have. Who would have thought that after 10 years of marriage, Suja would still have a day to shine? Grandpa, Grandma. Just as the family was busy, a clear shout rang out from outside the door. Shen Yonghui was the first to rush towards the door and picked up that cute little figure. Favoringly, he called out, "Little Gun, come, give Grandpa a hug." Even though Su Xiaoguan was already 9 years old, it was adorable, but it was also sturdy and not at all an age that could be hugged. It couldn't be helped, who made Shen Yonghui happy and dejected. 26. Martial intent. Yilinger? Shen Qingyan was also very happy today. She still remembered that when she first got married, every time she went back to her mother's house, the several sisters-in-law hadn't given her too many good looks. It was not until Suja's second year of college, when he was promoted to a first-grade martial artist, that there was some relief. When Suja became a second-grade martial artist in his fourth year of college, Shen Qingyan herself became a first-grade martial artist and subsidized the Shen family in turn. Only then did a few sisters-in-law completely change their views. There are some things that are not so easily forgotten. It also fell that Shen Qingyan and both brothers were not too close, even though they were both very loving when they were young. Suja grew up without a father or siblings, so he didn't think about it that much. How many times had he come to his old husband at all? In his opinion, in this dangerous high martial world, it was always good to have many relatives. Xiaozhe, Qing Yan. Shen Yonghui gave up hugging Su Xiaojin and turned to smile and nodded to both Suja and Shen Qingyan. Especially to Suja, the smile was full of pride and satisfaction. Shen Mom and the others, too, all greeted them and warmly welcomed the family. "Dad, Mom, long time no see." Suja also greeted with a smile. The old father-in-law hadn't changed much, but it was Mama Shen who was an ordinary person who had aged a bit. The two great uncles and sister-in-law were still the same, just with a somewhat formal expression. This was something that couldn't be helped. Even though they were brother-in-laws, they were also fourth-grade martial artists and the governor of the base. Normally, when faced with a first-grade martial artist, they would be self-conscious of being inferior, let alone an existence like Suja. In this regard, Suja only felt a little strange, and did not have anything else. After the family happily ate their meal, Suja saw that the two great uncles Qi and Blood were not that far away from a first-grade martial artist, so he took the initiative to propose that he could fund some resources, and it wouldn't be too late to pay them back after they became martial artists. "There's no need, Xiaozhe. You don't have such good conditions as the two of them on your way to becoming a martial artist. The most important thing for a martial artist is not just strength, but courage and determination. What they lack is this." Old father-in-law Shen Yonghui, however, flatly refused without hesitation. This caused the two great uncles to be a bit upset, but they didn't dare to say anything more. Suja, who saw it in his eyes, didn't insist either, and he also very much agreed with his old father-in-law's point of view. Becoming a martial artist meant going into battle. Not having the awareness might die faster or bring drag to your companions, which might not be a good thing. After coming out from the old father-in-law's house, Shen Qingyan held Suja's arm. Smiling, she said to Suja, "Hubby, my father just rejected your good intentions because he has already given up on my two brothers. Instead, he is more attached to my several little nephews. He is trying to save some affection for later. You're still young now, you might achieve more in the future, my father. This old fox doesn't want to use up the favor all at once." Suja froze for a moment, but did not think of this layer. However, if Shen Qingyan's nephews had martial arts talent, he did not mind helping out. After all, this was human nature. Suja did not say anything more, but instead changed the topic to chat about Nanhai Third Middle School. Although there are some outstanding students who have transferred to our third middle school this semester, the overall strength is still inferior. This time in the High School Martial Arts League, Principal Fang's goal is to get into the 20th place. "Hubby, you don't know, ever since you got this series of drastic policies, the schools and students are really getting rolled up nowadays. But I think this is a good thing. If you don't work hard now, you'll regret it later." Shen Qingyan kept a smile on her face and spoke eloquently, full of hope for the future. Suja was naturally happy to see this. Next, Suja again scheduled his schedule to the fullest in a step-by-step manner. Cultivating in the morning, mainly practicing sword martial arts. During the day, he dealt with base business, and at night, he dined with his family and instructed Shen Qingyan and Su Xiaojin in their cultivation. At night, he would then return to the governor's mansion to continue cultivating. On average, he slept once every 3 days, not more than 3 hours each time. Now that the martial artist had broken through to the 4th rank with a strong spiritual power, he actually didn't need that much sleep anymore. Instead, they focused more on the relaxation that came from deep sleep. Nonetheless, Suja still didn't quite have enough time, day and night, The finals of the High School Martial Arts League were also in the second half of the tournament, and the cult martial artists had yet to take the bait and strike. Suja planned to personally hide at the tournament site during the last few finale duels. As for whether or not he could ambush the cultist martial artist, that would depend on luck. If the cultist martial artists didn't make a move this time, the overall strength of the base would become stronger and stronger in the future, and their room for survival would gradually become smaller. It was up to them to make their own choices. As long as the base was safe, Suja was indifferent. Just like this, after 10 days of experiencing the system's God of Blade Technique talent experience ability, Suja's Blade Technique finally saw a qualitative breakthrough. Blade madness is like a devil, cutting down like a god. Is this the blade intent? A faint glow erupted from Suja's blade, giving off a very mysterious and dangerous feeling. Martial intent was a higher level above chi and blood. Usually it was exclusive to the strong and some heavenly prides, and it was also the key to killing enemies by crossing over the ranks. If it wasn't for the system opening up, Suja, who had mediocre talent, still didn't know when he would be able to practice the martial Dao realm of intent. Now, he was also finally able to rank amongst the ranks of Heaven's Pride with a blade technique. The real battle power, enough to crush the ordinary 4 products of the middle stage, force the 4 products of the late stage against the 4 products of the peak. And with the generation of saber intent. Boom! In the next moment, Suja's cultivation level also broke through. The late stage of the 4th product of the martial arts became a reality. This time, the initial entry into the 4th grade to the late 4th grade, it could be said that it took quite a bit of time. Suja hadn't slacked off for a moment in terms of resources and cultivation. Adding to that, he had also obtained the cultivation insights of a nameless 6th rank. Therefore, not only was Suja's cultivation at the late 4th rank not in any vein, but it was incomparably condensed and powerful due to his cultivation of the martial Dao intent. This strength was already considered to be a leader among his peers. However, Suja clearly remembered that in the other battlefields of the 10,000 races, there were several true heavenly prides who had entered the University of Martial Arts in the same year as himself. Nowadays, some of them had reached the 6th grade cultivation level or even higher. It doesn't matter. There's plenty of time to catch up. Suja would not be discouraged, being used to lagging behind. He only had a burning fighting spirit in his eyes. For a person who had been lying flat for 10 years, now that he finally had the opportunity to compete with the heavenly pride, how could he possibly marvel at being inferior? He would only seize the opportunity and keep moving upward, one step at a time. Subsequently, Suja took advantage of the system's ability to still be around, and continued to hone his blade intent every day. But until the High School Martial Arts League entered the quarterfinals, with only a few matches left, the cult martial artists didn't make any moves. After the final 8 match, Suja had been lurking at the match site, and as a result, he had found nothing. Of course, Suja wouldn't slack off in the last few matches of the quarterfinals. Only, before the battle of the quarterfinals had even begun, Suja received an email from the Southern Realm's great metropolis. The content was simple. The Southern Realm of the Grand Xia intends to organize a tour of martial arts star Yilinger in all bases throughout the realm starting next month. Please make preparations at all bases, especially for the prevention of attacks by cult martial artists. A martial arts star? Yilinger? Suja was a bit confused. 27. The battle of the top for the pseudo-4th rank, the stopping. The martial arts stars of this world could be different from the so-called entertainment stars before Suja crossed over. It was completely 2 different concepts. Martial Dao stars, first and foremost, had to be martial artists, and they were special martial artists. They were even rarer and more precious than ordinary martial artists. Among them, the most popular and sought after were the martial arts stars with special spiritual gifts. And Yilinger was a martial arts star that was famous throughout the entire Grand Xia. Her spiritual talent was the ability to emit the heavenly sound of martial arts through playing and singing. Listening to it could have a bonus effect on martial Dao comprehension, which was extremely amazing. Now, at only 24 years old, Yilinger had been promoted to 3rd grade martial artist early on, becoming a future rising star that everyone in Grand Xia sought after. Moreover, this Yilinger came from a martial arts family in the divine capital, with a frighteningly large background. It was rumored that Grand Metropolitan Governor Su Shoshuan had gone through a lot of trouble to invite someone to come to the Southern Realm for a tour this time. It was no exaggeration to say that the value of Yilinger's visit was no less effective than smashing down billions of spirit stones. In order to raise the strength of the Southern Realm, the Grand Metropolitan Governor has also put in a lot of blood. Suja looked at the scattered information about Yi Linger on the internet and could not help but sigh. However, Yi Linger's protection was indeed important. The value of a Yi Linger was no weaker than a 7th-grade martial artist. Moreover, this Yi Linger was a martial genius, and her future importance was even more immeasurable. Imagine a 6th-grade Yi Linger playing a martial Dao heavenly sound that would help all martial artists below the 5th grade, and on a large scale. This was all no less important than a martial Dao university. What was even more terrifying was that not only did the martial Dao heavenly voice help with cultivation, it also boosted morale on the battlefield. Several other similar martial Dao stars were assisting in the suppression of the stronger 10,000 races battlefields, and were an indispensable force in the 10,000 races battlefields. The South Sea 10,000 races battlefield did not have such an existence, so Suja had never seen one. However, Suja also quickly associated it with the reason why the higher-ups had promised Grand Metropolitan Governor Su Shoshuan. I'm afraid that it was also related to the fact that this time, in the various 10,000 races battlefields in the southern realm, the foreign races had a united momentum. This military secret with a high degree of secrecy was revealed to Suja by Su Shengnian. It wasn't because of how good Suja's relationship was with Dean Su, but rather, Suja had killed enough foreign races in the last Great War that the contribution value had reached a level where he could be informed of the secret. There was also the fact that Suja happened to be the governor of the South Sea base, a position that was also necessary to know. It starts next month. That's still time. Suja searched. The cultist martial artist hadn't made a move. Was he waiting for Yi Linger to come? On second thought, it was unlikely. Yi Linger coming on tour was confidential, and the first place she came to tour in the southern realm was the South Sea base. Regardless, Suja just had to do his job. 2 days later, the quarterfinals began. The match was set up in the square of the base's martial arts center, which was filled with people early in the morning. As usual, Nanhai TV would broadcast the entire event, and Lu Ying was in charge as usual. When she was in the governor's office, many people knew that she and Suja were high school classmates. The TV station was smart, and no one dared to steal this job with her. For this reason, Lu Ying even made a special visit to thank Shin Qingyan. After all, she and Shin Qingyan were also classmates. Lu Ying was very measured, and Shin Qingyan received her politely. In Shin Qingyan's opinion, Suja had implemented a lot of reform measures in the South Sea base, and the TV station's publicity was helpful. As long as it could help Suja, and it could truly stabilize the base, Shin Qingyan would not refuse. Suja didn't say much when he learned about it. As long as Lu Ying could get the job done, maintaining a little personal friendship was irrelevant. After all, they were really high school classmates. The Final Four battle began to bustle under the auspices of Vice Governor Lu Chenggang. Suja didn't show his face publicly, but rather, he collected his breath and hid high up in a building, watching every move in the entire plaza. Less than the 5th rank, no one could detect his presence. Soon, Suja noticed an unusual figure. Is it a cult martial artist? Suja did not hesitate, intending to control it first. So he made a call to Zhao Hongchuan, the leader of the escort, who quickly led the martial arts escort hidden in the crowd to quickly move out, easily bringing that person under control. It should be said or not, the South Sea base had always been relatively weak, and even the cult martial artists were not strong. Suja, on the other hand, continued to hibernate and observe, waiting for the cultists to take the bait. Soon, a 3rd-grade cult leader couldn't sit still. Make your move. The cult martial artists hidden in the crowd then made their move. And Suja, who had caught these movements, notified Zhao Hongchuan at the first opportunity to stand by in front of the ring. Zhao Hongchuan and the others expected that if the cultists acted this time, it would definitely be a big move. However, they still did not expect that their strength and numbers were far beyond imagination. This was still under the premise that they had already controlled 10 cultists. Roughly speaking, there were at least over 60 martial artists in total, and there were several 3rd-grade martial artists. With this kind of strength, there was no other organization other than the escort guard that would be able to counteract it. Disperse! Disperse all of them! Zhao Hongchuan shouted, hurriedly interrupting the match in the ring, intending to surround the cultist martial artists before catching them in a jar. But it was too late. The leading ones, the 3rd-grade martial artists, had already approached the stage. The target was pointed directly at the 4 participants of the quarterfinals, as well as all the students of the top 320 who were watching the match next to them. Although these high school students had been competing for more than a month, where had they seen this kind of battle, the aura of the 3rd-grade martial artists suppressed them so much that they didn't even dare to take a breath, let alone muster up the courage to fight. Go to hell! Just as the cultist martial artists viciously raised their weapons to go on a killing spree, an incomparably sharp front swept from above the ring, and in an instant, a martial aura above the fourth grade suppressed the entire arena. Suja's figure had appeared above the ring, holding a long sword like a god of war, coldly locking onto all the cultist martial artists in front of him. Holy! It's the surname Su. How did he appear here? The leading cultist martial artist revealed an ugly face. From beginning to end, Suja had appeared in the martial arts league, which led the cultist martial artist to a judgment. This new governor, who spoke beautifully with his mouth, would not really come to watch the matches live. How could they know that Suja had been squatting them for many days in a row? At this moment, facing a large group of cultist martial artists under the third rank, Suja merely released some martial aura, which was enough to suppress them without much effort at all. Quickly unblock the secret technique, a cult leader immediately shouted out. This was because he knew that in front of the fourth grade, they had no chance of winning and could only take desperate measures. Instantly, the auras of those few third products began to rise wildly as if they were stimulated. It vaguely reached the level of a fourth product. This is the stuff. Suja looked at the four pseudo-fourth grade cultist martial artists and revealed a disdainful look. Not to mention the pseudo-fourth grade, even if four true fourth grades stood in front of him at this moment, Suja would still behead them as usual. Mad God Blade Technique, chop! Suja did not give them any chance, and immediately chopped out with a blade. The blade light that was as fast as lightning, as if chopping melons and slicing vegetables directly cut the nearest one. The third grade leader, off at the waist. The opponent could not make any reaction and died miserably on the spot. This is blade intent? The other few cult leaders saw the signs, and their entire faces turned the color of pig's lungs. Their first feeling was, flee. 28. Governor Su is as terrifying as they come. The martial arts epiphany doubled. The other few third-grade cultist martial artists were just about to turn around to escape when the blade light arrived. Ka-ching! Hands rose and knives fell, and heads fell to the ground. The other cult martial practitioners saw the strongest leaders die in a matter of moments, and their guts were scared out of their wits. They also wanted to escape, but the vicinity of the square was surrounded by guards, so there was no way to escape. Some of the remaining slightly stronger second grade, Suja smoothly wave away. Then the rest either surrendered and were captured, or defense was killed on the spot. Originally, Zhao Hongchuan and the others, who had seen so many strong cultists at the beginning, were still a bit flustered. When a few cult leaders had used secret arts and their strength had skyrocketed to close to the fourth rank, even Li Changgang was unable to defeat them. However, they didn't want to, but they had still underestimated Suja so quickly. It was simply a sadistic killing, and the other party was powerless to fight back. Is Governor Su strength as terrifying as this? All the martial artists on the scene who had seen Suja strike with their own eyes had their jaws dropped in shock. That long knife, even if it was not aimed at them, they deeply felt a deathly aura. It was too terrifying. At this moment, Suja's unoffendable majesty in these people's hearts deepened even further. Below the ring, Shun Qingyan could not help but let her beautiful eyes flicker. It was also the first time she had seen Suja make a move, and Mu Chong's mentality also reached its peak at this moment. This was the strong man. This was her husband. In less than 10 minutes, the scene was cleared. The match continues, Suja said to Li Changgang and Zhao Hongchuan. Even though the scene was a mess and blood-stained, there was no martial artist who didn't see blood. If this unexpected event caused these high school students to cower and not be able to utilize their true strength, then that would be it for them as well. To a certain extent, this was also a real-world combat lesson that Suja had given to all the students on the scene. A life and death lesson that faced life and death and fear head-on. It was better than them actually facing the alien beasts, facing the battlefield of the alien race, and losing their little lives needlessly in fear. A little while later, the image of Suja holding a long knife and single-handedly decapitating numerous cult martial artists was also edited and broadcast by the television station. The entire South Sea base witnessed Suja's terrifying strength and formidable figure. Governor Su, so mighty, so divine. At this moment, Suja was no different from a god in the eyes of the ordinary people of the base. It was a pity that at this time, the Chi Luck Edition experience card had expired. Otherwise, it would have definitely added a wave of powerful Chi Luck for Suja. Next, the quarterfinals went on as usual. The bloody environment of the scene not only didn't affect the match, but instead added a lot of realism to the match. The blood of the people watching was boiling and the applause was thunderous. And Suja also reported the circumstances of the execution of the cult martial artists to the Southern Realm Metropolitan Government. The above affirmed the merits of the South Sea base, and also rewarded an additional batch of cultivation resources over, which Suja of course accepted in full. This batch of cultivation resources was used by Suja to reward the guards who had done well in killing the cultists. This was what they deserved. 3 days later, the High School Martial Arts League and the Social Martial Arts Competition all came to a close. Suja, as the governor, personally attended the awards ceremony. Congratulations! I hope that you will continue to work hard and contribute to the security and development of the South Sea base. And I hope that you will go farther and farther on the road of martial arts and utilize your energy to defend against the 10,000 races. Suja's impassioned speech ignited the enthusiasm of every base resident. It also planted a seed of martial fervor for the many outstanding students. Once the 2 major competitions were over, the next step was to prepare for the arrival of martial arts star Yi Linger. The higher-ups had repeatedly emphasized the need to strengthen the guarding capabilities and not to allow any slip-ups. After the last execution of the cult martial artists, Suja realized that the South Sea base's guards were still a bit weak. The news of Yi Linger's arrival at the South Sea base would definitely spread. At that time, there might be strong cult martial artists from other bases that would come to cause trouble. In light of this, Suja decided to cultivate an elite team within the escort guard. He took a batch of high-quality cultivation resources and directly arrived at the escort headquarters. Everyone, you are the elites handpicked by Commander Zhao, and I will conduct a special training session for you next. What I'm holding in my hand are the rewards for passing the special selection. There are some elixirs that even a third-grade marshal would blush at the sight of. I don't need to say it, you all know what this means. Then, just fight to the death for me to get through this special training. If you get through it, get off your ass. If you don't get through it, you'll be mediocre for the rest of your life. Facing the 3 dozen or so escort martial artists, Suja issued a deafening opening statement. Those escort martial artists, each and every one of their faces revealed unprecedented excitement. The powerful Governor Su personally giving special training, and so many quality resource rewards, such a good thing could only be encountered once in a lifetime. Moreover, they were aware that Suja was originally a tutor at the South Sea Martial Dao University. It was more than enough to teach those Heaven's Pride martial arts university students, let alone them. Before starting the special training, Suja conducted one-on-one special instructions for each of these 30 escort martial artists. You, the strength of your lower limbs is clearly lacking. You need to focus on training your lower limbs. You, the qi and blood of the meridians are not running smoothly. You need to change your gongfu cultivation. You, not suitable to use a sword, change to a fist martial art. In one round, all of them seemed to have been opened up, and the problems that had been troubling them for a long time were solved. Especially when the special training went on for some time, they improved rapidly. This made the others within the escort guard, when they saw it, simply envious and jealous. They only hated that they were not strong enough to be selected, otherwise this wave of heavenly riches would have smashed down, and their status in the South Sea base would definitely rise in the future. Many people even speculated that these 36 martial artists might be Governor Su's cronies in the future. Suja did not have the idea of cultivating cronies because he would have to leave the South Sea base sooner or later. However, his family and Shin Qingyan's family would still be at the South Navy base for a short period of time, so there was nothing wrong with making good karma as a result. 10 days later, the first phase of the special training ended. There wasn't a single escort martial artist who participated in the special training that wasn't convinced. It was because their strength had increased with the naked eye. Along with that, the entire escort guard held Suja in high esteem and admiration. At the same time, it was time to extract the new system ability. With the assistance of the God of Blade technique, Suja's Mad God Blade technique had been refined to the level of perfection. It was a lot more powerful than when he had killed the cultist martial artist. This made Suja incredibly excited to see what ability he would be able to draw this time. Successful extraction. Congratulations on obtaining a doubling the probability of martial enlightenment experience card for 1 month. Surprisingly, it was an epiphany talent. The so-called epiphany was a special cultivation state that martial artists could not wait for, and apart from being able to significantly increase their cultivation level, the most valuable thing about it was that it was able to break through various bottlenecks in their cultivation. There are some martial artists who can't even have an epiphany once in their lifetime. often, only those who are gifted at the top of the pyramid can accomplish 1 or 2 epiphanies with the addition of chi luck. So far, Suja had never had an epiphany. In his excitement, Suja suddenly thought that in a little while Martial Dao star Yilinger would be coming to the South Sea. Her Martial Dao heavenly voice was effective for all base residents, naturally including Suja. If under the support of the Martial Dao heavenly voice, and then superimposed on his own system's ability to double epiphanies, could he open an epiphany? Thinking about this, Suja actually began to look forward to Yilinger. Big star, you should have come earlier. 29. Fierce father. Daughter violent is normal. The system ability extracted this time was relatively special, and there was no need to seize the time to cultivate. Coupled with the fact that the work in the base was on track, Suja was quite a bit more free than when he first arrived, in addition to the special training. This also allowed him to have more time to accompany his family. Right, hubby? The teacher will come to the house for a home visit at night? At the dinner table, Shin Qingyan suddenly mentioned it and said. Suja froze for a moment and joked. Is it because Xiao Jin did something wrong at school? Aha! Unexpectedly, Shin Qingyan nodded her head and said, Xiao Jin beat up a male student in her class, and I heard that the beating wasn't light. Ah! Suja was a bit dumbfounded and couldn't help but look at his daughter Su Xiaojin in confusion. Don't look at Su Xiaojin's innocent and cute looks, but in reality, her muscles and chi and blood are well trained, and she is indeed a good fighter. But her daughter didn't look like someone who would use violence for no reason. Dad, they were the ones who bullied me first. I'm just teaching them to behave. Before Suja could ask, Su Xiaojin took the initiative to explain first. Suja, he hadn't even said anything yet. However, Suja didn't rush to ask for the reason, but instead condensed his spiritual power and carefully checked up on his daughter's cultivation. During this period of time, Suja and his wife were both very busy and had somewhat neglected their daughter's cultivation. The main thing is that little Jane is still small, the body is not fully developed, the chi and blood cultivation is not in a hurry. But it was a shock to see. Little Jane's chi and blood is over 200, ordinary small children are really not her match. Suja shook his head in surprise and said, among Su Xiaojin's peers, chi blood over 100 were very few, and some students who hadn't practiced cultivation had even lower chi blood. His daughter, however, had unknowingly left behind her peers by a large margin. It should be the effect of that spirit yuan root fruit from before. Shin Qingyan suddenly realized. The spirit origin root fruit helped tremendously in the development of martial potential, and the earlier it was taken, the better the effect. Coupled with the fact that after having a generous hand, the resources Su Xiaojin enjoyed were all top-notch. The main reason was that her own cultivation qualifications and talent were far too good compared to her parents. The overlapping of factors led to Su Xiaojin's astonishing growth. Suja thought for a moment and said, in the future, we have to strengthen the chi and blood control training mainly. Otherwise, with Xiao Jin's amount of chi and blood, she can't help but want to punch people. The school's martial arts education obviously can't keep up with Xiao Jin's rate of improvement. I know, husband, Shin Qingyan responded. Shin Qingyan knew that Suja couldn't possibly have too much time to teach his daughter, so this task naturally fell on her. At this time, Shin Qingyan was glad that she was a high school martial arts teacher. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known what to do in this situation. Then, Suja asked Xiao Jin a few questions, but it was nothing special. It was just a normal friction between elementary school students, and Xiao Jin was not able to control her strength and hit a little harder. With Xiao Jin's current progress, it's estimated that it's possible to become a martial artist before the martial arts exam. Suja looked at his daughter and said without emotion, who would have thought that he and his wife, who had mediocre talent, would give birth to a heavenly daughter. Hee. Husband, my little Jane is much stronger than you. Shin Qingyan also had a proud face when she heard this. Su's mother was even smiling. Her son had excelled, and she didn't think that her granddaughter might even excel in the future. However, there were some words that Suja did not say. It was that with the cultivation conditions of the South Sea base, even more geniuses could not cultivate a strong martial arts practitioner. If necessary, you can let your daughter transfer to another base before the martial arts exam. This is all an afterthought. Ding dong. After eating and cleaning up, the doorbell of the house was rung. Su Xiaojin's homeroom teacher, Zhang Xian, although she was not a martial artist, she had practiced in a martial arts school in her early years and had also joined a mercenary group to hunt in the wild, so she still had a certain understanding of martial arts. This was also the reason why she became the homeroom teacher of this school that was dominated by martial artist families. Children from martial artist families were more or less arrogant, and their average talent was even more outstanding. Nonetheless, this was the first time she had met a student with such amazing talent as Su Xiaojin. Su Xiaojin's personality was a bit violent, but her future potential was also amazing. Originally, Zhang Xian didn't really want to care about this little friction between students. However, she couldn't help but have too many parents complaining, and she also wanted to take the opportunity to meet Su Xiaojin's parents, lest such a good martial arts seedling be delayed. She had been the teacher of Su Xiaojin's class for almost 2 years now, but she had only met Su Xiaojin's grandmother and had never met her parents. Originally, she had thought that if Su Xiaojin was so talented, her parents wouldn't be third-grade martial artists, right? When they met later, they should be more polite and not blame Su Xiaojin for all their mistakes, as the other students were also responsible. But when Zhang Xian stepped into the door of her home, she had seen an incomparably familiar face. She couldn't believe it. Su Xiaojin's father was actually the new governor, Su Zhe. Su Xiaojin's mother was also senior Shen Qingyan, who had recently gained a growing reputation in the education sector. In front of such parents, how could one be qualified to lecture someone else's child? The figure of Governor Su, killing and decisive, beheading cult martial artists, violently lingered in Zhang Xian's mind. When a father is so fierce, isn't it normal for his daughter to be violent? Teacher Zhang, feel free to sit down. Shen Qingyan greeted Zhang Xian with a smile. Su Zhe also smiled and greeted, "Hello, Ms. Zhang. I'm Xiao Jin's father." Regarding this teacher Zhang Xian, Su Zhe had investigated when he returned. There was no problem with his character and ability, and he appreciated it. Seeing it at home this time, Su Zhe would naturally try to be as polite and enthusiastic as possible. "Thank you, Mr. Su." Mr. Su. Zhang Xian was inexplicably a little nervous and stumbled over her words. It was good that Shen Qingyan poured her a cup of water, and only slowly soothed herself after taking a fierce sip. Then, Zhang Xian proceeded with her home visit in order. However, all the words that she had thought of before were thrown into the trash can, almost as if she was praising Su Xiaojin for being a good student with both good character and good academics. Caused Su Xiaojin, who was still a bit jittery, to be a bit confused. In Mr. Zhang's eyes, am I this good? Seeing that his daughter was on the verge of drifting a bit, Su Zhe only had to use his eyes to coerce her to be more restrained. However, Shen Qingyan listened attentively to some of what Zhang Xian told her, and secretly resolved to be strict with her daughter. Jade is not cut into a tool, the talent is good again, the back of the obliteration of the people carry on not too many cases. After the end of the home visit, Shen Qingyan discussed a discipline program with Su Zhe. Su Zhe raised both hands in favor. Not wasting talent is her greatest expectation of her daughter, but also something he can do. It wasn't long after this episode. The fact that Yilinger was coming to the South Sea base also finally spread. The entire South Sea base was abuzz. The famous martial arts star of all of Daxia was actually really coming to the South Sea base. Ordinary people watched the fun and dabbled in some martial arts aura. The martial artists, however, knew that this was a great opportunity, especially some of the stagnant cultivation. All do not want to seize this opportunity to take a step forward. Those who had reached the Qi and Blood standard wanted to enter the ranks of martial artists. The breakthrough is blocked. Want to break through the bottleneck? Yilinger wasn't just a martial arts star. She might even be the goddess who changed the fate of many people. Is this the Southern Realm? At this moment, Yilinger, who had just gotten off the plane and showed up at the Grand Metropolitan Mansion, felt the most abundant aura in the entire Southern Realm. There was curiosity and doubt in her eyes. The Southern Realm was indeed thin in aura and remote and desolate. 30. The Daughter of Heaven is no worse than she is. So amazing. In the entire Great Xia, the southern border is far from the center of the divine capital. But it has a vast territory and a large population. Just the 10,000 races channel opened late, the cultivation environment really cannot say how good, and the competition is still fierce. Yilinger stayed in the divine capital all year round, and this was the first time she came to the South Realm. She didn't have any special impression, and she was just following the orders of her superiors. This time, she came to the South Realm to tour multiple bases, and the consumption of her spiritual energy was not small. If she didn't recuperate for a year and a half, she might not be able to recover. Fortunately, the Southern Realm also paid special attention to this tour, and took out quite a few good things to replenish her mental power as compensation. If it wasn't for these goodies, She wouldn't have come if the higher-ups had a knife at her neck. After all, it really delayed her cultivation. And the base tour, it was not in her scope of duties in the first place. Angelic face, perfect body, voice kissed by angels, martial arts strength above the 3rd grade. Tickets for Yi Linger's tour were sold 3 days in advance at the South Sea base. But after all, it was a base with a population of more than 20 million. Not everyone was qualified to buy tickets. First, all martial artists were automatically qualified to purchase. The rest were ranked according to their chi and blood levels, and only those who met the criteria would be able to obtain an admission ticket. This was not a concert in the usual sense, and the main purpose was still to raise the level of martial arts in the base. However, there were exceptions to this. Martial artists of the 3rd grade or above could have 3 extra spots attached to them in addition to themselves. This was a gift paid to the strong, and no one dared to question it. In the end, the safety of the entire base relied on strong people to support and maintain it. Furthermore, it was only natural that martial artists would have privileges in the first place. Suja, as the only martial artist above the 4th grade in the base, also had 3 extra slots. However, other than Su Xiaojin who used them, the other 2 slots Suja put out. Su's mother had little use for her old father-in-law and 2 great-uncles, and she herself was able to obtain the quota. As for the others, it would be a waste to give them. 3 days later, Suja personally picked up the plane at the Nanhai airport. Regardless, this contribution of Yi Linger to the South Sea base alone was worthy of Suja's respect. Moreover, Suja would not allow any accidents to occur. Although Yi Linger's own security team was strong enough, and the Southland Metropolitan Mansion was additionally equipped with security. However, for such a national treasure, no amount of importance could be placed on her safety. "Hello, Ms. Yi. Welcome to the South Sea base." As soon as the airplane landed, Suja, as the governor, personally went forward to welcome her. It had to be said that Yi Linger was even better looking than in the photo, with a better temperament. However, Suja wouldn't have any thoughts. His own wife just smelled good. It was completely pointless to think about messy things. To think is also to think about her ability, exactly how she came to be, a little bit of small curiosity. "Hello, Governor Su, thank you." Yi Linger had been in the limelight since she was a child, with a top-notch birth and top-notch talent. She was more or less a bit arrogant. However, to this base governor who was not older than herself by a few years, she still acted quite politely. At an age of less than 30, with a cultivation level of 4th rank, it couldn't be said to be much of a demon. But less than half a year ago, this governor was only a 2nd-rank assistant teacher. This was a bit mind-boggling to look at in a different light. When Yi Linger was reading the information, she thought that it was wrongly written, which person's cultivation had risen so fast. Even if it was an acquired awakening talent, it couldn't be like making a rocket-like breakthrough. But with the facts in front of her, there was no way for her to disbelieve them. Suja very frankly introduced Yi Linger to their preparations and some matters that needed attention. He also asked Yi Linger if she had any special requirements. If he could do it, Suja would definitely do it. If it was before, Suja might have envied Yi Linger as a proud son of heaven. But with the system, he was very frank. "This person is quite interesting." Yi Linger quietly listened to Suja's introduction along the way and secretly commented in her heart. She knew a lot of strong and high-ranking people, but she really hadn't seen one that was only given to talking to her about work, not even a sentence or 2 of light-hearted jokes. Wasn't it a bit too confident to look at her? That would be interesting. However, she didn't feel that she couldn't compare to this rising star. Perhaps this young governor just hadn't gotten in touch with higher-level things yet and was a bit of a sitting duck. It didn't matter. Soon, Suja led Yi Linger's group to the base square. Seeing that Yi Linger didn't have any other needs, Suja didn't bother her much and let her prepare herself. At this time, the tour venue was already swarming with people. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the show, with light in their eyes, eager to get an early glimpse of Yi Linger's style. Even more so, they couldn't wait to dip into the light of the heavenly voice of martial arts and realize the enhancement of their strength. "Hubby, is Yi Linger pretty?" After checking all the work on one side, Suja sat on the VIP seat and was asked by Shin Qingyan with a smile. She was also very curious about what this martial arts star was like. If it wasn't for the fear of bad influence, why wouldn't she want to meet her? "Beautiful. The heaven's daughter. Her name is True," Suja said frankly. In fact, he knew that what Shin Qingyan envied more should be Yi Linger's martial arts talent. In terms of beauty, Shin Qingyan would not lose, and was passionate and skillful, so what was there to compare? Humph. Shin Qingyan pretended to be angry, then laughed again. But my husband, he won't be inferior to her. Between jokes, Yi Linger had slowly walked onto the stage. Instantly, everyone's gazes were directed towards Yi Linger, and at the same time, there was an explosion of amazing cheers that rose and fell one after another. Seeing Suja had slightly smacked his lips, this popularity simply, only to see Yi Linger in a gorgeous dress, smiling and greeting everyone. Hello everyone. I'm Yi Linger. This smile made countless people fall for it. It was not just as simple as beauty. It was as if there was some kind of irresistible magic in the smile. Suja knew that it was spiritual infectious power. Subtle. Wow, so beautiful. At this time, Shin Qingyan next to him also looked dumbfounded. Unconsciously actually produced a feeling of self-shame. Silly wife, defeated by someone else's spiritual power. Suja smiled helplessly. In fact, this was a step before Yi Linger's performance. Through spiritual guidance, it allowed everyone to focus on her before the effect of the martial heavenly voice could be maximized afterwards. However, of the more than 300,000 people in the room, there was still one individual who was unmoved. It was not known whether it was because the fourth rank itself had spiritual power or something else. After Yi Linger glanced towards Suja's side, she didn't give it much thought and formally began to play. The slender hands, under the guidance of the special spiritual power, instantly played a leisurely note that was like heavenly music. The refreshing notes instantly silenced the entire audience. Everyone was immersed in the tone and their breath changed. This was the astonishing effect of the martial heavenly sound. Even Suja was jolted, as if a certain switch had been flipped, and countless martial Tao sensations flooded into his mind. Even his spiritual power seemed to have some sort of magical resonance with it. Really amazing. Suja's late 4th grade cultivation, which had stayed for a long time, broke through to the peak of the 4th grade in an instant. Of course, this was also related to the fact that his cultivation was solid enough that he was almost on the verge of breaking through. Just listening for a few moments had such a starting effect. It made Suja incomparably look forward to an epiphany that would be triggered by the end of the song. Maybe after the epiphany, he would be able to step into the 5th grade cultivation in one fell swoop, or even go a little further above the 5th grade. After all, epiphanies were really rare, and who knew what the effects would be? 31. Epiphany. Closure. Officially stepping into the 5th rank. The martial heavenly voice performance that lasted for an hour. In the afterglow of 300,000 people who couldn't get enough of it, the curtain came down. Many people chose to leave for seclusion in the first hour after the note terminated, and they awoke from their realization. Because of the rich harvest, they had to take the opportunity to improve. Even Suja, the governor, returned to the governor's mansion alone after explaining a few words to his subordinates. Because he also vaguely felt like he was going to realize something, although it was a bit rude that he hadn't been able to represent the South Sea base to sympathize with Yi Linger, he couldn't care less. Missing an epiphany could be much more serious than being rude. Governor Su also left. Yi Linger was a little surprised. It wasn't because of being coldly neglected, but rather Suja was at the 4th rank and she was only at the 3rd rank. Logically, her own martial heavenly voice should not be that helpful to Suja. Yi Linger was sure that Suja wasn't intentionally slacking off, but that he had really gained something, and she didn't know why she was so sure. In any case, the performance ended, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Every time she performed, it was a huge drain on her mental energy. Next, Yi Linger had to go on tour to other bases in the southern realm. After returning to the hotel and resting well, there was still no news from Suja, and she agonized for a while about whether or not to wait and meet up. On second thought, Yi Linger still chose to leave the South Sea base. Forget it, if he can climb to the peak of martial arts, there will always be a time to meet again. Yi Linger glanced in the direction of the governor's mansion, a meaningful smile appearing on her face. Within the governor's mansion's cultivation room, Suja used some of the good pills he had recently hoarded in his head. Just as he was slowly digesting those epiphanies and immersing himself in cultivation. Epiphany. Suddenly, a layer of unprecedented enlightenment rose in his mind. Then he entered into an incomparably special state, as if he had fused with the world around him. The rich aura around the governor's mansion surged into him at an extremely fast rate. The promotion of the 4th grade to the 5th grade Grand Realm required the materialization of spiritual energy. At the same time, the physical body further metamorphosed and strengthened. The traveler's Suja, because his soul power was strong enough, There was no bottleneck in terms of spiritual power from a young age. As the epiphany continued to deepen, Suja's spiritual power gradually underwent some sort of change. This change then fed back into the physical body, which in turn acted on the spiritual power. The cycle repeated itself, and after absorbing a large amount of spiritual chi, the spiritual power eventually materialized. Boom! At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from within the Dantian. The realm of the 5th grade of the martial Tao had become a reality. However, the epiphany did not end there. Suja continued to cultivate intensely. It lasted until the peak of the early 5th grade before it vaguely showed signs of retreat. Is this as far as it goes? Suja was somewhat unwilling. The epiphany was pretty much consumed, but there were still quite a few spiritual insights from the martial heavenly voice. Suja immediately did not do anything, and revolved his entire body's chi and blood, intending to break through to the mid-5th grade in a single breath. The later one's cultivation level got, even a small realm was not that easy to break through. Some people were stuck for years at a time. Next time, he didn't know if he would still set off on an epiphany, and Suja didn't want to give up this opportunity. Even if it was a forced breakthrough that caused the realm to be a little unstable. There were also ways to stabilize the cultivation in the back, and he was afraid that he would never be able to find the opportunity to break through. Break for me! Suja swallowed the last elixir and began to forcefully break through. Not long afterward, his face was bruised and appeared somewhat hideous. The breath of his entire body was actually a bit disorganized. This caused Suja to be a little worried, but he had no way back after what had happened. Forcibly interrupting the breakthrough, there was a possibility of being injured. Continuing the breakthrough, there was also the possibility of getting injured, and there was also the possibility of damaging his cultivation. There was no way out, it was up to luck. At the last moment, the chi in Suja's body came into play. He actually spat out a mouthful of blood and forcefully broke through to the mid-5th grade. Success! Suja felt the majestic blood chi in his body, and a pleased smile appeared on his face. Having suffered a minor injury, he would have to recuperate for at least half a month or so. The point was, he had finally succeeded. Everything was worth it. Mid-5th grade of martial Tao, the strength, I'm afraid, is a realm only possessed by the governors of some of the important bases in the divine capital. After today, going to any base, Suja would be able to walk sideways. Even if it was the South Sea Martial Arts University, he would be able to apply for an associate professor position. At this moment, if Yilinger was still at the South Sea base, I'm afraid that her jaw would drop in shock. Unfortunately, she had all but completed all of her tours and left the South Sea realm. This time in seclusion, Suja stayed in the practice room for 14 whole days. Outside, like Suja, there were not a few who had made great progress in their martial arts. In this half-month alone, there were dozens of people who came to register as a new martial artist. There were also nearly 7 or 8 people who had advanced in their martial Tao. It could be said that Yilinger's trip to the Southern Realm had boosted the strength of the South Sea base and the entire Southern Realm by a large margin. If we have a chance to meet, we have to thank her properly in person. Suja couldn't help but think this way. After Suja emerged from the customs, it was also immediately time for the New Year's Eve. 3 days later, it would be New Year's Eve. There were very few festivals in this world, and most of them were related to aura recovery and martial arts. The only holiday that was truly preserved for the entire population to celebrate the reunion was the New Year's Eve. And people still didn't really value it, they were just making a festive atmosphere in response to the occasion. Most of the generals and martial artists guarding the battlefields of the 10,000 races were unlikely to return home for the new year. Suja had also not spent New Year's Eve with his family for 10 years, since he had attended the South Sea Martial Arts University. Today, it was possible to have a lively new year. Due to the fear of his family worrying, Suja spent a few days recuperating from his injuries at the governor's residence. He waited until the day of New Year's Eve before returning home. The family was naturally surprised and happy to see him successfully emerge from seclusion. They had thought that Suja would remain in seclusion until after the new year. Compared to the New Year's Eve reunion, of course, Suja's closed-door cultivation was more important. "Hubby, why does your face look a little pale?" Shen Qingyan was the first to notice that Suja was a little off, and quickly asked with concern. "It's fine, before the closed-door force breakthrough. There is a little bit, did not slow down, after a few days will be fine." Suja lightly laughed. It was not too common for martial artists to get injured. Every time they went to the battlefield of the 10,000 races, there was no time when they did not get injured. Even within the base, injured martial artists were everywhere. Su's mother and Shin Qingyan saw that Suja's spirit was good, and since Suja had said so, there was no need for them to worry about anything. However, heartache for Suja was definitely unavoidable. Martial cultivation was never painful and arduous. Right, wife? Did you gain much this time? Suja changed the topic and said, because he clearly felt that Shin Qingyan's aura had also strengthened a lot. It was only that he did not release his spiritual power to carefully probe and sense it. The harvest is great. I've broken through to the peak of the first grade, and I'm striving to advance to the second grade of martial Dao this year. I really didn't expect that martial Dao heavenly voice to be so effective. Shin Qingyan said with joy. If she really successfully broke through to the second grade, then she would be considered a mainstay within the South Sea base. Despite the fact that quite a few people had been promoted this time, first-grade martial artists were still the mainstream within the base, and second grade was the elite. Unfortunately, there was still no one who had been promoted to the third rank this time. Of those original third-grade martial artists, the only two who had broken through a small realm were Li Chenggang and Zhao Hongchuan. Overall, instead, it was Suja's previous special training of those 30 or so elite escort martial artists that had the greatest promotion. The martial heavenly voice could only serve as a catalyst at most, and to achieve such an effect was already extremely amazing. Moreover, this was still under the premise that Suja had taken out a massive amount of cultivation resources. Not anyone could be as perverse as Suja, directly breaking through a major realm plus a minor realm, and that was still on top of a middle-grade cultivation level. Well, you can do it. Suja smiled and encouraged Shin Qingyan. 32. The southern realm is in chaos, and a wave of foreign beasts is coming. During the casual conversation, Suja asked about the two great uncles. Before this, the two men's chi and blood was close to that of a martial artist, and this time he didn't know if they had made a breakthrough. Nope. Shin Qingyan returned with a bit of hatred. Missing this opportunity, it would probably be even harder in the future. On the contrary, old father-in-law Shin Yonghui also broke through to the peak of the first grade this time. He was more talented and worked harder than his two sons. What a shame. After the New Year's Eve dinner, the family watched TV programs for a while in a frenzy. And after 12 o'clock, Suja would be 29 years old. It had also been exactly 29 years since he crossed over to this dangerous high martial world. As the saying goes, 30 years old, the rest of life was full of challenges and expectations. After the year, Suja recuperated from his injuries, worked and cultivated as usual, and everything was in order. Possibly because of his injuries, for the next nearly half a month, Suja did not encounter a single epiphany. Couldn't be helped, epiphanies were just too difficult and one should be satisfying. When the 1-month deadline had arrived, Suja extracted a new system ability. Successful extraction. Congratulations on obtaining a Spiritual Power Cultivation Triple Acceleration Experience card. For a limited time of 1 month, Suja was very satisfied with this ability. After the 5th grade, materialized spiritual energy could be cultivated. This was also the reason why the 5th grade could crush the 4th grade. Powerful spiritual power could not only cause shock and pressure on the opponent, giving them a head start in a battle. Substantialized spiritual power could also freely manipulate objects, seize weapons, use hidden weapons, remote manipulation, and a wide variety of means. Not only that, materialized spiritual power could also be used to attack directly and cause damage. At least currently, when facing a 1st or 2nd grade martial artist, Suja didn't even need to use his hands to disarm the opponent's battle power. It was just that when facing a 3rd grade martial artist, it was still a bit of a struggle. However, if he slightly mentally interfered with the other party, causing a delay of even less than a second, then he could easily take down the other party. Suja had always been cultivating his spiritual power, as a strong spiritual power was also a prerequisite for advancing to the 6th rank. It needed to be channeled through spiritual power to achieve unity of chi and blood. Before the 6th grade, it was chi and blood that was stronger than spiritual power. After the 6th grade, it was spiritual power that trumped chi and blood. This is also the necessary path to enter the high-grade martial artist. Spiritual power was very mysterious, and some martial artists who had stepped into the 4th grade knew nothing about the methods of spiritual power growth. One could only rely on the natural growth when cultivating chi and blood. The entire martial arts world also had no reliable methods for spiritual power cultivation. At most, there were some means that might work, and they were not applicable to everyone. Suja's cultivation was also primitive, and it was achieved by condensing spiritual energy. Although it was a bit slow, it was at least effective, Now that it was better with the triple acceleration, the cultivation of spiritual energy was obviously more effective. In the previous 10 days or so, Suja had doubted whether or not there was any growth in spiritual energy. The facts proved that there was. For the next period of time, the days went by quite calmly. But Suja knew that the short-lived calm within the base was not the truth of this world. The cruelty outside was. Just when Suja was pondering whether or not to step down as governor and leave the South Sea base. The entire South Realm, however, was caught up in a huge tremor. Ever since the last time the suspected internal cult martial artist traders had threaded the needle for several of the Southern Realm's 10,000 races battlefields, erupting into a massive onslaught on various strongholds. The various 10,000 races battlefields hadn't been quiet. Although quite a few cult martial practitioners had been swept away during the sweeping operations, several large-scale conflicts had still erupted in the 10,000 races battlefields. One time, it was still the case that 3 of the 10,000 races battlefields erupted at the same time. Right now, the entire Southern Realm was burnt to a crisp, and Grand Commander Su Shoshuan was either losing his temper or brewing a tantrum every day. The likelihood of a full-blown war in the battlefield of the 10,000 races was becoming higher and higher. The places outside of the battlefield of the 10,000 races were also in a state of chaos and unrest. The South Sea base was nothing special because of Suja's township, which had cleared out the absolute majority of the cultist martial practitioners in one go. And because the South Sea base was the weakest, the cultist martial artist organization did not send reinforcements to follow up. But the other bases weren't so lucky, being messed up by the cultist martial artists. Everyone was in danger. Especially during Yi Linger's tour, several bases erupted in large-scale vicious incidents. Although they were all suppressed in the end, the situation was really a bit tragic. Before Suja could open his mouth with Su Shangyan and propose to step down as governor, Su Shangyan said in a serious tone, "Little Su, stabilizing the rear is very important. The South China Sea base depends on you. Don't be slack." Suja could not do anything else, but to continuously strengthen the defense, constantly improve the strength of the escort. The good thing is that nowadays, the South Sea base's finances are barely able to be self-sufficient, and the escort guard has been supplemented with the increase in the number of martial artists in the base, and the overall strength has been enhanced compared to the time when the former governor was in office. The only shortcoming was the number of high-end martial artists above the 3rd grade, which was really low. The conditions of the South Sea base were such that trying to cultivate a 3rd grade was as difficult as climbing into the sky. Therefore, Suja, who sat above the 4th grade, was especially important. Because most of the resources were contributed to the base, Suja didn't even bother to register a 5th grade martial artist, and those regular subsidies weren't that useful anyway. In this way, without realizing it, a month had passed. Suja's injuries had long since healed, and his spiritual cultivation had also made great strides. It was obvious that he was now able to threaten an ordinary 3rd-ranked martial artist with his spiritual power attacks alone. Spirits coming from a weaker 4th grade would concede in front of him if they were not careful. This was all a surprise brought about by the system's triple acceleration. Therefore, Suja couldn't wait to start extracting new system abilities again. Successful extraction. Congratulations on obtaining a Battle Power Increase 80% experience card. For 1 month, it was another ability that increased his battle power. This was the first time Suja had drawn a duplicate ability, but last time it was a doubling of battle power, but this time it had shrunk to 80% instead. Perhaps it was because now that Suja was already in the middle of the 5th grade, doubling his battle power was a bit too terrifying. Suja didn't think much about it. The 80% increase was also enough for him to deal with opponents at the peak of the 5th grade, and there would be almost no threat within the base. But this ability not going to the battlefield was simply a waste. No, I have to apply for time to go to the 10,000 races battlefield tomorrow. Holding this thought, Suja went home and slept that night. He raised his idea with Shin Qingyan, who expressed her support, but only if the higher-ups approved it. Suja smiled and hugged his wife to sleep peacefully. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the middle of the night, an urgent alarm suddenly sounded within the base, waking everyone up. This was an emergency alarm that everyone in the base was familiar with, only that it hadn't sounded much recently. The light-sleeping Suja quickly reacted, and Shin Qingyan also quickly got up and ran to her daughter Su Xiaojin's room, casually responding to any situation that might arise. In less than half a minute, Suja's phone rang. It was Zhao Hongchuan, the commander of the escort guards, calling. "Viceroy, We received an urgent report from the Southern Realm's great capital palace that there is an alien beast riot throughout the Southern Realm mountain range. The riot has formed a beast tide, and it is estimated that it will impact our South Sea base in 2 hours. Multiple bases in the Southern Realm have been attacked one after another, and the higher-ups have no time to worry about anything else, requesting us to guard the South Sea base. Zhao Hongchuan's urgent voice carried a hint of panic. The wave of foreign beasts had happened before, and every time there was heavy damage and people were terrified. But every time the military would send people to assist in the defense, but this time they were left to deal with it alone. This meant that this time the foreign beast tide was extraordinary, and the military was also tied up with other things. There was simply no room to care about them. It was also possible that the top was making a trade-off and letting the South Sea base fend for itself. Got it. The wave of alien beasts will come from the north. Notify the others to converge at the northern wall. Don't panic with me here. The base will be fine. Suja first stabilized Zhao Hongchuan, then exchanged a glance with Shin Qingyan. Without saying a word, he grabbed the door and left. In the darkness of the night, Suja transformed into a phantom and hurriedly swept towards the city wall. 33. Defense deployment, tough decisions. The last time Suja had experienced a wave of foreign beasts at the base was when he was in his second year of high school. At that time, he was still just an ordinary student struggling to survive, but when he remembered the once tragic images, they were still vivid in his mind. And this time, he would act as the highest person in charge of the South Sea base, protecting more than 20 million base residents. Because of the existence of a response mechanism, everyone acted after the alarm sounded. Especially the escorts, they appeared at their positions according to their duties. It was almost unrealistic to rely on manpower to resist a large alien beast tide. Those large technological weapons within the base were the heavy weapons of resistance. Governor! The governor is here! The people on the city walls greeted Suja upon seeing him. It was as if they had instantly found their backbone and weren't as flustered as before. The main people in charge of the base were all present, and the two of them, Li Changgang and Zhao Hongchuan, looked at Suja with expectant eyes. The two of them did not say half a word of nonsense and directly began to report on the situation. Zhao Hongchuan said, "Governor, the escorts have all been deployed in place according to the Alien Beast Tide Defense Manual." Li Changgang said, "Governor, the Base Martial Artist Alliance has gathered all the idle martial artists. The major groups and the guards are also working on schedule, and the people's evacuation emergency measures have also been activated." "Good. Very well done." Suja nodded. The groundwork these two had been working together for a long time, and there wouldn't be too many problems. The only thing that needed to be worried about was the scale and strength of this beast tide, as well as the direction of the beast tide. "I've read the alert sent by the Grand Metropolitan Governor. This Fey beast tide is not trivial, and it's said that there are not a few medium-grade Fey beasts in it. We are strictly implementing the strategy of diversion, and will never fight the beast tide head-on. When you come across a medium-grade beast, don't act rashly, just leave it to me. In addition, foreign beasts above the 3rd grade need extra attention. Never let them break through the defense line." Suja simply and clearly emphasized the defensive strategy. In fact, the strength of the vast majority of the Fey beasts was below that of a martial artist, but they could not afford to be too numerous. And although the Fey beasts were all mutated beasts, some of them already had some intelligence. They are more submissive to powerful leaders than humans, and the leader of the beasts is the key. Fortunately, the intelligence of the high-grade Fey beasts was already not inferior to that of ordinary humans, and they also knew how powerful humans were and would not actively provoke them. Instead, the medium-grade Fey beasts, in order to compete for territory and power, would often launch attacks on human bases. But once a wave of foreign beasts was formed, there must be a reason for all of them. On his way here, Suja made an urgent call to Su Shengyan. Little Su this time or some cult martial artists entered the depths of the Southern Realm Alien Beast Mountain Range, and angered a number of high-grade alien beasts through the cost of self-detonation. The current clues are too few, and this is just speculation. The vast majority of the military's forces have been sent to intercept those high-grade foreign beasts, but the rest are powerless. Suja told everyone about Su Shengyan's intelligence. The meaning was clear: the high-grade alien beasts were nothing to worry about. The base itself would carry this wave of alien beasts, and the matter would be over. But everyone knew that it was not that easy. If the wave of Fey beasts broke through the city walls and entered the interior of the base, it would be a tragic disaster. Treat every crisis as a final life and death battle. All weapons and ammunition don't think about saving. Don't hold on to all flukes. Behind us are our loved ones and millions of ordinary people. We have no way back. Did you all hear me? Suja did a general pre-war mobilization and said, "Understood," everyone said in unison, their eyes emitting an aura of going to their deaths as if they were returning. Everyone was a member of the South Sea base, and no one cared more about the survival of the base than they did. A few kilometers away from the base's walls, the guards were laying mines in a tight schedule. This was the first line of defense against the wave of foreign beasts, and with luck it might blow them apart. It might not necessarily dissolve the alien beast tide, but it would be good to weaken and make the alien beast tide change direction. However, the mine formation could only be of great use to small beast waves. For large beast tides, especially those that had a mid-grade beast calling the shots, it could almost only stall them for a short while. The incident happened suddenly, and there wasn't much the guards could do. As time passed, more and more heavily armed martial artists gathered on the outskirts of the city walls. They were mixed together with the escorts and formed different defense formations under the command of the escorts. Great Xia gave extraordinary treatment and privileges to martial artists for times like this. Any martial artist who did not have a special mission was all mandatorily required to step forward. In the earliest days, there were quite a few martial artists who refused to be drafted, but they were all sent to court afterward, with serious ones directly killing their heads. Iron-blooded and extraordinary means had created the current system of martial artists in Xia. As for school teachers like Shen Qingyan, their first duty was to protect the students of the school. Shen Qingyan was also the first to appear at Nanhai No. 3 Middle School, where most of the students lived in the school. As for Su Xiaojin, she followed Su's mother to the centralized shelter. There were a large number of shelters within the base, and it would be difficult for the alien beasts to break through the defenses for a while if they didn't launch a concentrated attack. The shelters were undoubtedly relatively safer and better than staying at home. The South Sea base had only been established for more than 30 years, so naturally, it had no history of being breached by a wave of foreign beasts. But just because it hadn't in the past didn't mean that it wouldn't this time. The sound of the radio resounded everywhere throughout the entire base, disorganized and tense. A thick sense of crisis hung over everyone's hearts. Inside the temporary command center on the city wall, Suja and the others received the latest intelligence on the alien beast tide. From the satellite map, we can see that the scale of this Fey beast tide is simply a rare sight in 100 years. Even if the military blocked the vast majority of the strongest people on the Fey Beast mountain range, it still couldn't stop their fury. Most of the previous few bases were partially breached, and by the time we reached our Nanhai base, the Fey Beasts had converged into an even bigger wave of beasts. This time it's really bad luck. Li Changgang analyzed the current situation, his face filled with gravity and even despair. Governor, at this scale, we simply don't have the ability to guide them to disperse. Even if they disperse, they will still converge to impact the next base. I suggest abandoning the defense of a portion of the base and try to move the people as much as possible to buffer them. I hope that this will be able to hold off the beast tide. Zhao Hongchuan frowned tightly and suggested to Suja, this kind of situation he hadn't even encountered since he became the chief of the escort, and could only give what he thought was reasonable advice based on his experienced judgment. As for the final decision, it had to be Suja. At this moment, Suja also felt an unprecedented pressure. A wrong decision will kill millions of residents. An even more wrong decision could be the end of the world. Abandon the west side base and focus on defending the east side. Quickly, take action. Time is running out. After thinking for a moment, Suja made a difficult decision. The west side was mostly dominated by factories, with a small population and not many shelters. Now, they had to scramble to move the people on the west side over. Of course, Suja still hoped to be able to defend all of them. The only chance to do so was to find out those mid-grade leaders in the wave of foreign beasts. As the saying goes, capturing the thief is the first step. 34. Personally leading the vanguard, facing the tide of foreign beasts. There was still an hour left before the tide of foreign beasts would descend on the city. The transfer in the west of the city was being carried out in a tense and chaotic manner. The martial artists from the hunting group and martial arts school were directing the crowd in conjunction with the escorting guards. Although everyone had a lot of complaints under their breath, they were still cooperative. Lives mattered. In this era, ordinary people didn't have much choice. The only thing they could do was to pray for the beast tide to pass quickly and for their families to be at peace. Although they didn't know if their home would still be there after the beast tide. Transferring so many people in a short period of time was not an easy task. There would definitely be some people who would rely on the original shelter and not leave. They felt that the wave of foreign beasts wouldn't pick anyone to attack, so it might be safer to stay where they were. For the individual stubborn people who fiercely resisted, the escort could only wish them good luck. Everyone had to be responsible for their own lives, and all they could do was to do their best and listen to God's will. Suja stood on the high city building and looked out at the distant mountains. He also looked at the scene inside the city. Even if he could carry through this wave of beasts, the base was estimated to be full of holes, and the task of reconstruction would be incomparably difficult at that time. The South Sea base, which was already backward and in dire straits, would regress for at least 10 years or more. Expecting the Southern Realm Grand Metropolitan Government to aid in the construction was almost impossible. I'm afraid that the losses of the other bases would not be less than the South Sea base. Currently, the Southern Realm was all caught up in the war, and all resources were definitely prioritized to be invested in the 10,000 races battlefield. After all, if the 10,000 races battlefield was individually attacked, there was a risk of extinction. Hey! Suja sighed and withdrew his thoughts, focusing his attention on the matter at hand. After the mine formation was buried, Suja proposed another tactic. After taking advantage of the first wave of foreign beasts being crippled by the mines, we can absolutely lead a team of elite martial artists to go ahead and kill around. Then use the corpses of those foreign beasts as fuel to construct the first line of defense. What do you guys think? This tactic had a certain amount of risk, but executing it well could buy a lot of time for the transfer within the base. Moreover, this time, the wave of foreign beasts was unusually large-scale, and according to the past, where defense with technological martial arts was the mainstay on the city walls, the wave of foreign beasts could also focus on breaking through, which might not be the best choice. If the first line of defense was breached, a second round of resistance could be carried out with long-range missiles. When the wave of foreign beasts rushed under the city walls, then the third round of resistance would be carried out using anti-aircraft guns. In the end, as a last resort, detonate the bombs planted on the west side to completely segment the alien beast tide. Suja felt that in extraordinary times, one should soldier on and adopt some unconventional means. I agree with the governor's strategy. If we don't take the initiative, we might lose the battle. Li Changgang was the first to express his approval. Everyone else knew that this was a dangerous decision, especially those who rushed up and might be left without a corpse. However, it was true that it might work wonders, especially if the first batch of beast tides happened to all be afraid of fire. The effect would be even better. I also agree. Agreed. After thinking for a moment, everyone took a stand. On the one hand, it was a consideration that had to be made after much deliberation, and on the other hand, Suja's personal prestige had already reached its peak. At times like this, following the command of a strong person was often subconscious. In fact, even if everyone didn't agree, Suja would still force the order. It was such a time that engaging in democracy would not save everyone's lives. In the end, it came down to what people to send. Good. Don't even think about it. I'll personally lead the team. Peak first grade and second grade or above martial artists. Draw a portion of them to accompany the team. 100 or so people will do. With a strong tone, Suja immediately made the arrangements. Then he began to select the sniping position, not too far from the city wall, nor too close. In the end, a gully location 5 or 6 kilometers away from the city wall was selected, using the towering slope to build a defense line. Soon, the vanguard of over 100 people was assembled. The 30 or so guards that Suja had specially trained before were handpicked by him to request to join the team. When the other martial artists heard that they were going to fight in the vanguard with the governor, each of them were not afraid to die to go with them. However, Suja only chose a portion of the melee-oriented ones, and the others who wanted to go with the heavy responsibility of defense were not chosen. Overall, this squad was half and half of peak second and first grade martial artists. As for why there were no third grade ones, it was because there were too few third grade and each had important duties. Moreover, in the face of a beast tide, unless there was absolute suppression, there wasn't much difference between a third and second rank. Listen up. All of you take me as your center and advance and retreat together. Those of the second grade are responsible for executing and constructing a defense line, and those of the first grade are responsible for cleaning up the remnants and lighting the corpses on fire. Suja gave the battle instructions in a concise manner. In short, it was just one sentence. Just follow me and charge. Understood. Everyone shouted in unison. Then, Suja divided the 100 or so martial artists into several squads. A few of the strongest second grades were the squad leaders, preventing them from being dispersed by the wave of foreign beasts at the critical time. A low-grade martial artist of the first or second grade would basically die a 9 deaths if they fell alone. Soon, all the preparations were done. Suzhou explained a few words to Li Chenggang and Zhao Hongchuan, and then led this team of martial artists to the ambush point outside the base. The speed of the martial artists were far beyond normal people. A distance of 5 or 6 kilometers at full speed was only a matter of minutes. All of them took up positions and stood in wait. Suzhou raised his head and looked north. With his superb eyesight of the mid-5th grade, he could already see a cloudy wave of beasts that was running towards the direction of the base at high speed. Everyone prepare. The beast tide will arrive in 10 minutes, Suzhou shouted, his eyes filled with wariness. At this time within the base, everyone was paying attention to the live broadcast on the TV station. At the time of life and death, everyone's heart was taut. This time, Lu Ying, as the host, was personally broadcasting to everyone. This crisis in the South Sea base is unprecedented. Everyone in our South Sea base has also shown unprecedented unity and bravery. Therefore, we have reason to believe that under Governor Su's leadership, we will definitely be able to tide over this difficult time together. The TV broadcast was not just to stabilize people's hearts, but it could also convey the command work well. It wasn't the first time the South Sea base had experienced a beast tide. Only this time it was 100 times more treacherous than before. When they heard that Governor Su personally led the team and was going to take the initiative to snipe the beast tide, the residents of the base all sweated for Suzhou. Since Suzhou had taken over as governor for a while, he had saved the day, given too many favors, and done too many good things. Everyone had long since identified with him in their hearts and even worshipped him. At the moment of danger, the governor was still the first to disregard his own safety and rushed forward. Governor Su, you mustn't be all right, heaven bless. Many people even began to pray for Suzhou. The two of them, Su's mother and Su Xiaojin, were even staring at the TV screen at all times, fearing that they would miss a single shot. The final image on the screen stayed on Suzhou's back as he led the team away from the base, far away. Under the background of the music, there was a sense of sadness in the face of death. However, Suzhou, who was at the ambush point, didn't have any feeling of sadness. He only had one belief in his heart: to stop them. Boom, rumble, boom, rumble. Suzhou stared tightly ahead, and the loud roaring sound had already reached his ears. Accompanied by the whitening of the sun, everyone in the charging squad saw the blackened mass in front of them. Mixed with rolling smoke, it swept in. Without the protection of the city walls, facing this scene head-on required a great deal of courage. Suzhou clearly felt that everyone's breath was a bit disorganized and panicked. Attention all, maintain formation. At this moment, Suzhou's high and exhilarating voice rang out violently, going straight to everyone's heart. It instantly calmed everyone down quite a bit. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. 35. A killing spree, a battlefield killing god. The governor's bulls. More than 100 people, in front of the mountainous wave of foreign beasts. It's almost as insignificant as a few ants. Looking at this scene on the live drone screen, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. How can this be resisted? How could it be blocked? However, in the world of high martial arts, strength was never judged by numbers. The absolute majority of these foreign beasts were below the strength of a martial artist, and only individual small leaders could reach the strength of first or second grade. One-on-one, human martial artists could completely abuse them, and Suzhou's purpose for them was not to completely annihilate such a terrifying number of foreign beasts. Suzhou held his long knife in his hand and took a deep breath, his body's qi and blood churning with battle intent. Not being in the base, there was no need to worry about accidentally injuring others. There were no foreign beasts with middle-grade strength, no need to worry about not being able to defeat them. Then, he didn't have any scruples and could let go and kill in a big way. Boom! In an instant, Suzhou's aura of a mid-5th grade continued to spread out. With the 80% increase in battle power bonus, this terrifying aura went straight after the peak of the 5th grade. The first to feel the suppression of the aura were those foreign beasts in the front row. Their brains buzzed as the aura of the powerful directly caused them to slow down their pace. Individual foreign beasts that were scared out of their wits even stopped directly, not daring to charge forward. The sudden slowdown and pause caused the foreign beasts behind them to crash into each other. The back crashed into the front, and the back continued to crash up and suddenly turned over to a large area. This was Suja item mid-spiritual power materialization attack. A large swath of foreign beasts were directly knocked down by the spiritual power, rolling on the ground in agony, and even fainting directly. Unfortunately, Suja's spiritual power could not be released without limitations, and after lasting for a short period of time, it wilted somewhat, while the wave of foreign beasts behind him continued to come up again. This is a spiritual power attack. It's too strong. When Li Changgang and Zhao Hongchuan on the city wall saw this scene, they couldn't help but cry out in shock. Although the 100 or so martial artists behind Suja did not know what was going on, their faces also revealed ecstasy. Governor Su is bullish. Too bullish. It was only then that everyone reacted to the fact that Governor Suja might not be an ordinary 4th-grade martial artist. They had completely underestimated Suja's strength. This kind of range and killing power of a spiritual attack, an ordinary 5th rank would never be able to do it. Governor Su was also hiding too deeply, and was actually a strong 5th grade. Any 5th grade is a towering existence wherever they are placed. Even if they went to some of the top martial arts universities in God's capital to serve as a tutor, it would still be more than enough. However, this was the governor of their South Sea base. Instantly, great confidence rose in everyone's hearts. With Governor Su, it would work. Kill for me. At this moment, Suja erupted a powerful killing aura and shook his arm and shouted. The powerful killing aura caused the foreign beasts that once again pounced on them to freeze. In the next instant, a blood-colored blade flash appeared. Countless heads of the foreign beasts landed on the ground, blood spurting out. With a single slash of the Mad God blade technique, it tore open hundreds of meters, stiffly blocking a wave of foreign beasts from running. Suja's knife did not stop, but continuously flashed around the defense line, recklessly harvesting the lives of the foreign beasts. In a matter of moments, the corpses of the fey beasts in front of him had already piled up into a small mountain. Kill! Stay close behind the governor. Kill! At this time, the martial artists in charge of the charging squad who were responsible for blocking the killings reacted one after another. Carrying their weapons, they met the wave of foreign beasts. With Suja at the front to open up the way, it was much easier for them to kill when facing the frightened foreign beasts. Soon, the charging team with the 2nd-grade martial artists as their squad leaders combined their efforts to block a tide of foreign beasts. And those 1st-grade martial artists also acted quickly, piling up the roiling alien beast corpses on top of the gully. Then fuel was poured onto them and a fire was lit. In an instant, the blazing fire formed a fire-lit defense line, blocking the huge tide of foreign beasts. The incomparably dazzling firelight instantly ignited everyone's hope even before the main alien beast tide had arrived. Some of the alien beasts that missed the net instinctively felt fear in the face of the blazing fire. They subconsciously fled towards the outside of the firelight, which caused a new round of chaos and trampling. Suja's figure, on the other hand, was still at the forefront. Wave after wave, he harvested the heads of the foreign beasts. At this moment, under the drone's high-altitude view, it was able to clearly see that Suja had led this 100-plus charging squad and had blocked a portion of the foremost section of the alien beast tide. These 100 or so figures were like a sharp knife, stabbing into the heart of the alien beast tide against the wind. Although only 10 or so minutes had passed, the even larger wave of foreign beasts had ultimately crossed that fire-lit defense line from the 2 flanks due to their large numbers, and continued to advance towards the city walls. However, Suja and the others had managed to buy some of the time, and had also caused the wave of foreign beasts to mess up haphazardly into a mess. It would greatly reduce the pressure on the defense behind them. As long as Suja's charging team did not retreat, they would be able to continue to break up the tide of foreign beasts and continue to reduce the pressure on the city's defense. Soon, a portion of the alien beast tide triggered the mine formation. Rumble, rumble. Behind Suja, violent explosions roared continuously. A wave of the alien beast tide was sent away by the mine array. Immediately after that, the missile troops launched a general attack. Hit! Give me a hard hit! On top of the city wall, Zhao Hongchuan ordered the 3rd line of defense to attack with full force. Boom, boom, boom. Below the city walls, shrapnel and blood flew everywhere in the black pressurized tide of alien beasts. Tens of thousands of fey beasts fell to the first round of the onslaught. But also, since it had stagnated for a moment, a new wave of beasts surged up again. It soon rushed under the city walls. At this time, after the weakening of the first few lines of defense, the wave of beasts was no longer so terrifying. The people defending the city were able to cope with it, and for a while it wasn't that easy to break through the city walls. Everyone knew in their hearts that the biggest contributor to this situation was Governor Suja. Without Suja leading the charge, causing the first step to block the chain reaction behind the defense, things wouldn't have become so optimistic. In fact, many martial artists who were not very clear about Suja's strength only felt powerful. They thought that all fourth grades were this powerful. Only the few above the third product of Li Chungang and Zhao Hongchuan could distinguish that it was as powerful as a strong fifth product. The Great Battle of the South Sea Base resisting the wave of foreign beasts was already in full swing. And outside the base, Suja was still tirelessly swinging the long blade in his hand. The individual strength of these foreign beasts were not strong, and they could not pose any threat to Suja at all. Suja had also been keeping an eye out, trying to find the mid-grade leaders hidden in the tide of foreign beasts. Generally speaking, the stronger the strength of a foreign beast, the larger its size would be. So far, he had come across a third-grade Fey beast. However, the third grade was only a matter of a slash in front of Suja, and was somewhat insufficient. A powerful middle-grade martial artist could not dominate such a large battlefield, but it was still possible to influence the local battlefield. Moreover, this was not the battlefield of the 10,000 races, it was just a tide of foreign beasts. The only thing to be afraid of about the wave of foreign beasts was their huge numbers, which could consume a middle-grade martial artist to death. Mad God Blade Technique. Every time Suja chopped out a blade, he had to take away a piece of the alien beast's life. It was almost like cutting a piece of straw. The strength of the pride of the crowd, coupled with the system's 80% battle power increase, made Suja look like a battlefield-killing god. The people in the base stared at the screen, looking somewhat numb. They were completely unable to calculate how many foreign beasts this ferocious governor had killed. At this time, the gully defense fire line was gradually waning a bit due to fuel depletion, and the role of defense would become smaller and smaller. But the charge team's mission was also considered complete. You guys retreat first. In light of this, Suja shouted towards the charging squad. There was no longer much point in continuing to stay here, so it would be better to return to the city walls and join the defending army. 36. Lone Resistance, and the discovery of the Fey leader. Yes, Governor. The men of the charging squad responded in unison. The fierce battle lasted for more than half an hour, and their chi and blood had exploded to the limit. It would be dangerous to carry on any longer. It was already a heavenly miracle to achieve such a great battle and not lose a single member. Of course, they also knew very well who created this miracle. After the charging squad retreated for a distance under Suja's cover, they realized that Suja himself had no intention of retreating. Instead, with his own strength, he continued to resist that flame line of defense. Any foreign beasts that tried to cross that line of fire were cut down by Suja's merciless blade. So far in the battle, Suja's consumption was actually not as great as he had imagined. Moreover, he had also brought along many good elixirs that replenished his chi and blood. Coupled with the fact that the mid-fifth grade's own chi and blood recovery was fast, facing these weak foreign beasts alone, Suja had always been able to handle them with ease. It was only that he lacked the means to attack in a wide range, and there was no way to stop too many foreign beasts. As long as he held on a little longer, the defense on the other side of the city wall would also be easier. Moreover, during the continuous high-intensity battles, Suja had also gained some new insights into the martial arts. Through the battle, his cultivation had instead grown. Because there was no danger to his life, Suja naturally wanted to resist longer. The most crucial thing was that he also wanted to find the leader of the foreign beasts and end this wave of foreign beasts. Although the probability was a bit low is all. Why hasn't Governor Su followed the retreat? This is too dangerous. For the sake of the base, the governor is really too desperate, completely disregarding his own safety. On the city walls, many martial artists revealed looks of worry. On the contrary, Li Chungang and Zhao Hongchuan, a few of them were not that worried. Because they knew Suja's true strength. As long as Suja wanted to retreat, the wave of alien beasts was absolutely unable to take him. Suja would choose to stay alone in the field of the base. Surely he had his own considerations, choosing to believe in him would be fine. The people in the base saw this, and they were even more talkative and anxious. Especially Su Mother and Shin Qingyan. Their hearts were in their throats. But they also believed that Suja wasn't a reckless person, and prayed that Suja wouldn't have any accidents. Just like this, Suja alone fought fiercely in the wilderness for almost another hour. Alone, he blocked a large wave of alien beasts. Governor, retreat quickly. At this time, Li Changgang and the others were fiercely defending while their hearts were a bit unsettled, calling for Suja to come back over the communication. This governor couldn't be killing his head and not wanting to retreat. It was too fierce. However, when the blood is exhausted, the longer you stay, the more dangerous it is. Nowadays, Suja had become the pillar of the entire South Sea base, and no one wanted anything to happen to him. Fortunately, after a while Suja's figure finally retreated. It wasn't that Suja couldn't hold on. In addition to consuming some of his chi and blood, he hadn't utilized half of his strength. It was just that the mental power aspect had been consumed somewhat severely, and it was important to know that mental power recovery wasn't that easy. Coupled with the fact that he hadn't seen the Fey leader for a long time, Suja couldn't help but think. The Fey leader wouldn't be deliberately avoiding him and not appearing, right? Then instead of spending time in the wilderness, it would be better to retreat and attract the Fey leader out. The governor has retreated, great. Don't let anything happen to you, governor. Hurry back to the city. Seeing this, Li Changgang actually led the charge squad to rush down to the city to receive Suja. At this time, the charging squad was once again alive and fierce after a short period of recovery. They felt obligated to let the governor retreat safely, take a break, and regroup. The governor had done enough for the South Sea base. Good enough. I'm fine. Return to your defensive positions. Suja, however, droned harshly over the communicator. With so many people worrying for him and standing up for his safety, his heart was naturally happy. However, one could not be careless on the battlefield, and the slightest mistake would lead to a big mistake. Good governor. Li Changgang and the others, who had received a lecture, did not feel upset at all. Instead, they were exceptionally comfortable as they realized that Suja was rushing under the city wall at an extremely fast speed. There was simply no need for them to go down to receive him. Their worries were completely redundant. Suja, who had returned to the city wall, scanned the entire battlefield. So far, the wave of foreign beasts had not been able to break through the defense, and the people inside the base had completely moved. Could be said that the defensive battle had achieved a stage victory. But the battle was far from over. The wave of foreign beasts was still tirelessly surging over. And without the blockage of the previous few lines of defense, the next battle would only be even more tragic. Boom! Boom! Bang bang bang! Da 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 da! At this moment, the instruments on top of the city walls were on full fire, pouring moneylessly towards the dense group of foreign beasts. 500 years after the recovery of aura, humans had developed many new types of weapons that consumed aura in terms of weaponry. These were the biggest killers for humans against the foreign races and foreign beasts. Not only could these weapons suppress low-grade products, they also had a considerable killing power against medium-grade products. Unfortunately, against high-grade, they would be completely useless. This was because with the speed of the high-grade, it simply couldn't hit it. Even if it hit with the defense of the high-grade, it was similar to scratching an itch. After resting for a moment, Suja picked up a large sniper rifle and joined the defense team. For one thing, the sniper rifle was equipped with a telescope so that he could observe the situation of the entire battlefield. Secondly, he also picked out some foreign beasts above the 3rd grade to attack. Suja's strength of the middle of the 5th grade, using the sniper rifle, the killing power with the low-grade martial artist to use, is not a concept at all. With the addition of spiritual power, Suja's accuracy was also completely incomparable to that of an ordinary martial artist. At this moment, Suja was converted from a god of killing to a god of sniping, constantly blasting at the powerful alien beasts. Report. Discovered a powerful foreign beast, suspected to be above the 4th grade. Direction at. At this time, a scout's urgent shout came from the communicator. Suja immediately turned his scope and looked in that direction, only to see a body size is not only not big, but also a lot smaller than ordinary foreign beasts. It was weaving in and out of the alien beast tide at an extremely fast speed. This alien beast completely ignored the attacks of the firearms, directly using its hard fur to bounce off countless projectiles. From its movements and roars, it could be vaguely seen as if it was directing the tide of foreign beasts. Above the 4th grade, it can't run away. A brilliant light flashed out of Suja's eyes. No wonder he hadn't been able to find this Fey beast leader before. Who would have thought that its size would be even smaller than an ordinary Fey beast? With this small size and such a fast speed, hiding in the tide of foreign beasts and commanding it, it would be a hell of a thing to be able to find it. Now that the main force of the alien beast tide had already trooped down to the city, this alien beast leader also finally showed up to command the battle. "Hold on. I'll go finish it off." Suja threw down his sniper rifle, lifted his long sword, and leapt down on the high city wall. The moment he landed, a powerful chi and blood erupted, directly blowing up a large open space in the group of foreign beasts. Then Suja waved his long sword, and with the momentum of the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves, he opened up a bloody path leading to the leader of that foreign beast. However, wherever there was an obstruction, it was a knife that counted lives and blood was spilled for several meters. 37. The great battle was won by killing 4 products one after the other. At this time, Suja's mental strength had also recovered quite a bit. The chi and blood was even maintained at its peak. That fierce aura of God blocking God and Buddha blocking Buddha. Many martial artists on the city walls saw it up close for the first time, and it simply shook their hearts. They knew that Suja was strong, and after resisting the wave of foreign beasts in the wilderness for so long and still remaining unharmed, they thought that Suja was stronger than they had imagined. They just didn't expect that it would be so strong. This was like taking the enemy's head in the midst of thousands of troops as if it was a bag of tricks. This was indeed the case. After Suja quickly locked onto the leader of that foreign beast, he directly opened his chi and blood to full power, and his spiritual power to full power. The strongest blade erupted. Mad God blade technique, God destruction style. With a click, the head of the 4th grade foreign beast fell to the ground and died tragically on the spot. The head that fell to the ground still had its eyes wide open, full of incredulity. It had imagined that this human dared to rush over. Its strength must be very strong. The highest cultivation of the base governors in the entire South Realm was not more than a 5th grade powerhouse. The other party is even stronger. He is also a peak 4th grade foreign beast with the strong defense of foreign beasts, and then this human consumed for so long even if the speed is slightly faster than his own a trace. It was also impossible to not be able to catch one of his slashes. However, it was really just one slash and it was in pieces. "Who?" The martial artists on the city walls erupted into wild cries. Their jaws were stunned. Chopped off in one slash. The governor was mighty. The governor was bullish. Their governor, on the other hand, just lightly and swiftly returned to the top of the city walls. A peak 4th grade alien beast was just that. There really wasn't much difficulty in chopping it up. Even if it was a peak 4th grade fae that practiced martial arts, it would have racial talent. In front of Suja, who was at the peak of the 5th grade of combat power, it would only be a matter of one slash. At most, if one slash didn't work, another slash. With the death of the leader, the wave of foreign beasts in front of him was clearly affected in some way. However, the entire wave of beasts did not recede, but instead, because of the stronger beasts behind them, they once again launched a new round of attacks. Suja immediately reacted. There was more than one leader, there should be others. Soon, several abnormally tall beasts appeared in the wave of beasts, all of which were above the 4th grade in strength. Suja didn't hesitate, following the gourd and killing them one by one. Among them, there was actually an early 5th grade leader that took Suja 2 slashes to kill. Suja was very fortunate that these Fey leaders did not gather together, or else there would really be some trouble. And even more fortunately, all of the fiend beast leaders did not feel that they were in the middle of a tide of fiend beasts, and could still be killed through by a human single-handedly. What was even more fortunate was that these fiend beast leaders belonged to different races, and there was no contact between them. However, whenever they paid attention, it was impossible for Suja to get his hands on them. In the end, even the people on the city walls and inside the base were somewhat numb. Ah, the governor has killed another 4th grade alien beast. This one is even bigger than that one. Of course, everyone knew very well. If Suja was just a regular 4th grade governor, I'm afraid that the entire South Sea base would have been overrun long ago. Everyone's eyes were filled with gratitude and excitement. Fortunately, the governor was ridiculously strong. At this rate, perhaps the wave of foreign beasts wouldn't even be able to break through the city walls. Everyone, driven by Suja, erupted with extraordinary fighting strength. Finally, after 8 hours of fierce battle, the alien beast tide showed signs of a large-scale retreat. Gradually, the foreign beasts surrounding the city walls all fled away. It's ending? We're holding. Incredible excitement appeared on everyone's faces. This long, intense, and torturous defense battle had finally come to an end. Seeing this, Suja also let out a long sigh of relief. It was good that the powerful alien beasts were blocked by the army during this alien beast tide. Otherwise, it would never have been possible to defend. Even so, the defense on top of the city wall also had several close calls, and the number of foreign beasts that rushed up the city wall was not few. If it is not this time the overall strength of the escort army has been improved, it is really not good to say. All in all, it was really the result of all the South Sea base's soldiers and civilians fighting hard against the war, although the cost was tragic, but the result was good. Half an hour later, the beasts within the line of sight had retreated cleanly. 1 hour later, the satellite map also clearly showed that the wave of foreign beasts had dispersed and hidden towards the foreign beast mountain range. The great battle over. On the radio, with this news, everyone cheered excitedly. We won. It wasn't easy. It was actually defended. Defended it. Long live the South Sea base. Long live the governor. This alien beast tide was the largest in the history of the South Sea base, with the strongest alien beasts and the longest duration. It was also the most torturous and life-threatening. The entire base's stockpile of ammunition was almost depleted, and numerous defense instruments and tools were basically scrapped. The deaths and injuries are countless. However, this was also the time when the South Sea base achieved the greatest defensive results. The gates of the base had been defended. Not a single beast had rushed into the base, and not a single ordinary resident had suffered a single casualty. The most crucial thing was that the South Sea base had completely crushed this wave of foreign beasts. Not weakened, slowed down, but crushed and dissolved so that they could no longer cause harm to the bases behind them. The big battle was over, but cleaning up the battlefield still took quite a bit of time. It was good that there were some things that ordinary people could do. The escorts and those involved in the defense could take a good rest. In this great battle, there were heavy losses, but there were also some substantial gains. For example, a huge amount of Fey Beast meat was obtained. Even those burnt Fey Beast corpses from before had some value. Leaving the good quality alien beast meat to subsidize the fallen generals and leave it for the base's own use. The rest could be completely sold to other bases. Because of this alien beast tide, it was estimated that it would be difficult to capture alien beasts in the wild for a long time. These alien beast resources are the capital for the reconstruction and rise of the South Sea base. Of course, this was not something that the South Sea base could say. It still needed the metropolitan government to regulate it. Suja stood on top of the city wall, looking at the wreckage, actually considered the matter of post-war reconstruction. When he was thinking about it, the deputy governor Li Changgang came over and reported, "Governor, the approximate casualty statistics are out. 1 3rd-grade martial artist was sacrificed, 12 2nd-grade martial artists, and over 121st-grade martial artists. More than 3,000 non-martial combatants were sacrificed. There were no casualties among ordinary civilians. This loss was actually already very low, comparing to the past few tides of foreign beasts. In the high martial era, people were dying every day. Many times, people could accept casualties, they just couldn't accept unnecessary casualties. Got it? Put compassionate casualties first. There must not be any mistakes." Suja nodded and ordered. Once upon a time, his father had also died in the battlefield of the 10,000 races as an ordinary person. Overall, the casualty rate of the 10,000 clans battlefield was much more tragic. Sometimes a battle could last for months and could wipe out an army altogether. Medium-grade martial artists were dying in batches, not to mention ordinary generals. This world is so cruel. There is no way. 38. Southland Gothic. The South Sea base performed outstandingly. This time, the number of martial artists' attrition in the South Sea base was not as much as expected. It was always a good thing. "Yes, Governor." Li Changgang led the order with a grave expression. Although he had long since looked down on life and death, no one could remain indifferent in front of so many people sacrificed. This was also the second time in a short period of time that Li Changgang had experienced 2 bouts of major casualties. The last time was when the former Grand Metropolitan Governor brought a large number of martial artists to support the battlefield of the South Sea 10,000 races, and more than 3/4 of them were killed or injured. In comparison, more people died this time, but the mood was not as heavy as last time. It was just a bit of a pity. Any battlefield was full of accidents, and it was possible to fall. But those who were strong would always live longer. For this casualty pension, Li Changgang also had a plan in mind. Moreover, the whole of Xia has always been very strict about the compensation of casualties. Regardless of the position one holds, one would not dare to falsify on it, because the consequences would be very serious. It was said that 200 years ago, there was a strong person of the 9th rank in Xia who was involved in the matter of withholding pensions due to his own selfish interests, caused very bad and serious consequences. In the end, The above endured the pain to make it clear that the typical to set the record straight. Ninth grade strongman, that is the top group of people in Dacia, were finally dealt with in this way. After that, very few people dared to hit on the top. As long as the slightest trace was found out, there would be absolutely no leniency. After the South Sea base battle came to an end, all the other bases in the Southern Realm were similarly impacted. The other bases weren't as lucky as the South Sea base. They were forced to choose to give up a portion of their bases in order to reduce the pressure on their defenses. This led to many bases suffering incomparably heavy losses. For example, the outbreak of the beast tide was too sudden, and many supplies were not transferred away and were destroyed for nothing. Inside the South Realm Grand Governor's Mansion, several martial artists who held great power in the Southern Realm gathered together. Among them, Su Shoshuan, the 9th grade Grand Commander, naturally sat above the first place. He had just suppressed the 9th grade foreign beast in the mountain range. After returning to the Grand Commander's mansion, the first thing he did was inquire about the situation of the entire Southern Realm. How are the losses at the various bases? This time, the battlefield of the 10,000 races had held back the vast majority of the Southern Realm's energies. So much so that it was impossible to go and support the various bases, and they could only rely on the bases themselves. The incident happened suddenly, and it wasn't that easy for other regions to support even if they wanted to. Moreover, even though the Grand Xia was won, there was quite a bit of competition between the various regions in order to survive. In the beginning, it was competition for resources, and later on, there was competition for resources, talents, and policies in all areas. Even if the support orders were given from above, sometimes there would inevitably be some delays. In times of crisis, one really can't count too much on rescue. Fortunately, after the beast tide, there were no more accidents at the various bases. Now it was time to assess the damage. Soon, everyone began to report on the situation of their respective bases. Xianan base lost 4,000 martial artists and 30,000 guards. Fortunately, the base was not breached. Furong base lost 1,000 martial artists and 20,000 guards, and gave up part of the base. As each base reported over one after another, Su Shoshuan's face gradually became ugly as well. The losses were too tragic, far beyond expectations. Among them, Xianan base was the most central base in the Southern Realm, and the Southern Realm Metropolitan Mansion was located in Xianan base. It was established to respond to the largest battlefield of the 10,000 races in the Southern Realm. It can be said that every time there is a beast tide, Xianan base is the one that bears the brunt of the impact. Of course, Xianan base also gathered the most powerful forces in the Southern Realm with many strong people. The most outstanding martial arts university in the Southern Realm, Xianan Martial Arts University, stood next to the base, and its strength could not be underestimated. However, this time it was still under the dual pressure of the battlefield of the 10,000 races and the beast tide. There was a huge loss that was rare to come across in decades, and the attrition of martial artists, guards, and ordinary people was disastrous. This result was really a bit hard to accept. The loss of those 4,000 martial artists alone was even more than the number of general base martial artists. Tongan base martial artists lost 800, the escort army 18,000, and abandoned part of the base. The Nanhai base lost 133 martial artists and 3,000 guardsmen, without ever abandoning the base. When hearing this, Su Shoshuan, who had a sullen face, couldn't help but freeze for a moment and hurriedly opened his mouth. Wait! What's the situation with the South Sea base? Could it be that the beast tide didn't pass through the South Sea base? All the other bases had suffered heavy losses, but the South Sea base could only be considered lightly injured. And it held the entire base without giving up any part of it? How in the world did this happen? Was this still that South Sea base that was the weakest in the Southern Realm? It was too unbelievable. The specifics are unclear for now. Further verification is needed. The person reporting below was also a bit confused. They didn't have time to check this data in detail. Couldn't be a false report and falsification, right? Immediately contact the people from the South Sea base then, on site verification. Su Shoshuan was too curious to know right now, so he directly ordered. If the situation was true, he would like to see how the South Sea base was defended. Was it something else, or was the defense strategy done well? Soon the satellite phone was connected to the South Sea base, and someone reported the situation concisely. After hearing this, everyone present stared with wide eyes and shocked faces. Hihi. This Suja is really bold. He actually dared to lead more than 100 martial artists to take the initiative to block the beast tide, and he even succeeded. He should be quite confident in his strength and strategy. Su Shoshuan's face finally revealed some relief. He remembered that Suja, the newly appointed governor of the South Sea base, was from the South Sea Martial Arts University. The weakest base, the worst martial arts university, yet he was able to cultivate to 5th grade strength. Not simple, ah. Immediately, he called for someone to find Suja's information. This Suja had been a 2nd grade before, and suddenly exploded during last year. Within a short period of time, he broke through several great realms one after another. Looking over Suja's information, Su Shoshuan's interest grew stronger. It was fairly normal for a 2nd grade to break through to a 3rd grade, and even a 4th grade would be reasonable. After accumulating chi and blood for so many years, the accumulation of thick and thin, the case of a smooth cultivation of the 3rd product was really there. However, it was a bit of a surprise that the time it took to step into the 5th product was so short. He should have had quite a few strange encounters. Su Shoshuan closed the information and gave his judgment. In martial cultivation, in the battlefield of the 10,000 races, there were plenty of people who had strange encounters. It was only natural that every martial artist had more or less their own secrets. Desya didn't care about that much, as long as one became strong and became Desya's fighting force. The strength is there, the treatment should be given as usual. Su Shoshuan was naturally happy to see Suja, a newly risen powerhouse. Moreover, with the current trend, the possibility of Suja becoming a high-grade martial artist was also high. All things considered, it was enough to qualify as a genius. After so many years at the South Sea Martial Arts University, it had barely produced such a genius as Suja. It was still quite saddening. For a while, Su Shoshuan, who loved talent, thought a lot. For example, transferring Suja to Xianan Martial Arts University to cultivate him. For example, letting him take up a position in the military and go to the 10,000 Races War to train. However, as the Southern Realm's Grand Metropolitan Governor, he had to think about the overall situation again. The South Sea Martial Dao University also needed fresh blood, so perhaps it would be good to train Suja to become the successor of the South Sea Martial Dao University. The prerequisite was that Suja was able to successfully step into a high grade. In this world, fallen geniuses also abounded. Regardless, Suja's performance this time was extremely dazzling. It must be rewarded. Even if it was to set an example for the other bases, it was still necessary to show an attitude. After the meeting ended, Su Shoshuan had the Grand Metropolitan Government directly issue a commendation to Suja that was notified to the entire Southern Realm. And this commendation instantly shook the entire Southern Realm. 39. Reward for merit. 20 million spirit stones commendation. What? The South Sea base lost so little from this beast tide. The Grand Capital Governor personally rewarded the South Sea base? How is this possible? Many people in the South Realm didn't quite dare to believe it at first. After all, the South Sea base was notorious for being a poor student in the entire South Realm. Suddenly getting an excessively excellent score, it was hard not to let people question it. However, when the South Sea base defense video was passed out, the people from the other bases all fell silent. My God! The South Sea base really defended the entire base at the cost of light injuries. The entire South Realm shook. It was important to realize that in the past, the South Sea base was like a small transparent existence in the Southern Realm. However, this time, it raised its eyebrows, making the crowd feel strange. After the shock, all parties quickly began to analyze the reason why the South Sea base successfully resisted the beast tide. The main credit belongs to the South Sea base lord. Furthermore, the scale of the beast tide that the South Sea base faced was obviously smaller. Even so, the overall strength of the South Sea base is still not strong. The entire Southern Realm had set off heated discussions due to the South Sea base. Certain comments clearly carried a sour undertone. As the saying goes, who doesn't eat a meal of dumplings at New Year's Eve? The people of the South Sea base were shocked to realize that they had become the center of discussion in the South Realm. This was the first time this had ever happened, and it was very exciting for the entire base. Not to mention the commendation from the Southern Realm's Grand Metropolitan Governor. I never thought that I would be able to attract the attention of the Grand Metropolitan Governor. Even Suja whispered in surprise. When he first held onto the base, he hadn't considered these additional factors. All he thought about was just holding the last line of defense for the South Sea. But seek to have no shame in his heart. After all, he was born and raised in the South, so he could not just sit back and watch his homeland suffer. It is the other bases in the Southland that have performed mediocrely this time. unexpectedly highlighting the outstanding performance of the South Sea base. However, it is difficult to hide the fundamental problem of this bright performance. That is, the overall strength of the base is still weak. The reality of the situation would not change because of this, but at most it would gain some attention. Just like the occasional improvement of a poor student, it was difficult to change the overall evaluation. What really made Suja happy was the 20 million spirit stones awarded by the Grand Metropolitan Governor. For Xian and base, this amount of spirit stones might not be generous. But for Nanhai, this frontier base was a blessing in disguise. Thinking back to the many constructions supported by the previous 50 million spirit stones. Now these 20 million spirit stones, plus the harvest of beast meat in this campaign. The South Sea base has accumulated a sizable reserve of resources. At least this year, we will be able to live a little more generously. As for the coming year, it is counting on the increase in tax revenue brought about by the increase in strength of martial artists. In addition, Suja was keenly aware. The Grand Metropolitan Governor is obviously quite dissatisfied with the losses of the other bases. This was not difficult to understand. After all, the other bases could have done better. Before Suja could look deeper, his thoughts were interrupted by the ringing of the communicator. Xiaozhe, congratulations to the South Sea base for making a big splash this time. Su Shengyan's congratulatory voice came. This dean of the South Sea Martial Arts University's Dan Pill Academy had never expected that the student from the beginning would be able to lead the base to prominence. What was even more shocking was his martial arts cultivation. In just 1 year, he had jumped from the peak of the 2nd grade to the 5th grade realm. Even as knowledgeable as Su Shengyan, he couldn't help but be staggered by it. He secretly speculated. Could it be some kind of hidden special physique awakening? In the history of Daxia, there has never been a lack of cases of late success, and related research is also underway. The academia speculates that certain hidden talents will gradually awaken during cultivation. It is rumored that Daxia is accelerating the development of related detection instruments. If we can accurately detect the hidden talent and physique, we will be able to constantly discover potential talent. Only at present there is still no breakthrough progress. The recovery of aura is only 500 years old. The concept of hidden talent and physique has only been introduced for a few decades. The main reason is that there are fewer examples of late success. In addition, the talent and physique of many celestial prides would be directly revealed. At the initial stage, people did not look deeply into this direction. The more Su Shengyan scrutinized, the more he felt that this possibility existed for Suja. He immediately had the idea of transferring Suja back to the South Sea Martial Arts University. Not only did Su Shengyan have this consideration, not only did Su Shengyan have this in mind, but the entire top echelon of the South Sea Martial Arts University held the same view. After all, Suja was in his prime and still had unlimited possibilities for the future. Currently, the South Sea Martial Arts University is already planning for the issue of intergenerational inheritance. Although the school's college entrance examination scores had risen year after year in recent years, the qualifications of the students recruited were mostly of an upper-middle level. There is still a gap between geniuses, not to mention the talent of Heaven's Pride. Nearly 2 decades in the South China Sea Martial Arts University training graduates, the highest cultivation level only reached the 6th grade. And there was only one person who had just made a breakthrough. The student chose to join the Daxia military after graduation, destined to be unable to return to teach. Although the number of 5th grade martial artists was sizable, most of them were already approaching the age of puzzlement. Although there is still potential to be tapped, their future achievements are ultimately limited. The school originally planned to invest heavily in resources next year to recruit at least 1 or 2 true geniuses for the long term. After all, the patriarchs who founded the South Sea Martial Arts University are getting older. Although they have been promoted to high-grade martial artists to extend their lives, and then stick to the decades will not be a big problem. However, saving for a rainy day is the way to manage the school. The people do not have far-flung worries. There must be near worries. Unexpectedly, Suja came out of nowhere, so that the South Sea Martial Arts University of the Power's bright eyes. This graduate from our school, in the South China Sea base, has not left for several years. Can be said to be the root of the direct lineage of the heir. Facing the dean's call, Suja did not show too much surprise. Since the day his 5th grade cultivation was exposed, it was expected that the school authorities would make a move. Although he had been dispatched to the South Sea base, the school authorities had never really given up. The previously approved resources were the best proof of this. Not to mention the dean's devoted support over the years. Dean, it's been a long time since I've heard your teachings. but I'm a bit out of practice. Suja responded with a flirtatious tone. 40. Generous Dean Su. Suja's decision. Facing this dean that he had known for many years, Suja was also becoming more and more relaxed. Of course, this was also related to the increase in his own cultivation. Strength brought more self-confidence. You good boy. All right. When are you going to be ready to go back to school? Su Shengyan really didn't care about the flirting and instead cut to the chase and asked. Now with Suja stepping into the 5th grade realm, he also had to respect this young man's opinion. After all, the South Sea Martial Arts University was to cultivate talents, not to restrict Suja's development. Facing the dean's inquiry, Suja could not help but fall into thought. Previously, he had indeed considered the question of when to return to school. Since his promotion to the 5th rank, the cultivation conditions of the South Sea Base Governor's Mansion had gradually failed to meet the demand. The only way to continue refining was to return to school. However, he still harbored a lot of reluctance towards South Sea Base. Wait until the end of the college entrance exams in June before you leave your post. Suja finally gave his answer. At this moment, there were only a few months left before the New Year's martial arts college entrance exams, and he also planned to organize a joint high school training camp for the entire base, selecting the top students from each school to focus on special training. Although this was slightly unfair to ordinary students in the era of aura recovery, if one wanted to become a martial artist and enter a top martial arts academy, one would ultimately have to fight for it on their own. It was these unfinished business that made him hold off on his plans to return to school. But the school will allocate a batch of resources for you. Also, any consideration for a school position? Su Shengyan agreed after thinking for a moment. Suja's persistence instead pleased him, compared to those who would do anything for the martial arts. This young man clearly had his own principles. The school's resources will also require the dean to take more care. As for positions, are there any less demanding ones? The kind where you get benefits and don't have to work. Suja responded after a little thought. He roughly understood the university's intentions and did not resist. Since he was already deeply bound to the South Sea Martial Arts University, it made sense to accept the resources openly. Where are there so many idle positions? The specific arrangements will also depend on the resolution of the school authority. This is not just a matter for our academy. But it shouldn't be too onerous. On the contrary, there is good news. You are no longer restricted by the rules of mentors' acceptance of apprentices. By the way, the previous loan owed to the school has been fully forgiven. Consider it a reward for you. Su Shengyan scolded with a smile. The school authorities would try to safeguard his cultivation time as much as possible, and this arrangement was obviously well thought out. Depends on the school's specific arrangements. Another thing to say, the school is atmospheric, Suja slowly said. Giving millions of spirit stones just like that was not the Nanhai Martial Arts University he knew. From a certain aspect, the South Sea Martial Arts University had always been relatively stingy. He didn't expect it to be so generous this time. Although it carried the implication of investing in the future, it was undoubtedly a good thing for Suja. Even if he had already stepped into the 5th grade martial artist realm, 1 million spirit stones was still not a small fortune. In addition to the loan written off, there is another batch of resources to supply. At the moment, he was enjoying the treatment of the South Sea Martial Arts University like its own son. In fact, the university had not only begun to invest in Suja, but was also investing in other 5th grade martial artists from this school. It was only that currently, Suja's investment had the highest value, and was also the one that received the most attention. After ending his call with the dean, Suja continued to deal with the affairs of the South Sea Base. Although the plan was to return to the South Sea Martial Arts University after this year's martial arts entrance exam. However, there was still a need to properly arrange base matters before then. However, this matter was not something he was in a hurry to make public. 10 days later, the South Sea Base finally eliminated all the subsequent effects of this battle. The compensation has been paid in place, and the accrued merit value has been recorded into the Dasya merit system. Rewards have also been completed, and the guards and many martial artists who participated in the battle have all received generous resources. Even the rewards given to the entire South Sea Base by the Grand Metropolitan Governor, Suja also did not leave a single cent. The whole process was fair and just. This move convinced the crowd. In the past, although the governor of the South China Sea did not dare to embezzle resources, but often tilted resources to those close to him. Although this matter triggered complaints, but because of the vague definition of merit, the crowd cannot be helped. Suja, strictly according to the actual merit distribution, in this campaign should be the largest contribution to him. In the end, he only took part of the meat of the fourth-grade beasts. It must be known that these beasts were all killed by his own hands. After the news spread, the entire South Sea base was shaken. Governor Su is too benevolent. He is truly devoted to the South Sea base. Obviously, he is highly meritorious, but he only takes the slightest thing. I think it's still for Mr. Shun, after all. He can't use it himself. Discussions about Suja echoed everywhere in the South Sea base. Between the words were reverence and admiration. From a stranger to admiration, Suja only used half a year. In fact, Suja thought he hadn't done much, but in the eyes of the people of the South Sea base, he had already poured too much effort into it. This time, the Beast Tide even more proved the value of his reform initiatives. If it wasn't for the escort army's improved combat power and tactical innovation, this battle would have been difficult to hold on to. Why did you give up so many resources, husband? It's worth at least 5 million spirit stones when converted by merit. Shen Qingyan looked at Suja with puzzlement in her eyes. Although nowadays the family's wealth was becoming abundant, but 5 million spirit stones was not a small amount after all. Even if it was accepted, there was absolutely no objection from the entire base. Suja's performance in this battle was perfect. There is no need for this. Some things are more important than resources. Suja gently shook his head. 5 million spirit stones were indeed nothing to him. Especially the day before yesterday, the school authorities had just sent the first batch of resources worth 30 million spirit stones. There might be more funding to follow. In the case of abundant resources, he would rather convert that merit into a special training fund. It was used to enhance the strength of the base's high school students for the martial arts entrance exam. This was more meaningful than personal enrichment. 41. Suja's gift, the blessing of the South Sea base. Shun Qingyan's doubts were nothing more than a hiccup. Although she had some heartache, she supported Suja's decision. Once the regrets of the martial arts college entrance exam superimposed on the present-day teacher status, the obsession for the martial arts college entrance exam always lingered in her heart. If she had the opportunity, she would prefer to see more children from the South China Sea get out of the base. Next, Suja quickly launched a special training program for senior high school students for the college entrance exam. This is a major boon to the Nanhai base. The strength of many senior students will take a leap. This year's martial arts college entrance examination might make the South Sea base a hit. Li Changgang and the others chimed in. Originally, Suja expected there would be opposition, but it turned out that he was completely over-anxious. The people of the South Sea base nowadays displayed a nearly blind 100% support for him. This kind of fervor was not difficult to understand. Since Suja had led Nanhai base to become famous in the Southland, this frontier base that had been dormant for decades had its first moment of glory. What was even more rare was to receive a personal commendation from the Grand Metropolitan Governor. That was a 9th-grade Grand Master level existence. For the people of the South China Sea, where even mid-grade martial artists were rare, a high-grade martial artist was already a figure in the clouds. A 9th-grade Grand Master was even more of a legendary existence. Perhaps in Suja's eyes, a high-grade martial artist was not out of reach. But to the general public is a world of difference. With the special training program officially announced, the base will organize preliminary special training for each school and select the best to enter intensive special training. The education field immediately set off a fervent debate. In this era where martial artists were honored, ordinary families pinned their hopes on the next generation. If Governor Su had come a year earlier, my child might have had a chance as well. I heard that all the students that Governor Su specially trained last year passed the score line of the Martial Arts University. Since he took office, the South Sea base has changed beyond recognition. The public's enthusiasm didn't even need to be supported by a specific program. The only ones who secretly regretted it were the unsuccessful students from Shun Qingyan's class last year. Those who insisted on completing the special training fellow students now has opened an insurmountable gap with them. At the moment, the most jumpy are the current senior students. Our class is so lucky, both the high school league training and have the special training before the examination. The top students are even more fist-pumping, originally aspiring to the first-class Wuhan University. Now they had set their sights on the top academies with deep roots. After all, the promotion resources for middle and high-grade martial artists, the gap between different institutions can be described as a cloud of difference. In the case of the South Sea Martial Arts University, for example, There was a limit on medium and high-grade resources. Only dozens of people could be supplied, while certain top martial arts universities were hundreds of times the size. There was no need to mention the difference. However, the current number of medium and high-grade martial artists in Nanhai Martial Dao University was already small. The existing resources were sufficient. Not to mention that many resources can't be utilized twice after being used by middle and high-grade martial artists. For example, this time, the South Sea Martial Arts University had brought Suja the cultivation fruit. Its effect was to promote cultivation growth. Each person can only take it once in their lifetime. The second one would be resistant to the drug and basically ineffective. The best time to take it is when the peak of the 4th grade impacts the 5th grade. Most martial artists will choose to use it when they are about to break through the 5th grade, using this to impact the threshold of a large realm. The key was that Suja had long since stabilized the 5th rank realm and had no qualms about using it. In addition, he had rarely relied on external objects to aid in his cultivation. Therefore, the absorption effect was quite remarkable and he was not far from the peak of the mid-5th grade. When the special training for high school students was in full swing, Suja synchronized to start extracting new talents. Although the plan is to return to the South Sea Martial Arts University when the Martial Arts College entrance exam. But that didn't mean stopping cultivation. If one could obtain new abilities, striking a higher realm would not be a luxury. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Interval Cultivation Harvesting Experience card. Every 2 days of interval cultivation will result in a harvest, limited to 1 month. Upon seeing this ability, even Suja could not help but frown slightly. Every 2 days of cultivation will yield gains. This cultivation should cover the entire field of chi and blood, spiritual power and martial arts. After a short period of contemplation, he made a decision. Prioritize hammering spiritual power. Hold off on raising your chi and blood and martial arts. The reason was clear. Cultivation breakthroughs required both chi and blood and spiritual power. But spiritual power resources are particularly scarce. The school supply is mostly of the chi and blood type. This type of resource never directly enhances spiritual power. Suja wanted to verify the effect of the Heaven's Way talent on the increase of spiritual power. After 2 days of focused spiritual cultivation, Suja obviously felt that the divine sense was a little more solid. It must be known that the spirit of refining this is the greatest difficulty in the martial arts. Even the pride of the heavens is difficult to bypass this bottleneck. This also led to the stagnation of the cultivation of many middle-grade martial artists. Since there was this opportunity, Suja decisively decided to go into seclusion and cultivate hard. However, there was still a need to arrange the affairs of the South Sea base before the retreat. The day-to-day management of the base was entrusted to Vice Governor Li Chenggang. Half a year's observation shows that this person's style is steady. Although he is limited by his talent, it is difficult for him to break the 4th grade, but he is absolutely reliable in dealing with routine matters. 42. Forging talent. Nurturing the next generation. However, although Suja was relieved, Li Chenggang was a little uneasy. It was because he had actually felt his own lack of strength. If anything unexpected were to happen again, it would indeed be a bit too much to carry. Especially during this recent period of time, there were indeed quite a lot of affairs in the southern realm. Old Li, you have to believe in your own strength. Didn't I also serve part-time for a while before when I didn't take office? And if anything unexpected happens, you can inform me first. After Suja's persuasion, this deputy governor still accepted the arrangement hopelessly. After all, one could never delay the governor's cultivation. This young governor still had great potential. There was no telling what heights he would grow to in the future. Li Chenggang vaguely felt that this person should not stay in the South Sea base for long. Whether it was the situation in the Southland or the South Sea Martial Arts University behind him, it was impossible for any of them to let the young Martial Dao 5th grade powerhouse waste his time here. While Suja was immersed in cultivation, the senior special training at the South Sea base was already in full swing. Experienced martial artists from the escort army were even mobilized to specifically equip students with quality instructors. Even students with insufficient chi and blood potential were extraordinarily diligent under the supervision of the instructors. Cultivation was ultimately for oneself and not for others, and nowadays even ordinary work types had chi and blood requirements. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Suja focused on hammering his spiritual power. Heaven's Way rewards hard work. Although the talent experience card was not truly hard work pays off. However, every 2 days there was still a significant gain, and one could no longer demand more from the lower-rated version of the talent. Even so, it still brought significant benefits to Suja, although the spiritual power talent is superior to chi and blood cultivation, but compared to real martial arts stars there is still a gap. Those who specialize in spiritual power do have unique features, but outstanding spiritual power may not necessarily have a high level of cultivation. In the 500 years since the revival of aura, martial arts star originators at most stop at the 9th grade, Suja speculated that there may be some kind of shackle. However, because he had not been exposed to the relevant training system, the specific cause was not yet clear. After the expiration of the 1-month seclusion period, Suja formally came out of seclusion, thanks to the improvement in his spiritual power and the resources provided by the school. His cultivation had finally gained another breakthrough in the late stage of the 5th grade of martial arts. Although there was a breakthrough in his cultivation, the cultivation yuan fruit, a rare resource that was limited to 1 per person, had been consumed. The value of a resource was originally reflected in the process of using it. It's a pity that the luck is a bit worse. Suja stroked his chin and sighed lightly. He had already extracted a new talent during his previous seclusion. However, the talent obtained this time was none other than Artisan Unique. Congratulations on obtaining the Craftsman Unique Experience card. Possessing an extraordinary talent in the field of forging for a limited period of 30 days. The description alone was indeed quite attractive. Gran Xia already had many master founders who were capable of forging true 7th grade divine weapons. Despite the technological advances of this era, it has never been possible to reproduce this ancient forging technique. Traditional craftsmanship was thus given a new lease of life. The problem was that Suja had never touched the field of forging. If the talent could be retained permanently, he wouldn't mind practicing this skill. However, the 30-day time limit made this talent seem particularly weak. On balance, Suja decided to give up trying. Instead of spending an entire month studying short-term skills, it would be better to continue to focus on martial arts cultivation. After all, every minute of cultivation time could be translated into tangible cultivation growth. It was a good thing that he didn't care. There were always times when people had bad luck. Wasn't this a normal thing? After leaving the customs, Suja immediately began to deal with the affairs of the South Sea base. During the month of delay, although Li Changgang had already taken care of the affairs, but as the governor he still needed to personally go through them. In addition, he paid special attention to the progress of the special training for seniors. The effect of the special training is remarkable. The student's cultivation speed is 2 to 3 times faster than usual. The ability to fight in actual combat has also improved significantly. Zhao Hongchuan reported excitedly. This special training was handed over to him by the governor with full authority. As a 3rd-grade martial artist and commander of the guard army, he did have unique insights in training. It was especially effective for this group of senior students. Arrange for some alien beasts to fight, so that the students can see blood, Suja proposed. If it wasn't for the large number of senior students, he would have moved the training ground to the outside of the base. It was just that the risk and resource consumption would be too great, so in the end, he could only take a compromise solution. Yes, Governor. Zhao Hongchuan led the order after a slight hesitation. He was originally worried about unexpected situations, but when he thought about the fact that there were martial artists monitoring the whole process, and that additional guards had been assigned to strengthen the security, he was completely relieved of his worries. Then he was completely relieved of his worries. According to the special training program, all senior students will carry out 2 months of basic training, and then select the top students to carry out high-intensity special training, until the martial arts college entrance exam comes. Suja has set aside time to personally supervise the sprint stage and has high hopes for this class of candidates. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was more than a month. The special training entered a new stage, the potential seeds stood out one after another, and were collectively stationed in the guard army camp. Looking at the mysterious and solemn military facilities, the young students could not hide their excitement. Are all these facilities used to quench chi and blood? Inside the governor's mansion, Suja meticulously observed each student's training performance through the holographic monitoring system. He recorded the students' characteristics and shortcomings, one by one, and generated personalized suggestions with the help of the intelligence system. Real-time transmission to the instructor terminal to adjust the training program. Categorized group of students began to receive targeted intensive training. I hope this special training can let them really transform. Suja looked at the youthful faces in the light screen. The bottom of his eyes rippled with memories. Back then, the self that was fighting for every second to cultivate. It seemed as if it was just yesterday. 43. High-speed development of the South China Sea Base. Governor Su is stepping down? Many of the senior students did not know that Suja was involved in the special training. However, they could clearly feel the progress and changes in themselves. Yang Lei was one of the senior students in this term. After his first and second year of high school, he had no hope of getting into a martial arts university. However, he never expected that after the arrival of the new Nanhai governor last year. In the high school league, Yang Lei had managed to break into the main competition. And with a low blood state, he continuously defeated many opponents with higher blood than his own. Eventually, he made it to the top 128 of the main round and was rewarded with abundant resources. With these resources, he was able to raise his chi and blood. He really saw the hope of getting into the martial arts university, especially when the South Sea Base announced special training for all senior students. Yang Lei was even more excited. He knew that a new opportunity had arrived. Just as he expected, the base regularly supplied meat meals from exotic beasts during the special training period, and occasionally gave out spirit fruits. For most of the senior students, this was most likely their first contact with spirit fruits. The merits that Suja had captured in the previous tidal wave of foreign beasts were quite considerable. Converting it into resources below the martial artist level was still quite abundant, and supporting the special training was not a problem at all. It had to be said that the current senior students were indeed fortunate, and Suja intended to build this session as a benchmark. If the martial arts college entrance exam results were excellent, the South Sea Base would be able to allocate more resources from the southern realm. If the resources are abundant, then they can continue to invest in the cultivation of the senior students, thus forming a virtuous cycle. When this group of students grew up, they might be able to bring back to the South Sea Base in the future. In addition, raising the strength of the senior students itself would also help increase the base's combat power. After all, most of the failed students would still live in the South Sea Base. Regardless of whether they joined the Guards, Hunting Corps, or the Martial Arts School, it was ultimately a case of fertilizer flowing to the outside world. Unconsciously, the martial arts college entrance exam was approaching. This exam, which was supervised by the entirety of the Dacia military, ensured the authenticity of the results. The special training for senior students ended half a month ago, and now it's all up to individual play. In order to prepare for the martial arts college entrance exam, the South Sea Base held a special working meeting. Governor, through your initiatives this year, the head of education couldn't hide his delight as he complimented. I think the results of this year's college entrance exams will be greatly improved. As the head of education of the South Sea Base, in previous years, every time the martial arts college entrance examination was held, it was under immense pressure. Even this position has to be replaced every year. Yet this year, he was able to raise his eyebrows and keep his position. However, he knew deep down that this credit had nothing to do with himself. It was all thanks to the governor. Indeed, we have every reason to expect the South Sea Base to perform well this year. If it was in previous years, but there was no qualification to even look forward to it. The entire base is waiting for the results of this martial arts entrance exam. After all, the entire base has seen the special training before. As the first speaker opened the topic, the participants chimed in. Suja was naturally among the anticipation. He could only roughly judge that the current senior students should not perform too poorly. The specifics still need to look at the field play. The martial arts college entrance examination was extremely important, especially for students with similar chi and blood values. Just as the crowd was hotly debating which talent from each school would be able to pick the base scholar, Suja's voice suddenly rang out. All silence. The Suja of today was extremely powerful, and the conference room was suddenly silent. Now announce a relatively important matter. After the end of the current martial arts examination, I will step down as the governor of the South Sea. Suja calmly announced the arrival of the parting moment. Cultivation in the South Sea Base ultimately had limitations. In terms of aura concentration alone, the South Sea Martial University environment was twice as superior to the governor's mansion. Especially after he was promoted to the 5th grade, the university had prepared a special grant for a detached villa, the environment of which was far superior to the previous apartment. It was an iron law that a martial artist's strength determined the treatment he enjoyed. This declaration caused the base executives present to be stunned. Governor, the base cannot live without you. The development of the South Sea Base depends on you. Most of them spoke out urgently to dissuade them. Although they were the top management of the base, They were well aware of the weight of the governor, even if the governor occasionally acted in a forceful manner. But in the end, his decisions always proved to be wise. Only Li Changgang and a few others remained silent. They had foreseen this parting. The stage of the South Sea base was too small, and it was a surprise that the governor had managed to stay until now. The matter is settled. Suja slightly raised his voice, like a pot of cold water dousing everyone's hopes. The conference room fell into a stony silence. Advance notice is to let you be prepared. The successor will still come from the South Sea Marshall University system. All of you do not need to be overly worried, Suja added, sort of bringing slightly comforting news to the crowd. Because the visitor was also from the South Sea Martial Arts University. No matter who came, it was impossible to ignore Suja's existence, especially when the visitor had a high probability of being a fourth-grade martial artist. Suja was already a fifth grade, and more crucially had great potential. As long as the visitor had a little bit of judgment, he would definitely not offend Suja. After all, today's South Sea Martial Arts University had already regarded Suja as a direct lineage. The words had already been said to this point, and the crowd could only accept this fact. At least they understood that this was the best outcome. Suja purposely asked the relevant people to keep it a secret and announce it after the conclusion of the martial arts college entrance exam. With the end of this meeting, Suja completely unloaded all of his duties at the base and, taking advantage of the time before his departure to spend more time with his family. Both Mother Su and Shin Qingyan knew that Suja was about to leave the South Sea base, but they were able to understand. With Suja's current cultivation level, it was indeed inappropriate to stay at the South Sea base. Martial Dao 5th grade. Shin Qingyan gazed at the figure playing with her daughter in the courtyard and secretly lamented. Who would have expected that her husband's cultivation would skyrocket like an epiphany? During this period of time, Suja suspended his cultivation to focus on parenting. Both because of the imminent departure, but also because the talent extracted recently was not as good as it should be. Since obtaining the craftsman's unique way talent. Since acquiring the artisan's unique way talent, he has successively drawn unrelated abilities such as stealing hands and rapid recovery. The former increased the stealthiness of stealing by 50%, while the latter accelerated the speed of recovery from injuries by 30%. However, Suja neither stole nor was injured, so these talents did nothing to improve his cultivation. Even he himself lamented that his luck was too bad, especially in the last 2 months. Maybe it's time to try metaphysics to change my luck. Suja looked at the system interface and smiled bitterly. On second thought, he thought that some of the many abilities he had obtained were practical skills, which was considered to be fair luck. When Suja immersed himself in the joy of heaven, the results of the South Sea Base Martial Arts College entrance examination were officially announced. The number of people admitted to the Martial Arts University this year has reached 3 times the number of previous years. Governor, we've finally gotten rid of the bottom. Li Qinggong's excitement was overwhelming. Although the threefold increase was still not as large as the top base. But it had caused the South Sea base to jump from the bottom of the Southern Realm last year to the middle of the pack. Although there is still a gap in the quality of the student body, this kind of progress is inspiring enough. This report card also shook the entire Southland. South China Sea base this year, the number of people who reached the line is so many, the heads of the bases were shocked. Especially those bases that were originally at the bottom with Nanhai. Who would have thought that the tail end of the race would quietly rise? Such a change caused the entire southern realm to fall into silence. Previously, the South Sea bases had already made their mark in the battle of the alien beast tides. At that time, all the bases attributed it to luck. Now that the results have erupted again, people are forced to look at its transformation. Countless investigators have begun to dig deeper into the codes of the South Sea base's transformation. What kind of power can make it transform in 1 year? 44. Returning to the South Sea Martial Arts University. Cutting with the dean. Organize a high school league and conduct intensive special training before the martial arts entrance exams. It also specializes in creating a special training plan for these some senior students. Seeing some of these measures from the South Sea base, even the many bases were somewhat speechless. Because the South Sea base operation, it could be said that it wasn't that easy to copy. Among the top bases, each high school had come out with many strong people. Behind the interests are very complex. This high school league at that time, many high schools will be evenly distributed quota or not. This is the first problem. Secondly, there is the issue of resources. Every time the resources are approved, the competition between the various units of the base is very fierce. Want to organize high school league special training, also not so easy. Especially many bases, the quality of the student base is much better than the South China Sea base. Including the conditions of many students also better than the South China Sea base. The rewards can't be that cheap. Unless the Southland's special approval. Unfortunately, because of the battlefield of the 10,000 races, the South Realm is at this moment. For the martial arts college entrance examination aspect above, although concerned but also not so easy to change. Regarding the matter of the South Sea base, although Grand Metropolitan Su knew about it. But he still wanted to take another look at the situation for the next year. Because he knew that the South Sea Governor Suja was about to leave. If next year's time, the South Sea base was still able to maintain this number of people admitted to the martial higher education examination, then only then would he consider making some changes to the entire Southland High School. South Sea base. This time, our South Sea base has once again made a lot of noise. Who could have thought that the number of people stepping on the scoreline for the martial arts high school has tripled? All of these changes were brought about by Grand Duke Su. Even the many ordinary people were very excited. Above the aspect of honor, ordinary people still had it. Unfortunately, in previous years, with the South Sea base achievements, there were really some people who couldn't bring up the 3 words of honor. That is, this year came a big turnaround. Let many ordinary people are still very excited. Especially those students who had reached the martial arts college entrance examination admission scoreline. For Suja, they were even more grateful. If it wasn't for this new governor, it wouldn't have been so easy for their children to reach or go further. However, at this time, a piece of news came out. That was about Suja stepping down from his position as governor of the South Sea. What? Grand Governor Su is stepping down? This was something that made many of the people of the South Sea base unsettled. The South Sea base was able to change like this, but it was all thanks to this person. If this person left, then it might change back to the old days. No. Grand Governor Su can't leave his post. For a while, the South Sea base forums and the governor's office telephone hotline were almost busted. This was the first time that the lord of the South Sea base had stepped down and was able to be retained. And most critically, Suja had even been in office for less than a year. Convene a televised broadcast. You guys explain it in person, I won't show up. Suja directly in the cell phone electric call to Li Changgang out loud said. He was also looking at the retention of the people of the South Sea base in his eyes. Although some of these people were really out of sincerity, there were also some who were there for the sake of benefits. But on the other hand, it was also an affirmation of Suja's merits in the South Sea base. This alone was enough. However, Suja would not limit himself to the South Sea base either. The South Sea base specialized channel, Li Sunggang and the others ensured the continuation of the policies set down by Suja, the governor. The other thing was to explain that this time, the person who came to serve as the governor of the South China Sea would also be a person from the South China Sea Martial Arts University. In addition to that, it was also explained that our South Sea base could not be envious of the enemy. We can't be avenging our own favor. We can't hinder Suja's future as the governor. Under this kind of statement, many public opinions were considered to have finally calmed down. After the public opinion subsided, Suja also prepared to return to the South Sea Martial Arts University. He left quietly, in addition to his family's notification. As for the others, no one was notified. Otherwise, Li Changgang and the others would have definitely come to see him off. Currently, although Suja had stepped down, the South Sea Martial Arts University hadn't decided who would take over. The 4th grade martial artists of the South Sea Martial Arts University were not cabbages. Many 4th grade martial artists did not have the same thoughts as Suja before. For many 4th grade martial artists, traveling to the South Sea base was no different than going into exile. In this regard, even Suja could not do anything. He could only wait for the South Sea Martial Arts University to finally discuss a candidate. The next time I come back we'll at least have to wait until the new year. Suja murmured softly after glancing at the South Sea base, and then stepped onto the airplane. With Suja's authority nowadays, boarding the plane half an hour earlier did not pose any problems. The distance between the South Sea Martial Arts University and the South Sea base was not large. It didn't take a while to arrive. South Sea Martial Arts University. Su Shengyan stood in front of the school as if he were a statue. This caused the students passing by to be very startled. Is Dean Su waiting for someone? Only what kind of person could make Dean Su wait here? Could it be some kind of strong person? Some of these students inevitably discussed in whispers and said, It was important to know that no matter how you put it, the dean of this Dan Pill Academy was also a high-grade martial artist. The person who made it wait was definitely not simple. Su Shengyan was actually listening to the words of some of the students. As a high-grade martial artist, his senses were sharper than expected. Now he was waiting for Suja, this kid. Originally, he had urged this kid to return to the South Sea Martial Arts University as early as possible. As a result, he had delayed until the results of the martial arts college entrance examination came out. But even Su Shengyan had to admit that this kid had managed to base in a decent manner. He had also heard about the results of this year's martial arts college entrance exam at the South Sea base. At least compared to previous years, is really good. This even made many people at the South Sea Martial Arts University think that Suja was a second-generation school heir. Being able to manage a base well proved that one also had the strength to manage a school well. Of course, the most important thing was undoubtedly strength. This time Su Shengyan waited at the door. Undoubtedly, the first time is intended to test Suja's strength. Even though it was known that Suja had stepped into the 5th grade of martial arts. But the problem is that the exact amount of Suja's strength is still an unknown. The video still couldn't tell too much. After all, it was very normal for a 5th grade to crush a 4th grade foreign beast. In exchange for any 5th grade to come easily, a 4th grade is also normal. Naturally, Su Shengyan still had to ascertain Suja's situation. Of course, the main thing was to help Suja with his next cultivation step. Soon Suja's figure appeared before the school gate. "Dean, long time no see." Suja looked at the dean waiting for him and couldn't help but reveal quite a few smiles out loud. After all, from a certain aspect, this was also the school's attention to himself. Not to mention that after returning to the South Sea Martial Arts University, he felt more of a sense of closeness. It didn't matter if Nanhai Martial Arts University would be like many top martial arts universities in the future. But at least for now, the South Sea Martial Arts University still made himself very satisfied. "You brat. Finally willing to come back." Su Shengyan couldn't help but blow his beard and eyes out, but his words carried a lot of complaints. "I'm guarding the South Sea base for the South Sea Martial Arts University." Unfortunately, Suja was still able to speak out when his skin should be thick. Su Shengyan could not help but roll his eyes. Had he known that Suja's cultivation was progressing so quickly, he would not have chosen Suja when he sent the others out. Especially thinking about the fact that the candidate for the Lord of the South Sea base had not yet been chosen today. It was even more of a bad feeling. After thinking of this, Su Shengyan looked at Suja's face and couldn't help but feel a little unkind. Inwardly could not help but make up his mind to hammer this kid. Soon Su Shengyan pulled Suja toward the school's martial arts field. Suja naturally knew where the dean was taking himself. Previously, as a counselor, he hadn't traveled a lot. However, they were all ordinary grade martial arts arenas suitable for students. For the martial arts arenas above the middle grade, there were also constructed. But in the previous times, Suja had not come in. Before Suja could observe more, Su Shengyan directly struck out. Of course, the power was still controlled at the 5th grade level. In the face of the elderly sneak attack, Suja's face was expected. Directly a sidestep, directly dodge, and from the side of the weapon rack above took a wooden knife. After all, his own strength more in the knife above. Since the dean wants to test his strength, naturally Suja will not be polite. The more powerful he was, the more he would be valued. Since he couldn't hide it, Suja naturally used Dean Su Shengyan as a sparring partner, feeding himself moves. During these 2 months, although no good talent had been extracted, but it didn't mean that Suja had deserted his cultivation. Now that he had integrated the strength of the late 5th grade, he was able to fully utilize it. The blade shone. Even if it was only a wooden blade, in Suja's hands it had an extraordinary sharpness. "Good boy!" Even Su Shengyan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Suja's skillfulness with the sword was a surprise to him. 45. Dean's shock. Special talent? If the proficiency of the blade technique surprised Su Shengyan. Then when Suja displayed his blade intent, Su Shengyan could no longer hide the shock in his eyes. The requirements for talent for the blade intent were extremely harsh, and it took at least a genius-level qualification to have the chance to comprehend it. However, Suja was displaying it with ease at this moment. This more and more convinced Su Shengyan. Suja must have awakened some sort of hidden talent or special physique. After all, he was more than clear about Suja's past. Previously, no matter whether it was root bone qualification or enlightenment, Suja was only a middle-aged person. Now that he was able to master even the intent of the sword, There was no other possibility other than the awakening of his talent. What surprised Su Shangnian was that Suja's cultivation had actually broken through to the late 5th grade. Recalling that the other party had only revealed his strength at the early stage of the 5th grade when they initially fought, he wiped his forehead in fear. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead in fear. It was fortunate that Suja did not go all out right away. Otherwise, there was a real possibility that he might have overturned the boat in the gutter. So close! This kid's growth speed after awakening is too amazing. Su Shengyan secretly lamented. The intense exchange continued. Although he deliberately suppressed his strength, the 7th grade martial artist's roots still steadily suppressed Suja. However, Suja did not care about winning or losing in the first place, and he was taking advantage of this rare actual battle. He was using this rare actual battle to repeatedly refine and verify the newly realized moves. As the battle progressed, Suja suddenly fell into a certain mysterious state. Epiphany? Su Shengyan's pupils shrunk slightly, but the moves in his hands became more and more dense and precise. He knew that this kind of chance could not be found, until a minute later, Suja exited the state of epiphany and immediately closed his eyes and sat down to digest his feelings. Only then did Su Shengyan withdraw his momentum to protect him. Half an hour later, Suja slowly opened his eyes. Suja slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with the color of joy that could not be suppressed. This forgetfulness battle accidentally triggered an epiphany. Not only let the spiritual power and chi and blood as one. Cultivation was even directly touching the threshold of the peak of the 5th grade, and there was only 1 foot left to break through. Suja! Su Shengyan finally pressed on. You honestly told me. Is it an awakening of a hidden talent? His eyes burned like substance, as if it wanted to completely see through the youth in front of him. In the face of the dean's statement, even Suja could not help but be stunned. However, on second thought, he thought of his own awakened talent ability experience card system. How is this not a special talent? Su Shengyan's statement was not wrong. Indeed, Suja responded frankly. He didn't need to elaborate on the details of his abilities, and furthermore, excuses such as chance encounters were ultimately less secure than the excuse of hidden talent. Although his cultivation has gradually approached the echelon of heavenly pride, Suja still has no intention of publicizing. After all, the reasoning of the tree attracts the wind is clear to him. Instead of being shrouded by the spotlight, it was better to remain hidden in the shadows and steadily improve. Although he did attract some attention in the South Realm after the Battle of the Beast Tide, few people outside of the South Sea Base were aware of him. However, few people outside of the South Sea Base knew his true face. In those fuzzy battle images, most people visualized the base master as a middle-aged cultivator in his 40s. Unbeknownst to them, Suja was still a long way from his prime. As for the territory beyond the Southern Realm, no one paid any attention to this newly minted powerhouse. After all, the Beast Tide crisis that occurred thousands of miles away from each other was nothing more than a topic of conversation after dinner. Even though Suja's performance was amazing, in the outside world, he was just like a shooting star passing through the night sky. At this moment, Su Shengyan could not hide his excitement. This has always been a calm and steady dean of the Dan Academy, but at this moment, he even smiled so much that the lines under his eyes were a few points deeper. Suja understood this joy. The South Sea Martial Arts University was in the midst of a youth shortage. This living example of himself undoubtedly injected the academy with a strong energizer. Where is the retreat room arranged? Suja cut straight to the chase. The epiphanies accumulated during the battle urgently needed to be digested, and the original plan to accumulate spirit stones to break through. Instead, this unexpected epiphany had advanced the process. Su Shengyan immediately understood. The school has prepared for this. As he spoke, he already guided Suja towards the villa area. The morning sunlight pierced through the clouds and sprinkled on the glazed tiles, gilding the light gold outline of the detached cultivation room. Those who could live here were all core figures of the South Sea Martial Arts University. The location of the villa assigned to Suja was quite elaborate. It must be known that the arrangement of this villa area had a hidden mystery. The closer to the center area, the more respected the status symbolized. Suja was keenly aware that the entire villa area was shrouded in a spirit-gathering array, and the concentration of spiritual chi was 3 times that of the governor's mansion at the South Sea Base. If one cultivated here all year round, the benefits would be immeasurable. He didn't exchange pleasantries with Su Shengyan and went straight to closed-door meditation. The other side, Su Shengyan had already moved to gather all the high-grade martial artists from the South Sea Martial Arts University. This strength test is not a personal behavior, but is actually a potential assessment authorized by the school's senior management. Now that Suja's extraordinary talent had been confirmed, the dean of the Dan Academy naturally wants to fight for the top resources for this new star. At this moment is clutching the evaluation report hurriedly rushed to the council chamber. 46. Peak of the 5th grade. Song Ching stayed behind. Half a month later, Suja officially left the gate, and his cultivation had already stepped into the peak of the 5th product. Originally, he expected that the breakthrough speed should not be so rapid. But who let the previous battle be really sound? It actually allowed Suja to briefly enter a state of epiphany. Of course, Suja vaguely felt that this must be blessed with good fortune. If there was no luck to support, it would not be easy to enter such a subtle state of epiphany. In detail, the many abilities that he had obtained were all like clouds in the sky. Only his luck was always with him. Even if the bonus effect faded, the origin of the luck had not dissipated. Now it's just one step away from the 6th grade realm. Suja couldn't help but sigh with emotion after leaving the gate. Next, he needed to overcome the difficulty of fusing spirit and chi and blood. This kind of cultivation was like a heavenly valley. The 9 grades of the martial arts path, and each grade is like the difference between clouds and mud. As soon as he was released, Suja's first order of business was to visit Su Shengyan. Indeed, there were several important things that needed to be asked in person. When he stepped into the dean's office, Suja would not be too formal. Along the way, when he happened to meet many former mentors, a few feelings arose. Tutor Su, you are back. Director Wang, how have you been? Suja suddenly realized that he had the intention of returning home. Nowadays, none of the tutors in the entire school even knew him. When he broke through the 4th grade, he had already surprised all the teachers. This time straight into the 5th grade is even more shocking. How many tutors are stuck at the Dragon Gate between the 4th and 5th grades? Although Suja's speed of breaking through the realm is unbelievable. However, his cultivation could not be faked. If you look at the entire South Sea Martial Arts University, there are only a handful of 5th-ranked strongmen. It was only natural for him to win the respect of the crowd. You kid broke through again? Su Shengyan gazed at the young man in front of him, the surprise in his eyes hard to hide. When Suja first broke through the realm, his aura had yet to be fully internalized. This fluctuation was immediately captured keenly by the dean. Earlier, when he heard that he had revealed his late 5th grade cultivation, he had already been secretly shocked. Unexpectedly, it was even higher now. Slightly improved, Suja lightly answered. After returning to the South Sea Martial Arts University, his state of mind became more and more relaxed. He no longer had to walk on thin ice like he did when he was sitting in the South Sea base. At this moment, there is room to joke with the dean. If he was at the South Sea base, he would not be so wanton. This is to show off? Su Shengyan rolled his eyes in dismay. It must be known that every step in the 5th rank realm is not an easy task. Ordinary tutors who get a breakthrough, no less than a banquet to celebrate. The school is also happy to see this kind of happy event. Suja did not dwell on this matter, and mentioned the main topic with a straight face. Is the elimination mechanism of last year's freshmen still harsh? He always remembered that righteous daughter Song Qing. Before he left, Shin Qingyan specially instructed him many times. At this moment, it is natural to ask clearly. Although Song Qing has not returned to the South Sea base for a whole year, communication with Shin Qingyan has never ceased. The New Year's Eve call alone was 3 hours long. At that time, Suja was at the side of Shin Qingyan. As a result, he had a good impression of Song Qing. You want to ask about that Song Qing, right? Su Shengyan recalled the special enrollment a year ago and smiled knowingly. At this, Suja was non-committal. It just so happens that the results just came out in these 2 days. This girl cultivates really desperately. After all, she narrowly passed the elimination line. Su Shengyan's narration gradually spread out. He had his own reasons for being able to remember this student. Song Qing had been famous among the freshman group for his desperation ever since he entered the school. Regardless of whether it was cultivation coursework or actual combat missions, or even daily cultivation. Who would have thought that a seemingly delicate and lovely young girl would have this kind of ruthlessness? This kind of contrast is naturally striking. Although her cultivation is slightly inferior, her performance in actual combat has repeatedly saved the day. In the regular monthly assessment, always hanging above the elimination line with a slight advantage. The school set of assessment mechanism has always been open and transparent, aimed at spurring new students to move forward. The results are indeed remarkable. Nowadays, the best of the best can challenge the second-year students. However, the elimination of the first year must be established. Even if you feel sorry for them, you still have to follow the rules. Fortunately, the school has a way out for those who are eliminated. They can either return to their home bases and become captains of the guards, or into the Daxia military brigade as a key training object. This batch of students, although sadly, left the field. Roots and bones of understanding is stronger than ordinary martial artists. Join the military is not a good way. Daxia military has always favored such talent. After all, the army is mostly mediocre people who are forced to make a living. The outstanding qualification is really a rare corner. Actually really stayed? Suja could not hide his surprise. The South Sea Martial Arts University had been established for 20 years. This year's new student chi and blood threshold has risen by 30% compared to previous years. Song Qing's qualifications were hovering around the passing line. Therefore, he and Shin Qingyan had a tacit understanding. Originally, he thought that if he could complete a full academic year, it would be worth the price of admission. Unexpectedly, the young girl had actually fought for her life. This girl is the one who started the trend of the entire freshman class practicing hard. Su Xingyan's eyes showed his approval. It has nothing to do with bone structure and endowment. Simply this heart towards martial arts is precious. This is also the reason why he treated Suja differently in the first place. At that time, Suja also had a sense of vigor. It's a good seedling, Suja responded with his head. Inwardly, he was secretly surprised by Su Xingyan's praise. After all, there were only a handful of people who could make this dean remember him. After he was promoted to counselor, he became more familiar with the dean. The thought that the current freshmen do have something special. It is reasonable to pay more attention. Moreover, not only Su Xingyan, the entire school board is paying close attention. Since Song Qing has the determination to break the boat, Suja naturally will not interfere. Shin Qingyan's intention is also to look forward to the daughter's future, even though she is not a blood relative. By the way, are you considering accepting a few students? Su Xingyan suddenly turned the tables. According to common sense, you should be in the current new students to select a number of people. Unfortunately, you are now in a special situation. Just, Suja replied after a moment of contemplation. The superpowers granted by the system were still variable, and even his own strength was difficult to control. Teaching an apprentice not only consumes one's mind, but also threatens to mislead others. Even Song Qing did not intend to personally instruct, not to mention other students. Su Xingyan was not concerned about this. Now more hope Suja focus on cultivation improvement. It would be great if he could advance to the 6th grade. However, in Su Xingyan's opinion, this matter is not easy. The difference between the 6th grade and the 5th grade is vast, and the amount of spiritual energy required is enormous. Nowadays, heavenly treasures that can nourish spiritual energy are scarce. Even high-grade martial artists need such resources, although the school has the intention to cultivate. In this regard, the support that can be given is ultimately limited. But the annual supply of a spiritual resources, the rest is up to you. How is the school going to accommodate me? Suja cut to the chase at the right time. He hadn't forgotten about the job placement promised by the school authorities at the beginning. 47. Reading books makes you stronger. Good talent. Deputy Director of Logistics, that's to be an assistant to old Zhang. Su Xingyan announced. This was the result of the deliberations of the top management of the South Sea Martial Arts University. On one hand, Suja could not be given too complicated a job. Secondly, it would also allow Suja to learn more about the South Sea Martial Arts University. For the Martial Dao University, in addition to strongman strength, the most important thing was undoubtedly resources. While strong strength determined the present, resources could determine the future. The resources of the South Sea Martial Arts University had always been tight. Even sitting in the Earth Cave, the income was still limited. This was also the reason why the South Sea Martial Arts University had started to reform the elimination system. The rest would depend on whether Daxia could introduce a new system that would change the way resources were distributed, allowing the South Sea Martial Arts University to fight for more resources. Good. Suja's eyes lit up, feeling that this position was just right for him. In addition, old Zhang's sword skills are truly outstanding, Su Xingyan added, and there seemed to be a deep meaning in his words. Suja naturally understood the meaning. He was already familiar with old Zhang, and at this moment, he was even more convinced that this logistics manager was extraordinary. He must be a hidden powerhouse. After handling the formalities, Suja went straight to the logistics department to find old Zhang. Old Zhang, the organization asked me to be your deputy. Even though he knew that the other party was probably an expert, Suja's attitude remained as usual. The two of them were already close friends. Strangely enough, Suja rarely had friends of his own age, but instead, he was more in tune with older people. Maybe it is the reason that the experience of two lives is superimposed. Early can't be unusual teenager to see. Su kid, busy yourself. There's not much going on here. Just come over when you have time. Old Zhang directly waved his hand to drive people away. Suja immediately froze in place. Then I'm really leaving old Zhang. Although he guessed the school's intentions, Suja did not take it personally. After all, improving strength was fundamental. Hurry up, old Zhang glared. Suja was no longer polite and turned to leave. Although the title of deputy director but do not need to fulfill the duties, this errand is really cost-effective. Returning to the villa, Suja prepared to extract new abilities. Previously, his luck had not been good for several months in a row. He was looking forward to returning to the South Sea Martial Arts University to turn his luck around. Extract. Colorful light suddenly bloomed. Suja's pupils shrunk slightly. This kind of light signaled that this ability was by no means unusual. However, the exact effect would ultimately depend on the will of God. Successful extraction. Congratulations on obtaining a Reading into the Sacred Experience card. Reading comprehension plus 100%. Reading and concentration. Limited to 1 month. Suja stared at the talent description, his face unable to hide his surprise. Although he only drew one ability this time, it came with a double effect. After reading the details carefully, his eyes erupted with joy. The first was that his reading comprehension ability was directly doubled. This meant that he could more accurately comprehend the martial arts texts left behind by previous generations, while reading and concentration could increase mental power through reading. The value of an ability involving the growth of spiritual power was self-evident. If the effect was significant enough, perhaps it would be possible to impact the 6th grade realm within this month. Looking at all the abilities Suja had obtained so far, this experience card was considered to be of divine rank. Even advancing above the 9th rank in the future would be greatly beneficial. Unfortunately, the time limit was only 30 days. Suja immediately took action. There was no time to waste. The South Sea Martial Arts University's collection of books was as vast as the ocean, and at the moment, he had access to nearly the entire library. The goal was to target the cultivation tips of the 6th grade and above. The school library was indeed a rich collection, and it was said that when the school was founded, the first principal had searched for canonical books in bulk from Desya. Suja couldn't help but lament the principal's far-sightedness. Although it has been 5 years since I have not seen its shadow. The last time he showed up or the whole school teachers and students meeting, think is close to impact a big realm. However, this has nothing to do with Suja. The strength in place naturally have access to more hidden secrets. 9 levels of the library corresponds to the 9 grades of martial arts. Usually martial artists can only enter the same level of the area, but there are special exceptions to cross the level of authority. Suja temporarily stationed in the 6th floor, the 7th floor and above are not yet in a hurry to get involved. He focused on studying the cultivation experience. 30 days is not too long and not too short. The 6th floor was not frequented by many people, so it was just right for him to seek purity. When the reading into the sacred took effect, Suja's body was surrounded by a special aura, and his spiritual platform continued to be clear as he read through the books. His spiritual power was quietly growing like a silkworm eating leaves. It must be known that spiritual power cultivation was always difficult, and if this scene was seen by others, they would be afraid that their jaws would drop in shock. The ordinary people need to exhaust the spiritual power through high-intensity exercise, and then rely on recuperation or drugs to slowly recover. However, there were indeed quite a few items that involved spiritual energy. Even the potion that restores mental power is classified as a strategic material in Daxia. A few days passed in a flash. This day Suja exceptionally did not go to the library, carrying a book to the martial arts plaza. Today was the day when the mentors of the South Sea Martial Arts University selected their students. For most students, this was undoubtedly an important moment to change their destiny. After all, into the eyes of the tutor is ultimately a minority. Once selected, the future is bound to be bright. If you get a famous teacher to guide, the road of cultivation will be twice as fast with half the effort. Suja leaned on the rooftop of the teaching building next to the square. His scroll was half unfolded, and his gaze swept over the crowd below from time to time. Song Qing's silhouette quickly jumped into the eye. Compared to last year's aura is much more powerful. Obviously, he had not wasted his time. Whether or not he would be selected by the tutor was still unknown. 48. Song Qing was selected. The university elimination system is enforced. Back then, Suja was also not picked by the tutor and could only follow the large group of classes. Thinking back now, those days were really quite hard. Even when he became a counselor, it was no better. The good thing is that he is really able to survive. Blame it on the fact that first and second grade martial artists were really too poor. If you want to get money and resources, you can only fight with your life. But Suja basically stayed in development at that time. This is also the main reason why he had a hard time in the early stages. Those students who dared to rush and fight, the grass on their graves is now 2 meters high. On the contrary, Suja, who had stayed put, was now able to act as a big brother in front of these freshmen. Suja was lost in thought. A student-snatching drama began to take place in the martial arts square. Ding Shuiyue with 5th grade instructor Lu Ningyan, Wang Maoyun, to 4th grade tutor Li Cheng. In fact, the tutors had been secretly observing for months. There were some good seedlings that were in demand, and the tutors had privately organized bidding auctions. Don't look at the freshmen sweating with nervousness right now. But the list was actually internalized a long time ago. Everyone is eager to find a high-level mentor. After all, the big brother casually open a small stove, leak some resources are enough to eat until the students hold out. Previously, Suja was actually the leg that the freshmen wanted to hug the most. He was young and had a lot of potential, and his strength was also fierce. In a few years, he might be a high-grade martial artist. In addition, his upgrading speed is like a hangman, after awakening, directly lying flat take off. Unfortunately, the school had already issued a notice. Suja does not take students. Unless he changed his mind on his own, or hadn't made a breakthrough by the age of 40, the school would consider letting him take on an apprentice. Now that they saw that he was on the verge of rushing up to the 6th rank, the new students could only collectively sigh. Before, many of them were still dreaming of worshipping a master. But everyone also understood. At Suja's age and talent, he definitely had to concentrate on rushing the realm. How could he have the time to bring in a rookie? Whenever classmates talked about Suja, the one who was most proud was definitely Song Qing. It was only after she had been enrolled for a while that she realized Suja's strength and status. Later, when she heard that Suja had rushed to the 5th rank, Song Qing was confused. How long had it been from awakening to 5th grade? Even if the school said something about a hidden talent awakening, this upgrade speed was still too outrageous. Song Qing did not have any expectations for this tutor selection. She had a good idea of what level she was at. It's good enough to step over the line and get in, but no tutor will look at her. But she doesn't care much even if there is no tutor. The school will still arrange for the teacher to teach a big class. At worst, they would be taught by 2nd grade martial artists, so there was no need to worry about cultivation or answering questions. After all, Song Qing and these new students were still only quasi-martial artists. What's more, even without an exclusive tutor, wouldn't they still be able to cultivate normally? But just at this time, Song Qing, accepted as a disciple by 4th grade tutor Hua Qin Yen, even Song Qing herself was confused. Her first thought was that teacher Su had secretly helped and found herself a backer. But in reality, Suja was also confused at this moment. Really selected? It was true that he hadn't meddled in Song Qing's affairs. At first, he also specifically asked Dean Su Shangyin to keep their relationship secret, mainly for fear that going through the relationship would affect Song Qing's reputation. The world of martial artists relied on their fists to speak in the end. This means that Hua Qin Yen is completely autonomous in her choices. Even Suja felt surprised. However, neither of them knew that what Hua Qin Yen saw was Song Qing's fighting spirit. When this girl first enrolled in school, her chi and blood were at the bottom of the list, but she managed to survive for a year without being eliminated. She still has a lot of potential. Besides, Hua Qin Yen has more than one student under her belt, so giving her a chance would be a casual investment. A 4th grade martial artist can be much more generous than a 3rd grade, and this kind of thing can be done completely at will. After the mentor finished selecting students, Suja continued his daily cultivation. These martial arts experiences helped him a lot, and the increase in spiritual power was even more visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the news of the elimination system for freshmen at the South Sea Martial Arts University spread throughout the country. You'll still be expelled from the martial arts university? Being a martial artist is too curly now. It's long overdue for such a change. Resources should be given to those with true potential. But this is too cruel to ordinary students. The forums of martial artists everywhere were up in arms. Some people clapped and applauded, while others cursed. After all, after practicing hard to get into Wushu University, no one wanted to be suddenly withdrawn from school. One could still end up facing a withdrawal. There were also people who were in favor of it. After all, martial arts universities focused on quality. More often than not, it was still a place to train strong people. It was also a good thing for some students with insufficient potential to be eliminated before it was too late, being able to save a lot of resources and provide them to those with more potential. It could be said that during this period of time, the entire Daxia population was divided into two factions on the internet. Even the conservative faction had the upper hand. There was no way around it, who let the system of the martial arts university have been in use for 500 years. Many people have long been accustomed to the old system, naturally unwilling to change easily. The South Sea Martial Arts University was at the tip of the storm. Luckily, they had united many of their relatively backward sister colleges. So despite the uproar caused by the reform, there are still many institutions sharing the pressure. What's more, it wasn't as if the South Sea Martial Dao University didn't have strong supporters behind it. It was said that many powerful people above the 9th rank were already supporting the reform attempts of the emerging martial arts institution. Compared to the outside world, Suja, who was under tremendous pressure, had a rather leisurely month. The vast majority of the time was soaked in the library, and even the rest time was compressed to a minimum. After all, this special ability had a time limit. If you don't seize the opportunity to improve your martial sense and spiritual power, I'm afraid that you will have to spend several times your effort to make up for it in the future. 49. Lucky talent? Going up to the South Sea 10,000 races battlefield again. Even Suja did not notice the passage of time. In the blink of an eye, a whole month had actually passed. This month went by much faster than expected. Originally, I had planned to take the time to look at martial arts. As a result, I've only finished reading half of the Martial Sense Insights alone. Suja realized that the amount of books in the South Sea Martial University's collection far exceeded expectations. However, with the large amount of 6th grade cultivation insights ingested, he vaguely touched the threshold of breakthrough. Although the fusion of spirit and chi and blood required spiritual power to reach the standard. But after several cheating increases, his own mental strength was indeed qualified. At least he could barely pull the chi and blood to operate. However, true fusion still required an opportunity, and the easiest breakthrough to find was the 10,000 races battlefield. According to the insights of many seniors, most people broke through to the 6th grade in the midst of killing. The synchronized outbreak of spirit, chi and blood in battle has a miraculous effect on fusion. However, Suja was not in a hurry. Although he was currently stuck at the peak of the 5th grade, there was still room for improvement. Even if he wanted to go to the battlefield to find a breakthrough opportunity, he still had to polish his existing strength first. Besides, he could still wait for the new month to refresh his talent. Extraction successful. Obtained all good things experience card. Doubled the success rate of all actions this month. Suja froze for half a day when he saw the new ability. This was simply stacking the chi buff full. This talent is simply customized for the battlefield. After all, the battlefield was most afraid of unexpected situations. For example, accidents like suddenly bumping into a high-grade powerhouse. But with this ability, theoretically, all bad luck will go around. Maybe even a breakthrough could be taken care of along the way. The original plan was to settle down for another 2 or 3 months. But now the itinerary was directly revised. Spend half a month polishing your strength. The remaining half-month goes straight to the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Suja clapped his hands faster than grabbing a special offer. He was originally prepared to draw a trash talent, but he didn't expect his hand to explode this time. Although he didn't feel the change for the time being, since he decided to rush, he had to get real. Half a month was enough time for him to pull his strength up a notch. Although there was still room for improvement, Suja really couldn't wait. He directly dialed the dean's phone to report. Su Shengyan didn't stop him from entering the 10,000 races battlefield. A martial artist is not something that can be practiced behind closed doors. Besides, old Su didn't even know that Suja was aiming for a breakthrough. He thought that this kid was simply going to hunt down the Wasteland clan and brush up on his merits. The most crucial thing was that Su Shengyan was clear. Suja was never reckless. When he first played Go Dao out at a low rank, There was no reason to wave instead now that he was stronger. This reaction in turn made Suja mutter, "Dean is so assured of me?" but did not wait to think about it carefully before crossing into the South Sea battlefield. Although last year the battlefield of the 10,000 races fought fiercely, the South Sea war zone naturally did not have a lot of trouble. But recently both sides had taken a break. The summer military and the otherworldly races are hurt. This point Suja with today's permissions clear. Instead of entering the war zone, he was blind. Where should I go? The entire South China Sea war zone is not 5 exclusive hunting grounds, before mixing with the Unuma mountain range that is the novice village. When you reach the middle grade realm, you can run into a battlefield anywhere you go. But the last Great War had plowed through quite a few small battlefields. Follow the metaphysics. Suja finally clapped his hands. Anyway, the drawn ability was reliable, so why not let intuition lead the way, and maybe he could hit the big time. Anyway, he had half a month, so he simply skipped around as if he was strolling through a food market. Compared to the other tense hunting teams, it was like a spring trip to a war zone. This style of painting made the observers in the shadows whole wouldn't. This one either lacks heart, or he's just a bigot pretending to be a pig. On the battlefield of the 10,000 races, the 5th grade was indeed considered a party of experts. After all, high-grade existences basically sat at the back, plus high-grade strikes made too much noise. Usually, they would only come down when there was a full-scale war. The 5th grade and 6th grade are the main force of the regular battlefield, those who dare to go deep behind the enemy's hunting team. Basically, all of them were led by the 5th and 6th grades. If Suja wanted to find opponents of the same rank to practice on, he also had to lean towards the center of the battlefield. However, the 5th and 6th grades of the Desolate Plains clan did not dare to get too close to the South Sea stronghold. Plus, the area where Suja was currently operating was not far from the stronghold. He was very familiar with this area. Nowadays, his strength is even more different from his mindset when he was 1st or 2nd rank. Looking at the hasty low-ranked hunting teams, it was as if he saw himself in the past. But this time, intuition leading the way was really rewarding. Purple spirit grass? This was the first time Suja had picked up a chance in a battlefield. Even though it was only the main ingredient of a 3rd-grade elixir, to find this in the gripped and bald South Sea battlefield was simply harder than winning the lottery. This is the power of the all good things? Suja stroked his chin and pondered. This ability was even more domineering than he had expected. Next, he picked up a few more herbs one after another. Although they were all below 3rd-grade goods, they weren't of much use to the current him. But if he had put them aside a year ago, they would have been hard currency that could fetch a high price. Mosquito legs are also meat. Not to mention the fact that wild medicinal herbs are already scarce. Now 90% of the medicinal herbs in Daxia are planted artificially. Their efficacy is more than 20% worse than the wild ones. Alchemists would rather pay 3 times the price to receive wild materials. 50. Officially set foot on the 6th grade, trotting around for a few days down. Suja sort of picked up a lot of small chances, but the big chances froze without bumping into them. Occasionally bumped into the people of the Wasteland clan, and didn't even bump into a few 4th grade. Not to mention the 5th grade opponents. Is it possible to hang the buff of all things good and really be able to be a travel blogger in the battlefield? Suja himself felt outrageous. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Originally, this trip is to step on the spot in advance. Really cannot find a breakthrough opportunity, the big deal is to withdraw. Anyway, without this counter-weather luck, who dares to wave so much in the battlefield? It is said to be leisurely, but there is no lack of vigilance. When choosing a place to spend the night, I stepped on several locations and finally picked a cave halfway up the mountain. When the night fell, the campfire inside the cave was swaying, and he was chewing on compressed cookies. Suja was surprised to realize that it had been 10 days since he entered the battlefield. The result of following the intuition to scurry is. Now even where he is confusing. Flipping out the military special compass from his space bag, he pulled out his tactical tablet to locate himself. Savage Beast Forest? Looking at the coordinates, he frowned. This area was known for the savage beasts unique to the South Sea battlefield, all of which were fierce beasts that had slipped in from the Wasteland realm. Similar to the relationship between Daxia and the mutant beasts, the savage beasts belonged to a third-party force in the battlefield. They were used as mobile ATMs by the 2 races. But hunting them was extremely risky. After all, people also treated you as prey. Savage beasts can be more expensive than mutant beasts. The same level can be sold for 3 or 4 times the high price. Rare species can even be speculated to 10 times. Before Suja in the edge of the test, He didn't dare to go deeper. This hell of a place of savage beasts are holding group infestation. The difficulty of hunting is comparable to a single brush copy. Otherwise, the price can be so firm. Take advantage of the fact that the talent for everything is still there. Even if I don't make a breakthrough, slaughtering a few more savage beasts won't be a loss. At least I can earn back the spirit stones I consumed this time. Suja quickly adjusted his goal. Early in the morning of the next day, he continued to follow his intuition to feel deeper into the savage beast forest. This time, he didn't dare to be careless. The savage beasts were not good. In addition, this area was often frequented by the Wasteland clan, so it was always right to be cautious. Sha! A strange sound suddenly came from the bushes. Following the source of the sound, Suja's pupils contracted violently. The 3-meter-tall hideous beast was lying on its back, gasping for breath, covered in gaping holes left by swords. Although the breath was weak, the residual pressure still signaled a 6th-grade strength. No wonder it's been wandering around the forest for so long. I haven't even seen a single savage beast hair. Hopefully, they were all scared away by this overlord. Suja breathed in sharply. A seriously injured 6th-grade savage beast was simply a pie in the sky. Although the difference between 5th and 6th grade was huge, it was bad enough for this thing to have 30% of its battle power left right now. Coupled with the fact that the barbarian beast's IQ was already not high, this wave could be messed with. Cam. Spiritual power instantly locked down the target, and his body's chi and blood boiled. Against a severely injured 6th grade, it was necessary to open with an amplified move. Roar. The savage beast sensed the crisis and issued a deterrent. But Suja did not eat this. The blazing blade intent of the Mad God blade technique swept through, and the surrounding trees instantly scorched. Boom! The flaming blade awnings smashed down, causing a huge sound to shake the sky. When the smoke and dust cleared, the savage beast was covered in wounds and blood soared wildly. Instead, it provoked the beast to be ferocious, its one eye glowing blood red as it pounced over. If this 6th-grade savage beast was in its peak state, the human in front of him would at most be a large mole cricket. How would it dare to be as wild as it is now? The savage beast also had its own dignity. How could it allow ants to provoke it? Immediately, it lunged at Suja in a rampage, vowing to crush him into mush. Suja had planned ahead. Using the trees of the savage beast forest as a springboard, his body moved like an ape to dodge. Even though he was a severely injured 6th grade, every time the wind of the claws brushed against him, it still sent chills down his back. This animal casually rubbed some skin and flesh. It's enough to put a 5th-grade martial artist in the ICU for half a month. Between life and death, Suja suddenly realized that his spirit and chi and blood began to resonate. The breakthrough experience that he had gained from reading books was now being transformed into real-world combat feed. Although each person is promoted in a different way, the signs of the essence and spirit melding are the same. Suja, who was getting more and more excited, didn't notice. Half of his own feet had already crossed the threshold of the 6th grade. On the contrary, the savage beast was moving more and more slowly due to the loss of blood. It was estimated that it had exploded its chi and blood when it was surrounded earlier. Now, it was completely unable to keep up with Suja's pace. This tug-of-war lasted until the sun was in the west, but no half of the living creatures came to stir up the situation. The metaphysical force field of everything goes well was really powerful. When Suja made his 237th slash, his spirit, chi, and blood finally finished fusing. His breath instantly skyrocketed. Suja, who had just been promoted to the 6th grade, doubled his battle power and chopped the savage beast's skull in 3 slashes. Touching the warm beast corpse, he calculated. This body material is worth at least 50 million spirit stones, enough to buy 3 pieces of 6th grade equipment. Luckily, I changed my oversized space bag in advance. Otherwise I really can't fit this beast. Calculating the remaining 5 days buff time, Suja decided to continue to wave. As long as you don't make a mistake and die in the lair of the Wasteland tribe, this ability is simply comparable to treasure hunting radar. Although the cultivation bonus is limited, but picking up leeks to touch the fish is really fragrant. 51. Just 6 products? Su Shengyan's distress. Before the end of the talent time limit, Suja returned to the South Sea stronghold. He took advantage of the last few days of the talent and actually harvested quite a few small opportunities. Roughly estimating that he had earned hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, this was no longer a small amount. Although the battlefield of the 10,000 races lasted for more than half a month, Suja actually encountered the Desolate Plains race but not many. Not to mention the Desolate Plains is the South Sea stronghold of the same clan are rare. Although he had killed some of them, the harvest was really limited. Later on, in order to make storage space for the 6th grade Savage Beast, those trophies were all cleaned up. After all, this 6th grade Savage Beast was huge and its value was self-evident. Compared to the scattered materials on the Desolate race, the value of the 6th grade Savage Beast was more than double. Prey of this grade should naturally be traded to the school. It must be known that in the South Sea battlefield, there were only 100 or so 6th grade Savage Beasts in existence each year. High-grade Savage Beasts were seldom seen, and in normal times, the 6th grade was already the dominant one. In addition, Savage Beasts often act in groups, even if it is the 6th grade is no exception. The difficulty of hunting can be imagined. Even if you get it, most of the spoils of war are nationalized by the Dacia military. When he returned to the South Sea Martial Arts University, Suja had become a 6th grade martial artist. This kind of cultivation looks at the whole of the summer, is also considered to be among the ranks of the strong. Under the high grade, it is already the peak. It is not too much to say that it is a high-grade reserve. Once upon a time, Suja thought that he would be satisfied if he could reach the 5th grade in his life. 6th grade was nothing more than a dream. Who would have thought that, in a short period of time, he would actually step into this realm? After half a month, I entered the dean's office again. Su Shengyan these days actually did not shut down. See Suja visit. The dean did not even lift his head, still focused on the paperwork. This kind of casual attitude, on the contrary, showed that the two had a great friendship. Dean, can the academy accept Savage Beast meat? Suja opened the door. Savage Beast meat is hard currency. It seems that this trip was quite rewarding. Su Shengyan set aside the paperwork, his eyes flickering slightly. It must be known that Savage Beast meat is not only an ingredient. After several years of research by the Dan Pharmaceutical Academy, it had been able to refine the unique secret medicine, Barbarian Beast Dan. This item could be called the specialty of the South Sea Martial University. Unfortunately, it was limited by the fact that Barbarian Beast meat was difficult to obtain, resulting in the production always being limited. Barbarian Beast Dan thus became a scarce resource. The price naturally remained high, and only those with strong financial resources could afford it. It was usually reserved for the pride of a martial artist or the second generation of martial artists. Even a direct descendant of the South Sea Martial Arts University such as Suja had never enjoyed it. Hearing the dean say this, Suja immediately took out a piece of 6th grade Savage Beast meat. In order to maximize the preservation of the material, he had disassembled the entire Savage Beast. Due to the fact that it hadn't been killed for a long time, the flesh still emitted a strong odor as soon as he took it out. 6th grade? Su Shengyan could not help but lose his composure. 6th grade Barbarian Beast meat was not an ordinary commodity. Even if he had personally entered the Savage Beast forest, it would not be easy for him to bring out a complete trophy. It had to be known that there were high-grade Savage Beasts sitting in the forest. Where did you get it? The question was still not thought of as Suja's handiwork. After all, in his perception, Suja was still a 5th grade martial artist. How could he decapitate a 6th grade Savage Beast? Can't it be that I killed it? Suja spoke with a teasing tone, and the 6th grade pressure suddenly rose around his body. The fluctuation of the first fusion of spiritual power and chi and blood was 3 times more superior than an ordinary 6th grade. Su Shengyan's pupils suddenly shrunk, and the tea on the case was even shaken out of ripples. This is the 6th grade? According to Su Shengyan's original conception, it would take 2 to 3 years for Suja to break through the 6th grade. The hurdle of spiritual power refinement alone, I don't know how many heavenly prides are trapped. The person in front of me is so lightly across. This is not a few years in advance, simply subvert the common sense of martial arts. Could it be that this son really has the possibility of asking for the top of the 9th grade? Thinking about Suja's mediocre performance in the past, it was hard to believe. A genuine 6th grade. Suja responded frankly. Seeing the dean's rare loss of composure, he found it interesting. After all, it was not easy to make this sect master, who was accustomed to seeing storms and waves, move. Even if it's a 6th grade, it's not easy to kill a savage beast of the same rank. Su Shengyan Convergence of the God Coloring said. It must be known that the toughness of the scale armor of a 6th grade savage beast was comparable to the heavy armor of Shin Iron. The main thing is luck. Just happened to run into a 6th grade savage beast that was seriously injured. Suja did not hide and said directly. The causes and consequences were told, including his own deduction. Even Su Shengyan could not help but sigh with emotion. This time, Suja was not only extremely lucky, he was also bold enough. How would an ordinary peak 5th grade dare to mess with a 6th grade? Even if that 6th grade savage beast was already seriously injured. Although Suja spoke lightly, Su Shengyan understood that the battle was by no means easy. What was even more rare was that this fight did not alert other savage beasts or strong people. It was a miracle. In comparison, breaking through the 6th rank seemed logical. Su Shengyan then fell into a new agony. The original plan was to wait for Suja to break through the 6th grade 2 years later before making arrangements. After all, from the 6th grade to the 7th grade, the gap to be crossed is not trivial. Unexpectedly, Suja broke through ahead of schedule. The most staggering thing was the speed of the breakthrough. Su Shengyan felt that he had to reassess. It was obvious that Suja's potential had been severely underestimated before. But the South Sea Martial University truly lacked the experience of cultivating a heavenly pride. Today's Suja was already among the ranks of heavenly pride. Heavenly prides of the same age were basically at the 6th rank level. The current Suja had finally leveled up with the realm of these people. The savage beast meat is directly handled by Old Zhang. Su Shengyan waved his hand when he finished speaking. Suja immediately moved. He was prepared to exchange the loot into cultivation resources. Then, he would stabilize the 6th grade realm through seclusion. After all, breaking through to the 7th grade from the 6th grade. It wasn't as easy as before. 52 Martial Arts University Controversy. Speaking of the logistics department, Suja was indeed somewhat embarrassed. After all, he was still the titular deputy director of the logistics department when it came down to it. Although this position is virtually useless. But in a pinch, he hadn't shown his face since he first reported for duty. Although the dean had earlier reminded the logistics department that old Zhang's attainments with the sword were extraordinary. But the problem is that Suja can't take a break at all. First, he awakened the talent of reading into the saint, and spent the whole day in the library. The only free time he had was spent observing Song Qing's ceremony. At that time, he was still holding a copy of the martial arts manual in his hand, which he hadn't finished. After that, he gained the ability to make everything go smoothly. It was hard enough just being busy harmonizing his cultivation with his actual combat abilities. Right after that, he was in a hurry to go to the South China Sea battlefield, which still have time to come to the logistics department to find Old Zhang to learn what knife skills. Furthermore, Suja knows that his own talent and enlightenment are all dependent on the system. If you really want to draw a special ability related to knife skills, it wouldn't hurt to learn. However, without this layer of plugins, the new blade technique is not that easy to learn. Old Zhang, I've come to deliver a batch of resources. Estimate the price and see how many spirit stones you can exchange it for. Suja entered and opened the door. Clatter shook out half of the savage beast meat, only left a small portion for his own use. To be honest, to put aside outside the auction can definitely earn more than a few percent. But now Suja's considerations are different. South China Sea Martial Arts University before and after he invested hundreds of millions of resources. He is not a white-eyed wolf who does not know what is good and bad. This 6th grade savage beast corpse is a rare treasure. The value that could be utilized by handing it over to the school was far beyond spirit stones. 6th grade savage beast. Old Zhang swept his eyes at the color of the flesh and his eyelids jumped. What was even rarer was the first time he had seen someone send hard goods to the school. The school's purchase price has always been 30% lower than the market. Usually a little bit of doorway are looking for the black market. Not to mention this kind of scarce goods, outside the premium of 2 or 3 times the head of the rush. Therefore, when he saw Suja's operation, Old Zhang did not hold his expression. He stared at the other party as if he had seen an alien. Giving it to the school makes more sense than selling it on the black market. Suja was stared at. Hairy martial artists ultimately emphasize strength as the honor, so he explained more. Although being cultivated by the school as its own son, but also cannot be at peace with eating for free, even if the school authority has never mentioned the matter of return. Old Zhang's complexion was suddenly solemn, and the eyes that looked at Suja added a few points of deep meaning. In this era, although the South Sea Martial Arts University does not lack honor, but there really weren't many students who truly took the initiative to do something for the school. Suja was undoubtedly a special case. If the 6th grade savage beast meat was handled properly, its value would soar to hundreds of millions of spirit stones. The meat itself alone was valued at over 100 million, and if it was refined into Savage Beast Dan, it would even be doubled. Suja was in a good mood when he got hundreds of millions of spirit stones, and he gave Shin Qingyan millions of spirit stones in his hand. It's not that he's stingy, but the South Sea base has limited resources. Spirit stones can buy things are limited, not to mention that he often private charity. Besides, Shin Qingyan just entered the threshold of the first grade. Many high-grade materials simply cannot be used. However, the effect of having enough resources was immediately apparent. Shin Qingyan's cultivation speed was more than 30% faster than the original, and she was very satisfied with this state. Old Zhang's side, however, was suspicious. How did this 6th grade savage beast come about? The straight ball question made Suja laugh and cry, only to move the dean's office that set of rhetoric out again. Your kid's chi luck is really outrageous. Old Zhang rubbed his beard and smacked his lips. 5th grade hit the big luck to pick up the seriously injured 6th grade foreign beast. The battle breakthrough is also full of the whole tale dragged back to the corpse. The script put in the novel is too far-fetched. However, after the recovery of the aura of Desya so far more than 500 years, who has not had a few encounters with the strongest of the 9 products? Compared to those who had dug up ancient inheritances, Suja's operation wasn't too out of the ordinary. Old Zhang, I'll close the door first. Suja left with his words and fled. The South China Sea battlefield was in a state of crisis, so he couldn't meditate. Now that he had returned, he naturally had to consolidate the realm he had just broken through. This can be the old Zhang choked a lot. The school let him secretly teach the broken army blade method. I wanted to train this kid's heart more, but I didn't know that he wouldn't take it. It was not easy to borrow the matter of savage beast meat to recognize each other. As a result, the owner ran away faster than a rabbit. It's just, the opportunity has not yet arrived. Old Zhang looked at the disappearing back and shook his head. Who would have thought that Suja, who was the tail end of the car at the beginning, would be able to catch up with the same period of heavenly pride after awakening? At this moment, Suja was soaking in the cultivation room. He was blissfully unaware that he had missed out on the inheritance of the top-tier blade techniques. Compared to fancy moves, he believes that hard fists are the truth. After all, when you hear the sound of a battle, which time was it not a fight for your life? Right during Suja's seclusion, the entire Grand Xia exploded. The South Sea Martial Arts University was swept up in a storm of resource allocation. The senior management of the Grand Xia formally implemented a new policy for the distribution of martial Dao resources. The number of high-grade martial artists in each school was directly linked to the resource quota. Under the simple and brutal rule, whichever school has more high-grade warriors will be able to eat the big meat. Although the old and powerful schools had the upper hand, it also left a way for ordinary colleges to live. After all, as long as desperately cultivate high quality, grass chickens may not be unable to turn into phoenix. Supporting the launch of the Heavenly Pride list is stirring up the wind and clouds. Set up under the 9 products of each segment of the list, each list is limited to the age of the inclusion of thousands of people. The higher the ranking, the fatter the resources that belong to the institution. This set of combination punch intention is obvious, forcing all martial arts universities to transform elite education. Take the South China Sea Wushu University as an example. Concentrated resources to smash out a few top students rushed into the top 1,000, far more cost-effective than a widespread net. On the contrary, the top schools, both to keep the head and to compete for the list, resource allocation in turn stretched. The new policy also hidden catfish effect. Ordinary WU, if you are willing to put blood money, may not be unable to grab the top students of the college entrance examination. After all, the pride of the top schools also have to face the dilemma of too many wolves and too little meat. Of course, the old strong school's heritage is still there. The basic disc of high-quality students is difficult to shake for the time being. But the discerning can see that the set of rules is loosening the solidified class. South China Sea Wushu University as early as before the promulgation of the new policy to prepare for a rainy day. The implementation of the last elimination system to create elite class, smashing heavy money to recruit potential stocks. Although these seedlings are not enough to the standard of Heaven's Pride, rushing a list of the tail is not a small hope. The court of public opinion has long been boiling over. Should have changed. A master top 10 mediocre. Tianjiao list is interesting. I wonder how many dark horses can kill? The voices of opposition were not absent, but the decision made by the Supreme Conference was slapped down. In the end, it suppressed all the murmurs. 53. Heaven's Pride list. Sweeping posture. Half a month later, Suja stabilized his realm and officially left the gate. Reform of the resource allocation method. The heavens remarkable list. In just half a month's time, Suja felt as if he had missed many changes. The change in the way resources were distributed was reasonable. Although the current distribution method could not be said to be completely unfair, there were quite a few loopholes. However, this also provided opportunities for ordinary martial arts universities. The number of strong people was not a constant value. Factors such as attrition from major battles and the end of lifespan always constrained the size of the strongest. Even the top martial arts universities were unable to maintain a large base of strongmen for a long period of time. As for the Heaven's Pride list, although the veteran institutions occupied the majority of the seats, other martial arts universities were not entirely without opportunities. There were thousands of places in each grade of the list, enough to leave room for those who came after them. Of course, there were also drawbacks. Certain institutions may have chosen to passively avoid battle in the battlefield of the 10,000 races in order to maintain the number of high-grade martial artists. However, it is thought that the existences above the 9th grade have already considered this. At that time, their eyes will definitely be focused on the battlefield. If there are strong people who dare to slack off, the matter of killing a chicken to make an example of a monkey may not be impossible. Suja speculated that the top tier of the Granxia might be planning to do just that. From another perspective, this move would also stimulate the birth of more powerful people. The pressure of the battlefield of the 10,000 races was obviously not trivial. As time passed, there were more and more spatial passages. This meant that more 10,000 races battlefields were about to emerge. If Granxia was not strong enough, sooner or later it would be dragged down by these battlefields. Compared to the number of strong people, Suja was more concerned about the design of the Heaven's Pride list. The list was divided into 6 grades, corresponding to the 1st to 6th grade of the martial Dao. Taking the 6th grade list as an example, it was limited to martial artists under the age of 40 to be on the list. This meant that Suja was equally qualified to compete. In addition to the students of martial arts universities, the list had another special group. That is, martial artists who had not practiced at any martial arts university. These types of martial artists mostly came from family legacies or martial arts schools. Although their numbers were small, they were real. Daxia did not exclude these martial artists from the list. However, the reward mechanism was different from the institutional system. Institutional martial artists were divided into 3 categories. The first category is for current students, whose achievements are directly attributed to the institution they belong to. The second category is for those who have graduated and stayed in school. Suja belongs to this category, and his achievements are still counted in the institution. The third category is for those who have graduated and have not stayed in the school. This kind of martial artists can freely choose, or for the alma mater to add resources quota, or exchange personal rewards. Heaven's Pride list details clear and detailed. Because it is a new policy trial stage, special note. Subsequently, the rules may be adjusted according to the actual situation. At present, we will see how effective it is, and it may last for a few years before we see the results. Daxia will first publish a preliminary version of the list. Anyone who wishes to be on the list will only need to defeat the martial artists on the list. After that, every July will be set as the resource settlement period. All the martial arts universities are afraid to go crazy next. Suja couldn't help but lament. Whether it was for the purpose of cultivating high-grade martial artists or competing for a seat on the Heaven's Pride ranking. If any martial arts university could occupy enough Heaven's Pride spots on the list, the resources that it distributed were by no means a small amount. The truth was just as Suja expected. Just when he was out of the gate, the first edition of the list was freshly released. Unexpectedly, the list did not see its name. It must be that the South Sea Martial Arts University had not yet submitted his information. Usually, when the list was first finalized, it was first sorted based on the information submitted by each school. Anyway, the subsequent rankings changed frequently, so a slight discrepancy in the information would not be a big deal. Moreover, each martial arts university needed to take care of its face. If you misrepresent the strength of the Heavenly Pride, when he was challenged and lost, he would become a laughingstock. Suja roughly browsed through the various grade lists. The South Sea Martial Arts University still had several people on the list. There were both current students and graduated alumni. Especially the 4th and 5th grades were on the list, with the number exceeding double digits. 6th grade martial artists were slightly insufficient, with only 3 people on the list from the entire university. It is not that the South Sea Martial Arts University has no other 6th grade. It was due to the age threshold restriction. There are a few familiar instructors who have been promoted to the 6th rank. Suja found many familiar figures. There were department heads as well as ordinary faculty members. Unexpectedly, their cultivation levels had all reached the 5th or even 6th grade. Obviously, the school had deliberately hidden some of their strength. As for the outside school pride, Suja mostly do not know. But see the dense list of directories. Even he could not help but sigh. Great summer talents are so many. In addition to the list itself, Suja also noticed the associated news. One of the top hotspots was quite intriguing. Divine Capital Martial Arts University's pride, Pei Qingyu, is pointing his sword at the group of heroes, threatening to sweep the schools and ask for the 6th grade chief. Suja softly read out the news title. He seemed to have heard of this name, long before the introduction of the Heavens Remarks ranking. This person had been called the #1 person under the Zhongshi. The truth of the matter was still unknown. After all, the background of the Divine Capital Martial Arts University was already prominent. But anyone who could make a name for himself would have some real skills. Such a declaration is tantamount to treating the pride of each school as if it were nothing. Divine Capital Martial Arts University is certainly strong, but there are also a few people who are comparable to it. Other first-class martial arts universities also have a lot of pride. Whether or not Pei Qingyu could sweep the pack was a question mark. Of course, this matter has little to do with the South Sea Martial Arts University and Suja. After all, the South Sea Martial Arts University wasn't even in its scope of consideration. The only person who could be considered a rival in the entire South Realm was the pride of Exinen Martial Arts University. If we really want to sweep the schools, I will definitely come to the South Sea Martial University at that time. Wouldn't the school lose face then? Suja's face cannot help but appear strange look whispering. Thinking about this also cannot be helped. Even at this moment he is not his enemy. The good thing is that Suja did not make a long time to think, and went to the dean's office. To inquire under the resource allocation reform, the school can have a response. For the South China Sea Martial Arts University, Suja has always had a special friendship. If not for the South China Sea Wudao University, he simply did not have a chance to Martial Arts Academy. Now he and the South Sea Martial Arts University is a community of destiny. The school's prosperity naturally benefit themselves. As for the school's subsequent planning, I would like to find out. Now that he has entered the 6th grade realm, he finally has the qualifications to have a say. Although there is no intention to get involved in school affairs, but it is difficult to hide the heart of concern. 54. Alchemy talent? This one is good. Arriving at the dean's office, unexpectedly the dean was not there. Suja was slightly surprised, but thought that there should be quite a lot of things during this period of time. He directly sent a message to the dean, originally thinking that he might not reply so quickly, but soon received a reply. Come here to the Dan Pill refining room area. Suja did not hesitate and immediately went there. The Dan Pill Academy naturally had a specialized Dan Pill refining area, and both tutors and students would choose this place for refining pills. This place was equipped with the school's special alchemy equipment, which was much more reliable than a personally purchased furnace. There were also instruments to detect the composition of pills and other facilities that could effectively prevent alchemy accidents. When Suja was still a 2nd-grade martial artist, he didn't run to this area too often. Taking on alchemy tasks could earn some spirit stones. Although the pay was not high, for an alchemist above the 2nd grade, casually going down to the battlefield could earn tens of thousands or even more spirit stones. Naturally, he was unwilling to waste his time for more than 100 spirit stones. However, Suja persisted at that moment with the mentality of, if I can earn a little, it's a little. Is the dean refining pills? Suja guessed as he walked deeper into the Dan room. The elixir refining room was divided by grade, with the innermost area reserved for high-grade alchemists. Knowing that high-grade martial artists were not necessarily high-grade alchemists, there were only about 200 registered high-grade alchemists in the entire Grand Xia. After being dispersed around the world, they are even rarer and most of them work for the military. It is rare for a martial arts university to have a high-grade alchemist. And their dean is a high-grade alchemist who is extremely well hidden. This was a secret that Suja knew only by virtue of his new privileges after his cultivation had increased. After passing through 3 protective boundaries, Suja stopped in front of the 7th Dan room. Through the half-open doorway, he was seeing the dean bending down to adjust the earth-fire formation pattern under the purple gold Dan tripod. In addition to the dean, there were several instructors present. Dean! Hello, seniors! Suja took the initiative to greet the crowd. The mentors were also extraordinarily polite to him. Regarding the news of Suja's promotion to the 6th grade, the school administration had never announced it. It was mainly due to the fact that the speed of his breakthrough was too astonishing. In order to prevent the cult forces from stalking him, the school authorities chose to withhold the announcement for the time being. It must be known that the Great Summer had lost a lot of heavenly pride in the hands of cult martial artists, and many new stars had been strangled before they could grow. Although the official has strengthened the protection measures, but ultimately the defense cannot be prevented. The South Sea Martial Arts University has managed to cultivate Suja's seedling, so it is natural to delay exposure for as long as possible. If we can cover it up for a few more days, maybe Suja will have advanced to a higher realm by then. This is related to the future layout of the university, but the tutors present are all credible people. Either they were the elders of the early days of the university, or they were the direct descendants of the university, so there was no risk of leaks. After knowing Suja's true cultivation, it was easy to understand the tutors' change in attitude. Even tutors who were also of the 6th grade did not dare to put on a senior attitude in the face of Suja. Everyone could see that this young man's potential was far beyond his current realm. "Su kid, come over and give me a hand," Su Xingyan beckoned. "What is the dean planning?" Suja voiced out the doubts in his heart. Teaching this group of elm brains to become enlightened. Su Shangyan knocked on the Dan tripod without any good sense of humor. "Is it hard to promote to a mid-grade alchemist?" Saying this, he shook off a few documents from his sleeve. It turned out that he was specially training several 3rd-grade alchemists in the school to impact the 4th grade. This matter involves the secret of resource allocation. In addition to the explicit notification, Desya secretly has a rule. For every mid-grade alchemist trained, the school could claim one more special resource. If a high-grade alchemist was achieved, the resource quota would be directly doubled tenfold. Since alchemists were the key target of the cult, this matter was never publicized. After all, if one were to engage in an alchemist ranking like a martial artist, the pressure on the cult to assassinate them would increase exponentially. Not every alchemist possessed Heaven's Pride-level combat power. Suja nodded slightly. Dan Dao talent was all about chance, which he naturally understood. The 1st grade and 2nd grade stages were considered to be the introductory stage of an alchemist. Suja spent several years to barely get started, and now even in the category of 2nd grade pills, there are still many pills that he has not been able to master. Not to mention impacting the mid-grade alchemist realm. The few tutors who were reprimanded by Su Shengyan bowed their heads in silence. There were 4th-grade martial artists among them, as well as 5th-grade martial artists. But they simply couldn't raise their heads in front of the dean. It was true that they had slacked off in alchemy, and had drastically curtailed their alchemy time since they had been promoted to middle-grade martial artist. "Dean, what is the school's subsequent plan to deal with this?" Suja's question appropriately shifted the focus of the topic. Currently, the amount of rewards for top students has been increased. The mentor group has also added incentives. The specific program will need to be finalized after the principal comes out of the gate. The school bank is well stocked with resources, but the authority to mobilize is inadequate. But it should be soon. Su Shengyan did not shy away from revealing information. All those present were credible people. After all, those who could be personally guided by President Su were all direct descendants who had passed the political trial. Suja instantly understood the subtext. The president is about to break the barrier. The South Sea Martial Arts University will be strategically adjusted. After the inquiry, Suja was about to leave, but in his heart, he secretly marveled at the dean's skill. This high-grade alchemist was able to answer questions and guide alchemy at the same time without delay. However, he did not intend to stay for long. The grudging gazes cast by several tutors were already like substance. In addition, he himself had very little interest in the Tao of Dan, so he simply left. Su Shengyan had never forced Suja to study the art of Dan. Cultivation refinement is always the top priority. Despite the fact that there are a lot of 6th-ranked martial artists in the South Sea Martial Arts University, the senior management led by Su Shengyan collectively decided that Suja is most likely to become the next 7th-ranked martial artist. Suja was most expected to become the next 7th-ranked martial artist. Since his promotion to the 6th rank, this expectation had grown more and more intense. Returning to the villa, he activated the talent extraction system. Extraction successful. Obtained Dan Dao Reward Experience Card. Alchemy can be used to accumulate proficiency, limited to 1 month. Suja did not expect this talent to be related to alchemy. Could it be influenced by Dean Su's aura? To be fair, this talent was practical. Theoretically, one only needed to repeat alchemy to improve their skills, and the efficiency far exceeded that of a master and apprentice. He was really starting to consider returning to the Tao of Dan. 55. The magnificent Suja. Precious materials were stewed in one pot. Or else go back to the alchemy room area and take a look? Suja could not help but have this thought. After all, he had just broken through the 6th grade realm. After advancing to the 6th grade, cultivation was destined to be in no hurry. The fusion of spirit and chi and blood required a long grinding process. Even a heavenly pride could not be an exception. There was no room for error at this critical stage. The slightest mishap would trigger a disturbance in the spirit, chi, and blood. Lightly regression in cultivation, heavy foundation damage. Many 6th grade martial artists were stuck in this bottleneck for the rest of their lives. It was for this reason that his gaze turned to the Tao of Dan. It just so happened that he had activated his alchemy talent. Otherwise, Suja might not have been distracted from studying this Tao. If one were to know that according to their previous qualifications, it would be difficult to make even an inch of progress after practicing hard for more than a month. Now is different. There is no need to hope for a mid-ranking Dan master, just the 3rd-ranking alchemy is enough to be used. However, Suja decided to go back to the alchemy room the next day. Returning just after leaving would seem odd. Besides, he really didn't care much about Dan Dao attainments. After all, he was already a middle-ranked martial artist. The attraction of an auxiliary profession such as an alchemist was not as great as it was in the past. More often than not, it was just icing on the cake. The next morning, as usual, Suja operated the circumstantial technique and practiced the basic blade style. The number of martial arts skills he had mastered was really limited. It wasn't that he didn't want to practice more. After all, subtle martial arts techniques were the most effective in instantly increasing combat power. It was just that comprehending martial arts required a lot of time. If there was no special talent to add with his original comprehension, he was afraid that it would be difficult to achieve anything. After the morning class ended, Suja took the materials and went straight to the alchemy area. When he thought about it, it had indeed been a long time since he had opened a furnace for alchemy. Su Shengyan is still teaching, and the number of students has increased significantly. It seems that the dean is determined to cultivate middle-grade Dan masters. After all, it is about the rationing of the Academy's resources for the coming year. The Dan Academy will also benefit from this. In the current school system, the Dan Academy has always been at the bottom of the list. But where there are some qualifications, who will take the initiative to choose the Dan Dao? In previous years, the Dan Academy's student body was all left over from the screening of the other academies. Back then, Suja was also forced to enter this door. If there is a mid-ranking Dan master, the Academy's resource quota can be doubled. This is undoubtedly a good opportunity for the Dan Academy to raise its eyebrows. After all, a martial artist and a mid-grade Dan master qualification can fight for the Academy to double the resource quota. Old man Su really went out on a limb. Suja secretly sighed. He did not go forward to disturb Su Shengyan's lesson. It was ultimately a good thing for the Dan Academy to have a few more middle-grade Dan masters. Large-scale battles never rely solely on the number of martial artists. Pill reserves are even more important. Medium-grade pills have always been in short supply. The military's long-term acquisition task, the degree of completion is always read. It is clear how scarce mid-grade elixir masters are. It was no wonder that the imperial court wanted to give extra resources to the academies that produced mid-grade Dan masters. As a high-grade martial artist, Su Shengyan had noticed Suja's arrival. Seeing that this kid did not have the intention to join in the fun, he stopped. As for the matter of Suja's alchemy, Su Shengyan did not care much. After all, Suja is originally an alchemist, although currently only the 2nd grade. It is normal to refine some pills on a daily basis. Maybe it was sent home. Although Suja can't use low-grade pills nowadays, his family will always need them. Suja naturally did not know what the dean was thinking. At the moment, he was focusing on preparing the elixir to be refined. 3rd grade elixir, body-strengthening elixir. This type of elixir could be taken even by 1st grade martial artists, as a good medicine to enhance the strength of the physical body. The price, however, was exceptionally expensive. The main reason was that the materials required were already rare. Suja was simply unable to afford it when he was at the 1st or 2nd rank. When he was promoted to the 3rd grade, this pill had little effect on him. However, giving it to Shinqingyan was just the right thing to do. In addition to the expensive materials, the refining process was even more complicated. 9 out of 10 third-grade pundits were unwilling to try. Although a fourth-ranked Dan master could refine it, it was not as cost-effective as directly refining a fourth-ranked Dan. Multiple factors add up, resulting in high prices. If not for the ability of the Dan Dao to reward hard work, Suja will not choose this Dan to try his hand. So start life for the first time the 3 products of the pill refining. Refining steps is last night to observe the teaching video, combined with the former heart-learned self-created techniques. However, as expected, the first furnace strong body Dan directly fried furnace. Even though Suja instantly suppressed the power with his spiritual power. However, the sound of the explosion still spread out. Nearby, Su Shengyan and the group of instructors who were observing the teaching cast their eyes in unison. All of them wore expressions of stifled laughter on their faces. It must be known that after Suja's cultivation had improved, he was already a legend of the South Sea Martial Arts University. As a result, the alchemy didn't last long before blowing up. And in front of so many people, this contrast caused the tutors present to hold their tongues. But they were clear that Suja's strength was extraordinary now. No one dared to snicker in front of them. Only Su Shengyan's face turned blue. This brat was simply discrediting the Dan Pill Academy. Cough. There was an accident. Everyone continued to be busy. Don't worry about it. Dean, I'll compensate for the cost of the Dan furnace wear and tear as usual. Suja opened his mouth in slight embarrassment and apologized, then switched to another Dan furnace. This open-air alchemy area originally had dozens of furnaces. However, the next situation occurred frequently. Either the dregs of the medicine turned into ashes in the middle of the congealing process. Either it turned into a puddle of slurry when the elixir was collected. That sticky substance looked even more creepy than poison. The tutors who were originally concentrating on listening to the lesson looked sideways. They couldn't stand Suja's successive failures. The key was that each material was worth a lot of money. Many fourth-grade tutors secretly smacked their lips. They didn't have the capital to splurge like this. What exactly is this kid tossing around? Su Shengyan also frowned. Suja was clearly not refining a low-grade elixir. That technique was clearly refining the body-strengthening pill. This was the most difficult hardcore of the third-grade pills. When had he taught him to refine this kind of pill? He was clearly doing it the hard way. Su Shengyan's temples jumped, cursing this loser. A single ingredient for the body-strengthening pill costs 50 merit points. This kid wasted 10 in the blink of an eye. As a senior alchemist, it is most unattractive to see people trample on spiritual materials. 56. Alchemy wizards? It was too shocking. Before Su Shengyan could make a move, he suddenly realized that the furnace of pills that Suja had refined had actually come to fruition. Even though it did not sell well, the perception of being a martial artist could not be wrong. This was indeed the body-strengthening pill. Even Su Shengyan was somewhat skeptical at this moment. Could it be that Suja had really let a blind cat stumble upon a dead rat and refined it? Fortunately, Suja once again opened the furnace to refine it. This time, Su Shengyan's attention was completely focused on Suja. Even the pace of teaching was unconsciously slowed down. In reality, Su Shengyan did not know. Suja had gained new epiphanies with each failure. In the constant trial and error, he gradually grasped certain key essentials. The truth was that Suja was more of a trial and error mentality. After all, the Dan Dao rewards diligence ability stated that one only needed to refine pills to increase proficiency. There was no restriction that one had to succeed in order to accumulate experience. This difference in detail was crucial. Therefore, choosing to refine the body-strengthening Dan was both a whim and an experiment to validate one's ability. The result was as Suja thought. That is to say, even directly refining a 6th-grade elixir is feasible now. As each epiphany deepened, Suja sprouted an even bolder vision. Conventionally speaking, refining a 6th-grade elixir required a 6th-grade martial artist cultivation, as it required strong mental power to support the operation. High-grade pills often had complicated steps and harsh requirements for mental energy. However, Suja was not in a hurry to achieve success, and at the moment he was still focused on perfecting the refining of the strong body pill. The potential of this talent far exceeded expectations. The quality of the second furnace of body-strengthening pills improved significantly, and the number of finished products even increased to 2. This was already a great improvement. Su Shengyan, who had been following the progress, was completely stunned. It was hard to believe that Suja had actually succeeded. Could it be that Suja's awakened talent is also additive to alchemy? Even as knowledgeable as Su Shengyan was, it was hard to avoid thinking about it at this moment. After all, the sight before him was truly shocking. This meant that Suja was already a third-grade alchemist, even though he was currently only in possession of a third-grade alchemy formula. However, the standard of judgment at the moment was already loose. Since the recovery of the aura for 500 years now, the Dandao has flourished for only 200 years. The scarcity of alchemists has led to high prices for pills. Qualification certification is naturally much more relaxed. Su Xingyan finally couldn't hold back. Su Kid, could it be that your alchemy level reached the third grade earlier? After all, no one of the mentors on the scene could refine a strong body elixir, and it was the freshman Suja who did it. Dean, perhaps I have a special talent for strong body, Dan? Suja responded calmly. He had no intention of pretending to be an alchemy genius. After all, there was only 1 month left in the Dan Dao rewards diligence. The truth would be revealed by then. Su Shengyan then examined the third-grade regular alchemy techniques. Suja answered in the negative. This contradictory situation confused the dean. If he said he was a third-grade elixir master, Suja didn't even know the basic techniques. If he was a layman, he had mastered the refining of the strong body pill, which was difficult for a third-grade elixir master to achieve. At this moment, Su Shengyan was caught in an unprecedented cognitive dilemma. An alchemy geek? In the end, Su Shengyan could only define it as such. Martial cultivation already had many abnormalities, and a freak in the Dan Dao was not unusual. After a short period of hesitation, he decided to let Suja explore on his own for the time being. Right now, the most important thing is to guide those tutors to impact the middle-grade alchemist. As for Suja, anyway, this kid really didn't waste any materials. The strong body Dan was also really pounded into shape by him, so just let him toss it around. With Su Shengyan returning to his teaching position, Suja opened several furnaces of body-strengthening Dan, refining one after another, preparing to deliver it directly to Shin Qingyan upon completion. However, at this moment he was calculating a more important plan. Whether or not to utilize the remaining time limit of his ability to attempt to impact a 6th-grade pill. Very different from a 3rd-grade elixir, 6th-grade elixir refining could be considered a systematic project. A single furnace took at least half a day. Including the mental energy recovery cycle, only 1 furnace could be completed per day. This meant that if he failed to succeed before his ability disappeared, not only will the months of investment go down the drain, but they will also have to bear the cost loss of 1 million spirit stones for a single furnace. Knowing that the 6th-grade pills can be sold for millions of dollars. But the material cost is also really painful. After repeated weighing, Suja finally clapped to try. After all, the overstep advantage granted by this ability is too rare. Ordinary Dan masters needed to tamp down the foundation step by step, unlike him who could operate directly across grades. Which 6th-grade Dan formula should I choose? Suja quickly entered the screening state. Thanks to Su Shengyan's identity as a high-grade alchemist, the school had a large number of 6th-grade Dan formulas and teaching images. The Dan Dao inheritance was not as strict as the martial arts system. After all, the cultivation threshold had already sifted out most speculators. There was no need to overly guard against knowledge leakage. Purple Spirit Dan. The moment he finalized his target, a fine light flashed in Suja's eyes. This elixir had both chi, blood, and spirit dual recovery effects, fitting right in with the needs of high-level martial artists. However, the price of the materials was equally bright. The base cost of a single furnace is 1.5 million spirit stones. There may also be a premium when spirit materials are involved. Even though the budget may be overspent, Suja, who now has the proceeds of the body-strengthening pill in hand, has a strong bottom line. More critically, if you can master the purple spirit pill refining, the follow-up can be completely returned through mass production. After logging into the South Sea Martial Arts University internal trading network, Suja quickly launched a call for materials. The good thing is that the purple spirit pill mainly focuses on the recovery of chi and blood, and the spirit repair is only an additional attribute. The difficulty of collecting materials was still within a manageable range. This might be a heavenly trial opportunity. 57. Purple Elixir. Slapping the crowd in the face. Just purchasing the materials for 30 copies of the purple spirit pill had cost Suja nearly 70 million spirit stones. Due to the premium purchase price and urgent demand, some of the materials also needed to be transferred across regions. The freight expenses were also quite a bit. The spirit stones that Suja had realized from most of the savage beast meat had almost all been smashed into this. This was by no means a small amount. Even for a high-grade martial artist, this was a huge expense. After the materials were prepared, Suja insisted on opening the furnace every day to refine the purple spirit pill. The initial situation was the same as when he first refined the body-strengthening pill, with several successive furnaces ending up blowing up. The refining process of the purple spirit pill was too complicated. Even if Suja's memory was perfect, the slightest miscalculation in the subtle operations would lead to the end of the process. Not to mention that the precise control of spiritual energy was extremely demanding. This operation caused Su Shengyan to be quite critical of Suja. Every time a furnace was blown up, it meant that 2 million spirit stones of materials would go up in smoke, and even the furnace would have to be purchased again. The few tutors who were studying under the dean's door watched with their hearts pumping. These spirit stones, if used for their daily cultivation, it was enough to support them for a very long time. What exactly is he trying to do? Many tutors were privately discussing. The way of alchemy that continuously blew up the furnace and still didn't stop was completely incomprehensible to them. Although it was inconvenient to say so explicitly due to Suja's special status, the comment of loser had already spread in secret. Fortunately, the crowd knew that Suja had earned these spirit stones himself. No one had accused him to his face. Su Shengyan had tried to discourage. The success of the strong body pill doesn't mean you can be overly ambitious. As a connoisseur, he naturally saw that Suja was trying to refine the purple spirit dan. There were only a handful of people in the entire Grand Xia who could successfully refine this kind of elixir. What's more, Suja was using an unorthodox alchemy technique. In the face of the dean's advice, Suja was respectful on the surface but did as he pleased. In fact, every time he blew up the furnace, it made his understanding of the purple spirit pill deeper. Although it was limited to this specific elixir, it had a significant effect on power control and mental strength. The process of repeatedly depleting and restoring his spiritual power unexpectedly became an excellent way to cultivate. When the majority of the month passed, Suja had been able to persevere until the final step before the completion of the dan. Despite never producing a finished product, in the eyes of the onlookers this was a complete failure. The instructors of the South Sea Martial Arts University were privately discussing. Is he too paranoid? If it wasn't for Suja's earlier distribution of 6th-grade savage beast meat benefiting the crowd, coupled with his special position in the school, I'm afraid that there would have been some people who would have openly questioned it. Nowadays, even though everyone was heartbroken over the spirit stones that had turned into smoke, they ultimately maintained a superficial silence. Forget it. Just wait until all his materials are used up. Su Shengyan finally clapped his hands. Regarding the number of copies of materials that Suja had acquired, he knew better than anyone else. After all, the procurement channel went through the South Sea Martial Arts University. These days quite a few people had sidetracked and asked him if he wanted to batch refine the purple spirit pill. In a sense, this dean had sort of taken the blame for Suja. The materials could be gathered so quickly, and Su Shengyan had contributed a lot in it. Although he had quite a headache with Suja's capricious behavior, he thought that this young man was the Dan Pill Academy. Even the future of the entire South Sea Martial Arts University, he ultimately chose to indulge. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days passed. Suja gradually felt the trick of refining the purple spirit pill. He completely shielded himself from outside distractions and immersed himself in the world of the Dan Dao. Success or failure lies in this furnace. He held his breath and concentrated, and this time every step was precisely placed. When the Dan furnace opened, although the shape of the elixir was seen to be slightly distorted, the tester still gave the verdict: inferior violet spirit pill. Suja was relieved. No matter how bad the quality is, it is still a success. Although the effect of this elixir was only half that of a normal product, it was already precious. Looking at the special ability time limit that was about to expire, he inevitably lamented. If I can renew it for another half a month, I might be able to refine an extreme product. It was important to know that an unusual Dan master would need several years of hard work to master the purple spirit Dan, and they had to build a foundation from 4th and 5th grade pills in a gradual manner. Suja's wild way of taking shortcuts was an anomaly. Now, even if his special ability failed, he was still able to steadily produce ordinary quality purple spirit pills. This was already a great help to the current stage of cultivation. So Suja placed another order for a few additional materials. Now Su Shengyan was completely unable to sit still and rushed over in a hurry to dissuade him. Since Suja had moved his alchemy place to a private room, The dean was not yet aware of the latest progress and still thought that he was making unnecessary attempts. Kid Su, don't indulge in alchemy. Su Shengyan hurriedly arrived, splitting his head with these words. An odd look immediately surfaced on Suja's face. These words popped out from the mouth of the dean of the Dan Pill Academy, a hallowed high-grade alchemist, and were truly absurd. If it was heard by outsiders, he was afraid that it would cause a furor in the school forum. On second thought, Suja understood the dean's mind. This person obviously did not expect that he could really refine the purple spirit pill. Dean, first look at this. Suja threw the porcelain bottle over without saying a word. This purple spirit pill? Su Shengyan's pupils suddenly shrunk the moment he pulled the cork off the bottle. His voice rose steeply. You refined it? Looking at the shocked expression on the dean's face, which changed like a lightning rod, Suja secretly felt amused. This always dignified teacher was like an old chess player who had his chessboard lifted at the moment. The feedback from the 58th and 8th grade is just not to be underestimated. Dean, you know this. I do have some talent for special class elixirs. This purple spirit pill, I felt a destiny at a glance, Suja said to Su Shengyan with a straight face. At this moment, even the always stoic President Su was stunned. If the previous body-strengthening pill was still unusual, how should this 6th grade purple spirit pill be explained? Su Shengyan opened his mouth, but in the end, he was unable to say anything. According to the rules, I should be considered a mid-grade alchemist now, right? Suja spoke again. Although he didn't know how to make a 4th or 5th grade Dan formula, being able to make a 6th grade purple spirit Dan was enough. Sure enough, these words caused Su Shengyan's eyes to suddenly light up. With the current evaluation standards, Suja was indeed qualified. More importantly, this could garner more resource quotas for South Sea Marshall University. Teaching students for more than 10 years didn't produce a middle grade, but letting you, the wild card, become one. Su Shengyan shook his head and laughed bitterly, but he had no intention to look deeper into the hidden secrets. To him, the more mysteries on Suja, the more favorable it was for the school instead. Occasionally taking shortcuts in life is not a bad thing. Suja shrugged his shoulders carelessly. When purchasing purple spirit pill materials this time, Su Shengyan not only didn't stop him, he also used his connections to help him press the price. 3 days later, looking at the 12 pills in the jade bottle that glowed with a purple aura, Suja smacked his lips in pain. 80 million spirit stones were smashed in, and the success rate was actually less than 20%. Talent is good, but burning money is also really ruthless. He rubbed his gradually drying storage ring and sighed darkly. 6th grade pills were still like this, and the rumored 7th grade pills that could easily have hundreds of millions of materials, unless he got lucky again and picked up a 6th-ranked savage beast corpse, he wouldn't be able to think about it in the short term. Time to draw new abilities. Suja pinpointed the monthly time limit and opened the draw on time. Nowadays, no matter what ability he drew, he could accept it with ease. There might just be an unexpected surprise. After all, not all talents were chicken ribs. 3 colored halos intertwined and flowed in the void. The number of halo layers corresponded to the grade of the ability. Although the 3 colors were not as good as the previous 5 colors, they were already of the highest quality. Extraction successful. Acquired Friend Binding Experience Card. You can designate a person you are close to and synchronize his/her cultivation for 30 days. Note: the bonded object needs to reach the goodwill level. This unexpected result caused Suja to raise his eyebrows. It was actually a subtle ability to share another person's cultivation. Theoretically, if one were to bind a 9th grade powerhouse, it would be equal to a peak white whore martial artist's cultivation epiphanies for 30 days. Su Shengyan's name immediately popped into Suja's mind. Looking at the social circle, only this dean and mentor was qualified. It both met the intimacy criteria and was the strongest person he knew. Binding object. Su Shengyan, early 8th grade. The moment the prompt box popped up, Suja's pupils shrunk slightly. The outside world all said that the dean was at the peak of the 7th grade, but he didn't expect that this old fox had hidden his hand in the dark. The confirmation button was pressed without hesitation. This kind of chance, half a second of hesitation, is disrespectful to the dean's cultivation. Su Shengyan, who was drinking tea in the office, suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. Divine sense swept through the entire floor but saw no anomalies, and finally put the blame on the air conditioning temperature. The moment the binding took effect, Suja's Dantian Chi roared and surged. The bottleneck of the 6 product's early stage actually began to loosen, and the cultivation epiphany of the 8th product's strongest person was like a river pouring in. The gift of the 8th grade is truly extraordinary, feeling the true essence rushing between his meridians, the corner of Suge's mouth raised in a fox-like arc. Taking advantage of the feedback period, perhaps he would be able to rush up to the mid-6th grade by the end of the month. Suge calculated that this was still only the gains from Su Shengyan's daily cultivation. If the dean closed his eyes to dive into cultivation, he was afraid that the effect could be doubled. However, he was clear about the cultivation rhythm of an 8th grade powerhouse, which was something that onlookers could comment on. Inside the seclusion chamber, Suge's true chi around his body was like a tidal wave. South Sea Base. The shock that was caused when he stepped down from his post was still a topic of conversation after tea. The successor, Yan Jingxing, that 4th grade instructor of the South Sea Martial University who was in his 50s. At this moment, he was smiling bitterly at the documents. The university selection of half a year to decide on the candidate, after all, is the policy of stability. The new governor has no intention of innovating, and follows Suge's old system wholesale. It is not that Yan Jingxing has no ambition, it is really Suge's shadow is too prevalent. 50 years old stuck in the peak of the 4th grade, can pick up this hot potato has been a blessing. He smiled to himself as he rubbed his duty report. He was more concerned about how to maintain his relationship with that legend than governing the base. Outside the window, the sea breeze swept past the flagpole of the governor's office. Yan Zhengxing remembered when he first heard of Suja 3 years ago. At that time, that young man had just broken the 3rd grade, and he was still talking about friendship as a senior. Who ever thought that, in the blink of an eye, the other party has stood in the height of the need to look up to? At this moment, the governor's wife is carrying gifts to the door. In Shun Qingyan's tea room, the laughter of the Nanhai noblewomen could be heard faintly. Since Suja had taken charge of the South Sea, her identity was no longer a secret. The attentiveness of these official ladies, she only thought of it as a fresh experience. Just let them walk around. Suja's transmission was as concise as usual, but Shin Qingyan understood the deeper meaning. There were some relationships that needed to be maintained by someone. 59. Shun Qingyan is 2nd grade. Not putting Tian Jiao in his eyes, it was mainly Shin Qingyan's circle of friends that really wasn't considered wide. With Suja's strength and status today, sitting in the South Sea Base can be considered easy. More importantly, during the time when he served as the governor of the South Sea, this group of people under his command were indeed all capable generals. Now that Shin Qingyan and the others are stationed at the South Sea Base, there is indeed a lot more convenience when dealing with affairs. For example, when you need to purchase pills, you can always get an internal discount through these contacts. Although the current Shin Qingyan has long not cared about this price difference, what really mattered was the intertwined resource exchange network behind it. Don't look at the South China Sea Base, the majority of low-ranking martial artists. Among the rookies who jumped into the Dragon Gate through the college entrance exam every year, many people's family roots were rooted in these groups of martial artists. It had settled down over the years. In the hands of these seemingly ordinary martial artists, they had accumulated quite a few rare resources. Just like the body-strengthening pill that Suja had entrusted to someone this time. As a sought-after 3rd grade elixir, there was no trace of it on the market in the South Sea Base. On the contrary, Shin Qingyan had 7 or 8 Celadone pill bottles neatly packed in her hands. While practicing on her own, she could still spare some as a favor. 2nd grade realm, it's done. With resources pouring in from all sides, Shin Qingyan's breakthrough speed was 3 times faster than expected. In addition to the strong boost from the pills, the martial arts notes that Suja had purposely left behind were even more instrumental. After stepping into the threshold of the 2nd grade, her gaze naturally locked onto the rift of the 3rd grade realm. With the chain reaction brought about by Suja's leap in status, the entire family ecology was quietly changing. This change was especially evident in Shin Qingyan. The once silent heart of the martial arts rekindled a blazing fire. Along with the style of action are more a few points of sharpness. Suja actually knew his wife's transformation like the back of his hand. In his weekly video calls with his mother and daughter, these changes are always mentioned. He is happy to see this. The South China Sea Base is ultimately a small pond in a remote area. Even if Shin Qingyan stirs up the wind and clouds, it will not be able to make any waves on the map of Daxia. As for the new South China Sea Governor Yan Jingxing, Suja early to each other background check a bottom. Borrowing Mrs. Yen to lead the line, the two even added a communication friend. But now he has no intention of deep friendship. Yan Zhengxing is now looking forward to his help. Although with his weight in the Ministry of the Army, The replacement of a number of base governor is just a matter of hands. But personnel appointments and removals ultimately affect the whole body. The South China Sea affairs will be temporarily pressed. Suja began to fully impact the bottleneck of the martial arts. Thanks to last month's high-intensity alchemy on the refining of spiritual power, superimposed on the newly acquired cultivation insights. Breaking through the mid-6th grade was already a matter of course. The facts also confirmed his judgment. In just 20 days and nights, a familiar sense of realm loosening came from the depths of the Qi Sea. When the morning light pierced through the clouds, the aura of a mid-6th grade had steadily lingered around his body. Rather, I should thank the dean for this short retreat. Even Suja couldn't help but thank him from the bottom of his heart. It was thought that the dean was taking advantage of the relative leisure this month. After all, last month's continuous lectures had to leave some time for the students to digest and absorb. Coupled with the fact that the principal had not yet ended his seclusion, it was reasonable to suspend lectures for a few days of seclusion. It was this short gap of a few days that allowed Suja to digest more feedback, successfully breaking through to the mid-6th grade. It's a pity that the dean was only in seclusion for 7 or 8 days this time. Suja gently stroked the dark pattern on the sleeve of his martial arts uniform, his tone slightly regretful. The cultivation sense of an 8th grade powerhouse was a descending blow to him who was still in the 6th grade realm. Especially the special ability of friend binding. It was able to directly infuse his cultivation insights and combat experience into himself. These infused insights come with a complete systematized knowledge, making Suja's gains far more than just a breakthrough in cultivation. It was also very beneficial to the future impact of the high-grade realm. After the breakthrough, although the amount of feedback had decreased. However, the ongoing benefits continued. However, Suja did not need to continue his seclusion and naturally began to pay attention to the recent hotspots in Daxia. Nowadays, the entire martial arts world was indeed bustling with activity, and with the updating of the Heaven's remarkable ranking. The entire Grand Xia's line of sight was focused on it, especially the Heaven's Pride who were at the top of the list. Jiangnan Martial Arts Universities, Su Zhili topped the 3rd-ranked list. Northern Border Martial Arts University's Lu Xiaotian ranks among the top 10 of the 4th-rank list. Shindu Martial Arts University's Pei Qingyu sweeps the 6th grade realm of the Central Plains. Suja was more of a spectator mentality, carefully studying the battle images of these heavenly prides, trying to refine what could be learned from them. As for the South Sea Martial Arts University, it did not make any waves in the list. It was no wonder, in the circle of martial arts colleges and universities where there were so many powerful people, the South Sea Martial Arts University had always been silent and nameless. Even if there were occasional students on the list, their rankings were mostly outside of the hundreds. Today's Heaven's Pride list, only the top 100 strongest people can get attention. After the list stabilizes, perhaps some people will notice the mid-range players. Overall, the list ordering has 80% credibility. The strength of the former Heavenly Pride basically stand up to scrutiny, part of the Heavenly Pride because of the actual combat performance and the expected deviation, resulting in the ranking did not reach the height of the prediction. However, those who were able to stay in the top 100 ultimately had real material. This Pei Qingyu is worth focusing on. Suja's line of sight rested on the Divine Capital Martial Arts University's Heaven's Pride profile page. Counting, they were considered peers who had enrolled in the same year. Of course, the other party was a Heaven's Pride who was famous in Daxia. Whereas he himself was unknown within the Great Xia, at most, he barely had some thin reputation in the southern realm. Previously, when Suja was only a 5th grade cultivator. Looking at the entire southern realm, although the 5th grade martial artist is not a phoenix feather, but also really cannot set off much wind and waves. However, Suja's heart does not have the intention to compare. After all, he broke through the 6th grade in just a few months, and according to this momentum, he might be able to impact the high grade earlier than that Heavenly Pride. As a matter of fact, he did not regard this pure pride as a rival. Today, he only sees the vastness of the realm above the 9th grade. As his cultivation improved, this confidence was growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Just as Suja was traveling out of the sky, the South Sea Martial Arts University app suddenly popped up a scarlet-red emergency notice. The sophomore training team is trapped in the battlefield of the 10,000 races. All non-closed instructors immediately enter the battlefield to receive the evacuation. Suja's eyebrows suddenly gathered into a crease. If his memory is correct, Song Qing is the current sophomore student. According to the tradition of the South Sea Martial Arts University, Students need to reach their sophomore year to initially contact the 10,000 races battlefield. Said contact, in fact, in the Tudor and the Daxia garrison double escort. In the South China Sea stronghold periphery for safe zone observation. After all, these are not even formal martial artist seedlings. The school will never let them get into danger. Many years ago, when Suja first entered the battlefield, he had also been so nervous that his palms were sweating. Later, with his promotion to martial artist, he had truly gained the qualifications to independently enter the battlefield. This practical training mechanism that had been used for 20 years had never made a mistake before. At this moment, the cursor was flashing rapidly in the message bar. Suja was putting on his tactical gloves while combing through the doubts. How could a routine training program turn into a predicament? However, this was not the time to dig deeper. Since high-grade martial artists were restricted by wartime regulations, the main rescue force was mostly below high grade. As a mid-6th grade, he was just like the top combatant of the maneuvering force at the moment. Not to mention, that girl Song Qing was still on the trapped list. 60. Suja descended. Did not disappoint. The South Sea battlefield. On the faces of many of the students from the South Sea Martial Arts University, they couldn't help but show a look of shock. How could they not expect that they were merely participating in a regular event of the school calendar? It would actually encounter such a thrilling situation. It turned out that the team of mentors and a team of Daxia soldiers had just led the students out of the South Sea stronghold not long ago. They were attacked by the Wasteland tribe. This attack was obviously well planned. This place is not far from the South China Sea stronghold. The appearance of formed units of the Mangdao tribe is abnormal. Although every freshman's first exploration of the South Sea battlefield has tight protective measures. The South Sea Martial University and the military were also equipped with a large number of experts. However, this time, the number of mid-grade martial artists that the mangrove race had deployed far exceeded the prediction. What was even trickier was that due to the need to protect a large number of students who had yet to become martial artists, the mentors and soldiers had to spare some of their strength to construct a protective barrier. In order to prevent the aftermath of the battle from injuring the students, the destructive power of a mid-grade martial artist was enough to affect the entire battlefield, and ordinary people would be in fear of their lives if they were slightly affected. This caused the pressure on the South Sea Martial University tutors and the military to skyrocket. Are we going to be all right? This place is far from the stronghold. Shouldn't be too far. Hold on a little longer. The reinforcements, they should be here soon. There was a distinct tremor wrapped in the rising and falling murmurs of the student body. Some people even had their teeth chattering as they spoke. This was normal. Most of the students present were facing the gore of a battlefield for the first time. Even though they had seen martial artists kill each other in videos, the impact of the actual scene was still incomparable. Only a few of the thousands of sophomores were able to remain calm. Song Qing clenched his white knuckles and forced himself to stay calm. The experience of carrying his family's burdens since he was a child had made him more resilient than his peers. However, his violently heaving chest still revealed his inner turmoil. Although he knew the cruelty of the South China Sea battlefield when he enrolled in school, he really faced a life and death crisis. After all, there was a gap between theoretical knowledge and personal experience. Crap! A certain student suddenly lost his voice and exclaimed, only to see a gap open up in the defense line somewhere. A middle-ranked martial artist of the Wasteland clan had broken through the blockade and approached the student formation. Despite a tutor flying to intercept it, the two sides were only about 20 meters away from the students. This distance was enough for a mid-grade martial artist to launch a deadly surprise attack. The tutors who were forced to be distracted from their guards were tied up, obviously having the upper hand in the battle, but they fought in an unusually stifling manner. This bad news was like a domino being pushed down, and the defense line was in a state of emergency one after another. Just 10 minutes later, a certain blood-soaked wilderness martial artist actually carried a saber through. He desperately burst into the front of the student array. As scarlet blood chi surged between the sharp claws, all the students could see the calculations in those beast pupils. These foreigners were well versed in the tactic of attacking the enemy and saving them, specializing in picking weakly protected areas to launch suicide attacks. This trip was aimed more at future potentials like the South Sea Martial Arts University. Witnessing this scene, the instructors of the South Sea Martial Arts University and the strongest members of the Daxia military suddenly changed color. Fortunately, the first batch of support from the South Sea stronghold arrived just in time. Several 6th-grade martial artists made a concerted effort to intercept the attack. after the South Sea Stronghold received the news about the attack on the South Sea Martial Arts University. Support was dispatched at the first moment. It even reacted earlier than Suja and the others. Theoretically, high-grade martial artists could indeed make a move, but the high-grade powerhouses of the South Sea Stronghold did not dare to act rashly. After all, no one knew if the Desolate clan was hiding a backhand, so naturally, they could not come out in full force. The students of the South Sea Martial Arts University were certainly important, but their value could not yet be compared to the entire South Sea Stronghold. Even the strategic significance of this group of students combined couldn't compare to a 7th-grade martial artist. Unhelpfully, the thousands of students seemed to be a huge number. In reality, it would take a long time for them to grow up. As for how many strong people would be born from them, based on the experiences of the previous students of the South Sea Martial Arts University, there is still a question mark. However, the military hierarchy of the South Sea Stronghold did not know. This batch of students had poured a lot of effort into the South Sea Martial Arts University. Not only had it recruited many geniuses, the resources invested were several times that of previous years. If this batch of students were to be lost, it would be a major blow to the South Sea Martial Arts University. Not to mention the loss of the entire student body. If this matter came to pass, it would definitely shake the entire Grand Xia. To date, no martial arts university had ever suffered such a tragedy. As a mid-6th grade martial artist, Suja's reaction was swift. The purple spirit pill that had been refined earlier was aptly used to restore his physical strength at this moment. In the case of rushing at full speed, he was only one step behind the South Sea Stronghold support. After all, the Stronghold martial artists needed to retain 50% of their combat strength to deal with the battle. They could not be as reckless as Suja. He went so far as to even take purple spirit pills while rushing, each pill worth millions of spirit stones. When Suja appeared on the battlefield, he instantly attracted many gazes. His cultivation of mid-6th grade was already not bad. Adding to that, his true battle power was comparable to a late 6th grade, and he could even briefly fight against a peak 6th grade. This meant that as long as high-grade martial artists did not come out, Suja was the top combatant on the battlefield. More critically, he was maintaining his supernormal state through Su Shangyan's cultivation perception feedback. The people of the South Sea Martial Arts University naturally recognized Suja. His early experiences were legendary. However, very few had actually seen him fight. Even Song Qing, who had witnessed his battles, had seen his strength at the moment, and it was a far cry from what it had been back then. Despite the critical situation, there were still countless students who held deep expectations for the strong man who had suddenly arrived. Mad God Blade Technique. Suja's performance did not disappoint the students. When in full state, each blade aura was capable of harvesting a large number of 4th and 5th ranked martial artists. Even an ordinary 6th grade powerhouse would suffer heavy damage under Suja's full strength. This time, the Wasteland clan was clearly determined to die. Although the number of 6th grade martial artists sent out was quite large, they were all of ordinary caliber. After all, it was impossible for the Desolate Plains clan to send a Heaven's Remarkable grade 6 to this place. However, this is also reasonable. This place was too close to the South Sea Stronghold, and the breath of these Desolate Plains clan 6th grade martial artists was weak. Obviously, they were people whose lifespan was about to end. To a certain extent, these attackers could be called dead soldiers. In the case of the Desolate Plains clan, if they can get rid of some of the students and middle-ranking martial artists, it is a surefire deal. It would be a sure thing. 61. The terror of Suja. The low-profile Song Qing. It seemed to be because they sensed that Suja was a Heaven's Pride martial artist. These Desolate Clan 6th grade martial artists actually gave up on surrounding the student. All of them came towards Suja in a siege. Obviously, they had accurately judged Suja's value. If they could kill such a heavenly pride, the gains would far exceed slaughtering ordinary students. Want to kill me? Suja coldly whispered, his words wrapped in sarcasm. These 6th grade martial artists had not overestimated themselves. Nowadays, he had long since become more than an ordinary 6th grade. If his opponent was at the peak of chi and blood, he might still have a chance. But right now, this group of people with depleted lifespans had no chance of winning. Boom! The flaming blade intent field suddenly unfolded, turning the entire area into a cage. This was precisely the blade intent secret art created by fusing Dean Su Shengyan's martial enlightenment after Suja's spiritual power had skyrocketed. Before the besieging Desolate Race 6th grade could react, they had already been twisted into pieces by the blade awnings. Not even a chance for the chi and blood to self-destruct was left behind. The crowd that witnessed this scene lost their voices in horror. Tutor Sue is simply terrifying. It's so easy to kill a 6th grade. His name isn't even on the Heaven's Pride ranking? How strong should those Heaven's Pride on the list be? Between the students' shocking discussions, the battle situation had already been quietly reversed. The previous stalemate was completely broken with Suja's entrance. When the subsequent reinforcements from the South Sea Martial Arts University arrived, the tutors could not hide their shocked colors. Suja's strength has actually reached this level? Less than 2 years after he had first entered the martial arts path, he had killed an ordinary 6th grade as if he were chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable. Some people even secretly doubted their own cultivation. Couldn't this rate of progress be explained by more than exceptional talent? What was even more concerning was Suja's hidden awakening talent. Although the school announced his awakening, it did not disclose his specific abilities. Now this kind of war power outbreak, even though the awakened person often has a strength leap period, it is still too shocking. When the battlefield was completely tilted, the middle-grade martial artists of the Desolate Plains clan launched their chi and blood self-destruction one after another. This was originally a surprise attack, using the bodies of dead soldiers to consume the South Sea Stronghold's battle power. Even if they were defeated, they would make their opponents pay a painful price. Boom! 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 An endless stream of explosions swept across the battlefield. Despite being prepared, there were still martial artists who were unable to dodge and suffered heavy injuries, especially those tutors who were fending off the aftermath for their students. Suja's robes were also torn apart by several cracks from the airwaves. He could have retreated in one piece, but he chose to shield the students and low-ranked martial artists from the shockwaves. Not all self-explosions could be intercepted. When Suja tried his best to counteract the power of the 6th grade self-explosion, some of the martial artists were still engulfed by the aftermath. Fortunately, as the last of the explosions dissipated, the raid finally came to an end. For the sophomores of the South Sea Martial Arts University, this baptism of blood and fire was destined to be engraved for life. Not only did they see the cruelty of the battlefield, they also faced the determination of the martial artists of the Desolate Plains race to burn with the stones. This kind of courage, even these newcomers to the martial arts path sighed in admiration. The post-battle cleanup was handed over to the school authorities. In the battlefield of the 10,000 races, embezzlement is a taboo, and so far no one has dared to take half a step beyond that. The accounting will be fair, and Suja has no worries about it. Song Qing quickly walked through the crowd, the hem of his coat still stained with blood. "Teacher Su, are you injured?" The title had not changed, but the concern was even greater than before. This young girl, whose fate had been turned around by Suja several times, had vaguely reddened eyes at the moment. "It's just a superficial wound." Suja dusted off his shoulders. "It's you. Can you still hold up?" Purple Spirit Dan is repairing the dark wounds in his body. It is expected that 2 days can be healed. On the contrary, after a vicious battle, he felt that the chi around his body became more and more rounded. Although he hadn't reproduced the state of epiphany that he had experienced when he was discussing the Tao with Su Shengnian, his mastery of power was clearly refined. This conversation was not concealed. Since Song Qing was admitted to South Sea Martial Arts University on the basis of her true talent, no one has questioned her relationship with Suja. At this moment, the onlookers were shocked. This normally low-profile contemporaries was so familiar with the legendary tutor. More tutors were gathering here. Suja looked at the stunned expressions of Song Qing's fellow students, and the corner of his lips slightly hooked. Appropriately displaying this relationship might allow her to go a little smoother in the academy. After all, in this world where martial arts were honored, there was never a shortage of smart people who knew how to judge the situation. Song Qing was not in a position to stay beside Suja for long, and turned around to merge into the student queue. "Song Qing, you have a friendship with Instructor Su?" "Tutor Su is my elder." This response caused the surrounding area to clamor. No one had expected Song Qing to hide so deeply. It had to be known that Suja's status within the school nowadays was as clear as day to even the students. Not to mention that those with prominent families had already heard about it from their mentors. According to the current trend, Suja's promotion to the top of the school has become a certainty. The fact that the tutors on the battlefield had spontaneously elected him as their leader was the most straightforward proof. Although Suja had no intention of taking the lead, his strength was too dazzling. The world of martial arts is ultimately the king of strength. He had to temporarily take over the position of command. he had to temporarily take over the commanding position and dock with the South Sea Stronghold garrison for the aftermath. When the battlefield was cleaned up, escorting all the students back to the stronghold on the way, the tense atmosphere finally relaxed. Those martial artists who were responsible for leading the group were especially so. The loss of their colleagues in this battle was enough to make them feel guilty for the rest of their lives. When the airplane from the South Sea Martial Arts University broke through the clouds and descended, Suja did not stop. After verifying the list of personnel, he then led the group on their way home. The blood-colored battlefield outside the porthole faded away. It was destined to become the deepest imprint of this group of students' martial arts career. 62. Killing to become the way, going to the battlefield to take revenge. Compared to the Grand Xia army, the instructors of the Martial Dao University were obviously much freer. At least the arrangements for going in and out of the 10,000 races battlefield basically depended on one's personal time. Especially the higher one's cultivation level, the freer one would be to travel between the two places. Although Suja was aware that there were still many doubts about this attack. For example, how did the Arakanese martial artists accurately locate the whereabouts of the South Sea martial arts students? However, these people have their own special people responsible for investigating, and then directly ask the results can be. The most important thing is to escort the surviving students as well as the remains of the fallen students and teachers back to the school. In front of the main gate of the South Sea Martial Arts University. Because all of those who fell this time were at least third-grade realm instructors. Director Ma, who was in charge of the death pensions, had already waited at the entrance of the school. Soul's return. A fervent ambition to protect the eternal prosperity of our human race with my body. Director Ma's eulogy recited in a low voice, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. Although Suja had heard this kind of eulogy many times in the past, his feelings were very different this time. He thought that he had long been indifferent to life and death. In this era, even the best of the strong, there is no guarantee that they will not fall in the sand. Some of the special battlefield passages can already accommodate strong people above the 9th grade, so naturally they need to be guarded by strong people of the same grade. As his cultivation increased, Suja gradually came into contact with more truths about the world. If he was just an ordinary person, the battlefield of the 10,000 races was just a vague concept. There was no way to know its specific circumstances. Compared to Suja's calmness, many of the students had reddened their eyes. Many of these tutors were people who had spent a lot of time with their students. There were even mentors who had defended their students from deadly attacks on the battlefield. Even Song Qing was crying into tears at this moment. Suja did not say much about this. After all, these students were not experienced enough. However, after this disaster, the hearts of all the people had obviously been refined, and their aura was different from the past. Although most freshmen had been exposed to the task of purging cults in their freshman year. But hunting down cultists and the cruelty of the battlefield of the 10,000 races. After all, it is not comparable. 3 days later, the storm subsided, but certain undercurrents were still surging. Suja followed the clues provided by Dean Su Shengyan. After all, there are still many doubts about the incident. Unfortunately, the university did not issue an official notice and only asked the instructors to calm the students. Su Shengyan was not surprised by Suja's visit. After all, on the battlefield earlier, the young tutor's display of combat power was eye-catching. Even he hadn't expected that Suja would make another breakthrough in a short period of time. It wasn't that he didn't want to make a move, but when he rushed to the South Sea stronghold, he keenly sensed that several strong sites were locking onto the stronghold. If a high-grade martial artist left the stronghold without authorization, it would definitely trigger a full-scale conflict in the South Sea battlefield. In order to coordinate the situation in the major battle zones of the South Realm, the South Realm Command had ordered the South Sea stronghold to avoid large-scale conflicts as much as possible in the near future. This was also the main reason why Su Shengyan had chosen to hold back. He truly hadn't expected the Desolate Plains clan's mid-grade martial artists to be so crazy. It had led to the fall of several instructors from the South Sea Martial University. Dean, what exactly is going on this time? Suja asked straight away. The Desolate Plains clan dispatched middle-grade martial artists whose lifespan was about to end to specifically attack our martial artists around the stronghold. Su Shengyan explained in a deep voice. There were intelligence oversights within the South Sea stronghold, causing the whereabouts of multiple teams to be leaked. Worse still, when a large number of middle-grade martial artists from the Desolate Plains clan approached, the stronghold's defense system did not even trigger a warning. Seemingly accidental, the system loopholes exposed far exceeded expectations. Previously, the top management of the South Realm suspected that cult martial artists had infiltrated the battlefield. Now it has finally been confirmed. This attack was clearly run by cult forces. In addition to our school students and teachers, dozens of neighboring martial arts teams were also attacked. Those teams are far less powerful than the instructors of the South Sea Martial Arts University, directly leading to the fall of 20,000 to 30,000 martial artists, covering all grades of combat power. The South Sea stronghold can be called a heavy blow. South China Sea garrison forces, even counting the Daxia military and our school martial artists, the total number of hundreds of thousands of people. The previous battle has already lost a large number of troops, and this raid has made the stronghold even worse. Su Shengyan said here, his fists already clenched white. Suja also frowned at the words. The situation in the South China Sea theater is indeed deteriorating, but it involves the entire strategic layout of the southern border. It will take time to reverse the situation. The immediate priority is still to enhance the strength. Unfortunately, the dean is afraid that it will be difficult for him to close his eyes and cultivate in the near future. The South China Sea suddenly such changes, the follow-up work is bound to be heavy. As for how the Southland responds, it remains to be seen. This battle has allowed Suja to show his mettle in the South China Sea war zone. Nowadays, the garrison knows that the South Sea Martial Arts University has a 6th grade tutor who is good at fighting. Although it was not as prestigious as those legendary prides. But Suja didn't care. After all, fame is not as real as cultivation. Suja did not delay the dean more time. After all, the other party has not been easy lately. A few days later, friend binding the abilities statute of limitations ended, and the new month opened as scheduled. Draw an ability that can raise spiritual power or cultivation. He whispered to himself, his tone tinged with urgency. Originally, he was not anxious about his cultivation progress. After all, martial arts need to progress in a gradual manner. However, this incident had given him a sense of urgency. Although the 6th grade of strength was considered a stalwart in Daxia, it had not even touched the high grade. How can he sway the battlefield? Eyes locked ability carousel, will spinning between fixed on the 6-colored Chinese light. Suja's pupils brightened slightly. This was clearly the highest ranked light he had ever drawn. Successful extraction. Obtained the killing to prove the way monthly card. Obtaining cultivation insights by killing living beings, valid for 30 days. Suja breathed a long sigh of relief. The ability of the carousel had always been random, and there had even been a completely useless ribbed skill. Unexpectedly, this time he actually obtained this divine skill. Killing is cultivation. Theoretically, as long as he killed enough enemies this month, his cultivation would skyrocket in all directions. Of all the abilities he had drawn, this was the most violent in terms of growth. Having obtained this card, Suja did not want to delay for half a moment. After sending a message to Su Shengyan, his figure already swept towards the 10,000 races battlefield. 63. Slaughtering thousands of foreigners. It's mid-6th grade. Dean's office. I guess Su Kid can't swallow this. Su Shengyan looked at the message sent by Suja and sighed lightly as he shook his head. He did not know that Suja was here to become stronger for himself. He only thought that this young man wanted to avenge those fallen instructors of the South Sea Martial Arts University. After all, on the premise of not utilizing high-grade martial artists, the 6th grade was already the highest combat power that could be deployed at the moment. Stepping into the South Sea battlefield again, Suja was already familiar with it. There were not a few martial artists who recognized him, after all, with the capital of the 6th grade appearing on the battlefield. This battle prowess would have been able to spark many discussions. Why is he going down to the battlefield again? I'm afraid he's here to avenge the South Sea Martial Arts University. It's highly likely. The guesses of the crowd coincided with Su Shengyan. They all thought that this tutor Su had come to the battlefield to vent his anger with a full head of steam. The special timing allowed the news to spread quickly. In particular, the students of the South Sea Martial Arts University who had been stifled for a long time. Their spirits were invigorated. Without realizing it, Suja had gained a large number of fans. His reputation in the South Sea strongholds was also getting louder and louder. At this moment, Suja didn't know how much waves his actions had caused. And even if he did, he wouldn't care. He had always disregarded the opinions of others. When he first proposed the concept of Go Dao, he had been criticized by many martial artists. After all, traditional martial artists had always promoted a warm-blooded and courageous style. It wasn't that the old concept was wrong, It was just that every martial artist had their own way. Suja in the need to kill also never soft, such as the present. Due to the South China Sea stronghold was attacked a few days ago, the recent martial artists are mostly in rest and recuperation. Few teams had gone deep into the periphery of the stronghold. The Wasteland clan naturally would not miss this opportunity and took advantage of it to plunder resources. Not long after Suja had left the stronghold, he bumped into a small team of the Desolate Plains clan. Surprisingly, the leader of this team only had a cultivation of 2 grades. 2 ranks? Suja frowned slightly. This place was only a few miles away from the South Sea stronghold. The Desolate Plains clan dared to send low-ranked martial artists to approach here. Obviously, they did not place the South Sea defense line in their eyes. With a flash of cold light, the team of Desolate Plains clan martial artists had perished. When the blade returned to its sheath, he could clearly feel the warmth flowing within his body, and his cultivation had actually increased a little. Although the increase was weak, it was enough to confirm Suja's suspicions. There was indeed a difference in the strengthening effect brought about by different grades of martial artists of the Arakan race. The higher the grade, the more significant the increase. Next, Suja began to clear these Wasteland clan along the way, taking advantage of the fact that the low-level martial artists of the Wasteland clan had not yet reacted. In just 1 day's time, the number of Arakanese who lost their lives in Suja's hands exceeded 200. The boost from this killing allowed Suja to refine his cultivation by another large step. Promoting to the late 6th grade is definitely not a problem, and impacting the peak of the 6th grade is not without a chance. Suja whispered softly to himself, a few moments of burning in his tone. He had originally been prepared to grind for a long time in the 6th grade realm. However, an extreme grade ability had completely changed the situation. Unfortunately, after only 1 day, the Wasteland clan had clearly strengthened their guard. During the hunt, Suja never forgot to collect the trophies. Considering the fact that the area of activity of these desolate race was close to the South Sea stronghold, Suja simply returned to the stronghold to rest and recuperate, and in the meantime he organized his spatial bag. This time he purposely acquired a few more space bags. The killings that were about to unfold were not destined to be too few. The Spirit Stone reserves could naturally be replenished as well. The South Sea stronghold had recently been frequently attacked by the Desolate Plains clan, and most of the martial artists had chosen to stay within the city. Quite a few martial artists directly cultivated within the stronghold. It wasn't that they didn't want to return to Blue Star, but the battlefield's aura was much more dense. The martial artists who had been stationed for a long time had long since adapted to the environment of the 10,000 Races battlefield. Currently, the main force of the South Sea battlefield was the Grand Xia military. In terms of high-grade powerhouses, the military and the South Sea Martial University were evenly split. The remaining few were free martial artists. These martial artists came from different organizations such as hunting groups and martial art schools. All of them came to the battlefield to fight for cultivation resources. There was no lack of younger free martial artists who were eager to break through. The free martial artists who managed to survive in the battlefield. Naturally, each has their own way of survival. But not all free martial artists dare to enter the battlefield. For example, Suja's father-in-law was already at his limit in dealing with mutated beasts. This was no excuse. Not everyone had the courage to face the battlefield of the 10,000 races. For low-grade martial artists, this place was a millstone of flesh and blood. Especially when it came to large-scale battles, low-grade martial artists could be said to have a 1 in 9 chance of survival. However, people had their own aspirations, and the path of the martial path originally had thousands of choices. At this moment, many martial artists looked at the supplies that Suja had exchanged for merit, and murmurs rose and fell. How many desolate races must this have killed? Truly outstanding, even with a 6th grade cultivation. Anyone who dares to operate outside of the South Sea stronghold these days is not an unusual character. I heard that Suja acted extremely cautiously back when he was a martial artist. If he didn't bide his time, how could he have the cultivation he has today? The martial artists lowered their voices and discussed, naturally all waiting for Suja to leave before they dared to open their mouths. They didn't dare to discuss in front of a 6th grade martial artist. The necessary respect still had to be maintained. Of course, the discussion was more about admiration for Suja. Along with that, there was a reversal of past remarks. Could only be said that people's impressions often changed in the blink of an eye. When Suja's strength was still weak, many acquaintances felt that he was too cautious. Now that he had taken the initiative to attack, he had changed the crowd's opinion. In fact, they did not know. Although he possessed the ability to kill his way into the world, Suja was not acting recklessly. It was true that the South Sea stronghold had some recent abnormalities. However, it was not too realistic for the Desolate Plains clan to really take advantage of the opportunity to attack in force. Suja knew that the Desolate Plains clan might have connections with other battlefields. However, the Desolate Plains are also selfish and naturally do not want to suffer too many losses. They would like to wait and see how the other battlefield races react. In addition, the South Sea battlefield was currently unable to accommodate an existence above the 9th grade. The real war has not yet started. Currently, it is more in the stage of mutual consumption. The Arakanese high grade will not easily break the tacit agreement to take action against the middle grade. Not to mention that the high grade in the South Sea stronghold was always concerned about him. The South Sea Martial Arts University had a number of high-grade products sitting in the stronghold. As Suja's cultivation advanced, the number of eyes that focused on him naturally increased. It was based on these factors that Suja dared to let go. Not to mention that the targets he hunted and killed were all below 6th grade existences. It was basically impossible for the Desolate Plains clan to send out a high grade to hunt them down. If it really came to that, Suja could only flee. Although there was still a gap between him and the high grade, he would never be a sitting duck. Nowadays, his area of activity was always close to the South Sea stronghold. If there was a high-quality Arakanese attack, the stronghold would be able to detect it in the first place. The detection ability of technological means was still quite reliable. Suja only focused on two things in the South Sea battlefield: hunting and killing the desolate race and returning to the stronghold to clean out the space pockets. Such a cycle was repeated. Even the martial artists within the stronghold were somewhat numb. Suja has killed at least 1,000 desolate race. Among them, the number of medium-grade martial artists exceeds 200. It's only been 10 days since he entered the South Sea battlefield, right? When the martial artists tallied up Suja's kill data, they were all shocked. 64. Flying high. The strong man returned. Suja did not know what others were thinking. After 10 days of fierce battle, his cultivation had finally climbed to the peak of the mid-6th grade. He was only one step away from the late 6th grade. However, he clearly noticed a sharp decrease in the number of martial artists from the Desolate Plains clan. It was obvious that these martial artists already knew that there was a 6th grade on the hunt. It seems that there is not much possibility of breaking through to the peak of the 6th grade. Even Suja could not help but feel sorry. If you were too far away from the stronghold, you would not be able to let go of your strength. Fortunately, as these days passed, many teams of martial artists in the South Sea stronghold began to go out and search for resources. It wasn't necessary to kill the wastelands. The battlefield itself contained resources. The entire battlefield was much larger than expected and needed to be carefully explored. The actions of a large number of martial artists provided Suja with cover. He no longer pursued the number of kills and instead focused on the quality of his targets. Another 10 days passed in this manner. Suja's cultivation took the opportunity of a certain breakthrough to successfully advance to the late 6th grade. Although it was slightly slower than expected, there was nothing that could be done about it. One must know that the 6th grade martial artists of the Desolate Plains clan were even teaming up to hunt him down. After all, Suja's strength was by no means something that an ordinary 6th grade could contend with. The South Sea stronghold martial artists had long been accustomed to the existence of this Martial University 6th grade tutor. Some people even opened a betting pool to guess the number of kills he had this time. Previously, Suja's movements in the battlefield were erratic. Naturally, he rarely attracted attention. Now, he had traveled to and from the stronghold quite a few times. Each time, the harvest was quite substantial. It was hard not to be noticed. Even if he was a 6th grade martial artist, his harvest was less than a third of his. After the growth of Qi, Suja felt that his luck was quite good. His strength was also considered to be at the level of a heavenly pride. It was reasonable to have this harvest. Without realizing it, he was even given the title of God of Battlefield Killers. In the past, unless a large-scale battle broke out, no one has ever hunted like him. The most touched are the teachers and students of the South Sea Martial Arts University. Whether they were high-grade martial artists or ordinary students, they all have respect for Suja. After all, everyone thought he was avenging his murdered mentor. More than 20 days passed by quietly. For Suja, there was basically no hope for him to reach the peak of the 6th grade, unless there were rows of 5th and 6th grades who would voluntarily take the initiative to be killed. This kind of absurd scene was naturally unlikely to occur. If a great battle can break out, then this ability can definitely be used to the extreme. Suja occasionally still had some dangerous thoughts. Fortunately, he still restrained himself. After all, it was not for him to decide when a great battle would break out on the battlefield. And the end of the war was not something that could be opened easily. At the very least, Suja could not afford to be responsible. He wasn't so bad as to start a great war in the South Sea battlefield just for the sake of his cultivation. Although the Desolate Plains clan had stepped up their guard, including sending out specialized teams to hunt him down. But Suja wasn't a vegetarian either, and directly led people to the Savage Beast Forest. Anyway, it wasn't like the target of the kill was just the Desolate Plains clan. The Savage Beasts were likewise possible. Although the Savage Beasts would form a team as their strength increased, Suja still had a lot of certainty. Even if he faced a 6th grade barbarian beast team, it wasn't like he couldn't fight. On the contrary, within the range of the Savage Beast Forest, the pursuit team of the Desolate Plains clan could be troublesome. If they were to clash with the Savage Beasts, it wouldn't be that easy for even a 6th grade team to retreat. On the contrary, it was far too convenient for individuals to act. Suja had utilized this ability of the All Things Considered when he was before. He was also considered to be familiar with quite a few areas of the Savage Beast Forest. Compared to some of these savage beasts, then the advantage was even greater. However, Suja did not hold his head high either. Anyway, if he encountered a savage beast above the 6th grade, he would directly stay away or lead it to the Desolate race team. When he encountered a savage beast below the 6th grade or the Desolate clan, he would then strike decisively. In this way, Suja, within the last few days of killing to become a Taoist, the same harvest was not small. Perhaps the quantity was not as high as when he set foot on the battlefield, but the quality above was still good. Peak late 6th grade almost entered the peak 6th grade realm. Suja murmured softly, his words carrying a lot of joy, counting he had never killed like this in the South Sea battlefield before. With the time for killing to become the Tao coming to an end, he naturally had no thoughts of continuing to stay in the battlefield. At least return to the South Sea stronghold first. Outside of the South Sea stronghold, he didn't have much security. Even the high-grade spiritual power was limited, nor could they keep an eye on themselves at all times. South Sea stronghold. Suja's return still caused quite a stir. After all, it had been a full month, including the rapid circulation of news above the battlefield. That was the fact that the Desolate Plains clan was hunting down mentor Suja. It had even sent over 106th grade martial artists. This news was something that caused many martial artists to break into a sweat. After all, it was hard to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists. Suja has returned safely. Thought he had met an untimely end. Discussions rose from the martial artists. As usual, Suja exchanged all the loot for merit, although the Arakanese martial artists were carrying a lot of supplies. But nowadays, many of the resources he could no longer use. Nor had he seen any precious items. This was the norm. Precious items were usually used on the spot. How could they be brought to the battlefield of the 10,000 races? Even if they were kept, they would be used as emergency reserves. After exchanging the spirit stones, Suja immediately returned to the South Sea Martial University. Although the feeling of becoming stronger brought about by killing the Tao is good. However, he still felt that his foundation was weak. However, this is a normal phenomenon. After all, with the help of external forces to enhance the cultivation. If you want to solidify the foundation, still need to work hard. The most convenient way is to find someone to sharpen the actual battle. This is simple. Just directly look for Su Shangyan to practice against. Instructor Su is back. The exclamations of the students in front of the school gates surprised Suja. When did he have such a reputation on campus? Although his cultivation had improved, it was not this much. There were quite a few 6th grade tutors in Wu University, and he had never seen students so excited. He didn't think much about it, he would just directly find Dean Su and ask him about it. As soon as he thought of it, Su Shangyan happened to not be in seclusion. When he saw Suja, Dean Su did not look surprised. Since the time he stepped into the stronghold, his movements had already been grasped. After all, Suja is now a key target of attention for Wuhan University. In fact, Su Shangyan did not expect him to kill so crazily. More than 3,000 martial artists had fallen into his hands. This is a far cry from the image of the past. In Dean Su's impression, Suja had never been this devoted to the battlefield. It wasn't because he was afraid or had failed in his duty. It was just that this person had always placed more emphasis on cultivation refinement. There is nothing wrong with this move. Many of the strongest people in the Granxia are all focused on their cultivation. But this does not prevent them from taking responsibility in times of war. Officials are even more happy to see martial artists from Wudao University focus on cultivation. After all, the original purpose of the establishment of the Wudao University is to cultivate more top combatants. 65. Invincible 6th grade, the first of the Heaven's Pride. Finally willing to return from the battlefield of the 10,000 races? Su Shengyan also said out loud without the slightest bit of politeness in the face of Suja. Dean, why do I feel that this time the returning students have too much enthusiasm? Suja also did not care about the dean's words in the flirtation but instead spoke out to inquire and said. After the words fell, even Su Shengyan's face also revealed a strange look. You first take a look at the school forum. Su Shengyan slowly spoke out. He was also thinking later that Suja didn't seem to be that impulsive. But he didn't think much about it, and at this moment he even felt that this matter was a bit strange. Suja directly took out his cell phone and read the forum. Suja's mentor returned from the war. To avenge the death of his mentor, Mentor Suja entered the South China Sea battlefield in a fit of rage. Forward battle report. Mentor Suja has gone on a killing spree in the South Sea battlefield. It was the first time that Suja saw that he had so many posts in the forum, because he knew that the South Sea Martial Arts University rarely discussed such a person like this. Subsequently, Suja also understood the reason why he had so much influence amongst the students. It turned out that he had traveled to the South Sea battlefield because of his ability to kill to become a Taoist. Because of the deceased martial arts university tutor revenge. It resulted in himself becoming a very high profile in the eyes of many students. Even Suja inevitably had some embarrassment up, because he was aware that above the initial heart was more of a quest for strength advancement. But this moment he would not say it. In the end, people still have some vanity. Suja cannot be exempted. It was good that Suja did not dwell on this matter much. Dean, I would like to ask you for a hand. It just so happens that there's a bit of a breakthrough on top of my cultivation. Suja also quickly spoke of business and said. After the words fell, even Su Shengyan had some surprises. A breakthrough so soon. He remembered that Suja should not have had much time to set foot in the 6th grade. As a result, there was a breakthrough so soon. This was too astonishing. Usually even a heavenly pride at the 6th grade would take several years. For every minor realm breakthrough, spending a year was considered less. At this moment, Su Shengyan merely thought that Suja had stepped into the middle stage from the early stage of the 6th rank. He didn't even know that Suja had stepped into the mid-6th grade. Although Suja had rescued students from the South Sea Martial Arts University earlier, the strength displayed was relatively amazing. But in itself, Suja was also considered to belong to the ranks of heavenly pride. Su Shengyan didn't find it strange. After all, he hadn't personally been on the front lines of the battlefield. Naturally, he did not know the exact cultivation that Suja had displayed. Good. Although Su Shengyan was surprised, he quickly spoke out in joy. If Suja's strength could be stronger, it would naturally benefit Su Shengyan greatly. He understood that what Suja needed was to feed his moves in actual combat. Nowadays, among the 6th grade martial artists of the Martial University, there were only a few who could match Suja. Even those with slightly higher cultivation levels were difficult to suppress. If they were to fight at full strength, it would be difficult to control the balance. If Suja wanted to find a sparring partner, he could only choose someone of high rank. This then found himself. The two of them immediately went to the martial arts arena, and Suja released his breath without reservation. The peak cultivation of the late 6th grade was revealed. It has actually touched the peak of the 6th grade. This cultivation speed, Su Shengyan could not hide his shock. Suja had actually traveled most of the way to the 6th grade in a short period of time. Talent has a special addition to cultivation. Suja rarely explained. A supernatural ability refreshment would have been considered a special talent. This kind of argument was also valid. Envy swept across Su Shengyan's eyes. The talent of cultivation gain. It has always been the most desirable. I should have thought that Suja belonged to this category. After all, his promotion speed was indeed abnormal. If there was a talent to add to it, it would seem reasonable. During the battle, Suja clearly felt that his foundation was stabilizing. Since then, he had been looking for Su Shengyan to spar every 2 days. The rapid stabilization of the soaring cultivation. Su Shengyan, however, became more and more alarmed by the battle. and Suja's display of combat power was eye-opening. The entire school's 6th grade martial artists are afraid that there is no opponent. At least it could be among the top 100 of the Heaven's Pride ranking. Why don't we go to the Heaven's Pride ranking to compete for a place? Both fight for resources for the school. By the way, certify the status of a medium-grade alchemist. Su Shengyan suddenly proposed. Suddenly, he remembered that Suja had double resources in his hands. Battle power was needless to say, although the alchemist status would only refine purple spirit pills. But the outside world does not know that the assessment only needs to refine an elixir. Getting certified is as easy as a slap in the face. Thinking about this, Su Shengyan's eyes burned. Double resources plus is not trivial. The Grand Xia has tilted resources for both the Heaven's Pride ranking and the Alchemist ranking. The top 100 rankings are stacked with the 6th grade Danmaster status. The total amount of resources or more than ordinary high grade. It was by no means a small amount for the South Sea Martial University. This matter is not urgent. There are still a few months left. Seeing the dean's expression like this, Suja responded helplessly. Since the end of the Martial Arts College entrance examination to return to Wudao University. Counting again near the end of the year. Half a year has passed quietly. Identity certification did not need to be rushed, after all, there was still plenty of time. By the way, that Heavenly Pride Pei Qingyu from Divine Capital Martial University is about to visit the Southern Realm. Su Shengyan suddenly remembered this matter due to the matter of the Heaven's Pride ranking. Suja had previously swept away all of the 6th grade Celestial Pride of the Northern Martial University. Even the elite of the Grand Summer Military Academy was not spared. His reputation was instantly unrivaled. 6th grade first person. There is no enemy under the high grade. Many titles were added. Nowadays, Xia didn't know how many people had become Pei Qingyu's fans. Naturally, there were also those who were not convinced. Many martial arts universities had become his stepping stones. This was difficult for many institutions to accept. No martial arts university was willing to be a backdrop. Pei Qingyu? Suja murmured softly. This time, Nanhai Wudu University is afraid that it will lose face. It's a good thing that many colleges and universities are suffering from the same disease, so it's not that embarrassing. Su Shengyan's tone was filled with helplessness. The gap in strength is really no other way. Even though Suja has recently made rapid progress, it is still difficult to reach. Fortunately, Su Shengyan did not mind. He firmly believed that, in time, Suja will be able to surpass this heavenly pride. At least he had full confidence in Suja. 66. Sweeping across the Southern Realm, the incomparably arrogant heavenly pride, the Divine Capital Martial Arts University's heavenly pride, Pei Qingyu. Always extremely confident. He had planned all his trips long ago. The intention behind this arrangement was obvious. He was certain that he would never fail. No martial arts university's pride had the strength to stop his journey. Previously, he had swept through all the martial arts universities in the north. It had already confirmed the toughness of this heavenly pride. Earlier, Dai Qing, the 6th-ranked heavenly pride of Xinan Martial Dao University, had openly stated that he was not afraid of Pei Qingyu. Dai Qing was equally extraordinary, ranking 5th on the 6th grade Heavenly Pride list, although he wasn't like Pei Qingyu who had set a brilliant record of sweeping the Northern Realm. But with his double iron fists, he had defeated a number of 6th grade experts one after another. He had risen to fame throughout the Southern Realm. Since the opening of the Heaven's Pride ranking, he had met many challengers. No one had been able to shake his ranking so far. This caused Dai Qing to enjoy a great reputation within the Great Summer Kingdom as well. One must know that of the 6 Heaven's Pride rankings, the attention of the 6th grade list was always high. If a 6th grade martial artist could go further, they were truly high-grade existences. Anyone who was able to ascend to the Heaven's Pride ranking was regarded as a high-grade martial artist's potential stock. Each high-grade martial artist can sit on one side. These Heaven's Pride, very likely to become the future mighty peak of the Great Summer. This Heaven's Pride duel. It attracted countless gazes into focus. After all, Dai Qing was currently the person most expected to stop Pei Qingyu in the Southern Realm. In order to create momentum for Pei Qingyu, Shindu Martial Arts University had specially set up an exclusive live broadcast on its official website. All the people of Daxia can watch his battle performance in real time. The images of the previous Heaven's Pride battles are also open for viewing. This move was tantamount to a repeated flogging of the various martial arts universities. Time passed. Suja had left the South Sea battlefield for more than half a month. During this period, he had continuously consolidated his cultivation, and now he was only one step away from the peak of the 6th grade. Naturally, there was no reason to stagnate. Impacting the 7th grade had become the current primary goal. If he could be promoted to the 7th grade, he would officially be among the ranks of high-grade martial artists. At that time, not even the Vault of Heaven would be able to limit its pace. However, the threshold from the 6th to the 7th grade is no easy task. How many heavenly prides have sunk here? Although the 6th grade heavenly pride list powerhouse is generally regarded as a high-grade reserve. But there is no absolute. Suja knows the key to promoting the 7th grade. In the spiritual power of the qualitative change and the resonance of heaven and earth. Compared to chi and blood cultivation, the importance of spiritual power is especially highlighted at this stage. Unfortunately, it has always been difficult to improve spiritual power. Suja did not dwell on it too much. The current priority is to stabilize the peak of the 6th grade. When the realm was complete, then he would attempt to break through. Time to extract new abilities. Suja prepared to start extracting abilities. Even if he didn't rely on the system's abilities, with the 8th grade feedback and the underpinnings of reading into the saints, he would be able to step into the peak of the 6th product in 3 months at most. Therefore, he did not hold much expectation for this extraction, but of course, if he could draw an ability that enhanced his battle power, it would naturally be the icing on the cake. However, he had already drawn 2 consecutive cultivation enhancement abilities. He really didn't dare to hold out hope for this draw. In the end, he chose to cautiously wait and see. After all, a breakthrough required the support of a high-quality ability. Since he had already prepared himself mentally, he was able to face it with a normal mind. As expected, the ability drawn this time did not work on cultivation. And it only had a diamond luster, so it obviously wasn't a high-level ability. Successful extraction. Obtained Total Attribute Enhancement Experience card. Total Attribute Enhancement doubled for 30 days. Even Suja did not expect that this time, it would directly strengthen himself. Although it was a limited time effect, it was very different from the previous ability that simply increased battle power. This time, the increase covered both physical strength and mental strength. Double the attributes brought about by the increase in combat power is by no means a simple superposition. Like 500 pounds colliding with 1500 pounds, it could be called a dimensional blow. Conservatively estimated that the increase in combat power is at least 5 times to start. Although there is a time limit, but it can help Suja adapt to the changes in his body as his strength skyrockets. It was considered a barely acceptable gain. He was psychologically prepared, but did not feel disappointed. Even if there is no system to add support, cultivating step by step to the peak of the 6th grade is also within reach. Just when Suja was practicing, he didn't look for Dean Sushengyan to accompany him for the time being. Heavy news suddenly came from the outside world. Exinen Martial Arts University's Dai Qing was defeated in battle. Pei Qingyu swept away all the 6th grade celestial pride of that school. Next target, Nanhai Martial Arts University. Pei Qingyu let slip that he would let the Nanhai 6th grade martial artists fight en masse. These remarks were arrogant to the extreme, but even the strongest southern realm's Exinen Martial Dao University had fallen. The slightly less powerful Nanhai Martial University really wasn't placed in their eyes. Arrogance had its own capital. Pei Qingyu did indeed possess this kind of strength. At the moment, the senior management of Nanhai Martial Arts University was turning blue. If the regular process of challenging one by one is still acceptable, now this kind of collective response requirement clearly carries the meaning of humiliation. For this reason, the university authorities urgently convened a meeting to gather all the 6th grade martial artists from the university to discuss countermeasures. The meeting was presided over by Vice Principal Tang Guangtu. This 8th grade martial artist who sat at the school looked grave. As for whether or not Dean Su Shengyan was hiding his cultivation, Tang Guangtu was similarly unsure. After all, even he himself had perhaps not revealed his full strength. In addition to the vice principal, the deans, vice deans, and other senior members of each academy were all present. This didn't even include the high-grade martial artists sitting in the South Sea stronghold. Counting up, the number of high-grade martial artists at the South Sea Martial Arts University was indeed considerable. However, all of these strong individuals were the patriarchs who had followed the university in its early days. So far, they had yet to produce any high-grade martial artists that truly belonged to the university. Currently, the most promising seedling was Suja, Therefore, even though Suja had never crossed paths with many of the seniors in the school, the people still threw kind smiles at him. Although Suja was not familiar with these people, the school's senior management had long regarded him as a key cultivator. After all, he was Dean Su Shengyan's beloved. However, the strength and potential that Suja had shown, it was indeed worthy of this expectation. 67. Suja. I've come to suppress the geniuses of the divine capital. Subterranean dragon. This was the unanimous evaluation of Suja by many of the teachers and students of the South Sea Martial Arts University. This was because so far, Suja's cultivation growth had never stagnated. Ever since the awakening of his hidden talent physique, his martial Dao progress had skyrocketed. Although there had been similar cases in the history of martial arts, a situation like Suja's was unprecedented. There had never been any stagnation period in his cultivation advancement trajectory. At this moment, Suja was sitting in the position behind Su Shengyan, quietly waiting for the meeting to begin. Not long after, all the relevant people had arrived. Even those who were unable to attend in person for some reason were participating in the entire meeting via video link. The Divine Capital Martial Arts University has really bullied people too much this time. Tang Guangtu was the first to clap his hands. Pei Qingyu dared to put out the word that he would use his own strength to sweep away all the 6th grade martial artists from our school. This acting principal's tone couldn't hide his anger. Due to the fact that the main principal was in a state of seclusion, the burden of the entire South Sea Martial University now rested on his shoulders. If he really allowed Pei Qingyu to accomplish such a feat, not only would the school lose face, it was even more likely to be nailed to the pillar of shame of the martial arts world forever. They did cross the line. We must not let the 100-year reputation of South Sea Martial Arts University be tarnished. The high-ranking martial artists present chimed in. The entire conference room was filled with the atmosphere of a common enemy. Pei Jingyu's challenge had precisely stepped on the most sensitive nerves of the South Sea Martial University. For Tang Guangtu and Su Shengyan, the founding fathers of the university, this cohesion of their life's work of the school, its significance is far more than those who rely on the generations of the old martial arts schools. Unlike some of the centuries-old schools that have shown signs of decline, the South Sea Martial Arts University has always maintained the purity of its infancy. Strong people here have never had any selfish thoughts. All of them regard the development of the school as the highest criterion. If Pei Qingyu trampled on his dignity in public, it would not only hit the attractiveness of enrollment, more likely to shake the foundation of the school. Even if the sky-high cultivation gold, the top geniuses will be deterred by the reputation of the damaged school. This was the core reason why the school authorities had urgently convened a high-level meeting. If not for the seriousness of the situation, how could these martial arts powerhouses who sat in all directions on weekdays be collectively concerned about the challenge of a mere 6th-ranked martial artist? Even though Pei Qingyu did have the potential to advance to the higher ranks, as long as he had yet to make a true breakthrough, he was ultimately nothing more than a mid-grade martial artist. What's more, this Divine Capital Martial University's heavenly pride had no connection with South Sea Martial University. Although the many high-grade martial artists were filled with anger, they all knew exactly where the key lay. This matter would ultimately have to be dealt with by our school's 6th-grade martial artists. Currently, there were about 26th-grade martial artists on the roster of the South Sea Martial Arts University. It was the first time that even Suja had known that the school had such a sizable reserve of 6th grade. This was also in line with common sense. For the majority of 6th-grade martial artists, the school had long since stopped making mandatory requirements and usually only retained titular positions. These martial artists focused on the cultivation of qi, blood, and spirit fusion all year round, striving to break through to the high-grade realm as soon as possible. After all, compared to dozens of 6th-grade martial artists, the strategic value of a high-grade powerhouse was clearly more important. In the conference room at the moment, the gazes of the high-ranking martial artists were focusing on several senior 6th-grade martial artists. These pinnacle 6th-grade powerhouses were originally in seclusion to impact the bottleneck of the high grade. Now they had to come out of seclusion early in order to deal with an unexpected situation. Pei Qingyu's battle power is truly appalling, the veteran 6th-grade martial artist at the head said in a deep voice. He has already hammered the 6th-grade realm to the extreme, and there are even rumors that he has awakened a special combat physique. There was gravity in his voice, and the remaining few peak 6th-grade martial practitioners also wore difficult expressions. Judging by the image data, This divine capital Heaven's Pride's actual combat performance was nothing short of demonic. Even if they adopted siege tactics, they might not be able to secure a victory. The high-ranking martial artists couldn't help but laugh bitterly at this. Although these veteran 6th ranks had solid realms, they hadn't yet entered the ranks of the Heaven's Pride after all. On the contrary, Pei Qingyu had yet to have a Heavenly Pride force out Suja's special physique. His power was evident. Suja, who was sitting quietly in the corner, did not move on the surface, but inwardly he already had a plan. In terms of cultivation realm, the gap between him and Pei Qingyu was limited. If it came down to actual combat ability, there was indeed an obvious gap between the two sides. However, the time-limited gain ability that he had added to his body at the moment made the situation very different. Under the state of doubling all attributes, regardless of the strength of chi and blood, mental toughness, or power outbursts, they were all destined to crush the opponent. After all, even the most heaven-defying Heavenly Pride couldn't have an increase that was double its own base value. Suja had a clear judgment of his own strength. With the time-limited ability of full attribute enhancement, suppressing Pei Qingyu is not a difficult task. But resorting to external forces was ultimately not lethargic enough. He originally didn't want to fight for victory in this way. After all, victory is not martial. But the current situation can no longer allow concessions. If the South Sea Martial Arts University is trampled on the dignity of the public, it will shake the foundation. If that's the case, then let's do it. As for the sensation caused by this battle, after the storm subsides, it will be a matter of closing the door and settling down. Suja, who had made up his mind, rose with a loud voice that sounded like gold and iron. I'll come to suppress the divine capital Heavenly Pride. The words shocked the 4 seats. The young man who was originally sitting quietly in the corner suddenly became the center of attention. In the previous meeting, this newly promoted Heaven's Pride had always kept a low profile and kept quiet. So much so that most of the executives only recognized him at the level of Su Xingyan's valued potential stock, even though they knew that his strength was not bad. The crowd still subconsciously placed their hopes on a few veteran peak 6th grade martial artists. Su Xingyan's pupils shrunk slightly at this moment. Although he was aware that Suja was burdened with a special physique, he did not expect that the other party would take the initiative to volunteer at this time. After all, this disciple had always had a lack of interest in the Heaven's Pride competition. Previously, he had even deliberately avoided crossing paths with Pei Qingyu. The conference room fell into a short period of dead silence. Several peak 6th grade martial artists had their brows furrowed, and the 7th grade powerhouses also looked hesitant. This silence stung the air until, boom! Mighty pressure swept across the room like a tsunami. The twofold increase in spiritual power blatantly broke through the 6th grade shackles, causing the hairs of the 7th grade powerhouses present to stand on end. Those 6th grade martial artists who had wanted to question were even more like being crushed by a mountain. Their protective chi and blood boiled and trembled uncontrollably. This is a 6th grade. The teacup in the hands of a certain 8th grade elder shattered. Hot tea dripped down his fingers without even realizing it. 68. All eyes on the world. Making history. So powerful. Don't say it's the 6th grade. I'm afraid that one foot has already stepped into the threshold of the 7th grade. The people present were at least at the 6th grade cultivation level. They were naturally able to make an accurate judgment of Suja's state at this moment. Su Shengyan was similarly stunned. He never thought that Suja had hidden himself so deeply. Previously, the other party had never shown this kind of strength when he was practicing with him. A short period of time to have such progress must be hidden strength. Su Shengyan's heart could not help but feel a little resentment. This kid is even hidden from himself. However, on second thought, he was more pleased with Suja's strength breakthrough. Cough. Since that's the case, then Tutor Su will answer the battle. And let Shindu Martial Arts University see the elegance of my South Sea Martial Arts University. Tang Guangtu, who was seated in the main seat, spoke out at the right time, unable to hide the relief in his voice. As far as he was concerned, there was nothing more worthy of rejoicing than witnessing the rise of his juniors. Previously, Su Shangyan repeatedly mentioned Su Zhe's extraordinary talent. However, without witnessing it with his own eyes, it always seemed to be false, but at this moment, seeing is believing. And the scene of many 6th grade strong, in Suja aura suppression has long been silent. This kind of pressure clearly has transcended the ordinary 6 products category. Those who have been immersed in the 6th grade for many years of veteran powerhouses At this moment, the mood is particularly complex. They have been stuck in this realm for many years without gaining an inch. On the contrary, this upstart has only been a few months since breaking through the 6th grade. He had already crossed the threshold of the 7th grade with half a foot. His talent is truly terrifying. Who would have expected that a hidden physique awakening would lead to such a creation? Unconsciously, the crowd had placed Suja in a position higher than themselves. In this high-marked, eel world, strength was ultimately honored, and the strong naturally won more reverence. 2 days later, Pei Qingyu brought all the people of Shindu Wuda to the South China Sea. Although the battle hadn't officially begun, the number of real-time viewers in the live broadcast room had already exceeded 10 million. Can you really sweep the entire South Sea Martial University? Since I dared to put out the word, it must be a sure thing. If it can really come true, it will make history. The pop-ups surged like a tidal wave. Since Pei Qingyu had swept through the northern schools, this rising star had already accumulated a huge number of fans. At this moment, everyone was waiting with bated breath for this match that was destined to go down in history. Many of the people of Daxia have already projected their emotions into this matchup. It is quite a bit of a heavenly destiny. However, the South Sea Martial Arts University did not show any weakness this time, even though it was finally confirmed that only Suja would be the only one to fight. After the meeting, Tang Guangtu and the others personally verified his true strength. With the breakthrough of the special restricted ability, Suja showed a strength that far exceeded that of a regular 6th grade. Although it was not as good as a true 7th grade, it was more than enough to suppress any 6th grade martial artist. After being evaluated by Tang Guangtu and the others, the school administration had full confidence in this duel. However, this vice principal still decided to give Pei Qingyu's team a kick in the pants. At this moment, all the school's martial artists and students were gathered at the school gate. The silent array conveyed intimidation. It must be known that although the Shindu Wushu University has cultivated many strong people, the existence of more than 9 products are not a few. But the South Sea Martial Arts University has its own backbone. Shindu Wuda has made many enemies over the years, and other Wuda has an even larger number of top powerhouses. Not to mention the existence of those who broke through the 9th grade, the vision has long exceeded the institutional dispute. They were concerned with the entire pattern of the Grand Xia. South Sea Martial Arts University dares to face up to the deep underpinnings, but also stems from the geographical advantage of the two schools being miles away from each other. Even if Shindu Wudao University holds a grudge, it is difficult to retaliate across the region. What's more, healthy competition was allowed between martial arts universities, but if they dared to trip up on the defense of the 10,000 races battlefield. Once this matter was exposed, the Divine Capital Martial University would definitely be severely punished by the Grand Xia officials. This was precisely the crux of why many martial universities had previously held back. At the school gate, Suja stood in the crowd with a calm face. For Pei Qingyu, he originally had neither bad nor good feelings. But after this battle, both sides are destined to be difficult. At this time in front of the camera, Pei Qingyu still maintains a calm demeanor. Do not know what is waiting for him. In his eyes, this upstart martial arts university that was founded only 20 years ago, there was simply no way it could produce a decent 6th grade martial artist. As he had made the bold statement of sweeping the South Sea Martial Arts University, he had his own complete certainty. He even previewed the follow-up plan in advance in the live broadcast. After finishing the last leg of the Southern Realm, I'll be moving on to the West Cloud region. He spoke eloquently to the camera. The newly established martial arts university there is still shallow in its roots, and is still taking the approach of challenging the entire school's 6th rank. This early build-up was due to both the fact that the South Sea Martial University was the easiest stop on his journey to the Southern Realm. More so, it stemmed from absolute confidence in intelligence. Early on, he had detected that the school did not have any Heaven's Pride ranked 6th grade that was worth being afraid of. When Pei Qingyu's team arrived at the school gates, what met their eyes was the entirety of the South Sea Martial University, led by Tang Guangtu. This vice-chancellor unabashedly released his spiritual pressure. The vastness of an 8th grade powerhouse pushed straight into the visitors. Although the Shindu Martial University had sent an 8th grade martial artist along to escort them. After all, Pei Qingyu was the face of the university, and the entire live broadcast was a matter of great importance. But in front of this kind of formation, the so-called Heaven's Pride aura instantly dimmed by 3 points. Although the 6th product realm is strong, but if the cult sends high-grade martial artists to intercept and kill is not impossible. After all, Hunting and killing Heaven's Pride has always been their specialty. Although Pei Qingyu had a 6th-rank cultivation, he had yet to truly grow up after all. The 8th-grade martial artist accompanying him lifted his hand and removed most of the pressure, a situation he had already anticipated. Since the Shindu Wushu University put out the wild talk of sweeping the South China Sea, if the other side is still treated with courtesy, it would be counterintuitive. At the moment, the black formation in front of the school gate is the normal reaction. The camera of the live broadcast room swept through the crowd of people waiting, and the pop-up screen analyzed in a variety of words. South China Sea Wushu University. This situation is afraid to hold a big move. Obviously do not want to be single-person suppression of the whole school's 6 products. But I'm still betting on Pei Tianjiao to win. He didn't even get serious when he swept through Northern Martial University before. Besides, the South Sea Martial Arts University can't even squeeze into the top 500 of the Heaven's Pride ranking, even though the South Sea Martial University might have the advantage in terms of the number of 6 products. But facing the imposing Pei Qingyu, the numerical advantage was instantly reduced to nothing. At the moment, this heavenly pride stood hard against the pressure of a full school, although the main rely on the side of the 8th-grade martial artists to share the pressure. But just this, in the spirit of pressure under the calm, has sufficient proof of its extraordinary qualifications. 69. Starting the fight. Yi Linger's shock. Shindu Martial Arts University. Pei Qingyu. Come to challenge all the 6th-grade martial artists of the South Sea Martial Arts University. Regardless of whether or not it's a heavenly pride. Pei Qingyu stepped forward and proclaimed in a deep voice. Waves of sound swept across the entire campus like thunder. This declaration could be described as domineering. At least in the eyes of the millions of viewers in the live broadcast, he did have the power to swallow mountains and rivers at this moment. After all, this was an all-out challenge to all 6th-grade martial artists in the entire martial arts university. The attention instantly soared. The entire Southern Realm region was even more so. This was tantamount to openly defying the dignity of the South Realm martial arts community. The local audience naturally chose to support the South Sea Martial Dao University. At this moment, Suja, who was hidden behind the array of high-grade martial artists, finally moved. South Sea Martial Arts University. Suja wants to challenge the 6th-grade martial artist of this school. Pass me first. Suja's cold voice suddenly rang out. Naturally, there was no need to be polite in the face of a kicker. The moment he stepped forward, the live broadcast pop-up screen immediately exploded in waves. Who is Suja? I've never even heard of him. How dare he play the lead? The Heaven's remarkable list doesn't have this person. I'm afraid it's not a person who doesn't know what he's doing. The vast majority of the Daxia audience was indeed unfamiliar with this name, even if there were occasional people from the Southern Realm who tried to explain it in the pop-ups. But in the face of a group of 10 million real-time watching martial artists, the sporadic pop-ups were instantly drowned out. It was worth noting that at this time, the main audience in the live broadcast room was precisely the group of martial artists. Ordinary people are either running around for their livelihood or feel that the martial arts pride competition is too distant. But the martial artists were more enthusiastic when they had time to spare, so they naturally kept a close eye on this pinnacle showdown that concerned the honor of the martial arts world. South Sea Base. Shen Qingyan naturally knew about this divine capital martial arts university's pride. After all, that was recognized as the #1 martial arts academy in Grand Xia. Previously, she had watched videos of Pei Qingyu's battles. Not to mention that this time, she could never be absent from the battle of the 6th grade involving the South Sea Martial Dao University. As a family member of the school, this moment, however, caused her pupils to suddenly shrink. The one who had suddenly appeared in front of the camera was actually her husband, Suja. This was clearly a stance to answer the battle. Shen Qingyan froze. Her knowledge of her husband's strength was still at the 5th grade stage. It wasn't that Suja was deliberately concealing the changes in his cultivation. Rather, his realm had a leaping breakthrough every 2 or 3 months. This was coupled with an unwillingness to put too much pressure on his wife. In fact, as Suja's strength and status climbed, Shen Qingyan's anxiety increased with each passing day. From the intensity of her near-desperate cultivation can be seen. In the past, she would never have pushed herself so hard. At this moment, witnessing her husband appear in the ring, her shock could be imagined. 6th grade now? This thought was replaced by worry just after it flashed by. Even if her husband advanced to the 6th grade, facing Pei Qingyu, the divine capital's heavenly pride who had swept across the northern realm. How many chances of victory could he have? There were few who recognized Suja within the South Sea base. Isn't this the former governor? Almost forgot. The governor was originally from the South Sea Martial University. But he was able to block Pei Qingyu? The many comments echoed Shen Qingyan's concerns. After all, this governor was still a 5th rank a few months ago, and even if he was promoted to a 6th rank, it was still a short period of time. On the contrary, Pei Qingyu had long since stepped on the defeats of countless 6th rank heavenly princes to reach the peak. Thousands of miles away in the divine capital, another gaze was watching this duel. Yi Linger, the rising star of martial arts who had gone on a tour to the southern realm, ended her seclusion and casually clicked on the live broadcast page. The resources she had accumulated in the southern realm had helped her improve a lot. Although she had yet to be ranked on the Heavens Remarks list, she was quite confident in her own potential. The Pei Qingyu in the screen was not unfamiliar to her. When she was studying in the Divine Capital, her academy had frequent exchanges with the Divine Capital Martial Arts University. Naturally, she was aware of the weight of this Divine Capital's first pride. After witnessing Pei Qingyu's sweep of the northern schools, she had even thought that this person would be the strongest heavenly pride under the Great Xia High Grade. However, the figure of the South Sea Martial University candidate caused her fingertips to pause. Suja? Memories from when she was touring the southern realm came tumbling back. The man that had briefly interested her had ceased to be of concern since she had returned to the Divine Capital. In her opinion, martial artists who were isolated in the South Sea ultimately had a limited pattern. Even if they were temporarily ahead, they were destined to be surpassed. At this moment, this name that should have faded from memory, it actually appeared in a duel that was enough to shake the Grand Xia martial arts world. He advanced to the 6th rank? Yi Linger murmured as her fingertips lightly trembled. She clearly remembered that during the tour of the southern realm, that person had displayed a cultivation level of no more than 4th rank. Now, he had actually reached the 6th rank. This year's closed-door cultivation by herself was a remarkable progress. But compared to this person's breakthrough speed, above the ring, Suja did not notice the many eyes in the dark. He and Pei Qingyu stood opposite each other, and under his feet was the martial arts field that the South Sea Martial Arts University had purposely set up at the school gate. The school authorities did not even let the Divine Capital envoy step half a step into the school gates. This hardiness made the onlookers secretly happy. After all, if one's own pride was being belittled like this, anyone would have to hold their anger. I don't know what you're relying on. Pei Qingyu looked askance with his hands in the air. This courage to face me directly is commendable. He really hadn't paid attention to Suja's details. The original plan was to sweep all the 6th ranks of the South Sea Martial Arts University. At this moment, seeing that the other party had only sent one person to face the battle, he only thought that it was just a walk in the park. Battle! Suja was simply too lazy to speak nonsense. The half-step super-grade pressure under the time-limited elevated state exploded. The entire ring even trembled slightly in the airwaves. Pei Qingyu's calm demeanor instantly solidified. The mountainous oppression caused the bones around him to clatter. The 8th-grade powerhouse who had come to protect the Tao even had his pupils shrinking. As the main bearer of the pressure, this celestial pride's breathing had become difficult at the moment. Where was the arrogant demeanor of the previous moment? Not good. Cold sweat oozed from the back of the 8th-grade protector. The Divine Capital Martial University had invested huge resources into this campaign. Pei Qingyu had even broken 17 top martial arts academies in the north. If he were to falter in this second-tier academy in the South Sea, Pei Qingyu in the ring clenched his teeth, his knuckles already clenched white. How could he have never imagined that this opponent who had never been in the Heavens Pride ranking, it was actually hiding such a terrifying underbelly. 70. Storming the heavenly pride, crushing momentum. It was different from what was originally imagined, so naturally it was inevitable to panic. Suja's own aura was still climbing. Due to the excessive increase in strength in a short period of time, it resulted in a significant lack of control over his own power. It was only after this period of time of grinding that the control gradually rebounded. At this moment, his strength finally fully exploded. Pei Qingyu was actually too shocked by the pressure to move. Why is his breath still elevated? Pei Qingyu's heart churned with horror. At this moment, he couldn't even muster the courage to make a move. This bizarre confrontation confused the live broadcast audience. Why did you stop? Pei Tianjiao had previously swept through the schools without showing any mercy. Why is it so abnormal in front of the South Sea Martial Arts University? The pop-up wave surged, and countless questions spilled out. The crowd didn't know that there was an invisible contest going on at the scene. The pressure Pei Qingyu was under at the moment had completely suppressed him, although breath was not an absolute standard of combat power, such a disparity. Victory or defeat has long been self-evident. Pei Qingyu's mind was on the verge of collapse. He boasted that he had never met an enemy within the 6th grade, but he didn't expect to meet this demon. Unbeknownst to him, Suja was already special. If it wasn't for the time limit increasability, Suja wouldn't have been able to win against this divine capital pride. After all, he had only been promoted to the 6th grade for a short period of time. However, Suja was never discouraged. Compared to the ultimate battle power, he was more focused on realm advancement. All of those talents that could increase his battle power were turned into cultivation feed for him. Survival instincts forged through life and death training made him realize that cultivation was the foundation. When the exchange of qi reached its peak, Pei Qingyu finally couldn't hold back. He took the lead. The weapon he used was an exquisite long sword. This sword was absolutely extraordinary. Sword intent was as easy to use for Pei Qingyu as it was for him. This divine capital pride wasn't just a name. Unfortunately, he was facing Suja in his full attribute increase state. Mad God Sword Technique. Suja directly offered a killing move, crushing with absolute strength. With the dual advantages of qi and blood and spiritual power, any techniques were superfluous. He was more interested in witnessing the scene of the fall of a heavenly pride. Boom! Explosive sounds shook the entire arena. As the aura storm swept through, the high-grade martial artists of the South Sea Martial University made timely moves to lock the aftermath within the ring. The many low-ranked martial artists in the scene were simply incapable of withstanding this level of impact. After the initial exchange, Suja did not move a muscle. Pei Qingyu, however, retreated 7 steps in a row, his robes in disarray. The high-grade martial artists had expected this. The South Sea Martial University gentlemen were even secretly relieved. Although they knew that Suja had reached the 6th grade extreme realm, seeing was believing. The teachers and students watching the battle were in shock. The South Sea Martial Arts University crowd was originally not optimistic about this battle. They were even doubly apprehensive when they found out that the combatant was a tutor who had just been promoted to the 6th grade. Who would have thought that this newcomer would be able to force out the undefeated divine capital heaven's pride? The pop-ups in the live broadcast instantly exploded. The martial arts viewers quickly noticed the abnormality. Pei Qingyu was actually in a disadvantageous position the entire time. This can't be possible. Countless people refused to accept this fact. How could that divine capital heaven's pride, who swept through the 8 directions, be suppressed by a nameless person? It must be that Pei Tianjiao has not yet developed his strength. The spectators comforted themselves. After all, this heaven's pride had been famous in the world since his martial enlightenment, and his battles had been memorable in the annals of history. However, the battle situation continued to subvert perceptions. Suja's blade was like the sea, suppressing the entire field with absolute power. Boom! 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 In the continuous collision, Pei Qingyu finally recognized reality. The opponent was crushing himself in the full dimensions of speed, strength, and spiritual power. All chances of defeating the strong with the weak were completely blocked. When Suja stopped hiding his strength, this divine capital heavenly pride couldn't even find a chance to catch his breath. From unbelievable to deathly silence, it only took 30 seconds for the spectators to go from unbelievable to deathly silence. The super heavenly pride that had swept across the Grand Xia was completely suppressed by the mysterious powerhouse. The South Sea Martial University high grades looked at each other in disbelief. Although they were expecting victory, they hadn't expected such a devastating crush. The South Sea Martial University is going to be famous. The crowd couldn't hide their excitement. The half-year of Shindu Wudon's overwhelming momentum had been transformed into Nanhai Wudon's graft at this moment. The 8th-ranked martial artist accompanying Pei Qingyu's escort had a face as heavy as water. He knew exactly what this fiasco meant. However, he didn't even have a chance to secretly intervene. The South Sea Martial University powerhouses were leering. The live broadcast audience was still struggling to accept reality. Those who had fantasized about Pei Qingyu sweeping across the South Sea Martial University were collectively losing their words at this moment. also envisioned the disadvantage of being in a bitter battle due to rounds of combat, but never imagined that Pei Qingyu would be crushed in a one-on-one duel. Countless people had difficulty accepting this result. More people turned their attention to Suja, who had come out of nowhere. 71. Winning. The parties reacted. Suja. Who is this person? I've actually never heard of this character before. Now that he came out of nowhere, he directly suppressed this heavenly pride. After all, this was an unrivaled existence within the 6th grade. Such a character was previously unknown. He hadn't even appeared on the 6th grade Heaven's Pride ranking. This makes many people feel puzzled. Just now want to explore Suja's origin is not easy. One still needed to wait for this duel to come to an end. In the ring, Pei Qingyu was finally unable to hold back after being suppressed for a long time. He secretly activated his secret technique, and his aura around him surged steeply. Suja had expected this. These days, he had also come across many secret techniques that briefly increased his combat power. The South Sea Martial Arts University had a deep heritage. There was no lack of extreme forbidden techniques that used the burning of life in exchange for battle power. After all, Pei Qingyu had come from the divine capital Martial Arts University, and the 500 years of heritage could not be underestimated. Unfortunately, even as his battle power climbed, his control of power became more and more stagnant. After all, secret arts were not like Suja's special increase. The latter can always maintain peak strength without side effects. At this moment, Pei Qingyu looked like he was as strong as a rainbow, but in reality, he was already at the end of his rope. Suja didn't even give his opponent a chance to get close enough to tangle with him. Boom! Accompanied by an explosive sound that resounded throughout the arena. Lines of blood spilled from the corners of Pei Qingyu's mouth. The dark injuries that had accumulated in his body were finally unable to be suppressed. Seeing this situation, whether it was the on-site spectators or the live broadcast audience, all have decided that Pei Qingyu can't make it back to heaven. On the contrary, Suja remained calm and collected. Under the special increase, the strength of his physical body also gained a qualitative change. It was difficult to hurt the slightest bit of ordinary power shock. However, Suja did not take advantage of the momentum to pursue. At this moment, Pei Qingyu had reached the limit of his strength. Secret method backlash superimposed on old injuries recurred. If he continued to fight, he was afraid that the foundation of his martial arts would be shaken. Even if he lost this battle, Pei Qingyu was still the world's top heavenly pride. Breaking through the high-grade realm is only a matter of time. In the future, it would not be a false hope to reach the top of the 9th rank. After all, this is only an ordinary competition. Although the public is watching, it is not a fight to the death. The key now is whether Pei Qingyu can stay awake. Suja also found it difficult to judge his opponent's state at the moment. He seems to have been stimulated by his defeat to the point where he's gone a little crazy. Obviously hasn't tasted defeat, Suja thought darkly. Previously, he had understood the other party's experience. It was indeed the script of a proud son of heaven. That kind of jealousy-inducing demonic template. In his former self, he was afraid that he would also be sour. After all, his early martial path could be described as thorny. Fortunately, Pei Qingyu was more sober than expected. In the midst of madness, there is still a point of clarity. After a few struggles, Pei Qingyu finally spoke hoarsely. I've lost. This northern heavenly pride lowered his head, his voice hoarse. At this moment, he was still in a trance. He had swept across the northern realm without a single defeat. How could he fall in this nameless place in the South Sea? However, he understood that resisting would only lead to a loss of honor. Suja's strength had already reached the 6th grade extreme. Having already admitted defeat, Pei Qingyu was unwilling to stay for a moment. When he turned to leave the field, he stumbled half a step, but he straightened his spine. Even his injuries were forced down, unwilling to be revealed. This much-anticipated duel ended like this, surprising everyone. But those who witnessed the entire battle had to admit, Suja, who came out of nowhere, really crushed the entire field. When the sound of admitting defeat rang out, the South Sea Martial Arts University campus erupted into a mountainous roar. We held on. Tutor Suja is invincible. Painful. The students were filled with red faces. Previously, they had only hoped that our school's 6th-ranked martial artist wouldn't lose too badly. Who would have expected to raise their eyebrows like this? It was almost as if they had slapped Divine Capital Martial University in the face in front of the entire alliance. Even Tang Guangtu and other high-grade powerhouses couldn't hide their smiles. The live broadcast signal had cut off at some point. The divine capital Martial University's entourage was clearly unwilling to continue losing face. Pei Qingyu, really defeated. Countless viewers fell into dead silence in the black-screened live broadcast room. A short 12-minute duel. From looking out of the corner of the eye to admitting defeat in distress. This turn of events caught too many people off guard. Especially Pei Qingyu's fans, who were still having trouble accepting reality. Those who know Suja's background even more feel like a dream. Nanhai Base. Most of the people at the base were in favor of Suja, not only because of his origins in the South Sea, but also because of his past contributions to the base. Even with the change of governor, Suja's weight in the hearts of the people remained undiminished. Winning. Cheers exploded everywhere in the base. No one had expected this one to have such battle prowess. Especially Li Chenggang, Zhao Hongchuan, and the others who had worked with Suja. This rate of refinement is too appalling. They murmured as they looked up at the live broadcast screen. The Grand Duke Su of a few months ago was by no means this strong. Now the difference was like a heavenly rift. The crowd became more and more certain in their hearts. It was imperative to firmly climb this giant pillar of the heavens. After all, Suja's closest relative was still at the base. This bond is the perfect opportunity. As for the rumors of relocation, at least at the moment there is no sign, although the South China Sea is full of danger. But Suja has the intention of sharpening his daughter's mind. He would rather the child grow slower. He would rather the child grow slower. He also wants to make the foundation of martial arts solid. Shen Qingyan is still unaware of the wave of goodwill that is about to come. At the moment, she was still immersed in the duel. Her own husband actually suppressed the popular pride of heaven throughout the entire match. In the past, if someone had said that Suja could beat Pei Qingyu, she would have thought it was a fool's errand. At the moment, she felt that the person next to her pillow added a little bit of mystery. God's capital. Really won? Yilinger stared at the battle report in a daze. Pei Qingyu's ashen appearance had never been seen before. She couldn't find a suitable description for a moment. The vague figure in her memory was becoming clearer and clearer. At this moment, the war reports were spreading at viral speed. Everyone who saw the news couldn't help but have their pupils quake. 72. Can't hide it. Fame moved the great Xia, Shindu Martial Arts University. Tao Wei was a junior martial arts department student at the university. Back then, he had entered Divine Capital Martial Arts University as an ordinary base scholar. But it wasn't until he stepped through the school gates that he truly understood. Although he was considered a heavenly pride, he was still inferior to those demons. In the days of Divine Capital Martial University, he actually felt the gap. All of his peers around him were no match for him. The only way to keep up was to train hard. His greatest admirer was the legendary senior Pei Qingyu. This heavenly pride had shown himself to be the crushing force when he first entered the school. The best of his class paled in comparison to him. He had always paid attention to his senior's journey to challenge the 6th grade heavenly pride of the various schools. Although due to schoolwork, he was unable to follow the entire live broadcast. But he had full confidence in this senior. Senior Pei, defeated? How is this possible? His fingers trembled when he received the news. Today was not April Fool's Day. Those similar to Tao Wei who lost their minds like this were by no means a minority in the Divine Capital Martial Arts University. The entire school was convinced that Pei Qingyu would continue the myth. Who would have expected that it would be halted in the South China Sea? In addition to the Divine Capital Martial Arts University, all the martial arts colleges were informed of the battle in the first instance, regardless of whether they had been swept or had yet to be challenged. At this moment, they were all keeping a close eye on the developments. Pei Qingyu really did lose. Let's see if he still has the face to continue touring. Who would have thought he'd be planted in that second-tier martial arts university in the South China Sea? What is that, Suja? The South China Sea hides deep enough, ah. The rest of the Wu Da's words were more or less tinged with gloating. After all, God's capital martial university had previously been too vocal. When Pei Qingyu swept across the schools in the north. Early on, Shindu Wuda was placed in opposition to all the schools. Most of the teachers and students of the institutions did not have a favorable opinion of them. But this result is still unexpected. All the schools were cognizant of Pei Qingyu's strength. Even if it was expected that it might be blocked. Also thought that it would be in the top Wuhan University overturned. I didn't expect to lose in the South China Sea. With the operation of the intelligence network of each school, this matter spread like wildfire throughout the Grand Xia. The gods' capital Martial University's heavenly pride, Pei Qingyu, lost? Still defeated in the hands of the unheard of Wu University. The head-to-head matchup was suppressed in its entirety. The people of Daxia were equally stunned by this dark horse. Previously, countless people favored it to create a sweeping legend. As the events continued to fester, new questions surfaced. Who is Suja? This became the center of hot discussion in the Grand Xia martial artist circle. Previously, information about this person was nearly blank. It was rather like coming out of nowhere. The entire Grand Xia was unfamiliar with this name. Not only were ordinary martial artists curious, even high-grade powerhouses were excited. The reason was obvious. Even many high-grade powerhouses recognized Pei Qingyu's potential. Now there was an even better Suja. His talent and potential were naturally worth investigating. All the forces were digging deep into Suja's growth trajectory. In fact, his early experiences were not complicated. Anyone with a little bit of knowledge could find out the basic information. For the intelligence networks of the various martial arts universities, it was even less difficult. The South Sea Martial Arts University itself had never expected this. They had not expected Suja to rise so quickly. After all, 3rd and 4th grade martial artists were not rare at this age. The school naturally did not make special confidential treatment. By the time Suja broke through the 6th grade and wanted to block the news, it was too late. Still a 2nd grade martial artist at the age of 28. Broke through 4 realms in a row in 2 years after awakening his talent. Now he's even suppressing Pei Qingyu with a 6th rank cultivation? The martial artists flipping through the files collectively lost their voices. There was a heavenly chasm between the 2nd and 6th grade. How many people had spent their entire lives without being able to cross it? Yet this person completed a 4-realm breakthrough within 700 days. What's even more terrifying is that he has always crushed his peers. The fact that he had suppressed Pei Qingyu was proof of this. What kind of awakening talent is this? It's rare for a hidden awakened person to walk out on the path of heaven's pride. It seems that even a high grade can't stop this person. Sounds of amazement rose everywhere. However, most people knew very little about hidden awakening. They could only refer to historical cases for comparison. Although Suja appeared to be a demon, he was not beyond the realm of cognition. Not to mention that he had not yet reached the realm of high quality. It must be known that a high-grade breakthrough is far from being comparable to a mid-grade breakthrough. Currently, marveling was marveling, but not so much as to trigger an overreaction. But this resume is already legendary enough. The most surprising thing was, Suja was not a traditional pride like Pei Qingyu. Rather, he rose against the odds from the humble beginnings. He even carried out Godao cultivation to the extreme. Countless ordinary martial artists saw their own reflection in him. The only difference was that at the age of 28, Suja's hidden talent awakened. All the way to the top. Not only did he break through to the 6th grade realm, but he also decapitated the god's capital martial grand pride Pei Qingyu. Since then, he has become famous in Xia. This is the legendary path of Suja. Who would have guessed that this nameless person would become known throughout the world? However, half of this fame should be given to Pei Qingyu. If not for the latter's previous sweep of the schools to save enough prestige, how would Suja have achieved his fame today? With the rise of Suja, Nanhai University also gained a lot of attention. This college was rarely mentioned before. Now, in the eyes of the world, has been plated with a layer of mysterious halo. Maybe it's not a bad idea to enroll in this Wudong University. There is a strong man in the town, and there is also a heavenly pride of the world. Although it is not as good as the top schools, but it is still a name to be reckoned with. For those candidates with mediocre qualifications, the South Sea Martial Arts University has just become the newest choice, compared to the hustle and bustle of the outside world. At this moment, Suja is holding a fishing rod sitting alone by the water. Naturally, it is not an ordinary fishing. Rather, it is the precise control of the fishing line with the spirit of chi and blood. This was a special cultivation that refined the state of mind and control. The time-limited ability led to a serious decline in his control. When he fought Pei Qingyu earlier, he could have fought a quick battle. Instead, he had deliberately prolonged the battle in order to hone his power. At the moment, he was reviewing the details of that day while quenching his control power. Su Kid is quite calm. That Pei clan kid's moral heart was almost crushed by you. and he fled back to the divine capital in the night. Su Shengyan appeared at the lakeside at an unknown time. The shocking waves in the outside world caused by Suja. In his case, it was as if it was just a fresh breeze blowing on his face. This calmness is even better than many high-grade martial artists. Su Shengyan had no doubt about his future achievements, even though there were people who sang the praises of his high-grade advancement. But even if he slowed down, he would definitely be able to surpass them later. Pei Qingyu does owe some sharpening. If he can break down and then stand up, he may not be unable to rise even higher. Suja calmly responded. He still had respect for this opponent. If it wasn't for his special ability, the winner would be unknown. Pei Qingyu's natural talent was truly stunning. The school authorities received news that he has closed his eyes to death. If he breaks through his heart's demons, he may be able to advance to a high grade in 3 to 5 years. Su Shengyan stroked his beard and nodded. As a high-grade powerhouse, his judgment had always been accurate. If he could reach the high grade before the age of 40, it would not be a falsehood to ask for the top of the 9th grade. If you can step into a high grade before the age of 40, you will be able to reach the top of the 9th grade, and it will not be a falsehood. Back then, he was 40 years old when he broke through the high-grade realm. These two young men in front of me might be able to set a new record. The youngest high-grade record holder in Daxia broke the record at the age of 25. Today, he is already at the top of the world. Although it is difficult to break these myths, the closer the person is, the greater the potential. Although Suja had caused waves, he hadn't set off any shockwaves. It is only because there have been so many evils in the history of martial arts. In comparison, his growth trajectory was still conventional. I would also like to thank the school for covering up the family information. Suja suddenly changed the topic. Early on, he knew that it would be difficult for him to escape exposure, only to ask the school to secretly protect their relatives. This matter is quite difficult. After all, the South China Sea base knows a lot of people. The school not only tampered with the electronic files, they're also laying multiple smokes in the court of public opinion. Although helpless but necessary, the path of martial arts is so dangerous that there is no room for negligence. 73. Peak of 6th grade. Shin Qingyan was happily troubled. Suja himself is either at the South Sea Martial University or at the South Sea battlefield. It's not that I'm afraid of the cultist martial artists attacking me, but my family's safety and security is a soft underbelly. It is necessary to construct a line of defense in advance against those rats in the gutter. Facts have proved that this move is extremely skillful. As evidenced by online public opinion, his past has been raked over the coals. If it were not for the school's secret mediation, Su's mother's situation would be worrying. This is the school's job. Su Shengyan waved his hand without a care in the world. Protecting the families of Heaven's Pride and high-grade martial artists was the duty of the university. If even the safety of their families could not be guaranteed, how could martial artists cultivate with peace of mind? Especially after Suja had shown his horrifying combat strength, the university had raised the security level to the highest. The university even raised the security level to the highest. There would be no room for error. The topic soon turned to the enrollment layout. Su Shengyan revealed that the school wanted to take advantage of the situation to expand enrollment. After all, the martial arts college entrance examination season is approaching. The siphon effect brought about by the Tianjiao list is intensifying. All schools are frantically competing for quality students. Strong cultivation and list competition are both essentially battles for talent. As for the Heaven's Pride level students, South Sea Martial Arts University does not dare to ask for it. After all, the gap in heritage was there. Unless you discover a hidden awakened person like Suja, maybe there is still a possibility of breaking the situation. But this kind of thing is more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. Hidden talent simply could not be screened through conventional testing. I'm going to go into seclusion for a period of time. Suja synchronized his planning. According to common sense, the Heaven's Pride should be striking while the iron is hot to make a name for himself at this moment. Instead, he chose to retreat. Su Shengyan thought deeply about this. A big tree attracts the wind is not a good thing, not to mention that the South Sea Martial Arts University is not compared to the Divine Capital Martial Arts University. They have 500 years of heritage to back them up. It's time for the Shindu side to make a move. At least shift the focus of public opinion. Suja couldn't wait for the Divine Capital Martial Arts University to help cool things down. By common sense, the other side would not want this matter to continue to fester. The most effective way to shift the hotspot. It was always to create a bigger explosion. As expected, 7 days later, the Divine Capital Martial University made a bold move. When that news detonated the Great Summer, a certain peak 9th grade powerhouse publicly announced that he was impacting the realm above the 9th grade. The heavenly pride has not yet grown up after all. Impacting a powerhouse above the 9th grade is only powerful enough. Intriguingly, this martial artist happened to be a Divine Capital Martial University alumnus. The so-called impact timing is just a matter of his words. Suja shook his head and laughed lightly. This move of Divine Capital Martial University was indeed brilliant. However, it was long before he expected it. This moment was by no means the time to make a name for himself. Fame was often accompanied by dark currents. Not to mention that the time limit increase was about to expire. At that time, he would only be an ordinary 6th grade heavenly pride. If someone takes the opportunity to challenge for the top spot, the situation would be very passive. Therefore, before his ability expired, he decisively chose to go into seclusion. It was customary to extract a new ability before closing down. Unfortunately, this time it was only a golden glow. Manual Dexterity Experience Card. Greatly improves hand-cerebral coordination, limited to 30 days. This ability is more oriented towards the field of craftsmanship. It had a limited boost to martial arts cultivation. Lately, my hand luck has been worse. Suja rubbed the face of the card and muttered to himself. However, he was only one step away from the peak of the 6th grade. There was no harm in drawing anything. The more one desires a talent that fits the martial arts path, the more you desire to fit in with the talent of the martial arts, the more you tend to draw some strange and weird things. After the news of the retreat spread, there was still a steady stream of people coming to the door. Not all of them are challengers. Dai Qing from Xinan Martial Arts University came here for the debate. This pride who had lost to Pei Qingyu. He knew the terror of the Divine Capital's pride better than anyone. He was especially shocked by Suja's battle results. Unfortunately, the reply given by the South Sea Martial Arts University was always the same. Suja had closed down for death. Pei Qingyu and this newly promoted leader of the list are both in seclusion. I'm afraid they're both impacting the 7th rank threshold. Dai Qing looked at the Martial Arts Association announcement and speculated. The terrifying battle power displayed by the two men. It made him mistakenly think that they were both at the peak of the 6th rank. He wasn't the only one with this misunderstanding. The entire Daxia martial arts world had all decided this way. Only Suja himself was clear. He was still far from the true peak of the 6th grade. As time passed, under the deliberate suppression of public opinion by the Divine Capital Martial Arts University, the heat of the Battle of Heaven's Pride was finally minimized. However, the Grand Xia Martial Arts Circle had not yet forgotten. South Sea Martial Arts University hid a demonic pride. Who would have thought that this second-tier martial arts school would have such a card? In the following months, the overall wind and waves in Daxia was calm. Only the South China Sea base is surging. Shin Qingyan was experiencing sweet troubles. Teacher Shin, my child wants to transfer into the class you lead. Be sure to accept this token of appreciation. Just think of it as buying cultivation resources for the children. People with clear eyes could see through it. It was only a matter of time before Suja was promoted to a high grade. There were only a handful of middle-grade martial artists in the entire South Sea base. Not to mention the high-grade martial artist that was about to be born. If one could climb into this relationship, the benefits would be incalculable. Parents vying for transfer places almost broke the threshold. Nanhai No. 3 Middle School unexpectedly became a hot door for school choice. Nanhai Wushu University had not yet reaped the dividends of Heaven's Pride. This middle school has been the first to eat the dividends of the times. However, Shin Qingyan did not take it all in. All transfer students need to pass the qualification test. It can be predicted that this year, the school's martial arts college entrance examination results will be bright. 74. 7 pints is too hard. In the twinkling of an eye, the new year arrived. At the same time, as time passed, Suja finally stepped into the peak of the 6th product. It was a full month earlier than the original 3-month deadline. He speculated that it was due to the addition of Qi. This time, his fame had caused his fortune to skyrocket. After his luck climbed, his cultivation became smoother and smoother. Although he had made a breakthrough, Suja had no intention of leaving the gate. Previously, he had already polished his strength control to perfection. The battle power of the peak of the 6th grade was far less than that of the period of full attribute increase. Therefore, the realm after the breakthrough was as light as a feather to him. Even the step of stabilizing the realm was dispensed with. It's time to consider impacting the seventh product. Suja secretly pondered. Although he had previously envisioned it, he had never implemented it due to his lack of cultivation. The main energy was spent on studying the high-grade breakthrough handbook. The seventh grade needs to connect heaven and earth with spiritual power. According to the book, it is necessary to make the spiritual fluctuations match the rhythm of heaven and earth. Some people have instantaneous epiphanies, while others have a hard time finding their way through. It all depends on the individual. In addition to their own accumulation, the university also gives abundant resources to support them. It is both a reward for its reputation. Also, because of the South China Sea Wushu University executives see its potential. The investment is much stronger than before. Today, his wealth is once again abundant. All kinds of spirit stone resources are valued at more than 200 million. 2 years ago, his entire savings were only 100,000 spirit stones. At that time, he still needed to scrimp and save. Unlike now, he was considered to be in the affluent class of 6th grade martial artists. But the martial path was insatiable. Extract ability. The ability carousel spun rapidly. Suja held his breath. No matter what the outcome was, he had prepared for it. A 4-colored haze erupted as the carousel came to a sudden stop. Heart of Flame experience card. Obtain top-level fire affinity for a limited time of 30 days. This unexpected delight caused Suja's eyes to light up. It was actually directly granting a Heaven's Pride level elemental talent. Most martial artists cultivate with a 5 elemental bias. If a certain elemental affinity is outstanding, cultivating the corresponding technique will be twice as effective. Of course, this is not the case for everyone. Many more martial artists had mediocre elemental affinities. Although these people were able to cultivate various techniques, it was difficult for them to gain additional benefits. Suja had been in this category before. There is no elemental bias. This type of person accounted for the vast majority of people in Granxia. Even if there was occasionally a slight bias, the efficiency of cultivation was limited. Only those with a significant degree of affinity had an advantage. The ability that he had drawn this time was a timely rain for Suja. He majored in the fire technique, Blazing Yang technique. When he first chose this technique, it was because of its explosive properties. The sword technique he practiced, the 8 chopping blades of the Mad God, also required a fire-type enhancement. With the support of the Heart of Flame, at the moment, his fire talent was comparable to that of a top-tier heavenly pride. Although he had reached the peak of the 6th grade, cultivation hadn't stagnated. Whether it's polishing his battle techniques or strengthening his foundation, he can improve. However, this talent alone is still not enough to impact the 7th grade. After all, it is not enough to accumulate the foundation. Breaking the 7th grade is like a fish leaping through the dragon gate. It's not something that can be accomplished with talent alone. The Great Summer and Suja's generation of pride. There is no lack of elemental affinity outstanding sirens. There are many who are still stuck at the peak of the 6th grade. For example, that Pei Qingyu. He has been stuck at the peak of the 6th grade for nearly 2 years. No sign of a breakthrough has been seen so far. He challenged the pride of the schools. In addition to making a name for the Divine Capital Martial Arts University, the deeper purpose is to gather the luck of the 6th grade. He wants to use the momentum of invincibility to impact the 7th grade. Even if he fails, he will still be able to explore the mystery of breaking through the realm. I didn't expect to be halted in the South Sea Martial Arts University. Can be said to be a failure. Suja and its beam is not trivial, although not to life and death enemy, but also into the martial arts road heart knot. From this, it can be seen that the 7th grade is how difficult it is. Most peak 6th grade martial artists need to make multiple attempts to hit the bottleneck before they can hope to break through. Forcing a breakthrough was extremely risky, and the slightest mishap would result in a backlash. Suja was not in a hurry to accomplish anything in the past month or so. He was still polishing his battle skills to solidify his foundation. In his spare time, he studied the high-quality breakthrough handbook. He didn't rush into the 7th grade. He knows that his accumulation is still shallow. If he fails to forcibly break through the realm, he will need a few months to heal his injuries. He is in possession of such a strange thing as the ability carousel. He preferred to wait for the water to flow. He will break through again when he has sufficient reserves. If he fails to take the risk and delays for several months, during that time he missed the chance to win the monthly lottery. The cost is incalculable. Time passes quietly. Suja never attempted to break the boundary. He was still repeatedly refining his cultivation. Unfortunately, he had already reached the peak of the 6th grade, and his rate of refinement had slowed down significantly. The talent of the Heart of Flames was really a waste. If he had obtained this ability earlier, it could have helped him climb to the top faster. However, it was drawn during the bottleneck period. In the end, it was not able to help him break through the realm. Just as Suja was thinking hard about a way to break the situation, the new martial arts college entrance exam is on schedule. The South China Sea base continues last year's special training mode. Governor Yan Zhengxing did not dare to change the regulations, especially after Suja's fame. This big official has become more and more fearful. We must know that if this person is promoted to a high grade, must be in the South China Sea Wuda in important positions. At that time, he could even influence his career. 75. A year's incremental rate of growth in dream practice? The bull batch is big. The joint special training before the college entrance exam at the South Sea base. By no means only a base thing. Both Suja and the Southland side were quite concerned. The key lies in the fact that the South Sea base is the first base to change. Especially with Suja's fame in Daxia, the South Realm paid more and more attention to the changes in the South Sea base. Perhaps this was the celebrity effect. It somehow made people look at it higher. Suja occasionally learned about the recent situation of the South Sea base through Shin Qingyan. Even though he had left, this did not prevent him from keeping an eye on the South Sea base. In reality, he was more interested in observing the effectiveness of the second year of his policy formulation. From the available news, the situation looked favorable. With the combination of increasing competition and subsidized resources, the students' cultivation has increased significantly. The probability is that the number of students admitted to this year's Wudao Higher Education Examination will be able to equal last year's number. It is good enough for the current South China Sea base. It was clearly unrealistic to think of surpassing Xianan base in the short term. Not to mention that weakness has its own survival wisdom. The strength of most base cities is closely related to the passage of the 10,000 races. For example, Sinan base was not much stronger than Nanhai base at first. 500 years ago, at the beginning of the Aura recovery, all bases were basically at the same starting line. The emergence of the 10,000 races battlefield broke the balance, and Daxia invested a large amount of resources to guard these passages. Although the South Sea base was still weak, but by lengthening the time dimension to 1,000 years, it might not be impossible to develop and grow. The current priority was to cultivate more martial arts college students, nurturing more martial artists and even strong people, and realizing a virtuous cycle through their feedback. This was precisely the development blueprint Suja had formulated for the South China Sea, which was now in the first stage of advancement. Under normal circumstances, as long as Suja did not have an accident, as long as nothing happens to Suja, no one will dare to change the future of the South China Sea that he has planned without authorization. About his successor, Yan Zhengxing, Suja learned a lot of information through the school tutor. He learned that he was a moderate martial artist, and was indeed suitable for the current stage of the South Sea base. He would not be transferred back for the time being, but could be compensated through resource support and other means. The reason why Yan Zhengxing applied to be transferred back to the South Sea Martial University. On one hand, it was the cultivation environment, and on the other hand, it was about resource rationing. It was impossible to take on battlefield missions while serving as the governor of the South Sea. The access to resources was significantly limited. A year down the line, it was true that a lot of resources would be missing. However, with Suja's current wealth, there really wasn't a lack of resources at the 4th grade level. Even if he subsidized it out of his own pocket, he could completely afford it. After all, Yan Zhengxing had already clearly expressed his intention to defect. Suja naturally did not mind showing generosity. Although the South Sea Martial Arts University as a whole was still quite united, and the factions were mainly divided by academy. However, there were some occasions that required a spokesperson like Yan Zhengxing to step in and handle the situation. 4th grade cultivation is more than enough to be a sounding board. Of course, at this stage, he is still mainly asked to take care of Su's mother and other relatives. In a sense, Suja does have the intention of controlling the South China Sea base. However, this matter was not considered an ambition. After all, the local martial artists in the South Sea were all small players, and there hadn't been any decent powerhouses in history. If he really wanted to take over, maybe the local martial artists would welcome him. After all, there are strong people sitting in the base. Whether it's resource allocation or crisis response, they will have the upper hand. Nowadays, the South China Sea base has no strategic value, and the term mediocre is an apt description. For the South China Sea affairs, Suja has not invested too much energy. Suja did not put too much effort into it. At the moment, he was focusing on extracting the new month's ability. Let's have one that will help with the breakthrough. Staring at the carousel in the void, he secretly prayed. When the pointer stopped at the dazzling 7-colored halo of light, even Suja couldn't help but hold his breath. It was the most radiant light he had ever seen. At least it should be related to martial arts. Extraction successful. Obtained 1 Dream Spring and Autumn Experience card. Cultivate for 1 year in a dream and synchronize your cultivation with reality limited to 1 use month. Suja's pupils contracted slightly. This was definitely the most special ability he had ever seen. It was equivalent to having an entire extra year of hard cultivation out of thin air, and was exactly the boost that was most needed at the moment. Perhaps I can use this to impact the 7th grade, he whispered to himself, knowing that it would take at least 2 or 3 years for Pei Qingyu to break through to the 7th rank. If he broke through first, that heavenly pride would no longer be able to reach his height. In order to make sure that everything was in order, Suja did not rush to use the experience card. Instead, he spent a full 20 days. He exhaustively studied all the 7th grade breakthrough insights that he could gather. It covered the perceptions of many high-grade martial artists on the power of heaven and earth. Suja also commissioned the school to collect materials to aid in the breakthrough. Su Shangyan and the others actively cooperated to complete the collection. They were all clear that it was extremely difficult for Suja to impact the high grade, and had not expected him to succeed in one fell swoop. Even for those who were the pride of the heavens, it was not uncommon for them to fail 2 or 3 times in their attempts. 3 attempts were routinely allowed, and the limit was no more than 5. After more than 5 times, the probability of breakthrough would fall off a cliff. Cases of heaven's pride faltering once or twice abound. Cases of one-time passes were instead rare. Not to mention that Suja's promotion to the 6th grade was still shallow. Su Shangyan and other school executives all thought that Suja was just testing the waters. No one believed that he would succeed in his first battle. High-ranking martial artists understood the hard work involved. Su Shangyan himself only succeeded in his 4th breakthrough. When he was young, he was also a heavenly pride that reigned supreme. The difficulty of promotion is obvious, considering it was his first attempt. So they let him go. After all, martial arts cultivation relies on self-realization, and external intervention may disrupt his perception of the martial arts. This explains why there is no direct instruction from a high-ranking practitioner. At this level, the rules and regulations of the outside world have become shackles. The resource dispatching ability of the South Sea Martial University should not be underestimated. Relying on the network of many high-grade martial artists, it only took 7 days to prepare a complete set of 7th grade breakthrough resources. After all, the school hadn't produced a 7th grade martial artist for many years, so naturally it wouldn't always have the relevant materials. Fortunately, most of the resources needed for the 7th grade can be exchanged. The Great Summer Pill Palace also has a permanent reserve of pills to assist in breakthroughs. Suja will soon be these strategic materials in the bag. 76. Impacting the 7th grade. Patriarchal Powerhouse List. This is the heart-protecting pill, which will try to ensure that damage is minimized when the breakthrough fails. This is the 1,000-year stone stalactite, helping to perceive the power of heaven and earth. Helps the spirit achieve a certain degree of attunement with the power of heaven and earth. Every resource was worth a lot, but the school gave them when they said they would, and didn't even make any conditions. Nor did it reach any verbal agreements with Suja. At this moment, even Suja's heart surged with emotion. The school was indeed doing its best to help him break through. Although he was clear that this was a tactic used by the school to retain him, it had truly invested a large amount of resources. Dean, please convey my gratitude to the school on my behalf, Suja said from the bottom of his heart. The South Sea Martial Arts University had only been established for 20 years, and many of its underpinnings relied on high-grade powerhouses to support it. In a sense, these resources for breaking through the 7th grade were all dipped in the light of the high grades. Including matters such as resource replacement, they owed a lot of favors. What surprised Suja the most was that the one who contributed the most this time was Old Zhang of the logistics department. This was indeed somewhat unexpected, although he hung the title of deputy director in the logistics department. But the actual dealings with the Old Zhang only a few. Therefore, this thank you was particularly sincere. It's good to be able to gain something. If I can advance to the 7th rank within 3 years, it will be the best reward for the school, Su Shengyan said with a pleased look on his face. No one wanted to fund extreme egoists. Obviously Suja was not such a person, from the fact that he had lingered in the South Sea battlefield for more than a month to avenge his fallen mentor, to later handing over the corpse of a 6th-grade savage beast to the school for disposal. The piles and pieces were all seen by everyone. Many high-quality people are willing to give a helping hand, precisely because of this heart. Perhaps Suja is always detached on the surface. It is not like a person who is keen to make friends. But making friends has nothing to do with character, and a cool appearance is not a standard for judgment. High-grade powerhouses never judge people based on appearances, they only look at their behavior. Within 3 years, I will enter the 7th grade, Suja solemnly replied, although this time he intended to achieve success in one fell swoop. However, there was no need to tell him everything. It is always prudent to keep some leeway. Confidence is one thing, thorough preparation is another. This is also the reason why he sought the assistance of the school. After all, it was the first time that the 7th grade had broken through. If there was an unexpected situation, it could lead to a loss of success. After everything was ready, he chose the cultivation room on campus that was dedicated to high grade. Suja activated the One Dream Spring ability. Cultivation in dreams. Although it was mysterious, there were many myths and legends about dreaming before he was reborn. It was acceptable. Under the special power, Suja quickly sank into the dream world. At this moment, it was as if he had entered some sort of epiphany. The time in the dream was actually stretched into a full year. He clearly sensed that the dream world could break through the shackles of his own qualifications. Originally, it was easy to break through the shackles of reality in a dream. Even fantasizing about ascending to immortality and becoming a saint was not uncommon. Nowadays, however, this trait was focused on cultivation qualifications. It's no wonder that this ability with its 7-colored haze is far more unorthodox than expected. It was far more heaven-defying than expected. Borrowing from the great power of the dream world, Suja's breath climbed higher and higher. In reality, it was only one night, but in the dream, 360 days had passed. This was Suja's longest continuous cultivation to date. When he woke up from the dream, his eyes flowed with a divine splendor like the flow of a river of stars. The breath had begun to leap up since the peak of the 6th grade. It was directly pointing to the threshold of the 7th product. Suja did not leave the gate and continued to sit in meditation, although he had already performed the dream of spring and autumn. However, the proceeds of the dream have not yet been fully digested. When these feelings are completely penetrated, it is the time to knock on the 7th grade threshold. The harvest of the spring and autumn dream far exceeded expectations. Previously, there was still a 50% chance of achieving the 7th grade. Now the chance of winning has soared to more than 60%. This probability was already rare in the martial Tao breaking realm. While Suja was in seclusion, a new matter was brewing in the Daxia court. The Heaven's Pride ranking that was previously promulgated sparked heated debate. The public called for the introduction of a high-grade martial artist ranking. Each state and province had its own high-quality guards. However, there are endless disputes over which is stronger or weaker. The empire responded to the public's opinion and started to formulate the list. It's hard to hide the strength of a high-grade martial artist. Cults have their own intelligence networks. Publishing the list would be a good deterrent. However, all high-ranking martial artists are responsible for guarding the town. They are not allowed to leave their jurisdiction unless there is a major change. Daxia finally decided to base the list on actual combat performance. On the one hand, it's inconvenient for high-ranking martial artists to compete in public, but on the other hand, their performance is more convincing. Not only does it fulfill the public's expectations, but it also gives room for the high-grade warriors to maneuver. Even if the ranking is a little inferior, it is only due to the lack of accumulated battle achievements. Rather than the strength is not good. This move is indeed comprehensive. Both responded to the public's demands and maintained the dignity of the high quality. The name was set as the Patriarch list. There were 3 lists for the 7th, 8th, and 9th grades. Unlike the Heaven's Pride list, all high grades could be included in the list. After all, high-grade martial artists were already scarce. As soon as the list was announced, it triggered a hot debate. Compared to the Heaven's Pride list, the Grandmaster list represented the truly strong. Even a 7th-grade martial artist is like a legend to ordinary people. Similar to the South Sea base and other frontline fortresses, it was difficult to see any 5th or 6th grade. Not to mention the existence of high grade. The situation in many areas was similar to the South Sea base. The distribution of the passageways of the 10,000 races is not balanced. More than 2 or 3 places, less than the whole territory is not. As a result, there are regional differences in the overall strength of martial artists. This is the reality of the dilemma. It is difficult for Xia to develop in a balanced manner for the time being. Prioritizing battlefield locations is inevitable. However, the nation's thirst for high-quality strongmen has always been the same. Unfortunately, the high grade has always been mysterious. The Patriarch list finally unveiled the tip of the veil. Southeast is actually hiding such a strong person. The top of the 9th grade list is not even from the divine capital. A number of hidden powerhouses are only now becoming known. The country was in a constant state of fervor. The South Sea Martial Arts University students were equally abuzz. My school actually has so many sect masters on the list, although there is still a gap compared to other top martial arts universities. But the dean is actually a 7th grade powerhouse. Previously, the students rarely paid attention to the cultivation of the university's top management. Now that the list was clearly listed, it was hard not to pay attention. Su Xingyan was ranked 9th on the 7th rank list. It is extremely high. The number of people on the 7th grade list is the largest, about 600. But Indasha is still a phoenix. The difference between the top 10 is only a hair's breadth. They are all at the peak of the 7th grade. Su Xingyan's actual cultivation level was much higher than that. Only because the list focuses on battle statistics. In addition to being influenced by Suja, he knows how to hide. Naturally, he did not want to show off. The hidden hand, or to hide, may be able to give the South China Sea battlefield a surprise. This thought is also considered far-reaching. 77. The old principal came out of the gate. Suja brought a surprise. In addition to Su Shengyan, the deans and principals of other colleges and others were also on the list. Currently, the highest-ranked person in the South Sea Martial Arts University was Principal Yu Xiong. He was ranked 20th on the 9th rank list. This ranking was quite surprising to many students, due to the fact that the South Sea Martial Dao University was established late. Naturally, Yu Xiong, as the president of the South Sea Martial Dao University, was also younger compared to the other Martial Dao University presidents. However, no one had expected that nowadays his ranking would be so high, even more than many of the old martial arts university president. According to the relevant regulations of the Grand Xia, only those who have attained the 9th grade cultivation can assume the position of principal. This mandatory requirement effectively eliminated the existence of related households. In a way, it ensured the fairness of the education system. As the list of patriarchs was announced, a number of fierce battles erupted in the 10,000 races battlefield. Many high-grade martial artists were unconvinced of their rankings. After all, the martial artist community had always valued fame. After all, the martial arts community has always valued prestige, and it's only natural that they would compete with each other based on the concept of the martial arts way must be contested. The Xia officials had already planned for this. Just as the furor over the Grandmaster ranking continued to fester, a major event occurred within the South Sea Martial Arts University. President Yu Xiong, who had been in seclusion for many years, had finally come out of seclusion. Although there were many high-grade martial artists within the university, only Yu Xiong had truly stepped into the realm of the 9th grade. Since the founding of the school, this principal had poured his entire heart and soul into the construction of the school. In the early days of the school's construction, he even took care of everything himself. Immediately after his release, Yu Xiong convened a meeting with all the school's middle grade and above martial artists. However, this meeting was not to announce major decisions. The main purpose was to understand the development of the school during his seclusion. When many martial artists above the 3rd grade gathered in the conference room, they entered the door and looked at the old principal sitting in the main seat. Even a senior professor like Su Shengyan could only be considered a junior in front of Yu Xiong. Headmaster, principal. Amidst the rising and falling greetings, the old principal responded amiably to the crowd. He even exchanged cordial words with some of the teachers, inquiring about their cultivation progress. Looking at the many new middle-grade martial artists in the conference room, Yu Xiong couldn't help but have a pleased smile appear on his face. Guangtu, tell us what happened during this period of time. Yu Xiong directly named Vice Principal Tang Guangtu to speak. Since his seclusion, The affairs of the South Sea Martial Arts University were basically presided over by Tang Guangtu. Tang Guangtu quickly gave a brief overview of the major events that had happened over the years. Mainly selecting the important events to report, there was naturally no need to elaborate on the finer details. When the change in the 10,000 races battlefield was mentioned, Yu Xiong frowned slightly. This change was by no means an auspicious sign for the South Sea battlefield or even the entire Southern Realm. When it came to the Divine Capital Martial Arts University's Heavenly Pride incident, Yu Xiong's brows knitted even tighter. Although he had come from the Divine Capital Martial Arts University in his early years, he had brought people to create another South Sea Martial Arts University due to conflicts. This time, when the Divine Capital Heaven's Pride came to challenge him, it might not be without the implication of settling old grudges. Is secretly chagrined to implicate the school at the time. Tang Guangtu suddenly turned his words. However, our school has a Heavenly Pride defeated Pei Qingyu. South Sea Martial Arts University is now stepping on Shindu Martial Arts University to make a name for itself. Mentioning this matter, Tang Guangtu couldn't hide his excitement. This could be called Nanhai Martial University's most exalting moment in the last 10 years. Although the gap between the two schools still exists, but can win in a head-to-head battle. It is enough to shake the entire Xia martial arts world. Yu Xiong was stunned at his words. The pride of our school? Even with his knowledge, he could not hide his astonishment at this moment. He had heard of Pei Qingyu's reputation before the retreat, and it was indeed an existence that was hard to beat in the 6th grade realm. Such a top seedling should have been a treasure to be cultivated by the major martial arts academies. How could someone who could defeat him appear out of nowhere? What was even more strange was that in one's memory, South Sea Martial University had never had such a character. It's Suja. I don't know if the principal has any impression. His hidden talents and abilities awakened. Tang Guangtu hurriedly explained, while mentioning the school's support plans for Suja. Although these decisions were made by the school's senior management together, it would still be tricky if the principal objected. However, Tang Guangtu knew in his heart, this principal was even more eager than him to see the South Sea Martial University salary passed on. Good. Yu Xiong really showed excitement on his face. He did have an impression of Suja. Back then, when he was cultivating in the South Sea battlefield, that solitary figure who always wore tactical camouflage. Always the first to finish clearing the battlefield after a raid by the desolate clan. Although he had only met a few times, his Go Dao survival laws had been discussed as a topic at the school council meeting. At that time, the school administration did not say anything about it. After all, Suja's monthly battle record of hunting the desolate race was fair. Only his efficiency was slightly lower than that of his contemporaries, the Heaven's Pride. Prioritizing the preservation of life at the low-grade martial artist stage was the tacitly agreed-upon way of survival for each school. Who would have expected that this insignificant seedling would break through 3 realms in 2 years to reach the peak of the 6th grade? He even defeated Pei Qingyu, a great enemy. Where is Suja now? Yu Xiong couldn't wait to ask. Back then, the figure that was always in the corner of the tactics room, mulling over the essentials of feats, now had transformed into an existence that he needed to look up to. If he could witness this seedling grow into a huge tree, even if it meant exhausting the collection of the peak of the 9th grade, he would not hesitate to do so. That brat is in seclusion. Su Shengyan took over the conversation. Even though the principal had gone out of seclusion, he still insisted on not alerting Suja, who was impacting the high-grade realm. The school authorities had just approved 3 barrier-breaking pills the day before, and this was the most critical moment. Be sure to notify me first after you leave the gate. Yu Xiong waved his hand carelessly. He was more than aware of the rift of the high-grade realm. Even if he failed this time, just based on the potential that Suja had shown, it was already worth the school's resources to cultivate him. It was already worth the school's resources to cultivate him. 78. Causing dissension. The 7th product became available. Just at this time, chaos began to appear in the heaven and earth aura of the South Sea Martial Arts University. Even some heaven and earth forces began to converge. What's happening? Some martial artists under the high grade were the first to change color and exclaimed in disbelief. It must be known that the aura within the campus of the South Sea Martial Arts University had always been solid. There had never been such a drastic change. On the contrary, it was the many high-grade martial artists who were in disbelief as they didn't dare to determine the source of the anomaly. Currently, there is only one person in the entire university who is impacting a high grade. Tang Guangtu spoke quietly. This kind of fluctuation does seem like a sign of a breakthrough to a high grade. Stepping into a high grade required that one's spiritual power be aligned with the power of the heavens and earth, and the breakthrough process would inevitably trigger a tremor of spiritual power. All of the high-ranking officials present had experienced this realm before, so they were naturally the first to recognize the cause of the abnormality. Could it be that Suja is really about to break through? Our school is going to add a new high-grade powerhouse? Even the high-grade martial artists could not hide their shock, and Su Shengyan could not hide his astonishment as well. They had originally projected that it would take at least 2 more years for Suja to break through. Who would have expected that the first attempt would seem to be successful? It's not yet finalized until the end. Although Yu Xiong spoke cautiously, his tone could not hide his delight. Triggering a spiritual power fluctuation of this magnitude meant that the breakthrough process was already more than halfway through. Even if it fails this time, it will surely succeed next time. Hearing the high-grade martial artists discussing this, the middle and low-grade martial artists finally realized what was going on. This heaven and earth phenomenon was actually caused by Suja's seclusion, and it was highly likely that the breakthrough would be successful. The 6th-grade martial artists were the most deeply touched. Most of them had been stuck in this realm for many years and still had no clue about the threshold of the 7th grade. Suja's advancement to the 6th grade was only a little more than a year ago, and it was important to know that ordinary 6th grade martial artists stayed at least 5 or 6 years. There were even those who had been stuck for 10 years and still had no idea what to expect. In comparison, Suja's progress was appalling. This meeting could not continue after all. All the martial artists were focused on the matter of the breakthrough. Even Headmaster Yu Xiong was not interested in listening to the school affairs report, and at the moment, the only thing he could focus on was the closed-door chamber, including Principal Yu Xiong. At this moment, he couldn't be bothered to understand the development of the South Sea Martial Arts University during this period of time. After all, no matter how much progress has been made in recent school affairs, it is not as important as the birth of a high grade. Don't look at the many high-grade masters on the list of sect masters. If they were to be dispersed across all the major battlefields, the number would be stretched thin. Let's just say that the high-grade martial artists in the South Sea battlefield, the South Sea Martial Arts University and the Daxia military combined had only a dozen or so. Su Shengyan, the dean of the Pill Academy, couldn't hide the tension on his face. It must be a success, he kept chanting with his mouth. If he could make a breakthrough this time, he would save at least a year of life. This was of great significance to Suja's martial arts future. One must know that the year of a heavenly pride was the same as the year of an ordinary martial artist. How could it be the same? The rest of the high-grade martial artists all cast envious gazes at Su Shengyan. The entire school knows that this heaven's pride Suja has a close personal relationship with the Dean of Pills. Previously, Suja obtained a lot of resources and relied on Su Shengyan to fight for them. Coupled with all the past promotions, Suja had always respected the dean. Can you tell us in detail about the situation of this heavenly pride? Principal Yu Xiong once again asked. Previously, Tang Guangtu had reported in an incoherent manner. Such as family background and past events were not discussed in depth. Yu Xiong wanted to take this opportunity to understand Suja's character. Suja is a rare talent. Coming from a humble background, he is a self-starter. He has made his own way to become a martial artist. The crowd of high-quality products had long been familiar with Suja's file. They immediately told all the information they knew. When he was the governor of the South Sea, he revolutionized the construction of the base. The meat of the 6th-grade savage beasts that were hunted were sold to the school as a priority. Not to mention the fact that he stayed on the battlefield for more than a month to avenge his own death, causing the Desolate Plains clan to send out multiple elite forces to pursue them. A complicated look appeared on Yu Xiong's face. It was hard for him to connect these deeds with the discreet Go Dao youth in the rumors. God of battlefield slaying? Suja? This contrast made him feel quite out of place. Luckily, the principal knew the principle of a scholar should be treated with respect after 3 days of separation, so he didn't lose his temper. Perhaps Suja will soon surpass us. Yu Xiong lamented. If Suja stepped into the 7th grade, he would be on par with half of the high-grade realms of the South Sea Martial Arts University. This comment, however, caused the high-grade martial artists to secretly question. Only those who had experienced it knew how difficult it was to cultivate a high grade. Whether or not Suja could continue his rapid progress was questionable. More critically, high-grade cultivation was also limited by an important shackle: the lack of resources. High-grade resources were already scarce, and it was up to the martial artist to fight for them. For example, the Divine Capital Martial Arts University was still supported by its reserves, while the South Sea Martial Arts University relied on self-reliance. This greatly slowed down the process of high-grade cultivation. This situation was not unique to the South Seas, but was a common problem for most martial arts colleges in Grand Xia. However, the high-ranking people did not know that Suja's cultivation was more dependent on his special abilities. Although the shortage of resources will affect the efficiency of cultivation, but the constraints on him are far less significant than others. Send an order to each academy to pacify the students. The vision will last for a few days at most. Those who wish to cultivate may temporarily go to the South Sea stronghold. Yu Xiong suddenly remembered the critical matters. The disruption of the heaven and earth's aura had already affected the students' daily cultivation. The good thing is that regardless of the success or failure of the 7th grade breakthrough, the results will be seen within 10 days. Inside the high-grade cultivation room, Suja was facing the most critical breakthrough stage. Even though he had done enough to project the 7th grade breakthrough, the difficulty of practicing it was still far more than expected. The first threshold of invoking the power of heaven and earth alone. It would kill countless 6th grade martial artists. Those with insufficient mental power would never be able to reach it. Fortunately, after several times of strengthening and refining his abilities, coupled with the heaven-defying effects of the dream of spring and autumn, Suja's mental power had already surpassed the 6th grade. After invoking the power of heaven and earth, the true test came. The true test came when the power of heaven and earth was invoked. This process is extremely dangerous, a slight deficiency in flesh and blood. If you are not enough, you will suffer serious injuries and damage your foundation, and if you are not enough, you will die on the spot. Thanks to the accumulation of the full attribute enhancement ability, Suja's control over the surge of power had been perfected, and only then did he not lose control of his power. Boom! After 3 days of suffering, the majestic breath broke through the barrier. When the fluctuations around Suja's body gradually stabilized, the 7th grade realm was finally finalized. Even with Suja's heart, he couldn't help but let out a long breath at this moment. Finally broke through. 79. The South Sea has since gained one more high grade. The disturbance in the power of heaven and earth in the South Sea Martial Arts University gradually subsided, due to the high-grade cultivation room blocking most of Suja's aura. Even the many high-grade powerhouses had difficulty determining whether or not he had succeeded in his breakthrough in the first place. Although there was indeed a change in breath in the end, both successful and failed breakthroughs triggered a change in breath. This caused the many high grades of the South Sea Martial Arts University to become increasingly anxious. They even entertained the idea of installing surveillance in the cultivation room. However, this idea was quickly dispelled. After all, no high-grade martial artist would be willing to expose their cultivation secrets. This was already the bottom-line consensus amongst martial artists. I wonder if it was successful? Su Shengyan couldn't help but speak out. All return first. Yu Xiong was the first to speak. Regardless of success or failure, it will take time to come out of the gate. He explained that success would require stabilizing the realm, while failure would require healing the injuries. This reminder caused the crowd to drift off, and a self-deprecating smile spread across their faces. It's true that I'm in a hurry, but there's a lot at stake. After all, Suja is likely to become the first independently cultivated high-grade since the founding of our school. Someone exclaimed. It was true that they could not be blamed for being sullen. For the South Sea Martial Arts University, this had a double significance. It both meant the addition of new high-end combat power to deal with the South China Sea battlefield, and it also signaled that the school had the ability to cultivate high-grade products. This was crucial for both enrollment and reputation. As the crowd dispersed, Yu Xiong held off on inquiring about the school's affairs. He intended to observe the changes in the school over the years through acting principal Tang Guangtu while waiting for the final results. This principal was far less calm than he appeared to be. After all, in today's martial arts world, any college or university that could produce a Heaven's Pride level high grade was worthy of attention. Only Su Shengyan sat in front of the door to the cultivation room, as if he was going to wait here until the moment of his release. The crowd was not surprised. With Su Shengyan and Suja's friendship, this kind of behavior is normal. About 20 days later, Suja's aura around his body finally stabilized completely, officially stabilizing at the early 7th grade realm. I didn't expect that there would even be a day when I set foot in a high grade. Suja could not help but show a color of emotion on his face as he murmured softly. before the age of 28. A mid-grade martial artist was already a realm that he did not dare to imagine, let alone breaking through to the high grade today. After stepping into the high grade, Suja would no longer be confined to the ground. He would be able to soar into the heavens with his 7th grade power. Inside the training room, he repeatedly tried to levitate in the void, and at first, his movements were slightly awkward. But as time passed, he gradually mastered the tricks of the trade. In addition to the ability to fly, high-grade martial artists also possessed exclusive special abilities, contracting mutant beasts. When a martial artist's spiritual power reached a specific level and resonated with heaven and earth, the spiritual power would then carry the power of heaven and earth, and this power was enough to tame the foreign beasts. Of course, the strength of the contracted Fey beast must not exceed a high grade. For most high-grade martial artists, Fey are important fighting partners. Many high grades would keep foreign beasts as guardian divine beasts. After all, after reaching this realm, one often couldn't help themselves. For example, the high-grade martial artist from the South Sea Martial Arts University. Although they were not from the Southern Realm but were stationed here for a long time, their relatives might not be in the South Sea. At this time, loyal foreign beasts became especially important. When Suja walked out of the retreat room, Su Shengyan had been waiting for a long time. "Su kid, did you break through?" The old man couldn't wait to ask. This matter was related to the future development of the South Sea Martial University. "Fortunately, I'm not insulted," Suja responded with a smile. The matter of the breakthrough was destined to be impossible to hide, so it was better to be open about it. The South Sea Martial Arts University had always had little collusion, so there was no need to worry about internal problems. As for the cult martial artists, unless an 8th grade powerhouse was deployed, Suja had nothing to fear. What's more, this was the South Sea Martial University, so the cult martial artists would not dare to approach. All martial arts universities were equipped with cutting-edge monitoring systems. If an unfamiliar martial artist exceeded a specific strength threshold, the warning mechanism would activate. Moreover, high-grade martial artists are already scarce in the whole of Dacia. It is even more unlikely for a cult organization to have too many high-grade martial artists, and there are at most 3 high-grade martial artists in the entire Southern Realm. At most, there are only 3 of them. Whether or not there was an 8th grade was still unknown. A breakthrough! Su Shengyan could not hide his surprise as he said in a loud voice. It was only until Suja personally admitted it that the old man's hanging heart completely fell. It was not that he was overly concerned. After all, this was Suja's first breakthrough, and most people had not been optimistic about it previously. Throughout the entire Grand Xia, the first breakthrough will reach a high quality is rare. The news spread like wings across the South Sea Martial Arts University. Yu Xiong and other high-level martial artists heard the news and sped here. The moment their eyes touched Suja, everyone's eyes immediately lit up like starbursts. Really broke through. Our martial arts university has added another high-grade combatant. This is the first student to reach a high grade since the founding of the university. None of the people present were stupid. Just by looking at Suja's calm demeanor and Su Shengyan's overflowing joy, they knew that this was true. Because he had participated in the high-level meeting, Suja had an impression of most of the high-grade martial artists in the school. The crane-haired old man standing in the first place at the moment. It was the principal who had left a deep memory in his mind, although there had been no previous exchanges. But the realm after the breakthrough allowed Suja to be enough to deal with it calmly. "You are Suja? Indeed extraordinary." Yu Xiong scrutinized the young man in front of him with a smile. It only took a little observation to realize that a unique aura that resonated with heaven and earth lingered around the young man. This was precisely the distinctive characteristic of a 7th grade martial artist. It was just that the people of Nanhai Martial University were too excited at the moment, so they hadn't even bothered to scrutinize this subtle fluctuation. "Principal," Suja responded with a respectful attitude. For this legendary figure who personally created the South Sea Martial University, he always had respect in his heart. 80. Serving as vice dean, disappearing from the 6th grade Heaven's Pride list. Long before enrolling in school, Suja had learned quite a bit about this principal's experience. Yu Xiong quickly started a conversation with Suja. However, the talk was not about cultivation matters, but rather some trivial matters. It was obvious that the principal was trying to bring each other closer through these everyday topics. This scene caused many high-grade martial artists to secretly blush. They didn't even have a chance to touch Suja. The official level was so big that it crushed people to death. Not to mention the headmaster's absolute suppression at the level of strength. After the small talk, Yu Xiong finally cut to the chase and asked, "Is your cultivation hidden?" From the school's standpoint, publicizing the truth could bring many benefits. But from a personal standpoint, retaining some of his strength was clearly more favorable to Suja. Because of this, Yu Xiong did not force Suja to publicize for the school. At this moment, the high-grade martial artists watching the ceremony had complicated feelings. They suddenly realized that they had forgotten the most crucial thing: the will of the parties involved. It must be known that since Suja had been promoted to a high grade, many matters could no longer be decided by the school without authorization. This was a real high-grade martial artist. Suja was slightly stunned at his words, not expecting the principal to mention this matter. This respect warmed his heart slightly. He was naturally clear about how publicizing his cultivation would help the South Sea Martial University, and had in fact acquiesced to this possibility long ago. Nowadays, he was quite confident in his own strength, plus the school treated him well. However, it was just a matter of publicizing his cultivation, something he was completely able to accept. It was just that what was originally unspoken was suddenly put on the table, inevitably causing consternation. There's no need to hide it. Since it has become a high grade, sooner or later it will have to come out. I can't hide it after all. Suja spoke lightly, but the people present knew it in their hearts. This is clearly paving the way for the South Sea Martial Arts University. The appreciation in Yu Xiong's eyes increased even more, and his original favorable impression of Suja added another 3 points. The Martial Arts College entrance exam is approaching. If you want to publicize, just hurry up. Suja even took the initiative to remind. He truly hoped that the South Sea Martial University would recruit more geniuses. After all, he alone could not support an entire martial arts academy. Indeed, by publicizing early, we can seize the first opportunity. The high-classmen of the South Sea Martial University agreed. It must be known that today's South Sea Martial University had long been different from the past. It had at least left the echelon of ordinary martial arts colleges. It was time to capitalize on the victory. On that day, the campus radio suddenly rang out. "This is a special announcement. Instructor Suja of our school has officially been promoted to the 7th grade realm. With immediate effect, he will also serve as the vice president of the Dan Pill Academy." The announcement cycled through 3 times. The entire campus fell into a brief dead silence. Tutor Su has been promoted to a high grade? How long has it only been? After the shock, boiling waves of sound swept through every corner. Since the day Suja defeated Pei Qingyu, he had become the living signboard of South Sea Martial University. The entire school raised their eyebrows because of him. After all, the gap between Chengdu Wushu University and Nanhai Wushu University had always been a vast difference. Previously, although some people predicted that Suja will enter the 7th grade within 3 years. But no one could have imagined that, in just a few months, it would come true. After the shock wore off, the students' eyes lit up with burning flames. The stronger their alma mater was, the brighter their path to martial arts would be. Song Qing in the crowd became the center of attention. Since the last rescue incident, her relationship with Suja was no longer a secret. At this moment, the congratulatory voices came in like a tidal wave. Who wouldn't want to dip into the light of a high-grade martial artist? 7th grade sect master, Song Qing muttered as he looked at the announcement screen. When he first met him, he only thought that he was a kind elder. After entering the South Sea Martial Arts University through this relationship, he always hid a sense of detachment in his heart. But even if she deliberately kept her distance, that person's rocket-like promotion speed. After all, let her cannot ignore. Now the other party actually stepped into that legendary field, while she has not even crossed the threshold of the martial arts. Just as the campus was clamoring, this news had taken wings and flew to all corners of the great summer. Countless people gradually realized that certain patterns were quietly changing. How did that heavenly pride from the South Sea suddenly disappear from the top of the 6th grade ranking? Could it be that there was an accident? Otherwise, how could he go straight down the list? The change in position of the top of the 6th grade list was a big deal. Historically, those who disappeared from the list most often met with misfortune. Even those who had made it to the top of the list were not immune to accidents. After all, a low-grade martial artist with outstanding talent was ultimately unbeatable in front of the middle grade. However, this kind of accident is mostly concentrated in the low-grade segment. The middle-grade list of those who have fallen so far is only 5 fingers. Looking at the great summer millions of battlefield, 5 in the long years but a drop in the ocean. At this moment, the South Sea pride suddenly went down the list. At first the crowd did not think deeply. The high-quality shackle is not easy to break. Until someone noticed that the list of masters was different. That name suddenly appeared at the end of the 7th grade list. He promoted to high grade? Didn't he say that he only entered the 6th grade half a year ago? The entire nation was in an uproar. The difficulty of the high-grade threshold was evident by looking at the sparse names on the clan master list. Who would have thought that someone would have crossed the heavenly rift without a word? Those heavenly prides who had wanted to challenge their position at the top of the 6th grade list collectively lost their words at this moment. They were not even convinced by Pei Qingyu, let alone Suja, who had come out of nowhere. They had planned to come and kick the trophy in the south before he fought all over the south. Now they had completely lost their chance. 6th grade and 7th grade. It was the abyssal difference between a middle grade and a high grade. This cultivation speed is too demonic. Certain heavenly pride looked at the list and laughed bitterly. Deep within the divine capital Martial University, Pei Qingyu was swinging his fist at the stone wall. Since returning from the South Sea fiasco, he had locked himself into the cultivation room for more than 3 months. Unfortunately, the more impatient he got, the harder it was to get into meditation, and his heart demons followed him like a shadow. On this day, he stepped out of the chamber for a rare breath of air, only to see the electronic screen scrolling with blinding news. Nanhai Suja has been promoted to the 7th rank, setting a new record for the youngest patriarch. His fist smashed heavily on the tempered glass, cracks spreading like a spider web. Instead of narrowing, the gap grew wider and wider. What was even more ironic was that as Suja rose up the list, the top of the 6th grade list automatically returned to his name. But this false name was now like a slap in the face. How persistent he had been to reclaim the top of the list in the beginning, how humiliating it was at this moment. Pei Qingyu turned around and rushed back to the cultivation room, bringing up a strong wind that overturned 2 rows of seats. He would never allow himself to be crushed even by his cultivation. But the more he forced himself, the more out of reach that threshold became. 81. All parties shook. Back to the South China Sea base. At the same time, a location not far from the divine capital Martial Arts University. Yilinger couldn't hide the shock on her face. This is stepping into the 7th grade? This rising star of martial arts had obviously never expected that Suja, with whom she had met several times, would be able to break through so quickly. As a proud daughter of the heavens, she still had a few moments of arrogance when facing Suja, but since Suja defeated Pei Qingyu, the successive shocks had already calmed her mind, and this moment's high-grade breakthrough was even more shocking. As a new star in the martial arts world, Yilinger's vision far exceeded her own cultivation. At this moment, she couldn't help but marvel that this person was far more unfathomable than she had imagined. As the news spread, the matter of Suja's promotion to high grade finally shook the entire Grand Xia. After all, this person was by no means a nobody, and had made a name for himself by stepping on the divine capital Martial Arts University when he came out of nowhere earlier. Although the school's authorities had subsequently suppressed the heat, the world had never forgotten this proud son of the South Sea. This genius, who had been parachuted to the top of the 6th grade list, had been hovering at the top of the list for a long time. To break through the high grades so quickly, Pei Qingyu pales in comparison. Who would have expected the South Sea heaven's pride to cultivate at such a terrifying speed? I wonder if we have unawakened hidden talents. The country was in a constant state of hot debate. Originally, Pei Qingyu had many fans, many of whom were expecting him to rise to the top. However, after Suja's high-grade breakthrough, these voices gradually fell silent. After all, Pei Qingyu's impact on the high grade is still a matter of time. There are even rumors that the former pride's heart has been damaged. The road to breaking through the realm may not be as difficult as the word can describe. South China Sea Base. The shock triggered by Suja's promotion to high grade naturally spread to this coastal town. The people of the South Sea were especially concerned about this matter, because it was very likely that Suja would become a high-grade martial artist from the local area. Although not without precedent, the South Sea has traditionally had bad luck. The great pride of the fall of many high-grade martial artists is really a phoenix feather. And most of the high-grade martial artists, after the success of the family moved away, this kind of character, although by all sides of the courtesy, in the South China Sea people's hearts but ultimately lost recognition. I didn't expect Suda Dudu to enter the high grade so soon. Last year, he was still serving as the governor of the South Sea. This is a great thing for the entire South Sea base. Shocked, the people of the South Sea base were talking a lot. Yan Zhengxing, Li Changgang, and the others were even more emotional. Suja is getting farther and farther away. In fact, most people originally thought that the road to high quality would not be so swift, but the truth gave the crowd a resounding slap in the face. The entire South Sea base was rejoicing. Nowadays, the entire base was already under the world of the Su system. This baggage that was dumped by the Southland to the South Sea Martial Arts University, the university originally did not care much. Instead, it became a win-win situation after Suja took over, especially after he was promoted to a high grade. Even if the behavior is slightly arbitrary, the school is happy to tolerate. Not to mention Suja's outstanding achievements during his administration. The person who was most deeply shaken by this matter was Shin Qingyan. High grade? The beauty was stunned for a long time, until the incessant ringing of incoming calls woke her up. In the caller list were the families of the top management of the South Sea base, and there was even an urgent connection from her father, Shen Yonghui. Shen Yonghui was overjoyed to learn the news. At first, I could see Suja's talent for martial arts. Sure enough, I didn't miss my eyes. Elder Shin told everyone that he had recognized the pearl in his eyes. It must have been known that his daughter was quite resistant to this marriage. After all, Suja and Shin Qingyan did not know each other well. This marriage can be accomplished. The Shin family old man is a great credit. At that time, Suja was not obsessed with marriage. Reincarnation makes him emotionally indifferent. Coupled with Shin Qingyan's stunning posture, there is little resistance. Now Shin Yonghui is quite a breath of fresh air. Shin Qingyan replied to the calls from various parties one by one, and especially patiently dealt with her old father's ramblings. Su mother, Su Shaojin and Shin Qingyan even opened champagne to celebrate. No one ever expected. The son and brother who only wished for peace back then had become a high-grade martial artist like a pillar in the sky. Compared to low-grade martial artists, high-grade martial artists are rarely at risk of losing their lives if they are not involved in life-and-death battles or extreme accidents. Few are in danger of falling. Even if there is a great power fall compared to the low-grade is also too rare. The three of them also specially dialed a video call to Suja. 7th grade is just the starting point. Suja, on the contrary, laughed with a relaxed mind. Although it was called a high grade, the 8th and 9th grades were still in the clouds. Not to mention the subtle realm above the 9th product. Although the current strength of the world marveled, in the eyes of the real top powerhouses is still insignificant end. After explaining the trivial matters, Su mother and other people's emotions gradually recovered calm. The days went on as usual, not making waves. Only Shin Qingyan noticed the increasingly attentive gazes around her. This is also expected. The outside world is not in Suja's eyes. For days he is pestering Su Shengyan to discuss the secrets of high quality. He was asking Su Shengyan for advice on the secrets of high-grade cultivation, such as air control methods and contract secrets, and even the secrets of high-grade cultivation. The South Sea Martial Arts University's inheritance in the field of high quality is ultimately limited. In addition to Elder Su, Suja also set his sights on Principal Yu Xiong. This South Sea Martial Arts University Zhenhai Divine Needle. Suja is not polite when he asks for advice. This kind of learning attitude in turn made Yu Xiong green eyes. The martial arts road is the first to reach the first. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and you'll be able to do that. Half a month later, Suja handed in a vacation note. Principal, I want to take a leave of absence. Go back to the South Sea base to have a look. Try out the contracted foreign beasts along the way. Nowadays, even though you enjoy the freedom of a high grade, the reporting process cannot be avoided. The whereabouts of a 7th grade warrior will ultimately affect the overall situation. Granted, Yu Xiong readily agreed. This was a routine operation for high-grade martial artists, and it was common for them to return to their hometowns to visit their families after accomplishing their feats. With him at the helm of the South Sea battlefield, one more 7th grade was just icing on the cake. This return trip Suja did not communicate, stepping on the air and quietly south. Rather than sitting in an armed airplane is also a few points faster. 82. Cultivate a foreign beast as a pet. The South Sea Martial Arts University led to the South Sea base. There was originally a dedicated passageway. Although there were quite a few dangers along the way, these threats were mainly aimed at low and medium-grade martial artists. For high-grade foreign beasts, they simply didn't dare to show themselves on this path. After all, the South Sea region had many high-grade powerhouses permanently stationed there. No high-grade foreign beasts were allowed to approach this strategic area. In order to ensure safety, the military would regularly launch carpet patrols and immediately clean up any hidden dangers found. Over the years, the high-grade mutant beasts had long developed the instinct to avoid this passageway. As a matter of fact, the South China Sea Defense Department has long been targeting the pressure on the battlefield that may be caused by high-grade mutant beast raids. The South China Sea Defense Department has long formulated a systematic defense plan against the pressure that a surprise attack by high-grade alien beasts could cause. Suja, who was walking on the outskirts of the South China Sea at the moment, was not in a hurry to rush. Instead, he was observing the surrounding scenery with interest. Under the influence of the aura recovery, the original wilderness has evolved into a primitive jungle. Various types of vines covered almost all the old roads. Only this passageway could still be vaguely recognized due to the mercenary group's constant adventures in transporting supplies. Some traces of human activity could still be vaguely recognized, although in the past also went out of the base to carry out the mission. But at that time, Suja was always treading on thin ice for fear of encountering something untoward. Now that he had been promoted to the 7th grade realm, his perceptual ability and mental strength had taken a qualitative leap. The life sent within 1,000 meters was within his grasp. At this moment, he was sensing a 3rd grade foreign beast nearby. However, this level of existence was no longer able to arouse his vigilance. It was truly as if he was swimming in the mountains as he walked idly. Just which kind of foreign beast is appropriate to contract? This core question resurfaced in his mind. The main purpose of this trip was to find a guardian beast for the clan, but the specific selection criteria was still unclear. According to the research results of Great Xia's 500 years of research on foreign beasts, although adult fey beasts were strong, they were wild and hard to tame. Even signing a contract would require a lot of effort to temper them. There may even be cases where the beasts are contrary to the rules. In contrast, cultivating young beasts requires more resources, but ensures absolute loyalty. Considering that the current resource reserves were relatively sufficient, and that the highest contracted beasts could only be synchronized to the 6th grade realm, Suja felt that this solution was quite feasible. Suja felt that this program was quite feasible. If one could find a young beast with exceptional talent, it would be worthwhile to invest in nurturing it. After all, the growth system of foreign beasts was very different from that of humans, relying mainly on the strength of the bloodline and the supply of resources. The actual distance between the South China Sea and the South China Sea base was much closer than people thought. What's more, Suja is now a high-grade martial artist, traveling at a very different pace than normal people. In less than half a day, he had already approached the periphery of the South Sea base. Unfortunately, although he encountered many beasts along the way, he even deliberately detoured to explore. However, he was unable to find a target to his liking. At this time, Suja's spiritual power suddenly captured a speeding figure. Its energy fluctuations were obviously extremely weak, not even reaching the 1st grade realm. It actually erupted with a speed comparable to that of a 3rd grade martial artist. This kind of anomaly immediately attracted Suja's attention. Only when he got closer did he see the real face of this figure. It is actually a purple electric mouse cub. Look at the size is obviously just out of lactation. I do not know what kind of change has happened to be alone outside activities. This discovery lifted his spirits. The purple electric mouse was indeed an ideal contract object. First of all, the growth potential of this species was huge, and the history of Grand Xia had recorded the existence of high-grade purple electric rats. Medium-grade individuals were even more numerous. Secondly, they possessed a significant advantage in the area of speed, and their adult size was only as large as that of a normal human. It was easy to domesticate and would not cause a space burden. After locking the target, Suja did not hesitate. Immediately launched the spiritual power to complete the contract. The 7th grade strongman to deal with the young beasts that have not entered the grade since it is easy. No matter how much the purple ball of hair jumped, instantly was covered by the light golden spiritual brand. Obviously unwilling to be controlled, the little guy squeaked in protest as his body exploded with fur. Thanks to the spiritual link of the contract, Suja could vaguely sense the anger conveyed by the other party. However, he decisively cut off this one-way empathy. In order to wear down the young beast's wildness, Suja did not immediately feed the resources. He stuffed the agitated purple electricity mouse into the special beast pouch, and then boosted his speed and rushed towards the South Sea base. The mental force field of a high-grade martial artist perfectly shielded the monitoring equipment along the way. The middle and low-grade guards on duty were even more oblivious. When the setting sun's rays poured over the alloy outer wall of the base, Suja had already quietly climbed over the 30-meter-high protective barrier, like a ghost that blends into the shadows. Su family. Even though Suja's strength was not what it used to be, there was no lack of money and resources at home. Su's mother and Shin Qingyan never had the intention of relocating. With their current social status, replacing their villas was only natural. Even the martial artists of the South Sea base were puzzled by Shin Qingyan's choice. "I'm used to living here and don't want to toss it." Shin Qingyan's response was always concise. Moreover, there were only 3 people at home. If they really moved into a spacious villa, it would seem cold. At this moment is at dinner time. The restaurant is dense with the fragrance of spiritual rice. On the dining table is placed the beast meat chops and ora vegetables. Although they were not mutated varieties, they had been cultivated by pouring spiritual liquid. Consuming such ingredients for a long period of time was beneficial to both the martial artist's physique and the health of normal people. At first, Mother Su was quite distressed looking at the spirit stones consumed per meal. In the end, it was only after Shan Qingyan's persuasion of think of it as investing in Xiao Gun's martial arts foundation that she gradually accepted it. Knock knock. The sudden knock on the door caused the 3 people who were eating to be stunned. It's probably a neighbor visiting the door. Shen Qingyan put down her bamboo chopsticks and turned her head to gesture to her daughter who was picking at her meal. Xiao Gu goes to open the door. After the soft sound of the door shaft turning, Su Xiaojin's leaping shout exploded in the entrance hall. "Daddy!" Mother Su and Shin Qingyan, who were chewing on the meat of the foreign beast, froze at the same time, the tips of their chopsticks hanging in mid-air. They originally thought that Suja, who had just been promoted to the 7th grade, would not be able to return until at least a month or so later. They did not expect that he would appear at the doorstep of their home at this moment without any warning. Mom Qingyan. The dusty Suja crossed the threshold, his gaze sweeping over his daughter's increasingly stern aura. It was only a year's light. Su Xiaojin's qi and blood value had actually broken through 300 cards. This value was at the middle level of the senior martial arts class, and there were still several years before her martial arts entrance exam. 83. So cute. Daddy, I want it. Have you eaten yet? Why didn't you say so in advance? Su's mother said directly out loud. Even though Suja had now stepped into a high grade, he still didn't dare to be overbearing in front of his mother. However, Su's mother was an ordinary person and did not know that the Suju of today would be fine even if he did not eat for several years. This was the ability of a high-grade martial artist to absorb the power of the heavens and earth to replenish their needs. Shen Qingyan was laughing at the interaction between this mother and son, and always felt that the scene was somewhat subtle. After all, this was a high-grade martial artist who had shaken the Great Summer, but at the moment he was honestly being nagged by the family. However, this also proved that Suja had not changed his heart due to his increased strength. Instead, it secretly made her feel a lot more at ease. Haven't eaten yet, Suja obediently responded. He was well versed in his mother's nagging prowess, and if he didn't pick up on the topic, he was afraid that he would be read to for a long time. At the table, Suja simply ate some rice and meat. This time I came back mainly for one thing. After simply eating, Suja opened his mouth with a straight face. Mother Su and the others all became serious at his words. The purple electric mouse, Suja said as he summoned the foreign beast from his special pet pouch. This kind of space container developed by Daxia was specially designed for high-grade martial artists to carry their pets, with limited capacity but capable of storing living things. If you need more space, you only need to pay an additional fee to replace and upgrade it. When the beast with a light purple luster on its body appeared, Suja was just about to explain, when his daughter Su Xiaojin already had 2 glowing eyes. So cute! The adorable appearance of the purple electric mouse instantly captured the hearts of the girls. Even Shen Qingyan's gaze couldn't help but soften. Dad, is this a gift for me? Su Xiaojin tilted her head with anticipation and asked. Ahem. Suja did not expect his wife and daughter to have the same aesthetics as the women before they were reborn. Originally, he thought that in the age of aura recovery, they would pay more attention to strength than appearance. This is a foreign beast, Suja reminded, finally bringing the 2 back to their senses. Seeing them reveal a shocked expression, he immediately added, but a contract has been signed. This time I came back precisely for it. With that, he explained in detail the special mechanism for high-grade martial artists to tame their battle pet. This was indeed cold in ordinary people's perception. After all, not all high-grade would carry a pet with them. As Suja narrated the causes and consequences, the atmosphere at the table gradually shifted from astonishment to realization. Dad, that means we can keep this purple electric mouse in the future? Su Xiaojin excitedly raised her voice. That's right. Suja nodded without hesitation. It shouldn't be easy to tame a foreign beast, right? Shen Qingyan interjected at the right time, still carrying worries between her brows. Nowadays, there is an ample supply of resources. Suja responded calmly, then explained in detail the resource support system of the South Sea Martial Arts University. Even though he had already been promoted to the 7th rank, the university still made every effort to protect his cultivation needs. After all, Suja was still in the period of cultivation explosion, and since he was scrambling to improve his strength. The so-called title of vice president of the Dan Pill Academy was merely a false position to facilitate his dedicated cultivation. Suja was quite satisfied with this arrangement. In a world where the martial arts path reigned supreme, strength was the highest authority. Administrative positions were like floating clouds to him. Listening to her husband's explanation, Shun Qingyan's eyes rippled. She had never known that her husband enjoyed such special treatment at Nanhai Martial University. Obviously, the university authorities had regarded this young high-ranking official as a key target for cultivation. This knowledge both surprised and delighted her. This is the foreign beast cultivation material, and your cultivation resources. Suja handed the prepared resources to his wife, purposely attaching a special space bag. This type of storage equipment was exclusively used by low-ranked martial artists. Only high-grade powerhouses were qualified to acquire them. Ordinary spatial bags needed to be catalyzed by spiritual power, and those who hadn't entered the middle grade had no way to manage them. Playing with the storage bag engraved with dark patterns, Shen Qingyan could not hide her surprise. She had long heard of this type of improved spatial equipment. The core of it lay in the embedded crystal module that stored mental power. It enabled low-grade martial artists to open space with the help of crystal energy. The value of the crystals alone far exceeded the storage bag itself. I also don't know which ghost genius idea it was. Suja sighed with emotion. But even the powerful families rarely dispense this item to their low-grade children. After all, if a low-grade martial artist met with an accident, the spatial bag was then lost, and the loss would be incalculable. It was also Suja who felt that he had brought back too many resources this time. There was neither a mid-grade martial artist in the family, thus the acquisition of the special spatial bag. Shen Qingyan smiled lightly at this. It's rather like being an ingrate, but the ones who can purchase them are all high-grade martial artists. Suja raised his eyebrows. Who dares to say that high-grade is an ingrate? At this moment, although Shen Qingyan had been promoted to the 2nd grade, she was still far from the 4th grade. She rubbed her newly acquired space pouch, and a leaping light leapt under her eyes. Let me see. The moment she injected the crystal energy, the sight inside the storage space made her draw cold air. In the space the size of a basketball court, categorized and yard-fei resources occupied 90% of the area. The sealed boxes labeled Purple Electric Mouse Special Use were stacked on top of each other in a spectacular manner. The growth cycle of foreign beasts is extremely short. Suju explained his wife's astonishment. Like this purple electricity mouse, it can advance into the middle grade in 2 years if there are enough resources. Seeing Shen Qingyan's expression change slightly, he added, of course the growth rate will slow down after the middle grade, but there is a great hope of impacting the 6th grade within 10 years. Shen Qingyan's fingertips lightly trembled. He himself might not be able to break through the 3rd grade in 2 years of hard cultivation, but this beast could easily cross into the middle grade. The chasm of bloodline talent was now starkly visible. Try the storing function? Suja changed the topic at the right time. Having a high-grade martial artist on the side to escort him was just right for familiarizing oneself with the operation of the spatial bag. Shen Qingyan tried as she was instructed, and the energy flowing from the crystals was like silk threads wrapping around the objects. In the blink of an eye, the tea set was included in the storage space. When talking about the South China Sea Martial Arts University, the bottom of her eyes flashed with longing. Nowadays, traveling to and from the South China Sea base has been very convenient, only to take into account the daughter's schoolwork and their own work has not yet relocated. When the summer vacation comes, perhaps the family can really move to the school where her husband teaches. After all, as a high-grade martial artist's family member, she would have had the right to settle in the faculty area of Wuhan University. Thinking of this, the corners of Shen Qingyan's lips curled slightly. Nowadays, Suja was not only a 7th-grade powerhouse, but also possessed a pivotal voice in the decision-making hierarchy of South Sea Marshall University. Those academy executives who once needed to look up to him. Nowadays, they had to consider his opinions. 84. Trivia at home. Awesome new talent. Dad, I want it too. Right at this moment, Su Xiaojin also shouted out. She had just watched Shen Qingyan's mom continuously take out and put in things from the space bag. Her eyes had long since warmed up to it. To Su Xiaojin, she had no idea how precious the space bag was. Although she now had quite a bit of knowledge about the world, after all, she hadn't fully understood it thoroughly. Even Suja, before his cultivation had reached a specific level, he likewise did not have access to certain special items. Shen Qingyan was just about to open her mouth to respond to her daughter, but her husband grabbed her first. This is the pet space bag, it's for you. In the future, the task of feeding the purple electric mouse will be given to you. The value of this pet space bag was in no way inferior to an ordinary storage space bag. No problem, the bag is on me. Su Xiaojin hugged the purple electricity mouse and leapt in response. Her voice permeated with excitement that she couldn't hide. In the age of aura recovery, keeping a pet was an extremely extravagant thing, let alone a foreign beast. It was no wonder she was so excited. When Suja first contracted this beast, it was originally to protect his family. Under the suppression of the spiritual contract, the purple electric mouse naturally did not dare to act out. Now it was up to this little girl and the foreign beast to get along harmoniously. The next few days, Suja devoted himself to taming the wildness of the purple electric mouse. Although mental suppression can control its life and death at any time, but considering that it will have to accompany its family for a long time in the future, all hidden dangers must be completely eliminated. The entire South China Sea base did not realize that this high-grade powerhouse had quietly returned for many days. In addition to taming the beast, Suja also counted himself as a vacation. Ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation, he rarely had any free time. Even during the summer and winter vacations of his student days, the mediocrely qualified man had never wasted his time. Back then, being able to enter South Sea Marshall University was more the result of extreme self-discipline than talent. After a rare vacation, he still did not forget to take the time to guide Shen Qingyan's cultivation. It was just that his wife was really distracted lately. The new martial arts college entrance examination was close at hand, and as an examiner, she was already too busy to get her feet wet. As the vice principal of Nanhai No. 3 Middle School, Shen Qingyan naturally had a lot of affairs to deal with. There is nothing wrong with that. Shen Qingyan's own birth was not bad. Plus her cultivation had reached the 2nd grade. Not to mention being the vice principal, the position of principal was also within reach. It's just that she doesn't want to spend too much time on school affairs. She preferred to devote her energy to her own cultivation and taking care of her daughter. However, unable to withstand the pleas of many enthusiastic faculty and staff, she eventually assumed the position of vice principal. My own father-in-law has been a classroom teacher all his life. Nowadays, my daughter-in-law is blue in the face. Suja even secretly flirted in his heart. Recently, the old father-in-law's family's life should be quite smooth. I heard that a few of my great-uncles have stepped into the threshold of martial artists. It really wasn't easy. Suja had actually thought about going to visit this elder who was both his father-in-law and his mentor. As a result, this matter was rejected directly by Shen Qingyan. Just wait for the new year to visit together. Save those few brothers from doing something out of the ordinary again in your name. Shen Qingyan toned with obvious dissatisfaction. However, Suja did not look deeply into the reason. Very simple, with the fingers of the feet to think all know that his several great-uncle brother is not reliable. Only after practicing martial arts for many years did they manage to step into the threshold of a martial artist. He also had to eat his old age. Even if a person with this kind of qualification became a martial artist, he wouldn't expect to be able to go into battle and kill foreign beasts. But at least after becoming a martial artist, the social status and welfare benefits can always be improved. At least there was no need to cause trouble for the old man. In fact, Suja didn't know that several of his great-uncles had previously gone around borrowing resources under his banner. In the end, they were unable to repay. The matter came before Shen Qingyan. After all, the family scandal cannot be publicized. Shen Qingyan privately settled the matter without even telling Suja. Since then, her relationship with her older brothers has been somewhat delicate. This was before Suja's promotion to high grade. Now that Suja had become a high-grade martial artist, there was no guarantee that those older brothers would not have second thoughts. Therefore, Shin Qingyan resolutely refused to allow her husband to set foot in the Shin family. Suja did not dwell on this matter. Although he didn't visit the Shin family, he wandered around the South Sea base quite a bit, observing the preparations for the martial arts college entrance exams in each high school. While Suja was enjoying his vacation, the buzz about his promotion to high grade finally subsided. Countless media outlets wanted to interview this newly promoted high-grade martial artist. Unfortunately, Suja was in the South Sea base at this time. These reporters couldn't even enter the gate of the South Sea Martial Arts University. Time to extract the next ability. After adjusting his state, Suja's desire for strength once again surged to the forefront of his mind. Sure enough, he was a nature that couldn't stay idle. The pursuit of strength wouldn't stop just because he was promoted to a high grade. The ability dial spun rapidly, and even Suja unconsciously revealed a look of anticipation. The dial finally settled on a colorful light. This was clearly a good ability, but I just didn't know if it was related to cultivation. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Heart of the Mirror experience card. The holder can concentrate on the mind and quiet the spirit, greatly beneficial to the cultivation of the mind, limited to 30 days. Even Suja hadn't expected to draw this type of talent. It appeared to be mediocre, but the ability to assist in the cultivation of the mind should not be underestimated. If he remembered correctly, there had been someone with a similar talent in the history of Granxia. He just didn't have a deep impression. It was a good thing that he was still able to look up the relevant information through the Star Network. The 50th high-grade martial artist in the history of the human race is precisely the possessor of this talent. Active at the beginning of the aura recovery, although there were very few records about this talent. However, Suja keenly captured the key information. Which of those who could rise to prominence at the early stage of the aura recovery was not a person of astonishing talent? You have to know that in that era of martial arts ignorance, the path of cultivation did not have a ready-made system, relying on one's own experience. Any martial artist who could break through to a high grade was a sect leader. This gifted person didn't even have a detailed record, so it was very likely that he had already broken through to a higher realm. Thinking of this, Suja did not hesitate to start perceiving this ability. In a flash, his mind was like an ancient well. The impatience that arose from the pursuit of strength quietly dissipated. Even more unexpectedly, the fit between the spiritual power and the power of heaven and earth increased significantly. It was no longer like before. Mobilizing the power of heaven and earth always consumed a large amount of spiritual energy. Even his cultivation level was growing slowly. Although the increase was subtle for him, if it was placed on an ordinary 7th grade martial artist, it was definitely considered divine. The rarest thing was that even if one did not actively cultivate, this ability could also continuously produce a gain effect. This ability is truly awesome. It's a pity that there's only a 30-day time limit. Suja couldn't help but have a few moments of regret appear on his face. 85. Su's mother's passed. As time passed, the martial arts college entrance exam finally arrived. The entire South Sea base was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. Especially those students who were expected to impact the Martial Dao Academy. The parents were sitting on the edge of their seats. This was, after all, the moment of deciding fate. Suja brought his daughter, who was on vacation, to watch the candidates and witnessed the event outside the examination room. Thanks to the previous reform initiatives, the overall level of this year's candidates had significantly increased. Many students displayed amazing strength, and Suja nodded frequently as he watched. As the guardian of Nanhai Base, he sincerely hopes that this land can produce more talents. On the day the results were announced, the South Sea Base transmitted another report of success. The number of candidates who reached the martial arts scoreline increased by 10% compared to last year, setting a record high. After the news was spread, the entire South Sea Base was energized. This undoubtedly verified that the reforms implemented by Suja were effective. It was rumored that the relevant initiatives were likely to be extended to the entire Southland. Just as people were immersed in joy, Suja received an encrypted communication from Dean Yuxiong. A joint meeting of the Southern Realm will be held at Xianan Base in a week's time. It involves the adjustment of the South Realm's defense system and resource allocation. Each organization needs to send a plenipotentiary to attend. This time, you represent our South Sea Martial University to attend the meeting. I understand. I promise to be there on time. Suja readily agreed. Anyway, it was just a routine meeting, he didn't take it too seriously. However, the old dean's deep intention he knew very well. Both to show all parties that the South China Sea Martial Arts University has a successor, but also to pave the way for him to build momentum. Unlike in previous years by Su Shengyan, vice president of the team, a dozen or so people to support the scene. This time even let him alone on behalf of the college to participate in the meeting. Even the decision-making power are fully decentralized. This is not only the absolute trust of the 9th grade martial artist Yu Xiong, but also means that Su Zhe formally entered the core of power. Although he had previously been recognized by the academy's senior management, getting the dean's approval meant something very different. It seems like the vacation will end early. After hanging up the communication, Su Zhe sighed lightly. Although early mental preparation, but the specific process of the Southland Conference is still unfamiliar. I remembered that when Vice President Su attended the conference in previous years, he always brought 6 or 7 professors along with him. Both the consideration of the momentum, but also to share the pressure of decision-making. Now the arrangement of a single person to the meeting, but let him puzzled college senior calculations. Fortunately, Su Zhe did not care about this. Even if he went to the meeting alone, so what, now he was already a member of the high-grade martial artist sequence. No matter how high the specifications of the entire South Realm Joint Conference were, the strongest person was only at the 9th grade realm. As long as given enough time, catching up with these people was not a pipe dream. Do you want to stop by Exinen for a spin? Su Zhe suggested in passing as he informed his family of his plans to attend the conference. After all, Exinen, as the capital base of the Southern Realm, had an abundance of materials that far exceeded the South Sea. Whether it was specialty foods or cultivation resources, they were all complete. It was a good opportunity to purchase some scarce items. Although Su Zhe could also obtain resources through school channels. However, considering that Shen Qingyan's current cultivation needs were not of a high grade, there was no need to use his privileges. In addition, the martial arts college entrance examination had just ended, and his wife was rarely free. Traveling as a family was a good choice, but in the end, it still depended on the wishes of the family. Shen Qingyan and Su Xiaojin were clearly excited. Only the mother looked different. This abnormal reaction caught Su Zhe's attention. Could it be that there is something hidden in the Exinen base? The attentive Shen Qingyan also noticed her mother-in-law's abnormality. Mom, is there something wrong with Exinen? The timely question awakened Su's mother from her trance. Actually, my old home is in Exinen. A light sentence shocked the entire family into consternation. In Su Zhe's memories, his mother had always been a loner. He naturally assumed that there was no one in his mother's family long ago. The high martial world was inherently unpredictable in life and death. Battlefields of 10,000 races, attacks by foreign beasts, cults in turmoil. Even the divine capital base suffered a large number of casualties every year, not to mention other regions. But I didn't expect the facts to be very different from the speculation. Back then, my parents and I were at loggerheads. Su's mother's fingertips unconsciously rubbed her teacup, the past like a tidal wave roaming her heart. Back then, when she insisted on marrying Su's father, the family strongly objected and even forced her to sever the relationship. Mother Su came from a family of martial artists, and her father was an old-fashioned second-grade martial artist. In the old man's eyes, a marriage between martial arts families was the right way to go. Not to mention that the old man had many heirs. During the high martial era, due to the years of war, the Xia implemented a policy to encourage births. It was a semi-public secret for martial artists to have multiple partners or even illegitimate children. Officials had always turned a blind eye to such phenomena. After all, the cultivation talent of a martial artist's heir was generally superior to that of normal people. This was exactly the case with Mother Su's father. With a large number of heirs, Mother Su herself was also a member of the group of illegitimate children. Back then, she had resolutely chosen to unite with Su Zhe's father, eventually breaking with the family. This experience had left a deep imprint in Mother Su's heart. When Su mother finished recounting the past in a light manner, Su Zhe's complexion became complicated. This is not the real version of the rich girl married to a poor boy play. But 30 years of time was enough to wash away too many things. I'm afraid that Su's mother had long been forgotten. After all, her martial arts qualifications were truly mediocre. In the eyes of a martial arts family, not having cultivation talent was naturally not valued. It was just unknown if that nominal maternal grandfather was still alive. Do you need me to check on their recent situation? Su Zhe sought his mother's opinion. Now that he was a high-grade martial artist, Mobilizing the South Sea Marshall University's intelligence network was easy as pie, unless the other family produced a high-grade martial artist. But this possibility was slim to none. After all, which high-grade martial artist was not over 40 years old before they became successful? No need. Mother Sue gently shook her head. The past should have been turned over a long time ago. Since the relationship had been severed back then, there was no need to renew it now. Although her husband had died early, her son was now a high-grade martial artist who could influence the pattern of the base. Such a life was already complete enough. If there were any regrets, it is probably that his son's heir is a bit thin. Suja agreed on the surface, but in his heart, he had other plans. His parents' past had always intrigued him. What's more, behind his mother's light narrative, I'm afraid there is more hidden pain. 86. The debt of the Wang family traveled to the Xianan base. Su's mother was named Wang Jingli, but this name was rarely mentioned. Even Shen Qingyan might not know Mama Su's name. After all, no one would call her by her first name on a regular basis. Suja directly mobilized his network of connections to start investigating. Despite the fact that more than 30 years had passed, the investigation was not that difficult. However, all martial artists were registered. As for Su's mother, she did not immediately agree to travel to Xianan. Rather, she needed time to think about it. It was clear that mother still had many hesitations about returning to Xianan. It would be false to say that she didn't want to go back to sea. Yet, she didn't want to meet the deceased, so her heart was really conflicted. 3 days later, Suja received the results of the investigation. Lost his mother at a young age, and was always marginalized by the family after being picked up by his father. The Wang family had a big fight over Wang Jingli. In the end, it was only when my father exhausted his resources that he was able to sever his ties. He didn't expect the process to be very different from what he had imagined. Originally thought it was a story of a rich girl and a poor boy. Now it didn't seem so. When he thought about it, his father in this life was a martial artist. Although he died early, he proved his potential. I can't say that he is a poor boy. Rather, it was the mother's encounter that was saddening. Seemingly from a family of martial artists, but in reality, she had the identity of an illegitimate daughter. The mother died early, martial arts qualification is mediocre, in the family is just to make a living. The past events told by the mother earlier, I'm afraid that they were retouched. In addition to the mother's old stories, the report also contained the development of the Wang family over the years. The younger generation has not seen any prominent martial artists. The highest is only 3 products. Suja could not help but frown. This kind of grudge entanglement. If you say that revenge is also not bad. The key depends on the mother's wishes. Wang Quan. Suja read the name in a low voice. His tone permeated with coldness. Since the relationship had been severed, there was naturally no need to speak in terms of address. There was only 1 day left before the Southland Conference. Su's mother finally decided to accompany Suja to Xianan base. After all, it was hard to let go of her homeland. In addition, Suja's cultivation gave her a sense of confidence. The most excited people were Shen Qingyan's mother and daughter. This pair of mothers and daughters were full of curiosity about the new base. Because Su's mother did not say much, Suja did not reveal the results of the investigation. Shen Qingyan then did not look deeper. New base. Suja had just boarded the flight, and the Southland side had already received the news. After all travelers needed identity authentication to board the flight. High-grade martial artists could have called for exclusive flights. However, Suja did not feel the need to be special. Since receiving the dean's notice, he had booked 4 ordinary class tickets. It was not a waste of resources. No one knew that the entire airplane was carrying a high-grade martial artist at this moment. Although Suja was famous in the Great Summer, it wasn't difficult to conceal his movements if he did so deliberately. This voyage was surprisingly calm and didn't encounter any strange passengers. It was the first time that the whole family traveled as a group. Shen Qingyan and Su Xiaojin were excited throughout the trip. Only Su's mom was always distracted. Mom, don't worry. Suja held his mother's cold hand at the right time. Feeling the warmth coming from her palm, Su's mother's complexion slightly eased. Yes, with a high-grade martial artist's son protecting her, why should she worry? When she exited the airport through the special channel, there were already receptionists waiting. Senior Su. The youth in the dark blue uniform bowed respectfully. His name was Zhong Genuan, the outreach commissioner of the Southern Realm's Grand Metropolitan Government. Fourth grade martial artist cultivation. In Xianan, the capital of the southern realm, the fourth rank was not considered top, but it was still a stalwart. After all, not only was it the core of the southern realm, it also had the historic Xianan battlefield, an ancient battlefield that was developed 40 years earlier than the South Sea battlefield. In a metropolis with a permanent population of 50 million, a fourth-grade martial artist was by no means a cabbage. Not to mention that Zhong Jianyuan was only 30 years old and still had the potential to impact the high grade. Sending him to receive him showed importance without being rude. Hard work. Suja nodded slightly. He did not deliberately conceal his appearance. Otherwise, with the means of a high-grade martial artist, how could an ordinary person easily recognize it? Zhong Jianyuan then began to introduce himself. This introduction caused Shin Qingyan and the others to show surprise. It was not expected that the receptionist would have a fourth-grade cultivation. It must be known that this kind of strength would be able to serve as a governor in the South Sea base. At this moment, Shin Qingyan truly realized the gap between bases. Previously, when they were in the South Sea, they spent more time in the apartment. Naturally, they couldn't feel this hierarchical difference. The Southland has prepared a place for you to stay. Please follow me, all of you. Zhong Jianyuan continued to guide. Although it was unexpected that this high grade brought his family with him, the residence arranged by the southern realm was already spacious. Not to mention a family of 4, it was more than enough to house an entire family. Guests follow the host, Suja faintly said, his tone maintaining the usual sense of detachment. At least in public, he always maintained the majestic image of a high-grade martial artist. Zhong Jianyuan was used to this, which high-grade martial artist didn't have a bit of temper. It was rare to meet such a peaceful heavenly pride. The reception vehicle drove into a certain hotel in the core area of Xianan. The location of the top-floor duplex suite is a hidden mystery. Suja just stepped in and noticed something strange. The concentration of aura here is actually more than 3 times that of the South China Sea. What was even more subtle was that the entrance to the 10,000 races battlefield was right in the center of Xianan City. This layout was obviously carefully designed. If the battlefield changed, the entire base could instantly form an encircling formation. What I saw along the way from the airport to the hotel was equally shocking. The density of martial artists on the streets was incredibly high, and the aura of a mid-grade martial artist swept by from time to time. Xianan is indeed called the capital of the southern realm. Suja secretly sighed. Regardless of the number or quality of martial artists, it was far from being comparable to the South Sea. After settling their luggage, the entire family started the Xianan exploration journey. Zhong Jianyuan, a 4th-grade martial artist, disguised himself as a guide and led the group through the bustling market. As a matter of fact, Suja did not know that Zhong Jianyuan had taken the initiative to fight for this reception. He had witnessed the amazing duel in the martial arts arena of Xianan University that day. When God's capital pride Pei Qingyu's mighty pressure swept over the entire field, he, who was also a martial artist, actually felt a sense of suffocation. That kind of crushing power could not be experienced through the screen. Because of this, when Suja came out of nowhere to end the myth, Zhong Jianyuan's inner shock was far greater than normal. At this moment, he accompanied this legend-making figure. He was willing to be an attentive commentator. 87. Senior Su, the pillar of the southern realm. The shock that Suja brought was far more than just defeating Pei Qingyu. In a short period of time, he had ranked among the ranks of high-grade martial artists. This made him the center of attention for the entire southern realm. Throughout the Grand Xia, although 7th-grade martial artists were not considered rare, but in this region of the southern realm, the number of them was definitely considered scarce. The shock in Zhong Jianyuan's heart could be imagined. Of course, he also had a selfish motive. It was always good to have a good relationship with this heavenly pride. He had a vague feeling that this person in front of him would never stop at the 7th grade. When he actually saw Suja himself, that special aura became more and more obvious. First was the natural oppression brought about by the cultivation gap, as if facing a sheathed sword. However, this state of sharpness was normal. After all, Suja was still under the heart of mirror enchantment, and the afterglow of the power of heaven and earth lingered around him. Zhong Jianyuan guided the crowd to Xianan's largest food mall. This is the most complete food distribution center for the entire base in terms of categories. Traditional snacks from before the aura revival can all be found. He introduced it as if he knew it like the back of his hand, obviously knowing this place like the back of his hand. Su Xiaojin couldn't move her steps when she saw the wide array of snacks. Although there were some snacks in the South Sea base, they were far less varied than this. The little girl had long gotten tired of eating the same old things. This price is worth a pill. Shin Qingyan looked at the price tag and frowned. Things are more expensive when they are rare. These were originally luxuries reserved for the martial class. It's rare to come to Exinen, so what's the harm in letting the child have fun? Suja smiled and explained for his daughter. With his current financial strength, this expense was just a drop in the bucket. Not to mention that the martial artist physique was not at all afraid of snacks affecting their health. Just spoil her. Shin Qingyan glared at her husband angrily. Even after being promoted to a high grade, Suja's temperament remained the same as before. This made Shin Qingyan feel doubly at ease. The increase in strength had not changed her husband's nature. Su's mother also made an unprecedented step of not stopping him, allowing her granddaughter to pile a small mountain into the shopping cart. After stepping into the Exinen base, layers of nostalgia rose in Su's mother's eyes. Despite the lapse of more than 30 years, Exinen base has long since changed. However, those street corners and alleys that seemed familiar still made her heart flutter. Jing, pair? A hesitant call suddenly rang out. The vocal line hid a long-lost familiarity. Su's mother turned her head unexpectedly and bumped into the face covered with age gouges under the cleaning clothes. Jean, geese? Su's mom's fingertips trembled slightly as she spat out her late friend's name. It was really difficult to overlap the bright young girl in her memory with the haggard woman in front of her. It's really you. I thought I would never see you again in this life. The woman's eyes instantly turned red. The image of the two old friends embracing each other tightly caused Suja and the others to look at each other in disbelief. Who would have thought that after 30 years, they would be able to stumble upon their old friend in Exinen, where the sea of people is vast? Zhong Jianyuan wisely took a half-step back. His eyes swept over Suja's side face as he gazed at his mother, and in his heart, he added a few more points to his evaluation of this heavenly pride. In this era where martial artist families were generally thin on affection, this kind of mother and son warmth was rare. Just as Daxia's policy of tacitly allowing martial artists to have multiple wives and children, although it has created more high-quality cultivation seedlings, but also triggered countless resource disputes. Even the officials find it difficult to mediate these family infighting. After all, they were the ones who encouraged childbirth in the first place, and now they are the ones who have tasted the bitter fruits. On the contrary, it was a high-grade martial artist like Suja who should have been urged to spread his branches. However, looking at this heavenly pride's meaning, it seemed that he preferred to let nature take its course. 10 or so minutes later, Mama Su and her old friend Golden Goose finally took a temporary break from their catching up. In the eyes of Suja and the others, the two were perfectly capable of continuing to chat for days and nights. Mama Su was also slightly blushing at this moment. The chance encounter with her old friend made her nearly forget that her son and the others were still waiting by her side. This is my old classmate from back then, Jean Yen. Mama Su formally introduced. This woman, called Jean Yen, had met Mama Su on campus more than 30 years ago. The two had been desk mates for 4 whole years. When Su's mom and Su's father fell in love, Jean Yen also acted as a matchmaker. Golden Goose also served as a matchmaking red bride. Unfortunately, since Su's mother and the family broke up and went to the South China Sea, this pair of close friends will be completely disconnected. After more than 30 years of reunion, wrinkles have been engraved on the face of the Golden Goose like a wheel of years. To work as a janitor in a large shopping mall is a decent job for Jean Yen. The Exinen base may have reserved these positions for the poor. After all, the children of martial artist families. After all, the children of martial arts families would never settle for such a slightly shabby job. In comparison, Su's mother showed a bit of age-defying charm. After Suja entered the martial arts university and received a subsidy, she didn't have to worry about making ends meet anymore. After her son officially became a martial artist, the only thing left to focus on was taking care of Su Xiaojin. As Suja's cultivation improved, he more and more frequently purchased face-improving elixirs for his mother. The market price of each bottle of the tonic, which was designed for ordinary people to take, was worth several months of expenses for an ordinary family. With this kind of careful nourishment, it was as if time was quietly turning back on Su's mother. "Auntie Jean, hello?" Suja still gave his mother face and spoke out. Shin Qingyan and the others also spoke out. As far as they were concerned, since Suja had opened his mouth, it was naturally unavoidable to follow the greeting. Even Zhong Genuan, a fourth-grade martial artist, was no exception. Auntie Jean obviously did not recognize Suja's identity. For ordinary people who were older, they still paid less attention to Dasha's important news and focused more on their own livelihood. This was not to be blamed. After all, firewood, rice, oil and salt were originally part of the livelihood of Dasha. Jingli, is this your son? A nostalgic look appeared on Jean Yan's face. When looking at Suja, it was like seeing a deceased person. Earlier, she had learned from Jingli that the boy's father had passed away many years ago. At this exact moment, a manager hurriedly ran and rushed straight to Zhong Genuan. Brother Zhong, I didn't expect you to come to the mall. The manager's face was filled with flattery, completely unlike his usual condescending demeanor. This contrast made Auntie Jean freeze. She clearly remembered that this manager had refused to even give the cleaner a proper look in the past. In the end, Auntie Jean was not stupid, and immediately realized that her old friend's family was afraid of having a big head. Ahem. Zhong Genuan coughed lightly and gave a wink to the side. This manager was originally his distant relative, relying on some relations to become a shopping center supervisor. In the past, he was also smart, but today he was somehow so colorless. Only then did the manager notice Suja and the others, busy bowing. I don't know, a few seniors are? Suja. The young man glanced lightly at the manager. He had long ago taken Zhong Genuan and the manager's frowning lawsuit in his eyes. However, on account of Zhong Genuan's attentiveness and thoughtfulness, and his mother's deep friendship with Auntie Jean, he did not mind reporting his name. Although Early sent people to investigate the mother's former friends, but also did not expect to meet here by chance old acquaintances. Elder Su is a pillar of our southern realm, Zhong Genuan mentioned at the right time, fearing that this rash relative had bumped into the nobleman. He secretly observed Suja's complexion. This young high-ranking person had always been happy and unruffled. God knows what thoughts are turning in his heart at this moment. Southland Pillar Stone. The manager suddenly had a flash of insight. Wasn't this name in line with the rumors that had recently stirred up the Great Summer? This person in front of him was the South Sea Pride who had decapitated Pei Qingyu in a battle, and even broke the realm of High Grade a month ago, causing the country to shake. How many martial artists in the South Realm will worship him as a god? It is his small shopping mall supervisor also often listened to after dinner discussion. Thinking about this section, the manager was so excited that his body trembled. He almost kneeled down and bowed on the spot. 88. Respectful and unusual. Just a show of hands. Greetings, Elder Su. This was a high-grade martial artist, which was rare even in Xianan base. It wasn't even that easy for Zhong Genuan to meet him, let alone the district manager. This action of the mall manager immediately stunned Jean Yen. Jingli, what are you guys doing? Jean Yen finally couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked offhandedly. My son, Suja, was just promoted to high grade not long ago. Su's mother did not shy away from confessing to her former friend. To her, there was no greater pride in her life than Suja. Before the words fell, Jean Yan's face was already covered in shock. Although she had seen that Suja was extraordinary earlier, she did not expect it to be so amazing. High quality. How many martial artists in the whole of Grand Xia could step into this realm? And his old friend's son was among them. No wonder the manager was so attentive. When faced with a high-grade martial artist, it would be difficult for anyone to remain calm. In the next tour, there were 2 more people in the group. The manager came up purely on his own initiative. Although the words were flattering, they were quite interesting. Being able to become a mall manager certainly relied on some connections, and his eloquence wasn't bad. Unfortunately, he was born at the wrong time. In this world of aura recovery, his upper limit has been set, but compared to ordinary people is already considered lucky. As for Su's old friend Jean Yen, there is no need to say. It was rare for Su's mom to meet someone who could speak her mind, so she naturally didn't want to miss it. Although Auntie Jean is a housekeeper, but the manager has long been witty to avoid. There is no fear of any mistakes. The manager was even a little envious of this cleaning lady. Can climb with high-grade martial artist relationship, even if it cannot soar, at least no one dares to bully again. Of course, these arrangements would have to wait until afterward. Without realizing it, a few hours passed. Suja and the others didn't know how many things they had bought. Anyway, with the spatial equipment in place, no matter how much was bought, it wasn't a problem. At least Suja's space bag was already stuffed with snacks. Looking at the smile on Su Xiaojin's face, Suja also went along with her. In fact, he himself had also bought quite a few snacks, not because he was greedy but mainly because he was nostalgic. In the end, Sue's mom and Auntie Jean said goodbye, but it was good that they left contact information with each other. Auntie Jean seemed to still be in a trance, still not having recovered from the news that Suja was a high grade. Auntie Jean, from now on, you'll be the cleaning supervisor, the manager next to her curtly said. The position of a mere supervisor was nothing, but being able to get in touch with this high grade was definitely worth every penny. This pie in the sky made Jean Yen even more in a trance. Although it is not a step to heaven, but from the cleaning staff helicopter management has been a sea change, not to mention the manager's lowly attitude. Jean Yen the whole person more and more in the clouds. The Golden Family. Jean Yen returned home in a trance. She was an ordinary woman, and the husband she married in the early years was also an ordinary man. Later on, she gave birth to 3 sons and 2 daughters. The birth of 5 children multiplied the pressure on the 2 families. Ordinary people could not be subsidized by martial artists. The world after the recovery of Aura was not exactly friendly to the commoners. But everyone could understand, after all, Xia had to maintain the atmosphere of martial artist supremacy. Later, Jean Yan's husband died unexpectedly, and the burden of raising a family on her own became heavier and heavier. The good thing is that as time goes by, the children grow up one after another. The pressure has only been reduced a little. Nowadays, the children have their own families. The 3 sons of the Jean family still eat together. Mainly because of the busy work weekdays, separate cooking is too much work. It's easier to take turns at the helm. Mom, why are you so restless today? Is something wrong? The sons soon realized that their mother was different. Although the family was poor, the family atmosphere was quite harmonious. I've become a cleaning supervisor, Jean Yen said with a complicated expression, momentarily not knowing how to explain this sudden change. How is this possible? The several sons had disbelief written all over their faces. For a family like theirs with no background, it was harder than ever to become a supervisor. Not to mention the fact that their mother worked for the largest general store in Exinen. Promoting to the management level was simply a pipe dream. Could it be that the old mother is having mental problems? This is a big deal. Not only were the children completely unconvinced, they were even contemplating taking their mother to the hospital for a checkup. No, I was able to become a supervisor thanks to my old sister from 30 years ago. Jean Yen looked at her sons and daughters as she cried and laughed as she explained. She told the original story of today's events. A sister from 30 years ago? Her son is Suja, who has recently become famous in Dacia. A few sons were so shocked that they almost jumped up. The main thing was that this was something they had never even heard of. The point was that the Jean family had suddenly hit upon such a great opportunity. The entire family was so excited that they couldn't sit still. Everyone knew what it meant to hook up with a high-grade martial artist. We can't give an inch. Mom's friendship with Aunt Sue is one thing. The key also depends on the attitude of that South Sea heavenly pride. The sons and daughters-in-law talked about it. Some were red-eyed and enthusiastic, while others stayed sober. After all, 30 years of friendship had faded long ago. In the end, the sensible faction prevailed. But everyone is curious about Aunt Sue's past. Golden Goose tells the story in detail. The 2 of them were able to maintain this friendship. All thanks to the blessing of helping to match the 2 of them. The Wang family next door is Jingli's mother's family. The family next door is Jingli's mother's family. They've long since stopped seeing each other. Speaking of the past, Jean Yen cannot help but sigh. If the Wang family hadn't been so desperate back then, with the east wind of the high-grade martial artists, they would have risen to prominence long ago. Now it has become an enemy. If the Su family really want to take into account, how can the Wang family carry it? The energy of a high-grade martial artist is undoubted. The Wang family doesn't even have a middle-grade martial artist. Several sons discussed for half a day and finally urged their mother to keep in touch with Auntie Sue. On the other side, the Su family was completely unaware of the Jean family's discussion. For Suja, it was enough to make his mother happy. Arranging for Auntie Jean was just a show of hands. It's been a long time since I've seen Auntie so happy, Shin Qingyan whispered in Suja's ear. Usually it was her who accompanied Su mother more. In comparison, Suja was indeed not attentive enough. After a long day of traveling and playing, he returned to the hotel and fell asleep. Tomorrow there was still the Southland Conference to attend. 89. Southland Conference. The center of attention. The next day, Suja did not let Zhong Genuan follow, and only told him to continue to accompany Su's mother and the girls to stroll around Sinan Base. He had memorized the location of the South Realm governor's mansion long ago. The guards at the entrance were just about to stop him, when Suja slightly released his high-grade pressure. "Where is the South Realm meeting held?" After simply asking, the guards instantly understood that this was a big shot attending the meeting. Which one who could enter the meeting venue was not a ruthless character. "It's Suja." A guard suddenly recognized someone. This time, Suja did not make a disguise at all. The video of the previous 6th grade Heaven's Pride battle had long since spread throughout the Southern Realm. This face was not unfamiliar to many people. Not to mention that it was now a high grade. Under the guidance of the guards, Suja arrived at the conference room. There weren't many people in the venue at the moment. The seating chart showed that Nanhai Wuda was at the back of the room. Suja did not care. After all, the school had sent him alone this time. The arrangement that had been reported in advance was reasonable. After taking his seat, he closed his eyes and rested his mind. Although he did not know the specific content of the meeting, he expected that it would not be simple. One by one, the breaths entering the venue are getting stronger and stronger. 6th grade mostly, mixed with 7th grade fluctuations. Open the heart of the mirror, Suja perceived clearly. The later ones also noticed the figure on the South Sea Marshall University seat. That one is the South Sea Heavenly Pride? I didn't expect them to send Suja, and only he came. The crowd of powerhouses were quite surprised by the South Sea Marshall University's arrangement. In previous years, at least 3 or 5 representatives would be sent. Many gazes secretly sized up this newly minted 7th grade. The more they surveyed, the more alarmed they became. Even after being promoted to high grade, the sense of oppression remained unabated. The South Realm's many high grades secretly nodded their heads. The stronger Suja was, the happier they were. The entire South Realm was united by the same spirit, and having more strong people was always a good thing. Suja was secretly surprised when the 8th grade powerhouses appeared one after another. Xinan Base was really deep. However, the South Sea might not be unable to catch up. The gap was smaller than expected. The gazes of the entire audience unconsciously swept over the young figure. Suja is the South Sea Heavenly Pride. The people present secretly marveled, and many of them were seeing the honored one for the first time. What was most shocking was still that sense of youth. Although his actual age was in his early 30s, he had been promoted to a high grade due to his early advancement. The youthfulness brought about by the elevated level of life made him look like a 25 or 26-year-old youth. Which of the unusual high grades were not in their 40s and up. Visually, he didn't look like someone of the same generation at all. The actual age difference wasn't as drastic as it seemed. Suja could feel the eyes of the entire room focusing. Fortunately, he had experienced too many moments of attention, and had long been accustomed to it. Combined with the subtle state of the heart of the mirror, it was even more comfortable. This temperament left a deep impression on many of the attendees. At this exact moment, Southern Realm Grand Governor Su Shoshuan arrived. The 9th grade mighty pressure mixed with the aura of a superior. It instantly subdued the entire crowd of martial artists. The crowd unconsciously sat upright. Only Suja's face remained unchanged under the support of the heart of the mirror. Su Shoshuan's eyes locked onto this newly promoted high grade for the first time. He had heard too many legends about Suja. When he first heard about it, the South Sea base was attacked, and the 5th grade martial artist shook off a strong enemy. Who would have thought that in a short period of time, he would have broken through the realm in a row? First defeated God's capital's pride Pei Qingyu, and then entered the high grade. This kind of legendary experience is unique in the Southern Realm. Su Shoshuan had seen countless geniuses, but such a demon was rare. Not simple, Su Shoshuan secretly assessed. The other party's aura was like a tidal wave surging, climbing at all times. I had known that this son had awakened a special talent. Now it seemed that that bloodline power was far from what the intelligence stated. However, the Grand Metropolitan Governor had no intention of digging deeper. Who doesn't have some secrets? As long as they are loyal to the Grand Xia, they are fine. Suja's growth trajectory was clean. His achievements on the battlefields of the 10,000 clans cannot be faked. His loyalty is unquestionable. As for the cult's compulsion, which one of the heavenly pride is not as strong as iron? Su Shoshuan's thoughts turned electrically as he took his seat at the main seat. At this moment, we are convening the representatives of all parties in the Southern Realm to discuss 3 major matters. The first is the South Realm's annual summary. Exinen Base's production value has increased by 5% in the past year. The number of new non-military martial artists reached 2,000. Su Shoshuan spoke slowly. Routinely, he summarized the first half of the year. The South Realm meeting was usually scheduled after the martial examination rather than the spring festival. After all, the university acceptance rate was also an important assessment indicator. Although this matter was not directly related to the Martial Way University, Suja still paid extra attention to the South Sea base data. In the past year, the South China Sea has performed brilliantly. The number of new martial artists alone was nearly 500. This was due to the new policy that Suja had formulated. This included the subsidization of resources for mercenary groups and hunting groups, allowing civilian groups to obtain cultivation materials at a discounted price. The circulation of resources naturally spawned more martial artists. There were 3 additional resource channels for the South Sea base. One was the injection of funds from sponsors attracted by the League system. The second was the material procurement agreement signed with the South Sea Special Administrative Region. It was said to be an agreement, but it was actually led by the South Sea. To be exact, Suja was behind the scenes, coupled with the current South China Sea-based governor from WU. Cooperation to promote natural smooth. In the comprehensive evaluation of non-war zone bases, the South Sea has been firmly in the forefront. Originally, the gap between several major bases was not obvious. It's not surprising that the South China Sea has since risen to the top. In particular, the number of people who reached the high school entrance exam in Wudao has left behind the bottom bases by several times. This data was shocking enough, even if most of the South Sea candidates just pressed through the line. But when this group of students return from their studies, the base's strength will surely usher in a blowout. The South Sea's sudden rise triggered the attention of the entire room. Many gazes were frequently cast towards Suja. Everyone knew the key to the transformation of the South Sea. Since this heavenly pride took charge of the base, the strategies to break the situation landed one after another. 90. Coordination and preparedness. Mama sows trouble, even now that Suja has stepped down. But it did not affect the crowd's recognition of his ability in the slightest. At least many bases were still very eager to have a leader like Suja. Many people have also noticed the changes in the South Sea base. I wonder if there are any thoughts on this? Su Shoshuan also spoke out at this time. As the South Realm Grand Metropolitan Governor, he really didn't pay much attention to ordinary bases on weekdays, both because the whip was out of reach and because base development could not be accomplished overnight. More importantly, it was impossible to decentralize resources into ordinary bases, unless a case like the South Sea base had achieved clear results. Cases that can ensure stable returns are eligible for resource tilting. I think ordinary bases can learn from the South Sea model. The strength of ordinary bases can likewise enhance the overall bottom line of the South Realm. Using a small amount of resources can help a large number of students enter a martial arts university. This is indeed an extremely meaningful thing. Almost all of the martial artists present supported this proposal. They were not all from Exinen base. Many of the martial artists had moved here after their strength had risen, and they still harbored feelings for their original base. Naturally, they wanted their hometown to develop better. Moreover, the student rewards only involved pills below the martial artist level, which the supply capacity of the Southern Realm was fully capable of bearing. Without jeopardizing their own interests and gaining prestige, most people were happy to go along with it. They weren't obtuse either, and naturally saw the potential benefits of this move. However, Su Shoshuan did not immediately take a stand. Instead, his eyes turned to Suja, who remained silent. This person who created the miracle of the South China Sea had not uttered a single word from the beginning to the end. This composure was completely unlike what a young man should look like. I wonder what Vice President Suja has to say? Su Shoshuan finally asked by name. This title caused the crowd to be slightly stunned, and then suddenly realized. Suja was indeed now attached as the Vice Dean of the South Sea Martial Arts University's Dan Pill Academy. Although in the world of martial arts, strength was fundamental. But in the face of this young and powerful man who had earned his name, no one questioned his qualifications. Just this sudden official title. It was still a slight surprise to those present. Suja, who was suddenly named, raised his eyebrows lightly, obviously not expecting the topic to lead to himself. I think it's not only necessary to organize a league within the base. It's even possible to expand the Southland High School Martial Arts League to the entire region. At least let the various base cities see the true gap between high school students. Suja spoke in a deep voice. Not only did he want to set up exclusive leagues for ordinary bases, it was even more important to cover the entire southern realm with the tournament map. The core intention was precisely to make the ordinary bases face up to the gap between them and Exinen base, and then strive to catch up. Su Shoshuan fell into deep thought. Organizing the Southland League certainly required the investment of manpower and resources. For example, arranging transportation for high school students from all over the region for inter-regional tournaments. But the results would certainly be significant. Just by looking at the South Sea base, it was clear that the competition mechanism was indeed effective in improving overall strength. Many high school students are stuck below the martial arts college entrance exam scoreline. Part of the reason is precisely the lack of self-discipline. Cultivation is ultimately a boring thing for teenagers. If they could stimulate their potential in the midst of the excitement, they might be able to break through the bottleneck. Su Shoshuan was indeed moved. However, the specific program still needed to be discussed subsequently. The whispers of the martial artists on the scene rose, and they generally agreed that this proposal was feasible. After all, most of the martial artists present had settled in Exinen, so if a region-wide league was organized, the Exinen students were bound to shine. Their heirs would likely be among the participants, so naturally no one would object. This matter will be put on hold for now, and the matter of the 10,000 races battlefield will be discussed next. After many applications, Granxia will temporarily deploy martial artists to support the southern realm. All battlefields will need to collaborate to launch an offensive and carry out a full-scale counterattack against the foreign races. Su Shoshuan switched topics. Previously, the joint stranglehold of the 10,000 races battlefield had put the southern realm under heavy pressure. Now it was finally time to turn defense into offense. Obviously, the provocations of the foreign races had completely enraged the South Realm's higher-ups. As the word spread, Suja could clearly sense the rising wariness around him. For these martial artists, the frustration of the previous passive defense was about to be transformed into an overpowering attack. However, Su Shoshuan's deployment continued. All units enter a state of combat readiness immediately. Logistic support such as elixir reserves, technological weapons, and ammunition must be complete. The task allocation session. The South Sea Martial Arts University took on a large number of production targets. Suja did not raise any objections. These tasks were completely within the Academy's affordability. He had thought that it would lead to heated arguments, but he had not expected the process to be unusually smooth. Could it be that the principal knew the content of the meeting? Purposely let me come to accumulate real-world combat experience? This speculation swirled in Suja's mind. As a strong person among the 9th-grade martial artists, it was highly likely that the principal had reached a consensus with Su Shoshuan in advance. The arrangement at this moment was more like an elaborate adventure. It was during Suja's meeting. Mother Su and Shun Qingyan's party, however, encountered an unexpected twist. The reason for this is that the son of the Golden Goose family was working with a certain staff member surnamed Wang. He accidentally leaked key information. Your Wang family is almost finished. Offending a high-grade martial artist and you still want to turn over a new leaf? This drunken slip of the tongue caused the Wang family to look like enemies. When had they ever messed with a high-grade martial artist? It must be known that the Wang family had always been careful and prudent, and they didn't even dare to offend a mid-grade martial artist. After urgent investigation, Wang Jingli's past gradually surfaced. It turns out that when Mother Su visited the Golden Goose with Shun Qingyan and the others, she had been detected by the Wang family's eyes. It had already been detected by the Wang family's eyes and traces. Could this one be associated with a high-grade martial artist? Initially, the Wang family did not recognize Mother Su's identity. But as the trail deepened, someone finally recognized this illegitimate daughter who had severed ties with the family. Some of the young and exuberant Wang family members even tried to teach Wang Jingli a lesson, completely forgetting the warnings of high-grade martial artists. However, they had kicked the iron plate. Not to mention the fact that the second-grade martial artist Shen Qingyan was already able to crush the Wang family. Zhong Genuan, a fourth-grade martial artist alone, would never allow Su's mother to make any mistakes. After all, the price of angering a high-grade martial artist was definitely not something the Wang family could afford. The suppression operation was without suspense. When Zhong Genuan learned of the old grudge between the Wang family and Su's mother, he immediately launched a thunderous attack. Although he was only a fourth-grade martial artist, the Zhong family was a martial arts family that had been inherited for decades in Exine base. At its peak, it had produced a sixth-grade powerhouse. In the face of a crisis involving a high-grade martial artist, the entire family's resources were instantly mobilized. It launched an all-round suppression of the Wang family. This descending blow came out of nowhere. Before the meeting ended, the Wang clan was already in a state of collapse. Many members of the clan did not understand until they died. What kind of existence had they offended? 91. The bet is right. Against the Wang family? Wang family. Why is the Zhong family suppressing us like crazy? It's even reached the point of immortality. Wang Quan, who was the head of the family, spoke out with an ugly face. He was already in his 70s this year. Even with the support of his martial arts cultivation, since he wasn't even a middle grade, could already be considered twilight years. The only thing he did not expect was that the Wang family, which he had built up over a lifetime, would still suffer like this. It was good that the Wang family was also considered to have been deeply cultivated in Exine base for many years. It still had some connections. After paying a lot of prices and favors, they finally found out the whole story. Wang Jingli. His son is the South Sea Heavenly Pride Suja, now a 7th-grade martial artist. This time, the Zhong family's crazy outburst is because of this. This time Wang Quan was completely dumbfounded. For the name Wang Jingli, he was vaguely familiar with it. After freezing for a while, he finally managed to find a recollection of this name from his memory. All of a sudden, Wang Quan's face became even more ugly. At this time, many Wang family members also understood the cause of the incident. Many Wang family members even stared blankly, seemingly not thinking that there was an aunt who had severed ties. If it was severed, then it was fine. The key was that the son of the family had also stepped into a high grade. Grandpa, how about we wait for this aunt to apologize for her mistake? There's no mistake in the end. They're all members of the Wang family. Some Wang family members even admonished out loud and said, if we can reconcile, there won't be a suppression of this matter. Wang Quan, on the other hand, spoke out in anger. He had never cared about that illegitimate daughter in the beginning, but did not expect, but now is become the Wang family unstoppable existence. What happened before, then even more so, has become a nightmare nowadays. In fact, Wang Quan thought well, even though the Wang family had found the key to the matter. But Su's mom really did not want to see the Wang family's intention again, so she let Zhong Jianyuan block people out. For this matter, Zhong Jianyuan was naturally responsible. The bet is right. Mother Su doesn't have good feelings towards the Wang family. Suja is even more needless to say. Zhong Jianyuan was very excited to think about it inwardly. This also caused him to work even harder. The Wang family members could not raise their heads at all in front of Zhong Jianyuan, a 4th-grade martial artist. In the end, it was not until Suja came back and learned of this matter. After the South Realm Conference itself, some high-grade martial artists wanted to get acquainted with Suja. Naturally, Suja could not possibly refuse. As people of the same Southern Realm, there was no conflict. It was normal to get to know each other. He had delayed quite a bit of time, but of course, he had left a lot of contact information. For the many high grades, they valued Suja's potential. And even if Suja did not make a breakthrough, he was still a 7th-grade existence. It was also one of the few high grades in the entire Southern Realm. It was definitely not a loss. Suja, who had returned, had originally planned to speak to Shin Qingyan and the others. He was supposed to take the lead and return to the South Sea. It was because the Southern Realm had managed to start a counterattack battle with great difficulty. Then it was bound to be fought beautifully. However, a great war wasn't just a fight, there were quite a few preparations to be made in it. Although the Grand Xia Army was the main force in the battle, the South Sea Martial Arts University was also an indispensable part. The most crucial thing was that this time, the South Sea Martial Arts University did not have much support. Perhaps the Southern Realm was considering the fact that the principal of the South Sea Martial Arts University was out of the country. This was coupled with the high quality of Suja. Could be said that compared to before, the entire South Sea Martial Dao University had increased by 2 high-grade combatants. Regardless, the South Sea battlefield still needed to be well prepared. The Wang family is causing trouble? After returning, Suja also knew about the things that Su's mother had encountered today. Even Suja could not help but frown slightly. Originally, Su's mother did not want to pay attention to the Wang family's matters anymore. She treated them as strangers. However, She did not expect the Wang family to be unforgiving. Of course, the people of the Jin family were also responsible for this matter. Before, the Zhong family had first carried out a wave of suppression towards the Wang family. Zhong Genuan also said without hiding what he did before. He was very honest in his words. He also knew that there were actually some martial artists who had an aversion to taking matters into their own hands. He just didn't know how this one thought before the Zhong family was more of a gamble. However, after listening to Zhong Genuan's words, Suja's face did not have any changes. To be honest, he did not have any good feelings towards the Wang family. It was only because of the fact that Su's mother had not opened her mouth to factor in, so she did not make a move. For the Zhong family to make a move now, it was not a good thing. The first time Suja did not say anything, causing Zhong Jianqing to not be able to help but be in a state of confusion within his heart. One could only comfort oneself that the other party, despite not having words, wasn't also not opposed to it, wasn't it? Leave a contact. Suja suddenly opened his mouth and spoke out. Obviously, he was still inclined to agree with Zhong Jinyuan's approach. What's more, Xianan base was the center of the entire southern realm. In the future, he was afraid that the number of times he would come to Xianan would not be small. It was also not bad to have a local snake to keep in touch with. After the words fell, Zhong Jinyuan could not help but show a look of surprise above his face. He knew that the Zhong family had made the right move. After Suja exchanged contact information with Zhong Jinyuan. After exchanging contact information with Zhong Jianqing, Suja came to Su's mother's room, and at this moment, Su's mother was still very calm. Even with Su Xiaoguan, her granddaughter, she was putting together newly purchased blocks. On the side of Shin Qingyan also handed the two of them blocks. Seeing this scene, Suja was also relieved. It was obvious that Su's mom and the others had not been affected by today's events. Mom, I wonder how this matter is going to be handled. Suja did not hesitate to speak out. This matter anyway, they had the upper hand plus the status gap between the two sides. The Wang family had no pride in front of him. Just like this, let the Wang family not come to disturb in the future. Su's mom didn't care in the slightest to speak out. If it was said that before, she might still have a little bit of fantasy towards the Wang family. But with what happened today, then the illusion was shattered. As for the matter of the Jin family, Suja did not mention it. Because it was obvious that this matter, the Jin family could not get out of it either. However, since Su's mom didn't mention it, then he wouldn't go and be the villain. After all, that Auntie Jean wasn't at fault. It was her son who was a little unlucky. It was rare for Su's mom to have an old friend, so he didn't bother to spoil the fun. After dealing with these trivial matters, Suja then began to talk about business. I'm preparing to return to the South Sea. The next period of time needs to be busy. Or you guys can travel with us to the South Sea for a while. Suja didn't tell the contents of the Southern Realm meeting. The counterattack was definitely impossible to conceal, but it could be concealed for as long as possible. 92. A high quality of energy, pursued with regret, in front of the main event. Neither Su's mother nor Shin Qingyan would cause trouble for Suja. Let's just go back to the South Sea base. It's better to be more comfortable in our own home. Su's mom took the lead and said, it just so happens that I bought quite a few cultivation resources in Xianan, so I'll go back to the South Sea base to retreat. Shin Qingyan added. On the contrary, although Su Xiaojin was a little reluctant, she ultimately did not say anything. Because under the suppression of her old mother's eyes, she didn't dare to have any thoughts. Shin Qingyan had a double suppression buff on Su Xiaojin. First was mother-daughter suppression. The second was teacher-student suppression. Su Xiaojin was pinned to death. In response, Suja could only give his daughter a look of love. Although the cultivation environment of Xianan base was better than Nanhai base. However, that was in the absence of spirit stones. Now that there were sufficient resources, Shin Qingyan and Su Xiaojin's cultivation was not affected. Especially Su Xiaojin was at the foundation stage. A place with too much aura might not be a good thing. For his daughter, Suja did not have high requirements. It was to step into the first grade of martial artist before the Martial Dao Advanced Examination. Anyone who became a first-grade martial artist during the Martial Dao examination was considered a heavenly pride. Suja believed that today's Su Xiaojin had this potential. Whether it was talent or resources, she did not lose to anyone. Including Shin Qingyan's guidance at the martial artist stage, it was also completely sufficient. Suja did not directly return to the South Sea. Instead, he took his entire family to make a trip back to the South Sea base first. The pets and the spirit stones purchased earlier were all in his space pouch. There was also the special space bag for Shin Qingyan that needed to be replenished with spiritual energy. Only after making all the preparations did Suja move to return. This time, because of the urgency of the matter, he directly utilized the high-grade martial authorities' specialized plane. And just as Suja and his group returned, the Wang family in Xianan base was on the verge of collapse. Even though Mama Su no longer cared about this matter and even only had the Zhong family give a warning. In fact, Mama Su was not entirely soft-hearted. Rather, it was for Suja's reputation. After all, the blood relationship still existed. So she chose to let the Wang family off the hook. However, Suja's hint to the Zhong family was to toss it around for a while before giving a warning. In order to prevent the Wang family still have someone who has a heart. Naturally, they couldn't let it go easily. The Zhong family strictly carried out Suja's instructions and continued to apply pressure. At this moment, the Zhong family's suppression of small families had already spread in Xianan base. Many forces were curious. Why would a small family offend the Zhong family? After all, the martial forces in Xianan base had always maintained a balance. Not to mention the fact that this was where the Grand Metropolitan Government was located. To suppress it so recklessly was clearly out of character. This move by the Zhong family looked like it was out of its mind anyways. But the results of the investigation soon surfaced. The Zhong family had no intention of hiding anything at all. All the clues pointed to Suja, as a newly risen 7th grade martial artist. His will was enough for the Zhong family to willingly bear the criticism. Suja's mother was once a member of the Wang family. The relationship was severed over 30 years ago. During the Southern Realm Conference, the Wang family dared to trouble Su's mother. As the investigation went deeper, many forces in Xianan didn't realize that this matter was even connected to that South Sea heavenly pride. This time, the forces of Xianan base were completely unable to sit still. The matter of a high grade was no small matter. After all, in the entire Grand Xia, high-grade martial artists had always held a significant position. Upon understanding all the Wang family's actions, many members of the forces secretly shook their heads. The same family lineage, but instead of treating them well, they forced them. After more than 30 years, it had finally become extinguished. The various great clans really didn't know what to say about the Wang family's operation. If the Wang family could have kept Wang Jingli back then, they would now be sitting on the kinship of a high-grade martial artist. At the very least, it would have been on par with many middle-grade martial arts families. This farce of the Wang family could be called a cautionary tale for all the great clans. Even ordinary clansmen should not be taken lightly, who expected that their offspring wouldn't produce a heaven-defying character. While valuing martial artists, ordinary people should not be ignored. After knowing the original story, the forces finally understood why the Zhong clan was so serious. The Zhong clan has really put their best foot forward in order to establish a connection with this high-grade martial artist. In their place, they would have been willing to make the same choice. In this situation, naturally, no one interfered with the Zhong family's actions. Certain low-grade martial artist families even took the opportunity to push the envelope. After all, the family business that the Wang family had accumulated over the years was quite tempting to low-grade martial artists. At this moment, the Wang family's mansion was shaking with cries. Who would have thought that in just 24 hours, the family would suffer a descending blow? They couldn't even find a way to see that big shot. The head of the family, Wang Quan, had an iron expression on his face. Although he used all of his connections to plead with the Zhong family to be magnanimous, after hearing that a high-grade martial artist was involved, all of his connections were instantly frozen. All of his connections were instantly frozen. Who would want to offend a high-grade martial artist for the Wang family? It's not worth it. After 3 days of suppression, the Wang family's industry collapsed. The Zhong family finally sent word, "Don't bother Auntie Sue anymore in the future." The desperate Wang family saw a ray of hope. The storm has finally come to an end. However, the Wang family has been greatly injured, and only a few hidden underpinnings remain. The nominal grandfather Wang Quan, face full of remorse grooves,
回到南海的苏哲，自不知王家近况。
Perhaps Su's mom still has some scruples about the Wang family. But for Suja, this matter is publicized. He also has all the reasons. Not to mention that he didn't put this matter at ease in the first place. Being in the world of high martial arts, he had many dead souls in his hands. Although he had compassion, he would not be overflowing. After returning to the South China Sea, Suja first reported the details of the Southland meeting. Although I guessed that the principal and the dean already knew. Still, according to the process complete statement, the principal began to assign tasks to the colleges. The primary mission of the College of Pills was naturally to refine pills. Suja also took on important duties, refining the purple spirit pill. As a 6th grade important elixir, the special nature of the purple spirit pill was self-evident. Even if a high-grade martial artist lacked a specialized recovery elixir, this elixir could provide emergency relief. Currently, only Su Shengyan and Suja mastered the refining technique. However, Su Shengyan needed to focus on refining high-grade pills, so this important task naturally fell on Suja's shoulders. After ascending to the 7th grade realm, Suja's mental power had skyrocketed geometrically. Nowadays, refining the purple spirit pill was no longer a stressful task. Not to mention the overlaying of the mind of mirror state. The entire alchemy area had been completely taken over by the middle and high-grade tutors of the Dan Pharmaceutical Academy. This kind of battle has caused the students of this academy to be filled with confusion. 93. Fixed for a second talent. Ready for the big battle. How did the school suddenly appear so many tutors alchemy? Isn't alchemy normal? The demand for elixirs in the entire southern realm and even Great Xia is not small. Maybe it's because the Grand Xia has amortized tasks for the various martial arts universities. Although the students were talking, no one really went to get to the bottom of it. Suja's furnace was next to Dean Su Shengyan. This person has already jumped into the ranks of the South Sea Martial Arts University's chief alchemist. Although he only mastered the art of refining purple spirit Dan, outsiders had no way of knowing. After all, he was a 6th grade alchemist who had passed official certification. Dean, are there any good seedlings in this enrollment? The fire of the Dan in Suja's palm was not extinguished, and he actually had room for idle conversation. After advancing to the 7th grade, his mental power had skyrocketed, causing him to swim with ease. It is true that there are quite a few geniuses in the net, Su Shengyan replied while controlling the 7th grade Dan furnace, similarly lifting his weight with ease. The two men's ability to split their attention between two tasks made the tutors present envious. Ordinary alchemists needed to be fully focused and even have their students on guard outside. This kind of lightheartedness could only be achieved with the support of profound cultivation. Suja had been able to refine purple spirit pills as early as the 6th grade, and now that he had been promoted to a high grade, he was even more relaxed. As the only high-grade alchemist in the entire school, Dean Su's background is self-evident. The tutors tacitly slowed down their work and listened to the conversation. Thanks to the blessing of the school's fame, coupled with the momentum created by the patriarch list, especially with you being the gold standard, quite a few geniuses would rather give up a first-class school and choose our South Sea Martial University. Su Shengyan couldn't hide the exhilaration in his voice. In the past, the South Sea Martial University was not well known, but now it has become the meat and potatoes. These geniuses are very refined. In the first-class school is only ordinary students, in our place but can enjoy special treatment. High-quality tutors take the initiative to teach, resources tilted unprecedented. Other martial arts university high-grade disciple all depends on the interest, we are blood money to grab people. On the other hand, it also proves the cohesion of the South Sea Martial Arts University. Even high-quality tutors are willing to take the time to guide students. The situation is really compelling. It's impossible to grab a genius without offering generous conditions. Now that the allocation of resources was deeply linked to the Heaven's Pride ranking, the conditions offered by the various martial arts universities had risen. The South Sea Martial Arts University can only increase the competition. However, the university had never forced Suja to take on a disciple for a very clear reason. This 30-something-year-old high-grade Heaven's Pride had unlimited potential. How could it allow student affairs to delay cultivation? It would not be considered until he was at least 40 years old. After all, most high-grade tutors were older and still had the capacity to take on students. Because of this consideration by the school, Suja had no knowledge of this enrollment. It was only when he heard Su Shengyan mention it that it dawned on him. There are 10 geniuses in this class. In previous years, we were lucky to get 1 or 2, but sometimes we got nothing. Su Shengyan's voice carried the pleasure of a raised eyebrow. The days of worrying about the source of students in previous years have finally turned over. Now all the schools are crazy to grab talent. Suja nodded in agreement. He was all too aware of the dilemma that South Sea Martial University had once been in. His own status as the first student originating from a high grade since the establishment of the school was the most intuitive proof of this. Other than the earliest establishment of several top martial arts universities, the later ones had all grown up in this manner. More than 20 consecutive days of alchemy came to an end. The effect of the mind of the mirror's enhancement faded. During this period, Suja's cultivation steadily refined, and he had already taken a solid step at the early 7th grade. It might seem like it was not as good as a leaping breakthrough at a low grade, but the truth was that the high-grade realm was already difficult to move forward. Unless one obtains a heaven-defying ability, it is difficult to make a leap forward. The good thing is that after going through the trials and tribulations before the age of 28, the speed of cultivation nowadays has far exceeded that of the low-grade period. Suja was quite content with this. It's time to draw abilities for the new month. As long as it's not a chicken rib skill, it can add a helping hand to the South Sea battlefield. Gazing at the large carousel of light, Suja secretly thought to himself. The bright diamond light suddenly burst out. The wheel of fortune never shifted due to personal will, and at this moment, it was blossoming with a heart-stopping radiance. A bitter smile spread across the corners of Suja's mouth. It seems that the ability drawn this time isn't really outstanding. Turning to think of past experiences. The initial doubling of martial talent, of that ghostly green glow, was still the cornerstone of cultivation to this day. The silver gold rank ability might not be inferior. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the time trap experience card. Puts the target in a time stop state for 1 second. Limit. 10 days time. Target must not exceed one major realm of their own. Suja's pupils suddenly contracted. This ability was simply a divine weapon to turn the tide against the wind. Although 1 second was short, it was enough to reverse life and death in a strong duel. The only regret was that the cooldown period was 10 days long. This means that you only have 3 chances per month to rewrite the game. What's even more alarming is that it involves the realm of the law of time. Even a high-grade martial artist can't get a glimpse of it. However, if the system produces it, there will be no hidden dangers. Suja rubbed the card and became more and more excited about the upcoming South Sea battlefield. The school has been notified that reinforcements will arrive tomorrow. The specific number of people is not known. It is expected that there will not be too many. The Southland Conference has long been finalized. The main point of attack is located in Xianan Base, and the rest of the battlefield will strike independently depending on the situation. If they are hit hard, they can withdraw from the mountainous battlefield at any time. 94 Military Genius. Support from the Southland. The next day, when the morning sun was breaking out, a powerful brigade stood in front of the main gate of the South Sea Martial Arts University. 18 figures stood out like javelins, their dark green uniforms drenched in unfading smoke. The fury condensed into substance, causing the spines of the students 100 meters away to chill. This was an iron-blooded division that had truly rolled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. How come people from the military came to the school? Whispers spread through the crowd, but no one dared to go forward to inquire. The female officer at the head had picturesque eyebrows but chilled to the bone, like a war weapon carved out of ice. When Headmaster Yu Xiong hurriedly greeted out with his high-quality tutor group, his eyes suddenly froze when they touched that figure. Little Snow, it's actually you leading the team? 20 years of time churned in memory. The pink-skirted girl holding a rag doll in the past gradually overlapped with the ice beauty wearing the rank of major on her shoulder in front of her. South China Sea War Zone Scorpion Special Warfare Team. All members report to you. Nan Shueching raised her hand in salute. The sound of metal armor clashing was as crisp as the clash of swords. The frosty voice line caused the accompanying mentor to shiver. Yu Xiong looked at the hideous scar at the end of her eye and his throat tightened slightly. Ever since her mother died in battle on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans 12 years ago, this girl had refined herself into a humanoid weapon. Rest for 2 hours first. Match battle plans with the garrison command in the late afternoon. The order had just exited. Nan Shueching's military boots had already taken half a step forward. Report. Our department is requesting to move to the front line immediately. A 28-year-old 6th grade martial artist, this record might not be considered dazzling when placed on the Heaven's Pride list. But when the 17 members behind her released their might at the same time. For 5th grades and 13 4th grades, this sharp knife squad composed entirely of mid-grade martial artists was exactly the reinforcements that the South Sea battlefield craved the most. Yu Xiong swept over the warriors' blood-crusted earpieces and secretly sighed that the military department was really meticulous. So what if there was no high grade sitting in the town? This group of battlefield hyenas were the best at tearing 6th grade martial artists into pieces. I'm the commander of the South Sea battlefield. I should be listened to, Yu Xiong said firmly. He had long heard of this niece's playful style. Out of the 365 days in a year, she soaked in the 10,000 races battlefield for at least 364 days. The only day she came back was still because she had important matters to deal with. As Yu Xiong spoke, Nan Xueqing instantly fell silent. In fact, there was still an early 9th grade martial artist from the Grand Xia military sitting in the South Sea battlefield. However, facing Yu Xiong was ultimately a bit short of the mark. The gap in strength allowed Yu Xiong to securely sit in the position of South Sea commander. The good thing is that Yu Xiong knows himself. He is more like a titular commander. The real command and scheduling still have to rely on the military that 9 products. In Grand Xia, this situation was not uncommon. After all, one could not expect all high-grade martial artists to be proficient in battlefield command. However, mobilizing Nan Xueqing's team was no problem. Soon, Nan Xueqing brought her team members to live in the dormitory arranged by the South Sea Martial Arts University. Yu Xiong hadn't arranged a villa, mainly because he was afraid that these battlefield veterans wouldn't be used to it. He proved to be well thought out. It was true that Scorpion Squad hadn't had a proper rest for too long. Just after entering the dormitory, the crowd immediately loosened up. "Captain, is this the South Sea Martial Arts University? They were all the rage a while ago. I really want to meet that South Sea heavenly pride. Too bad it didn't show up just now. To have a 9th grade principal personally greet them is already enough face." Mostly because of the captain's connections, the members of the team murmured, "Grab some rest." Nan Xueqing interrupted in a cold voice, and the dormitory was instantly silent. In Scorpion Squad, her prestige stemmed from 3 aspects: a chillingly crazy style, a strong strength that overpowered the entire squad, and years of accumulated prestige. As a graduate of the Northwest Military Martial Arts University, she was not a top seedling when she enrolled. Hardly by virtue of killing her way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, she had in turn left many heavenly prides behind. The reason she was interested in that South Sea pride at the moment was simple. The other party's cultivation level is rising abnormally fast, but his foundation is exceptionally solid. There must be a trick behind this. Any method that could raise her strength, Nan Xueqing would pursue it to the end. Suja remained busy after drawing the prize. Secret art cultivation was imminent. Back when he first entered the martial arts, he had been exposed to these types of explosive secret arts. At critical moments, these means could often turn the tide. The South Sea Martial Arts University's secret art library had a lot of inventory. He finally chose a chi and blood explosion type secret art. Blood-burning art. It's also of great use to high-grade martial artists, able to absorb more power of heaven and earth during chi and blood eruption. It can also strengthen one's battle power in a short period of time. The cost is that the body will fall into a period of weakness after the outbreak. Even if a high-grade martial artist's recovery power is strong, one would still have to lie down for at least half a month. In comparison, this blood-burning secret art is already considered mild. Some secret arts even have to burn lives. Suja has enough confidence in his own foundation that he naturally wouldn't choose this extreme secret art. This period of time of secret arts hard training. It finally came to a successful conclusion today. In addition to the secret arts, Suja also chose a blade technique. It was precisely the advanced version of the Mad God blade technique. True God blade technique, although there was no qualification bonus now. However, with his thorough mastery of the Mad God saber technique, he had hardened his True God saber technique to the proficient level. Nowadays, his strength was no problem in resisting the mid-7th grade. After stepping into the high grade, it was not easy to cross the realm and fight, even if it was just a small realm. Regarding the news that an iceberg beauty had come to the school, Suja had heard about it from the mentor's discussions. Even he could hardly avoid hearing about it. The reinforcements invited by the southern realm have arrived. He immediately made a judgment. As for any iceberg beauty, he didn't care. His martial will had always been strong. The rhythm of life remained thunderous. On the 5th day after drawing his new ability, Suja received an emergency summoning order from the university. The South Sea Martial Arts University had long been well deployed. 7th grade was left to guard the campus. The rest of the tutors above the middle grade were all committed to the battlefield. This time it was almost a full force. 95, Squad leader, worth a try. Suja finally met the iceberg beauty that the mentors were talking about. Nan Xueqing. It was said that she had a great relationship with the principal. At the first glance, the icy coldness came to the face. But what Suja cared more about was the fierce aura on the other party that was too thick to be melted. In the South China Sea battlefield, he was known as the god of killers. But compared to this person in front of him, it seems that the name does not live up to its name. It was difficult to estimate how many foreigners had to be killed in order to condense this kind of horrifying blood-bane aura. This is Suja, a 7th grade martial artist. Yu Xiong took the initiative to introduce. Nowadays, Suja was already a living signboard of Nanhai Martial University. Many freshmen had enrolled for his name. During the Scorpion Squad's residency, they had long heard of this name from their mentors. Yu Xiong was naturally aware of these discussions. Suja, this is Nan Xueqing, Captain Scorpion, the elite of the great Xia military. The principal did the same dutiful job of making introductions. Hello. Hello. After the two nodded their heads in polite greeting, Suja retreated to the side. He had no intention of engaging in conversation, nor did he look at the iceberg beauty for more than half an eye. This kind of attitude made the Scorpion team members wonder. Although their captain was as cold as ice, her suitors never stopped. There were always people with unrealistic fantasies. This heavenly pride in front of them didn't even stop at the afterglow. The team members secretly sighed. No wonder people were able to ascend to high grade. This determination was indeed extraordinary. Nan Xueqing was equally surprised. It wasn't that she was surprised by the other party's attitude. Rather, Suja was very different from the image she had expected. In her perception, this kind of heavenly pride should have been sharp. Not to mention the fact that it was at a time of great popularity. However, the person in front of her had no arrogance, and if it wasn't for the principal's introduction, she wouldn't be able to see that he was an existence that stirred up the wind and clouds. Perhaps it has something to do with those 10 years of precipitation. She secretly pondered. Suja's past had long been stripped clean, silent and nameless before the age of 28. After the age of 28, he was transformed. This kind of experience could explain why he kept such a low profile. Nan Xueqing had wanted to ask for tips on how to make rapid progress in cultivation. But right now was clearly not the right time. The crowd assembled and followed Yu Xiong as he stepped into the South Sea battlefield. In order to prevent the evil cult from passing information to the 10,000 races battlefield, the entire battlefield had entered a state of blockade. Only out and not in. Even if there were spies who mixed in, the news could not be transmitted to the battlefield. Suja was already familiar with the South Sea stronghold. He quickly adapted to the battlefield environment. The Scorpion team was new to the area. Initially, it is inevitable that they will not be able to adapt to the environment. Different battlefields have their own characteristics. After all, the connected racial worlds are different, and the ecology of the battlefield is also very different. Take the South Sea battlefield for example. The entire area is filled with a special wilderness atmosphere. Newly arrived martial artists would often feel ostracized. Luckily, the entire Scorpion staff were all mid-grade martial artists, and their adaptability was strong enough. The South Sea stronghold quickly held a high-grade meeting. Nan Xueqing, as a representative of the support force, was barely qualified to attend. Suja had the least seniority in the high-grade circle and the shortest breakthrough time. He was placed at the end of the table, sitting next to Nan Xueqing. At the moment, both of their gazes were focused on the 9th grade. It was said to be a meeting, but in reality, the important decisions had long been finalized by the 9 pins. The 9th rank of the military stationed in the South China Sea was called Yang Liqing. In Suja's memory, when he first entered the South Sea stronghold, this person had already been guarding the battlefield for many years. Compared to the martial grand tutor, the military martial artists had much less freedom. Nailed to death in the battlefield of the 10,000 races all year round, not allowed to relax for a moment. Even Suja secretly admired this kind of steadfastness. This time, we have to catch the other side off guard. Troops have been committed to the center battlefield in batches in the early stages. Successfully fished out the main force of the Wasteland clan. Yang Liqing spread out the battlefield sand table and explained. In fact, the layout had long been initiated when the Southern Realm plotted a counterattack. The warm water-boiled frog type of troop increase allowed the desolate plains to misjudge the situation. So far, they still hadn't realized the true scale of their troops. But if the middle-grade desolate clan loses too many, Their high grade will never sit back and watch. At that time, it's time for us to take the stage. At present, the number of high-grade Arakanese has basically equalized since Headmaster you left the gate. The objective of the battle was clear, to focus on killing the middle and low-grade Desolate race. This was also a common tactic in all battlefields. High-grade products were difficult to kill, and their numbers were not in their favor. The foreign races would flee when they saw the situation. However, the large-scale attrition of low and medium-grade products could still cause the foreigners to suffer a great deal of damage. The main protagonists of this battle are actually the medium-grade martial artists. The high grades were more likely to take on the task of holding them back. No one noticed the dangerous flames leaping under Suja's eyes. Although he was new to the 7th grade, his strength was not inferior to the middle grade. Together with the newly mastered time and space trap ability, it might not be possible to set a kill record. Maybe we can try. Even if it fails, it's not a loss. After the deployment was finalized, the meeting dispersed. The time of the raid was set for the early morning of the following day. Suja ascended straight to the top of the city and sat on his knees. He was indeed seriously adjusting his state. This period of time was back-to-back. Refining pills and practicing secret arts, his nerves were always tense. At this moment, he must adjust his essence to the peak. After all, his hidden mind was not simple. The martial artists patrolling the city walls all recognized him. This person had long since not been unknown in the South Sea battlefield. The deeds of defeating the divine capital's heavenly pride and breaking the realm's high grade had long spread to every corner of the battlefield. To a certain extent, he had grown into a spiritual totem of the South Sea battlefield. Naturally, no one stopped him from meditating at the city's head. Interestingly enough, Nan Xueqing had even sought out a piece of green stone to meditate not far away as well. The two instantly became the center of attention. The combination of the Iceberg Captain and the South Sea Celestial Pride was born with its own topic heat. If not for the fact that everyone knew that Nan Xueqing had just arrived not more than a few days ago, they were afraid that gossip would have spread. Gossiping noises rose and fell. Fortunately, both parties involved did not care about the eyes of the onlookers. Suja sensed the presence of the other party, but did not take the initiative to speak. He quickly immersed himself in the rhythm of his own cultivation. Even without the support of the system, he still maintained the inertia of bitter cultivation. The twilight was sinking. There were only 3 hours left before the time of action. 96. The Great War started. Unprecedented. Originally, Suja thought that Nan Xueqing was simply finding a place to meditate and cultivate. However, when no one was paying attention, a voice suddenly rang out. Senior Su, I wonder if you have encountered any bottlenecks in your cultivation? This sudden inquiry caused Suja to be slightly stunned. Although Nan Xueqing was asking for advice on the surface, she was actually hinting at her own predicament. Faced with this question, Suja could have avoided answering, but considering her relationship with the principal, there was always a need to leave a few points of mercy. It is not desirable to fight hard. It will lead to an imbalance in the state. Spiritual power cultivation is naturally difficult to refine. Suja slowly spoke in combination with his own experience. He roughly saw through Nan Xueqing's situation. After stepping into the 6th grade, she must be eager to fuse her spirit with her chi and blood. However, this process was most definitely not to be rushed. If not for the fact that he was equipped with a system, it would never have been possible for him to break through to the 6th grade so quickly. Apparently Nan Xueqing mistakenly thought that he had a shortcut. Unfortunately, Suja really didn't have a shortcut. However, he still shared some cultivation tips based on the other party's current situation. Before the words left her mouth, Nan Xueqing had already fallen into deep thought. Taking advantage of this gap, Suja's figure rose up in the air. He drifted away in the midst of countless envious gazes. Flying in the air. This was the dream that many martial artists pursued throughout their lives. Regardless of whether it's a commoner or a middle or low-grade martial artist, only a high grade can realize it. But how easy was it to reach the high grade? In this raid, in order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, all the high-grade warriors set off before the commoners. In order to control the entire battlefield, the streams of light swept past the South Sea strongholds, and the middle-grade martial artists set out in batches according to plan. It's not easy to form a surprise attack on the Arakan clan. The layout of the South Sea battlefield had been planned for a long time. The desolate plains had built several cities here. They are planning to stay here for a long time. The The South China Sea martial artists have long speculated about this. Perhaps the original world of the desolate plains is a harsh environment, not as livable as the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Therefore, they are particularly interested in this place. Of course, this is only speculation. In any case, the Grand Xia will never let the wastelands get their hands on this world. Suja could just follow Su Shengyan. Su Shengyan did not excuse himself. The principal had already explained that he must guarantee Suja's safety. Suja's safety must be guaranteed. Suja has shown potential. There is a great hope for promotion to the 9th grade. Even breaking through above the 9th grade was not impossible. More importantly, Suja has been regarded as the successor of the South Sea Martial Arts University. Compared to the many high-grade powerhouses in the school, Suja was simply too young. Suja was too young. Although the high quality can prolong life, there is a limit. The experience of 500 years of aura revival in Xia has shown that, even if it is a 9th grade strong man, at most 100 years of life extension, the only way to gain more years is to break through above the 9th grade. Rumor had it that Great Xia was developing pills to replenish life force. The exact details were unknown. It was clearly a state secret. If the high grade engages in battle, you choose your opponent according to my mark. During the flight, Su Shengyan was still mentioning Suja. He planned to identify a high grade with a weaker aura for Suja to try his hand. After all, Suja had never fought a high grade before. The destructive power of a high grade strike was extremely great. If they only sparred and left their strength behind, it was impossible to measure their true level. This also made it difficult to carry out actual combat drills. Furthermore, things were complicated. The martial arts college entrance exams had just stopped, and then the Southland raid program had begun. There was no opportunity for Suja to familiarize himself with high-quality combat techniques. Fortunately, Su Shengyan had quite a bit of confidence in Suja. A Heaven's Pride's battle power could not be estimated by common sense. Understood. Dean. Suja accepted this care openly. He knew his own business, although he had risen to a high grade. There was still a gap between him and a true Heaven's Pride, although he mastered the time trap as a supernatural ability. But he was always mindful of the possibility of verifying the kill. The weaker the opponent is, the more favorable it is. The center area of the South Sea battlefield is a special terrain of vast plains interspersed with rift valleys. This has always been the center of the battle between the Wasteland clan and the South Sea martial artists. Many important roads run through here. Occupying the high ground would allow one to gain the strategic advantage of being on top. However, this kind of terrain advantage is limited to medium and low-grade martial artists. High-grade powerhouses have long been free of geographic restrictions. Recently, with the South China Sea raid program advancing, a large number of middle and low-grade troops of the Arakan tribe have gathered here. Both sides have been fighting here for several days. The battlefield of the 10,000 races is characterized by years of war, especially during the 3 years when the passage was first opened. In order to test each other's strengths and weaknesses, the two sides almost never stopped fighting. At that time, great battles broke out every few days. In comparison, today's battles are already quite restrained. Suja followed Su Shengyan and chose a high point to wait. This is the first time I've been back, Suja thought to himself. In the past, he had always avoided this place. When one ventures into this place at a low level, it is tantamount to seeking one's own death. This place never followed the unspoken rule of not attacking low grade. It was an unorganized killing ground. It was not uncommon for a 6th grade to slaughter a 1st grade. Because of this, this place has become a nightmare for countless low-grade martial artists. But if you can wait for an opportunity to move in the middle-grade melee, and touch the relics of those who died in the battle, it may not be possible to realize the dream of getting rich. This blood-stained land, I do not know how many barren plains and Xia martial artists buried. Crisis and opportunity always go hand in hand. Unfortunately, Suja did not stay long at the middle grade stage. Ordinary pride would spend at least a few years at this stage. Those with mediocre qualifications may even be stuck here for the rest of their lives. Just as Suja's thoughts were flowing, the South Sea Army has quietly pressed the border. When the desolate plains race was unprepared, they were suddenly struck by a thunderbolt. Kill. Pay the blood debt in blood. The South Realm martial artists had a deep-seated grudge against the desolate plains clan. Many of their closest friends and relatives have fallen into their hands. In the past, the South Sea strongholds were mostly on the defensive. The people's hearts have long been filled with depression. at this moment finally have the opportunity to vent. Wasteland Tribe also did not expect the number of South China Sea martial artists so large. In the past, they have been suppressing the South China Sea strongholds. In an instant, they lost many of them. The total size of the battlefield should be hundreds of thousands of people. Suja overlooked the entire situation and knew the weight of the numerical advantage. The South Sea martial artists occupied 3/4 of the battlefield. The Desolate Plains clan only had a quarter remaining. It's not that the Arakanese don't have enough troops, but they didn't expect the South China Sea to take the initiative to attack. The Barren Plains clan martial artists also need to shut up and cultivate, cannot be resident in the battlefield. In addition to the psychological advantage for a long time, this time really suffered a big loss. 97. High-grade battle. Suja's goal. 100,000 desolate clans must be buried in the center battlefield. Suja heard the principal's low drink not far away. The words were filled with iron determination. Obviously, the school's loss of martial artists made it difficult for him to let go. The South Sea Martial Arts University is not as large as the Daxia Army Base. Every cultivation of a tutor is costly. This kind of consumption cannot afford. The principal's anger was unusual. But the total annihilation of the Barren Plains tribe is by no means an easy task. The other party is not stupid. The message for help has already been sent. The high-quality strongman of the Wasteland tribe arrived in an instant. The reinforcements will arrive in about 10 minutes. The victory or defeat will depend on how many lives can be harvested in these 10 minutes. Suja caught a glimpse of Nan Xueqing's figure. This iceberg beauty's combat strength was truly amazing. She was resolute in her killings and her moves were not different from each other. It must have been honed through countless alien killings. What was even more impressive was how quickly she adapted to the battlefield environment. This natural talent could be called a demon. 5 minutes later, a high-grade pressure erupted. After the Arakan tribe noticed the change, they immediately recalled their own strong men. This is the moment of the final high-grade showdown. The 2 9th grades, led by the headmaster, took the lead in releasing their pressure. The rest of the high grades were not willing to show weakness, and their auras rose like wolf smoke. Suja also mobilized his chi. Although the 7th grade was weak in front of the 8th and 9th grades, but the battle of chi could not be backed down. At least, they could not lose their prestige. Little Su, lock onto the 7th rank of the Desolate Plains clan in the northeast corner. Su Xingyan's voice transmission rang in his ears. Suja followed the guidance and looked. That 7th grade's breath was vague and unstable. It had obviously not been promoted for a long time. It was similar to the time of Suja's breakthrough. However, under the external support, Suja had long since stabilized the 7th product realm. He had even touched the mid-7th grade threshold. It's you. Suja's gaze was like a sword as he locked onto his target. The left-hand divine weapon and right-hand elixir were well prepared. After being promoted to the 7th grade, the school had specially authorized a divine soldier. The name was Ancient Moonblade. It was exactly where the bottom line was that he dared to wrestle the 7th product. The Arakanese 7th grade seemed to feel something, and the ferocious light in his eyes skyrocketed. Apparently, he also regarded Suja as a soft target. The Draconian tribe's way of recognizing strengths and weaknesses was straightforward and crude. Suja was indeed a new face in the high-grade ranks. The South Sea strongholds had frequent encounters with the high quality of the Arakanese. They knew each other's high-grade numbers like the back of their hand. The newcomer must have just broken through not long ago. Previously, Suja hadn't paid attention to the movements of the Desolate Plains high-grade. When the breaths of the two sides collided at the peak, the high-grade people each locked onto their opponents. Battle! Suja did not hesitate to face the 7th product of the Desolate Plains clan. Initially, he did not exert all his strength. He only circled around with a tentative attack. Although the blade was as sharp as an awn, and the momentum of the earth and sky was powerful, it deliberately revealed a flaw in his control. However, it deliberately revealed a flaw in its lack of control. This caused the 7th rank of the Wasteland race to show contempt. Human race, go back and practice for another 10 years. Spiritual fluctuations came wrapped in mockery. Although the languages of the two races were different, the mental transmissions were similar. Suja ignored the provocation. It was pointless to show off. It seems to be a stalemate tug of war. In fact, he retained 30% of the strength of the camouflage. Through fighting with the 7th grade, he gradually adapted to the high-grade battle method. This Fong's actual combat experience also lacks fire. Suja was keenly aware of the clues. More than 10 minutes passed quietly. Because he had a backhand, he was still able to focus on the overall situation of the battlefield. According to the original plan, the Arakanese reinforcements would need to be withdrawn when they arrived. At this moment, the low-grade martial artists had already started to retreat in an orderly manner. The 5th and 6th grade martial artists stayed behind to break the back. More than 90% of the 100,000 troops of the Desolate Plains clan had been lost. Even if there were fish that escaped the net, the raid plan had already succeeded. This heavy attack caught the Desolate Plains clan off guard. 100,000 troops is not a small number for them. According to the information from the South China Sea, although the Arakanese are all gifted soldiers, their fertility rate is extremely low. The fertility rate is extremely low. The size of the tribe is far inferior to that of Daxia. This is the root cause of its long attack on the South China Sea strongholds not broken. However, although the battle was won, the killing is not yet over. The Arakanese will retaliate. The South China Sea stronghold is about to usher in a more grueling war of attack and defense. These high grades would never hold back their anger. The fierce battle is still going on. The South Seas have already planned for this. The defenses have already been set up. Although the furious Desolate race is attacking fiercely, the South Sea has achieved its strategic goal. But the South China Sea has achieved its strategic goal. The bad breath that had been pent up for many years was finally spat out in pain. This more than 10 minutes of killing, the South China Sea stronghold martial artists pent up years of pent-up anger all released. Don't look at only a moment of results. In fact, it is the layout of the South China Sea strongholds for many hours of planning. Only in exchange for this kind of results. High-altitude battlefield is still stalemate. The Barren Plains tribe high quality has noticed the heavy losses of the ground troops. All of them are like crazy. For Suja, madness is a good opportunity. Since the beginning of the South China Sea battlefield, only in the first few years has there been a high-quality battle. Since then, most of the high-grade duels have been mutual restraints. This time, however, because of the Arakan casualties, their high-quality strong people lost all their positions. On the other hand, the South Sea high-grade was calm and relaxed. All they needed was to delay and then the strategy was accomplished. Over the years, the South Sea defense line has been solid as gold. They have also invested a lot of effort in their defense system. The latest technological weapons imported from Grand Xia can even threaten middle-grade martial artists. Due to the inability to deploy more martial artists in the defense, we can only seek a breakthrough in the technological armament, plus the Scorpion Special Operations Team to help. The South China Sea defense line can be said to be foolproof. But the South China Sea people of high quality had not expected. Among them there is a hidden heart that is not willing to lie dormant. After Suja gained insight into the situation on the battlefield, he focused on dealing with the Arakanese 7th grade in front of him. His opponent's madness caused frequent breaks to appear. During the fierce battle, both sides sustained new injuries. Their breath was failing. This was not only the case in Suja's area. All the high-grade pressure in the sky is no longer at full strength. This is common sense. Since the beginning of the battle between the high-quality products, it had lasted for a whole day and night. This kind of intense consumption, non-high-quality people half a quarter of an hour will be exhausted. However, those with high rank use the power of heaven and earth to recycle. They can still fight for years. Even if their breath fades, they still have the strength to fight again. High-grade and medium-grade are like clouds. Even if it's a 6th grade powerhouse on the ground, when they perceive the aftermath of the heavenly dome, one's heart and mind would still be shaken. 98. High-quality foreigners fall. Senior Su is mighty. Nan Xueqing's icy eyes showed a rare expression of yearning. This was a high-grade powerhouse. They were all pivotal existences in the Great Summer Kingdom. However, Nan Xueqing did not pay much attention to the high-grade battle at the moment. As early as an hour after the successful attack, all the martial artists had already withdrawn to the South Sea stronghold. The battle of defense was officially opened. The Wasteland clan was even crazier than expected. But the martial artists of the South Sea stronghold weren't vegetarians either. Time and time again, they resisted the attack. Both sides suffered casualties. But the advantage of the South Sea stronghold is that the injured can retreat. Others could quickly fill in. On the contrary, the attacking Arakanese, it's not that easy to retreat. Even after a day and a night of fierce fighting, the Arakanese still have no sign of retreating. At this moment, Suja's eyes became brighter and brighter. Previously, Suja had always shown the enemy to be weak. This desolate plains 7th grade powerhouse had gradually relaxed his guard. In addition to the fierce battle that had lasted for a day and a night, the state of this desolate race 7th grade had begun to decline, although Suja also showed that his aura had declined. But it was mostly a disguise. At the moment, Suja was like a cunning hunter. Step by step, he waited for his prey to fall into the trap. This Arakanese 7th grade had not yet realized that he had fallen into the deception that Suja had woven. In his opinion, in front of him, this Nanhai 7th grade martial artist is a little less powerful. It would be best if he could take this opportunity to seriously injure him. As for killing, even the Arakanese 7th grade is not completely sure. But to make him seriously injured is quite certain. It would be even better if you can injure its foundation. Difference in thinking. The outcome of this duel is doomed. Taking advantage of the short period of relaxation after the Arakanese 7th grade erupted again. If he was in his peak state, this kind of flaw would never be revealed. But at this moment the situation is different. The long-awaited opportunity had finally appeared. Suja naturally would not let go of this good opportunity. Time trap. Mad God Blade technique. Blazing flame. At this moment, Suja was no longer in disguise. With his abilities fully open, he struck out with all his might. A second of slackness and a time gap. This moment was a fatal opportunity. Not to mention that this Arakanese 7th grade had just broken through not long ago. Boom! Explosive sounds shook the heavens. The figure of the 7th rank of the desolate race fell from the sky. His life breath was rapidly decaying. Unprepared, he simply couldn't carry the kill. The 7th grade of the wasteland race suffered a heavy blow on the spot. The high-grade battlefield had long been scattered in all corners of the firmament. Due to the previous deliberate show of weakness, Suja retreated and fought. At this moment, he was not far from the South Sea stronghold. This scene was captured by the sharp-eyed people on both sides of the stronghold. The Arakan high grade has fallen. Life and death are uncertain. Both the stronghold martial artists and the desolate plains clan warriors sucked in cold air. It had always been difficult to determine the winner in a high-grade duel. At this moment, there was such a shocking turn of events. The crowd recognized that sword-wielding figure. It was the South Sea pride Suja. Originally, he already had a lot of weight in the hearts of the crowd. At the moment, he was even more awe-inspiring. Suja has no time to care about the crowd's thoughts. Adhering to the iron law of killing you while you are sick. The sharpness of the blade was revealed, and it was strangled with all its might. The blade swept across the sky and the earth, and the coldness pierced the bones. Even though they were far apart, they still caused people to tremble. Boom! The 7th rank of the Desolate Plains clan wore an unwilling look. In the end, he fell with a bang due to his excessive injuries. It finally dawned on him while he was still alive. The newly promoted high grade of the South Sea stronghold was in disguise the entire time, just waiting for a fatal opportunity. Unfortunately, it is too late to realize. The South China Sea stronghold attack was slowed down by Suja's outburst. When the light of the sword converged, the 7th grade of the Arakan tribe no longer appeared. The martial artists could not hide their shock. The ending was self-evident. That 7th grade powerhouse had already fallen. The faces of the attacking Desolate Plains warriors were pale. A sense of foreboding clouded their hearts. Suja carried the corpse of the 7th grade in his hand. He slowly descended from the sky towards the South Sea stronghold. The 7th grade corpse was worth a lot of money, whether it was material extraction or potion refining. As for the psychological barrier of making potions with the Arakanese, during the 100 years of aura recovery, Dacia has been trying to improve its strength. There are many people who have eaten foreigners. After making the potion, there is even less resistance. The foreigners should have been treated as livestock. Not to mention that if the 7th grade corpse is sold, it will be an astronomical figure. The Great Xia territory is dotted with battlefields of all races. But the number of high-grade strong people fall extremely rare. This time, in addition to Suja's own strength and ability to assist, there are no other high-quality interference factors to intervene. Even the Desolate Plains clan did not pay attention to Suja. As a result, when the 7th grade of the Desolate Plains discovered the crisis, the time when he realized the crisis, he had already been unable to return to the sky. Who would have thought that a 7th grade powerhouse would fall like this? Suja did not take action against the middle and lower ranks of the Desolate Plains. when many of the Arakan warriors witnessed him carrying the body of the 7th grade. The liver and guts had already cracked, instantly scattered and fled. The South Sea stronghold martial artists were similarly frozen in place. They hadn't expected the battle situation to change so suddenly. Elder Su is mighty. Suddenly, a martial artist raised his arms and shouted. The crowd woke up like a dream. The Desolate Plains clan's army was actually routed in fear by the fallen high grade. Elder Su is mighty. A mountainous cry resounded through the stronghold. This was a true high-grade strike. The South Sea battlefield looked back to the last time a high grade of the Desolate Plains clan fell. It was 10 years ago. Most of the martial artists present at this moment have only arrived at the battlefield in the last 10 years. This is the first time they have witnessed the fall of a high grade. In addition to the shock of killing a high grade, they were also shocked by the power of the Arakanese army. It must be known that the Desolate Plains had not retreated during the previous fierce battles. At this moment, they were forced to flee by Suja. This matter for the entire South Sea stronghold. It was a huge change that shook the earth. With the retreat of the Arakan race, the stronghold was finally able to rest and recuperate. The stronghold was finally given a chance to rest and recuperate. At the same time, the other high-grade battlefields received the news synchronously. Whether it's the South Sea strongholds or the Drakengard clan's powerhouses, they were all shocked. Both sides reacted very differently. The high-ranking members of the Desolate Plains clan had a grimace on their faces. High-grade powerhouses were vital to the South Sea stronghold. They were equally important to the Desolate Plains clan. The newly promoted 7th grade had lost so much. It was hard to accept this result for the high-ranking people of the Desolate Plains clan. 99, Suja killed it, and the loot of course belonged to him. What? Suja killed a Wasteland clan's 7th grade. Similar Xiong and other high-grade powerhouses were equally shocked. The difficulty of killing between people of the same rank was well known, especially for high-grade powerhouses. Without absolute strength suppression, killing an opponent was never easy. No one had expected that Suja, who had just entered the 7th grade, would be able to accomplish such a feat. To many high-grade powerhouses, this was unbelievable. The many high grades from the South Sea Martial Arts University hadn't originally expected him to be able to kill a strong enemy. Their initial plan was to allow Suja to accumulate experience through actual combat. Through life and death battles, they would be able to recognize their own strength positioning. They never expected Suja to be able to kill a high grade. However, to the South Sea Martial Arts University, this was undoubtedly exciting news. No matter how many middle and low-grade martial artists were lost, it was still not as devastating as the blow caused by the fall of a high grade. Even in the Exinen battlefield, there might not have been a high grade killed in action in this battle. It was due to this sudden news. The Desolate Plains clan's high grade immediately chose to retreat on all fronts. They both needed to urgently verify the truth of their fall. They were also greatly depleted from the fierce battle that lasted for more than a day. At this moment, they are no longer in peak condition. They were even more afraid of whether the South Sea had added reinforcements. The Wastelands are not the only ones who are reckless and brave. The South Sea strongholds of the strongmen also did not force the pursuit. Both sides were at the end of their strength. It was even more uncertain whether the Desolate Plains clan would fall into a frenzy due to the fall of the high grade. The situation eventually settled into a tacit truce. The fall of this high grade of the Desolate Plains clan. The results of the South Sea battlefield far exceeded expectations. The reasoning behind the good thing is well known to all. At this moment, all the high-grade people were eager to know. How exactly did Suja accomplish this overstep kill? When the high-quality battlefield was in full swing, every strong person was deep in the exclusive battlefield. When Xiong and Su Shengyan and the others were in a fierce battle, they simply did not have the time to be distracted. Su Shengyan's true cultivation level was completely exposed in this battle. After all, in the South China Sea battlefield, the high grade of the Desolate Plains clan was already in an advantageous position. Otherwise, the previous stronghold would not have been suppressed for a long time. Because of this, no one witnessed Suja's killing process. When the crowd of powerful people returned to the South Sea stronghold, the first thing that caught their eyes was Suja and that 7th grade corpse. Su Kid, how on earth did you do it? Although this Arakanese 7th rank has just broken through, it is ultimately a solid 7th rank. Not to mention that it hasn't been long since you were promoted. Su Shengyan snapped without hesitation. Of all the people present, he was the most familiar with Suja. He naturally had no qualms about asking at this moment. In the face of the questioning, Suja's expression was calm, clearly having anticipated it. He narrated the process from the layout to the kill. Only the special ability of the time trap was hidden. As the narration ended, the crowd finally understood. How exactly did this South Sea heavenly pride accomplish a kill that crossed the ranks? Showing weakness and hiding his edge, retaining 3 points of residual strength. After a whole day and night of fighting, he waited for the time to kill. During this period, he even intentionally suffered many injuries to paralyze his opponent. It's really dangerous. This Arakanese 7th rank is still too big for his britches. That's normal, after all. Suja is a new face. I just didn't expect your kid to be so bold. How dare you plot against the life of a high grade? Complicated looks appeared on the faces of the crowd of powerhouses, and murmurs rose and fell. They had to admit that Suja's guts were far beyond normal. Thinking back to when he himself first entered the 7th grade. Which time did he not walk on thin ice when facing a foreign race of the same rank? They were afraid of making a mistake. This kid is good, living free from a newborn calf. The worst thing is, actually let him really made. Gazing at the corpse of the alien race, even the high-grade powerhouses have their hearts in turmoil. The South Sea battlefield hadn't seen a high-grade fall from the desolate race for many years. One must know that in this battlefield, the high-grade was the true chess player. Even if you slaughter thousands of middle and low-grade, as long as the high-grade still exists, the foundation will not be shaken. Only the fall of a high-grade is a serious injury. No wonder the Desolate Plains clan retreated in haste when they received the news. This blow was too fatal. This corpse will be discounted to the school. A spirit stone settlement is sufficient. Suja continued to speak. At this moment, he was in dire need of spirit stones, and the school happened to be able to fulfill this need. Although the South Sea Martial University had limited reserves of high-grade resources. However, this 7th grade corpse was enough to replace quite a few rare materials. Even if it could only be supplied for 7th grade use, it would still be a major benefit to the school. What's more, the network of forces involved behind this corpse would broaden the Wudong University's connections. Could be said that the South Sea Martial Arts University had taken a big advantage. But Suja didn't care. The university had treated him well. In addition, he was already the heir apparent. Sooner or later, the entire university will be his foundation. Why should he care about the immediate gains and losses? Compared to Suja's indifference, the top management of South Sea Martial Arts University was already boiling. The gains that this high-grade corpse could bring to the school were immeasurable. Even if it can't make the overall strength jump up a step, at least it can also make the university's foundation 3 times thicker. Many South Sea Martial Arts University high-quality cultivation progress is slow. The root cause was limited resources. If they could obtain a batch of resources, their strength could be increased by at least 30%. Many had been wasting away at the 7th grade realm for many years. To some extent, they had been delayed by the South Sea Martial University. If they were supported by enough resources, they might not be unable to move up higher. As for the high grades of the Grand Xia military, the only thing they could do at this moment was to smile bitterly. Especially Yang Liqing, the 9th grade martial artist sitting in the South Sea. He was naturally clear about the value of the high-grade desolate race corpse. But the problem was, this corpse was beheaded by Suja independently. The entire process was unassisted. Even if the military wanted to get a piece of the pie, they couldn't find a reasonable excuse. Su Kid, the school will definitely give a fair price. After his exuberance, Principal Yu Xiong made a solemn promise in public. The South Sea Martial University's spirit stone reserves were still quite abundant. It had already taken advantage of the situation and would never withhold on the spirit stones. What's more, the crowd of high pins understood that this was Suja taking care of his alma mater. After all, if he sold the corpse to the Grand Xia military, no one would be able to say no. Bartering between high-grade powerhouses was unusual. 100, all the people are soldiers. Shen Qingyan was shocked. Headmaster, that's an overstatement. No matter what, I also came from the South Sea Martial Arts University. In addition, it's better for us to recover our condition as soon as possible. The Desolate clan is expected to attack again soon. Suja also spoke out at the right time at this moment. It seemed that this high-grade corpse of the Desolate race was more important than expected. He also reminded the crowd present. This great battle has not yet ended, and it can even be said that it has just begun. Regardless of whether it was the previous raid on the 100,000 Desolate clan or the fall of the high-grade powerhouse, the Desolate clan is not destined to let up. A great war was bound to break out next. And this time, the Desolate Plains clan would definitely be even crazier than before. Many of the high-grade powerhouses present were naturally not stupid people. Everyone's expression became grave. The two ninth-grade powerhouses stationed here began to give orders. The martial artists who should be resting immediately rested. The weak points of the South Sea Stronghold's defenses should be reinforced as soon as possible. The entire South Sea base entered a wartime state, supplying food, elixirs, weapons and ammunition at full strength. At this moment, the South Sea was transformed into a war machine. Everyone in the factory was working overtime. The South Sea base was different from other bases. As early as 500 years ago, the population of this area had already been relocated. It wasn't until a spatial passage appeared here that the South Sea base was established. Initially, this place was simply a military stronghold. Later, the South Sea Martial Arts University and various factories were built one after another. As martial artists continued to move in, Daxia military relatives moved in one after another, the population of the South China Sea has gradually grown. Nowadays, the entire South China Sea is either a martial artist or a soldier, or an employee of the military industry. Can be said that all people are soldiers. When the order to prepare for war was given, the entire base operated around the clock. At the same time, the South Realm Battlefield's initiative triggered widespread attention in Grand Xia. With regards to the battlefield of the 10,000 races, numerous martial artists had always paid close attention. Even the general public was curious about the battlefield. This time, the South Realm Battlefield was trying to boost their morale while at the same time promoting themselves. It even opened multiple live channels to show the battlefield live. This move by the Southern Realm had been approved by the senior management of the Grand Xia. Given the frequent sightings of cult martial artists in the battlefields, there was no need to continue hiding the battlefield situation. The situation on the battlefields of the 10,000 races is critical now. By publicizing the situation and letting the public know about the situation in Grand Xia, it may inspire more martial artists to step out of their comfort zones, prompting ordinary people to forge ahead. Although this is a helpless attempt by the Grand Xia, it is also a strategy to break the situation. Previously, Great Xia was afraid of causing panic, resulting in the battlefield of the 10,000 races being hidden in the beginning. But with the passage of so many years, the hidden secret had turned into an open secret. Almost all martial artists knew of the existence of the 10,000 races battlefield, they just didn't have a concrete understanding of it. As for ordinary people, they had all heard of the relevant rumors as well. So this time, when Grand Xia allowed the 10,000 races battlefield to open a live stream, it was essentially a test. Of course, the Southern Realm was more to publicize itself, to attract more people to join the Grand Xia army. The two sort of coincided. The main live streaming target was still the Xinan battlefield. Although there were some live broadcasts from the South Sea battlefield, none of them were professional. It was just news and scattered videos of martial artists waiting outside the spatial channel for news to come out from within. The Xinan battlefield was completely different. It was said that special equipment had been specially developed to maintain the signal connection between the battlefield and the outside world. It was possible to directly broadcast the battlefield live. Therefore, most of the people of Grand Xia were paying attention to the Xinan battlefield. Those who paid attention to the South Sea battlefield were usually those who had friends and relatives stationed in the South Sea. For example, the Su family from the South Sea base. This was despite Suzhen never revealing any news or even informing the Southland battlefield strike plan. After all, the information on the South Realm strike had only been gradually unsealed in the last 2 days. Previously, it was all in a state of high secrecy. It was only at this moment that Shin Qingyan came to a realization. Before the South Realm's high-level meeting, this is what was discussed? She suddenly connected the many clues, including her husband who was on vacation suddenly resuming his busy schedule. It was obviously all related to the action of the Southern Realm's 10,000 races battlefield. Shin Qingyan was no stranger to the battlefield of the 10,000 races. When she first became a martial artist, she had been curious about the world of martial artists. She had purposely joined multiple martial artist forums and chat groups. Daxia practiced real-name network management. Even martial cultivation had an official certification system. There was a clear distinction between martial artists and ordinary people in the cyber world. Before becoming a martial artist, Shin Qingyan was completely unaware of these hidden secrets of Daxia. although now she knew about the news of the southern realm striking. But this time she was not as anxious as before. After all, when Suja's cultivation was still shallow, there had been many trips to the South Sea battlefield. In fact, Shin Qingyan was originally not aware of these details. But let's not forget that the current head of the South Sea base, Yan Zhengxing, came from the South Sea Martial Arts University. Yan Zhengxing had deliberately arranged for his wife to befriend Shin Qingyan. Only through this opportunity did Shin Qingyan inquire about Suja's many past events at the South Sea Martial Arts University. In the past, Shin Qingyan and Suja were considered to be as respectful as guests. Naturally, she would not take the initiative to ask about Suja's past. However, as Suja's strength and status increased, Shin Qingyan was inevitably curious about Suja's early life in the South Sea Martial Arts University. Without inquiring, even Shin Qingyan fell into silence once she inquired. He often sneaked into the South Sea battlefield before he stepped into the 3rd grade, but he acted quite vigilantly and never took on the desolate clan head-on. Mrs. Yan Zhengxing relayed the details she had heard from her husband. Given Suja's status and position nowadays, Yan Zhengxing had moderately trimmed Suja's past experiences. This was really the norm within the system. After all, back then, during Suja's period of biding his time, he hadn't been subjected to much criticism. Now that he has been promoted to a high grade, his former critics have long since changed their rhetoric. Yan Zhengxing naturally would not mention any sensitive past events. Especially after clear allegiance to Suja, this Nanhai governor must mention Suja's achievements in every public occasion. When participating in the activities of the South Sea base, he always put Suja on his lips. Now the entire base knows that Yan Zhengxing is the former governor left Suja's team, although Yan Zhengxing embellished many details. But Shin Qingyan was not a foolish person, and naturally understood the danger. Thinking of her husband's situation back then, she couldn't help but worry. Once upon a time, she had no idea how difficult it was for her husband to earn cultivation resources. She didn't even know that the pills he sent home every year were saved from his teeth. She thought that her husband was unwilling to let his family worry, and could only explain in this way. Nowadays, time has changed. The husband is not the same low-ranked martial artist as he was back then. He is already a powerful high-grade martial artist. In the whole of Xia, he is well known. Compared to middle and low-ranked martial artists, high-ranked martial artists are indeed less likely to fall. This was already a common knowledge in the martial arts world. This was also an important reason why countless martial artists aspired to be high-grade. At least in recent years, Shin Qingyan had rarely heard of the fall of a high-grade. Thus she wasn't too anxious this time. 'Tis a pity that the South Sea battlefield doesn't have a professional live broadcast. Shin Qingyan sighed lightly as she looked at the screen. Even though there was no official live broadcast channel, she still refreshed the martial forum at all times. Occasionally, she also took a look at the real-time screen of the Xinan battlefield. After all, she had never actually set foot on the 10,000 races battlefield. This sense of mystery not only attracted Shin Qingyan. There were likewise countless martial artists and people within Grand Xia who had never personally experienced the battlefield. Just as Shin Qingyan was paying attention to the battle situation in the southern border, a top announcement suddenly popped up on the South Sea battlefield's civilian live broadcasting room. Nanhai Heaven's Pride Suja decapitated a 7th-grade powerhouse of the Desolate Plains clan in battle. This message instantly stunned Shin Qingyan. Similarly shocked were all the viewers following the South Sea battlefield. 101. Pugnacious battle results that shook all parties, slaying a high grade. In the eyes of many, this was a shocking thing. After all, in the many battlefields of the 10,000 races, the last time an alien high grade had fallen was several years ago. The most crucial thing was that Suja seemed to have only just stepped into the 7th grade not long ago. This caused many people to suck in a breath of cool air. Just stepping into the 7th grade and then beheading a 7th grade. This is too exaggerated. Many 7th grades on the sect master list don't have this kind of battle record. Didn't someone else say before that he lost his heavenly pride advantage when he broke through the 7th rank? The audience watching the Nanhai livestream was abuzz with discussion. Instead, no one doubted the authenticity of the news. After all, this was the official announcement from the South Sea. Self-husband killed a high grade? Even Shin Qingyan felt incredulous. Originally, she only expected Suja to return safely. She did not expect to receive such a surprise. Killing an alien high grade, this was even more shocking than breaking through the 7th grade. Shin Qingyan couldn't help but feel that her own husband seemed to be becoming stranger and stranger. Or perhaps she had never truly understood Suja. The news quickly spread throughout the entire Grand Xia. What? A foreign high-grade fell in the South Sea battlefield. The slayer was actually Suja. This is a great event that will shake the world. Whether it was the live stream viewers or the people who had subsequently learned the news, they were all shocked. No one had expected this South Sea heavenly pride to be so valiant. The battle records of many high-ranking figures on the sect master list were mostly defeats or severe injuries. There were only a handful of records of actually accomplishing a kill. This shows how difficult it is to kill a high-grade. Xianan battlefield. Su Shoshuan sat at the frontline command headquarters. Grand Metropolitan Governor, the latest battle report has come from the South Sea battlefield. That South Sea heavenly pride, who just broke through to the 7th rank, beheaded a 7th rank. The staff officer rushed into the command room with a look of excitement. Before the words left his mouth, the room was filled with shock. No one expected the South Sea battlefield to be the first to behead a high grade. What was even more shocking was that the one who created the battle record was the newly promoted 7th grade Suja. Many people recalled the youthful figure that was as gentle as jade. Previously, they didn't think there was anything special about him. Now that they recalled it again, they actually tasted a bit of unfathomable meaning. While happy, the mood of the crowd is inevitably complex. After all, Xianan battlefield is the main battlefield of this campaign. Although the raid captured a large number of medium and low-grade products, no high-grade products have been captured so far. However, the high-grade aspect has not been captured so far. The South Sea battlefield had stolen the limelight. This made the generals of Xianan feel a little bad. Of course, it was only a fleeting fluctuation of emotions. The Southern Realm's Grand Governor Su Shoshuan didn't think about it so much and was full of joy. Finally, a foreign high grade has fallen in the Southern Realm. Su Shoshuan couldn't hide his excitement and said loudly. As the South Realm Grand Commander, his concern was always the overall situation of the entire South Realm. As a 9th grade martial artist, he was nearly 100 years old. He should have been able to keep his joy and anger at bay. At this moment, he couldn't control his emotions, which showed how happy Su Shoshuan was. But this is normal. Previously, the Southern Realm of the successive changes, as a great governor of the great pressure he was under. Although with the 9th grade cultivation no one can shake his position. But if there is another mistake, the center of Daxia does have the possibility of replacing the governor. After all, martial arts cultivation and management ability are ultimately two different things. If the Southland is jeopardized due to negligence, it is not what everyone expects. This time, the South Realm took the initiative to attack, and it was Su Shoshuan's decision to do so. It was both in retaliation for the 10,000 Races battlefield's intrusion into the South Realm. He also had a selfish desire to prove his decision-making ability. Fortunately, this report from the South Sea battlefield came in time. At least you can explain to the center. No matter how many enemies the middle and low-grade kills, it is not as important as the weight of a high-grade fall. There is another special person in the command room, Zhong Genuan, who had escorted Suja's entire family. At this moment, his face was a mixture of ecstasy and shock. The stronger Suja was, the more favorable it would be for his Zhong family. After all, the Zhong family had a long history with this newly promoted high grade. However, the shock still lingered. It had only been a month since he had been promoted to the 7th grade, and he was actually able to cut down a strong person of the same rank in a formation. The strength of the South Sea Heavenly Pride is by no means new to the 7th grade. The crowd immediately came to a judgment. His true battle strength far exceeded his surface cultivation. However, thinking about it, it made sense. After all, this person was recognized as the #1 Heavenly Pride when he was at the 6th rank. Divine Capital Martial Arts University. After Pei Qingyu learned that Suja had been promoted to the 7th rank. After pondering hard for several days, he was determined to impact the 7th grade threshold. Although a number of high-grade sect masters had reminded him of his impatience. However, considering that a martial artist breaking through the 7th grade would have required multiple attempts, the school administration finally granted his request. However, his first attempt to break through the 7th grade failed. The backlash caused such a serious injury that even after utilizing the resources of the university, it would still take half a year of rest and recuperation to recover. The once glorious martial arts pride became more and more depressed. Originally thought that if he could be promoted to the 7th grade, he could still compete with Suja. ultimately underestimated the difficulty of the 7th grade rift. At the suggestion of the master, Pei Qingyu was transferred to the new student instructor. According to the master's words, this son is impetuous and needs to experience the red dust to calm down. Despite his failed breakthrough, he was still a 6th grade martial chief. No one at Shindu Martial University dared to take this young mentor lightly. After all, half of the many instructors present were not yet at a higher cultivation level than him. That South Sea heavenly pride just killed a foreign 7th rank. It's really appalling. How long has it been since he was promoted to the 7th rank? This time, when the clan master ranking is updated, he will definitely be able to rush into the top segment. Pei Qingyu, who was about to go to the martial arts practicing ground to give a lecture, happened to hear the discussion of two students. When he heard the words South Sea Heavenly Pride, Pei Qingyu's breathing was suddenly disorganized. Obviously, he was again stabbed in the nerves by Suja's news. He himself had not yet broken through the 7th grade, but the other party had already decimated the same rank in a battle. But reality was so cruel. Since Suja was promoted to a high grade, long ago he was not that silent and nameless martial artist. Nowadays, every time he makes a move, it will move countless eyes in Grand Xia. Wanting to avoid news about him was simply a pie in the sky. Pei Qingyu inhaled deeply. Calm your heart, silently reciting the heart-cleansing technique several times. The churning mind gradually calmed down. He continued to walk towards the martial arts training ground. In terms of emotional control, it was indeed much improved from before. In addition to Pei Qingyu, Yi Linger and the others who were acquainted with Suja were equally shocked. Who would have thought that the South Sea, where martial arts resources were relatively weak, it was actually possible to produce such an amazing talent? The South Sea battlefield is still being fiercely fought. I wonder if Patriarch Su will be able to cut down another high grade. Or maybe the main battlefield in the South Realm has made some gains. It's hard as hell. High grade is not something that can be killed easily. The crowd was once again hotly discussing the battle in the Southern Realm. Many people expected Suja to perform another miracle. However, after calming down, most people shook their heads and sighed. The foreigners were not stupid, and after losing a high grade, they would definitely strengthen their guard. At this moment, Suja must be under heavy scrutiny. Thus, the crowd turned their hopes to the entire Southern Realm battlefield. Naturally, this did not include the South Sea battlefield. Perhaps there is still a slim possibility. In particular, there were many people who had expectations for the Exinen battlefield. After all, this is the main direction of attack in the South Realm. 102. Frantic counterattacks. Scorched battlefield. South Sea battlefield. Suja was unaware of the reactions of the outside world, because he simply did not know about the existence of the battlefield live broadcast. The so-called South China Sea battlefield live broadcast was essentially just an information notification mechanism. The South Sea battlefield had even only arranged for a few civilians to be in charge of this matter. No one had taken this to heart. Despite successfully killing high grade, Suja was in extremely poor condition at the moment. The final explosive attack far exceeded the usual limit. It had almost exhausted all of his physical strength. Although the power of heaven and earth could replenish his chi and blood, his mental recovery was still slow. Under the shadow of the desolate race that could counterattack at any time, he was scrambling to recover his mental and physical strength. This was the case for all the martial artists in the entire battlefield. After only a few days of rest, when the South Sea stronghold had just completed its basic supply, the Wasteland clan then launched a second round of attack. The middle and low-grade martial artists had basically recovered their status. Previously, the defense of the stronghold had adopted a shift system. Most of them had plenty of rest time. However, the high-grade martial artists had only recovered 80% of their strength. Their chi, blood, and flesh were still in good shape. The loss of the spiritual level was still tricky. Even with the aid of elixirs and the power of heaven and earth, it would still take some time to fully recover. After all, it was a continuous high-intensity battle. This recovery speed is already extremely fast. If a middle-grade martial artist were to experience the same intensity of combat, not 10 days and a half months simply cannot slow down. Therefore, the middle-grade fighting more rely on the power of chi and blood. Never consume mental energy until it is absolutely necessary. High-grade martial artists do not have this option. Spiritual power was the core of mobilizing the power of heaven and earth. If they gave up their spiritual power, their combat power would immediately decrease by 50%. Battle. the high-grade martial artists from the South Sea stronghold turned into streams of light and rushed up into the sky. They faced the Desolate Plains clan's strongest person head-on. At this moment, Suja was no longer a nameless person. Several gazes wrapped in killing intent had locked onto his figure. The Desolate Plains clan had confirmed through battlefield intelligence that it was this man who had killed their clan. It was this person who had killed a high-ranking member of their clan. According to eyewitness accounts, this young 7th grade showed Heavenly Pride-level combat strength. In the future, he would most likely grow into an 8th or even 9th ranked powerhouse. For this reason, the Desolate Plains clan had sent a mid-7th grade warrior to deal with Suja. He was also a veteran 7th grade who had settled down for many years. It was not that they were unwilling to send a stronger combatant. The South Sea martial artists would never allow Suja to cross the ranks to fight. Furthermore, the number of high-quality products between the two sides was not comparable. If more elites were deployed to target Suja, the Nanhai high grade in the other battlefields would be able to form a localized advantage. As for the higher-ranked powerhouses, under the tacit rules of the 10,000 Races battlefield, high-grade martial artists have always acted collectively. High-grade martial artists have always acted collectively. After all, the core resources of the battlefield have long been scavenged. There was simply no material that was worth fighting over alone. Under these circumstances, it was indeed unrealistic to expect Suja to act alone. The Wasteland clan could only adopt this superficially fair tactic. Their high grade was exceptionally cunning and took the lead in pestering all the high grades in the South Sea stronghold. Yu Xiong and the others did not think twice. They went straight to meet their respective opponents. It wasn't until the end that they realized that there was actually a mid-7th grade veteran powerhouse left for Suja. Suja, however, did not have time to think about it. The first time they exchanged hands, they sensed the cultivation of the other party. Mid-7th grade. It seems to have been given special care. He instantly understood the situation. The attack on his hands, however, became more and more powerful. Although the realm was behind, the battle power was not necessarily inferior. There was no sense of deadly threat coming from the opponent. Obviously, it was not a Heaven's Remarkable Grade 7. Such an opponent is still within the range of response. Yu Xiong and Su Shangnian and the others fought for a few moments before finally realizing the abnormality. Recognized the Wilderness Race's calculations. Immediately distracted attention to Suja's battle situation. Unexpectedly, he realized that this place had become a battlefield of superiority, which Heavenly Pride does not have the experience of fighting over the level. Although Suja is accustomed to realm-crushing tactics, doesn't mean that he can't go against the enemy. Previously, the cultivation of the heart of the mirror has allowed him to touch the threshold of the middle of the 7th grade. The day before yesterday, the battle of life and death, but also contributed to the qualitative transformation. The accumulation of high-grade combat experience and the confidence brought about by killing strong enemies. Without realizing it, his cultivation had reached the peak of the early 7th grade. He was only one step away from the middle stage. The breakthrough of the high-grade realm is very difficult. Take the example of a certain high-grade from South Sea Martial Arts University. In the past 20 years, due to the lack of resources and cultivation bottlenecks, only 2 small realms have been raised. On average, he could only break through 1 level every 10 years. This speed is already rare. There are even those who are stuck at the beginning of the high-grade realm for the rest of their lives. Xia has never been short of such martial artists. Most of them were left with dark wounds when they were promoted. Their potential for advancement was completely cut off. Mad God Blade Technique. Suja struck out with a killing move. The 7th rank of the Wasteland clan was no mediocre. The bone knife rolled up a bitter cold tide, and the blade specialized in attacking the vitals. The moves were vicious and venomous. However, Suja was also not a good fighter. The Mad God Blade technique, which was enhanced by the power of heaven and earth, was completely different from before. The red flames of the blade light dyed half of the sky red. Because the strength was too close, both sides gave up their fine control of their moves. As a result, the aftermath of the battle was even more horrifying than an ordinary 8th grade encounter. While the battle was raging in the Sky Dome, the ground battlefield was equally tragic. The Desolate Plains clan had mobilized hundreds of thousands of troops this time. The South China Sea stronghold was surrounded, launching a continuous attack. The South Sea stronghold was prepared. 20 years of operation of the defense system is fully activated. Combined with modern technological means, the defense was as solid as gold. whether it was the high-altitude battlefield or the ground defense line. Both sides are in a stalemate. This battle was destined to be protracted. After all, the revenge for the fall of the high grade, the Wasteland clan would never give up easily. Time passed like a shuttle. 10 days had passed since Suja killed the 7th rank of the Desolate Plains. During this period, both sides suffered thousands of casualties amongst the middle and low-grade martial artists. Even in the South Sea stronghold on the defense side, the loss of life reached 3 digits. The entire battlefield had turned into a giant meat grinder. Every moment, there were martial artists spilling their blood on the battlefield. The Arakanese attack occasionally stopped, but there was only a moment's respite. The high-altitude battlefield was even more continuous around the clock. A whole day of fighting, a day of rest. The battle of attrition was repeated week after week. This is a severe test of a high-quality martial artist's recovery ability. If they don't recover well, the next day's battlefield performance will be half a point less. In the long run, it will be difficult to support. At that time, the balance of the high-altitude battlefield will be completely broken. The high-quality battlefield of equal strength. In the end, it will become the ultimate battle of endurance and will. 103, killing another 7th grade, and switching between offense and defense. Yu Xiong and Yang Liqing and other high-grade martial artists had long been accustomed to this. After all, high-grade martial artists were not easy to kill. As long as they didn't injure their vitals, they would quickly recover from their injuries. Suja's performance, however, was beyond everyone's expectations. If you can't support yourself, you can apply to change your opponent. Su Shengyan took advantage of the break to remind in a low voice. The words were characterized by the concern of an elder. He was afraid that this newly promoted high grade would suffer in the recovery session. It's still manageable for now. Dean knows that I'm not one to try to be strong. Although Suja's face showed weariness, his tone was calm and certain. Although the middle stage of the 7th grade of the Wasteland clan brought great oppression. However, the high-pressure environment instead stimulated his potential. The most crucial thing was that he had vaguely touched the breakthrough opportunity. It was important to realize that he hadn't utilized any cultivation additions this month. Based on his own qualifications alone, he could only be considered mediocre. Now, he was able to perceive the signs of a breakthrough. Suja speculated that there were 3 reasons. Continuing to fight stimulates the body's potential. After killing the high quality of the skyrocketed chi blessing, the residue of the heart of the mirror of the mysteries. In addition, his mental talent was already not bad. High-grade martial artists valued spiritual qualifications more, rather than chi and blood talent at the low-grade stage. Therefore, Suja's actual talent was not considered poor. Not to mention that 10 days had passed. The time trap ability had completed its cooldown. This ability could not only be used for offense. It is also useful in defense. When the opponent launches a fatal blow. When the opponent launches a fatal strike. One could easily evade or even counterattack. After 10 days of fierce battle, he already knew this Arakanese 7th grade like the back of his hand. All of his opponent's attack paths were in his grasp. It would be unfavorable to change opponents hastily. After all, the other desolate race 7th grade was equally tricky. The one who was beheaded earlier had just made a breakthrough, so it was a special case. Multiple factors were added together. Suja insisted on not changing opponents. Listening to these confident remarks, Su Xingyan finally chose to trust. After all, he clearly remembered. Suja had always valued his life like gold. He would never joke with his life. Not to mention that if you look closely, you will be able to find. Those superficial wounds seem appalling. In fact, they did not hurt the fundamentals. The real state is much better than the surface. With the time trap card, Suja's moves became more and more powerful. He even started exchanging injuries for injuries. The sudden change in tactics. It caught the 7th rank of the Desolate Race off guard. This Desolate Race 7th grade was originally quite proud of himself. At the beginning of the battle, it was clearly suppressing Suja. However, as time passed, the other party became more and more courageous. From barely being able to fight to being able to fight with ease. Now, he is actually letting him gradually feel overwhelmed. The top management of the Wasteland clan had asked about the battle many times. Although his heart was weak, he still pretended to be calm. After all, his opponent was only a newly promoted 7th rank. And he himself has been immersed in this realm for dozens of years. He could not show his cowardice in front of his fellow clan members. The human race's heavenly pride really doesn't want to die? Seeing Suja exchanging injuries for injuries, he couldn't help but roar angrily through his spiritual power. Unfortunately, there was no response to this exchange. Compared to Suja's determination and ruthlessness, this desolate race powerhouse clearly lacked the courage to fight to the death. Even more so, he lacked the support of a time trap. From the very beginning of the fight, his hands were tied. The heavy fighting had caused his condition to continue to decline. He didn't realize that the sharpness in Suja's eyes was growing. The sharpness in Suja's eyes was becoming brighter and brighter. Half an hour later, boom! The majestic aura broke through the clouds. Suja had actually completed his breakthrough in the midst of a fierce battle. The middle of the 7th grade. Even he himself did not expect such rapid progress. Opportunities often come unexpectedly. Sensing his opponent's aura rising, the 7th rank of the Wasteland clan was in disarray. Suja would not let go of the heavenly opportunity. Burning blood. For the first time, he cast the secret art of increase. The breath climbed 30% again. The killing opportunity was already clear. At this moment, he only wanted to accomplish a double kill. Realm breakthrough superimposed on secret art increase. The 7th rank of the Wasteland tribe was completely reduced to a sandbag. The intensive attack made his opponent dizzy. New wounds spread all over his body. The threat of death has finally arrived. This veteran 7th grade never dreamed that the newest human would be as terrifying as this. The newest human was as terrifying as this. At the moment of life and death, he had to sacrifice a secret technique to save his life. But it was exactly what Suja had in mind. Waiting for this moment, the time trap was launched. A fatal flaw appeared. The moment the secret art was used, the 7th grade defense of the desolate race plummeted. This was precisely the moment of extinction that Suja was waiting for. Time trap. The moment time and space froze, the fatal breach was exposed. Mad God Blade technique. The crimson blade aura precisely penetrated the neck and heart. Boom! A roaring sound resounded through the sky. Space and time resumed its flow a second later. Confusion and unwillingness remained in the pupils of the 7th rank of the Wasteland clan. To his death, he had not figured out why he had suddenly lost his concentration. Still less did he realize that this was Suja's special ability. As the breath of life dissipated, all doubts were annihilated in the void. The South Sea Stronghold defense system adopted a rotation system. Many resting martial artists were tilting their heads to focus on the high-altitude battle. A certain middle-grade martial artist with outstanding eyesight held a megaphone and took the initiative to act as a real-time commentator. Patriarch Su's aura has erupted. The desolate clan's 7th rank is completely suppressed. Wait! Target made a fatal mistake. Patriarch Su's blade light hit the vitals. The enemy sheik is falling. The commentary came to an abrupt halt, and the entire viewing area fell into dead silence. Could it be that today would witness the fall of a second high grade? The first kill was already shocking enough. If another battle result was added to the list, it would be a shock to the world. It wasn't until Suja put the body into his storage device that the crowd dared to be convinced. Only then did the crowd dare to be convinced. Another 7th grade powerhouse had completely perished. Suja, who had completed the kill, did not withdraw from the battlefield. The peak state under the secret arts could still be maintained for 10 minutes. He did not hesitate to pounce on the nearest late 7th grade circle. A shocking duel was being staged here. The vice dean of the South Sea Martial Arts University's Combat Academy was battling a powerful enemy. Although he was not considered familiar with the senior, he had known that he had supported him during the resource allocation. Suja? The vice dean turned his head in shock. He had been focused on responding to the enemy the entire time and had not yet realized that Suja had already killed his opponent. Already resolved my opponent. Suja was concise. The battle sword rolled over to join the siege. The face of the late 7th grade powerhouse of the Desolate Plains clan suddenly changed, especially after seeing the blood remaining on Suja's blade. The battle intent receded like a tidal wave. The high-altitude battlefield was completely unbalanced. Facing the imposing Suja, this veteran 7th grade actually felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, he drew back and retreated violently, while sending a message to his fellow clansmen. The high grade has fallen. The battlefield has collapsed. The strongest members of the Desolate Plains clan changed color at the words. Immediately, they gave up the entanglement and turned into streams of light and withdrew in all directions. The hundreds of thousands of troops on the ground panicked and turned around. The South Sea martial artists would not let go of the opportunity. The war drums shook the sky and the city gates opened. The situation of attack and defense was instantly reversed. 104 Counterattack. Suja temporarily retreated from the battlefield. We can't let the wastelands leave easily. Now is the best time to counterattack. Kill more of the desolate race, and we'll have the resources for cultivation next. Numerous 6th grade martial artists swarmed up and led the middle grade martial artists to hunt down the desolate plains race. With many high-grade powerhouses escorting them, there was no need to worry about the risks. At this moment, the Desolate Plains clan's army was indeed in chaos as well. The fall of another high-grade was a major blow to the Desolate Plains clan, especially since the high-grade of the Desolate Plains clan was the first to retreat. They didn't even inform their army. But the high-grade battlefield was already out of balance. If they didn't retreat in time, they would surely be surrounded by the high-grade in the South Sea stronghold. These Desolate Plains clan high-grades hated Suja to the bone. If it wasn't for Suja killing his opponent, this battle would have been a stalemate. 2 high-grade warriors had fallen in a row within a short period of half a month. This was a major event in the history of the Desolate Plains clan. Even if it was placed in Grand Xia, it would be a major loss. Not to mention the Desolate Plains clan. Suja took the lead in retreating back to the South Sea stronghold. After ending the secret method blood burning early, his entire body fell into a state of weakness. He immediately began to cultivate to recover. Due to the fact that he had just made a breakthrough and used the secret method, his realm was somewhat unstable. Fortunately, it was only a small realm fluctuation, so Suja dared to take such a risk. It was also for the purpose of confusing the 7th rank of the Desolate Plains clan that he had fought against earlier. Let the other party misjudge that Suja did not have the ability to kill. In reality, the 7th rank of the Desolate Plains clan did think so. After all, Suja's cultivation was there. However, he never expected that. Suja actually broke through in the middle of the battle and was so decisive. Opening the secret method, he strongly completed the decapitation. Utilizing a time trap to create an accident, although paying the price of a temporary fall in cultivation, Suja thought it was worth it. After all, killing a high grade was as difficult as climbing into the sky. If there was no time trap, it would be difficult to succeed even if he was promoted to the middle of the 7th grade and then applied the secret method. The high grade of the Desolate Plains clan was not a fool, and would flee if he could not defeat them. Luckily, the secret spell doesn't last long. Seeing the imbalance in the battlefield, the high grade of the Desolate Plains clan decisively withdrew. Although the realm hasn't fallen, it still requires long-term recuperation. Suja whispered to himself, his tone permeated with gratitude. If the realm had fallen, the time needed to recover would be difficult to estimate. High-grade cultivation was already difficult. This breakthrough was also the result of a thick buildup. If it had fallen, it would have dragged down the 7th grade cultivation process. He then entered a state of healing, without intentionally looking for a place. He found an empty space in the South Sea stronghold and rested on his knees. There were still many ordinary people in the stronghold. It was too wasteful for martial artists to manipulate technological weapons. Nowadays, there is a shortage of martial artists in Xia. The people look at Suja's gaze is full of respect. If the first time you killed a high quality, there was an element of luck. The second time was purely due to strength. Seeing that he was healing his wounds, people consciously went around. They were afraid of disturbing Suja. The fall of 2 high-quality people allowed Suja to truly win the recognition of the entire South China Sea. Previously, Suja was merely mixing his face in the South Sea. In terms of his contribution to the South Seas, it was indeed lackluster. Now it was very different. Other than Suja, the rest of the high grades were covering the army as they hunted down the desolate race. After about an hour, the high-grade powerhouses turned back one after another. After all, they were afraid that the wastelands would fight back to the death. If they were really pushed, the situation would be difficult to clean up. In particular, if the high-ranking Arakanese were to become enraged and break the tacit agreement of the battlefield, they would strike at the middle and low-ranked martial artists. If the high-grade slaughtered the middle and low-grade, it would be like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. In the long run, it is necessary to maintain the unspoken rule that the high class will not attack the low class. Said to be a restriction, in fact, for the constraints on both sides of the high quality not to slaughter the army. After all, the high quality of the random means, harvesting thousands of martial artists is as easy as a slap in the face. As for the individual hunting, but not in the tacit agreement constraints. Therefore, the South Sea stronghold also stop. After all, This battle was another glorious victory. In particular, the beheading of another high-grade made everyone's blood boil. Even Yu Xiong and other high-grade people couldn't hide their joy. Earlier, there were some people who suggested that another high-grade should be beheaded. However, the Nanhai high-grade people all felt that there was little hope. After all, they had already lost one of them, and the Desolate Plains clan would be on the defensive. Who would have thought that Suja would offer another great gift? The name of Heaven's Pride is well deserved. Even after being promoted to a high grade, his battle prowess is still unrivaled by his peers. Many high-grade people secretly lamented. After Suja slightly stabilized his realm, he left to return to summer. Now that his battle strength was 1 out of 10, he naturally had no chance to fight in a high-grade battlefield. As for the middle and low-level battles, they were subject to the unspoken rules of the battlefield. He has even less to do with it. Yu Xiong and the other high-grade have no objection. Everyone could see that he must have used some kind of secret technique. This is reasonable. The opponent is a mid-7th grade. Everyone still thought that Suja was still in the early 7th grade. In addition, he was in a weakened state. There was no way to realize that he had already broken through. Go back and recuperate. It's not bad to leave the battlefield for a while. The Desolate Plains clan is afraid that they have already listed you as a target to be killed. Yu Xiong admonished in a serious tone. Even if Suja was not injured, he still had to repatriate him. The Desolate Plains clan would definitely pour their efforts into hunting Suja. It might even trigger a high-grade melee. At that time, the 7th grade would be in the most perilous situation. In any case, withdrawing to the South Sea Martial University was the best policy. Good. Headmaster. This desolate race corpse is yours to deal with. Exchange it for spirit stones as usual. Sensing the principal's concern, Suja calmly said. This high-grade desolate race corpse was no longer useful to him. It was more appropriate to leave it to the school. Next to him, Yang Liqing's eyes burned. All the armies of the Grand Xia needed high-grade corpses. Even though they belong to the same camp, there is still competition for resources among the local armies. A high-grade corpse can be exchanged for a large number of supplies for the South Sea garrison. Among them, the resources to assist the 6th grade to break the 7th grade are the most precious. Suja naturally noticed the blazing line of sight, but he has no intention to intervene in this matter. If Yang Liqing was able to collect the corpse from the principal's hands, it would be considered a skill, even though he knew that the South China Sea battlefield would become more and more tragic. Suja, however, understood that there was no longer a place for him here, although there is still a chance to perform a time trap. At the moment, it is not useful. It will take some time to recover. Even after healing, he may not return to the South Sea battlefield, so as not to overstimulate the Arakanese. Although this ability is not high grade but also some pity. When it was at a low level, it was almost useless. Since Suja was promoted to a high grade, the situation was very different. Some seemingly ribbed abilities can produce strange effects. 105. Suja gave too many surprises. At the same time, news about the South Sea stronghold battlefield spread once again. Those reporters who were responsible for live broadcasting the South Sea battlefield were unusually excited at the moment. It was important to realize that when these people were originally assigned to live broadcast the South Sea battlefield, there was more or less some resentment in their hearts. After all, compared to the Xinan battlefield, the South Sea battlefield had always been considered lacking in attractions. However, the news of the fall of a high grade had already allowed them to gain unexpected heat. Now that another high grade had fallen, the heat was naturally even greater than before. This was the second time that the South Sea battlefield had received good news. What was even more striking was that the executor of both kills was Suja. This South Sea heavenly pride is always creating surprises. The reporters stationed in the South Sea side from the bottom of their hearts, looking at the entire South Sea battlefield. He might not be the existence with the strongest strength, but he was definitely the most dazzling existence. As the news spread, Suja's name once again shook the entire territory of the Grand Xia. The South Sea heavenly pride has beheaded another high grade. The South Sea battlefield foreign races have lost 2 great generals one after another. Those who questioned his inability to create another battle at first were all slapped in the face by reality at this moment. There were heated discussions up and down Grand Xia, and the topic inevitably turned to the Xinan battlefield. In contrast, the Xinan battlefield looked particularly awkward at the moment. The Grand Governor of the Southern Realm, Su Shoshuan, was facing happy troubles. The brilliant results of the South Sea battlefield were certainly an honor for the entire Southern realm. However, the Exinen battlefield, which he was personally in charge of, was slow to deliver bright results. In contrast to the fall of the two high grades, the Exinen battlefield paled in comparison even if it had more low and medium-grade battle results. The foreign race that the Exinen battlefield faced was called the Three-Eyed Race. This race was by no means idle, and each individual possessed a special natural aptitude. The third eye in their forehead contained the power of confusion, which could directly affect a martial artist's mind. Theoretically, as long as the mental power is strong enough, or the martial will is firm enough, it can be resisted. But how could it be that easy in actual combat? When fighting at the same level, the Three-Eyed Clan always has a natural advantage. The martial artist must be distracted to guard against the strange third eye, invariably weakening the combat power. Even after advancing to a high grade, the Three-Eyed Race's power of confusion was still threatening. It was enough to make high-grade martial artists break at critical moments. This also caused the high-grade decapitation operations in the Exinen battlefield to be extraordinarily difficult. Since the opening of the Exinen battlefield, less than 3 high-grade powerhouses of the Three-Eyed Clan had fallen. It was important to realize that the opening of the Exinen battlefield had been decades in the making. The loss rate of Three-Eyed Race high-grade was incredibly low. In comparison, the Grand Seaside had lost more than 10 high-grade warriors in the Exinen battlefield. The reason why the Exinen battlefield had gathered so many powerful people was due to the strength of the Three-Eyed Clan. The Arakan race of the South Sea battlefield did not possess any special talents. They were only slightly better than the human race in terms of physique. However, this advantage was far from a crushing level. When confronted at the same level, the other side only had a slight advantage. The key to victory or defeat depended more on battle skills and clinical play. No matter how you compare it, the Exinen battlefield was indeed inferior this time. The faces of the high-ranking soldiers stationed in Exinen could not hide their bitterness. It wasn't that they weren't strong enough, it was really that the Three-Eyed Clan was too tricky. Suja is truly outstanding. Even the high-grade people on the Exinen battlefield couldn't help but sigh in admiration from the bottom of their hearts. These battle-hardened individuals knew best how difficult it was to kill a high grade. The first time might have been attributed to luck, but once again, there was no longer any doubt about the kill. Even though they were a bit embarrassed, and even harbored subtle emotions towards Suja. However, these high-quality people still frankly recognized his strength. Moreover, even if they lose face, it does not affect the overall situation. After all, the entire Southern Realm shares the same honor and disgrace. On a deeper level, every time there is one less foreigner high grade, the pressure on the Southern Realm's defenses is reduced by 1 point. Exinen and the South Sea have no enmity. As for the civil debate, the high-grade people don't care. If they really cared, it was more of a reflection on their own strength. The storm of public opinion that swept across the summer was caused by Suja, but he himself did not realize it. Since recognizing the cruel nature of the world, Suja has put all his heart and soul into martial arts. He did not pay attention to the outside world, and naturally he did not care about the comments of others. Even though he was famous in the 9 states, he still maintained his usual rhythm. On the day he returned to the South Sea Martial Arts University, he started the closed-door healing program. The battle left many dark wounds in his body. If it is not adjusted in time, I am afraid that it will affect the subsequent cultivation. More than half a month later, Suja officially came out of seclusion and completely recovered his full strength. I wonder how the South Sea battlefield is doing now? The first thing he did after leaving the customs, he immediately paid attention to the frontline dynamics. After all, he belonged to the early evacuees. Suja logged straight into the school forum to check the battle reports. Ever since he left the battlefield, he knew that there was a real-time live broadcast of the South Sea battlefield. Since there were daily updates on the battle situation, there must be someone who would summarize and organize it. The actual situation was just as he expected. The top area of the forum recorded in detail the evolution of the battlefield after Suja's withdrawal. The wastelands did not stop there. This time, they changed their tactics and frequently dispatched medium-grade martial artists to raid and apply pressure. The high-grade martial artists no longer acted collectively either, but instead intermittently provoked them. Obviously, after losing 2 high-grade warriors in a row, the Desolate Plains clan had also become afraid. Although the overall intensity of the battle was weakened from the beginning, it was still intense compared to the daily state. However, it could be clearly felt that the situation in the South China Sea battlefield was gradually stabilizing. Originally, It was expected that the initiative would lead to months of fierce battles. Now, before a month has passed, there are signs that the trend is closing. It is clear that the deterrent power brought about by the fall of a high quality is extraordinary. It is good to fall earlier, even though we have the advantage of the first move. But after all, the South Sea is not like the Exinen battlefield that has sufficient support. Suja spoke softly to himself, still satisfied with the current development of the battlefield. Since his withdrawal, the Nanhai battlefield had not seen any more cases of high-grade fall. This was in line with common sense. High quality was extremely difficult to kill. Suja's previous results were all due to the special ability of the time trap. Unfortunately, this ability has now expired. Now he had to extract a new ability. With the battle over for now, he was looking forward to practicing his auxiliary abilities. However, this matter ultimately depended on luck. 106. All good stuff to pick from. It was time to extract new abilities every month. Extract. A colorful light appeared out of thin air. The abilities refreshed this time should be good. One could only say that Suja was a bit inflated at this moment. The number of times a multicolored ability had appeared previously was already small. Now, his reaction to the 5 colored rewards had instead become flat. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining a high-ranking Mall Spike experience card. 5 items are refreshed every week at a spike price of 100 spirit stones for a limited time of 1 month. Seeing the ability description, Suja felt quite satisfied. Although it did not directly target cultivation enhancement, it was at least a high-rank mall. He had previously had the experience of a low-rank mall and knew that the value of the items refreshed by this type of mall was not low. A high-grade mall meant that high-grade resources were likely to appear. 5 items per week could theoretically be refreshed 4 times per month. A total of 25 pieces. Each high-grade resource was extremely valuable, and if all of them were refreshed with high-grade items, it would definitely be considered a bumper harvest. Not to mention that he could use these resources himself. Although Suja thought that refreshing powerful abilities would help him more at the moment, the resources were equally indispensable. Certain cultivation-enhancing elixirs still possessed significant effects for him. He immediately checked the first round of refreshed commodities. After all, low-tier items could also appear in high-grade malls. 1 bottle of Peiyuan Dan, high-grade cultivation 8 elixir. Second price, 100 spirit stones. 1 copy of spirit stone essence. Aiding in high-grade realm breakthroughs. Spike price, 100 spirit stones. Silver cleansing grass. High-grade alchemy material. Killing price, 100 spirit stones. 1 black jade gold. High-grade weapon refining material. Price, 100 spirit stones. 1 lotus of heavenly heart. Heavenly treasure. Can wash the marrow and cut the veins to improve the qualification. Killing price, 100 spirit stones. After witnessing the list of goods, Suja could not help but take a deep breath. The surprises brought about by the high-level mall far exceeded expectations. With the exception of 2 materials that could not be used for the time being, the rest could be used for personal use or exchanged for spirit stones. The high-grade storage bag of the Desolate Plains clan that had just been seized could be put to good use. Especially the storage bag of that veteran 7th grade powerhouse. It made sense to take out some high-grade resources. After all, no one knew the exact contents of the storage bag. There was no doubt about the value of the Peiyuan Dan as a high-grade regular cultivation elixir. Among the high-grade resources distributed by the South Sea Martial Arts University every year, this Dan was among them. It was rumored that the refining materials contained the remains of alien corpses, but Suja had no mental burden about it. This bottle of elixir alone is worth 100 million spirit stones, and there is no market for it. Even if it occasionally appeared in the auction house, the transaction price often far exceeded the valuation. The preciousness of the spirit stone essence is even greater than the Peiyuan Dan. This item is of great benefit to high-grade breakthroughs, and is especially sought after by 6th-grade martial artists. When used, the spirit stone essence could release pure aura, creating a mild aura environment. This was greatly beneficial to the spiritual power's ability to communicate with the power of heaven and earth. Not only was it effective for 6th grade breaking through to 7th grade, it could also play an important role when ordinary high-grade powerhouses broke through. Unfortunately, spirit stone essence was extremely rare. When Suja had broken through, the South Sea Martial Arts University had not even been able to exchange it for a copy. If this thing is utilized properly, it may not be possible to exchange it for a high-grade powerhouse's favor. Suja secretly thought. It was just that the family members at home were still far from the high-grade realm. If he waited for Shen Qingyan or Su Shaojin to need it, he was afraid that it would be a long way off. Might as well use it up earlier. For example, adding a high-grade powerhouse for the South Sea Martial Arts University. When Shen Qingyan and the others need a breakthrough, their own cultivation would certainly be far superior to now, and it would be much easier to obtain resources. In addition to the Spirit Stone Essence, there was one last heavenly treasure. Heavenly Heart Lotus. Not only could this item permanently enhance qualifications, it was also rare. Even high-quality martial artists were hard to find, and even though the principal of the family was a 9th-grade powerhouse, he might not be able to obtain it. For the poorly qualified Suja, this is exactly a gift in the snow. Previously, although the ability to improve the qualifications of the occasional, but ultimately a temporary increase, the heart of the Sky Lotus is the root of the choice. The first week of the mall will have this kind of spike goods, so Suja on the next refresh more and more looking forward to. After checking out the mall items, Suja cast his gaze towards the Arakanese 7th grade blind box space bag. But I hope that I can open something good. Already having the mall pearl in front of him, he was not that eager for these 2 space bags. In his place, he should have used up the good resources long ago. First dismantle, just break through soon the Desert Tribe 7th grade space bag. As expected, it was very shabby. After all, the newly promoted 7th grade must have exhausted the breakthrough resources. However, the sharp-eyed Suja still found a treasure. Wood Spirit Essence. This item could help a high-grade powerhouse to melt into nature and realize the laws of heaven and earth. It was quite similar to the 1,000-year-old stalactite that Suja had used during his breakthrough earlier. If he added the Spirit Stone Essence, he realized that he had actually gathered a set of high-grade breakthrough resources without even realizing it. Now all that was missing was the heart-protecting pill. This kind of elixir that helped breakthroughs alleviate internal injuries. Compared to the other resources, the heart-protecting pill was obviously insignificant. After all, it was only refined from ordinary healing herbs and was not comparable to the breakthrough core resources. This is 80% left over from that desolate clan's 7th rank breakthrough. Perhaps it really is time to identify a suitable candidate, Suja whispered to himself. After all, the entire set of high-grade breakthrough resources were already available, and all of them were superior quality aids. If he casually gave it to a senior 6th grade martial artist, the success rate of breaking through to the 7th grade would be greatly increased. He suddenly remembered that he still had an unopened spatial pouch of a veteran Wasteland clan 7th grade. The collection of such a senior powerhouse would never be as shabby as that of a newly minted 7th rank. As the spatial pouch was taken out, ethereal light flowed. 107. Upgrading Qualifications, Freshman Starting School. The collection of this veteran Wasteland clan 7th grade powerhouse. It was indeed quite bountiful. The first thing that caught Suja's eye was a large number of materials. All of them were at least mid-grade materials, and there were quite a few types of high-grade materials as well. The value of these materials alone exceeded 1.5 billion spirit stones. Next was a large number of pills that could be used by high-grade martial artists. Although the Desolate Plains clan and Grand Xia belonged to different worlds. However, the South Sea battlefield had captured quite a few Desolate Plains race materials in the early years. After all, when the passage was first opened, the South Sea battlefield had lost numerous high-grade martial artists. After years of research and testing, it has long been confirmed that the Desolate Plains race pills are equally effective on the human race. Some of the pills were even more effective than the human race's homegrown ones. The total value of the storage bag was estimated to be over 5 billion spirit stones. Its value even exceeded the corpse of a 7th grade draconic race powerhouse. However, this was reasonable as this veteran 7th grade had clearly accumulated decades of family wealth. What Suja didn't know yet was that this person was preparing resources to impact the late 7th grade. Unexpectedly, accidentally halted the South China Sea battlefield. His life savings fell into Suja's hands. This strong man must have decided that high-grade martial artists would not easily fall. Since there was no fear for his life, there was no harm in carrying all of his belongings with him. Recently, I've really been blessed with good fortune. Even Suja couldn't help but sigh. He did not choose to go out of the gate, but was the first to take the Heavenly Heart Lotus. The issue of qualification was always a big problem for him. It was always good to be able to improve it somewhat nowadays. Suja's requirements weren't harsh, and he didn't dare to expect to be on par with Heaven's Pride. He would be satisfied if he could improve his superior qualifications. There are very few people with superior qualifications in Grand Xia. Not to mention geniuses, Heaven's Pride, and even demonic qualifications. The outside world's evaluation of Suja's qualifications was at the top heaven's pride level. If they wanted to call him a demon, there was still a slight gap. After all, in the 500 years of Daxia's history, the real demons at his age were definitely more than the 7th grade achievement. However, Suja did not want to compete with others. If he could push his qualifications to the top through the Heavenly Heart Lotus, that would be enough. Although he wasn't sure if one Heavenly Heart Lotus was enough. But how much it could be raised was a gain. In order to absorb this Heavenly Heart Lotus, Suja closed his eyes for another 3 days. After 3 days, Suja, who walked out of the cultivation room, could not hide his joy. Although the qualification has not yet reached the top grade, but it has been promoted to upper middle class. If I can obtain another Heavenly Heart Lotus, it may not be impossible to impact the superior qualification. Suja had a clear perception of his own talent. However, he understood that Heavenly Heart Lotus was extremely difficult to obtain. Right now, he could only look forward to the high-quality Mall Spike event to brush out another qualification-enhancing treasure. In fact, Suja was not unconcerned about the issue of qualifications. It was just that he had previously suffered from a lack of access. Those heavenly materials and treasures were mostly controlled by the Grand Xia officials. Even if he was promoted to the 7th grade, it would still be difficult for him to have the opportunity to obtain them. What's more, Suja was unwilling to ask the organization for it. In the eyes of many martial artists in Grand Xia, Suja's qualifications were indeed at the top level. Even applying for resources in the name of his family was untenable. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures that enhanced qualifications were already exceptionally precious. Even the application of a 9th grade powerhouse required strict approval. Great Xia's vetting process for such materials was extremely strict. Those martial artists who were only one step away from a high grade were the key targets of support. Perhaps just a single heavenly material could help them break through their shackles. These are the people that Daxia prioritizes. Suja had no complaints about this. The distribution mechanism of the Grand Xia was indeed fair and reasonable. Therefore, he never expected to obtain qualification enhancement resources through official channels. After leaving the gate, Suja went straight to the dean's office. As the frequency of high-quality exchanges in the South Sea battlefield decreased, the top management of the South Sea Martial Arts University returned to the campus one after another. The dean of the College of Pills, Su Shengyan, was naturally on the list of returning students. The new student enrollment and genius cultivation program needed to be implemented urgently. Due to the impact of the war in the southern realm, the new student enrollment ceremony had been postponed for many days. Su Kid came just in time. Su Shengyan's eyes lit up when he saw Suja. Recently, the school affairs were really piling up, although some of the high grades had already withdrawn from the South Sea battlefield. However, there were still strong people who remained in the war zone. The principal, as a 9th grade powerhouse, had to sit on the front lines. There are also several 8th grade strongmen who can't return for the time being. No one could guarantee whether the desolate plains would raid the lax South Sea stronghold. Currently, Su Shengyan is in charge of all school affairs. In addition to daily teaching and management, there is also the need to account for battlefield merits. The number of martial artists who had killed the Arakan clans needed to be accurately counted. The payment of pensions to those who died in battle is also a matter that cannot afford any mistakes. In short, countless burdens were pressed on Su Shengyan's shoulders. What does the dean need my assistance with? Suja could see that the other party was busy and took the initiative to ask. Thanks to the high-quality mall seconds function that was unlocked this month, coupled with the fact that he had just broken through the realm not long ago, daily cultivation did not need to consume too much energy. He did not mind sharing some of the school affairs. The school's previous care to minimize his administrative affairs, Suja always kept in mind. After all, he still had the title of vice president. Su Shengyan then talked about specific matters. For example, the new student enrollment ceremony. In recent years, the vice president Tang Guangtu presided over. But this year it is clear that it will not work. Vice President Tang does not know how long he needs to be stationed in the South China Sea battlefield. After all, the opening ceremony is just a routine matter. Can't bother the two senior management to make the trip back. Moreover, Su Shengyan's own affairs are already heavy, so he turned his attention to Suja, although the school had several other 7th grade returnees. But in terms of suitability, no one could compare to Suja. For one thing, Suja had just killed 2 high-quality people in the South Sea battlefield and was at the peak of his reputation. This year's freshman already had many admirers of his name. Having Suja preside over the event would emphasize the importance of the event. Secondly, the school's senior management can also accept this arrangement. Suja is the South China Sea Martial Arts University designated successor. With its record strength, no one in the school will raise any objections. Currently, there was no one who had won the same level of battle record among the 7 grades of the South Sea Martial Arts University. In the face of Suja, it was inevitable that he would not have enough strength. Not to mention that Suja had contributed 2 high-grade Arakanese remains to the school. The entire school would benefit from this. It was a soft moment. Naturally, no one would have any complaints about this arrangement. If another high-grade hosted it, it might not be convincing. No problem. Suja readily agreed to this matter. It was merely hosting the opening ceremony. He had also participated in assisting in previous years. Not unfamiliar with the process, but in the past it was a spectator role. This time, he was going to be on the podium. According to common sense, this kind of business should not be his turn. But the South Sea Martial Arts University was in a special wartime state. Suja did not forget that he had other plans. Dean, how many 6th grade are currently in the College of Pills? That high-grade breakthrough resource could not be wasted. In the face of the inquiry, Su Shengyan did not think deeply. He only thought that Suja wanted to understand the strength of the academy. After all, previously, Suja did neglect to pay attention to the affairs of the academy. 108. Scarcity of high-quality resources. I have Despite the fact that previously, in order to deal with God's capital Heaven's Pride Peiching and the South Sea battlefield operation, the school's 6th grade had come out in droves. However, Suja's cultivation speed was truly amazing. Caused many 6th grade to fail to react so far. Suja had already crossed the middle rank stage. Even if someone wanted to befriend him, the other party was already a high grade. This was an indisputable fact. Even though some of the middle grade products were still in a trance, reality was so cruel. To many middle grade products, Suja was already a senior level existence. The number of 6th grades in the Dan Pill Academy is fair, though slightly less than the other 2 major academies. But when looking at the entire Grand Xia, the base number of 6th grade martial artists is not small. Su Shengyan responded as he processed the documents. Listening to the dean's narration, Suja fell into deep thought. There were indeed numerous 6th grade martial artists in Grand Xia. As the final hurdle before advancing to a high grade, there were countless people stuck in this realm. However, breaking through the bottleneck was far more difficult than imagined. 6th grade could be considered the most time-consuming stage before high grade. If the fusion of spirit and qi and blood is repulsive or insufficiently controlled, the progress of cultivation will be greatly slowed. Cultivation progress will be greatly delayed. Su Shengyan highlighted 2 6th grade. Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang. Before Suja's rise to power, these 2 were originally candidates for the Dean of Pills. Both of them are at the peak of the 6th grade, and each has 2 times of experience in impacting the high grade. Unfortunately, the actual combat ability is mediocre, only ordinary 6th grade. Tianjiao list do not see his name. After all, the 6 products list is the most fierce competition. Numerous heavenly prides are stuck in this realm. Ordinary 6 pinnacle failed to make the list is the norm. Suja did not care about this. Ordinary 6th grade, so what? As long as the promotion of high grade, the combat strength will be guaranteed. After all, the high grade realm comes with a strength bonus. Battle awareness can also be cultivated. Thinking back to the battle with the 7 products of the Arakan clan. Even if the strength is crushed, if there is no time trap is difficult to kill. It can be seen that even ordinary high grade, heavenly pride is also difficult to kill easily. It was highly likely to fall into a stalemate of entanglement. Is it possible to understand the biographies of the 2? Suja became interested in the 2 candidates. Su Shengyan then detailed the duo's experience. In actuality, the 2 were already old, both nearly 50 years of age. At the beginning of the establishment of the school, they followed the principal to the South Sea. At that time, they were only 28 years old, middle-grade martial artists. 20 years of time has passed, and they have finally reached the peak of the middle grade. For many prides, these 2 people's cultivation progress is indeed slightly slow. However, the victory was in the steady and stable progress. It must be known that back then, the 2 were holding the mentality of breaking the boat to come. At that time, the South Sea Martial Arts University was still in its infancy. But don't forget that the resources of the middle grade stage were already rare, and there were even high-grade martial artists personally guiding them. This was a great opportunity for ordinary fourth-grade martial artists. If they were in a mature martial arts university, they would never have this kind of treatment. Facts proved that they had won the bet. Back then, there were people with similar qualifications and cultivation among their peers. Nowadays, most of them stayed at the 5th grade, or had just been promoted to the 6th grade not long ago. The lack of resources and guidance for a middle-grade martial artist, the difficulty of cultivation was comparable to ascending to the heavens. Why are you so concerned about these two? Could it be that you intend to cultivate the class? If you really want to cultivate them, I suggest choosing young seedlings with greater potential. Su Shengnian gave his advice even though he didn't know what he was talking about. Don't look at the fact that these two have already reached the peak of the 6th grade. The school would at most provide support for one more breakthrough, plus their own accumulated chances. After all, many years of 6th grade career has accumulated a lot of resources. This is the time to let go. This will give them 4 chances to break through. If they were still unsuccessful, they would have no chance of attaining a high grade at all. In Su Xingyan's opinion, the success rate of the two is about 50-50. Neither a pride nor a genius, their qualifications are only on the upper end of the scale. Whether or not they can break through is really unknown. It is far better to cultivate young geniuses with more prospects. Especially in this year's freshmen, there are many good seedlings. These geniuses in less than 10 years. They may be able to impact the 6th grade realm. At that time, the possibility of breaking through to the high grade is even greater. Unfortunately, Su Zhe was not interested in young geniuses. The cultivation cycle is too long. He couldn't afford to wait for the cost of time. Instead, the Mu Gao duo were more favorable, although they were only ordinary 6th graders. But with the high-quality breakthrough resources in their hands, they are completely certain to help them break through the realm. Su Zhe decided to show his cards to Su Shengnian. Although he held precious resources, he still needed the dean's cooperation to make things happen. I have 2 high-quality breakthrough resources in my hand, Su Zhe calmly said. It's not just ordinary high-quality resources. Just keep them for your own use. Wait, you're talking about high-quality breakthrough resources? Just what kind of treasure is worthy of this evaluation? Could it have been taken from those 2 7th grade corpses of the Wasteland clan? Su Shang was careless at the beginning of the year, but suddenly his pupils suddenly shrunk. Even the document in his hand slipped down without even realizing it. It was good that there were only 2 people in the office. Otherwise, it would really cause an uproar. High-grade breakthrough resources are already scarce. Even in the Divine Capital Martial Arts University also need fierce competition. After all, although the Divine Capital is full of resources, there are many more people in need of the 6th grade. In the face of Su Shengnian's continuous questioning, Su Zhe showed a light smile on his face. It is rare to see the dean so eager, so let it play. A moment later Su Shengnian calmed down. Brat watching the fun, right? Su Shengnian helplessly shook his head and cursed with a smile. I have 2 breakthrough resources on hand, Spirit Stone Essence and Wood Spirit Essence. These 2 pieces can be called the most preferable at the moment. Su Zhe explained calmly. The origin of the resources was naturally attributed to the spoils of war of the Desolate Plains clan. After all, Wood Spirit Essence was indeed a captured material. In fact, these 2 pieces of high-grade cultivation enhancement is also helpful. But for daily cultivation is a waste. There were other ways to raise one's cultivation, and there was no need to use a breakthrough treasure. It's actually these 2. Su Shengnian sucked in cold air and muttered. These 2 items were indeed high-grade breakthrough top resources. Together, they could increase the probability of breakthrough by at least 30%. At this moment, he finally understood why Su Zhe was concerned about the 6th grade of the Pill Academy. If used by Mu Gao or Tian Hongliang, combined with the 2 people's 2 failures, the breakthrough probability could be at least 50%. To play it safe, a 3rd regular breakthrough could also be arranged. When the 4th attempt is activated, the most precious treasure will be used. This will basically ensure the birth of a new high grade. The value of a high-grade martial artist needs no elaboration. Go find them now. Let's see who is more suitable for a breakthrough. Resource consumption will be borne by the Pill Academy. Su Shengnian thundered and dragged Su Zhe away. Rao Su Zhe could not help but cry and laugh. Only moments ago he was still in the middle of the day, but in the blink of an eye, he put aside his official duties for the matter of high quality. However, Su Zhe understands the dean's eagerness. The resources from the college to undertake is also in the reason. Although the same South China Sea martial arts university system, there is both collaboration and competition between the colleges, each with its own independent budget. If the news is leaked, other colleges will come to compete. After all, high-grade breakthrough resources no one cannot move. Although Suja belongs to the College of Pills, but the whole school is the designated successor. It's not appropriate to be too biased. This matter is best decided first, when the College of Elixir and Pills knew high grade and then publicized. As a direct descendant of the academy, it's understandable to be a little biased. But this is the only time. If there's another breakthrough, the whole school will have to be considered. 109. Dean Su, I am grateful. Su Shengyan clearly understood that Suja could not always favor the Dan Pill Academy. He didn't want to let go of this opportunity. It just so happened that Suja had handed over 2 7th-grade corpses of the desolate race to the school. The other academies wouldn't think too much of Suja. Su Shengyan quickly recalled Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang directly from the battlefield. The South Sea battlefield was currently gradually calming down. Recalling 2 6th grade would not be a problem. Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang didn't know why the dean was looking for them. Still, they quickly returned from the South Sea battlefield. It's not me who is looking for you guys. The one who is really looking for you guys is Dean Su. Su Shengyan dumped the matter on Suja without any burden. Currently, the resources could only ensure that one person would break through to the high grade. The dilemma of choosing between the two could only be left to Suja to decide. It was not a good choice for him to make either. Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang's gazes fell on Suja. The two were 1 round older than Suja. However, in the world of martial arts, the one who had attained the highest level was honored. After Suja stepped into the high grade, they had a few more points of respect. However, the two sides did not have many encounters. Even if they belonged to the same Dan Pill Academy, Suja had previously been a loner. The two were very puzzled as to why this dean was suddenly looking for them. The most crucial thing was that it was in such a hurry, not even waiting for the war in the South Sea to completely fall. Previously, I obtained quite a few resources from the 7th grade of the Desolate Plains clan. Now there is a chance to break through to the high grade, but there is only one person in the quota. Suja slowly opened his mouth as he met the two men's puzzled gazes. His meaning was clearly expressed. The two peak 6th grade in front of him were not cuties, should be able to understand the meaning. When the words fell, whether it was Suja or Su Shengyan, they both noticed that the two people's aura had steeply increased. For Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang, age was no longer an advantage. If they were unable to break through to the high grade in these few years, it would be even more impossible after their chi and blood declined. They would not let go of any breakthrough opportunity. Although the two had applied to the school for breakthrough resources, however, they needed to compete with many 6th grades. It was unknown when they would have to wait. High-grade resources were already scarce. They didn't really have much certainty about whether or not they would be able to break through. With the opportunity at hand, both of them clearly didn't want to miss it. Because there is only one quota. Plus, the two of you are similar in every aspect. I don't know who to choose either. After some consideration, you will fight against each other, and the winner will be qualified. Suja didn't beat around the bush and said bluntly. This was considered the fairest way. The qualification was decided according to strength. In the face of Suja's proposal, the people present had no opinions. Su Shengyan also recognized that this was the best plan. With a high-grade present to sit in on the scene, there was no need to worry about casualties in the 6th grade match. Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang didn't have to say anything. Opportunities were meant to be earned. Su Shengyan immediately led the crowd to the martial arts training ground. This was a venue dedicated to middle-grade instructors for sparring. At this moment, the vast majority of people were still in the battlefield. Even those who had returned would not come to the martial arts training ground. Who would still have the heart to spar after just experiencing a series of great battles? The empty martial arts field was just what a few people wanted. Su Shengyan did not want this matter to be publicized. Soon, the two veteran 6th grade fighters started sparring under Su Shengyan's auspices. Although they are ordinary 6th grade, they are exceptionally experienced in battle. Suja secretly sighed as he watched from the sidelines. Even he couldn't help but see a light before his eyes. Although there was a big difference between the fighting styles of high grade and middle grade, certain moves still had value to draw from. As time passed, the two gradually went all out. In the face of a high-grade chance, no 6th grade would give up lightly, especially for these two 6th grade who had wasted more than a decade. This could be the greatest opportunity in this life. Half an hour later, the duel between the two veteran peak 6th grade had a result. Both lost. No one held a clear advantage. Both Su Shengyan and Suja could see it. The two had given it their all. In the end, Su Shengyan forced them to stop. Otherwise, they'd have to fight for their lives, which would not be worth it. The question resurfaced. Who to choose? The gazes of the three were once again focused on Suja. Suja also had a bit of a headache at the moment. He hadn't expected that there would be such a small chance of a tie. Suddenly, a light flashed in his eyes. Since this is the case, how about a bet? The Academy takes out some of its reserves, plus the resources you've accumulated over the years. I'll lend out some more resources. Let you all have 2 chances to impact the high grade. Suja eventually came up with a compromise. This move could be a basket case, but it could also reap double the surprise. On second thought, Suja thought that he had gotten his breakthrough resources for nothing anyway. Even if the 2 Mu Gao people didn't succeed, it would still be considered giving back to the school. Su Shengyan seemed a little hesitant, but in the end said nothing. This program was indeed fair. Whether or not one could break through all depended on one's personal fortune. As long as one person succeeded in advancing to a high grade, he would be able to accept it. Seeing that Dean Su did not object, Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang's faces flushed with excitement. Dean Su, 10,000 thanks. They had already experienced 2 failed breakthroughs. A long time had passed since the last attempt. Always waiting for a 3rd chance all these years. Vice Dean Su had secured 2 breakthrough opportunities for them this time. Even if they had to carry debts and favors, the 2 didn't care. As long as they could succeed, everything was worth it. Although Suja had made the decision, the replacement of resources still needed to be handled by Su Shengyan. The specific details still need to be carefully finalized. Suja will Spike Mall obtained high-grade materials, as well as the high-quality cultivation pills of the Desolate Plains clan all taken out. He was prepared to let Su Shengyan exchange breakthrough resources for the 2 of them. He didn't even let the 2 6th rank sign any agreements. This trust touched Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang deeply. They were clear that this time, they were relying on the Vice Dean's full support. Su Kid, killing 2 7th grade made you rake in a lot of goodies. Su Shengyan couldn't help but lament. The feeling of being filthy rich. Dean, you can try it too. Suja responded frankly, not hiding this harvest. After all, after beheading 2 high-grade Draconic clan members, saying that there was no harvest instead seemed suspicious. It would be better to admit it in a big way. In the face of flirting, Su Shengyan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Although he was in 8th grade, killing a 7th grade was not difficult. But the Wasteland clan would not give him this kind of opportunity. On the battlefield, the high grade rarely acted alone. Even if there was a single person, if the 7th rank wanted to hide, it would be difficult for the 8th rank to quickly lock on. It was always as difficult as climbing into the sky. It was simply unimaginable for a person like Suja to kill 2 high grades in a row. 110. The opening ceremony was a hot topic for the students. Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang, the 2 peak 6th grade. At the moment it was as if they were shrinking their heads like ostriches. The conversation of the high grade was too profound for them. It was not suitable to participate in the discussion. Even though they hadn't set foot on a high grade, they were clear on how difficult it was to kill a high grade. Even if they succeeded in breaking through, they might not be able to do so. Fortunately, Suja quickly restrained his joking posture. He knew that Su Shengyan had been busy recently. If it wasn't for the high-grade breakthrough, Dean Su wouldn't have taken the time to come. Mu Gao and the 2 of them had already taken out all their savings. It was handed over to Su Shengyan to exchange for breakthrough resources. Make adequate preparations during this time. Strive to complete the breakthrough within a year, Su Shengyan solemnly instructed. Although he was inclined to steadily cultivate a high grade, he did not oppose Suja's program. After all, most of the resources this time were provided by Suja. Understood, Dean. The Mu Gao duo responded solemnly. They were well aware that this opportunity depended on Vice Dean Suja fighting for it. Suja actually held the mentality of making the best use of what he had. Harvesting favors and gratitude was only incidental. Those high-grade materials were useless to him. Although he was a 6th-grade alchemist on the surface, he actually had a lot of water. He had never even ventured into the field of weaponry. Right now, focusing on cultivation was the priority. Instead of letting the materials become dusty, it would be more valuable to replace them with resources. When they left the martial arts training ground, Mu Gao and his team solemnly thanked Suja. Suja responded gently. At least it proved that he hadn't looked at the wrong person. Most of the instructors of the South Sea Martial Arts University were of good character. Even if they had occasional selfishness, they knew not to jeopardize the interests of the school. This point alone is already valuable. We must know that many WMU tutors sell out the school for personal gain. Some institutions rely on faculty, only to turn a blind eye. These secrets are Su Shengyan told Suja. One could only say that Dean Su's connections were indeed extensive. However, high-grade alchemists were already sought after, so it was normal. Old man Su really didn't send many errands. Suja softly muttered to himself. Earlier, when Su Shengyan said that he wanted to apportion his affairs, he originally thought that he would be pestered with trivial matters. As a result, he had only arranged to preside over the new student enrollment ceremony. The entire process took but an hour. Apparently, Dean Su was unwilling to delay his cultivation. The entrance ceremony was scheduled for 5 days later. The date has no special meaning and is purely due to Su Shengyan's earlier arrangement. Since it had already been postponed for a few days, there was no harm in postponing it for a few more days. As long as it is not delayed for too long, Suja would just wait for the notification at that time. He was ready to go back and continue practicing. Although a lot of cultivation materials had been given out as a result of replacing the high-grade breakthrough resources. However, there was still enough left over to support 2 or 3 months of cultivation. Not to mention that there are still a few rounds of mall seconds to come. There is really no lack of resources at this stage. At the same time, the news of Suja presiding over the new student entrance ceremony caused a sensation. Many new students were extremely excited. It's actually Dean Su personally presiding over it. He has recently killed 2 high grades in a row, rushed straight into the top 100 in the 7th grade sect master list. You have to realize how long it took for him to break through and catch up with the veteran 7th grade. The South Sea martial students were in constant hot debate. With the South Realm in full force, the South Sea battlefield high grade performed brightly. Along with that, there was a huge change in the rankings of the clan master rankings. This directly affected the New Year's resource allocation. The higher the ranking, the more favorable access to resources. This time, the South Sea Martial Arts University can be said to have raised its eyebrows. Su Shengyan had risen from the 7th rank to the 8th rank. The other 2 deans had also shown their 8th rank strength, increasing the number of 8th ranks in the school to 3. In terms of the number of 8 products alone, it has surpassed some of the first-class martial arts universities. As for Suja, there was even less to say. Several media reports listed Nanhai Wudu as a quasi-first-class institution. Although there is still a gap in the quality of students, but the faculty has reached the standard. In time, the quality of the student body will be improved. Of course, there is still a gap between the quasi-first class and the real first class. The short time of establishment is still a hard hit. But this has made the whole school teachers and students excited. It must be known that before Suja defeated Pei Qingyu, South Sea Martial Arts University was unknown. Not to mention outside the Southland, few people in the region know. 5 days passed in a flash. The new student enrollment ceremony was about to be held. Because Suja presided over, the school square was filled up early. Not only the new students but also the old students flocked here. Song Qing followed his roommate in the crowd. After his relationship with Suja was revealed, it attracted countless envious gazes. This was backed by an extraordinary high-grade powerhouse. Suja was not in a hurry and was checking out the newly painted items in the mall. Cultivation Dan 1 bottle. High-grade cultivation auxiliary elixir. Second sale price. 100 spirit stones. Black crystal stone 1. High-ranking weapon material. Price. 100 leisure. Heart-protecting pill 1 bottle. Preventing breakthrough injuries. Price. 100 spirit stones. He was slightly disappointed by this refresh. He did not see any qualification-enhancing items, but all cultivation auxiliary materials. Despite the value, there was still a gap with Suja's expectations. Or perhaps the surprise from the initial mall spike was too great. Now it was inevitable to have a psychological gap. Fortunately, Suja quickly adjusted his mindset, which can brush out the very best every time. Right now, these are already considered good. Although he longed to raise his qualifications to the highest level, he also understood that these types of treasures could not be found. Previously, it was indeed a bit too much to ask for. After adjusting his state, Suja moved to the Marshall Way Square. Today's new student entrance ceremony would be held here. He was still wearing his usual martial arts casual clothes. It wasn't that he didn't value the students, it was just that he had already gotten used to this attire. The school's specially developed martial arts uniforms had already balanced function and comfort. 111. Changes in the Southern Realm. Suja's prestige. The martial arts plaza of the South Sea Martial Arts University. It had long been packed with crowds. Many third-grade instructors had long been maintaining order. It feels like the entire school has already come. Actually, it's completely possible to remove the feeling. It can be said that the entire school's students have arrived. Many mentors showed emotion and spoke out. Previous new student entrance ceremonies had never caused such a stir. They were naturally clear about the reason. This kind of pomp was all due to Suja's rising fame. This young high grade was equally legendary among the tutor group. During the low grade period, many tutors had even crossed paths with Suja. After all, he had served in the tutor position for many years. There were indeed quite a few opportunities to come into contact with 2 and 3 ranked martial artists. Many had fantasized about whether or not they had a special talent latent in them, expecting to soar to the heavens if they awakened one day. When the students basically arrived. With only 1 minute left until the appointed time, Suja stepped into the air. Countless gazes instantly focused on him. This youngest high-grade martial artist in the South Sea and even the entire Southern Realm. Suja! Shouts suddenly erupted from the student body. Waves of sound instantly swept across the entire square. It was obvious that most people had seen the video footage of the South Sea battlefield. Those images of the mountains calling out to the sea after beheading a high grade had long since penetrated the hearts of the people. This sudden enthusiasm caused Suja to be slightly surprised. He actually didn't care too much about his popularity. After all, even if one's reputation was high, it could not directly increase one's strength. At most, it could be of some benefit to the accumulation of qi. Song Qing under the field was equally shocked. Teacher Su's influence has actually reached this level? She secretly pondered. She had known Suja since he first entered the low grade. Now she had not yet graduated. The other party had already crossed the middle grade and entered the realm of high grade. Such a gap was trance-inducing. Suja raised his hand and pressed it, his expression gentle. The waves of cheers gradually subsided. This action allowed the students to feel his approachability. Previously, he had deliberated on his hosting style, eventually deciding to adopt the affable route. After all, this hosting was only a temporary arrangement. There might not be many opportunities for public appearances in the future. Since it was not a normal job, there was no need to deliberately maintain majesty. There should be no one present who does not recognize me. Even if there really is an unrecognizable. He smiled and pointed to the direction where the sound waves had not dispersed. Listening to this movement should also know. The light-hearted opening drew a soft laugh. The truth is as stated. In South Sea Martial University, it would be strange not to recognize Suja. Although I will preside over the new student enrollment ceremony. But this is really my hosting debut. It's not that the school doesn't pay attention to all of you. Everyone has really been busy lately. In the end, I was caught on top as an idler. Having lived 2 lives, Suja's emotional intelligence wasn't bad. It's just that before, he felt that a lot of it was useless socializing. In the final analysis, interpersonal interactions in the martial world ultimately rely on strength. True friends might exist, but they were ultimately in the minority. As Suja spoke, the students' expressions became more and more relaxed. There was a comforting affinity between this high-grade martial artist's hands and feet. Without delaying everyone, let's get straight to the dry stuff. The school will be in the monthly list for the next 3 months. There will be additional special awards for new students, so I hope you all strive for good rankings. Places are tentatively set for the top 100. As the words landed, the freshman group was flooded with commotion. This arrangement was directly related to everyone's immediate interests. To Suja, the rewards of these unqualified martial artists were not worth mentioning at all. The recent surge in his wealth had given him a strong bottom line. Wealthy. This word was apt. Not only did it buy people's hearts, but it also stimulated a sense of competition in advance. This deal was a sure thing. The gifted are already gleaming. Ordinary students were also calculating how to squeeze into the list. After all, geniuses are still a minority, and even if the top positions are occupied, there are still opportunities in the middle and back sections. 3 consecutive months and a 100-size quota were enough to give most people hope. The monthly list system had been implemented for many years. It was supposed to be the core mechanism to incentivize students to compete. After explaining the key matters, Suja simply ended the ceremony. He knew too well the temperament of young martial artists. Instead of using long speeches to show their authority, it was better to get to the point and make everyone happy. The crowd that dispersed did not notice that the figure on the podium had already pulled out a tactical tablet. Beyond the South China Sea battlefield, the battle report from the Exinen theater was even more disturbing. Although the offensive launched by the Three-Eyed Clan in the region had been blocked with all their might, the results were far from what was expected. However, the results of the battle fell far short of expectations. Even with all of their high-grade combat power, they were only able to inflict superficial damage on the other side. The Exinen battlefield itself also paid a small price. Although the Southern Realm held the initiative, it also mobilized a lot of external supporters. However, these supporters initially underestimated the threat of the Three-Eyed race. As a result, the foreign supporters were hit by the Three-Eyed race's natural abilities. In the end, they lost a large number of men. Instead of taking advantage of the Exinen battlefield, the battlefield had lost a lot of troops. If it wasn't for the South Sea battlefield that killed 2 high-grade martial artists, the South Realm wouldn't have been able to take the initiative this time. The South Realm would not have been able to deliver on its initiative this time. The Grand Governor who was sitting in the center of the city was actually grateful to Suja in the bottom of his heart. To a certain extent, Suja's battle results had become the South Realm Military Department's last shaming cloth. Su Shoshuan's biggest regret was not sending more support to the South China Sea battlefield. After all, the results of the South Sea battlefield were really dazzling. Even when calculating the casualty ratios of the middle and lower ranks, the figures were also far better than the Exinen battlefield. However, after the heavy casualties of the reinforcements in the Exinen battlefield, the new battlefield had to retreat in advance. This was originally a helpless move. The forces from all sides rushed to support the southern border. After all, it was for the sake of trading resources. If the losses exceeded expectations, no one would be willing to continue to fill the hole. Such a situation led to a hasty end to the Exinen battlefield. The Three-Eyed Clan saw that the Southern Realm had not lost any high-quality combatants. They were also happy to end the conflict. This battle ended 3 days earlier than the South Sea battlefield. 112. Return of Apprenticeship? Can. Of course, the Exinen battlefield also caused a lot of mockery. After all, a lot of jokes had been made this time. In response to this, Suja could only marvel at the strength of the Three-Eyed race. Their natural abilities were almost catching up to the time trap in terms of hierarchy. However, Suja also knew that there were bound to be limitations to the Three-Eyed race's natural ability. It could never be as heaven-defying as the time trap. In addition to that, there was something that caught Suja's attention: the formation plan for the Southland High School Martial Arts League. The officials seemed to be trying to use this matter to cover up the furor over the Exinen battlefield. It had to be said that the effect was truly remarkable. At least now many people were discussing the South Realm High School League. Even outside of the South Realm region, there was quite a bit of attention. Even the old story of the South Sea base had been rehashed. This martial arts high school league can be considered to be borrowed and promoted. Quite a few people within the Grand Xia showed interest in this. Not much resources were invested yet. It allowed high school students to volley inward of their own accord. Suja suddenly felt like he had become the culprit. This was because it was highly likely that the high school league would form a nationwide trend. By then, all high schools will be caught up in this competition. At present, the South China Sea base still retains a first-mover advantage. Other regions were interested, but it would still take time to implement. Suja is also considering donating to the middle schools in the South China Sea base. With his growing wealth, he was finally able to realize something that he was once unable to do. He was finally able to realize some ideas that were once out of his reach. After all, he now considered the South Sea base as his own sphere of influence. Appropriately investing some resources was completely worth it. As the affairs gradually came to an end, Suja returned to the regular rhythm of life. Cultivation, or cultivation. In his opinion, the core element of becoming a martial artist and a strong person was enduring loneliness. A month was about to pass in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, Suja treated the mall's daily spike activities with a normal mind. Instead, he harvested a lot of surprises. In the 4th week, the mall finally brushed out a special item. Tianhua Divine Dew cleanses the flesh and enhances the qualifications at a price of 100 spirit stones. This was a heavenly treasure that Suja had never heard of. It was most likely from a different world outside of Dasya. Regardless of its origin, practicality is the only thing that matters. After using it, Suja clearly felt a change in his qualifications. From last month's lower middle level, now it has steadily entered the ranks of superior qualifications. At least in terms of cultivation, Suja could clearly feel the increase in the efficiency of aura absorption. This was the intuitive effect of the improved qualifications. The last time the mall spike, he accidentally swiped out a heavenly heart lotus. This discovery made Suja feel surprised. Even if you use this heavenly heart lotus, the qualification improvement is limited. Why don't we give Xinqingyan a try? Maybe it can help her break through the bottleneck. Regarding the distribution of the heavenly heart lotus, Suja's first choice was naturally his wife. It was not that he was unwilling to give it to his mother. Rather, the age at which his mother began to cultivate was indeed on the older side. Even if she improved her qualifications, it would still take a long time to break through to the martial artist realm. As for high-level martial artists, it is even more out of reach. Could not prolong her life and had no practical benefits. In addition, my mother herself had very little interest in cultivation. Wouldn't it be better to grow flowers and pick vegetables and enjoy her grandchildren? The path of a martial artist is so boring. In addition, with Suja's current strength, there is no need to worry about his mother's safety. If you force your mother to use the lotus of the heart of heaven, instead, it will become a burden for her. On the contrary, Shun Qingyan's situation was very different. Although she did not know about her recent progress, her second-grade cultivation was solid. After her qualifications improved, the third rank was within reach. The fourth product realm was also not a pipe dream. This time, in addition to items that improved qualifications, the mall also refreshed surprising new products. Fruit of Wisdom, Enhancement of Mental Strength, sizzling price 100 spirit stones. It was extremely difficult to increase one's mental power. Even for those with outstanding talent such as Suja, spiritual power is directly related to the control of the power of heaven and earth. It is especially important for high-level martial artists. This kind of treasure Suja has long heard of, but this is the first time he has seen them in person. In addition to these rare items, there are also a large number of high-level cultivation resources. The current reserves were enough to support consumption for several months. After digesting these resources, impacting the late 7th grade is not a delusion. Suja had a premonition that the breakthrough opportunity was near. Spiritual power and cultivation resources were both in place. The late 7th grade was indeed within reach. However, the specific progress still needs to depend on the subsequent ability aptitude. If you can obtain powerful auxiliary abilities, the breakthrough process can also be significantly advanced. Suja decisively started the ability roulette wheel. Although I do not know what kind of ability will be drawn, but I hope that there will be a supportive skill similar to the mall spike. This type of ability does not directly enhance cultivation. The supply of resources is crucial. 6 colors of light suddenly bloomed. Lucky draw complete. Acquired Return of Apprenticeship experience card. Pass on any experience or item to an apprentice and receive a 10-fold return cannot exceed the apprentice's level. Limited to 1 use in 3 days, valid for 30 days. The moment he saw the description of the ability, Suja couldn't help but breathe in sharply. 10-fold return. In the previous abilities, Suja had never seen such a high multiplier, whether it was an increase in battle power or an increase in all attributes. In the past, the highest was only 5 times the category. This time, it directly crossed over to the 10-fold level. However, Suja knew that there were prerequisites. It is necessary to accept a disciple to activate the effect. At the moment, he has no formal disciples. Even if he temporarily recruited talented seedlings, the cultivation cycle is also completely too late. Even if a student who has not entered the product is taught, the return product was at most an entry-level resource. For a 7th grade martial artist, this level of material was worthless. Wanting to produce actual help, at least a disciple of the 6th rank was required. Above the 6th rank was even more unrealistic. After all, Suja himself was only at the 7th grade level. Where was the qualification to accept a 7th-ranked martial artist as a disciple? Not to mention that 6th grade martial artists were already rare. Cultivators at this level. Either they have a teacher's gateway, either they are similar in age to Suja. How could they be willing to be a disciple? A seemingly powerful ability. The actual application was difficult. Suja's brows unconsciously gathered. 6th grade? A certain figure suddenly leapt into his mind. 113. Strongly accepting disciples and smashing them with resources. Nan Xueqing, the leader of the Scorpion Squad. Now still stationed at the South Sea battlefield, he was expected to return soon. Nan Xueqing had originally traveled to the South Sea battlefield for reinforcements. Compared to the heavy losses suffered by the reinforcements in the Xian battlefield, the casualties of the reinforcements in the Nanhai battlefield were extremely high. The casualties of the reinforcements in the South Sea battlefield were extremely low. This was thanks to the combat characteristics of the Scorpion Squad. The enemies they faced did not have special abilities. The whole team was well coordinated and all of them had medium-grade starting points. After several battles, they not only suffered 0 casualties but also made a lot of seizures. The brilliant results were mainly due to the high-grade battlefield. With the fall of the enemy's high-grade powerhouses, the pressure on the middle and low-grade battlefields plummeted. The pressure on the middle and low-grade battlefields has suddenly decreased. The morale of the South Sea stronghold defenders was greatly boosted as a result. The Scorpion Squad was in no hurry to leave the battlefield. Although the team was strong, however, it was far from being able to sway the battlefield. Even if they withdrew, the regional battlefield wouldn't be affected too much. At this moment, Nan Xueqing had just finished a fierce battle. She was recuperating in the South Sea stronghold. She seized the time to meditate and regulate to recover her state. She clearly felt it during the battle. Spirit and chi and blood were gradually merging. This marvelous experience mesmerized her. Nan Xueqing didn't notice. Someone was watching her from afar. Although Suja had put Nan Xueqing on his shortlist, it still needed to be further observed and considered. In the age of aura recovery, the relationship between master and disciple was far from simple. This bond even surpasses blood kinship. Suja first found the principal Yu Xiong. He wanted to learn about Nan Xueqing's background through him. Although Yu Xiong did not understand Suja's intentions, but he was sure that the other party would not harm Nan Xueqing. According to Yu Xiong, Nan Xueqing's father, Nan Tairong, was his former friend. They knew each other from their days at the Shindu Martial Arts University. As a graduate of the University of Martial Arts, Nan Tairong's talent is naturally outstanding. Nowadays, he is at the top of the list of 8th grade martial artists, although slightly inferior to Yu Xiong of the 9th grade. But among his peers, he is already the top of the list. How is this possible? Even though the Divine Capital Martial Arts University enrolled many students, there were still not a few who were stuck at the low-grade middle-grade stage. However, those who came from the Divine Capital Martial Arts University had a starting point that was inherently higher than the norm. It was deplorable. Nan Xueqing's mother had fallen during a certain battle in the battlefield of the 10,000 races. At that time, Nan Xueqing was still in middle school. Since then, there has been animosity between father and daughter. Nan Xueqing decided that her mother's death, her father, Nan Tirong, was to blame. Later, Nan Tirong remarried. The rift was torn even deeper. At least Nan Xueqing never want to accept the stepmother. Father-daughter relationship is even worse. The young girl eventually followed her sister-in-law to live. She enrolled in a military school to join the Granxia military and started the path of crazy cultivation. Even Yu Xiong was overwhelmed with emotion. For the family affairs of his old friend, he chose to remain silent, but it was clear that Nan Xueqing was bearing a great trauma. Every year, he would send someone to bring a gift. Don't have any crooked thoughts. This child has suffered enough. Yu Xiong ended with a serious warning. Suja was dumbfounded. The principal was clearly concerned. What if I take her as my disciple? He suddenly spoke quietly. From the information revealed by the principal, Nan Xueqing had yet to worship her master. This was undoubtedly the perfect opportunity. Yu Xiong's pupils shrunk slightly, doubting if he was hallucinating. Admitting an apprentice? This matter sounded unreliable. Before he could respond, Suja had already instantly moved to Nan Xueqing's side. The onlookers immediately stirred. Nan Xueqing's cold and colorful appearance had always attracted attention. Even if it was a snow lotus, there was still no lack of admirers stopping by from afar. Even the Scorpion team members were in awe of the captain's power, not to mention other suitors. At this moment, the legendary powerhouse suddenly appeared. Everyone is holding their breath, trying to figure out what they're up to. Suja did not hide his aura. Nan Xueqing had already noticed. She was equally confused. The other party had clearly avoided her the last time she asked. How about worshipping me as a teacher? I'll help you break through to the mid-6th grade within a month. Suja opened the door. After hearing about Nan Xueqing's experience, it was actually very simple to want her to worship her master. That was the fact that Nan Xueqing had an almost insane obsession with strength. During this battlefield experience, she had already gained a lot. With Suja's help, it might not be impossible for her to reach the next level. This was also where his backbone lay. Faced with Suja's words, Nan Xueqing was slightly stunned. However, she quickly came back to her senses. Good, she answered decisively, not differing from what was expected, not even considering Suja's age and strength. In fact, there were not a few high-grade martial artists who wanted to take her as a disciple. However, most of them eventually backed out. For one thing, they were worried that if she fought for her life like this, she would fall at some point. After all, it was difficult for even a mid-grade martial artist to keep himself safe. Secondly, they were afraid of her complicated family background. Why stir up trouble when it's not worth the effort? Although this worship is slightly rash, Yuxiong seems to be more of a child's play farce, since Suja opened his mouth when he will secretly observe. Unexpectedly really want to disciple Nan Xueqing. Theoretically, Suja is indeed qualified. But it is really surprising that it is so easy to do. What Yuxiong did not know was that Nan Xueqing had her own plans. The only reason to be a teacher is to improve one's cultivation. She had personally witnessed Suja kill 2 high-quality people in a row. Among them, there was even an old 7th-grade mid-stage powerhouse of the Desolate Plains clan. And this person was promoted to the 7th grade less than a few months ago. This kind of combat power is astonishing. As long as she could break through the shackles, what was it worth to worship a master? With the promotion of the 6th grade, she felt the qualification bottleneck more and more binding. Although the process is scribbling, Suja still perceived if there is a bond. I think it is due to the conclusion of the master-disciple relationship. The disciple return system was already in effect. This is 10 bottles of purple spirit pills. It can help you quickly recover your spiritual energy. As a gift to the master, Suja raised his hand and threw out the jade bottle. In the 6th grade realm, spiritual power refining was far more important than chi and blood. The purple spirit pill had both recovery and strengthening effects. More importantly, this item was still in the category of return of apprenticeship. If he hadn't been restricted, he would have wanted to give the Heavenly Heart Lotus, a miraculous item that changed qualifications. Unfortunately, the system had prepared for this. Even so, 10 bottles of purple spirit pill were worth a fortune. This Dan is extremely difficult to refine, but the 6th grade martial artists in Daxia are like crucians in the river. It has always been a priceless treasure. Even the South Sea Martial Arts University needs to spend a huge amount of merit to collect materials. Nan Xueqing gazed at the elixir, her always cold and arrogant brows trembling slightly. She was not someone who lacked resources. However, strategic materials such as the purple spirit pill, even the military had extremely strict control. She, at the early stage of the 6th grade, did not yet have access to it. This master, recognizing is not a loss. With a secret sigh in her heart, Qiling's face finally fluctuated. Spiritual power, fusion chi, and blood has another trick. Suja proceeded to impart the essence of the 6th grade cultivation. The words were all right and the sentences were dry. Nan Xueqing's eyes grew brighter and brighter, secretly rejoicing that she had indeed bet on the right treasure. Purple spirit pill and 6th grade cultivation experience imparted detected. 10-fold return can be triggered. When the prompt surfaced, Suja's heart was clear. The system was clearly guarding against the loophole of swiping rewards. 10 bottles were only counted as a single grant. After some thought, he selected the purple spirit pill to try to return. Trigger 10-fold return. Obtained purple heart pill X1. Purple heart elixir. High-grade elixir. Combining the effects of mental power recovery and growth. Looking at the bottle of Dan in his palm that was dense with purple vapor, the corner of Suja's mouth curled slightly. 114 Master. I've broken through to the 6th grade. Purple heart pill. A high-grade elixir that enhances mental power. Whether it was a 10-fold return or a quality return, it had nothing to do with quantity. This made Suja quite appreciative. Giving 9 extra bottles of purple spirit pills to Nan Xueqing was nothing to Suja. As he envisioned, if Nan Xueqing could break through her strength within this month, she might be able to trigger the cultivation return mechanism. In the following days, Suja's teaching of nanshuetching became more and more focused. He even personally went down to the field to accompany the training. There were also many rumors about Suja's affair in the South Sea battlefield. Although Principal Yu Xiong publicly explained that the two were only master and disciple, this move instead sparked more speculation. This South Sea heavenly pride wouldn't be pretending to be a master and disciple, right? That's normal. Xia already encourages high-grade martial artists to have more children. The crowd debated, but it didn't make too many waves. After all, the majority of high-grade martial artists had kept outside concubines, and this had become the norm. Part of the reason for this was also due to the scarcity of martial artists in Grand Xia. The heirs of high-grade martial artists were usually gifted. Many high-grade clans gradually formed regional monopolies. These martial artists did not initially intend to monopolize, but after their heirs multiplied, they were forced to control the resources. The higher the level of the martial artist, the more difficult it was to procreate due to the jump in life level, forcing them to find another way to increase the number of children. Suja had really suffered an injustice this time. He really had no other thoughts about nanshuetching, and now his mind and soul were devoted to cultivation. The outside world gossip in him is just a floating cloud, which is not as real as returning the system tenfold. Nanshuetching also ignored the criticisms of others, and was completely immersed in the improvement of her strength. After the first successful return, Suju attempted to return the 6th grade cultivation experience tenfold. Gained 7th grade cultivation experience 1. This direct infusion of 7th grade experience was precious. It resonated marvelously with the 7th product insights he had previously studied. Even though he hadn't broken through the realm, he had gained a new understanding of the way of the 7th grade. Combined with the purple heart pill returned from the purple spirit pill, his mental strength continued to climb. Suja clearly sensed that he was only half a step away from the late 7th grade. The time in January was not long to say the least, but not short to say the least. Suja had already accumulated 6 bottles of purple heart pills, and had another 3 7th grade cultivation experiences to return. He had basically figured out the pulse of 7th grade cultivation. On the path to the 8th grade, the realm obstacles had been reduced by half. In the past few months, Nanshuetching's changes were equally remarkable. After Suja had taught her, her spiritual power and cultivation had skyrocketed, reaching the peak of the early 6th grade. Under Suja's guidance, she had begun to attempt to break through. Small realm advancement was not considered tricky after all. There is still one last return opportunity left. Let's see if we can succeed this time, Suja secretly thought. In order for this cheap disciple to successfully break through the realm, he had even vacated his private villa as a cultivation ground. This kind of action caused the gaze cast by Principal Yu Xiong to be mixed with different colors. At first, he believed that Suja was purely accepting disciples, but as rumors spread, he inevitably became suspicious. After secretly observing him several times, he confirmed that the two of them did not get along with each other. However, the high-grade martial artists of the South Sea Martial Arts University spoke one after another, claiming that Suja was in the golden age of cultivation. The matter of family inheritance does not need to be rushed. Although the wording is euphemistic, the subtext is clearly revealed. Do not delay in childish love. The burden of saying the item falls on the shoulders of the principal. After all, the entire school is qualified to persuade Suja, but only 5 fingers. Yu Xiong's monitoring more and more frequent, even thought to himself, could it be that he really has a heart for that girl? See Suja this kind of dedication, even if the principal is also difficult to suppress suspicions. The two ends of the scale, one end is a former friend's orphan, one end is the future pillars of the school. What's even more difficult is that Suja has a family. If he was alone, it could be arranged, but now the situation is straight to the dilemma. Fortunately, Nanshuetching finally completed a breakthrough at this time. 6th grade early shackles should be broken straight into the middle. The girl herself did not expect to go to the South China Sea to study only a few months, but can be refined to this. It must be known that when people with the same qualifications are stuck in the 6th grade, it often takes several years before they can make an inch of progress. Since she first entered the 6th grade, it has been less than half a year. Nanshuetching was naturally aware of the root cause of her breakthrough. It was all due to Suja's help. Whether it was cultivation guidance or the supply of resources, it had caused her cultivation to skyrocket. The amount of rare materials consumed this month alone far exceeded the amount used in previous years. This encounter opened the door to a new world for her. After experiencing the thrill of rocketing upwards, ordinary hard cultivation was no longer enough. In the future, she will definitely put more effort into competing for resources. Of course, this has nothing to do with Suja. The moment Nan Xueqing broke through, Suja's system panel suddenly refreshed. Early 6th grade, mid-6th grade cultivation returned tenfold. I wonder how much cultivation can be transformed. After a little thought, Suja decided to close the door and digest it. Although he had taken on a disciple in haste, since the name of master and disciple had been established, he had to do his part. It is estimated that Nan Xueqing will need a few days to consolidate her realm, and she will leave at that time. The war in the South China Sea is nearly over. The main army of the Grand Xia has been leaving one after another, and the Scorpion Squad is also withdrawing from the ranks. Nan Xueqing in the army is not as free as Suja, previously due to the breakthrough in the realm to stay a few more days, and now the return date is approaching. Before traveling, Suja prepared 2 jade slips. A detailed 6th grade cultivation tips, the other dissected the 7th grade breakthrough barrier. With a bottle of purple heart pill. Consider this master-disciple relationship as a whole. I'm just trying to do my job without any shame. Although the motive of accepting the apprentice is not pure, but Nan Xueqing really benefit a lot. After settling in, Suja went straight into the high-quality cultivation room. At the time of the 48-hour countdown to the return of the apprenticeship, he decisively activated the system. Pounds of majestic energy instantly infused the limbs and bones. His cultivation rose like a rocket. The mid-7th grade spiritual power that was already over the limit finally matched the corresponding realm. The threshold of the late 7th grade was within reach. If this kind of cultivation speed was publicized, it would set off an uproar. The progress of ordinary people after entering the high grade is like a turtle crawling, but he is speeding up his sprint in the opposite direction. Theoretically, as long as you continue to trigger the return mechanism against the heavens, the impact of 8 products within the year is definitely not a delusion. 2 days later, Nan Xueqing stabilized the realm out of customs. The jade briefs and Dan bottles on the desk came into view. Master, lightly calling with a complex heart. During the months of living together, this title was always choked in his throat. At first, I agreed to pay my respects to the master, but I just wanted to see what the other party wanted to do. Unexpectedly, the gift of pills and attentive guidance gradually eliminate the heart of temptation. Full commitment to cultivation has become the norm. When the farewell is approaching, this generous gift is far more than expected. Purple heart pill and other high-grade spiritual secret medicine. It is definitely not something that she can touch at this stage. 115. Stepping into the late 7th grade. Distraught Shin Qingyan. It wasn't like a middle-grade martial artist couldn't theoretically use high-grade elixirs. The problem was that it would waste some of the effects of high-grade elixirs. Not to mention that high-grade elixirs were already very rare. There weren't enough high-grade martial artists to use them, so where was the middle grade's turn? However, the huge medicinal power contained in high-grade pills did have a huge help for middle-grade martial artists. Not to mention that this was a special elixir that could assist in boosting mental power. This bottle of purple heart pill alone. It was enough to allow Nan Xueqing to shorten the time it took to break through from the mid-6th grade to the late stage by half. Once she stepped into the late 6th grade, the peak of the 6th grade would no longer be far away. Perhaps the time needed to break through this realm would be even shorter than when a 4th rank was promoted to a 5th rank. For Nan Xueqing, this was simply unimaginable in the past. Even though this master was only a few years older than her. But compared to other masters, it was indeed too much stronger. One had to realize that not every master was willing to share resources. Teaching was teaching, and resources were another matter. After all, high-grade martial artists themselves needed to consume resources. Coupled with family and loved ones, a disciple was ultimately an outsider in comparison. In any case, Nan Xueqing had already recognized Suja as a master. Whether it was the attentive guidance over the past month, or paving the way for her 6th grade cultivation. Even in the explanation before her departure, Suja also specifically instructed Nan Xueqing to solidly precipitate her cultivation in the late 6th grade. After all, with the assistance of this bottle of violet heart pill, her breakthrough speed from the mid to late 6th grade would indeed be too fast. After Nan Xueqing finished organizing her thoughts, she moved to meet Principal Yu Xiong. Since she was leaving the school, she should always formally say goodbye. As for Master Suja's side, he was afraid that it would be too late to meet. It was not uncommon for high-quality martial artists to remain in seclusion for years. Naturally, Nan Xueqing could not wait forever. But fortunately, The two had already left each other contact information. Soon she found Principal Yu Xiong. At this time, Yu Xiong was finally relieved. The rumors about Suja and Nan Xueqing during this period of time gave him quite a headache, not knowing what stance to take. Now with Nan Xueqing returning to school, this storm could finally calm down. At least there was no need to worry about it anymore. However, Nan Xueqing's next question made Yu Xiong's heart tighten again. Does Master have any other disciples? Nan Xueqing suddenly asked on a whim. No. Suja has never taken on an apprentice before. Yu Xiong replied with a complex expression. He, who originally thought that the relationship between the two was pure, suddenly felt at this moment that things were not simple. One had to know that Suja had never been so attached to a sidekick in the past. What was even more crucial was that Nan Xueqing had always treated people with detachment. At this moment, she even took the initiative to inquire about Suja's personal matters. This in itself was unusual. Fortunately, Nan Xueqing did not continue to pursue after receiving the answer. After the farewells were over, it was time for Nan Xueqing to return to school. She wanted to leave some words for her master. In the end, she didn't know what words would be appropriate. Because apart from the martial arts instruction, Nan Xueqing suddenly realized that the two had almost no other communication, although it was partly due to her cold personality. At this moment, her heart still couldn't help but feel a bit empty. In the end, she chose to leave silently. But predictably, Nanhai City left Nan Xueqing with unforgettable memories. Just as Nan Xueqing departed, Suja was at the critical stage of his seclusion. Cultivation feedback in the body was surging, as if it was being continuously pushed by some kind of mysterious force. And there was no hidden danger of the foundation being unstable. At least Suja could clearly perceive that this kind of breakthrough could not be suppressed at all. Completely unlike the state of forcibly rushing through. With the sudden surge of breath around his body, Suja smoothly advanced into the late 7th grade. The effect of this breakthrough is better than expected. Luckily, I found Nan Xueqing, the perfect tool person. Suja sighed lightly as he stroked his palm. There were many limitations to the apprentice return system. If one were to casually accept a disciple, it would never be possible to trigger this kind of generous return. Only Nan Xueqing completely meets the criteria. In addition to the tenfold return of cultivation, a large number of purple heart pills were also returned from her. This was an important strategic resource for high-grade martial artists. Combined with the supplies he had previously accumulated, it was enough to support his cultivation to the peak of the 7th grade. What was more crucial was that there were still new abilities that had yet to be extracted. Suja spent another 3 days consolidating his realm. He completely stabilized his cultivation at the late 7th grade. Although his realm was stabilized, he still did not immediately leave the gate. He prioritized extracting new abilities, preparing to plan his arrangements for the next few months based on his new abilities. He only hoped that he would be able to draw a practical ability this time. Suddenly, golden light shone brightly. Seeing this golden light, Suja's heart was half-cooled. He was no longer looking forward to this month's rewards, although gold-level abilities were not worthless. However, cultivation-related bonuses are often limited. Even more so, they might not fit the current needs. Extraction successful. Obtained total concentration experience card. Maintain a state of absolute concentration, valid for 30 days. This ability was slightly unimpressive to high-grade martial artists. After all, a high-grade martial artist's energy would hardly ever be overdrawn in a non-combat state. As for concentration, it was already a standard feature of high grades. If placed in the middle to low-grade period, this could be called a divine skill. Even after being reborn, Suja still had trouble staying focused until he was in the middle grade. It was only after he was promoted to the middle grade spirit quality change that his concentration power was significantly improved. As for the high grade stage, there was even less to say. Consider it the icing on the cake. Suja shook his head and laughed lightly, showing a bit of open-mindedness. After all, this kind of matter of ability extraction was full of metaphysics. It was possible to draw out top-notch abilities, but it was also possible to draw chicken ribs. This is the norm. Not to mention the fact that he had previously harvested a large amount of 7th grade cultivation experience through the tenfold return. The path to the peak of the 7th grade was completely clear. He decided to continue his seclusion and charge straight to the peak of the 7th grade. However, there was still one more important matter before closing his eyes. He needed to return to the South Sea base to deal with the Heavenly Heart Lotus. Shen Qingyan had yet to obtain this spiritual plant. If the closed door is closed for another month or two, it is equivalent to letting Shen Qingyan wait for 1 or 2 more months. This time is enough for her to complete her breakthrough. Nowadays, traveling between the two places is extremely convenient. Nanhai City and Nanhai Base are only a stone's throw away from each other. Suja naturally chose to return first. Inside the South Sea Base, Shen Qingyan maintained the daily rhythm of teaching and practicing. After being promoted to the vice principal of Nanhai No. 3 Middle School, her schedule became more and more free. With abundant resources, energy was naturally focused on cultivation. Even the purple electric rats at home are almost catching up with my cultivation, seeing the spirit pet approaching his own realm in just a few months. A strong sense of urgency surged within Shen Qingyan, although I had heard Suja mention the growth characteristics of the purple electric mouse. The impact of witnessing it with her own eyes still far exceeded her expectations. This completely stimulated her desire to win. Recently, she had been holding back a fierce energy when practicing. Of course, she also paid attention to all kinds of news. The situation in the Southland and the important news of the South China Sea are in the grasp. Martial Arts University forum gossip naturally did not miss. However, Shen Qingyan completely did not pay attention to it. As the closest person on the pillow, she is clearer than anyone about Suja's temperament. Her own husband has always been indifferent in terms of feelings. It was simply impossible for him to be attached to a certain woman. Although I don't know what the South Shueching is, but to say that it can shake Suja's heart is a mirage. Through contact with the base martial artist family group, she is more and more clear about the survival law of the martial arts family. If Suja really wants to continue the family line, marrying a few more wives was also the right thing to do. On a rational level, she completely understands this choice. If this kind of thing were to happen, although her emotions would fluctuate, she would never stand in the way. But will never stop. The good thing is that Suja currently has no signs of this. Therefore, she always had full trust in her husband. Those rumors, in her eyes, are full of holes. 116. A surprise from my husband. It was another day after school. Shen Qingyan found a familiar figure when she returned home. Hubby? Shen Qingyan revealed a look of surprise and said. She did not expect Suja to suddenly come back. One should know that according to the Su family's thoughts, Suja was afraid that he would only come back during the new year. After all, they were all clear that nowadays, Suja's status was different from the past. He definitely could not easily leave the South Sea. Plus, the cultivation environment of the South Sea base was also not suitable for Suja. It took quite a bit of time for a high-grade martial artist to cultivate in seclusion. Shen Qingyan, who was a martial artist, could completely understand. For example, she had considered resigning before. The main reason was that it was obvious that teaching work delayed cultivation time. If she had been in a situation with sufficient resources, the salary and resources of the teaching profession would still be important to her. But the situation was different now. Resources were no longer in short supply, instead what was lacking was time. Luckily, Nanhai No. 3 Middle School tried their best to retain her and allowed her to freely arrange her class time. It was basically considered a titular teacher. However, Shen Qingyan still occasionally liked to stay at the school and spend time with her colleagues. For example, Sister Wang, who used to have a good relationship. Although Shen Qingyan's identity had changed, she treated her the same. Therefore, Sister Wang always told her the school gossip. Today's Nanhai 3rd Middle School was not what it used to be. The people of Nanhai Base are crazy to let their children enroll in this school. After all, a legend like Suja had come out of here. Many second-generation martial artists also chose Nanhai 3rd Middle School. They wanted to form a fragrant bond with Suja's family. For these second-generation martial artists, there was no lack of resources or teaching. Relationships were instead more crucial. As the number of students increased, the campus gossip also became richer. Suja's eyes lit up when he saw Shen Qingyan. The aura on her body had reached the middle stage of the 2nd grade. This indicated that she had cultivated quite hard during this period of time. Come back and take a look. There is also something about you, Suja said mildly, his tone straightforward. Shen Qingyan understood her husband's straightforward character. At this moment, however, she couldn't help but get curious. Something about herself? Obviously, her husband had already given enough cultivation resources before. What else could there be about himself? In the face of his wife's curiosity, Suja had no intention of hiding it. This was originally a good thing. This is the heavenly heart lotus that can enhance qualifications. It belongs to a heavenly treasure, and now it belongs to you. As Suja's words fell, Shen Qingyan fell into a great surprise. A heavenly material treasure that boosted qualifications? One didn't need to think to know how rare this thing was. And yet it belonged to her now. Shen Qingyan didn't need to think to know how precious this thing was. As a martial artist, she was most aware of the limitations that came with qualifications. Now this limitation could even be broken. She herself, in particular, had always been plagued by qualifications. Back then, because she was so close to having a trace of chi sense, she didn't get into the martial arts university. From then on, her fate was restricted to the South Sea base. Qualifications were really about too many things. Looking at Shen Qingyan, who was in ecstasy, Suja was not surprised. He himself was equally ecstatic when he first saw the heavenly heart lotus. Not to mention Shen Qingyan. If he hadn't awakened his supernatural ability, his qualifications were destined to have an upper limit of medium grade. At most, he would be a middle-grade martial artist. However, Suja realized that Shen Qingyan quickly calmed down. How about giving this heavenly heart lotus to Xiao Gu? Her own qualifications are good, and it's definitely better to upgrade it again. Shen Qingyan said rationally, although she cared very much about qualifications. There was no need to mention her desire for the heavenly heart lotus. But in the end, she still thought of her daughter. Facing his wife's tiger's mouth, Suja shook his head. Little Gun's qualifications are good enough right now, and she is likely to be a genius. The heavenly heart lotus gives her a limited boost. Giving it to you, however, will maximize the improvement of the qualifications. The key is that after the qualification improvement, you can quickly break through to the 3rd or even 4th grade. Impacting a high grade isn't impossible either. Hearing the words high grade, Shen Qingyan was once again entangled. Faced with the possibility of breaking through to a high grade, she was indeed moved. This was something that was simply unimaginable in the past. It's settled. How old is little Gun? The qualifications are perfectly adequate now. I'll give it to her later when I find a heavenly material. Suja directly made a decision for his entangled wife. He then took out the heavenly heart lotus. Facing this heavy treasure, Shen Qingyan was careful. Then she couldn't wait to begin her seclusion. The home cultivation room had long been remodeled by Suja, satisfying the middle-grade cultivation without any problem. After all, whether it was Shen Qingyan or a pet, breaking through the middle grade all need a suitable environment. Most of the places in the South China Sea base could not satisfy this. It could only be remodeled on its own. For Suja, after stepping into the high grade, he was able to attract the power of heaven and earth. Plus the small spirit gathering formation from the school. The matter of remodeling the cultivation room was easily solved. Seeing Shen Qingyan directly close her door, Suja completely understood. This kind of heavenly material must be used immediately. Putting it outside was not safe at all. At dinner, Suja accompanied Su's mother and daughter for a simple meal. After the meal, he began to examine his daughter's cultivation progress. Among her peers, Su Xiaojin was indeed considered outstanding. It had already reached the genius standard. However, Suja had higher requirements for his daughter. If you can break through as a martial artist before your 2nd year of high school, you can be granted a reasonable wish. Suja threw out incentive promises. Really, Dad? Su Xiaojin's eyes widened in surprise. She had been cultivating for more than 2 years. Her mind and strength were more mature than her peers. She clearly knew the situation of her own family. This father was a top-tier powerhouse. When have I ever gone back on my word? Suja looked at his daughter with some sudden emotion, but his tone was decisive. Compared to her parents' generation, Su Xiaojin was indeed lucky. Since birth, she had never lacked cultivation resources. Coupled with her talent, there was a high hope of impacting a high grade, although Suja did not demand that his daughter must reach the top. However, he still hoped that she would go farther in the martial arts path. After all, the world is not peaceful. It was impossible for him to guard his daughter forever. Only his own strength was the most reliable. As if Su Xiaojin was inspired, she immediately went to her room to cultivate after the meal. Mother Su shook her head helplessly at this. However, she understood the importance of strength enhancement. She did not make a sound to stop her. 117. The value of Suja's fame. The next day, Suja got up early to prepare to return to the South Sea Martial Arts University. Due to being at home, he had slept very peacefully all night. Shen Qingyan had completely absorbed that heavenly heart lotus after being in seclusion for the entire night. It was just that she had yet to come out of seclusion. It seemed like she was going to break through to the late second grade realm in one go. There seemed to be a lot of hope so far. The qualification has directly increased to the upper grade. Suja discovered something that surprised him. Shen Qingyan's qualifications were better than expected. One had to know that he had used 2 copies of the qualification enhancement material to reach the superior qualification, and Shen Qingyan had barely reached superior grade qualifications with only 1, although it was slightly inferior to his current qualifications. But it showed that Shen Qingyan's original qualifications were probably higher than his. The absorption effect on the heavenly heart lotus also far exceeded expectations. However, Suja believed that qualifications were not the deciding factor. The degree of diligence in cultivation, enlightenment, and chance were equally important. All of these would affect the final achievement. Back then, Shen Qingyan was only half a step away from the score line of the martial arts university when she took the college entrance exam. The difference with Suja was negligible. Therefore, it was reasonable to have such a qualification. After a short period of surprise, Suja was more pleased for Shen Qingyan. He knew how deeply Shen Qingyan was obsessed with her own qualifications. The cultivation gains brought about by improved qualifications would be extremely significant. 10 days later, Shen Qingyan officially left the gate. Her cultivation had stabilized at the late second grade. She truly experienced the changes brought about by qualification enhancement. This is the cultivation speed brought about by high qualifications. For the first time, Shen Qingyan intuitively felt the importance of qualifications. The speed of cultivation skyrocketed like a stream merging into a river. She predicted that she would be able to attempt to impact the 3rd grade by the end of the year. This was not only due to the improvement in qualifications. It was also the accumulation of years of accumulation. Without deep accumulation, impacting the 3rd grade would never be possible. Once promoted to the 3rd grade, it would no longer be far away from being a middle-grade martial artist. After leaving the gate, Shen Qingyan couldn't wait to share her joy with Suja. This breakthrough was all due to the qualification transformation brought about by the heavenly heart lotus. But then realized, at this moment, Suja should have already returned to the South Sea. However, a gush of sweetness still rose in her heart. After all, Suja returned to the South China Sea base specifically for her. The entire process was unnoticed. This already explains a lot. At least there was always a place for her in his heart. In the face of the continuously promoted Suja, Shen Qingyan's heart inevitably suffered some loss. Only these small thoughts, after all, it is difficult to tell outsiders. The emotions that have always been held in the bottom of the heart can finally be slightly relieved at this moment. After all, Suja has never forgotten her. Suja did not know Shen Qingyan's inner fluctuations. If he learned the truth, he would most likely cry and laugh. Although the feelings with Shen Qingyan had not yet reached a strong level. The nature of this marriage belonged to the family arrangement. But Su Xiaojin's existence, coupled with her mother's attitude of always being satisfied with Shen Qingyan. All these years, the old and young in the family relied on Shen Qingyan to take care of them. Under these circumstances, how could Suja have a grudge against her? The line of sight turned back to the South Sea Martial Arts University. After returning to school, Suja immediately went into closed-door cultivation. This retreat was expected to last for a whole month. For a high-quality martial artist, a month's time was just a snap of the fingers. He planned to test the quality of the ability he had drawn after leaving the seclusion. If he obtained a high-quality ability, he would then decide whether to extend the time of the retreat. However, as time passed, luck did not seem to favor him. The ability drawn after the expiration of the seclusion period had no correlation with cultivation. It's even more useless than the concentrate skill. It was a passive skill that purely increased movement speed. The problem was that this was not a time of war. There was no need for emergency support, nor was there a sudden battle. After the long battle in the South Realm, even the cultist martial artists had tightened their grip. Even the cultist martial artists had restrained their temper. After all, the otherworldly races were not stupid people. They would not be willing to be continuously manipulated by the cult. In addition, the Southern Realm's military launched a large-scale cleanup operation in the previous stage. 90% of the cult's strongholds in the territory have been wiped out. After losing the spoiler, the situation in the Southland naturally stabilized. During this rare period of peace, the Southland High School Martial Arts Tournament officially kicked off. The specifications of this year's tournament far exceeded those of previous years. 7 of the top martial arts universities in the Southern Realm were united to form a judging panel. Those who excel will receive special admission qualifications. The news ignited the enthusiasm of the entire South Realm high school community. Although the top celestial pride may not favor the local institutions. However, for students with moderate to high qualifications, these martial arts universities were quite attractive. Not to mention the early access to cultivation resources. It meant being able to grab a head start at the starting line. The official layout of the Southern Realm had a hidden deep meaning. It aimed to keep the local talents in the jurisdiction for development. As one of the most densely populated regions in Grand Xia, the Southern Realm had traditionally had no shortage of rising stars in martial arts. Unfortunately, some of the pride never returned after entering prestigious schools abroad. This loss of talent made the South Realm's senior management quite distressed. Nowadays, a green channel has been opened for local institutions. Even the outside world could hardly criticize their intentions. On top of that, the factor of the limited progress of the Exinen battlefield before was also fermenting. As a result, the scale of the current South Realm High School League far exceeded expectations. Even Grand Metropolitan Governor Su Shoshuan personally took command of the organization. This league not only stirred up the entire Southern Realm, it also attracted the attention of many regions in Grand Xia. I didn't expect the South Realm to have this kind of vigor. This is equivalent to opening up a whole new channel of resources for high school students. If I were in the Southern Realm, I might not be unable to strive for a good ranking. It doesn't seem too late to transfer there. I've heard that some Southland schools have opened up special enrollment spots, even allowing straight through to the main event without having to go through the school tryouts. The Daxia Internet Forum had already set off a wave of heated discussions. Many people's minds began to come alive. Plans were made to transfer to the Southern Realm region. What's more crucial was that they realized that the Southlands had almost no restrictions on transferring students. As a matter of fact, this was exactly the situation that the South Realm executives were happy to see. These foreign geniuses are likely to take root in the Southlands in the future. This was undoubtedly a major benefit to the region's development. In terms of talent reserves, Southland had always adhered to the principle of the more the merrier. The league's organizing committee even listed Suja as a publicity highlight. It skillfully utilized his celebrity effect. After all, Suja's deed of killing a high-quality foreigner in a row still shook the entire Grand Xia. The aftermath of the incident had yet to subside. Claiming that the league idea originated from Suja's proposal was also reasonable. This is the factual basis. Of course, the Southland officials had communicated with the South Sea Martial Arts University in advance. After all, it involves the use of honorary rights. However, because Suja was still in seclusion, the school took the opportunity to fight for additional rights and interests, aiming to improve the enrollment system through league data, provide a basis for decision-making for the subsequent special enrollment selection. 118 Strength increase, 8th grade is not easy. Suja was unaware of what was happening in the Southern Realm. This was because after the speed increase, a new month arrived. He had extracted another ability that did not help his cultivation. Successful extraction. Congratulations on obtaining a Divine Weapon Experience card. It can cause the weapon in your hand to be strengthened by 1 grade for a limited time of 1 month. This ability was not the usual oddball. However, Suja was still able to accept it. After all, let's just pretend that there wasn't this ability. However, for 3 consecutive months, he did not draw an ability that would help his cultivation. Even Suja was a little tense. Fortunately, after 3 months passed, Suja finally absorbed many resources. His cultivation level broke through once again, coming to the peak level of the 7th grade. Finally, I have reached the end of the 7th grade path. But to step into the 8th grade, one needs to use the power of heaven and earth to condense a Tao body. The essence of a Tao body is to reshape the physical body, making it closer to heaven and earth. At the same time, it is able to contain more of the power of heaven and earth. Suja murmured softly, his words carrying many thoughts. If he succeeded in stepping into the 8th grade, it would be on par with the Dean's realm. One must realize that a few years ago, Suja looked up to the Dean as if he were looking at the stars in the sky. Even he himself did not expect, in just a few years has almost caught up with each other. However, the 7th grade breakthrough to the 8th grade is by no means an easy task. The Dean's breakthrough alone took more than 10 years. Although Suja has read many of the school's 7th grade breakthrough insights, The key to 8th grade breakthroughs lies in the fact that it is the most important thing. But the key to breaking through to the 8th grade lies in the work of water polishing. It is necessary to repeatedly refine the strength of the physical body, continuously destroying flesh and blood cells, and then continuously remodeling new life. To put it more bluntly, this is the cycle of physical destruction and new life. This method is extremely difficult. But if you want to condense the 8th grade Tao body, the only way is to cultivate it so painstakingly. Unless one can find a heaven-defying miracle that accelerates the process. Thinking of this, Suja couldn't help but shake his head. Instead of counting on heavenly treasures, it would be better to look forward to drawing practical abilities. I remember that there was a life recovery type ability before. Although the tier isn't high, it's very suitable for condensing a Tao body. But the matter of ability extraction is ultimately uncontrollable. Suja's fingertips tapped the desktop. One could only wait for the end of this month's ability before trying again. Now that the Divine Warrior still had a few days left in its statute of limitations. At this moment, he was ready to move back to the South Sea base. Because the New Year's Eve was approaching. No matter what, he should go home and take a look. Cultivation wasn't bad for these few days. South Sea base. The Su family mansion was rarely lively. Not only because Suja had returned. It was even more so because of Song Qing's appearance. Shun Qingyan's goddaughter had finally returned home. Song Qing had been practicing at the South Sea Martial Arts University for more than 2 years. Since the current session, the South Sea Martial Arts University had implemented an elimination system. There were quite a few trainees who had eclipsed out during their freshman year. And Song Qing, as a trainee who had persevered, had gained more resources tilted in his favor. Nowadays, the qi and blood values were approaching the threshold of a martial artist. The cultivation speed was a few points faster than Suja back then. However, this was reasonable. Song Qing's own qualifications were even better than Suja's back then. Plus, the school's resources were subsidized, and occasionally, she received additional funding from Suja. Combined with her own diligent cultivation, her qi and blood naturally increased by leaps and bounds. Before graduation, her promotion to martial artist was already a certainty. It is even expected that she will be able to go farther on the road of martial arts, although still mediocre compared to the top geniuses. But it has already surpassed the vast majority of people of the same age. Simply being able to persevere in the South Sea Martial Arts University is better than countless others. At least Shin Qingyan was full of envy towards this goddaughter. At the reunion dinner table, Shin Qingyan couldn't help but ask Song Qing about her plans. Qing, what are your plans after graduation? Today's Su family had long been different from the past. Not only was Suja a high-grade martial artist, he also held a key position at the South Sea Martial University. Shin Qingyan naturally wanted to pave the way for her goddaughter. Although Song Qing had not returned home during her studies. On the one hand, it was afraid of troubling Suja. Non-martial artists have cumbersome procedures for air travel. Back then, Suja went home with a lot of trouble. On the other hand, it stems from the sense of urgency that martial artists have when it comes to cultivation. Especially in the first year of college when facing the pressure of elimination. They don't dare to slacken off at all. Even so, Song Qing still often made video calls to his home. Mother Su and Shin Qingyan had an excellent impression of this understanding girl. Zhe can help Qing make proper arrangements. Mother Su followed Shin Qingyan's helpful voice. Daddy has to help sister Song Qing. Even her daughter Su Xiaojin shook Suja's arm, caused Suja to cry and laugh. The parties involved had yet to take a stand. But Song Qing had clearly won the recognition of the entire family. The Su family was not stupid and had their own specialties in recognizing people's hearts. Naturally, they could tell whether Song Qing was sincere or not. You should also listen to Qing's own thoughts. I didn't say I wouldn't help. Suja slowly sipped his tea. It made his mother and wife slightly embarrassed. It was true that he had never shirked his duties. It was just that the family was too eager. The crowd's eyes suddenly focused on Song Qing. Initially, Shin Qingyan did not have high expectations for Song Qing. She was even prepared to return to her post at the South Sea base after she was eliminated. Unexpectedly, Song Qing's performance had far exceeded expectations. Now the Su family no longer needed her to take on anything. I can only say that things are unpredictable. Under these circumstances, Shin Qingyan naturally let Song Qing make her own choice. Song Qing's face could not help but be touched by silence. Initially, she still carried a few inferiority complexes in her heart. In fact, did not really accept that teacher Shin had changed into mother Shin, but she understood that she could only rely on this relationship if she wanted to change her fate. Plus, she was in a period of confusion. With the passage of time, Song Qing gradually accepted Shin's mother, also truly integrated into the Su family. However, she did not expect that the Su family would be so considerate for her. One must know that it is never easy to invite a high-grade martial artist to come forward. Not to mention a student with no background like her. Song Qing's eyes suddenly reddened. Other than her deceased grandmother, no one else had treated her like this. Qing, don't cry. We don't drop golden beans in our family. It's unlucky at New Year's. Seeing Song Qing's tears, Mother Su and Shen Qingyan hurriedly coaxed her. They were clear that this was tears of joy. Although Suja did not speak, his eyes were full of concern. Young girls were already living a difficult life, but the resilience of Song Qing's bones moved him. Even if initially mixed with other thoughts, so what? Under the warm voice of the two elders, Song Qing gradually calmed down. 119. A visit from an old friend and the future of the South Seas. I haven't thought about what I want to do in the future yet, but I'm a bit more interested in alchemy, Song Qing said slowly, putting his thoughts into perspective. Alchemy is indeed good. At least there's no need to worry about resources. If you can control the refining of several types of pills, you might not be able to open your own store. Shen Qingyan nodded and praised, although it was unclear why Song Qing was fond of refining pills. But this was ultimately a good thing. The status of an alchemist was inherently different from that of a martial artist. With the Su family's current roots in the South Sea base, it was not a problem to keep Song Qing safe and sound. But if you want to go further, you need to consider it carefully. The profits of the pills industry are staggering, and even high-grade martial artists don't dare to get involved in it easily. Even a peak 7th-grade martial artist like Suja was currently unable to support the entire situation. Unless one possessed strength above the 9th grade, it would never be possible to spread the elixir business all over Grand Xia. In addition, Song Qing staying at the South Sea Martial Arts University to teach was also a good choice. The university had always been generous to talented alchemists. This is the alchemy tips I've accumulated over the years. It's just right to gift it to you now. Suja handed out a yellowish tome at the right time. Although he was a 6th-grade alchemist who had achieved this by relying on the system. However, he did have unique insights on refining techniques. Many thanks, Uncle Su. Song Qing hurriedly bowed to thank him, her voice slightly trembling from excitement. She was well aware of Suja's weight in the alchemy world. There was even a saying circulating amongst the South Sea martial students. If Suja focused on the Tao of Dan, he might not be unable to impact a high-grade alchemist. However, if Suja heard these arguments, he would have laughed and scolded the students for their whimsy. His attainments in the art of Dan really depended on the system. Before the age of 28, he was merely an ordinary alchemist with mediocre qualifications. Dad, where's my gift? Su Shaojin suddenly popped out and yelled. Daughters were always good at enlivening the atmosphere. Ever since she became an adult, the one in the family who had the most contact with her father was this little princess. She was never shy about asking for gifts. Luckily, Su Shaojin was extremely measured, and what she asked for was just a drop in the bucket for Suja. Every half a month, there is always a special plane carrying packages to the South China Sea base. The next day, the door of Su's residence was crowded with visitors. Obviously, the crowd had long received the news of Suja's return home. After all, as the year was coming to an end, it was common sense to return home for the new year. For high-grade martial artists, flying through the air was enough to return home. Why care about flight restrictions? Among the visitors were Suja's former subordinates, such as Li Chenggang and Zhao Hongchuan. The appearance of these old men was not much different from back then. Although there was a small increase in cultivation, no one had broken through to a higher level. I didn't expect my old boss to really soar, Li Chenggang muttered as he held his tea. The scene where Suja was in charge of the South Sea base was still yesterday. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the high-grade realm. This kind of leap made the old guard feel as if they were in a dream. Nowadays, this group's demeanor became more and more restrained. In addition to the old troops, the current governor Yan Zhengxing was also present. Because of Suja's secret support, he is sitting in the South China Sea base is quite smooth. He even applied to his alma mater to be based in the South Sea. This is a good thing for the South Sea Martial Arts University. Most middle-grade martial artists are unwilling to go to this remote place. The outside world only thinks Yan Zhengxing is out of his mind. But I do not know that he has his own plans. The resources provided by the South China Sea base are already abundant. More can take the opportunity to maintain the bond with the South Sea pride. The discerning can see, Suja's martial arts road will never stop here. In the future, the impact of the 9th grade above is not false. Betting on this friendship in advance is beneficial and harmless. Not to mention that the South Sea base is stable. Since Yan Zhengxing took over, there have been no ripples. This kind of stable days he is also happy to get away. Although with Suja cannot be counted as the first acquaintance. This is the first official meeting. Governor Yan's recent rule is still smooth. Suja was quite gentle with this schoolmate. After all, this person was the first person to take the initiative to submit, even if it was a private alliance. As the heir to the South Sea Martial Arts University, he should treat his fellow disciples with generosity. The gesture is related to the hearts and minds of the people. Not to mention that he has been a man for 2 lifetimes, and has long since faded from the youthful arrogance of ambition. Yan Zhengxing originally thought that he would be coldly treated. Unexpectedly, this legendary martial artist was so easy. The previous scorn was mostly due to the misinformation on campus. Having been a man for 2 lifetimes, Suja was well versed in treating people with sincerity. This was especially true for his followers. Yan Zhengxing had speculated about the temperament of this legendary figure. Unexpectedly, it was actually this gentle and calm. Previously, those feelings of alienation were misguided by campus rumors. They said that he was aloof. Fortunately, Yan Zhengxing quickly collected his mind, reported all the affairs of his term in detail. Thanks to the foundation you laid before. This year, the South Sea base's indicators are all in the red. The acceptance rate of Wudao's entrance exam increased by 27% year-on-year, and there were significant breakthroughs in other areas as well. In particular, the Southland High School League settled in the South China Sea, and public opinion continues to be high. This successor is indeed not a corpse. From the details of the data to the policy lineage, all as if it were a treasure trove. Suja's eyes flooded with praise. To be able to meet such a diligent governor is really the fortune of the South China Sea. This meeting was meant to be an inspection. After all, the development of the base could not rely solely on high-grade martial artists. Even though the Su family has risen to the ranks of the great families, if the foundation is not stable, it is ultimately a castle in the air. South China Sea base takeoff must start from this moment to pave the way. In addition to political discussions, the topic gradually extended to the martial arts world. When it comes to the South China Sea secrets, Yan Zhengxing is more familiar than Suja. After all, this student in the Wuda Deep Plow more than 20 years. Seniority is far deeper than Suja. In front of the tea table in the side hall, Shen Qingyan was chatting with the governor's wife. The 2 ladies were old acquaintances. That one is your husband? The South Sea heavenly pride who stirred up the winds and clouds of Daxia? The governor's wife pinched her teacup, her eyes frequently casting to the main hall. She was able to see Suja's true face for the first time. After all, this kind of amazing talent only appeared in rumors in the past. Anyone would find it unbelievable that the South Sea Martial University came out with such a character. That's right, it's my husband. Shen Qingyan smiled with curved eyes and frankly admitted. There were 3 points of self-satisfaction hidden in this candor. The status of the wife of a high-grade martial artist was a rare find when looking at Grand Xia. Not to mention that her husband was in his prime. The topic of conversation gradually shifted to intimate conversation in the bosom. From the first acquaintance to the child-rearing experience, the governor's wife asked in detail. Daughter of the gossip nature of the heart, even if the noblewoman is also difficult to avoid. The 2 families are certainly stored in the interests of friendship considerations. But precisely because of this tacit understanding of the price tag, in turn, then the false love to get down to earth. 120, 10 years of cultivation simulation, half a step to the 8th grade. Suja was in addition to dealing with the many visits. He hadn't forgotten to make a trip to his old husband's house. Counting up, the number of times he had visited his old father-in-law's family was indeed not many. However, this was considered normal after all. He had never even returned to the South Sea base a few times before. A few of his great-uncles saw him as if they were rats seeing a cat. This was understandable. As Suja's strength increased and his identity changed, the pressure around him grew deeper and deeper. This is not something that ordinary people can withstand. Perhaps only the old husband was slightly better after all, did not care too much about these details. But even so, the other party entertained with 12 points of politeness, fearing that something was not thoughtful enough. Compared to the last visit, the conditions of the old man's house had obviously improved a lot. With the help of resources, several great uncles finally stepped into the ranks of martial artists. However, Suja did not know that the reason why these great uncles were so peaceful. It was all because they had borrowed Suja's name to do a lot of things, all of which were secretly suppressed by Shen Qingyan. For this, Shen Qingyan had been furious at the Shen family. At that time, the Shen family was close to kneeling down for her. Now the Shen family is so honest, more or less also have Shen Qingyan's sake. This is why Suja saw the scene in front of him. Suja naturally is not a little cute. Suja naturally wasn't a cutie pie, and had seen the Shen family's fear of Shen Qingyan in his eyes, but he chose to pretend to be unaware. After all, no matter what, he was always on his wife's side. In addition to these family matters, Suja also did a big thing, donating money to schools, aimed at all the middle schools in the South Sea base. His idea was clear. The donation would not only enhance his reputation in the South Sea base, but also for the future development of the base to sow the seeds. The rise of the South China Sea base is by no means an overnight success. Even if some of these students leave their homeland in the future, most of them will stay in the local area. It is unlikely that they will be able to take up various important positions in the base in the future. Since we want to establish a family, the necessary network should naturally be laid out in advance. In Daxia, a martial artist's reputation was crucial, not to mention the fact that it also existed in connection with the doctrine of Qiluk. Of course, it also contained a genuine desire to revitalize the South Sea. The news hit the press that day. The entire South Sea base instantly boiled over. Great Governor Su is truly a bodhisattva, promoted to a high rank and still not forgetting our Nanhai fathers and mothers. You should know that other bases have all rushed to invite Grand Governor Su to settle down. But he's never left the South Sea. It had to be admitted that Suja's performance was in stark contrast to those martial artists who moved away from the South Sea after a little achievement. The eyes of the masses were ultimately sharp. Who could bring tangible benefits to the South Sea was clear as day in everyone's hearts. In addition to that, with the prestige that Suja had accumulated in the South Sea base, the people of the South Sea base would naturally not question the authenticity of this donation. Even more so, no one dared to reach out in this matter. Daxia's penalties for this type of behavior were already extremely strict. If one was caught, one's life could not be guaranteed. Not to mention having to offend a high-grade martial artist. Perhaps looking at the entire southern realm and even the Grand Xia. The 7th grade martial artist Suja was not enough to call the shots. But in the South Sea base, his influence was significant. This donation was just a drop in the bucket for Suja. The sum of all the money was less than 10 million spirit stones. After all, this was the first donation, so the amount should not be too high. Suja left the supervision matters to Shen Qingyan. South Sea base, many students from the college entrance examination scoreline is only a hair's breadth away. These are precisely the key funding objects. Especially Shen Qingyan should have a deep understanding of this. In the blink of an eye, the New Year's Day has passed a few days. Suja finally waited for the ability refreshment node. The ones I drew for 3 consecutive months are all chicken ribs abilities. It's always time to save up some character this time. He whispered softly to himself, his tone tinged with a trifle of helplessness. Granted, there were always ups and downs in luck. But one could never be stuck with bad luck, not to mention that he was already at the peak of the 7th grade. If he wanted to break through the shackles, he had to obtain top-notch cultivation assistance abilities. It couldn't be like an ordinary 8th grade martial artist who relied on water polishing to warm up his Dao body. The ability carousel quickly settled on a certain frame. The light that erupted this time was exceptionally eye-catching. 8 colors of rainbows shone brightly. Obviously, he had drawn a top-level ability. Suja's eyebrows rose in joy. In the bottom of his heart, he was still half apprehensive. If he had drawn an ability that had nothing to do with his cultivation, then it would be extremely embarrassing. Successful extraction. Obtained 10 years of cultivation simulation experience card. Can simulate the results of 10 years of cultivation to obtain rewards excluding other ability enhancements. Limited to 30 days. The moment he read the description, the bottom of Suja's eyes abruptly erupted with a refined aura. although the 10-year cultivation simulation had no additional ability support. But by virtue of the superior qualification bonus, it was enough to polish the 8th realm to perfection. This is not a breakthrough opportunity. If you try it, you'll know the difference. Suja didn't hesitate and immediately found his home cultivation room to begin his seclusion. He took out a large amount of spirit stones to spare, avoiding a lack of spiritual chi when practicing. When this cultivation room was initially designed, it did not take into account the needs of high-grade martial artists. Logically, it would be more prudent to return to the South Sea Martial Arts University to retreat. However, this time was a cultivation simulation, not a real breakthrough. There was no need to return to the South Sea for the time being. He still wanted to stay at the base for some more time. Just after entering the cultivation simulation, Suja felt like he was in an alien space. The cultivation process then officially began. In the first year, you have not grasped the know-how of cultivating the 8th grade Tao body. But due to continued cultivation, the 7th product foundation became more and more solid. In the second year, you had an occasional flash of light, and you were able to get a glimpse of how to cultivate your Tao body. In the third year, amidst the interplay of destruction and vitality, the Tao body reached 5% completion. In the fourth year, the progress of cultivation accelerated significantly. In the 9th year, you have gained a wealth of experience with the 8th grade Tao body. 10th year, completion of the 8th grade Tao body breaks through 60%. The simulation is over. You may inherit the results of your cultivation. Suja was as if he had truly experienced 10 years of bitter cultivation. Every minute and hour was exceptionally real. Although his appearance has not changed, his eyes have become a little more vicissitude. Fortunately, the experience of being a human being in 2 lifetimes caused him to quickly adapt to this change. Inherit the cultivation. Suja clearly remembered the core function of the simulation system. The 60% completion rate of the 8th grade Tao body was about to turn into reality. Witnessing this effect, he finally understood the value of the 8-colored radiance. This was equivalent to condensing 10 years of bitter cultivation into a single instant. It was even stronger than the previous 7-colored, One Dream Spring and Autumn. Although there was only a difference of 1 color grade, the effect was a world apart. He surmised that the higher the color grade, the difficulty in acquiring it would increase geometrically. The aura storm suddenly engulfed him. Fortunately, the spirit stones he had prepared beforehand were abundant enough. If he was unprepared, he was afraid that he would have to drain the aura of half of the base. Not only would the recovery cycle be long, it would also affect other martial artists' cultivation. The seclusion lasted until the second half of the first month. It was only then that Suja initially adapted to the surging strength. However, he did not rush out of seclusion. He was still repeatedly polishing the subtle feelings of Tao body cultivation. There was a difference in the concentration of aura between the simulated space and reality. It was necessary to readjust the body's fit with the environment. At the same time, it was necessary to control the layers of power beyond the 7th grade. Although the 8th grade Tao body was not yet complete, it already possessed the power to crush the 7th grade. Whether it was the amount of heaven and earth's power, or the ability to recover from defenses. It is not something that a 7th grade martial artist can achieve. At this moment, Suja could be called a half-step of the 8th grade. As long as he completed the cultivation of his Tao body, he would be able to advance to the next level. If he could obtain another powerful auxiliary ability, he could even briefly utilize his 8th grade combat power. It seems like a short period of seclusion. In fact, it is the precipitation of 10 years of time in the simulation space. If there were no special abilities, this would be Suja's true cultivation trajectory. 121. 8th grade Fei? The Exinen base was a false alarm. During Suja's seclusion, several changes occurred in the Su family. First of all, Song Qing returned to school within a few days of the new year. The South Sea Martial Arts University had chartered an airplane specifically for the convenience of students traveling back and forth. During the Chinese New Year period, all types of aviation resources in Daxia were extremely tight. Song Qing didn't want to bother his godmother and the others. Adding to the fact that it was easier to enter a state of cultivation while at school, she weighed the situation and moved ahead. For her, cultivation was the top priority at this stage. Today's Song Qing was quite similar to Suja in his early years, both deeply realizing the importance of martial arts. The only way to change one's fate was to cultivate. The difference was that Suja had already made a name for himself. Song Qing was still on his way up. This didn't stop Suja from creating a legend out of his humble beginnings. Not only did he become the benchmark of the South Sea, he attracted the attention of the entire Xia. Countless commoners regarded him as a spiritual totem. It's been 500 years since the recovery of Aura. Class solidification was serious, and it was as difficult as climbing up the ladder for the poorer classes to make the leap. The South Sea base is weak as a whole, so the difference in class is not yet obvious. The situation would be completely different in the top bases. It has always been the stage for descendants of martial artists from the world. At least the descendants of middle-ranked martial artists would have a chance to make a name for themselves. Take Su Xiaojin, for example. She had yet to go through the martial arts college entrance exam, but she had already consumed more resources than most fourth-grade martial artists needed to advance. Su Jia was still continuously searching for auxiliary materials, fearing that his daughter would lose out on the starting line. This was only the result of him not fully committing himself. If he focused on cultivation, Su Xiaojin would not only be able to enjoy top-notch resources. With her natural talent, she might even be able to advance to the rank of martial artist earlier than expected. As Song Qing returned to school, Shin Qingyan and Su Xiaojin also ushered in the start of the school season. Because Su Jia had been in seclusion for the longest time this time, the entire family had somewhat forgotten about his existence. In the past, he had been in seclusion for a short period of time when he was at a lower rank, and rarely practiced at home for a long period of time. When Su Jia broke out, the family were all stunned. Su's mother was stunned for a few seconds before she suddenly remembered. Her son had not yet returned to school, so he had been in seclusion at home. Glancing at his mother's expression, Su Jia couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head. It's time to go to school, he thought to himself. The amount of spirit stones consumed in home seclusion was astronomical, so it was not a long-term solution. With the end of the seclusion, the time limit of the cultivation simulation ability had expired. Although the newly awakened battle power increase wasn't bad, it wasn't as stunning as expected. In the past, Su Jia had also drawn this ability. However, this time, the increase in battle power directly reached the 5 times level. Can be said that this increase, the strength of Su Jia, who was now at the half-step of the 8th rank, was not inferior to that of a real 8th rank. It was even a few points stronger than an ordinary early 8th product. Even though this was under the ability enhancement, but it was still terrifying. It was a pity that this was not the time for a great war to break out. In addition, Su Jia was only equivalent to an 8th grade. It was also impossible to provoke the entire 10,000 races battlefield. Therefore, this ability was basically useless. Of course, despite going back, Su Jia was in no hurry. Previously, when he was in seclusion, he had long ago sent a seclusion notice to the principal. The specific time of the retreat was really not good to determine. Southern Realm Exainan Governor's Mansion. Emergency alarm. There's an 8th grade mutated hawk approaching in the direction of the human base. The monitor reported in a loud voice. Although the human powerhouses had reached an agreement with some of the mutant beasts, but not all mutant beasts would abide by it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a beast tide. It was good that the crowd had calmed down. These types of situations happen from time to time. It was just that most of the high-grade martial artists were currently in the Exainan battlefield. Besides, flying foreign beasts were already difficult to deal with. The hawk was even known for its speed. Even 9th-grade martial artists might not be able to catch up. Therefore, the Southern Realm could only drive them away with missiles. It would naturally be best if there was a strong deterrent. After years of aura recovery, the South Realm had formed a perfect response mechanism. Alert messages were quickly transmitted to all bases. All bases were asked to prepare for defense. If the 8th-grade beasts are on the ground, they can still be dealt with. An airborne threat would be much trickier. Even if a high-grade martial artist can fly through the air, speed is still not an advantage. At the same time, as the alarm was transmitted, the South Sea base's alarm bells rang loudly. A flying high-grade alien beast has broken away from the Southland mountain range. All residents return home immediately to take shelter. The South Sea base released the announcement through all channels. The alert message was simultaneously pushed to every cell phone. Su Jia, who was about to return to Budo University, decided to stay for the time being. He had heard similar alerts many times since he was a child. Although they were mostly false alarms, they should never be left to chance. The destructive power of high-grade alien beasts was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, the intelligence of these beasts is not low, so they should not act crazy. However, there was always nothing wrong with being careful. Su Jia didn't care too much about the alarm. Instead, he began to familiarize himself with his suddenly surging power. Originally, through the cultivation simulation, he had already broken through from the peak of the 7th grade to a half step to the 8th grade. Although the cultivation realm had been simulated, the feedback to reality still required adaptation time. He had just finished adapting to the increase in strength brought about by the increase in realm. In the twinkling of an eye, he gained another 5 times the battle power bonus, once again triggering a surge in power. It caused his control over his power to continue to decline. Even Suja felt helpless. At this moment, the pressure emanating from him was exceptionally shocking. Right at this moment, Suja suddenly frowned. All of the South Sea base's missiles actually lifted off en masse. The target was however locked in the direction of the Exinen base. Something happened to the base next door? That flying alien beast attacked them? Countless conjectures tumbled through Suja's mind, although it was not a crisis at the South Sea base. However, as a South Realm martial artist, he felt that he had a responsibility to investigate. Thinking of this, Suja immediately released his spiritual power to extend his senses. He quickly captured a strong aura in the direction of the Exinen base. It was precisely that 8th grade flying foreign beast. After a slight hesitation, Suja sped in that direction. In the darkness, he always felt that the situation was not simple. If an accident really occurred, the consequences would be unpredictable. Thinking of this layer, he increased his speed by a few more points. 122. The 8 products are attacking. Suja strikes. Exinen base. This time, the 8th grade flying species alien beasts came to attack. At first, the crowd did not take it seriously. This type of attack was not the first time it had happened. Every time it was all thunder and no rain. The geographical location of Exinen base wasn't bad at all, similar to the South Sea base. It was not too close to the South Realm mountain range where the Fey beasts were entrenched. However, this time the situation was very different. Boom! Fey beasts attack. This 8th grade eagle suddenly fell into a rage after flying into the Exinen base. A frantic onslaught swept through the entire base. The attack of an 8th grade foreign beast that invoked the power of heaven and earth was far more powerful than ordinary. The Exinen base was instantly in chaos. This high-grade foreign beast has gone crazy. Run away! Panicked cries rose and fell. Whether it was a martial artist or an ordinary person, it made no difference in front of an 8th grade eagle. Although the guards reacted at the first opportunity and counterattacked the hawk with technological weapons. However, the result was unsuspecting. The high-grade alien beasts almost ignored conventional technological weapons. Instead, these attacks incited the eagle to become more and more furious. It even transferred its hatred to the guards. Quickly spread out. Hold it back. Wait for reinforcements. The head of the base shouted anxiously. Even though the message for help had been reported at a rapid pace, the support was slow to arrive. This incident was too sudden. The South Realm's defenses had been in a false alarm many times before, leading to lax alerts. This coincided with the sharp decrease in the number of high-grade strongmen in the South Realm. Many of them were taking a break to visit their families. Most of them were not local to the South Realm, so they had to return home in batches every year. It was not unusual for them to spend a month or 2 traveling back and forth. In addition, this was the time when the military strength of the 10,000 races battlefield was empty. The foreign races know this rule very well. A large number of high-grade warriors were deployed to guard the battlefield in case of accidents. The high-grade combat power of the South Realm at this moment is indeed stretched to the limit. The delay in support was unavoidable. Fortunately, Suja had a premonition. Shortly after the Tsang-ing launched its attack, his figure had already broken through the air and arrived. Mad God Blade technique. Without any hesitation, Suja's blazing blade streaked across the sky, pointing directly at Tsang-ing. Due to the current lack of power, the crimson blade light actually reflected through half of the sky of Exinen base. The people who had originally fled in a hurry were all shocked by this astounding vision. Suja's surprise attack was precise and ruthless, not giving Tsang-ing any room to dodge. Preemptive strike. What's more, this was the first time he had faced an 8th grade beast directly, so it was especially crucial to seize the first opportunity. The blades hit the target with a solid chop. Boom! Newt! A mournful eagle cry tore through the sky. The 8th grade foreign beast was immediately traumatized. The hawk instantly locked onto Suja's figure. It swooped in with its wings vibrating angrily. Fortunately, Suja also had the strength of an 8th grade warrior at the moment, and he met the battle without fear. The beast's strength is in the physical body. This eagle was no exception, but in terms of mental strength, Suja had the advantage. 10 years of analog cultivation, his mental strength has long been different. After all, spiritual talent was far beyond cultivation qualifications. Battle. Suja's battle intent boiled. Under the state of full battle power, he was completely fearless of 8th grade opponents. Not to mention that this eagle was only at the beginning of the 8th grade. Above the dome of the sky, human shadows and eagle shadows fiercely intertwined. The crimson and greenish-gray rays of light clashed madly. Suja intentionally led the battlefield away from the base. Although the eagle has spiritual intelligence. After all, it was difficult to escape the stereotypes of beasts. It didn't even realize that the battlefield was gradually shifting. As the scope of the fight shifted, the people of Exine base were finally able to catch their breath. Previously, countless people were suffocating under the 8 products pressure. One must know that the population of Exine base was over 1 million. In just a few moments of fighting, the casualties had already exceeded 1,000. Fortunately, the area infested by the eagles was sparsely populated. In addition, the guards were able to divert the hatred in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. According to this projection, the casualty figure is considered to be conservative even if it is doubled tenfold. The destructive power of a high-grade powerhouse is far beyond anyone's imagination. Not to mention the fact that this was an actual 8th grade beast. At this moment, countless gazes were staring at the high-altitude battlefield. He's not that heavenly pride from the South Sea? Many martial artists recognized Suja's identity and lost their voices in shock. Suja might happen to be at the South Sea base. Only then could he arrive so quickly. But when did he break through the 8th grade? The briefing said that this foreign beast was of the 8th grade. The martial artists were all of a sudden talking, and it was hard to hide their shock between their words. Although Exine base was dominated by low-grade martial artists. However, everyone knew how difficult it was to cultivate a high grade. It had only been a few months since Suja had been promoted to a high grade. A few days ago, he had just consecutively killed 2 high-grade existences. Now, he is already able to fight against the 8th grade. This kind of progress is so fast that even a low-grade martial artist would sigh in admiration. At the moment, everyone was hoping that Suja would get stronger and stronger. After all, he is guarding the Exine base for the death of the eagle. The Southern Realm Governor's Mansion. At the moment, the mansion was in chaos. No one had expected that this beast attack would be real. The bad news of the attack on the Exine base came. Although all the high-grade troops have been mobilized urgently to rush to help. But it will take at least 10 minutes to gather support. This time was enough for the 8th grade beasts to cause heavy casualties. What the hell is going on? The people inside the mansion were anxious. Fortunately, the latest battle report suddenly came from Exine base. South Sea Celestial Pride Suja is in a fierce battle with an 8th grade crow eagle. This news shocked the hall into silence. Who in the audience did not know the name of this heavenly pride? But no one dared to believe that Suja could actually challenge an 8th rank. The Grand Metropolitan Government immediately ordered the opening of the real-time battlefield projection. Suja is really single-handedly challenging an 8th grade foreign beast. I've never heard of him advancing to the 8th rank. Could it be that he's fighting against the 8th grade with a 7th grade body? The martial artists in the mansion were shocked. Countless envious gazes were cast at Zhong Genuan. It was well known that he had a close friendship with Suja. Zhong Genuan forced himself to be calm on the surface, but inwardly, he had already been ecstatic. Suja's display of 8th grade combat power had surpassed many 7th grade powerhouses. The high grade in the Southern Realm was already rare, and the 8th grade was even more rare. After this battle, Suja's ranking would be in the top 20 of the Southern Realm. 123, blocking the 8th grade. Suja was so tough? At the same time, quite a few high grades had rushed to support, including the South Sea Martial Arts University had also sent out an existence of an 8th grade. This person was none other than Su Shengnian. There was no way around it. The principal was now sitting in the battlefield of the 10,000 races. The other 2 colleges were all battle fanatics and weren't interested in dealing with trivial matters. Anyway, Su Shengnian didn't dare to covet military honors or anything. So the South Sea Martial Dao University could only be handed over to Su Shengnian's Dan Pil Academy's headmaster again. The good thing was that the current South Sea Martial Arts University didn't have as many things to do as it did before. Su Shengnian was leisurely for half a day. It was only the matter of the sudden attack on the southern realm by an 8th grade foreign beast. This matter is not that simple. Su Shengyan realized at the very first moment that there must be quite a few problems with this matter. This was because the many high grades in the southern realm had made some agreements with the high-grade foreign beasts long ago. It wasn't like this 8th grade mutant eagle had just stepped into a high grade. Naturally, it also knew about this agreement. If there was no reason, it definitely wouldn't be so. But no matter what, it was still important to provide support. The South Sea where Su Shengyan was located was relatively close to Xianan base. However, even if Su Shengyan tried his best to catch up, it would at least take quite a bit of time. At this moment, Su Shengyan was also very anxious. As a high grade, he naturally knew the destructive power of high grade. Fortunately, just at this moment, a message came from his cell phone. The South Sea Heavenly Pride struck the 8th product horizontally. The many high grades cannot be in such a hurry. The many Southern Realm high grade that were rushing to support them instantly froze a bit. Cross-striking the 8th rank? Was the South Sea Heavenly Pride's strength so terrifying? It was important to realize that earlier on, although Suja had killed 2 high grades, but for many 8th products it was still quite a bit worse in the end. Many 8th grade martial artists had even discussed when Suja would be able to step into the 8th grade. However, many people felt that even if Suja's talent was even more demonic, at least 5 years would be needed. To realize that 5 years is already a very short period of time, many 8th grade are grinding for more than 10 years. Even Su Shengyan was not optimistic about Suja this time. As a result, Suja was now giving many 8th products a fright. Suja's strength so powerful? Even Su Shengyan had some uncertainty when he spoke out, although he also knew that Suja's strength was definitely calculated according to the realm. However, he had not thought that Suja would be able to cross a large realm. To know Su Shengyan can be sure, Suja is certainly not the 8th grade. In this way, Suja's strength does not catch up with his own. Su Shengyan's heart suddenly flooded with complex flavors. It wasn't jealousy. The stronger Suja was, the more favorable it would be for the South Sea Martial Arts University. It is just the thought that I have been practicing for decades to reach the 8th grade. And this young man only used 2 or 3 years of light from the peak of the 2nd grade to catch up. Although the realm has not yet arrived, the combat power has been side by side. The world of martial arts is ultimately strength is honored. The world of martial arts is ultimately a place where strength is honored, and the talk of realms is just a cover for the weak. At this moment, Su Shengyan couldn't ask for an explanation in person. How exactly did this demon cultivate? Even though he was an 8th grade powerhouse who was used to seeing storms and waves, he was still shocked into speechlessness by this cultivation speed. The other Southern Realm high grades were similarly shocked, although they hadn't witnessed Suja's rise. But this kind of leap in strength was truly appalling. Unlike Su Shengyan's desire to explore, the crowd attributed it more to his exceptional talent. The high quality of the various products in turn accelerated the speed of Recluse. Curiosity drove them. Who wouldn't want to witness the spectacle of a 7th grade product fighting against an 8th grade product? During the 500 years of aura recovery, it is not unheard of for people to fight across ranks. However, there are only a few records of high-grade cross-grade killings in history, and those legends at the very least stepped into the peak of the 9th grade. Some even became the strongest of the 9. Could it be that another legend will be added today? In the midst of the thoughts of all the high-quality products, the Xianan base was already close at hand. Not yet landed, will feel the violent energy fluctuations. At this moment, Suja and Song Ying were in a fierce battle. As time passed, the teenager became more and more courageous. At first, his control of the surging power was rusty. He was only able to utilize 70% or 80% of his strength. Now he was getting better and better. Under the state of full strength, actually suppressed the mutant eagle of the early 8th grade. When the reinforcements arrived one after another. When the reinforcements arrived one by one, they were met with the thrilling scene of Suja trying to suppress the giant bird. Although he knew that if the eagle wanted to escape, it would be difficult for Suja to pursue it. The speed advantage of flying beasts was too great. However, this picture of Suja pressing down on an 8th grade foreign beast and attacking, it still caused all the high-grade pupils to quake. I didn't expect Suja to really reach the 8th grade level. This was the first reaction of all the high-grade powerhouses. It was immediately followed by a collective envy of the South Sea Martial Arts University. It was clear to everyone that the 8th grade was by no means the end of Suja. After Su Shengyan confirmed the teenager's strength, He was so excited that his fingertips trembled. Let's combine our efforts to surround and kill this sinful beast first. After all, no one had forgotten the core mission of this trip. More than a dozen high-grade people had joined forces, and if they still let the 8th grade songing escape, not only would it be a shame for the casualties, it would be a shame for the entire southern realm. The crowd quietly unfolded the encircling net. Taking advantage of the eagle by Suja to restrain have no time to care. If you wait for the bird to notice the difference, it will be difficult to block the way back. Although Suja had the upper hand, his spiritual power always covered the entire field. He naturally sensed the approach of the dean and the others. Seeing the high-quality people cautiously surrounded, immediately understood. The attack suddenly increased by 3 points, and the blade was like a torrential downpour. The eagle was forced to fight with all its might, and it really didn't realize the strange movements around it. This mutated bird had ultimately underestimated the efficiency of the human race. It was attacking the base for the first time and lacked knowledge of the reaction speed of the southern realm. It even relied on its unrivaled flight speed and took the chance of escaping at any time. When it realized the danger, the encirclement had already formed. Newt! The mournful cries revealed panic. Wouldn't the several 8th grade powerhouses in the South Sea miss a good opportunity? Who wouldn't be moved by the merits and resources of slaying an 8th grade fey beast? Not to mention the fact that this evil beast had committed such a murder. In both public and private interests, the tiger must not be returned to the mountain. 5 8th grade warriors had surrounded him, including veteran powerhouses like Su Shengyan. If they missed again, the entire southern realm high-grade circle would be reduced to a laughingstock. Boom! The moment the encircling formation took shape, Suja tacitly retreated half a step, turning to keep a close eye on the Zongying's possible breakout route. Occasionally waving the sword to cut off the path of retreat of the ferocious bird was enough. Suja was well versed in the ways of the world and took the initiative to give up his main attack position. After all, the first credit for decapitating the 8th product was destined to fall on his head. 124. There was a reason for the strange movement of the foreign beasts. Under the siege of many 8th grade martial artists. Although this mutant pale eagle tried to escape, it was quickly bruised and battered. Facing the joint attack of many 8th grade martial artists, this mutant pale eagle was simply unable to withstand it. In a situation of similar strength, numbers were the absolute advantage. Even if the mutant eagle finally exploded to its death, the battle-hardened 8th grade martial artist was unable to withstand it. But the battle-hardened 8th grade martial artists had already noticed it, and immediately went all out to suppress it. Among the many 8th grade martial artists present, no one was more surprised than Suja. Previously, the crowd had not yet had a profound feeling. Only after fighting side by side this time did everyone truly appreciate the majestic might of Suja when he struck. This is definitely an attack at the 8th grade level. The strength displayed by Suja caused the 8th grade martial artists present to feel a real threat. At this moment, the crowd no longer had half a doubt in their hearts. They had even regarded Suja as a true 8th grade martial artist. Certain 8th grade martial artists secretly thought that if they fought with Suja, it would be difficult to predict whether they would win or lose. As time passed, the 8th grade beast song Ing eventually fell. Facing so many high-grade martial artists, its end was already predetermined. With more than 10 8th grade martial artists joining forces, it was impossible to let this beast escape. After eliminating the mutant eagle, many high-grade martial artists gathered at Xianan base. With the exception of Suja, most of the high-grade martial artists present were familiar with each other. All of them had at least met a few times. Suja had actually met with quite a few 8th grade martial artists. It was at the previous Southern Realm Conference. At that time, certain 8th grade martial artists had even exchanged pleasantries with him. But at that time, no one had ever thought that in just half a year's time, this young man would be able to sit on an equal footing with them. After all, it had only been more than half a year since the full reckoning. For high-level martial artists, this time was just a short retreat. The rest of the high grades were not in a position to say much because they were not familiar with Suja. However, Su Shengyan was very different. He had a great friendship with Suja and knew his temperament well. Su kid, how did you leap in this cultivation? It's about to catch up with old man. Su Shengyan unapologetically exclaimed in public. As these words came out, the martial artists present all pricked up their ears. All of them wanted to explore the mystery of this divine speed of cultivation. Cultivation is going to rise, and I can't stop it. Suja slowly spat out these words. The words were permeated with a Versailles aura. The high-grade martial artists present were instantly stunned, and were actually mounted to this young man's face. Su Shengyan directly threw out a blank stare. Suja, however, turned a blind eye. The secret he was burdened with naturally could not be declared, solely disguising his talent as an unparalleled talent. By the way, how should we distribute this 8th grade eagle today? Suja appropriately shifted the topic to the distribution of the loot. This 8th grade mutant eagle was not easy to come by. All of the high-grade martial artists present had contributed to the siege. However, it was difficult to quantify the specific contribution ratio. Although Suja made a large contribution, he did not take the initiative to claim credit. After all, without the help of the high-grade martial artists, it would have been difficult for him to kill this eagle alone. It would have been difficult for him to kill the mutant eagle alone. More than 10 8th grade martial artists looked at each other in dismay, and the field fell into a brief silence. The main reason for the distribution problem was the high value of the corpse of an 8th grade foreign beast. Its degree of preciousness even far exceeded that of the corpse of an alien race. The reason for this was that mutant beasts were originally earth creatures. The medicines made from them were more suitable for the physique of Daxia martial artists. It was also an important resource for 8th grade martial artists. How about an equal share? Su Shengyan was the first to break the silence. He knew in his heart that Suja's contribution was the most prominent. However, it was difficult to accurately measure the exact share. In his opinion, the friendship of martial artists was better than the distribution of resources. Suja comprehended the deeper meaning of the dean's maintenance of interpersonal relationships and nodded his head in acquiescence. In any case, he could eventually exchange for a large amount of spirit stones. It would be even better if it could be exchanged for special resources for condensing the Tao body. With the dean's style of behavior, he would never let him suffer. Seeing Su Shengyan's proposal and Suja's acquiescence, the other high-grade martial artists blushed. After all, this kind of distribution is actually the advantage of the people. Su Shengyan ended the distribution dispute in time. Instead, he raised the key question. Does Su Kid realize that this eagle is abnormal? An 8th grade beast wouldn't be this crazy. The Southern Realm had an agreement with a high-grade alien beast. The attack on the base should not have happened. Even though the last beast tide was rampant, the high-grade alien beasts never set foot outside the South Realm mountain range. The main force of the beast tide was only at the mid-grade level. It is indeed abnormal. This beast's trajectory is strange. The last raid on Xianan base must have a hidden agenda. Quickly summon the person in charge of the base to inquire about the recent abnormal situation. The crowd of high-ranking products agreed one after another. Obviously, they were all skeptical about the alien beasts going on the rampage. At this moment, Suja became the center of attention. After all, he was the first 8th grade to arrive at Xianan base, or had grasped certain key clues. That's not clear. But one can sense that Song Ying holds strong hostility towards Xianan base. I think it's necessary to investigate whether the base has been experiencing any abnormalities recently. Suja, however, directly shook his head in response. He had not arrived just a few moments earlier. Upon arriving, he immediately plunged into the tussle with the Song Ying. There was simply no time to pay attention to the rest of the situation. Although the South Sea base was neighboring the Xianan base, he honestly knew very little about the Xianan base. But truth be told, he knew very little about the Xianan base. The person in charge of Xianan base was quickly brought to the scene. This base commander was currently wearing an iron color. After all, the base suffered heavy casualties this time. The specific losses were still being counted. The people of Xianan base deeply realized the importance of high-grade martial artists. If the base had an 8th grade, would not have suffered such a heavy blow. Inevitably, the South China Sea base was a bit envious. Previously, the strength of the two bases was in between. Since that person came out of nowhere, the South Sea base has become famous in the South Realm. Comprehensive ranking climbed straight up. If this happened in the South Sea base, the end will certainly be very different. It's just that the people of Xianan base don't know. If it wasn't for Suja, who was stationed at the South Sea base, I'm afraid that today's situation would be unknown. Seniors, the base really has no abnormalities recently. The base commander locked his brows and tried his best to recall. But in the end, he still reported blankly. He was equally puzzled by the motive of this mutated hawk's attack. Facing numerous high-grade martial artists, he definitely did not have the guts to prevaricate with false words. This reply caused the high-grade present to become more and more confused. Could it be the work of a cult martial artist? A certain 8th grade martial artist was the first to make a guess. Cult organizations did have similar antecedents. Or the hunting group taking the eagle cubs captive. It could also be some sort of special item that attracts this beast. After someone started, the crowd successively threw out various hypotheses. Unfortunately, all of these hypotheses needed to be supported by empirical evidence. 125. Crossing the ranks to fight. Sensational. Suja did not join in these speculations, because many guesses were possible. Anyway, the next thing would be left to the dean. For Suja, this matter was considered to be over. However, the news about Xian base was also quickly passed on. Nanhai Heavenly Pride strikes across the 8th grade with the body of the 7th grade. This title alone attracted the attention of an unknown number of people. Especially with the current background of frequent attacks by high-grade foreign beasts. Many people were in shock. This was because the speed at which this South Sea Pride was raising his strength was just ridiculously fast. It even triggered the attention of the entire Grand Xia towards Suja once again. Suja's strength has already reached the 8th grade level? People are more angry than people. Before I was thinking that I could shorten the gap with him a bit. The gap between Heaven's Pride can be so wide. Suja's rate of progress is too terrifying. To fight with a 7th rank across a large realm, I'm afraid no one in the entire Grand Xia can do it. The internet was abuzz with discussion. In the eyes of many, this matter itself was unbelievable. That was a great realm gap in the high-grade realm. There were also quite a few people who initially questioned it. The main suspicion was whether the Southern Realm was deliberately promoting Suja. After all, in this year, Suja had been publicized far too many times. However, as the battle videos flowed out, the skepticism gradually fell silent. There were still many people with eyesight who could see the signs. They knew exactly how amazing the commotion caused by this battle was. Especially after several high-grade martial artists made public statements, the skeptics completely lost their voices. This South Sea Heaven's Pride definitely possesses 8th grade strength. It was worth mentioning that the high grades from other regions had sought confirmation from their counterparts in the Southern Realm. After all, the high-grade martial artists within Grand Xia were already familiar with each other. Many of the high grades in the South Realm were not of local origin, but were uniformly deployed into the area by the Grand Xia. Southeast Region, Ancient and Battlefield. Scorpion Squad leader Nan Xueqing had just returned with her team to recuperate. Despite the passage of time, the experience of the South Sea always lingered in the minds of the team members. Nan Xueqing's memories of Suja's teachings were especially deep. The team members noticed that the captain had been in deep thought from time to time lately. She had also been unusually active when it came to resource requests. Although her heart ached for the resources consumed, the results were obvious to all. The cultivation level of the entire squad had made significant breakthroughs. However, compared to the captain's sudden progress, the others' progress was still inferior. They could feel the captain's aura getting thicker and thicker. "Captain, look at the news about that South Sea Celestial," a member of the team suddenly voiced out. This caused Nan Xueqing to freeze. Many of the team members knew that their captain had a special relationship with this heavenly pride. Even though they were separated by 2 places nowadays, distance was not considered an obstacle to a 6th grade or high-grade martial artist in the first place. Is Suja's strength already comparable to an 8th grade? Nan Xueqing whispered to herself with emotion in her tone. Even though her cultivation had recently skyrocketed, the gap between her and Suja seemed to be widening. She still clearly remembered. Back then, Suja had only just stepped into the 7th grade. In addition to Nan Xueqing, there were quite a few other deceased people in Daxia who had paid attention to this news. A certain heavenly pride from the Divine Capital Martial Arts University was currently staring at the screen in a daze. The mind that had just calmed down was once again churning. Breaking through the 7th grade was already difficult, and now he felt even more pressure like a mountain. However, all of this had nothing to do with Suja. He didn't care about the outside world. Suja did not stay in Xian base for long, and after handing over the investigation affairs to Su Shangyan, he first returned to Nanhai Martial Arts University. Before he left, he made a special detour to the South Sea base to say goodbye. Anyway, it's not that bad. Shen Qingyan still looked at him in a trance. She clearly remembered that this high-grade martial artist had only advanced to the 7th grade not long ago. In the blink of an eye, he had already been able to shake the 8th grade. If it wasn't for the overwhelming news, she would not have believed it at all. In any case, the stronger Suja was, the better. It was just that Xinqing Yen secretly resolved to accelerate her cultivation speed. After saying goodbye, Suja returned to the South Sea Martial Arts University after more than a month. Dean Su is back. The news caused a sensation on campus. After all, he had just topped the Daxia Hot search list, and although the students didn't dare to disturb them, the admiration in their eyes grew fiercer. For Suja, after returning to school, he plunged into cultivation. Entering a semi-closed state, his progress in cultivating his Taoist body had already exceeded 60%. Even if he didn't intentionally close his eyes, he could still continue to invoke the power of heaven and earth to quench his body. It was only after half a month that Su Shengyan, the official dean, returned. This old man wouldn't have taken the opportunity to investigate the case to play in the mountains? Even Suja couldn't help but be skeptical. After all, in most people's perceptions, he already possessed 8th grade strength. Therefore, Su Shengyan naturally did not need to worry about South Sea affairs. In fact, Su Shengyan had indeed been lazy. He had been traveling in Xianan for many days. As one of the few local factions of the South Sea Martial Arts University, or to be precise, someone from Xianan in the Southern Realm, he had long been rooted in the South Sea. In previous years, it was mostly Su Shengyan who sat in the school during the Spring Festival. After all, as a Xianan native, he could always bring his family to live in the South Sea. This time, he used the name of investigation to stay in Xianan for a long time. It is good that there is no delay in business. What exactly was the cause of the whole thing? Suja asked directly. He was also curious. Why would the remotely located Xianan base attract high-grade foreign beasts? It might have something to do with the cult martial artists. There was a cult member who mixed into the hunting group and showed them a hunting route. Those rash people really believed it. The cultists originally wanted the foreign beasts to exterminate them. Who knows that this hunting group's luck is against the heavens? Not only did it touch the nest of the 8th grade eagle, it also picked the wind spirit grass that it had been guarding for years. Su Shengyan explained with an odd expression. After a detailed investigation, they followed the clues to restore the truth. It was just that this truth was really full of drama. 126, number 1 on the clan list, taking the opportunity to break through. Actually, the cultist martial artist didn't have that big of plans and ideas in the beginning. This cultist martial artist was only of the first rank. Even he himself was afraid that he didn't expect to cause such a big stir. Such a coincidence? Suja could not help but show an odd look on his face, because the whole thing was just too absurd. Although the wind spirit grass was a high-grade material, it was not considered a heavenly treasure. However, it did have a significant addition to the speed attribute. For the mutant eagle, it was indeed an unavailable treasure. It's just such a coincidence, Su Shengyan said categorically. He had no reason to deceive Suja in this matter. Even Suja couldn't help but shake his head at this. Xianan base was considered to be in bad luck. However, it was certain that the mutated hawk had spent a long time waiting for the wind spirit grass to mature. Afterwards, it tracked its way here with the residual scent of the Xianan base. In this matter, it seemed that he could only admit his own bad luck. It was impossible for the Southern Realm to take action against all the foreign beasts in the Southern Realm due to the mutant eagle incident. This was simply unrealistic. Right, there are also the resources exchanged this time. Suja didn't forget about the distribution of the 8th grade pale eagle carcass. Although it was divided equally, it still occupied an important share. I exchanged some life original liquid for you. This is specially developed by Daxia for Dao body cultivation. It can accelerate the Dao body condensation process. Su Shengyan said slowly, handing over the exchanged resources to Suja. It was important to know that the original liquid of life was very rare. Even the Great Summer was quite difficult to refine. This was a result that had only been achieved in recent years. Su Shengyan hadn't caught up when he broke through back then. It was basically only introduced when he was nearing the 8th product. For this reason, he still felt regret to this day. If he had this item, he would have been able to save at least half of the breakthrough time. Hearing the dean's words, Suja could not help but be stunned. He did not expect it to be replaced with the life original liquid. This would indeed be extremely beneficial to the breakthrough of the Dao body. Dean, isn't this life original liquid a bit too much? Suja detected something strange. He had understood the price of the materials that assisted in the breakthrough of the 8th grade. The life primordial liquid could be said to be of great value, and it only accepted bartering as an exchange method. Including my share is also exchanged for you, so I can't let you suffer. The distribution method is my decision, Su Shengyan said carelessly. The proceeds from this 8th grade Eagle incident was originally a windfall. He wouldn't be able to exchange that portion for much. So he simply exchanged it all for the life original liquid. He could see that Suja was in a half-step 8th grade state. As long as he completed the cultivation of his Tao body, he would be able to smoothly step into the 8th grade. The sooner Suja broke through, the better naturally. With the 8th grade combat power that Suja was displaying now, he wouldn't be considered a weakling amongst the 8th grades after his breakthrough. Su Shengyan naturally gave his full support. The key was that Suja had previously provided breakthrough resources for the 2 people from the Dan Pill Academy and had also lent out quite a few treasures. In fact, Su Shengyan did not expect that Suja's cultivation speed in the high grade could be so rapid. Otherwise, he should have exchanged the Academy's reserves for 7th grade cultivation materials. It was not too late to give more support now. Dean, many thanks. Suja solemnly thanked him. Counting the course of his growth, he had indeed received a lot of care from the dean. Don't be a mama's boy. An early breakthrough is the best repayment. Su Shengyan directly cut off Suja's words. Suja sniffed and said no more. In addition, you have already reached the top of the list in the 7th rank segment of the sovereign ranking. In just half a year, you have skyrocketed from the bottom to number 1. There are quite a few veteran 7th products that have stepped down in these half a year. Su Shengyan turned to bring up a new topic. Nowadays, the sovereign ranking was stimulated by Suja's strong rise to the top, and quite a few 7th products were taking the initiative to engage in battles. Just limited by the garrison area, most can only challenge nearby. It was really helpless. Suja's comeback led to a large number of 7th grade rankings slipping. Rankings were directly related to resource rationing, and high grades were no exception. This is a new rule that was added after the Great Xia revolutionized the master rankings. Although the gap between neighboring rankings was small, the difference between the top and bottom of the list was like mud. When it came to the master list, Suja really didn't pay much attention to it. It was not a surprise that he topped the list of the 7th grade. After all, there was no one in the existing 7th grade whose record was more exaggerated than his. Which 7th grade dared to claim that they could go head-to-head with an 8th grade? Suja didn't stop and entrusted his affairs to Su Shengyan before preparing to try out the life essence. Su Shengyan had no objections. If he were himself, he would not be able to hold back. Suja can accompany him to talk for so long is already rare. After all, in the world of martial artists, strength enhancement was always the first priority. I wonder when this kid will be able to enter the 8th grade? Su Shengyan couldn't help but speculate. However, this time, he had learned his lesson and didn't dare to jump to conclusions. The many times he had predicted before and had been beaten in the face was still fresh in his mind. Suja's cultivation progress simply could not be estimated by common sense. If he had gone by conventional estimates, he would have guessed 7 or 8 years or even more than 10 years. After all, most 7th grade martial artists had exhausted their potential at this level. Cultivating a Tao body would be impossible. But Suja had never been an exception. Suja underwent a short week-long seclusion. After he emerged from the seclusion, he briefly summarized the Life Original Liquid. Used in conjunction with cultivation, each bottle of Life Original Liquid can increase the progress of the Tao body by approximately 3%. If we rely purely on hard cultivation, the efficiency will be at least halved. 10 bottles should be able to complete the Tao body after using them up. Suja secretly estimated. However, he was clear that this efficient absorption ability was mainly due to the accumulation of simulated cultivation. The entire 10 years of cultivation simulation had laid a solid foundation for him to impact the 8th grade, especially as the proportion of Tao body cultivation increased. The subsequent progress would become faster and faster. When the majority of the body was transformed into Tao, the remaining part might even be assimilated. Rough calculations still required a 2-month digestion period. This meant that in 2 months at the earliest, he would be able to officially step into the 8th rank. First draw new abilities to test the effects. Then continue the seclusion. Suja maintained a stoic mindset. The current battle power increase effect was about to fade. He decided to check out the new abilities before making plans. If he drew an ability that helped with cultivation, perhaps it wouldn't even take 2 months to break through the 8th rank. Taking advantage of the situation in the southern realm being stable, Suja decided to sprint with all his might to break through. After all, no one knew when the next vicious battle would come. 127. Breaking through the high grade, one had to thank Suja Even though this time, the 8th grade crowned eagle had not harvested any spirit stones. However, Suja was not in a hurry. Currently, he still had quite a few spirit stones in reserve in his hands. If it wasn't enough, the big deal was to borrow some more from the school. With Suja's current strength, borrowing several billion spirit stones was completely possible. After all, he had enough ability to repay it. For the many high-grade powerhouses, the ocean was precisely the unrestricted hunting ground. Before the recovery of aura, the ocean was already inhabited by countless creatures. Among them, there was no lack of existences with huge body sizes. Compared to the animals on land, the number of marine creatures was more dominant. Even in the spiritless era, the deep sea was a forbidden area that humans could not touch. After the recovery of aura, the entire ocean completely became a forbidden place for humans. The only thing worth celebrating was that marine creatures were unable to fly even if they reached a high grade. These deep-sea creatures had long since adapted to the marine environment. It was also impossible for them to migrate to land to survive. Even so, many coastlines were still designated as hunting zones. After all, some sea creatures were not completely incapable of landing. For example, species such as crabs and sea turtles. Although these creatures were unable to leave the seawater for long periods of time, however, they still posed a constant threat to Dacia. This led to a large number of bases being located away from the coastline. The coastal strip thus became an important hunting area for Dacia. Even high-grade powerhouses often frequented this area. Many of Grand Xia's resources were produced in this area. However, if Suja wanted to go, he had to apply in advance. After all, one had to leave the southern realm frontier. To a high-grade powerhouse, moving across the region was no small matter, especially since Suja had already been promoted to the 8th grade. Outdoor actions must be strictly reported. However, Suja currently had no intention of going to the coast or ocean to hunt. The resource reserves were still sufficient at this stage. As the great carousel of abilities began to rotate, Suja was filled with anticipation. Several colored lights lit up on the carousel one after another. This time, although the ability was not explicitly stated, but looking at the light effect, it was of a medium to high level. After experiencing the previous ability extraction, Suja was well aware that luck was an elusive thing. Nowadays, his mind was quite calm in turn. It had to be said that this kind of drawing mechanism could indeed exercise one's mental endurance. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining a twice the effort experience card. Do anything and get an extra effect bonus. Time limit 1 month. When he saw this ability, Suja's eyes suddenly glowed. The scope of application of this ability was simply too broad. Whether it was cultivating techniques, studying martial arts, or even refining pills and weapons, even teaching disciples could trigger a bonus effect. This meant that he would also be able to enjoy the gain when cultivating his doppelganger. Maybe I can impact the 8th grade realm this morning, Suja secretly pondered. Just as he was preparing to close the door, the aura of the South Sea Martial Arts University suddenly fluctuated violently. Someone is impacting the high-grade realm? Suja's pupils shrunk slightly as he whispered to himself. He, who had experienced many high-grade breakthroughs, instantly judged the current situation. He immediately associated it with Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang of the Dan Pil Academy. The school had provided the two with breakthrough resource support twice. Now half a year had passed, since the first 2 breakthroughs had failed. On the 3rd attempt, they both failed at the same time. This result was actually expected. Suja and Su Shengnian are both waiting for the 4th breakthrough opportunity. Judging from the characteristics of the aura fluctuations, it should be Mu Gao entering the critical stage. His internal injuries from the 3rd breakthrough were relatively minor, obviously using this period of physical enlightenment to regroup. He directly launched his 4th attack. This is a typical situation of breaking the boat. If an ordinary 6th grade martial artist did not have the power to support him, 4 breakthroughs would already be the limit. As for the 5th breakthrough is simply a fantasy. Mu Gao was betting all his chips. Suja did not pay constant attention. The breakthrough process was time-consuming and unpredictable. He didn't want to waste the half the effort time gain. However, the aura storm caused by this high-grade breakthrough had already attracted the attention of the entire school. Which 6th grade is this impacting a bottleneck? And it's already at the threshold. The success rate looks high. Discussions resounded everywhere, mixed with confused whispers. Even the high-grade powerhouses of the South Sea Martial University were quite surprised. Aside from Suja in the entire school, I'm afraid that only Su Shengyan was informed. At this moment, Su Shengyan's forehead was seeping with fine sweat. Whether or not the Dan Pill Academy could add new high-grade combatants was a matter of success or failure. As time passes, Su Shengyan understood that it was no longer possible to continue hiding it. This is a high grade that our Dan Pill Academy has supported with its own reserves. Of course, there is also a lot of credit here for Suja, because he obtained quite a few good things from the 2 previous Arakanese 7th grades. This is already Mu Gao's 4th breakthrough. That was why Su Shengyan chose to reveal part of it, choosing to hide away the matter of Tian Hongliang. Many high grades also came to a sudden realization. It turned out that it was Suja who had sponsored a lot of resources, so it was no wonder that the Dan Pill Academy was able to have someone break through. It is important to know that high-grade breakthrough resources are very tight. So when they saw someone break through, it was natural to ask. However, it did not occur to me that it was actually someone from the Pill Academy. The other colleges can only envy and jealousy, because who let their colleges do not have a bit of Suja? Why didn't I see Suja's potential in the first place? This was something that made an unknown number of high-quality people from other academies regret it. Many people knew about Suja's previous experience. In order to stay at the South Sea Martial Arts University, he had chosen the Dan Pill Academy, which was a better place to get into. About almost a month later, boom! With a storm of rising aura once again, a 7th grade aura then surged out wildly. Haha! I managed to break through, Mu Gao said with incomparable excitement on his face. At this moment, many people from the South Sea Martial Arts University also came out to look at this figure. Many people were unfamiliar with Mu Gao, but that didn't stop him from being a mentor at the South Sea Martial Arts University. Many students of the South Sea Martial Dao University were also happy that the school had added a high-quality figure. It was mainly because Mu Gao had entered seclusion after stepping onto the peak of the 6th grade, not paying much attention to the school's affairs. As a result, the students of the last few classes didn't know much about Mu Gao. As for this mentor's loss of composure after his breakthrough, the many tutors were able to understand, if they had stepped into a high grade, then they would definitely be more excited than this one. At this moment, many of the high grades in the school also came out one after another. With the passage of time, many of the high-quality family visits had also ended. Therefore, the number of high grades in the school is quite a lot. Little Mu, congratulations on stepping into a high grade. After many years of pursuing this, it's a long-cherished dream that's been fulfilled once and for all. Be sure to treat yourself this time. Many of the high grades were very familiar with Mu Gao, but they weren't very polite. Okay, no problem, Mu Gao said without any hesitation. Mu Gao said without any hesitation. Because he himself was also very excited. After all, this was a high grade. But soon Mu Gao realized that a figure was missing from the crowd. Dean, Vice Dean Suna? Mu Gao directly couldn't help but speak out and ask. It was important to realize that this time it was all because of Suja. He had 2 chances to break through. Otherwise, if he waited for his own accumulation, it was unknown how long it would take. Especially this breakthrough, a large part of the reason was because of the consecutive breakthroughs. It allowed him to capture that one feeling, successfully hooking up with the power of heaven and earth, stepping into the ranks of a high-grade martial artist. Under normal circumstances, resources were rare for a single breakthrough, let alone twice. 128 successive breakthroughs, another big one. Su Shengyan stood on the side with a smile on his face. He did not steal Mu Gao's thunder. He didn't expect that Mu Gao's first thing would be to ask Suja, but it was understandable. After all, even he admitted that Mu Gao was able to successfully break through thanks to Suja. Suja is in seclusion. He just obtained a large amount of resources, Su Shengyan said slowly. He then recounted the events of Xianan Base some time ago. A shocked look appeared on Mu Gao's face. Obviously, he did not expect Suja to be able to strike across an 8th rank with a 7th rank realm. Earlier, he had thought that he was at least equal to the other party's realm. If they were to fight, they shouldn't be in too much trouble. Now, it seemed that he had overthought it. He was really too evil and could no longer be measured by a 7th rank. The high-quality people present shared Mu Gao's shock. They were equally shocked when they first learned the news. As Mu Gao stepped into the high grade, the Pill Academy had already added 2 new high grades. The other academies were indeed lagging behind. The high grades of the other academies were considering, should we take out some reserves? Let the academy's peak 6th grade try to break through. One couldn't fall too far behind the Dan Pill Academy. If Suja stepped into the high grade by accident, it was all due to his exceptional talent. Then Mu Gao was a typical example of step-by-step growth, having only been an ordinary 6th grade before. Many 6th grades in their academy had defeated Mu Gao, but it wasn't that easy. The number of 6th grade in each academy far exceeded that of the Pill Academy. Even if there were resources for breakthroughs, distributing them would be difficult. All in all, this matter was not simple. Half a month later, the South Sea Martial Arts University once again experienced an aura storm. Another person is going to break through the high grade? This time, the entire university was dumbfounded. Even the high-grade powerhouses froze. "Old Su, it can't be your Pill Academy again, right?" Vice Principal Tang Guangtu asked directly. Although the other academies had had thoughts, but it had yet to be put into action. He had watched the recent movements of the various academies. However, the previous movements were unknown. After all, it was Su Shengyan who presided over the school affairs during that time. What the Dan Pill Academy had done was not clear to outsiders. Vice Principal Tang, how do you know? It's not like there's a Tian Hongliang who's thinking about getting close to stepping into the 7th rank. Su Shengyan said in a breezy manner. Even if a high-grade breakthrough was a matter not worth caring about. That's right, he was with Suja. Having been stimulated by Suja before, it was now his turn to stimulate the other high grades in the school. Sure enough, after the words fell, the faces of the other academy high grades changed. Originally, they were still hesitant to take out some of their reserves for the 6th grade to attempt a breakthrough. Now it was considered a complete determination. This was because Tian Hongliang had clearly reached a critical point, and there was a high possibility that he would complete his breakthrough. In other words, the Pill Academy was about to add another high grade. Even though, in terms of the number of medium and low-grade products, the other academies trumped the Dan Pill Academy. However, in terms of the number of high grades, the Dan Pill Academy had begun to far surpass the other 2 academies. The high grades of the 3 academies had originally existed when the South Sea Martial Arts University was founded. At that time, the number of high grades in the 3 academies was comparable. Now, the College of Potions suddenly had 3 more. This made the other colleges lose face. Moreover, the Pill Academy was still a half-combat and half-auxiliary academy. It is not a pure combat academy. Compared to the gravity of the other academy's high grades, Principal Yu Xiong and Vice Principal Tang Guangtu. Instead, their faces wore a rather pleasant look. The increase in high grades was ultimately a happy event. No matter which academy they came from, they ultimately belonged to the South Sea Martial Arts University. As for the competition between the academies, they turned a blind eye. After all, this was each academy utilizing their own reserves. They were not in a position to say anything more. Not to mention that this was a good thing if the other academies could also produce 2 high grades. The South Sea Martial Arts University's number of high-grade products wouldn't even lose out to the first-class martial arts universities. It might even be able to surpass it. Currently, the number of high grades was still an important criterion in judging the strength of martial arts universities. They naturally hoped that the more high-quality products they had, the better. Another half a month later, Tian Hongliang's 7th grade aura swept across the campus. He had successfully completed his breakthrough. This time, the breakthrough was even faster than Mu Gao. Really broke through. South Sea Martial Arts University has another high grade. The entire South Sea Martial Dao University once again fell into cheers, because this was truly a great thing. To the students, a high-grade powerhouse breaking through could bring in auspicious chi. The school would also give out red envelopes of resources for all the students. 2 red envelopes in a row in a short period of time. The students naturally rejoiced. The stronger the school is, the more confidence the students will have outside. Nowadays, Daxia is built by 3 major forces. They were the Daxia Military, the Daxia Martial Arts University Alliance, and the Martial Artist Family Martial Hall. Among them, the Grand Xia Martial Arts University was divided into multiple institutions. Each martial arts university was an independent school valve. They occupied important seats in Daxia. There was also a crossover between the 3 powers. There are strong men who teach at the Budo University and come from Budo families. There were also officers who had practiced martial arts in martial arts schools. In short, the relationships were intertwined. At the same time, Suja, who was in seclusion, was unaware of this event. Dean Su Shengyan was secretly glad that he had let Suja choose on his own. Otherwise, there would have been one less powerful person to break through this time. Although Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang owed a lot of resources and favors. But being able to break through the realm was worth every penny. While the entire school celebrated, Suja's cultivation had reached a critical juncture. It has been 2 months since the retreat. In the first month, with the talent of half the work, half the effort, Suja cultivated his 8th grade Dao body to a great completion. In the middle of the process, he also extracted new abilities. Unfortunately, it did not contribute much to the cultivation level. Suja did not care. At this moment, he was only 1 step away from the 8th grade. Special abilities were no longer crucial. After another month of bitter cultivation, the 8th grade Dao body was completely complete, just waiting to be formally promoted. Half a month after Tian Hongliang's breakthrough, the majestic power of heaven and earth converged on the South Sea Martial Arts University, poured into Suja's retreat like a torrent. Another breakthrough? This time, the commotion is even more exaggerated than last time. The students' faces were filled with exuberance. 129. Out of the gate, Suja was promoted to the 8th grade. After all, this is clearly a sign that there is a high-grade breakthrough. Many high-grade powerhouses were affected by the power of heaven and earth, and even if they were in seclusion, they were forced to come out. The many high grades of the South Sea Martial Arts University had not yet reacted at first. This was because Suja's specific cultivation and seclusion were only known to Su Shengyan, although many people on campus were not clear about Suja's situation. Even though Suja had once defeated an 8th rank with a 7th rank, in the end, it was not as good as Su Shengyan and the others witnessing it in person. However, the sights of all the high grades were unanimously directed towards Su Shengyan. After all, the previous 2 sensations had been triggered by the Dan Pill Academy, and most likely had something to do with Su Shengyan again. Even Principal Yu Xiong's gaze was inquisitive. Facing the gazes of the crowd, the corners of Su Shengyan's mouth curled slightly. Cough! There's no need to make a fuss. It's just that Kid Su is going to be promoted to the 8th rank. He pretended to speak lightly. This feeling of being in the spotlight was truly wonderful. Before the words left his mouth, the entire room fell into dead silence. No one had expected that the breakthrough person was actually Suja. One must realize that it had been less than a year since he had been promoted to the 7th rank. Suddenly, some people felt that their lifelong cultivation had become a joke. Especially those 7th grade powerhouses, whose original cultivation was far superior to Suja. At this moment, they had been surpassed later. Many of the high grades fell silent, obviously deeply irritated. Those who had already entered the 8th grade were slightly calmer. However, their hearts could not help but worry. Perhaps they too would be surpassed soon. This breakthrough stimulated the faculties to become more and more agitated. Previously, the school had replaced quite a few high-grade resources. Adding to the fact that the new year is approaching, Grazia has allocated another batch of high-grade materials. It's the right time to discuss the distribution plan after Suja is out of the gate. Principal Yu Xiong announced at the right time. The South Sea Martial University had accumulated quite a lot in the past year. It was only because of the frequent battles that it was inconvenient to allow high grade to remain in seclusion for a long period of time. The stockpiled resources had never been utilized. Now that the situation on the South China Sea battlefield has stabilized, the high quality of the rotation short-term seclusion is no longer a big problem. This kind of strategic reserve should also be activated. If the resources cannot be transformed into combat power, after all, it is just a dead thing. As the principal's words fell, essence light erupted in the eyes of the high-grade powerhouses present. Since the rise of Suja, the South Sea Martial Arts University has indeed benefited greatly. Many high-grade powerhouses sighed. The importance of Suja to the South Sea Martial Arts University was self-evident. The power of heaven and earth continued to infuse for 3 whole days. The teachers and students had long been accustomed to it. Many students simply entered the South Sea stronghold to cultivate. Anyway, as long as they wore their school uniforms, they could cultivate in the stronghold by finding an open space at random. Fortunately, Suja finally completed his breakthrough at this time. As the breakthrough was completed, the heaven and earth anomalies dissipated and the concentration of aura returned to normal. However, Suja was not as excited as when Mu Gao made his breakthrough. The 8th grade breakthrough was already in his plan. Instead, he appeared calm at this moment. The 8th product realm is indeed too much stronger than the 7th product. Suja opened his eyes and spoke softly. Previously, although he had relied on his battle power to briefly touch the 8th product level. But in the end, it was a temporary borrowing of external power. Now truly based on the 8th grade only to know the mystery. After the breakthrough, he did not immediately leave the gate. He was still consolidating his new realm. The fleeting 8th grade aura was still captured by the strongest people in the school. It's done. This was the first reaction of all the high grades, even though the crowd had long since decided that it was impossible for Suja to fail. After all, this one was a heavenly pride who had fought against the 8th grade with the 7th grade. The probability of a breakthrough failing was close to zero. However, without witnessing it with their own eyes, it always seemed to be a falsehood. Now the dust has finally settled. In less than a day's time, the master list had already moved Suja from the 7th rank to the 8th rank. What's even more remarkable is that he was in the middle of the pack when he first entered the 8th rank. When he was at the 7th rank, he could battle the 8th rank. After truly stepping into the 8th grade, his battle power will be even more terrifying. I'm afraid only I know the exact strength. This was the official comment of the Grandmaster list. The change in the list instantly triggered the attention of all parties in Dacia. That heavenly pride from the South Sea really stepped into the 8th rank of the martial arts? This cultivation speed is frighteningly fast. I'm afraid it won't take much time to advance to the 9th rank. As the news spread, it was inevitable for Grand Xia martial artists to marvel once again. Recently, the South Sea Martial Arts University was already in full swing. Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang were both ranked among the high grades, ascending to the sect master list. Two newly promoted high grades from the same institution in a row had already attracted a lot of attention. This time, Suja's 8th grade realm was quickly exposed. It was all because the statistics department of the Patriarch list had set up monitoring equipment at South Sea Martial Arts University. After the breakthrough fluctuations triggered the alarm, the staff immediately contacted the university to verify. The matter of Suja's breakthrough was not destined to be concealed, and the university did not cover it up. At this moment, Nanhai Martial University was in need of a reputation boost, allowing the entire Grand Xia to see the potential of this martial arts academy, especially with this year's martial arts examination approaching. Announcing the news of Suja's breakthrough would greatly benefit enrollment. As for the potential risks, the school had already made a thorough plan. 10 days later, Suja, whose realm had stabilized, officially left the gate. The high-grade powerhouses in the school gathered at the news. After all, the 8th grade realm made the young dean's status more and more supreme. Dean Su finally left the gate? Your ranking in the 8th grade sequence of the sect master list isn't low. The crowd of high grade warmly exchanged pleasantries. Suja, who had just come out of the gate, was slightly stunned. Immediately, he understood that it was the aura of the breakthrough that had startled the crowd. Is there anything important during my seclusion? He smoothly inquired. This time, the seclusion took quite a long time. Although it wasn't as bad as some high grade's constant hard cultivation, it was already one of the rare times he had a long shutdown. There have been quite a few major events during this time. The Dan Pill Academy has added 2 new high grades. You deserve a lot of credit for that. The crowd's words were filled with respect. Facing the respectful attitude of the 7th grade powerhouses, Suja felt slightly uncomfortable. In the past, all of them were treated as equals. Now that their strength had risen, the relationship had naturally changed. He did not say much. This was the law of the martial arts world. The strongest is honored, and strength speaks for itself. 130. Suja, South China Sea battlefield of all races. I will guard it. However, very quickly, Suja lamented, I didn't expect Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang to both break through successfully. Previously, Suja thought that 2 to protect 1 will be fine. He didn't expect this kind of surprise. Both of them succeeded, which was indeed good. Before Suja returned to his senses, he was pulled to a meeting by the school's many high grades. At this moment, Yu Xiong and Su Shangnian and the others had long been waiting in the conference room. Principal, what's the situation? Suja was still somewhat bewildered. These 7th grade have long been waiting. Just looking forward to you coming out. Yu Xiong lightly laughed and explained. The large amount of resources that the school had accumulated all needed to wait for Suja to exit the gate before they could make decisions. The many high grades were naturally anxious. After the principal's explanation, Suja came to a realization. Previously, those 7th grades were polite to him, and there was also a reason for this. He did not realize that the school had deliberately waited for him to make a decision. It seemed that his own opinion was indeed important. Without much hesitation, Suja directly sat at the seat under Su Shangnian. The other high-grade positions had long been arranged. Only this position was left waiting for him to be seated. With Suja's current strength, although he was sitting in the ranks of the 8th grade and his position was lower than Su Shengyan. But in addition to Vice-Chancellor Tang Guangtu, no one dares to say that they can beat him. However, if Suja knew what these 8 products thought, he was afraid that he would laugh. The battle power he displayed far exceeded the actual, relying more on means of increase. If there was no increase in battle power, he would only be slightly stronger than an ordinary 8th product. After all, there was indeed still a gap between one's own qualifications and a genius 8th product. In the past year, the South Sea Martial Arts University ushered in an important period of development. First of all, I would like to thank Vice President Suja and all the teachers and students for their contributions. Yu Xiong opened with a serious expression. The school placed Suja at the top of the list because half of the credits were related to him. For example, bringing back 2 high-grade corpses of the desolate race. Although Suja received a Spirit Stone reward, it could not erase his merits. There was also the matter of facilitating the 2 newly promoted high grades. After the 2 Mu Gao people had made their breakthroughs, Su Shengyan had made the full details public. Only then did everyone realize that Suja had not only taken out precious 7th grade resources, but also lent out a large amount of high-grade materials to help the 2 break through. It should be realized that if these resources were exchanged for cultivation materials, it would be enough to exchange astronomical figures. Suja, however, acted extremely selflessly. Therefore, the entire school had an extremely favorable impression of him. Even though Suja was currently only holding the position of Dan Pill Academy on a part-time basis. However, to most people this was already enough. Yu Xiong's insistence on waiting for Suja to arrive before discussing the distribution of high-grade resources was due to this very consideration. He quickly reported on the total amount of resources the school had acquired over the past year. Some of these resources were officially issued by Desya. High-grade resources were settled earlier than lower grades. This was mainly to avoid a backlog of follow-up work. At the time of the settlement, Suja's contribution ranking was only in the middle of the 7th grade, which was indeed a bit regrettable. However, when next year's settlement was made, the school would be able to fight for more resource quotas. After all, there was an obvious gap between the resource allocation bases of the 7th and 8th grades. Even Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang, the 2 newly promoted 7th products, were not counted in this tally. Even so, South Sea Martial University's total resources this year were still several times that of previous years. The main increment came from the spoils of that crucial battle in the South Sea battlefield. Due to the sufficient total amount of resources, the school decided to raise the allocation standard. Yu Xiong announced calmly. All of the high grades received a quota of resources to fulfill their cultivation needs for the entire year. This news lifted the spirits of the high grades present. Many peak 7th grades were expected to hit the threshold of the Dao Body realm. Ordinary 7th grade products also had the chance to achieve a small breakthrough. Headmaster, is my quota a mistake? Suja could not hide his surprise. He was still in 7th grade status when he settled his account. The previous sale of barbarian beast corpses had been compensated with spirit stones. Originally, he only intended to receive the basic resource quota. He did not expect to obtain a complete 8th grade cultivation resource. As a full member of this school, this is what I deserve. Yu Xiong responded categorically. Contributions aside, the potential Suja displayed alone was worth investing in. Even if there was nothing to build on, it was impossible for the school to curtail his resource supply. The reason was clear. Suja was the closest existence to a 9th rank among the 8 ranks in the entire school. Although he had only broken through not long ago. But his terrifying cultivation speed had already set multiple records. The other 8th grade students in the room thought that they were separated from the 9th grade realm. Only Suja allowed the crowd to see hope. Not only Suja, but Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang, the 2 newcomers, also received full resources. Although they were new to the 7th grade. But after years of teaching at the school, they know it well. High-grade resources have always been scarce. This generous distribution completely exceeded expectations. In the past year, the South Sea Martial Arts University had indeed accumulated abundant resources. For Suja and the others, they were naturally happy to see the school grow. There were numerous martial arts universities within Grand Xia. Certain institutions being rich in resources meant that others were tight in resources. It wasn't easy for Nanhai Martial University to be among the top ranks. Even if the current number of high grades was close to the level of first-class martial universities. However, after this generation of strong people's lifespans are exhausted, the number of high-quality products in the new generation is difficult to predict. On the contrary, traditional strong schools can continue to cultivate high-grade strongmen with their deep heritage. This is the core gap between South Sea Martial Arts University and the old strong schools. However, the accumulation of heritage was never easy. It required decades or even centuries of precipitation. The South Sea Martial Arts University was founded only 20 years ago. The history of the existing first-class martial arts universities is at least twice as long. Although the coming year is well-resourced. But we can't let all the high grades go into closed-door cultivation. The situation in the South China Sea battlefield is clear to all of you. No one can predict when the desolate race will counterattack. Yu Xiong's reminder made the crowd nod. They understood that the South Sea defense line still needed to be manned. Couldn't completely rely on the Grand Xia army. Even if the headmaster himself had reached the peak of the 9th grade. He also faced the same need for a closed-door breakthrough. After all, those who had touched the limit of the 9th grade would always need to try to impact a higher realm. Regarding the principal's choice, the high grades present all expressed their understanding. In their place, they would have made the same decision. However, most of them were eager to close their doors for breakthroughs after receiving the resources. Not everyone was willing to continue manning the defense line. I will be responsible for guarding the South Sea defense line. Suja took the initiative to volunteer. He had just broken through the 8th grade not long ago and had no hope of impacting the 9th grade in the short term. Previously, he had also never participated in a stronghold garrisoning mission. In the past, it was the other high grades that took turns guarding, and he had never been forced to do so. Moreover, garrisoning the battlefield did not delay cultivation. Many 8th grade powerhouses favored cultivating in the 10,000 races battlefield. The reason is simple. The promotion of the 8th grade to the 9th grade required the comprehension of complete laws. Everything in this world has a law track. The origin of the world is evolved by laws. But in the Blue Star Plane, the law system is solid and hard to shake. The battlefield of the 10,000 races is different. The laws of these new realms have not yet been finalized. The difficulty of comprehending them was greatly reduced. 131. The path of the 8th grade requires the comprehension of laws. I'll come along to guard the town as well. Accompanying Suja's voice, Su Shangyan also responded in a deep voice. As a martial artist who had already set foot on the 8th grade, Su Shangyan was well aware of the difficulty of breaking through. Even if he was sitting on abundant resources. As a high-grade alchemist, Su Shangyan was not worried about a lack of resources. He was also able to earn some extra money occasionally. In addition to accepting private commissions, the orders from the Grand Xia military were the main event. The internal website dedicated to high-grade alchemists was open all year round. As long as there was spare time, one could take orders at any time. High-grade alchemists were still very much in demand throughout Grand Xia. In terms of financial strength, Su Shengyan could be called the richest man in the South Sea Martial Arts University. This was exactly why he had not stopped Suja from equally dividing the resources between Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang. After all, he had the strength to underwrite. When the two of them stated their positions one after another. Good. I'll have to work hard for you guys during this period of time. Yu Xiong pondered for a moment before making his decision. Right now, Suja and Su Shengyan were indeed the best candidates. Although Suja had a deep grudge against the Desolate Plains clan. But nowadays, his strength was not what it used to be. Safety was also guaranteed. There were only 2 remaining 9th grade members of the Wasteland clan who could threaten Suja. But as long as Suja does not take the initiative to die, wanting to fall is not that easy. What's more, the South Sea stronghold also had Yang Liqing, a 9th grade, in attendance. In times of crisis, it is more likely to be able to utilize the means at the bottom of the box. Previously, when Yu Xiong was in seclusion for a long time, the South China Sea stronghold is still safe and sound. The high grades present all cast grateful gazes at the two. With the 2 8th grade in attendance, the 7th grade martial artists could cultivate in seclusion with peace of mind. May these resources help you transform yourselves. As the meeting came to an end, Yu Xiong sent his sincere blessings. The crowd did not leave immediately after the meeting was adjourned. The high-grade martial artists were still exchanging ideas. Even Suja seized the opportunity to ask Yu Xiong for advice. After all, there was only this 9th grade powerhouse in the entire South Sea Martial Arts University. He was the only one who had traveled the path of 8th grade promotion in its entirety. Yu Xiong is also the strongest person that Suja can currently come into contact with. Although Suja longed to obtain more cultivation experience of the 9th grade and even above the 9th grade. However, if one thought about it carefully, one would know how easy it would be. The ninth grade in Daxia was already rare, and above the ninth grade was not an existence that he could touch. Even if he was among the high grade, Suja still did not have any interactions with those strong people above the ninth grade. Therefore, he could only seek advice from this principle. The core of 8th grade cultivation lies in refining the strength of the Tao body and spiritual power. One needs to reach the realm where the body blends into heaven and earth, at which point it is easier to perceive the laws. The power of heaven and earth mobilized at the peak of the 8th grade is at least 10 times that of the 7th grade. However, there are indeed heavenly prides who can comprehend the laws before the 8th grade. But those who can do so are all amazingly talented. The earlier one comprehends the laws, the more favorable it is for cultivation enhancement. Yu Xiong patiently explained for Suja. He also gifted his own cultivation handbook to the other party. In fact, every time someone in the school was promoted to the 8th grade, he would share this unique insight. The South Sea Martial Arts University was always troubled by the issue of the successor. A person who was not a strong 9th rank could not take on this important role. Unfortunately, the potential of existing 8th grade martial artists is nearly exhausted. Breaking through to the 9th grade is as difficult as climbing into the sky for them. Tang Guangtu, who had high hopes, was still stuck in the late 8th grade. There was still a significant gap between them and the 9th grade. Whether or not he can break through is still unknown. Law comprehension could not be forced. Suja's rise has finally given Yu Xiong hope. Compared to Su Shengyan and other veteran 8th grade products, Suja clearly has a better chance of breaking through. After asking for advice, Suja exchanged some necessary supplies from the school and prepared to bring them into the South Sea battlefield. Although he was able to refine the purple spirit pill on his own. However, after advancing to the 8th grade, the efficacy of this dan has become insufficient. The 7th grade fashion could barely be used. The 8th product will be stretched to the limit. Before you leave, you need to send a message to your home. After entering the South Sea stronghold, communication will be limited. After all, the battlefield and the present world are like two worlds. The battlefield of the 10,000 races is essentially an independent small world. Suja did not travel with Su Shengyan and chose to depart first. The main reason was that President Su still needed to deal with handover matters. Many affairs of the Dan Pharmaceutical Academy needed to be arranged by him personally. Previously, all the work was handled by him. To go to the battlefield stationed naturally need to properly account for. The good thing is that the existing number of high quality in the academy is still good. In addition to Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang, there are 3 other 7th grades. The overall configuration of combat power was already considerable. It's a pity that a 7th grade basically has no power to fight back when facing an existence above a 7th grade. Suja, who was now an 8th product, was enough to easily suppress his former self. The dean will most likely account for Mu Gao or Tian Hongliang, right? Suja secretly speculated. The reason was simple. The other 7 products all needed to be in seclusion. Only Mu Gao and Tian Hongliang had just broken through not long ago. In the short term, they would definitely not go into seclusion. Even if these 2 7th graders had resources in their hands, they will not be in a hurry to improve their strength. Just as Suja had just broken through to the 8th grade. If there was no special chance, he would have been stabilizing his realm at this moment. When Su Shengyan arrived at the South Sea battlefield, he would know by asking him face to face. Suja was the first to step into the space passage. Nowadays, he was an unknown presence in the South Sea battlefield. When the battlefield veterans saw that figure, their eyes lit up. Suja has gone down to the battlefield again? Is it going to start another great war? Discussions rose and fell, mixed with heavy curiosity. At this time, the news of Suja's promotion to the 8th rank had not yet spread. After all, many people had just returned from their annual vacation. Many martial artists would rotate back to their homes during the spring festival. The Daxia military similarly implemented a rotation system. It coincided with the gap between defense changes. Some of the teams that had just returned were not yet aware of this. However, in the eyes of the South Sea battlefield crowd, Suja would have been considered a top combatant. There were only a handful of 7th grade martial artists here. Suja noticed the burning eyes of the crowd. However, he did not pay any attention to them. He went straight to the 9th rank of the military that was sitting in the South Sea stronghold. Yang Liqing. Previously, although there has been contact, but it was the first time that the two had formally talked face to face. Commander Yang, I have come to guard the stronghold on behalf of the South Sea Martial Arts University. Suja was the first to speak. There was respect in his tone. I didn't expect that it would be you who came to hold down the fort. Yang Liqing showed surprise on his face. He had known that the South Sea Martial University was going to change its town guard. The high grade that was previously stationed there had all been withdrawn. However, he did not expect the visitor to be Suja. After all, he knew how important Suja was to the South Sea Martial Arts University. Fortunately, Yang Liqing quickly remembered that the other party has been promoted to the 8th grade. As a 9th grade in the military, he had his own special channels to keep in touch with the outside world. Significant news never lagged behind. Such a sensational event as Suja's promotion to the 8th rank had naturally been known for a long time. The entire Grand Xia martial arts world was shaken by it. It was really Suja's promotion speed that was too shocking. Even Yang Liqing had to admit. Back then, his own cultivation speed was more than 1,000 miles away from this young man. 132, top kendo talent? It is also possible. Senior Yang. I am also a part of the South Sea Martial Arts University. It just so happens that many high-grade martial artists also need to retreat, Suja said with a relaxed expression. It was a good thing that the South Sea Martial Dao University had joined forces with the Grand Xia military under Yang Liqing's command to guard the battlefield for many years. There was no need to be overly formal. Yang Liqing had not expected that he would be the one to guard it. This is also reasonable. After all, it is not too late to come back to the battlefield at the late 8th grade or even at the peak. However, Suja personally went to the battlefield at the first breakthrough of his cultivation, which was more or less unexpected. It seems like the South Sea Martial Arts University is about to usher in another round of promotion. Yang Liqing spoke slowly, his tone unable to hide his envy. Although he came from the Grand Xia military, he was similarly overstretched in terms of resources, and there was nothing he could do about it. High-grade resources were already scarce, and medium and low-grade resources were even in short supply. The troops guarding the South Sea battlefield were counted in tens of thousands. The daily consumption of resources was astronomical. In order to protect the cultivation needs of the generals under his command, Yang Liqing had not infrequently applied to the Southern Realm Governor's office for redeployment. Inevitably, the South Sea Martial Arts College students showed a few moments of envy, although it is known that this martial arts academy is not generous in the past. But this time was different from the past. Senior Yang. I don't know what is the constitution for guarding the South Sea? Suja timely changed the topic and asked. This was indeed his first time officially guarding the South Sea battlefield, although he had dabbled in the past. However, there was no substantial correlation with guarding the South Sea. After all, the pattern of the battlefield will not change because of more or less than one of him. Even when he was promoted to the 7th grade. In the high-grade battlefield, it is only a supporting role. Although he had previously captured 2 7th grade, it was more of a coincidence. Now that he has been promoted to the 8th grade, it's a very different story. If a strong 8th grade person has an advantage on the battlefield, he or she can influence the direction of the battle. It is enough to sway the direction of the battlefield. After all, the 8 products to free up their hands, hunting the 7 products is as easy as a slap in the face. There is nothing special about guarding the South Sea on weekdays. It's just that this place is treated as a special training ground. The only thing you need to do is to maintain a state of readiness to fight at any time, and you can't completely shut down. Yang Liqing explained the situation of the South Sea stronghold in detail. This was precisely the most inconvenient point. It was impossible to devote oneself to cultivation. Medium and low-grade martial artists could still take turns in seclusion. High-grade martial artists did not have this convenience. The already scarce high-grade combat power. Maintaining daily defense is still insufficient, how to talk about rotation. The South Sea Commander-in-Chief's explanation is quite detailed. If it wasn't for the fact that Suja had already risen to the 8th grade and shown amazing potential, Yang Liqing may not be so detailed. After all, behind Suja stands the entire South Sea Martial Arts University. It was always beneficial to make good karma in advance. Exchanging resources or something like that, in the future, we might even be able to discuss the way of cultivation. Similar to Su Shengyan, Yang Liqing also found it difficult to speculate when Suja would advance to the 9th grade. However, his intuition told him that it would not be long. After all, Suja had already broken the skeptic's predictions many times. Before parting, Yang Liqing arranged a quiet room for Suja. The concentration of aura in the room was not inferior to the high-grade cultivation room of the South Sea Martial Arts University. This was considered generous treatment in the resource-constrained South Sea stronghold. The buildings in the South Sea stronghold were generally low. The highest is only flush with the city wall, all because high-rise buildings are easy to become a target for attack. Therefore, it is difficult to realize the per capita living alone. Most of the houses are prioritized for the dacha garrison, part of the vacant rooms for external rental. After all, the South China Sea battlefield is often filled with foreign martial artists. Rent is also an important source of income for the stronghold. As for those who are stingy with spirit stones, often in the corner of the stronghold open-air meditation practice, the effect is naturally far less than indoors. Therefore, this quiet room is already an excellent treatment. The high-quality exclusive residence is even more hidden mysteries. As Suja expected, although this room is only a square foot of land, the concentration of aura is 3 times that of the outside world. Even more than the university cultivation room, the walls are also embedded with a high-level shielding array. Even high-grade powerhouses were unable to peek inside. Formation masters are more scarce than high-grade alchemists in Grand Xia. The South Sea stronghold really took countless efforts. Suja softly lamented. From this, he thought about the 10,000 races passage that had been opened earlier. I don't know what kind of grand scenery it would be. After settling down, Suja started a new round of ability extraction. Previously, due to the breakthrough of the critical period suspended for more than a month, and stabilized the realm without additional ability to support. Nearly a year of spirit stone consumption was a huge amount, even he was slightly overwhelmed. Fortunately, I exchanged a large amount of spirit stones before going down to the battlefield. The spirit stones exchanged for the 2 high-grade corpses of the Arakan race earlier are nearly depleted. Fortunately, it was replenished through the high-grade mall and the school. There were still some resources left that were suitable for 8th-grade cultivation. Extraction successful. Obtained sword bone like a dragon experience card. Limited to 1 month, sword talent overrides all ancient celestials. Looking at the special talent card that was glowing with colorful streams of light, Suja couldn't help but shake his head. After all, he majored in the Tao of the sword. On second thought, he realized that it might not be useless. The way of the sword is similar. Not to mention that he is not without a foundation in sword arts. It might not be possible to benefit from the cultivation of the Tao of the sword. Why don't we try it? This month is idle anyway. Suja murmured softly, his words revealing a bit of eagerness to try. In addition, this talent was otherwise wonderful. The topmost qualification, enough to make cultivation twice as fast with half the effort. Unfortunately, the time limit is limited to 1 month. Breaking through the realm is a luxury. Suddenly, I remembered that there was no lack of sword Tao experts in the South Sea stronghold. For example, Senior Yang, who I just came into contact with. Earlier on, he had glimpsed his hand during the high-grade melee. The truth is that there are not a few people in Xia who practice the way of the sword. The number of sword practitioners is basically equal, even though he was endowed with extraordinary talent. After all, Suja was a beginner in the way of the sword. There is no need to intentionally seek advice from others. He simply started from scratch. It was not intended to specialize in the Tao of the sword. It's just a way to broaden your knowledge of the martial arts. If you can learn from others, then it will be an unexpected blessing. 133. Touching the ground. Suja also knows how to use a sword. After that, many martial artists from the South Sea strongholds discovered Suja's changes one after another. The main reason for this was that Suja would always walk out of the room when practicing swordsmanship. The interior space of the room was indeed a bit confined. For sword art exercises, it inevitably appeared that they could not be utilized. Suja actually started practicing sword arts? I remember that he had previously majored in sword arts. The most crucial thing is that what he's practicing seems to be a basic sword art. The faces of the onlooker martial artists were filled with doubts and murmurs. Suja's actions were truly puzzling. One must know that his attainments in sword arts were already not bad. Now he had suddenly switched to the sword path. In fact, these comments had already reached Suja's ears. A high-grade martial artist's sense of hearing was far sharper than normal people. Even without intentionally releasing their spiritual power, they could still clearly capture it. However, Suja always remained undistracted and did not care about outside comments. The talent of sword bone like a dragon was truly extraordinary. Within a short period of time, he could feel the rapid improvement in his sword skills. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, A biting sword intent erupted from Suja's spiritual will, touching the class, although he did not know how the Tao of the sword would benefit the Tao of the blade. However, the existing attainments in the Tao of the sword did provide many inspirations for sword cultivation. Under the sword bone like a dragon enchantment, his sword Tao cultivation could be described as advancing by thousands of miles per day. When the surrounding martial artists who practiced sword arts sensed this sword intent, they were all stunned. But 3 days of light could even be able to comprehend sword intent? A few days ago, the crowd clearly realized. At that time, Suja's sword moves were still raw and clumsy. But now it is just a split second. Since then, the attention caused by Suja's sword practice had increased. Many sword cultivators began to pay constant attention to his cultivation process. Every day before the morning light appeared, the open space where he usually practiced his sword was filled with martial artists waiting to observe. What was even more surprising was that Suja was not stingy in instructing others. In the process of imparting his insights, his own understanding of the Tao of the sword also grew deeper and deeper. The terror of this talent far exceeds expectations. Initially, Suja had indeed not expected it. It was only intended to be a shallow sword Tao cultivation. As a result, it was now advancing by leaps and bounds. Although it might take a little time to catch up to the Tao of the sword, but it has already reached 70% of the level. This level is already not low, at least better than the sword Tao cultivation of most middle-grade martial artists, unless one encounters those exceptionally gifted sword Tao wizards. When Suja's sword practice in the South Sea stronghold was about to become a daily routine, the news about his promotion to the 8th rank finally spread throughout the stronghold. The crowd that gathered to watch grew larger and larger. The questions asked by the crowd were no longer even limited to the realm of sword Tao. Don't forget, not all martial artists in the South Sea battlefield came from the academy system. There are also many grassroots practitioners. These martial artists do not have access to the guidance of high-grade masters on a regular basis. Suja's appearance has given hope to the casual cultivators. Suja did not reject this. If these martial artists could improve their strength, it would naturally be a good thing. The one who would ultimately benefit was the Grand Xia. This matter also gave him a lot of inspiration, considering whether or not he should regularly organize the academy to send middle-grade martial artists to teach the casual cultivators. However, this type of matter could be completely left to the South Sea Martial Arts University to organize. There was no rush, and it would not be too late to discuss it after the dean arrived. As time passed, Su Shengyan's figure finally entered the South Sea stronghold belatedly. The matters that needed to be dealt with earlier were really complicated. Not only had he undertaken a number of commissions for the refining of high-grade pills, these all needed to be taken care of one by one, although it was possible to refine pills within the stronghold. However, the South Sea stronghold was ultimately not an ideal place to refine pills. Su Shengyan could not help but freeze when he sought out Suja. The size of the crowd surrounding Suja's body far exceeded expectations. What's going on here? A lot of confusion surfaced on his face. After inquiring, he realized what was going on. This discovery actually caused Su Shengyan and Suja to have the same thought. The group of casual martial artists had long been neglected by the Grand Xia. It was always in an awkward situation where no one asked for it. If the South Sea Martial Arts University wanted to expand its influence, this was not a breakthrough. When he learned that Suja had recently switched to the sword Tao, Su Shengyan's expression suddenly became odd. He clearly remembered that Suja had never dabbled in sword Tao before. In comparison, he himself had studied the way of the sword. At this moment, Su Shengyan was not in a hurry. It wasn't that bad to be stationed at the stronghold. He simply stopped to listen to Suja's conversation with the casual martial artist. I didn't expect him to have this kind of eloquence. Su Shengyan lamented as if he was recognizing this colleague for the first time. After all, in the daily teaching of the South Sea Martial University, Suja had always acted very silent. It was a good thing that the QA session ended after about an hour. Suja could not possibly spend all of his time answering questions and solving problems. Therefore, he strictly limited the time to 1 hour. For him, it was still within an acceptable range. Just after the QA session ended, Suja walked towards Su Shengyan. In fact, he had noticed Su Shengyan's arrival. However, he saw that Su Shengyan had not transmitted a voice contact. Naturally, he did not rush forward. In any case, he would be stationed at the stronghold for quite a few days. There will always be an opportunity to communicate. Rather, he did not expect Su Shengyan to wait for so long. Dean, I thought you would leave later. Suja opened the door and said. The two had always been familiar with each other, and the conversation was naturally casual. I don't see you accepting disciples to teach on weekdays. Nowadays, instructing the crowd is quite organized. Su Shengyan bluntly stated the confusion. Mentioning students, Suja's mind flashed through the figure of Nan Xueqing. Since the return of Nan Xueqing, there has been no contact. He had only received a congratulatory message when he was promoted to the 8th rank. Suja did not pay much attention to this. When he first took on a disciple, it was only to trigger the apprentice return mechanism. It is indeed difficult for casual martial artists to cultivate. Suja sighed lightly. Most of them lacked background support. Can we do something about the group of casual cultivators? Su Shengyan's proposal caused Suja to look sideways. This remark was exactly what he had in mind. I have also considered this matter. Consider setting up supernumerary classes outside the school. Award special certificates of completion to those who have completed their studies. Even build exclusive forums and trading platforms. Suja clarified the conception item by item. The South Sea Martial University was sitting on channel resources. It was not difficult to share some of the profits with the scattered cultivator groups. This can not only accumulate prestige for the martial arts university, could also open up new channels of interest. For example, it is difficult for casual cultivators from different bases to share resources. If Wuda can facilitate this, regardless of whether it's for the enhancement of influence or the development of loose cultivators, it is a win-win situation. In addition, there is no lack of late bloomers like Suja. There is no shortage of late bloomers like Suja, even if only 1 out of 10,000 people stands out. For W, it's a sure thing. 134. Grow the school and move. With Suja's words, Su Shengyan's gaze grew brighter and brighter. It was because he saw the opportunity for the South Sea Martial Arts University to catch up with the top martial arts universities. Go! Let's take a vacation and go back to talk to the principal. Without hesitation, Su Shengyan pulled Suja's hand and headed out and spoke out. Although sitting in the South Sea stronghold, it did not mean that one could not leave when encountering important matters. It was only that the time spent out could not be too long. Generally speaking, it couldn't exceed half a day at most. Half a day was already enough. High-grade martial artists could still handle many matters. If a longer period of time was needed, one could still ask other high grades to help substitute for them. Suja did not expect the dean to be so eager. However, he still chose to follow. Pushing the plan through a day earlier would be more beneficial to the development of the South Sea Martial University. Yang Liqing did not block it. On the one hand, the recent situation in the South Sea battlefield was stable. On the other hand, perhaps they really had important matters. Besides, the leave of absence was not long. But it is just a small matter. South Sea Martial Arts University. Although Yu Xiong had entertained the idea of going into seclusion, he had not acted on it. He was needed to preside over important matters such as enrollment for the new school year. The Southland High School League was in full swing. Although it hadn't caused a national sensation, it had attracted the attention of the entire Southland. There was no shortage of geniuses from other regions. These top students were the very focus of the various martial arts universities competing for them. Thanks to the sharp increase in reputation of the South Sea Martial University in the past 2 years. This was coupled with the drastic improvement in the school's finances. Previously, the South Realm Allied forces had gained an unknown amount in the Exinen battlefield, but the South Sea battlefield had really made a lot of gains. After the fall of the Draconic clan's high-grade powerhouses, the South Sea stronghold took the opportunity to exterminate a large number of low and medium-grade enemy forces. As a participant in the war, Nanhai Martial University had gotten a generous share of the spoils. Nowadays, the enrollment conditions offered were already comparable to those of first-class martial universities, and some of the treatment was even better. This had indeed attracted many geniuses to defect. When Yu Xiong saw Suja and Su Shengyan, his face could not hide his surprise. These two were supposed to be guarding the South Sea stronghold at this moment. Principal, there is an important matter that needs to be discussed. Su Shengyan grabbed the opportunity to speak first. Without waiting for Yu Xiong to ask, he repeated Suja's proposal in full. Yu Xiong, who originally had a gentle expression, gradually turned gloomy. He was keenly aware that the scattered martial practitioners were indeed a huge group that had been neglected. If this opportunity could be seized, South Sea Martial University might be able to realize leapfrog development. Yu Xiong summoned a number of mid-grade tutors at the first opportunity. He began to discuss the matter in detail. It was mainly Suja who elaborated on the program, and the many tutors were responsible for taking notes. For Suja, the thinking was very active. After all, he was a man of 2 lifetimes. Many people today were new generations born after the aura recovery. Today's Daxia was very different from before the aura recovery. Most people's thinking was still limited. Once upon a time, even if Suja had been born in 2 lifetimes, it was difficult for him to act without status. Nowadays, it was different. As long as the program proposed by Suja was practical and feasible, the entire South Sea Martial Arts University would fully support it. In a sense, after being promoted to the 8th grade, Suja's importance even exceeded that of Su Shengyan. Although Su Shengyan was an 8th grade alchemist, but Suja represented the infinite possibilities of the South Sea Martial University's future. In addition, it is recommended to advance this matter in secret. If it is done with great fanfare, other martial arts universities are bound to quickly follow suit. Utilizing this period of time, we will be able to completely seize the Southern Realm's casual cultivation market. If conditions permit, we can also expand to other regions. Be aware that many people still have a strong attachment to the martial arts university. Suja finally added. Taking Shin Qingyan as an example, her obsession with the martial arts university was typical. Although the program was easy to implement, it was also easy to copy. It does need to be kept strictly confidential. Preliminary screening of casual martial artists can be conducted first. Su Shengyan voiced his approval. When the elimination system was first introduced, it was quickly imitated by various schools. This time, the supernumerary class must establish a technical barrier. Yu Xiong nodded in approval. Immediately, he arranged for the instructors to go to each base to carry out their work. After all, the scattered martial artists were mainly distributed across the bases. After half a day of discussion, Su Shengyan and Suja moved to return to the South Sea stronghold. They always remembered the duties of the town guard. As for the specific affairs of the supernumerary class, it would be sufficient to leave them to the mid-grade tutors to carry out. High-grade martial artists didn't have that much time in the first place. Not to mention the fact that the vast majority of loose cultivators were stuck at the low-grade realm. The loose cultivators who could advance to middle grade could be called a rare breed. Their rarity even exceeded that of high-grade martial artists. After all, the truly talented loose cultivators had long been recruited by the major powers. Facing most low-grade loose cultivators, a middle-grade tutor was completely sufficient. In less than half an hour, Suja and Su Shengyan had returned to the South Sea stronghold. Su Shengyan suddenly remembered something. Su kid, I heard that you've been delving into the sword Dao recently? Su Shengyan's gaze burned and his tone was inquisitive. Indeed, I have some insight into the sword Dao. I've been practicing off and on for more than 20 days. Suja replied frankly. Although the sword bone like a dragon talent was about to expire. However, the accumulated sword Dao attainments were already quite impressive. Combined with his own top-notch cultivation talent, his strength had been refined. Although this special ability could not directly raise cultivation. But as an auxiliary skill it was already superior. How about we spar? Suppress the realm to the 4th rank level. Su Shengyan proposed with great interest. The bottom of his eyes flashed with the characteristic sharpness of a swordsman. In reality, they were secretly harboring selfishness. With Suja's promotion to the 8th rank, even Su Shengyan, who was also in the middle of the 8th grade, did not dare to lightly say that he would win. After all, back then, Suja of the 7th grade was able to battle the 8th grade in a cross-ranking battle. Now that the realm is comparable, the victory or defeat is even more difficult to predict. As an 8th grade martial artist who specializes in the Dan Dao, Su Shengyan thought that his strength was not as good as that of a battle-type pride. But in the field of sword Dao has enough bottom. After all, he has been immersed in the art of the sword for dozens of years. His attainments were at the level of a grandmaster. That was why he wanted to use the field of specialization to get back into the game. I can't wait. Suja readily accepted the battle. He was in need of a breakthrough in actual combat. Recently, his sword art had been improving rapidly, but he had instead encountered a shackle. One must know that he was a person with top-notch sword Dao talent. It was presumed to be due to the short-term over-improvement. The competition was held in the Stronghold's martial arts arena. There was no way to hide the news. This is the only ring in the entire South Sea stronghold. It is used exclusively for martial artists to fight or settle disputes. For example, when there is a dispute over the distribution of loot. The best way is to go to the ring. 135. The old and new 8 pins face off in a showdown. The strong were honored, even though there were some unfairness in getting into the ring. But where in the world was there so much fairness? On the other hand, this was also considered a solution. It could even stimulate many martial artists to improve their strength. Both of them had considerable fame in the South Sea stronghold. Within a short period of time, news spread throughout the stronghold. The South Sea Heavenly Pride is about to have a sword duel with President Su. Both cultivation levels will be suppressed to the 4th rank. A veteran 8th rank and a newly promoted 8th rank. I wonder who will win. As soon as the news came out, the martial artists were in an uproar. However, more people still supported Su Shangyan. The reason was simple. This was a sword duel. In this regard, this South Sea Heaven's Pride could be somewhat weak. As the martial artists continued to gather, even Commander Yang Liqing, who was guarding the South Sea stronghold, showed up. Apparently he was quite interested in this duel. Although it is not a high-grade duel in the true sense of the word. But even if they suppressed their strength, this match was still a height that many South Sea martial artists could hardly reach. For the high-grade sitting in the stronghold, it was also an interesting thing. Suppressing it at the 4th grade meant that it wouldn't cause damage to the high grade. Not to mention only being able to use the sword Dao. The many high grades were also happy to join in the fun. After all, the entertainment programs in the entire South Sea stronghold were really limited. For ordinary martial artists, life was even more boring and abnormal. The middle and high-grade martial artists were still used to it. But getting used to it doesn't mean they like it. Occasionally some spice, always pleasant. As for low-grade martial artists, naturally, there was no need to say anything. There weren't many people who could endure the dullness. Therefore, the Grand Xia military, except during wartime, basically a rotation system was used. The South China Sea battlefield and the rear personnel were regularly replaced. Wartime is a different story. Now that there was something lively to watch, the crowd was naturally unwilling to miss it. Countless martial artists had already gathered around the ring. Facing the crowd of onlookers, neither Su Shengyan nor Su Zhe cared much. Both of them directly had people fetch 2 wooden swords. Battle! When they were ready, both Su Shengyan and Su Zhe did not hesitate for a second. As Su Shengyan was testing his mind, he struck out with 12 points of seriousness. Su Zhe did not think too much at first. He responded quite casually, and as a result, his sword moves were suppressed on the spot. But as a martial artist whose 8th grade was suppressed to a 4th grade, Su Zhe was not a mediocre fighter. With his strong spiritual cultivation and resilience, he carried the attack hard. This old man Su has moved for real? Su Zhe secretly slandered. Originally intended to take the opportunity to sharpen his sword skills. At this moment, however, he had to fight to deal with it. The sword Dao that had been painstakingly cultivated for more than a month was exerted to the fullest extent. Even the cultivated sword intent was unreservedly released. The sudden outburst of sword power actually forced Su Shangyan to scramble. This kid's attainments in the way of the sword are actually so deep. He's only been practicing for more than 20 days? Su Shangyan secretly cried out in his heart. Not only him, the high-grade onlookers were equally shocked. Previously, the high-grade people had heard about Su Zhe's sword practice. After all, this matter had become a hot topic in the South Sea stronghold. Although the high-quality people were often closed, the stronghold was a palm-sized area. The news naturally spread fast. People thought Su Zhe was just practicing. It was not unusual for a martial artist to practice multiple blades at the same time. Who would have thought that his sword cultivation would have improved so much? Even a mid-ranking Heavenly Pride would find it difficult to reach this level. The most shocking thing is, from holding the sword to this moment, less than a month. This kind of talent is truly a demon. The high grades could only say so in the end. The South Sea stronghold was mostly made up of experts from the Grand Xia military, who were previously unfamiliar with Su Zhe. At this moment, they realized the terror of this young man's talent. In the ring, Su Shengyan has stabilized his position. In terms of the depth of the sword Dao, he was ultimately better. Decades of immersion could not be compared to a few months of hard training. He gradually suppressed Su Zhe's sword power. However, Su Zhe did not care, crazily drawing on the sword Dao insights from the battle. The talent of having a sword bone like a dragon in his body was once again stimulated. Without realizing it, he had even entered a state of subtle epiphany. Su Shengyan, who was using his sword at full power, was the first to notice something strange. This kid had another epiphany? Su Shengyan's face showed helplessness as he secretly thought to himself, is it possible that he has some special ability? How come every time he fought this kid, he would trigger an epiphany? Although this epiphany mainly involved the sword Dao, it might not be able to raise his cultivation level much, but it still made him feel a bit jealous. He knew that previously, when faced with Suja's progress, Su Shengyan was still able to maintain a normal mind. At this moment, however, his mind was somewhat unbalanced. Although his mind was turbulent, Su Shengyan still matched the rhythm of Suja's epiphany. After all, Suja's strength growth was ultimately a good thing. Even if this moment was just a sparring match, the high-quality people watching the battle on the sidelines similarly sensed the difference. They were stunned for a moment before reacting. No one had expected Suja to enter an epiphany so easily. Many high-grade people had never experienced an epiphany in their entire lives. Suja had only suppressed his cultivation to the 4th rank to fight. While fighting, he had an epiphany. After regaining their senses, the high grades once again exclaimed, "This talent is truly eye-catching." Not to mention Su Shengyan, even they felt unbalanced. In fact, Suja himself was somewhat surprised. On second thought, he felt it was reasonable. After all, being equipped with such a top talent as sword bone like a dragon, triggering an epiphany was reasonable. Suja didn't have time to think about it and grasped the fleeting epiphanies. The sword Dao realm continued to climb. At this moment, every move and every stance of his was a hidden mystery. As time passed, he was actually suppressing Su Shengyan. It must be realized that there was still a gap between the two in terms of sword Dao. Now, Suja was actually overtaking him. Su Shengyan's heart was full of mixed feelings. In addition to the high-grade, the middle and low-grade martial artists were also closely watching the battle. Although they did not notice the difference in the epiphany. However, they were able to see the change in offense and defense. Even in the state of epiphany, Suja still strictly adhered to the 4th grade cultivation limit. This duel lasted for half an hour. When Suja exited the state of enlightenment, the fight naturally ended. The victory or defeat itself was no longer relevant. 136. There are prizes for killing the enemy, and the harvest is full. Naturally, Su Shengyan would not stop Suja from transforming this epiphany into his own base. Although the ring battle was stopped midway, there was no winner or loser. The onlooker martial artists had no objections to this. The level of strength displayed by Su Shengyan and Suja was convincing enough. At least for most of the martial artists, this duel was exciting enough. In particular, Suja's special state, when he entered an epiphany, caused many sword cultivators to feel enlightened. Even without this, middle and low-grade martial artists would not dare to provoke high-grade existences. The natural suppression formed by the cultivation gap was far more awe-inspiring than one could imagine. The crowd dispersed to continue their cultivation. 10 days later, Suja formally exited the gate, which was only a minor epiphany. If it wasn't for the top talent of having a sword bone like a dragon, the effect might not have been so significant. When the monthly time limit arrived, after the natural ability dissipated, Suja's qualifications returned to normal. He ended his seclusion in a smooth manner. This epiphany was purely unexpected. Before entering the ring, Suja never had the luxury of triggering an epiphany. After all, this kind of subtle state could not be found. Counting the two epiphanies, they were both related to Su Shengyan. Could it be that this old man comes with a special aura? Suja secretly speculated. Inwardly, he had already planned to spar with Su Shengyan more in the future. The gains from the epiphany far exceeded expectations. Sword Dao attainments have approached the 90% level of Blade Dao. It must be known that Suja's Dao of the sword had long since reached the profound realm. In comparison, the sword Dao cultivation time is still short. The later refinement should be more difficult. This epiphany has shortened the gap significantly. Cultivation has also improved greatly. Only half a step away from the peak of the early 8th grade. If I get another chance to have an epiphany, I might be able to make an impact on the mid-8th grade. Suja spoke softly, unable to hide his expectations. Such thoughts were the norm for martial artists. Compared to hoping for an epiphany, he was more looking forward to the newly drawn natural ability. As the ability dial rotated, a 7-colored light suddenly blossomed. Successful extraction. Obtained reward for killing the enemy experience card. Random rewards for killing living beings. The stronger the target, the more generous the rewards. Limited to 1 month. Gazing at the description of the new ability, Suja's brows furrowed slightly. This ability looked like it had amazing potential. If given to a low-ranked martial artist, it might help them grow by leaps and bounds. However, it was slightly awkward for an 8th-grade martial artist. The only way to obtain a high-quality reward was to follow the example of the ancients and cross the ranks. Take on the high grade. As for the beings below the high grade, Suja estimated that even if he killed them, he wouldn't be able to explode many good things. Since he had stepped into the 8th grade, there were already not many things that could catch his eye. There was another tricky issue. The battle of the high grade was not easily triggered. Was it hard to kill the coastline alone? However, he always remembered that he was tasked with the duty of guarding the South Sea stronghold. Without a good reason, a leave request wouldn't even pass approval. At this moment, it was too late to find a replacement for the school's 8th grade. The other day when he returned briefly, he found that all of the 8th grade powerhouses of the South Sea Martial Arts University had closed their doors. The dean of that group of Combat Weapons Academy get the resources and immediately closed down to practice. There was nothing Suja could do about this. In the end, he turned his gaze to the South Sea battlefield. Taking the initiative to trigger a great war? This thought circled in his mind. Although it seemed feasible, a full-scale war would require thorough preparations. Nowadays, half of the South Sea high grades were still in seclusion. It was never wise to hastily start a war. His sights eventually locked onto the savage beast community. Only the savage beasts could provide the space to maneuver. As for the barren plains race, he hadn't thought of a proper plan yet. But there was still plenty of time. The ability was valid for 30 days. Suja decided to test the effects of this new ability first. If it worked well, it might be able to solve the problem of the shortage of spirit stones. With this in mind, he immediately began to take action. With his 8th grade cultivation, he sneaked through the battlefield silently. He didn't forget to submit a report to Yang Liqing before moving. It was normal for high-grade martial artists to leave their strongholds, especially when an 8th grade powerhouse needs to travel around in order to understand the laws. There was a tacit agreement between the high-level martial artists on the battlefield. As long as the covert action is not detected, the opponent usually will not pursue the matter. Moreover, the situation in the South China Sea is different from the past. After the Arakanese lost 2 high-grade warriors in a row, their attack suddenly decreased. Now they were afraid that the stronghold would launch another raid. This created room for Suja to maneuver. However, Suja still needed to plan how to utilize this. While his thoughts were still churning, his figure had already appeared in the center of the battlefield. First, test the actual effect of the kill-reward mechanism. He temporarily put aside his complicated scheming. The only way to assess the potential benefits of killing a high grade was through actual combat. With his 8th grade cultivation, Suja roamed the battlefield like a ghost. He secretly gave assistance when the Desolate clan was fighting with the Stronghold martial artists. To the South Sea martial artists, the originally stalemated battlefield suddenly became unusually easy. Only the Stronghold martial artists were confused. Opponents would always die violently and inexplicably at critical moments. Could it be that this Arakanese has a hidden disease? A hidden disease suddenly erupted? That martial artist couldn't help but speculate, but it was more of a joy, because this was a trophy. For many martial artists, being able to kill an existence of the same rank was quite rewarding. Especially for mid-grade martial artists, they would also be able to obtain the harvest of the corresponding grade. However, these martial artists did not know that it was not the sudden onset of the Desolate Plains clan's hidden disease. Rather, Suja had secretly done something. To prevent exposing his identity, Suja had no interest in these trophies. They were merely corpses underneath the high grade. At this moment, Suja focused on checking the kill rewards. Killing a 3rd grade, rewarded with 30,000 spirit stones. Kill a 4th grade, gain a sliver of spiritual energy. Killing a 6th grade, rewarded with a bottle of 6th grade blood elemental pill. Kill a 6th grade, gain a trace of cultivation. After several experiments, Suja roughly summarized the law. The grade of the target killed directly determined the reward grade. In terms of spirit stones, low-grade martial artists dropped less than 1 million, mid-grade 100,000 to 10 million, and high-grade was expected to be 10 million to 100 million. It seemed like a huge amount, but it was not very attractive to Suja. According to experience, although the middle and low grades may burst out rare items. However, the explosion rate is pitifully low. The chances of the cultivation reward being triggered are not high. And each time there is only a trace compared to the huge demand for a drop in the bucket. Because of this, Suja realized that he still had to start with the high-quality items. 137, Killing Madness. Suja is also too bold. There was no need to think about the high quality of the barbarians for the time being. But the high quality of the savage beasts can still be considered. The South Sea stronghold and the barren beasts have a tacit understanding. However, whether it was the desolate race or the South Sea stronghold, there wasn't much of a tacit understanding with the savage beasts. Coming back to the savage beast forest, Suja no longer tied his hands and quietly began to act. He did not want to cause too much commotion. After killing group after group of savage beasts, he deliberately left traces of the desolate plains race. These disguises were to avoid exposing himself. In just 10 days, Suja did not know how many savage beasts he had killed. He especially targeted the middle-grade savage beasts. Only mid-grade savage beasts could burst out of their cultivation. For Suja, this was the opportunity to accumulate more. In addition, he also needed to accumulate spirit stones. The most crucial thing was that, under his operation, a conflict broke out between the Wasteland clan and the barbarian beasts. It even alarmed the high-grade. Snipers and muscles fighting? Fishermen gaining? Suja suddenly had a new thought. Originally, he only wanted to frame the wilderness race. He didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. Since this was the case, he might as well make the conflict more intense. At this time, the art of concealment came in handy. As an 8th-grade martial artist, even a 9th-grade martial artist would have difficulty detecting his traces. What's more, Suja was extremely cautious, firing one shot and changing places. Not only was he active in the Desolate Plains forest, he also often roamed the territory of the Desolate Plains clan. When he encountered a 6th-grade opponent, he had no mercy. His main goal was to destroy the bodies. Counting up, Suja had already traveled between the edge of the tacit agreement between the South Sea stronghold and the Desolate Plains clan. The entire battlefield could erupt into a large-scale conflict at any time. But Suja has his own considerations. A full-scale conflict would come sooner or later. Right now, the Desolate Plains clan was afraid of the South Sea stronghold. It was the right time to take advantage of it. Even if they are exposed in the end, so what? In just 10 days, the harvest far exceeded expectations. With his cultivation and spiritual power, he had approached the threshold of the mid-8th grade. This ability was stronger than expected. Of course, there was a drawback. It was still difficult to kill high-level spirits. At the same time, the South Sea stronghold monitored the abnormal movements of the desolate race. With the help of technological means, they observed the abnormal actions of the Desolate Plains race. When did the Desolate Plains race and the savage beasts ever clash so much? Yang Liqing murmured in a low voice as doubt appeared on his face. He immediately sent out martial artists to investigate. The intelligence came back a day later. In the past 10 days, the Desolate Plains clan and the savage beasts had suffered heavy losses in their mid-grade combat power. This point in time, Yang Liqing suddenly felt déjà vu. He snapped to mind. This was exactly the time when Suja was out traveling. Could it have been that kid? With the thought, Yang Liqing immediately sought out Su Shengyan. He couldn't sit still and had to find someone familiar with Suja to ask for clarification. This matter is really possible. Suja is not the kind of person who is at peace, Su Shengyan said quietly after listening. In his opinion, Suja had always been extremely opinionated. Previously, many things were proposed by Suja. If it was said that he was secretly making small moves, it was indeed very possible. However, compared to Yang Liqing's anxiety, Su Shengyan appeared exceptionally calm. The reason is simple. Suja never suffered. Which time have you seen him fall on his face? Even if he really did it, he must have a thorough plan. Yang Liqing noticed Su Shengyan's calm demeanor and he sighed helplessly. Although he was a 9th-grade martial artist, 1 grade higher than Su Shengyan and Suja, the 3 of them belonged to different forces. But the 3 of them belonged to different forces. He didn't have command over these 2 8th-grade martial artists. Even if this matter was confirmed, he had no right to accuse Suja. Old Yang, try contacting him first, Su Shengyan proposed. He had worked with Yang Liqing for many years to guard the South Sea battlefield. It was the first time he had seen the other party so agitated. Although battlefield communications were restricted, there were still special means to pass on messages. Soon, Su Shengyan received Suja's plan, stirring up a full-scale battle between the desolate race and the savage beasts, and to do it at a critical moment? This brat even wants to hunt the high quality of the Barren Plains clan? Even Su Shengyan was taken aback. Suja spelled out the reason in his plan. Right now is the best time to catch the Desolate Plains clan off guard. This is a temporary raid. We only need to deploy a small number of high-grade warriors. He even suggested that Yang and Su could participate. The whole plan is bold. After all, it was still unknown how many high-grade warriors the Wasteland clan would send. But Suja added, the cost of trying is extremely low. At worst, it would be a return to the South Sea stronghold. Yang Liqing was hesitant. Nowadays, the number of martial artists in the South China Sea battlefield has decreased drastically. The survivors of the last great battle have all evacuated with their resources. Old Yang, if you don't participate, I'll just go back to the South Sea Martial University and shake people. Slaughter a few more high grades and the school resources will be there. Su Shengyan didn't hesitate to take the lead. Yoki was just testing the waters. Nowadays, the entire South Sea Martial University had tasted the sweetness of hunting high grade. The previous 2 high-grade corpses had given the school a huge boost. Su Shengyan actually had the intention of provoking Yang Liqing. Unfortunately, Yang Liqing still shook his head and refused. Unlike the autonomy of the South Sea Martial Arts University, if he took the initiative, he had to report it at all levels. By the time the process was completed, the vegetables would have gotten cold. Su Shengyan stared at Yang Liqing, smacking his lips in hatred. Old Yang is good at everything, but he is too disciplined. He simply no longer pay attention to Yang Liqing and began to shake people, specializing in picking strong and not closed. Even Yu Xiong, who was preparing to go into seclusion, was dragged out by him. This Suja, his guts are really fat. Young people are different in the end. Yu Xiong pinched the plan and lamented. He had already prepared the materials for the retreat. It was hard to be cut off by Su Shengyan. However, this matter was not trivial, so he had to make the trip himself. It would be best if he could get resources. The South Sea Martial Arts University is most lacking in resources right now. Although this year's resources are sufficient, next year may not be. Not to mention this action. South Sea Martial Arts University has invested in a number of high-quality experts. If the enemy uses a 9th grade, I will have to rely on him as a supporter. 138. High-quality collective action. Join hands to kill the enemy. Yu Xiong was considered to be forcibly bound by Suja. However, Suja sent back a message that only allowed the school to participate if they were interested. It was not mandatory, but after Su Shengyan changed hands, the nature was completely different. So if he really had to take the blame, it was still Su Shengyan. When many high grades from the South Sea Martial Arts University gathered around Suja, even Suja was a little confused, because he did not expect there to be so many high grade. In addition to the 2 of them, Yu Xiong and Su Shengyan, there were also 3 existences that were at least late 7th grade. If he remembered correctly, these 3 should have been in seclusion before. They had come out of seclusion so quickly, and they went straight to the battlefield as soon as they came out of seclusion. The most crucial thing was that each of these high grades had excited eyes. Obviously, they were very attached to the matter of resources. Are they afraid of being poor? In the past, they wouldn't have dared to hit the high grade. But with Suja stepping in, the situation was completely different. Dean Su, how is the situation now? A late 7th grade powerhouse couldn't help but ask. Everyone's eyes were focused on Suja. After all, this plan was laid out by him in its entirety. The Great War should break out in the next few days. I estimate that the Desolate Plains clan will send at least 2 or 3 high-grade people over. Suja didn't hesitate and replied directly. He briefly analyzed the situation in the past few days. The number of 6th grade deaths from both the Desolate Plains clan and the Savage Beasts under his dark calculations was quite shocking. The Desolate Plains clan would inevitably send out high grades to probe. Currently, the other party had yet to detect the existence of the Black Hand behind the scenes. The reason was simple. Before the South Realm took the initiative, the South Sea Stronghold had always been the suppressed party. In the past, it was a head-on hard fight, and there was no use for plotting and scheming when the strength was crushed. The Wastelands naturally couldn't think of these twists and turns in the first place. In addition, this time, the place where the incident happened is even closer to the area of the Desolate Plains clan. It was equivalent to being on their own territory. According to Suja's speculation, it was probable that the Desolate Plains clan would first send a 7th rank to come and investigate. This was precisely the time for him to strike. 8 products against 7 products. A quick battle would not be a problem. However, usually high grades acted collectively. The Desolate clan would never expect that the high grade from the South Sea stronghold would suddenly set up an ambush here. Although Suja's plan seemed simple. However, his speculation of the Desolate clan psychology was quite thorough. At least Yu Xiong and the others thought that this plan was feasible. If the number of high-quality people from the Desolate Plains clan was too large, they could always choose to retreat. Just as Suja had declared beforehand. Withdraw immediately if the situation was not right. Overall, the success rate of this operation was quite high, especially now that there were so many high-grade supports from the academy. If we can pit and kill a few more Desolate race high-grade this time, when they fall here, the situation of the South Sea battlefield might be completely reversed. Suja's voice carried a coldness in it. The number of high grades of the Desolate Plains clan was not endless, even if they had an existence above the 9th grade behind them. However, those powerhouses were simply unable to enter the battlefield. Once the Desolate clan suffered too many losses, they would likely end up exiting the South Sea battlefield. If the South Sea stronghold could expel all the Desolate Plains clan back to the original world, this battle achievement would be enough to shake the entire Grand Xia. After all, no 10,000 races battlefield had ever reached such an achievement to date. Fortunately, Suja was also aware that he was thinking too far ahead. Right now, the main focus was still to weaken the power of the Desolate Plains race. In the face of Suja's conclusion, Yu Xiong and the others did not refute it. Although reality might not develop exactly as Suja had envisioned, but it was always worth looking forward to. Next, Suja and a few high grades directly nestled in the Savage Beast Forest and stayed put. In order to prevent exposing their whereabouts, Suja even stopped the hunting operation, letting the conflict between the savage beasts and the wilderness race fester naturally. Suja and the other high-grade powerhouses directly went into guard mode. 3 days later, the crowd finally sensed that 3 shares of the Desolate Plains race's high-grade aura were approaching. These 3 Desolate Plains race high-grade auras had no intention of hiding. Obviously, they didn't expect an ambush at all. The Desolate Plains clan is actually so careless? Even Yu Xiong and the other high grades spat out with their spiritual energy. Headmaster, this is actually quite normal. Have you ever seen a South Sea stronghold set up an ambush before? Suja asked rhetorically with his spiritual energy. These words caused Yu Xiong and the others to freeze violently. It was true that the South Sea stronghold had never had an ambush precedent. After all, in the past, just defending against the Desolate clan attack was exhausting. In the end, the South Sea battlefield had a weak presence amongst the many battlefields of Great Xia. Taking the initiative to attack? In the past, I didn't even dare to think about it. Ambush tactics were naturally impossible to talk about. The crowd didn't communicate anymore, because the 3 Draconic race high grades were already close at hand. 1 8th grade and 2 7th grade? If this lineup relied on Suja alone, it would be tricky. After all, an 8th grade would be able to slow him down. But the situation was very different. There was a 9th grade on the scene plus 2 8th grades and 2 7th grades. It would be easy to crush the 3 high grades of the Desolate Plains clan. Listen to my command and strike at the same time. Make sure to kill them instantly without giving any chance of resistance. I'll deal with the 8th grade. Su Shengyan and Suja will stare down the 2 7th grades, and the rest of the 7th grades will be responsible for mending. Immediately withdraw to the stronghold after you get your hands on them. Yu Xiong's instructions were crisp and clear. No one present, the principal in particular, had long stood at the peak of the 9th product. Boom! Berserk energy tremors swept across the heavens and earth. Absolute strength suppression combined with a perfect sneak attack. The 3 high grades didn't even have a chance to struggle and instantly fell. Withdraw! Yu Xiong drank as he gathered the 3 high-grade corpses like lightning. The crowd did not procrastinate, turning into streams of light and swooping straight to the direction of the stronghold. 139. The Desolate clan suffered heavy losses and started another great war? Who is it? As expected, Yu Xiong and the others had just left not long ago. An angry 9th grade spiritual energy swept over. Unfortunately, a long time had passed by this time. It was enough for Suja and the others to escape to a faraway place. Even if the Desolate Plains clan wanted to investigate, it would take time. Therefore, Suja and the others smoothly returned to the South Sea stronghold. As the distance to the South Sea stronghold got closer and closer, the taut nerves of the crowd gradually relaxed. This time, the Desolate Plains clan suffered heavy losses. I didn't expect the plan to succeed. After all, the Desolate Plains clan has never suffered this kind of loss before, and their defenses are too lax. Who would have thought that the ninth grade principal would personally lead an ambush? After relaxing, the high-grade martial artists of the South Sea Martial Arts University were talking. It was hard to hide the excitement between their words. There was no longer any need to worry about resources for the new school year. The corpses of 3 high-grade corpses of the Wasteland clan were enough to support the consumption for the entire year. In fact, even these high-grade martial artists hadn't expected the operation to go so smoothly. The Desolate Plains clan high-grade was indeed too much of a toady. Will the Desolate Plains clan counterattack in a big way? Suddenly a high-grade spoke out. The crowd turned their gazes to Suja. Obviously, they wanted to hear his insights. After the success of this hunting plan, the crowd's evaluation of Suja had risen quite a bit. This young man was not only amazingly talented in cultivation. His judgment of the situation and psychological control was also extremely methodical. This was exactly the trait that the South Sea Martial Arts University needed the most. After all, Suja could actually bring back resources. This point alone was unrivaled. It will definitely launch a retaliatory attack. 3 high-grade fell, and among them, there's an 8th-grade powerhouse. If there is no response, the prestige of the Desolate Plains clan will be completely destroyed. But they've already lost 5 high-grades in the last year. A large-scale war may not necessarily open, Suja calmly analyzed. Inside the South Sea stronghold, Yang Liqing suddenly frowned. He vaguely sensed a strong aura erupting in the distance. However, due to the distance being too far away, it was difficult to judge the specifics for a moment. The only thing that could be determined was that it was bound to be related to those high grades from the South Sea Martial Arts University. While pondering, Yu Xiong and the others happened to descend from the sky. Sound the alarm immediately. The Desolate clan attack will be coming at any moment. Yu Xiong spoke up first, interrupting Yang Liqing, who wanted to inquire. Understood. Yang Liqing knew the seriousness of the situation and immediately led the order, even though the alarm had yet to be triggered. However, Yang Liqing still chose to trust this principle. When the alarm sounded through the stronghold, all the martial artists in a 100-mile radius received the news. The Wasteland clan has come to attack the city again? Withdraw to the stronghold at full speed. The martial artists were first stunned, then reacted. The actions showed an amazing tacit understanding. Perhaps there would be confusion when attacking. But defense had long since become instinctive. The South Sea battlefield had been opened for many years, and defense had long been engraved into the bones and blood of the martial artists. After the entire stronghold entered a state of combat readiness, Yang Liqing finally had the chance to ask about the details of this operation. 1 8th grade, 2 7th grade. Su Xingyan was the first to speak with a bragging tone. The moment he heard the battle results, even Yang Liqing sucked in cold air. Unexpectedly, the South Sea Martial University had reaped such a bountiful harvest this time. Even he felt the heat in his eyes. Had he known that he should have participated in the action to get a share of the pie? After all, the resources were equally important to him. At this moment, he also finally understood why he had to immediately activate the highest alert. The Wasteland clan has suffered such a heavy blow. If there is no action, it would be counterintuitive. Yang Liqing still did not forget to ask about the course of action. Su Xingyan told us in detail. The eyes of this high-ranking military department suddenly fell on Suja. You should have come to the military department, Yang Liqing said quietly. Suja was silent in response, his complexion fluctuating without any fluctuation. The military department was not his home after all. At this exact moment, the latest intelligence came from the front line. Detected that the main force of the Desolate race is moving towards the stronghold. Multiple other energy reactions of medium grade or higher are approaching. The martial artist in charge of detection reported sharply. Although most of the high grades of the South Sea Martial had not participated in the battle. However, the Desolate clan had likewise lost a large number of high grades. In addition, they needed to leave people behind to guard their own city. The ambush at the South Sea Martial Arts University gave them a hard lesson. As a result, the number of high-quality Arakanese that came to attack didn't form a crushing force. The pressure on the defense of the South Sea strongholds was still manageable. There was no need to urgently recall the high-grade martial artists in seclusion. When the high-grade aura of the Desolate Plains clan approached, the strongest people present released their pressure. Suja was the only one who did nothing. The crowd cast puzzled gazes. You guys say, would the Desolate Plains clan not know that I have been promoted to the 8th grade? Suja suddenly spoke. The Desolate Plains clan and the cultist martial artists might not necessarily share information. The cultist martial artists did not pass on the news during the previous Southern Realm purging operation. The two sides were bound to have a suspicion. Adding to that, the South Sea battlefield continued to purge the cultist forces. It was likely that the Desolate Plains clan still did not know about his breakthrough. When this statement was made, all the high-quality people present were stunned. After thinking about it carefully, they realized that it made sense. It might really be possible, Yang Liqing said quietly. Recently, the cult martial artists didn't even dare to approach the territory of the Wasteland clan. They were afraid of being torn apart on the spot. After all, in the eyes of the majority of the Desolate Plains clan, they simply couldn't tell the difference between cult martial artists and South Sea martial artists. Try it. It might be possible to behead another high grade. The light in Suja's eyes flickered. The aura around his body had been perfectly disguised as the 7th grade realm. If the cultist martial artist really had not reported the incident, the Desolate Plains clan would never have thought that he had broken through to the 8th grade. What's more, when he killed that 7th grade earlier, he borrowed the cultivation rewarded by the system and quietly promoted to the mid-8th rank. Since it was a direct infusion of power from the system, even the high-ranked products of the same line hadn't noticed his change. This made him confident. Even if the test failed, there was no loss. No high-grade present objected to this proposal. After all, even if the Desolate Plains clan knew Suja's true strength, it was nothing more than a frontal confrontation. 140, cutting down another high character and falling away. Right after Suja had an idea, the high grade of the Desolate Plains clan finally descended. At this time, the high grade of the Desolate Plains clan still carried anger. They did not expect the high grade of the South Sea stronghold to be so insidious. In order to ambush the Desolate Plains clan high grade, the other party had set up such a big trap. Damn the people of the South Sea stronghold. This was the heartbeat of the Desolate Plains clan. However, the anger of the high grade of the Desolate Plains clan was still anger. They knew that they couldn't do anything about the other party at this moment, because the situation on the battlefield was changing exceptionally quickly. The South Sea stronghold side had gradually gained the upper hand. It wasn't as if the Desolate race high grade hadn't realized it. But the problem was that they didn't want to admit it. This time, all the high grade were clear that it was destined to be difficult to win or lose against the South Sea stronghold. Even if they were furious, it would not help. The gap in strength had long ago doomed the ending. Both sides have been at war for more than 20 years. They have known each other's strengths for a long time. At this moment, these high quality only need to show attitude. The surface of the scene still need to deal with. After the previous incident of 2 7th grade fell. This time, 3 high grade fell. The Barren Plains tribe has been forced to accept the reality. A high grade stood above the sky. Several gazes filled with killing intent were directed at Suja. Although the truth of the fall of the 3 high grade products was not known, the previous fall of the 2 7th grade products was not known. However, the murderer of the previous 2 7th grade falls was right in front of his eyes. In the face of these gazes, Suja's expression was calm. If gazes could really kill, he would have already died a million times. When a certain peak 7th grade powerhouse locked his aura onto him, panic appeared on Suja's face at just the right moment. In his heart, he was secretly laughing. The Desolate Plains clan had obviously not yet received the key information. The high-grade people in the South Sea stronghold were similarly secretly delighted. They had not expected that there was actually a gap between the Desolate Plains clan and the cultist martial artists. However, this was reasonable. After all, both sides were already alien races. More people were envious. Suja was afraid that he would be able to kill another high-grade. At this moment, it can be predicted. This battle was about to come to an end. The balance of the high-grade battlefield was about to collapse. Battle! Without hesitation, all the high grades quickly locked onto their respective opponents. At the same time, the Desolate clan's army charged towards the South Sea stronghold. Battles between the high grades and the middle and low grades erupted at the same time. This was not the first time this kind of scene had occurred. Both attackers and defenders had experience in dealing with it. Facing the peak 7th grade of the Desolate Plains clan, Suja could have easily crushed them. However, he pretended not to be defeated and led the battlefield to a slightly distant area. In order to ensure that everything was safe, there was nothing wrong with being cautious. It was only a matter of moments. About 10 minutes later, the various battlefields had been fully spread out. Suja and his opponent's figures gradually moved away from the South Sea stronghold. Standing on top of the sky, they were still within the observation range of the stronghold's martial artists. Seeing that there was no more interference around him, Suja removed his disguise. Wouldn't it be better to kill this peak 7th grade in advance and support the other battlefields? Consider it as adding another battle result for the South Sea stronghold. Boom! The sudden outburst of offense caught the opponent off guard. Couldn't the rift between the 7th and 8th grade be easily crossed? 8th grade. The peak 7th rank of the Desolate Plains clan didn't even have room to struggle. The only thing left was the shock and unwillingness frozen in his eyes. To his death, he could not understand. When did Suja break through to the 8th rank? What was even more frightening was that this was by no means the aura of a first-time 8th rank. This doubt was completely annihilated with the flame of life. The sudden change triggered sideways glances from the entire audience. 8th grade? That's impossible. The shocked emotions of the high grade of the Desolate Plains clan were unconcealed. Suja and the others clearly perceived the fluctuation. After resolving this 7th grade, Suja turned his head and locked onto another battlefield. There was no hesitation. It would be foolish not to take advantage of the opportunity to kill another enemy at this moment. However, after the strength was exposed, the difficulty of hunting climbed steeply. None of the Wasteland clan were little darlings either. Retreat quickly. The high grade of the Desolate Plains clan finally reacted at this moment. The 9th grade at the head immediately gave the order. The situation was irreversible. With the fall of the 7th product, the balance of the high-grade battlefield was completely broken. What was even more critical was that Suja had become an 8th rank. This meant that he could intervene in any battlefield at will. The Desolate race's high-grade people were already familiar with the retreat process. The 7th grade of the Desolate Plains race that was targeted by Suja reacted extremely quickly, instantly burning their blood chi to cast a secret method. There was no room for hesitation when fleeing for one's life. This kind of decision could be called a correct demonstration. When a 7th grade person was facing an 8th grade person in pursuit, the only way to have a chance of survival was to make a desperate attempt. Suja chased for a moment and then chose to give up. That's decisive enough. There's still a high grade of the Desolate Plains clan in the back to cover. Although he regretted not being able to kill the second 7th grade, Suja still maintained his sober judgment. There was no need to risk his life for this. This 7th grade had already paid a heavy price. He would not be able to recover his strength for at least 3 to 5 years. The Desolate Plains clan had lost another high-end warrior. In just one day, 4 high-grade fell and 1 was seriously injured. It was a great victory in the South Sea. The ground battlefields synchronized their retreat. The Desolate Plains army came swiftly and withdrew even faster. The whole process is less than half an hour. The South Sea martial artists were quite dismayed by the attack that ended in a snake's tail. The entire battle was filled with a sense of absurdity. Only the South Sea stronghold high-grade people had a subtle look on their faces. The development of the battle actually matched Suja's prediction perfectly. No matter what, the Wasteland clan was greatly injured this time. The most noteworthy, the South Sea Martial Arts University became the biggest winner. Congratulations to your school. The results of the battle far exceed all previous battles. There's no need to worry about resources for the next 2 years. Discussions rose and fell from the high grades of the various armies in Grand Xia. The South Sea Martial University had consecutively cut down 4 high grades in this battle. The entire South Sea stronghold hadn't seen a battle like this in years. What was even more amazing was that 2 of them were killed by Suja alone. Many high-grade people could not hide their sourness. Seeing that the South Sea Martial Arts University was taking the lead, they couldn't even get a share of the spoils. They couldn't even get a share of the leftovers. This kind of comparison could not help but make people's hearts sour. 141. Crazy South Sea Martial Arts University. A high-grade corpse can be exchanged for the Daxia army. Principal Yu Xiong said smilingly. He still left some benefits for the Grand Xia army. At least it allowed the Grand Xia army in the South Sea stronghold to make some difference. After this big battle full of drama ended, Suja began to count his gains. This time, the reward was an elixir that boosted mental strength. Although it was not as precious as an elixir that directly boosted cultivation, it was still considered rare. After all, pills that boosted spiritual power were already scarce. Part of the reason he was able to maintain such an amazing cultivation speed was precisely because of the continuous growth of his spiritual power. Without enough spiritual power to support him, he would simply not be able to harness that massive power of the heavens and earth. It was needless to say how important spiritual power was to a martial artist. Su Kid, there are already 4 high-grade draconic clan members that you have killed. Even my old bones haven't killed so many high-grade. Su Shengyan came to Suja's side at an unknown time and said, "Old man Su, you still have the nerve to say that? How many years has it been since I was promoted to a high grade?" Suja returned to his senses from the inventory and slowly answered. As his strength climbed to the middle of the 8th grade, he faced this dean more and more casually. However, this attitude was instead characterized by intimacy. Many of the surrounding high-grade powerhouses revealed envious expressions. "Wait, you've stepped into the mid-8th grade? I didn't sense the fluctuations in your aura correctly just now, did I?" Su Shengyan did not care about the flirting and pursued the question with a burning gaze. After all, it had only been a short while since Suja had been promoted to the 8th rank. One had to know that even for him, trying to refine at this realm was as difficult as climbing into the sky. "With my cultivation speed, isn't the middle of the 8th rank deserved?" Suja smiled and raised his eyebrows. These words caused Su Shengyan and the surrounding high grades to fall into a collective silence. People were more angry than people. At this moment, the inner portrayal of the crowd was surprisingly consistent. The news of the South Sea battlefield's success quickly spread throughout the 4 directions. The news of the fall of the 4 high grades had to be widely publicized. Whether it was the South Sea Grand Xia Army or the South Sea Martial University, both were happy to see it. For both sides, this was both merit and living advertisement. The greater the fame of the battlefield, the more it would attract casual martial artists. After all, most loose cultivators favored relatively safe battlefields. Nowadays, the South Sea battlefield had obviously met this condition. Several major battles had completely reversed the pattern of offense and defense here. Inside the South Realm Governor's mansion, Su Shoshuan had just unfolded the latest battle report when his pupils suddenly contracted. "What? The South Sea battlefield has made big gains. The high-grade powerhouses from the South Sea Martial Arts University have decimated 4 high-grade?" When he saw the news, Su Shoshuan wondered for a moment if he had misread it. He really didn't expect the South Sea battlefield to have such results. It wasn't until he had repeatedly confirmed it several times that he dared to believe it. Su Shoshuan also carefully checked the details of the battle. After all, not to mention the South Sea battlefield, the entire Southern Realm region had rarely seen so many high-grade fall. In particular, the Exianan battlefield, which he was personally in charge of, had not even killed a single high-grade in recent years. The South Sea Martial Arts University is truly insane. Su Shoshuan, who had finished reading the battle report, couldn't help but sigh. It dared to go deep into alien territory and set up an ambush to intercept a high grade. What was even more outrageous was that it actually succeeded. He didn't know whether to evaluate this as boldness or alternative tactics. However, the key figure repeatedly mentioned in the report caught his attention. It was Suja. The entire ambush plan was planned by him. He had even killed an additional high grade in the closing stages. Su Shoshuan had a deep impression of Suja. This young man didn't have the arrogance that was common amongst Heaven's pride. This alone was worth looking at with a different eye. Not to mention his terrifying cultivation speed. Now that Suja had been promoted to the mid-8th grade, in Su Shoshuan's opinion, the 9th grade realm was just around the corner. Notify the Southern Realm's various prefectures to fully publicize the South Sea battlefield's success story. After contemplating for a moment, Su Shoshuan gave orders to his adjutant, although he knew that this move would bring pressure to the Exianan battlefield. However, as the Grand Governor of the Southern Realm, he had to treat all battlefields fairly. Such a glorious battle result should not only be vigorously proclaimed, but also richly rewarded. With the push from the Southern Realm Grand Commander's office, the news quickly detonated throughout the realm. It even attracted the attention of other great summer frontiers. After all, the 10,000 Races battlefield was not unique to the Southern Realm. However, the performance of other war zones was far less bright than the South Sea battlefield. Most of the war zones were in a state of passive defense for a long time. The helpless lack of high-grade martial artists was a common predicament. Not to mention that these war zones did not have an anomaly like Suja. Killing a high-grade not only required hard power, but also a skillful layout. This was precisely Suja's tried and true tactic. It's a pity that the cruelty of the battlefield has bound the whims of many high-grade martial artists. Even if they have ideas, they may not dare to try them. The guts of high-grade martial artists were ultimately limited. After all, the slightest carelessness could sway the entire battlefield. As strong as Suja, he also needed to study the situation on the South Sea battlefield before formulating a plan. It was not just a brute force. The results of this battle are not all attributed to him. At least 30% of the credit must go to Dean Xiong. If it wasn't for the Dean himself, the ambush plan wouldn't have worked. There was an 8th grade expert in the Arakan camp. Even if Suja's combat power was slightly better, if he was held back for a moment, the entire ambush circle would have completely collapsed. The entire ambush circle would completely collapse. If the ambush failed, there would be no way to talk about the subsequent counterattack by the desolate plains. It was completely reasonable to allocate part of the credit to the principal. Suja did not care about this. He knew deep down that the headmaster did not lack resources to add to the effort at all. This old man's entire participation was purely for the purpose of guarding South Sea Martial University. He had poured too much of his heart and soul into this institution that he had created with his own hands. Because of this, the principal would fully support Suja when he proposed his plan. This operation had gathered more than half of the high-grade combat power of the South Sea Martial University. However, Suja's reputation did not skyrocket as a result. However, there were still martial artists who had learned through special channels. He had harvested 2 more high-grade heads. For high-grade kills, this number caused the pupils of countless martial artists to tremble. Of course, anyone with a discerning eye knew the secret. These 2 kills more or less carried the color of a tactical game. As the Desolate Plains clan realized Suja's fighting style, it is difficult to repeat the same tactics. But people obviously underestimated Suja's growth rate. Nowadays, his rate of refinement at the 8th rank realm was even more appalling than when he was at the 7th rank. He had just finished killing the 7th grade powerhouse. Suja swept up the 6th grade Savage Beast group without stopping. Although the medium grade prey rewards had shrunk, it was better than having the ability statute of limitations run out. After all, the activation window of the killing domain was fleeting. 142, massive resources, and the law still has no clue. Before the time limit ended, Suja wasn't sure how many 6th grade Savage Beast corpses he had accumulated in his spatial pouch. Anyway, he always remembered to leave behind the scent of the barbarians when he killed them. Savage beasts did not have a high IQ. Even if there were some high-grade existences, they couldn't tell about the scent. As time passed, the duration of this ability finally ended. Time to go back. A light flashed in Suja's eyes as he murmured softly. The harvest from this ability this month was quite considerable. As the number of kills increased, his cultivation realm had not only stabilized at the mid-8th grade. There was even a significant refinement, together with the elixirs that were stockpiled on his body. Impacting the peak of the mid-8th grade would not be difficult. However, Suja now began to consider the issue of law comprehension. Laws were not that easy to master. According to the principal's experience, it was best to choose a direction related to one's own characteristics. For example, Suja's Mad God Blade technique blade intent was clearly related to the fire attribute. Therefore, it was entirely possible to consider comprehending the law of fire from the laws of the 5 elements. Most martial artists started with the 5 elemental laws. After all, the laws of the 5 elements belonged to the basic laws and were relatively easy to grasp. A large number of related elements also existed in daily contact. The law of fire in terms of destructive power is the best of the 5 elemental laws. Of course, the conception of the conception. Even the most basic laws could not be comprehended just because one wanted to. There is also a need to acquire the ability to enhance enlightenment. Suja secretly pondered. However, this kind of thing could not be rushed. Law comprehension was originally a difficult process. Countless 8th grade martial artists were stuck at this threshold. Currently, Suja was not in a hurry. Even if he hadn't yet comprehended the laws, cultivation enhancement was still a priority. After returning to the South Sea stronghold, Suja took a short break and went to find Su Shengyan. The main reason was that the principal had returned to the South Sea Martial Arts University. The spirit stones exchanged for the 2 7th grade corpses earlier had long been transferred to his account. This time, the main reason for looking for Su Shengyan was to understand the recent situation. It included both the South Sea battlefield and also involved the dynamics of the Martial Dao University. By the way, to deal with the hoarded barbarian beast meat, these were valuable supplies. Although Su Shengyan sat in the South Sea stronghold, he often went out due to his alchemy needs. "How many savage beasts have you hunted here?" Su Shengyan could not hide his surprise when he saw the inventory in Su's space bag. Not much, save more resources. Daughter will grow up in a few more years. Su's tone was calm. Naturally, it was impossible to reveal the reward mechanism. What responded to him was Su Shengyan's undisguised blank stare. If other high grades cried poverty, he might believe it. But he didn't believe half a word of Su's words. In the past year or so of consecutively defeating 4 high-grade warriors, the accumulation of resources was by no means a small amount. Just the 7th grade space bags alone had collected several of them. Cultivation resources had long since piled up, not to mention the value of the corpses themselves. Unfortunately, Su Shengyan did not know. This time, in the space bags of the 2 7th grade corpses, there really weren't many cultivation materials. There were only some high-grade materials. Suja casually collected them in his spatial bag, preparing for future emergencies. The two tacitly skipped over this topic. Su Shengyan turned to introduce the recent situation of the South Sea battlefield. First of all, the Wasteland clan was unusually quiet and even strategically retreated a lot of areas. The South Sea stronghold had been on alert for days, thinking that the other side was trying to pull off another plot. As for the South Sea Martial Arts University, it was calm. Both the instructors and students were exceptionally excited during this time. This was because the school had given them a substantial increase in resource supply. Yu Xiong, the principal, wasn't generally bold. It was obvious that he was going to use massive resources to hard slam the school's overall strength up. By common sense, the resources currently obtained if used sparingly. Maintaining it for 3 years would not be a problem at all. But this principal obviously didn't think so. 3 years was too long. Who knew what would change in the middle? It would be better to convert the resources into actual combat power in advance. Even if there was a partial waste, so what? Headmaster is wise. Suja could only comment like this in the end. He did recognize the principal's decision. Don't look at the desolate race's current show of weakness. But who could say what was really going on in the wasteland world? It might be possible that it would counterattack at some point. After all, although the desolate race had suffered a lot of losses, their roots should not have been heavily damaged. Suja did not dwell too much on this aspect. At least in the short term, the situation was fairly stable. Instead of worrying about the movements of the Desolate Plains clan, it was better to focus on improving his own strength. Old man Su, do you have any comprehension of the laws? Suja smoothly asked about cultivation. After all, both of them were now at the 8th grade realm. They were barely considered to be on the same path. Su Shengyan threw another big blank stare this time. You think everyone is as demonic as you? I'm completely clueless right now. He shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. Although one could attempt to comprehend the laws by stepping into the 8th rank. But that was for the pride of the top of the line in enlightenment. The enlightenment of ordinary geniuses like him was still far from perfect. Right now, Su Shengyan only wanted to raise his cultivation first. He would consider the issue of laws when he reached the peak of the 8th grade. This was also the choice of most 8th grade martial artists. Usually when the cultivation level reached the peak of the 8th grade, the power of heaven and earth will reach its limit. That was the best time to realize the laws. However, Su Shengyan was confident in Suja's enlightenment. After all, he had personally seen the other party have 2 epiphanies. This talent was truly enviable. I don't have any thoughts right now either. The time to advance to the 8th rank is still too short. Suja sighed softly. He paid extra attention to the issue of laws. It was because once one succeeded in comprehending the laws, strength could no longer be measured by regular 8th product standards. An 8th product that grasped a law was a completely different concept from a regular 8th product. Even at the early stage of the 8th product, as long as one comprehends the law. At the level of battle power, it was enough to rival the late stage of an ordinary 8th product. If one were to comprehend the laws now, even against an ordinary peak 8th product, one might not lose. This was the terror of the laws. Unfortunately, looking at the entire Grand Xia, there were only a handful of people who were able to comprehend the laws before the peak of the 8th grade. Most of the martial artists who comprehended the laws at the peak of the 8th grade are preparing to advance to the 9th grade. The existence of those who had grasped the laws before reaching the peak could be called a phoenix feather. Suja and Su Shengyan talked for a long time. When it was time to part, Su Shengyan suddenly revealed an important piece of news. 3 months at most. We won't have to continue stationing at the South Sea stronghold. The main reason was that recently, one after another, high-grade powerhouses had ended their seclusion. These high grades showed a strong interest in guarding the stronghold. The reason was simple. Non-military high grades stationed at the South Sea stronghold could obtain a large amount of merit. Many precious resources needed to be exchanged by the 10,000 races battlefield merits. Unlike Suja and his kind of martial artists who had sufficient resources, many of the high-quality people couldn't wait to be stationed at the South Sea stronghold for the entire year. Immediately after leaving the customs, they applied to take over the positions of the two men. Su Shengyan and Suja were happy about this. The town guard mission was instead a restraint for them who did not lack resources. After returning to the residence, the first thing Suja did was to prepare to extract the new month's ability. 143 Enlightenment against the heavens, refining weapons. Begin extraction. Suja droned lowly in his mind. The scarlet roulette will spun rapidly. 9 brilliant haze lights suddenly bloomed. Suja's pupils shrunk slightly. This was the first time a 9-colored vision had appeared. In his perception, 9 was an extreme number. 9 colors most likely represented the highest grade of the wheel. Of course, this was only speculation. Perhaps there was a higher level of the 10 directions Xianguang. Golden words appeared on top of the golden wheel. Extraction successful. Obtained, Crafting Dao Unique Experience Card. All domains of crafting enlightenment increased to Heavenly Dao level. Valid for 30 days. A bitter smile spread across the corners of Suja's mouth. The light curtain description covered smelting, woodworking, and 100 other craftsmanship skills, the only one that had nothing to do with martial arts cultivation. He rubbed the gilt card in his hand. Although the forging patriarch status was honorable, compared to the great Tao of eternal life that shattered the void, the knuckles pinched white. The first triggered 9-color chance was actually not a cultivation talent. Anyone would be disappointed. The true chi of a 7th-grade martial artist rushed through the meridians. Suja closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing, calming his mind in a moment. A martial artist is most wary of obsessive thoughts. Just as he was about to put the card into the storage ring, an aura appeared. Weapon smithing requires fire control. Dan Dao also requires fire control. And the fire law? He stood up with a huff, and his true chi shattered the teapot on the desk. 3 days later, 77 Tiangong Kai Wu, 1000 calcined secret record, spread all over the quiet room. The pages of the books were windless, and between the lingering scent of the ink, the rhythms of the Tao flowed in Suja's eyes. So it is. His fingertips lightly knocked on the leaving fire to forge gold chapter, and the fine iron turned into a soft finger in his palm. It was only at this moment that he realized the so-called heaven-defying enlightenment was literally a gift from heaven. Any craftsmanship problem, a little thought will be like a butcher's ox. Clang! The meteorite iron hammer smashed on the basalt ingot, and the sparks outlined the pattern of the law. The corners of Suja's mouth raised in an enlightened smile. In the sound of the anvil trembling, a strand of red-colored Tao lines quietly climbed up the hammer handle. 3 days was already enough time for Suja to prepare the entire set of weapon refining equipment. As long as there were enough spirit stones, this matter was actually very simple. In a world where aura was revived, many people lacked spirit stones. After all, spirit stones were not just currency, but also a cultivation resource. Regardless of whether they were low-grade or high-grade, spirit stones were useful. For example, when he was cultivating in the South Sea base before, Suja needed to use spirit stones every time he made a breakthrough. Suja's first time refining weapons attracted a lot of attention. Mainly because there were so many refining equipment, they could only be placed in the open. Many martial artists were very puzzled when they first saw these devices. The South Sea stronghold was a battlefield after all. How could someone refine weapons here? However, when they realized that the owner of the equipment was Suja, they immediately came to a realization. Suja's enlightenment is not generally amazing. Maybe he has a talent in weapon refining as well. It's also possible that he was bored of staying at the stronghold and got a set of equipment to pass the time. The martial artists debated, but their words were all tinged with support. After all, Suja's strength was superb, and it was normal for him to have a bit of a special hobby. However, the vast majority of martial artists knew nothing about refining weapons and were purely here to watch the fun. Suja didn't care about what the others thought and directly started his first weapon refining. He decided to start with a low-grade long knife. Although his theoretical knowledge and understanding was sufficient, he still made frequent mistakes when practicing. The fire control was unstable, the pounding was uneven, and the problems were endless. Fortunately, with the blessing of heavenly enlightenment, all mistakes would not be repeated a second time. Theory and practice were gradually unified through repeated grinding. First grade level? Suja's first time refining a weapon felt pretty good. Being able to refine a grade 1 weapon meant that he had officially stepped into the threshold of a refiner. This was more due to his strong enlightenment and mental power. When forging, he was able to instantly discover problems and correct them. Looking at the long knife that had just come out of the furnace, Suja casually tossed it to the distant onlookers. Weapons made from low-grade materials were useless to him, so he might as well treat them as a benefit. While the crowd of onlookers were stunned, a first-grade martial artist grabbed the long knife with a quick eye. Many thanks to Senior Su. The other party's voice trembled with excitement. Suja nodded slightly and turned around to devote himself to the next round of refining weapons. In just a few days, Suja was once again famous in the South Sea battlefield. The reason was simple. He was giving away weapons for free. To a martial artist, a good weapon could significantly increase strength. However, in Grand Xia, a good weapon was expensive. Low-grade martial artists often faced a shortage of resources. This was something Suja knew well. After all, he himself had wasted many years at the low-grade level. Because of this, he would give away weapons regardless of the cost. Although he didn't know how many weapons could be refined, sending one more was one more hope. Perhaps a certain weapon could really change the fate of a certain martial artist. In the end, he was only doing it for the sake of thought. Other gains and losses were not even in the picture. Although the high-grade martial artists in the South Sea stronghold were suspicious, no one stepped in to stop them. For one, this was Suja's personal behavior. Secondly, this move would indeed benefit the South Sea martial artists. As time passed, Suja began to challenge the mid-grade weapons. Under the blessing of heaven-defying enlightenment, the low-grade weapons had long since been devoid of difficulty. Even the weapons used by third-grade martial artists he was able to forge with ease. Now finally, he was officially advancing into the mid-grade realm. There was only 1 month left in the statute of limitations for crafting Dao Unique. Suja was unwilling to waste any time. His true goal was to refine a high-grade divine weapon. As for comprehending the laws of fire, he needed to wait for the right opportunity. 144. Forge Madness. The laws are introductory. After spending 10 days, Suja had reached the realm of pure fire in refining medium-grade weapons. The onlooker martial artists could hardly hide their surprise. How could Suja be able to refine a mid-grade weapon so quickly? Even though they had never refined a weapon before, they knew that refining a weapon was no easy task. Without more than 10 years of work, it was simply impossible to refine a medium-grade weapon. Suja did not keep these mid-grade weapons. Instead, he found a suitable owner for each weapon. His only requirement for gifting the weapons was that the weapon level must match the martial artist's realm. This would maximize the utility of the weapon. Avoiding resale, he was naturally unwilling to see the weapons he had built gathering dust. However, these weapons did not take up too much of Suja's energy. As the refining grade was raised to middle grade, flame control became especially critical. In terms of flame control, Suja had already accumulated a lot of experience. This was due to dealing with flames for a long time. The heaven-defying enlightenment played a key role. Suja had vaguely touched the threshold of flame control. His comprehension of the laws of flame became more and more profound. He began to attempt to refine high-grade divine weapons. However, there was a world of difference between high-grade divine weapons and medium-grade weapons. The primary difficulty was the scarcity of materials. Refining divine weapons required heavenly materials of the corresponding grade. Fortunately, the rare materials accumulated previously were enough to support the experiment. The second problem was the lack of refining techniques and inheritance. All orthodox divine weapons had secret techniques for refining them. The top weapon masters in Daxia all strictly adhere to the teacher's inheritance system. A complete inheritance system can guarantee the success rate of refining. But Suja does not have any of these. However, his natural understanding was enough to make up for the shortcomings. The existing high-quality materials could still support trial and error. Even so, Suja was still cautious. After all, high-grade materials could not withstand repeated consumption. The first divine weapon failed after 3 days. However, this attempt allowed Suja to grasp the key trick. Although he did not become a divine weapon, he accidentally refined a peak 6th grade weapon. Thanks to the superior quality of the high-grade materials, the power of this 6th grade weapon far exceeded the normal level. These weapons Suja directly gifted to the school. The school did have quite a few middle-grade realm mentors. He naturally would not forget to give out benefits to the academy's tutors. The second divine weapon similarly failed without any suspense. This refining took 3 days. However, Suja had already accumulated more experience with weapon refining. The third and fourth handles began to be forged one after another. 3 more were destroyed one after another. The total number of failures was 5, and it took half a month. The duration of the crafting Dao Unique was about to run out. However, with repeated trial and error. Instead, Suja's eyes lit up with a burning aura, and he had already analyzed 90% of the key techniques. He had absolute confidence that he would break through the shackles in the next forge. At this moment, he truly realized the power of the top talent. If he were to use his heavenly enlightenment for martial arts cultivation, it would be impossible for him to skyrocket within a month or so. It would never be possible to make such a rapid progress in a month or so. But in the field of weapon refining and casting, this talent was horrifying. After a short break, a new round of forging started. This time, every aspect was perfected. From the control of the flame to the frequency of forging, it was all as precise as a mechanical scale. A mysterious premonition lingered in my heart. This furnace will become a divine weapon. As the forging process progressed, with the blessing of enlightenment, he even touched the edge of an epiphany. Su Shengyan heard that Suja's recent obsession with smithing was suspected to be demonic. He came here to find out what was going on. However, he bumped into the other party in a state of epiphany. Do you call this going off the deep end? Bitterness rose in Su Shengyan's throat. How long had it been since the last epiphany? He had actually stepped into the realm of enlightenment once again. This was clearly a demon that existed specifically for the purpose of striking others. The words of exhortation originally prepared were instantly nullified, as if they had never come. Su Shengyan was not the only one affected. A number of high-grade powerhouses in the South Sea stronghold. By virtue of their strong spiritual power, they had long since gained insight into the situation at the scene. Looking at Suja's state, the collective fell into silence. Although the high grade is already the top of the martial arts pyramid. At this moment, Suja was blissfully unaware of the thoughts of the crowd. Under the arcane state, his comprehension of the laws of flame was climbing at an astonishing rate. The flame of forging. In a subtle way, Suja seemed to have touched the threshold of the laws. The laws of fire were only a general direction, and the specific laws that each person comprehended varied. For example, some people controlled the law of flame, and some people mastered the law of red flame. All of these laws essentially belonged to the branch category of the laws of fire. The same was true for the other 5 elemental laws. When one thought about it carefully, this was indeed normal. Each high-grade strong person's perception of the law is very different. Environmental influences and differences in personal comprehension could all cause differences. At this moment, Suja's core feeling of the flame was blazing. With the help of his heaven-defying enlightenment, he perfectly integrated this heat into the forging of his weapon. 3 days later, when the weapon was finally formed, a long-lost joy finally appeared on Suja's face. At this moment, the weapon in his hands had barely reached the 7th grade divine weapon level, although it was still at the bottom of the divine armament sequence. However, this meant that in the field of forging, Suja could afford the title of master. At the same time, the comprehension of the flames during the forging process became more and more profound. Strike the iron while it is hot. Suja continued casting without hesitation. There was very little time left in the statute of limitations of the crafting Dao unique ability, although this ability did not directly enhance cultivation. However, it allowed Suja to find another way to make rapid progress in his comprehension of the laws. Everything in the world was made up of laws, and refining artifacts and alchemy was no exception. The day before his ability expired, Suja successfully forged the 4th divine weapon. Thereafter, he suspended weapon casting. Instead, he utilized the last 12 hours to fully comprehend the law Upanishads. Burning, forging, and quenching, countless elements intertwined and collided in his consciousness. The comprehension of the laws of fire continued to deepen. Combined with the fire attribute technique that he had previously studied, the 2 streams of sense gradually intermingled. However, the fiery cognition gained during the forging process ultimately dominated. The fluctuations of the laws, if any, began to flow around him. With his heaven-defying enlightenment, Suja finally crossed the threshold of the laws. although it was only the first glimpse of the doorway. However, he had already paved the way to the 9th grade. A person who comprehended the laws with a cultivation of the middle of the 8th grade. There were only a handful of people in the entire Grand Xia. Suja's mastery of the law of fiery heat was one of the branches of the fire system. This was due to the accumulation of the Mad God Blade technique. It also stemmed from the deep understanding of the nature of flames during forging. Both were indispensable. Law comprehension was far more difficult than one could imagine. Without the support of heaven-defying enlightenment, it would never be possible to succeed even if it was only 3 days short. With the laws in hand, heaven and earth are different. Suja whispered as he gently stroked the sword, the leaping firelight reflected in his eyes. 145. The northwestern Tianshan battlefield changed, and help was sought in the southern realm. Because of the law initiation, Suja was able to feel that the efficiency of his own absorption of the power of heaven and earth had increased by at least 3 times. As for the increase in strength, naturally there was no need to say more. Nowadays, he was at least comparable to an ordinary peak 8th grade. In addition to that, there were many other uses for the power of laws. For example, when refining weapons, if law power was added, it would be able to greatly increase the power of divine weapons. It could be said that after the introduction of the laws, even if Suja only had a superior qualification, his cultivation speed was no less than that of some geniuses or even heavenly prides. This was already very astonishing, even if Suja subsequently stopped extracting any abilities. He could also easily cultivate to the 9th grade. This clearly broke the upper limit of qualifications. According to common sense, cultivating to the 7th grade of martial artist was the limit of the superior qualifications. It was difficult to break through the realm of a high-grade martial artist. It was only Suja who had a breakthrough. Because the laws had just been introduced, Suja did not rush to extract new abilities. Instead, he chose to go into seclusion. Taking advantage of the opportunity of just comprehending the laws, he continued to deepen his senses. The introduction of the law does not mean that there is no need to study it. After all, the scorching heat law was only a branch of the law of fire. What's more, martial artists were not limited to comprehending only one rule. It was said that amongst the existences above the 9th grade, there were a few who controlled multiple rules. Suja naturally would not be satisfied with this. Of course, he hadn't thought that far ahead at the moment. However, it was still necessary to study the scorching heat law more thoroughly. The enhancement brought about by the laws far exceeded expectations. It was almost an all-round strengthening. It was no wonder that the previous principal had such an easy time killing the 8th rank of the Wasteland clan. It hardly took much effort. Suja directly closed his eyes for most of the month. It wasn't until it was difficult to gain new epiphanies again that he decided to come out of seclusion. Heaven-defying enlightenment. When he exited the seclusion, he still lamented the subtle sense of understanding at first glance and understanding at the slightest point. This state of near epiphany mesmerized him. If he could draw the 9-colored ability that aided in cultivation, he would definitely get twice the result with half the effort. However, not long after Suja left the gate, Su Shengyan hurriedly came to his door. Looking at the demeanor seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been concerned about his movements at all times. "Old man Su, what happened?" Suja asked bluntly. By common sense, Su Shengyan would not be so anxious. The Tianshan battlefield has suddenly changed. Help is being sought from the southern realm. Su Shengyan's tone was grave. Previously, the southern realm had also sought assistance from other regions. Mutual support between battlefields was the norm. Usually, requests for assistance would not be directed at a single region. In most cases, all parties would give more or less support. Take the previous battle in the southern realm as an example. Even if some regions didn't send any troops, they still provided resource support. If reinforcements come, the Southland needs to provide them with cultivation resources. If the reinforcements died in battle, the South Realm also needed to compensate the forces they belonged to. Therefore, if the situation was not critical, few regions would easily ask for help. When the South Realm put down its face to ask for help, it was actually to take revenge on the Desolate Plains race. What exactly happened at the Tianshan base? What are the arrangements on the South Realm's part? A curious look appeared on Suja's face as he asked out loud. Since Su Shengyan had purposely waited for him to come out of the gate, the South Sea Martial Arts University was naturally responsible in this matter. Su Shengyan recounted the original cause of the incident in detail, A high-grade martial artist of a foreign race had actually broken through the Tianshan base's spatial channel and infiltrated into the territory of Granxia. This matter can be called the most serious breach of the Tianshan base. A high-grade foreigner infiltrating Granxia could cause incalculable harm. Could either leak the Granxia's confidential information or collude with other battlefield foreign races. The slightest mistake would trigger a chain reaction, especially if this foreigner high-grade were to establish contact with foreigners from other battlefields. The entire Granxia would face a crisis. As he listened to Su Shengnian's narration, Suja's expression became more and more grave. He clearly realized the seriousness of the incident. If not handled properly, the omission of the Tianshan base threatened to shake the foundation of the Granxia. Suja was originally puzzled. The northwestern region had a heavy military presence, and its military strength was not weak. Why do you need to ask for help from other areas? At this moment, I finally realized that it was a high-quality foreigner who broke through the defense line and sneaked into the territory. No one knew the whereabouts and intentions of this high-grade alien. The martial artists of the Northwest region were forced to conduct a full-scale search, resulting in a severe shortage of manpower. It was only natural to call for help. Faced with a crisis of this caliber, none of the major war zones would shirk their responsibility. Everyone was aware of the disastrous consequences that could be triggered by a high-grade infiltration of a foreign race. The South Realm has sent the first batch of support, including 3 high-grade martial artists from the Xianan battlefield. The second batch of support needs to be drawn from the South Sea battlefield. The specific program will be decided by the South Sea Martial Arts University in consultation with the South Sea Stronghold Garrison. Su Shengyan explained the current support deployment. Even though the Northwest region had been fully blockaded, satellites were constantly monitoring every corner of the ground. All efforts were being made to track the movements of that high-grade alien race. However, the alien race of the Tianshan battlefield was extremely special. Its race possesses an extremely strong talent for camouflage despite its deformed body shape. Xia named it the anthropomorphic race. It was this talent that led to a fatal loophole in the martial artist's defense. Now this foreign high-grade was bound to be hiding in the crowd. Otherwise, the Northwest region wouldn't have mobilized such a huge manpower to search for it. What is the strength of this foreign race? How is the school prepared to deal with it? Suja pressed for more specific details. The strength is at the 7th grade level. It's not considered strong. Its hiding ability is the key. The school plans to send us for support. The mental power coverage of an 8th grade martial artist far exceeds that of a 7th grade. The South Sea battlefield is currently in a stable situation. For the time being, it will be sufficient for a few 7th grade martial artists to hold down the fort on your behalf. Of course, there's no harm if you want to continue your seclusion. Su Shengyan gave his reply dryly. This was precisely the reason why he had purposely waited for Suja to come out of seclusion. The second batch of support originally did not have a time limit requirement. Adding to this, the Northwest region had already implemented an area-wide blockade. There was relatively ample time. That alien high-grade obviously sensed the crisis. So far, it is still dormant and has not yet appeared. Although this matter is urgent, there is no need to act in haste. As long as the high-grade foreigner is not removed, the blockade order will not be lifted. Even if Great Xia dug up the ground 3 feet, it had to eliminate the hidden danger. Go! Suja resolutely agreed. Although Su Shengyan did not force himself, he knew the importance of the situation. He was willing to contribute to the northwestern defense line. 146. Arriving in the northwest after all, Tianshan base. With his growing strength, Suja didn't mind the occasional partaking of the world. Su Shengyan still wore a delighted look on his face after hearing this. He had always held a certain almost blind trust in Suja's strength and chi. Perhaps it was possible that it could really be found by Suja. Suja and Su Shengyan did not waste any time. They directly completed the handover with the 7th grade martial artist from the South Sea Martial Arts University. Accompanying them was a Daxia military 8th grade from the South Sea Stronghold. 3 8th grade powerhouses were gathered. If not for the easing of the situation in the South Sea battlefield, it would never have been possible to draw out 3 8th grade warriors at once. The special airplane had already been fully loaded and ready to go. The voyage from the southern realm to the northwest region was not that far. When the airplane landed on the northwestern land, the dry air hit the face. After the recovery of spiritual chi, the geographical environment of Granxia had changed significantly. Take the northwestern region, for example. The dryness climbed year after year, and the average temperature throughout the year far exceeded that of other regions. This was in stark contrast to the humid climate of the southern realm. Even 8th grade powerhouses such as Su Shengyan detected the discomfort brought about by their surroundings. The northwestern aura was wrapped in a restlessness factor. The laws of fire were unusually active here. Suja, however, stretched his brows to reveal a cozy expression. The newly comprehended scorching laws made him naturally close to the fire attribute. Being in the northwestern part of the country, his understanding of the laws was growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. The arrival of the 3 8th grades was not communicated in advance. As the entire northwest region was in a state of blockade, routine inspections were essential. The second batch of support personnel from the southern realm. 8th grade martial artist Suja, 8th grade martial artist Su Shengyan, and 8th grade martial artist Wang Xingqiu. When the identity verification was completed, the staff at the Tianshan Base Airport could hardly hide their shock. They knew that the first batch of the South Realm support team had already contained multiple high grades. However, they hadn't expected the second batch of the lineup to be even more staggering. In the martial arts world, the 8th grade was already an existence of a sect. 3 8th grade warriors had arrived together. Not only would Tianshan Base be shaken, the entire Northwest War Zone would be focused on it. The overall strength of the Northwest was already stronger than the South. The harsh environment gave birth to a more swarthy group of martial artists. The average battle strength was a whole tier higher than the Southern Realm, which was an extremely terrifying advantage. Head directly to the governor's mansion. Northwest Grand Governor Kong Chenghu has been sitting at the Tianshan base for more than 3 months. According to the intelligence, there is a high probability that a high grade of the foreign race is lurking in this area. Su Shengyan skillfully planned his course of action. Obviously, he had done his homework before coming and knew the situation in the northwest like the back of his hand. Tianshan Base. The entire base had entered a state of total martial law. From the airport to the Grand Governor's mansion, Suja and the others saw quite a few escorts along the way. Each of the escorts was equipped with various types of technological equipment. These devices were mainly used to detect foreign races. Since the recovery of aura, relevant detectors had long been popularized. As long as a life form that did not match human characteristics was detected, it could be recognized as a foreigner. In special cases, a process of control before verification was adopted. It was said that over the decades since the instrument was introduced, there had only been sporadic cases of misjudgment. The accuracy rate has been infinitely close to 100%. Unfortunately, the existing equipment still hadn't locked onto the trail of that high-grade alien. Some even suspected that the target had long since left the Tianshan base. This was the root cause of the Northwest's territory-wide blockade. Not only were the major bases tightly guarded, the wilderness areas were also covered with surveillance networks. In addition to the escorts, Suja also noticed quite a few foreign-dressed martial artists. They should be reinforcements from other war zones. Some war zones were under tremendous pressure themselves, and it was difficult to deploy high-grade martial arts forces. They could only send middle-grade martial artists to form search teams. This type of team is still capable of carrying out field reconnaissance. However, the risk of facing a high-grade alien race was extremely high. A 6th grade martial artist wouldn't last more than 3 moves in front of an 8th grade. However, when a target was discovered, the high-grade martial artists from the Northwest War Zone would immediately rush to their aid. There was absolutely no way that they would let a high-grade alien escape. It wasn't that Xia was unwilling to send out a strong person above the 9th product. The key lies in the fact that this alien high-grade is carrying a special shielding treasure. Conventional detection methods are completely ineffective against it. This forced Xia to use the primitive strategy of carpet searching. The crowd quickly arrived at the governor's mansion. The Tianshan base was not the Northwest core area. The governor's mansion in front of them was only a temporary command post that had been requisitioned. Northwest Grand Viceroy Kong Chenghu had long been waiting in front of the door. This 9th grade powerhouse personally greeted the reinforcements, showing the importance attached to them. When the news of the South Realm's 3 8th grade allies arrived, Kong Chenghu was quite stunned. He obviously did not expect the South Realm to be so generous. An 8th grade martial artist was not an unusual combatant. Even in the Northwest War Zone, where the overall strength was much stronger, the number of high-grade products was extremely limited. Kong Chenghu carefully examined the files of the 3. Su Shengyan was considered an old acquaintance, and his high-grade alchemist status had many encounters with the Northwest. Wang Xingqiu came from the Daxia military. Although not serving in the northwest, the military reputation is not low. Only Suzhou was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Until he turned over the archives, his memory was clear. This is not the famous South China Sea Pride. Previously, the sensation caused by Suzhou had long been spread throughout the entire Grand Xia. Although Kong Qinghu heard about it, but the Northwestern War affairs did not pay too much attention. As a governor, he even dealt with the daily affairs of the lack of time. At this moment, reading Suzhou's resume, this ninth-grade powerhouse could not hide his amazement. The South Sea had actually bred such a true dragon. With such a horrifying promotion speed, even a ninth-grade powerhouse wouldn't dare to take it lightly. It was indeed necessary to establish a good relationship with the South Sea. After all, the South Sea battlefield had just dealt a heavy blow to the high-grade warriors of the Desolate Plains clan. Now, Daxia has formed an overwhelming advantage in this battlefield. If the Northwest encounters a crisis in the future, it may be possible to ask for help from the South China Sea. Because of the multiple considerations, Kong Qinghu chose to welcome him personally. Facing the supreme commander of the Northwest, Suzhou and the others looked calm. It was not the first time they had dealt with a ninth-grade powerhouse. The gulf between the 8th and 9th grade was far less huge than the outside world imagined. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Shengyan, who was the representative of the team, went straight to the point. Grand Metropolitan Kong, what areas are still left to be cleared? We can put in searches at any time. They kept in mind the core mission of this trip. Hunt down and kill the high grade of the alien race. Follow me. Kong Qinghu thunderously turned to lead the way. There was anxiety between the brows of this grand metropolitan commander. The changes in the Tianshan battlefield far exceeded expectations, and if he didn't need to sit at the command center, he would have already gone to the front line himself. The assistant quickly presented 3 sets of special communication devices. These devices had 2 functions: real-time battlefield communication and an electronic map labeling the search area. The maps clearly show the number of times each area has been searched. A single search was obviously not enough insurance. That alien high-grade has the ability to move. It's highly likely that he'll make a comeback and hide in the searched area. 147, Triple Enlightenment and Luck. After having this device, Suzhou and the other 3 8th grade immediately took action. As 8th grade, they were able to search a much larger area. Although many parts of the northwest region were deserts. However, after the recovery of Aura, a large number of sand beasts appeared. These sand beasts were all swarming creatures. Once they found their targets, they would all chase after them without stopping. This situation greatly limited the range of movement of martial artists below high grade. High-grade martial artists were able to step into the air, so naturally, there was no such restriction. Although some of the sand beasts possessed the ability to fly, their flying height was limited. They simply couldn't touch the height of the firmament where high-grade martial artists were. For high-grade martial artists, numbers could no longer form an obstacle. Kong Qinghu did not specify which area Suzhou and the others had to explore. It only allowed Suzhou and the others to choose on their own. After all, these 3 people had come to provide support and were not under the direct jurisdiction of the Northwest region. Su Boy, you go in this direction. Brother Wang, you go in that direction. Su Shengyan quickly finished assigning their respective tasks. Neither Suzhou nor Wang Xingqiu raised any objections. There was no hierarchical relationship between the 3 of them in the first place. Being the same 8th grade martial artist, it was more of a mutual respect. If one were to talk about actual combat power, Su Shengyan was probably the weakest of the 3. Wang Xingqiu, as an 8th grade from the Daxia army, had experienced an unknown number of bloody battles. In terms of battle prowess, Su Shengyan could not necessarily even beat him. Suzhou was even more so. Even without comprehending the scorching heat law, his battle power had long surpassed Su Shengyan. The 3 8th grade quickly dispersed. According to the plan, Suzhou came to the southern part of the northwestern region. The immediate area had already been searched, and he needed to travel to a more remote area. To him, there was actually no difference between near and far. Nowadays, in the entire northwestern region, even if he encountered a 9th product existence, he also had the certainty of retreating in one piece. However, after 5 consecutive days of searching, Suzhou had never found any trace of the alien high grade. Not only him, all the martial artists involved in the search had found nothing. It's almost like turning the entire northwest over. Not even half a trace. This foreign high grade is hiding too deep. Quite a few martial artists began to whine in the dedicated chat group. This was a group formed by the Northwest region for the pursuit operation. The group gathered high-grade and mid-grade martial artists. Suja and the others were also pulled into the group. However, high-grade martial artists had their own reserve. They rarely spoke in the group. On the contrary, many mid-grade martial artists were still very active. Those who were able to become mid-grade martial artists basically had their own factions to which they belonged. Most of them had come into contact with high-grade martial artists. Thus, they did not act overly formal. Many middle-grade martial artists noticed the three newcomers to the group chat. After all, these were three high-grade martial artists. Moreover, they were also 8th-grade existences, and 8th-grade martial artists were already scarce in the entire chat group. As for the 9th grade, there was currently only the Northwest Grand Metropolitan Governor in the group. It wasn't that there were no other 9th-grade martial artists in the Northwest. Rather, they were all stationed at the front lines of the 10,000 Races battlefield and were unable to participate in this search. There was even one more 10,000 Races battlefield in the Northwest region than there was a South Realm battlefield. There was no need to mention the great pressure of defense. Where exactly is this foreign race high-grade hidden? Could it have already escaped the Northwest? Suja similarly furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. Not only him, the martial artists in the entire Northwest region who were involved in the search all had the same doubts. The problem was, after the Northwest region received the alert from the Tianshan base, the highest level of blockade measures were immediately activated. The satellite system had brought the entire Northwest under real-time monitoring. If any high-grade martial artists escaped through unconventional means, they were bound to be discovered. All departing flights are subject to strict inspection upon landing. However, nothing had been found so far. How about trying to extract a new ability? Maybe we can find a means to aid in tracking. Suja suddenly remembered that he had yet to make an ability extraction this month. If one could draw a tracking-type ability similar to the Eye of Insight, it might be of great help in finding the alien high-grade. Colorful light flowed in the consciousness space. Successful extraction. Congratulations on obtaining the Enlightenment Dice Experience card. Throwing the dice will result in an increase in enlightenment by a multiple of the corresponding number of points for a limited time of 1 month. Suja looked at the results with some tears and laughter. This time, he originally did not want to obtain cultivation-related abilities. The previous few times he had extracted auxiliary abilities had good results. According to common sense, there should be a settling period next. He had intended to gamble on a tracking-type ability. Apparently, he had taken himself too much for granted. The randomness of the ability extraction far exceeded expectations. But since he had drawn a cultivation increase, it was an unexpected gain. Throw. Suja decisively activated this ability. Enlightenment was crucial for high-level martial artists. While qualifications determined the lower limit of growth, enlightenment determined the upper height. Each of the 6 sides of the dice corresponded to a 1/6 times increase. Thanks to his 2 lifetimes of experience, Suja already had a good foundation of enlightenment. Although he could not be called a supreme genius, he was still far superior to ordinary martial artists. If he was truly perceptive, he wouldn't have lingered in the 1st or 2nd grade for years. The rotation speed of the dice gradually slowed down. It finally settled on a 3-fold increase. This result wasn't optimal, but it was not bad either. Originally, I didn't expect a powerful cultivation aid ability to appear. Triple enlightenment was already an unexpected blessing. The moment the increase took effect, Suja clearly felt the leap of the laws of fire between heaven and earth. The dry and hot environment of the Northwest was an excellent place to comprehend the laws of fire. For Suja, who had already mastered the law of scorching heat, it was even more of a blessing. Suja, who had originally focused on searching, decided to adjust his center of gravity at this moment. With the triple enlightenment, the efficiency of law enlightenment multiplied. This likewise helped with realm advancement. Since the law's initiation, Suja's cultivation speed had already accelerated quite a bit. Now that it was augmented by the increase, impacting the late 8th grade was not impossible. After all, he had never lacked cultivation resources. 148 Strength Enhancement Spiritual Defense. It was because Suja planned to go into seclusion in the Northwest for a period of time. He was the first to return to the Tianshan base. He exchanged a high-grade martial artist from the Tianshan battlefield. Subsequently, he helped this high-grade sit on the battlefield. Now that Suja's reputation was not small, this matter went smoothly. Logically, Suja was a support staff member and a high-grade martial artist. The Northwest region did not have the authority to command him. Suja's help to the Northwest region was a favor, not a favor. This point must be made clear. Under these circumstances, the Northwest region naturally responded to Suja's requests. What's more, it was normal for Suja to have some epiphanies. Many martial artists would have new realizations after changing environments. To the martial artist community, this was not an uncommon occurrence. This was exactly the reasoning behind the saying, "It is better to read 10,000 books than to travel 10,000 miles." This truth was equally applicable in the martial artist community. Suja's matter even triggered heated discussions among martial artists in the Northwest region. How long has this South Sea Heaven's pride been in the Northwest? I've long heard that he has amazing talent. Now that I've witnessed it with my own eyes, I realize how terrifying it is. The attention of the martial artists to Suja was always high. After all, his cultivation speed was truly appalling. It was as if he would break through great realms every so often. Although there was no lack of existences in the history of Grand Xia that were even more demonic than Suja, but those were historical figures, while Suja was of the same generation. Even the martial artists rooted in the Northwest, they could also clearly feel the sharpness of this South Sea heavenly pride. Su Shengyan was the one who learned of the news a little later. He shook his head and smiled bitterly, his heart filled with helplessness. It seemed that it was no longer possible for him to surpass Suja. However, he was not surprised by Suja's breakthrough. Previously, he had been stimulated by Suja's epiphany many times. It was only normal to have an epiphany now. Not only Su Shengyan, even Wang Xingqiu, the 8th grade martial artist of the South Sea Grand Summer Army, was used to it. Isn't it normal for Suja to have an epiphany? It would be strange if there was no movement. Wang Xingqiu even discussed this matter with other high-grade. They were both high-ranking members of the Daxia army, even though they were not familiar with each other previously. But after contacting them and exchanging contact information, they might be able to exchange resources in the future. At this moment, Suja did not realize that his actions had sparked a hot debate. He did not know much about the Tianshan battlefield. However, during this period of time, the Heavenly Mountain battlefield was unusually calm. I don't know if it was because he was confident that the high quality that had rushed out of the passageway could solve the problem, or if he had another plan. However, no matter what, none of this had much relevance to Suja. To put it bluntly, he was just a support person, even if that alien high grade could not be found in the end. The outcome would still depend on the Northwestern Great Capital or the Great Xia decision. What was certain was that no matter how much manpower and resources were expended, the pursuit was bound to continue. To the Grand Xia, the threat of instability was never acceptable. Suja sat cross-legged in front of the Tianshan battlefield passage to cultivate. It was convenient to support the battlefield, but also because this was exactly the junction point between the battlefield and the Blue Star. Laws collided here. The laws of fire were naturally more active. With the triple enlightenment boost, Suja clearly perceived the changes in many laws. In particular, the laws of fire were already agitated. The clash of laws in the junction area was particularly intense. If in the South China Sea battlefield passages may not be so. After all, the laws of the South China Sea are relatively mild. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. Even Suja did not expect that he was actually closed here for a whole month. Only when he came back to his senses did he realize the reason. Triple enlightenment caused him to immerse himself in the study of the laws of fire. It caused him to forget about time. Although he hadn't entered the state of epiphany, he was still infinitely close. This was the importance of enlightenment. Now his scorching laws had undergone a qualitative change. It was more accurate to call it the scorching law. This was Suja's biggest gain this month. Regardless of the name of the law, the essence was still a branch of the law of fire. Suja's use of the law had long surpassed the introductory stage. It was even comparable to the law attainments of an ordinary 9th grade martial artist. In addition to the refinement of the laws, his cultivation had also increased. Although he had not formally entered the late 8th grade, but with the help of triple enlightenment, he had reached the peak of the mid-8th grade. Only half a step away from the late 8th grade. Breaking through this shackle was not difficult. After all, Suja had already surpassed the mid-8th grade category in every aspect. Even if he was forced to break through, it would not be impossible. However, he realized that he was still lacking and preferred to polish for a few more days. After leaving the gate, Suja naturally wanted to understand the situation in the Northwest this month. Still haven't found that high grade, Suja frowned and whispered. Even he hadn't expected this foreign high grade to be so capable of hiding. One had to know that the other party was only a 7th grade. If he were to replace himself, he would have been uncovered long ago. The entire northwestern region was described as a dragnet. Even all kinds of technological means have all been used. The concealment ability of this foreign race was indeed extraordinary. Previously, he had studied the intelligence of the Tianshan battlefield. Although the alien race was not considered a top-notch powerhouse, its ability to camouflage and sneak attack was a headache. Sometimes it was even difficult to tell if a teammate was a foreigner in disguise. Therefore, the Tianshan battlefield mostly adopted the mode of acting alone. If you are not strong enough to act alone, it is very easy to meet with misfortune. After all, the foreign race might not fight alone. How about extracting another ability to try? Suja secretly pondered. One must know that because of this alien high-grades mischief, he hadn't even been able to go home for a reunion this spring festival. Luckily, Shen Qingyan and the others expressed their understanding. The current matter in the northwest touched the hearts of countless people throughout Daxia. The people of Daxia were not uninitiated. Everyone was clear about the seriousness of the matter. It's not like we'll draw the cultivation aid ability again this time, right? Suja whispered softly to himself. His tone permeated with helplessness. The large carousel began to rotate, and a tri-colored glow appeared at first. Seeing this halo of light, Suja had a feeling that things were going to go against his wishes again. If it was a monochromatic glow, it might still be able to come out with the ability to find people. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Immunity to All Laws experience card. Immunity to all spirit-based spells. Valid for 30 days. When looking at the new ability, Suja's face already showed a helpless look. This ability had nothing to do with finding people. However, one had to admit that this card was indeed practical. After a martial artist advanced to a high grade, spiritual power was utilized more and more frequently. Spiritual attacks are even more of a regular means of high quality. Having this state is the same as eliminating 30% of your opponent's combat power. It would be considered a miraculous skill in the Xianan battlefield. The Three-Eyed Clan's natural ability is also a spiritual technique. Half of their strength is based on it. If they lost this strength, their battle power would not be as good as the Arakanese. It's a pity. If it wasn't for the Northwestern affairs, we could have gone to the Xianan battlefield to try it out. Suja silently calculated. After all, with this ability in the Xianan battlefield, the Three-Eyed Clan would be powerless. With his current strength, it might not be impossible to kill the 8th rank of the Three-Eyed Clan. His current law comprehension far exceeded that of his peers, and his increase in battle power was extraordinary. Even if an ordinary peak 8th rank, I'm afraid that he would be no match for him. 149 Fey Special High Grade, found and significant. Currently, Suja's battle record was still lacking an 8th grade. Previously, although he had killed an 8th grade mutant eagle. But the problem was that this eagle was killed by many 8th grade powerhouses joining forces. Obviously, it could not be counted as an individual battle record. Suja took advantage of this time to go out of the gate and purchased some specialties at the Tianshan base on the way. Anyway, there was a space bag to store them, so there was no harm in buying more and hoarding them, due to the obvious differences in specialties and the inconvenience of transportation. If the Northwest specialties are sold to the southern region, it is very easy to earn double the profit. Of course, Suja does not see this small profit. Instead of selling goods, it would be more cost-effective to kill low-grade foreigners. The main reason for purchasing specialties was to send them back home for friends and family to try. The reason he bought more was because Shen Qingyan and the others needed to give them to their friends. This had long since ceased to be an era of peace. Now is the era of aura recovery. Most of the residents of the South China Sea Base have never set foot outside of their birthplace in their entire lives. Northwest specialties can only look at pictures for them, unless the family had cultivated a martial artist. But even the lowest-ranked martial artists were not easily accomplished. Luckily, the Tianshan battlefield has been calm this month. Suja realized that he was able to close his mind for enlightenment at ease, all thanks to the peace and quiet on the front line. As his thoughts flowed, he suddenly noticed the abnormal mental state of the pedestrians in front of him. He almost thought that he was hallucinating. After all, the other party is just an ordinary person. How could there be spiritual fluctuations? Suja instantly became interested. Could it be a genius with outstanding innate mental strength, with the potential to become a martial arts star? Even with his extensive knowledge, he couldn't help but be curious. back when he was the chief officer of the South Sea Base. Yilingers martial Tao Heavenly Sound helped him a lot in his enlightenment. This special spiritual power was quite similar to the alien talent. Thinking about it in another way, in the eyes of the foreign races, how could humans not be foreign races? Out of curiosity, Suja tailed this particular target. By common sense, he shouldn't have detected the abnormality of an ordinary person. After all, none of the surrounding martial artists had discovered the end. Perhaps it's the effect of the 10,000 laws? Suja attributed the cause to the newly acquired ability. However, more suspicions were discovered during the tracking process. The target looked ordinary, but gave off a strong sense of incongruity. On the surface, it was normal, but in reality, the mental fluctuations were extremely unstable. Could it be that it wasn't a gifted person? Rather, it's a puppet that has been mentally invaded? Suja suddenly associated it with the disappeared alien high grade. Perhaps the other party was still lurking in the Tianshan base, hiding through spirit control of ordinary people. Previously, the technological equipment failed to detect the abnormality. If it wasn't for the addition of the 10,000 laws imperishable ability, he himself would have been deceived. This 7th grade foreigner was obviously trickier than expected. Or it was a race-specific talent. After all, the battlefield of the 10,000 races had only been in existence for a few hundred years. Grand Xia had yet to fully grasp all the information on the foreign races. It was only natural that this high-grade foreigner would harbor special means. In any case, Suja immediately decided to follow this seemingly ordinary object. According to his judgment, it was most likely to involve that high-grade foreigner. This foreign race was truly cunning. He didn't act immediately after crossing the spatial channel and entering the Great Xia territory. Instead, it used a secret method to manipulate an ordinary person. Even technological means failed to detect the anomaly. No wonder the northwestern region has been searching in vain for days. Can only be said that the hiding means is really clever. Suja was sure that if it wasn't for the ability of the 10,000 laws, he wouldn't have been able to recognize the clues. Tracking an ordinary person was easy for an 8th grade powerhouse. Even if the other party deliberately made several detours before turning back, he still couldn't get away from Suja's tracking. Eventually, he came to an ordinary residence. Suja cautiously released his mental power to gradually investigate, deliberately controlling the energy fluctuations. Avoid causing the other party to be alerted. At the same time, he sent an encrypted message to Northwest Governor Kong Chenghu. Inside the governor's residence, Kong Chenghu's face showed suspicion as he reviewed the message. This South Sea celestial pride had asked him to use his 9th grade spiritual power to cover the entire city. This matter was quite unusual. After a short period of weighing, Kong Chenghu chose to trust Suja, not to mention that releasing his spiritual power was nothing more than a show of hands. Boom! The 9th grade mighty pressure suddenly enveloped the Tianshan base. All the martial artists suddenly felt a depressing atmosphere. What is the great governor's intention? Could it be that we've found traces of the high grade of the foreign race? Could there be an unexpected situation? The martial artists murmured in disbelief. All of them thought that the grand metropolitan governor must have made a major discovery. Taking advantage of this mental storm cover, Suja quietly infiltrated his perception into the target building. Without the interference of the 9th grade pressure, it would have been extremely easy for the other party to notice. This move was based on the premise that Suja's deduction was correct. A monstrous figure gradually appeared in the mental scan. Found it! Suja's pupils shrunk slightly. This foreign race had even played the trick of blacking out under the lights. It had fooled the entire Northwest war zone. Now it finally showed itself. Between the rising killing intent, Suja held back his impulse to strike. Captured alive is obviously more strategic value. The Grand Xia has captured many foreigners from various battlefields over the years. Unfortunately, they are all low-grade existences. These low-grade can't provide effective intelligence at all. In contrast, the value of this high-grade alien is very different. Now that it was within the boundaries of the Grand Xia, even inviting a strong person above the 9th grade would not be difficult. With this kind of existence making a move, the high grade could be subdued in an instant. Perhaps they could dig out important information from this Fong's mouth. This could be more strategic than simply killing. After all, if Suja made a move, killing a 7th grade would be as easy as a slap in the face. Thinking of this, Suja encrypted the details and sent it to Kong Chenghu. The matter of the inviolability of all laws is naturally deliberately concealed. at the same time to maintain lurking surveillance. No one can guarantee whether this 7th grade will be transferred. This is purely by chance to break through the trail. If the opportunity was missed, the consequences would be hard to predict. The target must not be allowed to escape again. The pupils of Kong Ching-hu at the other end of the room shrunk as he reviewed the message. Found? The great governor slammed his head after regaining his senses. 150, 9th grade strikes, extraordinary. Even Kong Ching-hu didn't even expect this foreign high grade to be hiding here. No wonder Suja had let his spiritual power explode earlier. Now everything could be explained. However, when seeing Suja's suggestion, even Kong Chang who had to marvel at Suja's meticulousness. Normally speaking, it would be feasible for the Northwest region to give the order to kill this 7th grade. After all, if this 7th grade foreigner resisted, it should never be underestimated. Moreover, no one dared to guarantee whether or not this alien 7th grade had hidden special means. But now that he had grasped his hiding place, the feasibility of capturing him alive had indeed increased dramatically. Kong Ching-hu did not hesitate to report to his superiors. He did not announce the news of discovering this 7th grade at the first opportunity. After all, no one could guarantee whether it would be detected by the other party. Thus, it was better to maintain the status quo. About half an hour later, Kong Chung-hu brought an old man to Suja's location. Although there were only 2 people, it was sufficient, especially when Suja felt a strong threat from the old man. His pupils contracted violently. Above the 9th grade? Even Suja could not help but wonder. After all, not even Kong Ching-hu was able to give him such a strong sense of oppression. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be stirred by an invisible force, distorting with the naked eye. Kong Ching-hu and Suja's pupils shrunk at the same time. Obviously, this person's control of the law has already reached the state of perfection. Even they can only capture a slight trace of fluctuation. This was only the aftermath of Elder Su's casual behavior. The most crucial thing was that what he had mobilized was by no means an ordinary basic law. Solved. I'll leave the rest to you. Before Elder Su's words fell, his figure had dissipated in thin air. Ripples rose under Suja's eyes. An existence above the 9th grade was actually able to directly tear through space. That was clearly an instantaneous movement. This is by no means comparable to an ordinary high-grade powerhouse. However, most of the existences above the 9th grade in Grand Xia were in seclusion for many years, and only a few of them were able to walk in the world. Suja collected his thoughts and followed Kong Ching-hu into the residence. Whether it was an ordinary person or the alien 7th rank, they were all unconscious at the moment. Although the alien 7th grade had suffered a serious injury, the vigorous vitality of a high-grade powerhouse still maintained its vitality. The work of restricting the captives was handled by Kong Ching-hu. After all, this alien high-grade was affiliated with the Northwest battlefield, so if he was brought back to the Southern realm for interrogation before handing it over, it would in turn add to the trouble. Suja, the entire northwestern part of the country is obliged to you. There will be a generous gift later. Kong Ching-hu solemnly promised. In order to capture this 7th grade alive, Suja took the initiative to give up the trophies of the kill. This move not only allowed him to extract information about the foreign race, but also gained the initiative for the northwestern part of the country. The war zone would naturally not treat the meritocracy poorly. Then, thank you, great Governor Kong. Suja accepted openly. He had never claimed to be a saint, and it was only natural for him to collect his due payment. With this high grade captured, Kong Ching-hu immediately passed the news out. After all, there were not only Northwest local martial artists involved in the search, but also a large number of supporters. The Northwest War region should give an account of itself. Found it? This alien high grade really knows how to hide. How exactly was it found? The martial artists couldn't hide their exhilaration. The months of continuous netting searches had already caused anxiety. It had both delayed the progress of cultivation and demoralized them. Now that the dust had settled, the crowd felt relieved. The news was quickly revealed. It was discovered by that heavenly pride in the South Sea. It's at the Tianshan base. It said that he bumped into it when he was procuring the Northwest specialties. This answer stunned the crowd. No one expected that the trace that had not been found in dozens of rounds of carpet searches. It was actually uncovered by the unintentional Suja. The speculation of darkness under the lights had been repeatedly verified, and Tianshan base was the key screening area. The search was fruitless, but this young man broke through the mystery. He really hit the jackpot. Su Shengyan stared at the intelligence and smiled bitterly. Previously, He had jokingly said that he wanted to rub Suja's luck, but now his words had become a prophecy. 151. Suja is up to something again? But after being surprised, Su Shengyan also came back to his senses. That was that this was indeed a good thing. They were also finally able to return to the South Sea. After spending a long time in the northwest, Su Shengyan had never quite adapted to the violent aura here. It was mainly because the technique he practiced favored the wood attribute. Usually, alchemists would choose a milder gong method such as the wood attribute. This type of technique was able to ensure stability when refining pills. On the contrary, cultivators who chose fire attribute gong methods to refine pills were rare. This was because it required extremely strong spiritual control. After all, the aura produced by fire attribute gong methods was intensely destructive. The state of affairs regarding the northwestern region quickly spread throughout the entire Grand Xia. Previously, many great Xia subjects had sweated over the northwest region. Now good news had finally arrived. When people understood the specifics, their expressions all became rather subtle. It's this South Sea heavenly pride again. His fortune seems to be extraordinary. Which one who can achieve the rank of a high-grade martial artist doesn't have exceptional fortune? No one expected the discoverer to be Suja. Nowadays, this name had gained quite a bit of weight in Grand Xia. Many martial artists even regarded Suja as a role model. Suja did not pay attention to the repercussions triggered in the northwest. He was planning to turn back early. He did not even intend to wait for the two Su Shengyan. The main purpose was to head to the Xianan battlefield to lay out the layout. The current talent of invulnerability to all laws was still valid. It would be a waste not to go to the Xianan battlefield to harvest resources at this time. For this reason, he purposely found the Southern Realm Grand Capital Governor Su Shoshuan. Strike at the Xianan battlefield? Su Shoshuan couldn't help but have a strange look appear on his face. It would have been fine if it was a local Xianan high-grade that made this request. But this person in front of him was clearly a high-grade martial artist from the South Sea. Even though they belonged to the same southern realm, Xianan and the South Sea had always had a competitive relationship. Even as the Grand Capital Governor, he was aware of the subtleties. The southern realm is originally one. Nowadays, the South Sea battlefield is just picking up steam. The Xianan battlefield has not yet been able to replicate the miracle of the South Sea. Suju explained calmly. Naturally, he would not confess that his true intention was to scavenge for resources. In fact, this time he turned to the Xianan battlefield. There were deeper considerations other than resources. His cultivation level was only one step away from the late 8th grade. He wants to take the opportunity of the Great War to complete the breakthrough. According to common sense, should choose the South China Sea battlefield. But Suja has his own considerations. The desolate plains in the South Sea battlefield had already suffered a great loss. I'm afraid they won't easily send a high quality. If the other side does not come out, the South Sea side is not good to take the initiative to attack. Since the South China Sea battlefield is difficult to do. In addition to the fact that the talent of invulnerability to all laws still has a time limit, Suja naturally turned his attention to the new battlefield. Suja naturally turned his attention to the Xianan battlefield. On the one hand, the southern realm was originally one. If the Xianan battlefield could reduce the pressure, it would be beneficial to the entire southern realm. On the other hand, if something happens in the South China Sea in the future, Xianan would naturally not be able to stay out of it. Setting the main battlefield in Xianan does have multiple advantages. If Suja was still at the 7th level of cultivation, it would be difficult to convince Su Shoshuan. But now Suja's strength had far exceeded that of an ordinary mid-8th grade. His words naturally carried enough weight. Su Shoshuan was still hesitant. Previously, Xianan hadn't taken advantage of the joint battle in the Southland. If it wasn't for the South China Sea battle to spread the pressure, he, the 9th grade governor, would have had to take on more responsibility. Now he had to open up the Xianan battlefield alone. If the battle did not go well, the consequences would be hard to predict. I am certain that I will be able to kill at least one 3-eyed clan 8th grade. Suja displayed his law pressure at the right time. Before his words fell, Su Shoshuan's pupils suddenly shrunk. A 9th grade powerhouse naturally recognized the fluctuations of laws. It was rare for an 8th grade person to comprehend the laws. What is even more alarming is, Suja's promotion to the 8th grade was only for a month or so. His rate of refinement was even faster than that of the 7th grade. I wonder what specific plans you have? Su Shoshuan's tone obviously loosened. There is no war in the South Sea battlefield for the time being. Adjustable President Su and Senior Wang rushed to aid Exinen. So add 3 new 8th grade warriors. Suja bluntly stated the strategy. The core tactic was simple and rough, shaking people. When the Exinen high-grade war end opens, reinforcements can be used as a surprise attack. Although it is not a subtle plan, but it is just right for the current situation. The situation on the Exinen battlefield today is the same as when Suja wasn't in high grade. The situation on the Exinen battlefield today is the same as the South China Sea when Suja wasn't in the high grade. All of them were fully suppressed by the Three Eyes. With the arrogant nature of the Three-Eyed clan, in the face of a battle there is no reason to avoid it. Call a high-grade meeting in Exinen. Su Shoshuan finally made his decision. Although this matter was initiated by the governor, it still required a vote of all the high-ranking officials. However, the majesty of the 9th grade could not be ignored. Except for those who were in seclusion, all of the high ranks gathered at the governor's mansion in half a day. What is the reason for the governor's sudden call? I'm afraid there's going to be a thunderous action. A dozen high-grade auras intermingled, and dark currents surged within the council chamber. They were all summoned urgently, having previously received no news. Especially when they saw Suja, the color of doubt intensified. The high-grade present naturally recognized this South Sea heavenly pride. Wasn't Suja still in the northwestern region for support? How did he suddenly appear in Exinen? Not even half of the wind had spread out. According to common sense, Suja in the northwest made great achievements. How the local should also host a banquet. After all, this is a cross-regional support favor. At this moment appearing in the battlefield of Exinen, really strange. The good thing is that the mystery will soon be revealed. What? Take the initiative to attack the Three-Eyed clan. This person has mastered the power of laws, and also sent 3 additional 8th grade assistants? This news lifted the spirits of the high grades present. The crowd fell into a brief silence. Although there had been support from the Exinen battlefield before, they were all 7th grade warriors. This time, the nature was very different. Of the 3 additional 8th grade products, there was an existence that had comprehended the laws. The battlefield was likely to take a turn for the worse. The Exinen high grades had long been eager for the results of the South Sea battle. The South Sea battlefield had killed a succession of high-grade foreigners. Those are all walking resource pools. They were in the same boat as the South Sea. Exinen martial artists are also suffering from a lack of resources. Who doesn't have a plan in mind? Now is the opportunity of a lifetime. 152. Gather the battlefield and teach the Three-Eyed clan a lesson. This time I think Elder Su's proposal is good. It's time to teach the Three-Eyed clan a lesson. The plan still has a great possibility of success. After some thought, many Exinen high grades spoke out. Obviously, the many high grades were no little darlings. Even if it was Suja who killed them this time, so what? If Suja ate meat, it was fine for them to have some soup. The South Sea Daxia army is not like this. It wasn't like they had collided with the Three-Eyed clan once or twice before the Exinen battlefield. Couldn't be that they didn't even have the courage to fight. As the high grades took a stand, Su Shoshuan gradually had a tendency within himself. Originally, the many high grades of Exinen thought that they needed to prepare for a while. But Suja said, "We didn't prepare, and the Three-Eyed clan is equally unprepared. Even the Three-Eyed clan is able to obtain information from Exinen martial artists because of their natural ability. The foreign races would also capture martial artist captives. These races weren't stupid by nature, even if there were no cult martial artists. The same avenues existed for obtaining information about Daxia. It was just that this channel was relatively slow to receive information. Just like before, Suja gambled on the fact that the Desolate Plains race did not know about his promotion to the 8th rank. Suja's words still convinced the high grades present. They realized that the more prepared they were, the more useless it was in the end. This time, it would be better to try Suja's idea. Just one day later, Su Shengyan and Wang Xingqiu, the 2 8th grades, were urgently summoned to Exinen. They were puzzled. What exactly is so important in Exinen that they need to be summoned? It wasn't until they stepped into the Grand Governor's mansion and saw Suja that it dawned on them. It must be related to Suja. This was almost the consensus of Su Shengyan and the 2 of them. According to common sense, Suja should have returned with them. But now he appeared in Exinen, plus the emergency conscription. "Su kid, what are you up to again?" Su Shengyan asked bluntly. He had obviously concluded that it was Suja who was plotting something. Suja didn't deny it. He briefly explained the situation of the Xinan battlefield. Su Shengyan and Wang Xingqiu were both stunned at his words. They did not expect Suja to be so bold as to hit the Xinan battlefield idea. However, thinking about it, it is reasonable. After all, this person had dared to ambush the high grade of the Desolate Plains clan alone when he was at the South Sea battlefield. Are you sure? Su Shengyan asked after pondering. At the moment, the plan did seem feasible. Perhaps the Xinan battlefield could really make some gains. It was just that they knew the three-eyed race quite well. These foreign races were extremely difficult to kill. Even if the 8th grade attacked the 7th grade, it would be difficult to ensure that they would be killed. The three-eyed race's strange talent would be restricted even if they were one rank higher. If there was a slight delay, they would be able to escape. 90% sure, Suja said with confidence. Naturally, he would not reveal his state of invulnerability to all laws. However, he still revealed some of the power of the laws. Sure enough, upon sensing the laws, whether it was Su Shengyan or Wang Xingqiu, shock inevitably appeared on their faces. As 8th grade, they were more aware of the difficulty of comprehending the laws. As a result, Suja had comprehended it without a word. He had directly compared the two old-timers. Su Shengyan and the two of them inevitably had some complications in their hearts. After adjusting their emotions, they still had full confidence in Suja. Nowadays, Suja was already at the peak of the 8th grade. Against an 8th grade who had not yet comprehended the laws, even if he could not crush them, he would definitely have the advantage. In this way, the Xinan battlefield would have great potential. Su Shengyan and Wang Xingqiu wouldn't mind having more resources. Not to mention that both of them had interests behind them. For example, Su Shengyan has a big family behind him. However, many of Su Shengyan's children and grandchildren were developing in Shindu. Compared to the South Sea, Shindu was more suitable for young people. The competitive environment for resources there was among the best in the Grand Xia. Although the Su family is not a top-tier family, it is still considered to be first-rate. Based on the fact that Su Shengyan gave up his family to defend the South Sea, Suja will have respect for him. At the same time, with the arrival of the Su-Wang duo, the Xinan battlefield operated at full speed. All of the shut in high grades were urgently awakened. As long as they weren't in seclusion to break through a great realm, all of them were summoned out. The high-grade people who were forced out of seclusion were initially filled with doubt. After learning that they were going to join forces with Suja to start a great war, anticipation was immediately born. In the southern realm, Suja's reputation was loud enough. Since he had been promoted to a high grade, he had repeatedly made miraculous achievements in the battlefield of the 10,000 races. This time, he might really be able to change the pattern of Xinan. When it was learned that Suja had mastered the law, the peak of the 8th grade plus the power of laws. With this kind of strength, there was no enemy without the 9th grade. Even if the three-eyed clan is gifted, it would be difficult to take advantage of them. Not to mention the fact that there are still two 8th grades in Su Wang's lineup. With such anticipation, all the high-quality products were preparing for battle. They mainly replenished their consumables such as pills. On the 10th day since Suja arrived in Xinan, a large number of high-grade products flooded into the battlefield. The South Sea trio led by Suja, they had long since entered the Xinan battlefield ahead of time. Although Suja's trio had already set foot on the 8th grade. However, they had never set foot on the Xinan battlefield before. Even Su Shengyan and Wang Xingqiu, the two old-timers, were no exception. Previously, the South Sea battlefield was unable to take care of itself, and it was difficult to resist the pressure of the Desolate Plains clan. Naturally, they couldn't spare a high grade to rush to aid Xinan. Therefore, Su Shengyan and the others had indeed never ventured into this place. At this moment, the South Sea trio was discussing the Xinan battlefield. Compared to the South Sea, this place is much more gloomy. It is said that the three-eyed race favors gloom and dampness. It's not hard to understand. Special environments always spawn special abilities. The three people were quite relaxed. Although the environment was unfamiliar, 8th grade martial artists were extremely adaptable. They had already studied the three-eyed clan's information in the past few days and were quite confident in their own martial will. Su Shengyan and Wang Xingqiu were experienced. Suja is also equipped with the ability not to be invaded by any law. This state can still be maintained for half a month. It was enough to cope with the Xinan battlefield. Similar to the South China Sea battlefield, There is also a city at the entrance of the passageway. The size of the city is far greater than the South Sea stronghold, with an area more than twice as large. This is not surprising. The Exainan battlefield was opened much earlier than the South Sea. It is also necessary to guard against a surprise attack by the Three-Eyed Clan. The reason for expanding the city is to stop the foreigners from approaching the channel. 153. Chopping the 8th grade like cutting vegetables, retreating for the time being. Like the Wasteland race, the Three-Eyed race was also a very vindictive race. As long as the Three-Eyed race lost too many on the battlefield, there was a great possibility that it would launch an attack on the Exainan battlefield. Previously, the Exainan battlefield had sent out medium-grade martial artists to launch a surprise attack on the Three-Eyed race. In order to open the high-grade battlefield, the Exainan side even equipped the mid-grade martial artists with mental power recovery pills. Previously, middle-grade martial artists had never enjoyed this kind of treatment. In particular, this elixir had a restraining effect on the Three-Eyed race. The Three-Eyed race's special ability was to weaken a martial artist's spiritual energy. If one could recover their spiritual power in time, their battle power could still be preserved for the most part, minimizing the effects. This time, there was no difference from the past. After the Three-Eyed Clan realized that their clansmen had suffered heavy casualties, they immediately launched an onslaught towards the Exainan battlefield. The high-grade powerhouses even descended directly without any concealment. Could be called arrogant to the extreme. However, the Three-Eyed Clan did possess the capital to be arrogant. The special ability was not only strong. Each attack would cause the high-grade martial artists in the Exainan battlefield to lose a lot of cultivation time. After all, the recovery speed of spiritual energy was extremely slow, whereas the Three-Eyed Clan's special ability recovered incredibly fast. Battle. The Exainan high grades took the lead in meeting the battle as planned. Only when the battlefield was fully spread out did the South Sea trio led by Suja wait for an opportunity to strike. The trio was not idle at the moment. They were secretly observing the situation on the battlefield. Although they had previously learned about the Three-Eyed race through the image data, but seeing it with their own eyes was still shocking. There is really a third vertical eye in the center of the eyebrow. After the high-grade battlefield was fully opened, Suja and the three of them each locked onto their targets. I'll choose that early 8th grade. Suja stared intently at an 8th grade powerhouse. He always remembered the oath he made in front of Su Shoshuan to kill the 8th grade. The first raid was the perfect time. Su Shangyan and Wang Xingqiu, on the other hand, did not force an 8th product target. They had a clear perception of their own strength. There was no way to kill an 8th grade. The 7th product was the reasonable choice. In the past, a high grade striking against a low grade might have a psychological burden. But after experiencing the baptism of the South Sea battlefield, the two had long since put aside their vanity. Resources were the real benefits. 10 minutes from now, each of you will move. The trio quickly finalized the timings. These 10 minutes were enough for the various high-grade battlefields to form a split posture. Time ticked by. The three quietly approached their respective targets from the ground. The moment the time arrived, 3 stern killing auras suddenly erupted. Suja even went all out without reservation. Mad God Blade Technique. He only had one chance. Nowadays, Suja's blade technique had improved with his cultivation and multiple enlightenment additions. It had long since become incomparable. It had even incorporated the power of laws. The light of the blade was like a blazing sun at this moment, seeming to burn everything in the world to the ground. Even the martial artists and the Three-Eyed Clan who were separated by a long distance could feel the terrifying might contained within. The 2 8th grade powerhouses who were fighting head-on were even facing the deadly threat of this blade on straight on. The 8th ranked martial artist from the Exainan side was slightly more subdued. He was clear that this was the South Sea Heavenly Pride striking. He himself was not the target of the attack. Even so, the aftershock still caused him to feel tremendous pressure. He had known that this Nanhai Heavenly Pride was incredibly strong. However, he did not expect it to be so terrifying. In a trance, it was as if he was facing a 9th grade powerhouse. When Suja had risen up and attacked, that Three-Eyed race 8th grade had instantly unleashed his innate ability. He had instantly activated his natural ability. However, under the state of invulnerability, Suja was completely undisturbed. Without the support of his natural ability, this Three-Eyed Clan was nothing more than an ordinary 8th grade. It even belonged to the more mediocre 8th grade. Boom! The blade light accurately penetrated the Three-Eyed Clan's 8th product body. This can't be possible? This was the last fluctuation of the three-eyed clan's 8th rank's consciousness. Even to its death, it could not understand why its natural ability was completely ineffective. Even if the 8th product that grasped the rules, it should have been disturbed. As its life breath dissipated, the answer sank into darkness forever. Suja killed the 8th grade at the same time. Su Shengyan and Wang Xingqiu, the two 8th grade products, also successfully killed the 7th grade product of the three-eyed race. 8th grade versus 7th grade, it was called a dimensional strike. In an instant, the three-eyed clan had lost 3 high-grade warriors in a row. The Three Eyes clan had lost 3 high-ranking officials in a row in a matter of seconds. In addition, the Three-Eyed clan had dominated the Exinen battlefield for decades. They were lax in their defense against surprise attacks. The Three-Eyed clan of the Exinen battlefield is quite similar to the Arakanese clan of the South Sea battlefield. The only difference was that the Three-Eyed clan was more confident. This was because all of the Daxia martial artists were currently affected by special abilities. With the exception of Suja, who was an anomaly, the situation on the battlefield instantly reversed. The Three-Eyed clan had suddenly lost 3 high-grade warriors, and among them there was even an 8th grade existence. It was obviously difficult to accept such a heavy blow. On the other hand, the Exinen martial artists couldn't hide their joy. Although they had expected success, they hadn't expected it to be this easy. After completing the first kill, Suja immediately flashed towards the nearest 7th grade battlefield. Compared to the swift retreat of the Wasteland clan, the Three-Eyed clan's reaction was ultimately half a beat slower. Boom! There wasn't the slightest bit of room for struggle. Even if the 7th grade instantly unleashed his natural ability, the blazing blade light still chopped down with precision. He was killed on the spot. Nowadays, Suja's attack power had vaguely surpassed the 8th grade level. The root of this was that his level of law comprehension was exceptionally astonishing. Under this kind of absolute suppression, no matter how much the 7th grade exploded, it was useless. With the fall of the 7th grade, the Three-Eyed clan finally awoke. They immediately chose to retreat. The high-grade battlefield tilted the scales, and continuing to fight would only increase casualties. Even though the Three-Eyed clan's high grade was filled with rage, reason still prompted them to make the best choice. The high-grade battlefield had already collapsed. There was no need to speak of the middle and low-grade battlefields. Naturally, they hastily withdrew. The speed of the Three-Eyed clan's collapse was even faster than the onslaught. The Exinen martial artists were unable to regain their senses in time. We've won. It was only after a long time that the cheers exploded. For the Exinen martial artists, this victory was of extraordinary significance. Past battles were barely even at best. Previously, the Southland raid had ended in a disastrous victory. This time was very different. This was an undisputed victory, and 4 high-grade heads were captured. 154. Divide the spoils and beware of counterattacks from the other side. On the Exinen battlefield, no matter which level of martial artists were unusually excited. On the contrary, Suja and the other Nanhai trio's complexion was relatively flat. After all, it was not the first time they had killed a high-grade martial artist. It wasn't like they hadn't killed an 8th-grade martial artist before. But before, it was Principal Yuxiong who had personally taken action. This time, it was replaced with Suja personally. Suja and the others did not continue to pursue. After all, the strength of the Three-Eyed clan was much more than that. This time, at least one 7th-grade corpse should be left for Exinen. Su Xingyan was the first to speak. The fact that they were able to kill the high grades so smoothly could not be separated from Exinen's many high grades holding them back. It was only right to leave some loot. Leave too. Even you out from my share, Suja said after a little contemplation. It was mainly because he considered that he might have to come to the Exinen battlefield often in the future. Nowadays, the high-grade martial artists in the South Sea battlefield were becoming more and more cunning, and were simply unwilling to go out of the city to engage in battle. They also couldn't break the tacit understanding between the high grades and rashly strike out against the low-grade desolate race. After all, the South Sea stronghold was also afraid of the desolate race's fish death. Therefore, Suja naturally turned his attention to the Exinen battlefield. After all, the geographic location is close and belongs to the same southern region. With the local high-grade strong people have friendships, coordinated action is also more convenient. In this case, it would be appropriate to give Exinen some more benefits. The actual utility of a 7th-grade corpse to an 8th-grade martial artist is not great. Neither Su Shengyan nor Wang Xingqiu raised any objections. Although Su Shengyan was ostensibly the leader of the 3, Suja had the highest actual combat power. His proposals were often not dismissed. Just like the layout of the Exinen battlefield this time, it was almost entirely planned by Suja. At this moment, the high-grade powerhouses of Exinen gathered around one after another. The gazes of the people looking at Suja and the others were filled with gratitude. They had all heard the conversation just now. The value of 2 high-grade corpses was by no means a small amount. Each Exinen high-grade could share a lot of resources. Although Exinen was the core battlefield of the Southern Realm, the supply of resources was always stretched thin. Originally, the crowd thought that it was already rare to get a 7th-grade corpse. After all, the main contributors to this battle were the 3 Suja. Strictly speaking, Exinen owed the other party a favor. Even if the proposal was originally initiated by Suja, no one had expected that this young powerhouse would be so generous. This act caused Suja's reputation amongst Exinen's high grade to skyrocket. Suja, thanks to you this time. I didn't expect the Three Eyes clan to really fall for the plan. The Exinen high-grade people spoke one after another. There was an undisguised joy between their words. Whether it was this victory or the spoils of war, it was worth cheering them up. Don't rush to celebrate first. The Three-Eyed clan will never let up. Maybe they'll counterattack later. That's the real battle, Suja calmly reminded. The South Sea battlefield was a lesson from the past. The Three-Eyed clan was even more ferocious than the Desolate Plains clan. It often pressured the entire Exinen battlefield. How could this kind of group easily admit defeat? With the success of his plan, Suja's prestige in the Exinen battlefield had already been established. The moment this statement was made, the high grades present all tightened their smiles. The Exinen martial artists understood the Three-Eyed clan's temperament better than Suja did. This vindictive race would surely retaliate madly. A vicious battle was bound to follow. Have we fought the Three-Eyed race less often? There's no harm in having another fight. It's already a rare battle to be able to kill 4 high-grade people. The crowd quickly adjusted their emotions and responded in hushed tones. That's right. Let's fight. Su Shoshuan's figure descended from the sky at precisely the right moment. This 9th-grade powerhouse was facing off against the same rank of the Three Eyes clan. The two sides had fought on equal footing. There were a total of 3 9th-grade battle circles in the Exinen battlefield. This meant that there were 3 9th-grade warriors stationed here all year round. However, Su Shoshuan, the Southern Realm Grand Commander, belonged to the maneuvering battle force. He not only had to coordinate the Exinen battlefield, he also had to take care of the entire Southern Realm's defense. The position of Grand Governor is by no means an easy one. However, as long as a 9th-grade powerhouse had enough life expectancy, he would most likely strive for this position. Simply because serving as a Grand Governor would give them priority in obtaining the resources to break through the shackles of the 9th grade. Because of this, the competition for the position of Grand Commander of each war zone has always been fierce. Wherever there was a possibility of promotion, the 9th grade would fight for it with all their might. In order to ensure that the governor performs his duties, the court also set up a harsh assessment mechanism. If there is a major mistake, you may be dismissed at any time. For Su Shoshuan, this beheading of 4 Three-Eyed high grade, it was precisely a bright-eyed feat. At least there was no need to worry about problems with the Grand Metropolitan Governor's assessment. Su Shoshuan belonged to the type that was full of confidence at the moment. With 4 Three-Eyed race high-grade achievements to back him up, he naturally had no fear of starting a great war. After the Grand Metropolitan Governor spoke, the crowd became more and more emotional. The Exinen high grades weren't stupid. They all seized the time to adjust their state. Although the battle didn't last long, they had lost a lot of blood and chi. After all, they had to match Suja and the others' layout. They had to use their full strength. Su Shoshuan came beside the 3 and spoke. President Su, the 3 of you need to stay in Exinen for some time. I have reached a consensus with President Yuxiong. Su Shengyan and the others had no objection to this. This matter was already closely related to them. They would never back down from a battle. Besides, there is no war in the South China Sea battlefield at the moment. There is no harm in staying for a few more days. King Su and his wife still have something in mind. Suja's strength has skyrocketed since he realized the laws. The 2 8th-grade generals also want to take the opportunity to break through. They might be able to find a chance by moving to Exinen. Suja was already preparing for the battle. He hadn't forgotten the original reason for planning this battle. In addition to obtaining resources to support Exinen, he also wanted to take advantage of the situation to break through. The previous strike was far from reaching the tipping point. A suitable whetstone was needed. It was expected that the Three Eyes clan would not send an ordinary 8th rank to fight. 155. The army is pressing in, and the Great War is resuming. 3 days later, the Three-Eyed clan's army pressed in, and the entire Exinen battlefield was shrouded in a depressing atmosphere. This time, the Three Eyes clan had obviously come prepared. The number of high-grade martial artists had been replenished, and the overall scale was not inferior to the Exinen side in the slightest. One had to realize that this was still on the premise that they had lost for high-grade martial artists. From this, it could be seen that the Three Eyes clan's depths were truly extraordinary. However, differences could still be discerned from the aura. Some of the high-grade martial artists exuded an ancient aura and were clearly reclusive powerhouses who had been in seclusion for many years. Many of these gazes locked onto Suja. This was not unexpected. After all, Suja had killed an 8th-grade martial artist with a single slash. Even if there was an element of sneak attack, an 8th-grade martial artist was always on guard during an engagement, and sneak attacks were not easy. With regards to these gazes of hatred, Suja was used to seeing them long ago in the South Sea battlefield. He didn't care at all. Growing an extra eye to kill? Suja even used his spiritual power to easily transmit his voice, his tone carrying undisguised contempt. These words made the high-quality people in the Exinen camp hold their tongues, but caused the Three-Eyed clan powerhouses to be furious. But anger didn't change the battle situation. The battle quickly entered white heat. Suja's opponent was a peak 8th-grade Three-Eyed clan martial artist. He had originally thought that he would run into a strong enemy who had comprehended the laws, but now it seemed that he had been overly concerned. No one among the 8th grade of the Three-Eyed clan currently grasped a law. This was understandable. This race was born with special abilities, and if combined with extraordinary cultivation qualifications, it would be too heaven-defying. Perhaps special abilities were an advantage at lower levels, but would become a shackle at higher levels. Suja did not dwell too much on this issue. He put all of his mind into the battle. The ability of invulnerability to all laws was still valid and had not been exposed previously. The Three-Eyed race's special attacks were inherently intangible, which was the key to their ability to dominate the Exinen battlefield. The undefendable nature of the attack caused the observers of the battle to not even notice that Suja was immune to his opponent's ability. Suja felt that he could do something with this characteristic. The peak 8th grade in front of him did not cause him too much pressure. It was just the right time to use it to hone his battle skills. However, it was equally difficult to kill the opponent. After all, his current real cultivation level was only the mid-8th grade. Although the power of the law could increase his battle power, his recovery ability and other aspects were still inferior to the peak of the 8th grade. The blazing blade aura illuminated the entire space. The laws of fire were constantly being drawn in. This battle allowed Suja to completely release his cultivation. Since his promotion to the 8th rank, although he had experienced many battles, most of the time it was a crushing game. It was simply not considered a true 8th rank duel. Until this moment, there was finally the feeling of an even match. Suja was finally able to run all of his abilities to the extreme. The battle at the peak of the 8th grade was second only to the 9th grade duel, and naturally attracted many gazes. The middle and low-grade martial artists in the Exinen battlefield were also fighting. However, the city's capacity was limited and could not allow all the martial artists to participate in the battle at the same time. There were hundreds of thousands of martial artists in the South Sea battlefield alone, and the entire Exinen battlefield was more than 1 million. It might even be approaching 2 million. The exact number was difficult to accurately count even for Exinen. After all, this was the center of the Southern Realm, and the flow of incoming and outgoing martial artists was too great to be monitored in real time. Can this Senior Su win? I heard that he's fighting the peak of the 8th rank. How do you know that? News has long been spreading that although Senior Su is only in the middle of the 8th product, his battle power after mastering the power of the laws is not inferior to an ordinary peak 8th product. The martial artists were murmuring, their words filled with yearning. Previously, they did not know much about Suja. The South Sea and Exinen were far apart, and most martial artists were fixed on a certain battlefield. Even casual cultivators rarely changed battlefields. After all, familiarizing oneself with the environment was more important than blindly pursuing battle success. Therefore, the rumors about Suja in the past all stayed on paper. This time was different, as they had personally witnessed this person slaying an 8th grade. At this moment, he was even battling the peak of the 8th rank head-on. What shocked the martial artists the most was the appalling cultivation speed. Ever since Suja had become famous, he had made amazing breakthroughs almost every year. Especially after being promoted to a high grade, his growth rate hadn't decreased at all. The discussions of the martial artists could not affect the battle. This battle was destined to be bitter from the start. Whenever the three-eyed clan unleashed their special abilities, Suja would feign a strong impact. He had completely hidden his ability of invulnerability to all laws. Having previously studied a large number of cases, the resistance of martial artists to the three-eyed clan's abilities varied greatly. Those with strong spiritual will were relatively less affected. This peak 8th grade opponent did not become suspicious. He had always believed that Suja's true combat power was overestimated, and that killing an 8th grade was more of a sneak attack. Even if he had comprehended the laws, so what? He had absolute confidence in himself. This kind of blind confidence caused him to overlook many anomalies. For example, Suja had clearly endured a large number of spiritual attacks, so why was he still able to maintain a good state? Mental power damage should have been a fatal weakness for a high-grade martial artist. There were both reasons for his own lack of knowledge of the laws. Mistakenly thinking that Suja relied on the laws to counteract the damage. It was also mixed with jealousy that was difficult to conceal. This three-eyed clan powerhouse had been stuck at the peak of the 8th grade for many years, never able to touch the threshold of the laws. Instead, the mid-stage martial artist in front of him had mastered this power that led to the 9th grade. Jealousy often caused people to lose their judgment. Suja sensed the change in his opponent's mindset, but was not in the least bit anxious. 156. Another cut at the peak of the 8th grade. Great victory. Without realizing it, the high-grade battle had lasted for 3 days. At this moment, Suja's aura seemed to have completely internalized. The opponent's peak 8th grade three-eyed clan obviously did not notice. Suja seemed to be waiting for the opportunity to step into the late 8th grade. In a sense, this was exactly the manifestation of being at ease. If the battle was strenuous, he would never be distracted to consider a breakthrough. In the midst of the constant battles, Suja felt that the spirit, chi, and other aspects gradually merged into one. It is now. Right at this moment, Suja's eyes flickered slightly as he whispered softly. The cultivation around him stepped into the late 8th grade like water. In fact, he had long been able to forcefully break through. However, in order to tamp down his foundation, he had deliberately expended a great deal of energy planning, including stirring up this war in the Exinen battlefield. Of course, Suja is clear in his heart. This war is not only for their own cultivation, more for the subsequent layout of the ambush. Cultivation breakthrough is just one of the links. After the breakthrough, Suja did not immediately explode. This time, he decided not to retain any strength. In the previous battle, he had only utilized the sizzling laws instead of the burning laws. The power of the laws invaded the body of the peak 8th grade three-eyed race along with the blade awnings. This alien powerhouse could still be suppressed for a short period of time. However, as time passed, the power of suppression was declining, especially after the intense battle that lasted for 3 days. This peak 8th grade state had seriously declined, causing his reactions and movements to be half a beat slower. This half a beat difference was enough to be fatal. As a matter of fact, this three-eyed race also sensed something strange. It was about to draw back and pull away. It once again unleashed its most trusted natural ability. But this time, Suja didn't intend to continue his disguise. The winning hand had already appeared. After his cultivation breakthrough, Suja naturally would not miss it. Mad God Blade Technique. Flowing fire. While swinging the long blade with his right hand, his left hand had already gripped the divine sword weapon at some point. His attainments in the Tao of the sword were slightly inferior to the Tao of the blade. At this moment, the sudden sword move became the key to victory. The three-eyed clan, who was in the process of activating their natural ability, was unable to react in time. Frequent use of the ability caused his body to briefly stiffen. In its heyday, this was only a slight price to pay. But at this moment, it became a fatal flaw. What was even more shocking to the three-eyed clan was that Suja was completely immune to the effects of his talent. Boom! This peak 8th grade three-eyed race instantly suffered a heavy blow. However, this was not the end. The law of burning that had accumulated within its body was suddenly triggered to explode. Its life force began to fall off a cliff. Even Suja was surprised. The original plan was only to severely injure the opponent. However, he did not expect this peak 8th grade to be weaker than expected. There were too many laws that had been forcefully suppressed previously. At this moment, the backlash eruption could no longer be contained. This meant that he had killed another 8th grade. And it was a peak 8th product existence. Suja himself felt that it was somewhat absurd. It was true that he did not intend to kill the other party. But all kinds of coincidences layered on top of each other. If this three-eyed race did not use their natural ability, he might have been able to avoid the fatal blow. If he had retreated earlier, he wouldn't have accumulated the laws for too long. After all, it is self-eating. 8th grade fall. The change in the battlefield immediately triggered the attention of all parties. When it was clear that Suja had cut down the peak of the 8th grade again, countless martial artists were shocked. Suja killed another peak 8th grade. Where exactly is his limit? This time, it was a head-on kill without any trickery. Shocked cries rose and fell. Not only were the middle and low-grade martial artists shocked, even the high-grade powerhouses looked sideways. The high grades that were still fighting sensed the change in the battlefield. No one expected Suja to really be able to kill a peak 8th grade. The high-grade people in the Exinen camp showed joyful expressions. However, the three-eyed clan's strongest person's face was blue. This was the second peak 8th grade that Suja had killed. The balance of the battlefield was once again broken. After all, this was an existence that was second only to the 9th grade. Even within the three-eyed clan, there were only a handful of peak 8th grade. Withdraw. The spirit fluctuations of the 9th grade of the Three Eyes clan swept across the battlefield, despite its heart's resentment. However, it was clear that continuing to tangle would only expand its losses. We've won again. The Exinen martial artists erupted into cheers. Countless frenzied gazes were directed at Suja. This was not surprising. He had swayed the battle almost by himself. The battle record of consecutively decapitating two 8th grade. It hadn't been seen for many years in the Exinen battlefield. It was not unusual for a 7th grade to fall, but it's extremely difficult to kill an 8th ranked being. As long as the 9th product does not make a move, how will the 8th product fall? Even Su Shoshuan couldn't help but show surprise when he looked at Suja. When Suja had first elaborated on the plan to him, Su Shoshuan was actually very torn inwardly. Even though Suja had demonstrated the power of the laws, he was still unable to judge his true level of battle power. But this time, Suja had given him a huge surprise. The peak 8th grade Three-Eyed clan had actually been decimated. At this moment, even Su Shoshuan, who was of the 9th grade, had difficulty estimating Suja's strength. It had to be known that the peak of the 8th rank of the Three-Eyed clan was by no means unusual, and Su Shoshuan did not know about the existence of the 10,000 laws. He only thought that Suja had resisted the special ability. Naturally, the assessment of his battle strength was infinitely high. Suja, of course, would not take the initiative to explain. Anyway, when the time limit for the 10,000 laws impervious to infringement ended, if there was no means of restraining the Three-Eyed clan, he would no longer participate in the affairs of the Exinen battlefield. If he really can't, he will close the door. As the Three-Eyed clan retreated one by one, the Exinen martial artists were finally able to celebrate. The high-grade powerhouses were equally hard to hide their joy. This time, the Three-Eyed clan won't make a comeback in the short term, a certain high grade said with certainty. 2 8th grade plus 2 7th grade. It can be considered hurtful to them, especially that peak 8th grade that was supposed to be a 9th grade candidate. The rest of the high grades nodded in agreement. Suja and the others did not participate in the discussion. The South Sea Trio was discussing the return date. They were not Exinen native high grade after all. How about stationing for another 7 days? Observe the Three-Eyed clan's subsequent movements. Su Shengyan made a sound suggestion. Even if we withdraw now, the Exinen defense line was also solid enough. After all, when there was no support from them previously, the defense line is still functioning normally. But we should finish what we started. We will return after confirming that the Three-Eyed clan has truly stopped fighting. Suja and Wang Xingqiu naturally have no objection. Calculated that they are away from the South China Sea for a long time. Not bad for a few days. 157. The aftermath of the Great Battle, the embarrassment of the Shindu Martial Arts University. At the same time, news about the Exinen battlefield quickly spread throughout the entire southern realm. Many martial artists revealed expressions of interest. What? 2 8th grade fell in the Exinen battlefield, and both were beheaded by that South Sea heavenly pride. When the exact news spread, countless martial artists couldn't hide their shock. If their memories were correct, the South Sea heavenly pride himself was only at the 8th rank realm. How could he kill two strong people of the same rank in a row? As the detailed battle report came out from the Exine battlefield, the clan master list was synchronized to update the battle results. Su Zhe's ranking jumped directly to the 5th place of the 8 products list. The reason why he was unable to reach the top of the list was because there were still a number of peak 8th grade powerhouses at the top of the list. These existences had not only comprehended the power of laws, but half of their bodies had already crossed the threshold of the 9th grade. Even so, this record still shook the entire Grand Xia. Previously, Su Zhe's ranking on the 8th product list was still in the middle of the pack, but now he had crossed dozens of veteran powerhouses in a row. This advancement speed is too appalling. I'm afraid that Su Tianjiao's ranking among the 9th grade ranking is just around the corner. The cultivation barriers of the high grade are like a void to him. Perhaps the only way to slow down his footsteps is to have a heavenly rift above the 9th grade. There was a tidal wave of heated discussions and gasps of amazement everywhere in Grand Xia. At the Divine Capital Martial Arts University, whenever Su Zhe made a breakthrough, it would always trigger a special atmosphere. Most of the students tacitly remained silent. It stemmed from the defeat of the Divine Capital's pride, Pei Qingyu, several years ago. Despite the passage of time, that peak duel was still engraved in the depths of everyone's memories. The most saddening thing was that the former Heaven's Pride Pei Qingyu had yet to enter the high grade, while Su Zhe had already fallen to the peak of the 8th grade. On the contrary, Pei Qingyu has been at the peak of the 6th grade for many years. This kind of situation was clearly a sign of harboring a heart demon. This caused an unwritten rule to form on campus. Few people took the initiative to mention Su Zhe's deeds. However, when the country was hotly debated, the students of the Divine Capital could not avoid it after all. Elder Pei's luck was not good after all. Even the students who defended him the most had to admit, no matter how gifted you are, you can only be overshadowed when you meet a demon like this. Many veteran powerhouses had their Dao hearts clouded due to their cultivation speed. What was even more shocking was that not only was Su Zhe's cultivation rapid, but his combat ability also surpassed his peers. The number of high-grade martial artists that have fallen to him has exceeded 2 palms, and now he has even added the peak of the 8th grade to his battle record. There was only one place that was filled with joy and encouragement whenever Su Zhe was reported to be successful. That is the South Sea base. As the strongest person from this seaside fortress, Su Zhe has become the brightest flag in the South China Sea. In addition to the defense system he had laid out here in the early years and the huge donations, his reputation was skyrocketing. Su Zhe's strength has improved again. I hope Su Zhe's strength gets stronger and stronger. Maybe our South Sea base will be able to get some light as well. Many residents of the South Sea base still maintained their simple perceptions. The existence of such a strong person meant that the safety factor of the base skyrocketed. Even if there was a crisis coming, Su Zhe would definitely not sit idly by. Martial artists in the know were more aware of the deeper connections. Su Zhe's closest relatives were still settled in the South Sea. His family had no intention of moving elsewhere. The South Sea base was a solid foundation. While the outside world was abuzz over the Exine battlefield, the people involved were unusually calm. Su Zhe has long passed the age of fame. The experience of reincarnating in 2 lifetimes had caused him to favor a low-profile approach to the world. Thankfully, his activities were basically limited to the southern border. Emergencies similar to the northwest battlefield would be difficult to recreate. Grand Xia had fully strengthened the guarding of the passages in the battlefields of the 10,000 races. Frequent blockades of the region not only consume resources, but also constrain the development of the region. 7 days later, the Exine battlefield welcomed a short period of peace. Although the Three-Eyed Clan had lost a number of high-grade individuals, they had chosen to tolerate the situation. In the current battlefield pattern, the Three-Eyed Clan was indeed in a disadvantageous position. With the loss of 4 high-grade warriors, even the strongest clans needed time to recover. Compared to the Desolate Plains clan, the Three Eyes clan had much deeper reserves. The 6th grade is well stocked, and if they can spare the resources, they can produce the 7th grade. However, the cultivation of a strong 8th grade person is not an overnight task. At this moment, Su Zhe's team is ready to return. He had been away from the South China Sea for a long time, and his ability to not be invaded by all laws was about to expire. He no longer had any attachment to the Exine battlefield. Patriarch Su will come to Exine and again, be sure to inform in advance. The 2 battlefields should strengthen communication and collaboration. The Exine high-grade people were so enthusiastic that they were almost solicitous. This campaign not only harvested abundantly, but also cleared the haze that had accumulated for a long time. They know in their hearts. The reversal of the battlefield situation all depends on the South China Sea pride. Today's vision of the South China Sea battlefield is already different. That once needed support poor relatives, early metamorphosis into a strong rise of the benchmark. At this time do not hurry to make friends, but also wait for what time. If from time to come so, maybe really can reverse the situation of Xinan battlefield. Compared to Suja's calmness, Su Shangyan and Wang Xingqiu looked a little odd. They were not strangers to these high-grade martial artists from Xinan. They had been in contact with them many times before. However, it was the first time that they had seen Xinan's high-grade martial artists being so attentive. The two of them could not help but feel a sense of emotion. It must be known that once upon a time, Xinan's high-quality martial artists always had a competitive mindset towards the South Sea martial artists. Suja three people did not stay in Sinan. They went straight back to the South Sea. To them, the South Sea was where they belonged. Even Suja was in no hurry to return to the base. Anyway, it was only a stone's throw from the battlefield to the South Sea base. With his current cultivation, he was not in a hurry. Even though he was thinking about his homeland, he still chose to move with the team first. Only 1 hour later, the fighter jet landed at the South China Sea airport from the Xinan battlefield. 158 back to school and existence above the 9th rank. In the middle of the school, a 7th product had long been waiting here. However, Suja was not familiar with this 7th rank, not being from the Dan Pill Academy. 3 seniors, congratulations on returning to the South Sea in honor. This 7th grade powerhouse opened his mouth to congratulate them with a face full of joy. Even though certain things that Suja and the others did on the surface seemed to have nothing to do with the South Sea. However, every action was making a name for the South Sea. The matter of reputation was difficult for even a 7th grade powerhouse to be exempt from. Not to mention that an increase in reputation could bring more attention. This had substantial benefits for the entire South Sea. Certain regions tended to gradually decline if they didn't receive attention. The South Sea battlefield wasn't like that. However, if Daxia introduced a new policy, the South Sea might be prioritized as a result. Including the allocation of special resources, the South Sea may be able to obtain more inclination. These are all Suja's credit. Su Shengyan did not hesitate to push Suja to the front of the stage. Both were members of the Nanhai Martial Arts University. Naturally, there was no need to be polite and cover up. Whether it was the Northwestern operation or the Xinan affairs, Suja took the credit. At most, he is considered to be helping to run errands and do odd jobs. Thinking about this, Su Shengyan's heart also rose a little helpless. After all, he was not as strong as others. Indeed, Wang Xingqiu, the 8th-ranked powerhouse of the South Sea Grand Summer Army, smiled and nodded in agreement. The harvest this time was quite fruitful, and they all owed Suja a great favor. Let's go back to the school first and then catch up. Suja directly spoke out to interrupt the subsequent pleasantries. The crowd quickly returned to the South Sea Martial Arts University. Wang Xingqiu, as the 8th rank of the Grand Xia Army, was the first to take his leave. After all, he was not originally affiliated with the martial arts university system. Suja and Su Shengyan naturally did not retain him. After all, the other party needed to report for duty as soon as possible. When they returned to the campus, Yu Xiong had already led a number of high-grade strongmen to wait for a long time. Everyone was eager to learn the details of Suja's trip. Although there were some rumors circulating, the specific details still touched the hearts of all the high-grade people. Su Shengyan took the initiative to take on the duty of explaining. The search in the northwestern region at the beginning could be described as difficult. Who would have thought that in the end it would be a situation where the lights go out? The key clues are obviously close at hand, but no one has cracked them. He briefly mentioned his long search in the northwest. In the end, it was in vain. Nowadays, the degree of understanding of the northwestern region actually has far exceeded the familiarity with the southern realm places. After all, there were many regions in the southern realm that he had never set foot in so far. It was purely by accident that I was able to find it. After Su Shengyan finished his narration, Suja took over and said. He stated the discovery process in detail. From contacting the Northwest Grand Duke Kong Qinghu to encountering an existence suspected to be above the 9th grade, the whole story was told. These were not secret stories that needed to be covered up in the first place. It was natural to be open and honest. However, the high-grade powerhouses of the South Sea Martial Dao University heard their faces change slightly. Above the 9th grade? Even for these high grades, above the ninth grade was still a legendary existence. On the surface, it seemed that there wasn't much difference between a high grade and a ninth grade. In reality, it was a world of difference. How many high-grade people had spent their entire lives unable to reach the peak of the ninth grade? Not to mention the realm above the ninth grade. Those transcendent existences had always been unpredictable. Who exactly is Elder Su? The gazes of the crowd coincidentally turned to Principal Yuxiong. If there was anyone present who was closest to being above the ninth grade, it was none other than the principal. If anyone could answer, it would definitely be this peak ninth grade. Elder Su? Perhaps it's Su Kaidwan, the supreme heavenly pride who rose from the Northwest Martial Arts University 150 years ago. Yuxiong pondered for a moment before cautiously speculating. This was the option with the highest probability. Northwest origin, cultivation above the ninth grade. Even though all the people present were of high grade, their pupils couldn't help but shrink at the words. 150 years ago, such a long time ago, the name of Su Kaidwan was equally unfamiliar to them. Can the principal tell us about this person's deeds? A certain seventh grade powerhouse couldn't hide his curiosity and asked. The high grades present all held their breaths, and even Suja pricked up his ears. After all, this was a secret story that touched above the ninth grade. It is recorded that this person came from an ordinary background, only an ordinary third-grade martial artist family. Yet he broke through to the peak of the ninth grade at the age of 40. The information Yuxiong possessed was also limited and could only summarize the outline. For existences above the ninth grade, all relevant information was strictly controlled. If he himself had not reached the peak of the ninth grade, Gran Xia would not have opened up this type of profile to him at all. Even so, the information obtained was extremely vague. This account still caused the hearts of the high grades present to flutter. At the age of 40, he had reached the peak of the ninth grade. No one present dared to think of such an achievement. One must know that most of them were only at the sixth grade realm at the age of 40. And this one was already striving for the ninth rank. The difference was not even close. Even Principal Yuxiong's cultivation progress was far less than that of this legend. Of all the people present, only Suja was expected to match his cultivation speed. Perhaps he would be able to reach the peak of the ninth grade before the age of 40. In addition to his experiences in the Northwest, Suja focused on the ins and outs of the Xianan battlefield. The level of detail in this statement even exceeded the narrative of the Northwest. The process of dealing with the Southern Realm's Grand Duke Su Shoshuan was mentioned emphatically. I didn't realize that the battle in the Southern Realm had started like this. Had it not been for Suja's insistence on mediating, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Su Shoshuan was indeed short-sighted, but it's good that he eventually pulled back from the brink. The high-class men of the South Sea Martial Arts University expressed their positions one after another. In terms of their stance on the Xianan incident, they unreservedly supported Suja. As for that Southern Realm Governor Su Shoshuan, sorry, he really couldn't make waves in the South Sea Realm. It must be known that the center of gravity of the Grand Governor's authority has always been in the Xianan battlefield. The attention to the South China Sea battlefield can be described as a world of difference. Even often dumped difficult matters to the South China Sea to deal with. Previously, the South China Sea base incident is clear evidence. This kind of hot potato various forces to avoid. It is difficult to obtain practical benefits, but also to take the blame for the accident. In the end, all the pressure on the shoulders of the South China Sea Martial Arts University. This kind of behavior, naturally difficult to obtain the goodwill of the South China Sea high quality. In addition, the South China Sea Martial Arts University has always been a high degree of autonomy. President Yu Xiong's ranking in the Zhongsher list was even more crushing to this de-dudu. Multiple factors superimposed, naturally do not need to give the other side enough face. Even Suja couldn't help but feel the university's full support for himself. When the discussion on the affairs of the southern border was completed, Su Shengyan and Suja turned to inquire about recent movements in the South China Sea. 159. The growing influence of the South China Sea. This period of time has not been generally calm. Even quite a few resources on the battlefield are now occupied by South Sea martial artists. Many high grades briefly spoke about the situation of the South Sea battlefield today. Could be said that the South Sea strongholds held an absolute advantage. The Desolate clan seems to be building up their strength in preparation for a counterattack. It was Su Shangyan who wasn't careless, but instead spoke out to remind him. That was our judgment earlier as well. The Desolate Plains clan isn't a good fight. But the South Sea stronghold is also making preparations in all aspects. The many high grades present were very experienced and could naturally tell something. Whether it was the South Sea Grand Xia Army or the South Sea Martial Arts University, all of them had taken out many resources in the hopes of cultivating more middle and high grades. Su Zhi silently listened to the words of the many high grades. He did not doubt these judgments. It was because the Desolate Plains clan had always held grudges. It was only because the South Sea stronghold was so powerful that it temporarily retreated. If they waited for the right time, the Desolate Plains clan might launch a surprise attack. This is not easy to say. It would depend on the defense and readiness of the South Sea stronghold. To Su Zhi, this matter was not critical. The Desolate Plains clan shouldn't act so quickly. It would take at least a year or two to prepare. After all, cultivating a high grade was never something that could be accomplished in the short term. It's better to step into the 9th grade as soon as possible now. Cultivation has reached the late 8th grade, only one step away from the peak. Together with law comprehension, there is no obstacle to advancing to the 9th grade. Su Zhi secretly pondered. No matter what storms the Desolate Plains clan stirred up, after he achieved the 9th grade, all problems would be solved. After all, the current South Sea battlefield could not accommodate an existence above the 9th grade. Even if he was undefeated, he wouldn't have to worry about his life if he was promoted to the 9th rank. Unlike the 8th rank, although the 8th product was considered an important combatant, there was still a risk of being killed. It was not impossible for a 9th rank to strike at an 8th rank if there was no one to hold them back. Earlier, it was Yu Xiong and the other 9th products that helped block them. Su Zhi could sense that many of the 9th grade products already viewed him as a thorn in their side. Overall, this matter was really important. Promoting to the 9th rank was no longer difficult for him. There was no shortage of resources. This time, the Exinen battlefield was very rewarding. It would be a cutie if he didn't seize the time to impact the 9th rank. This time, you guys will first recuperate at the Martial Arts University. It wouldn't be heading to Zenenhai. Just as Su Zhi's thoughts were fluttering, Yu Xiong's voice sounded once again. After all, the two of them, Su Zhi, did make a lot of achievements for the South Sea. Coupled with the fact that nowadays the number of high grades out of the South Sea Martial Arts University had increased significantly. There were even quite a few new high grades added. It was obvious that the other colleges had all been stimulated by the Dan Pharmaceutical College. In conjunction with the ample resources previously provided by the school, quite a few peak 6th grades had finally obtained breakthrough opportunities. It was due to the surge in the number of high grades at the South Sea Martial Arts University. Su Shengyan and the two of them could not take their turn to guard the South Sea stronghold. Fortunately, neither Su Shengyan nor Su Zhi cared about this matter. The two had the second highest reserve of resources in the entire university, second only to President Yu Xiong. Even Vice Principal Tang Guangtu might not be comparable. Principal, how are the supernumerary classes developing now? Su Zhi suddenly remembered this matter that had been put on hold. This period of time was busy with various matters. He really hadn't paid attention to the progress. It was just the right time to take this opportunity to inquire. As the words fell, a smile appeared on Yu Xiong's face. It was obvious that the results of the supernumerary class had exceeded expectations. The supernumerary class is developing quite smoothly. It has currently covered the entire southern realm area. Basically, all the loose cultivators are vying for enrollment spots, Yu Xiong said with emotion in his tone. Although all of these loose cultivators were only low-grade martial artists, yet they were able to expand their reputation for the South Sea Martial Arts University. The loose cultivators who graduated from the supernumerary class naturally held a sense of closeness to the school. Never underestimate this emotion. When the base expands to the hundreds of thousands level, quantitative changes will trigger qualitative changes. Not to mention the fact that the offspring of casual students may choose to enroll in our school as a result. Even a small conversion rate would be substantial enough. The influence of the South Sea Martial Arts University was penetrating silently. Through the bond of the supernumerary classes, it was firmly uniting the centripetal force of the scattered cultivator groups. Even though these loose cultivators were unable to provide battle support for the time being. However, what the school currently needed was not originally short-term battle power. Rather, it was subtle influence. Nowadays, the supernumerary class has already made the 4 words, South Sea Martial University, deeply popular. The potential gains were far more lucrative than they appeared. Su Zhi's face revealed a look of relief. After all, this program also had the credit of his initiative. The school is currently expanding to the surrounding areas of the southern realm. It might be able to attract more talented seedlings to join. Yu Xiong's words continued. The high grades present were all in a happy mood at the moment. The current South Sea Martial Arts University was not lacking in resources for the time being. However, the problem of a lack of talented students was not small. Although some of the seedlings had been recruited before, the number was far from enough. Currently, there were only a dozen or so genius trainees in the entire university. This number seemed quite a lot. In reality, these students only reached the minimum admission standards of the top martial arts universities. The difference was even more needless to say. The number of high-grade martial artists at the South Sea Martial Arts University was indeed sizable. It can barely be ranked amongst the top tier of martial arts universities. But the gap between first-class and top martial arts universities is by no means a hair's breadth. If you want to become a top martial arts university in Daxia, the most crucial condition was to cultivate an existence above the 9th rank. Without a 9th grade, there is no way to talk about the word top. This is the biggest bottleneck that restricts the development of our school. The influence of an existence above the 9th rank is far from superficial. Currently, the most promising person in the school belongs to Principal Xiong. After all, the principal is only one step away from a breakthrough. It was just that this threshold would be stuck for an unknown number of years. It's not surprising that he'll run out of lifespan. How many 9th grade peaks are stuck in front of this final rift? Suja did not continue to pursue the question. This South Sea Martial Arts University high-grade meeting ended here. Since there was no need to station at the South Sea stronghold, he planned to return to the South Sea base to take a look around. Going home to rest and recuperate for a few days was not bad. Nowadays, as long as you don't have to travel far, you can simply report it. Suja didn't use this kind of resources like airplanes. He directly rose up into the air and sped towards the direction of the South Sea base. It's time to extract a new ability. During the flight, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't yet performed an ability extraction this month. 160, the system told me to take it easy. I hope a helpful ability will appear. Suja thought silently. Currently, what he wanted most was undoubtedly the ability to raise his cultivation. The 9th grade was close at hand, so there was definitely no delay. He never hesitated in this aspect of raising his cultivation realm. The great carousel of abilities continued to rotate. One ability flashed one after another. It finally settled on a grid that emitted 8-colored light. Successful extraction. Congratulations on obtaining a leisurely life experience card. You can obtain cultivation insights by performing leisure behaviors for a time limit of 1 month. When he saw this new ability, a strange look flashed across Suja's face. This ability could be called the simplest of all his current abilities. Even if one obtained other talents, one would need to cultivate on their own in order to improve. However, this ability was simple and rough. As long as one made a leisurely behavior, one could directly obtain cultivation insights. Suja immediately tried it up and landed on the ground from a high altitude. The 8th grade pressure enveloped the surroundings, and no mutant animal dared to approach within 100 miles. He leisurely enjoyed the forest scenery. After the revival of spiritual qi, most of the areas in the wilderness had long been transformed into dense jungles. However, martial artists often only focused on the dangers in the jungle, but would not stop to enjoy the scenery. Now that Suja's strength was on his side, he was able to enjoy this leisure with ease. Not to mention, this scenery is better than many tourist resorts in the previous life. Unfortunately, it is a forbidden area for ordinary martial artists and regular people. Suja murmured softly, his tone tinged with a few emotions. It was unknown how much time had passed. Host made a leisurely behavior, judged cultivation +1. A prompt sounded in his mind, and Suja clearly felt that his cultivation level had increased by a fraction. Compared to cultivating on his own, this way was just too easy. However, after many attempts, he realized that it could only be triggered once in 3 hours. And if he practiced cultivation during that time, the interval would be lengthened. After repeated verification, Suja finally figured out this ability mechanism. The ability of the 8-colored radiance was truly extraordinary. All of the cultivation enhancements were directly infused without any of the flimsy feeling of taking heavenly materials and treasures. When Suja returned to his senses, he was already in the South Sea base area. There was a lot of time delayed due to testing his abilities. At this moment, it was exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Suja was also in no hurry to return. If it was normal, Shin Qingyan and her daughter should all be at school at this moment. He decided to take a look at the changes in the South Sea base. This was likewise a way to take it easy. Of course, he did not forget to hide his figure. Previously, Suja had made many plans at the South Sea base. This included the base's planning and construction program. Nowadays, the entire base did present a new look. The most obvious change was the mental state of the residents. In the past, most of the people in the South China Sea base were numb. Nowadays, they have a real hope for life. This spiritual transformation may stem from a fundamental change. The reasoning is actually very simple. Once upon a time, those who were able to become martial artists were mostly from well-off families or groups with a heritage. For example, Suja himself. Although he was orphaned and widowed, his father, whom he had never met, had been a martial artist. The secret books of martial arts left behind played a key role in his admission to the South Sea Martial Arts University. Even he had traveled so hard, let alone ordinary people with no background. Since Suja took charge of the South Sea base, the situation began to turn around. The acceptance rate of the martial arts college entrance examination had increased significantly. Even those who failed to get on the list were given more options due to their enhanced chi and blood. Joining the Daxia army was one of the ways out. This army has its own strict selection criteria. Those with mediocre qualifications could not even reach the threshold of a martial artist, so naturally they had no chance of joining the army. Through Suja's student support program, many students have broken through the bottleneck of chi and blood. In previous years, the Daxia Army's local recruiting program was always a sellout. In the past 2 years, the number of admissions has doubled several times. As the Daxia Army continued to expand, the acceptance quota for the South Sea base was still incrementally increasing. Let's go to Nanhai No. 3 Middle School first. Suja lazily muttered to himself. Influenced by the leisurely life ability, he completely suspended his cultivation. After detaching himself from the state of cultivation, his mind naturally loosened up. At this moment, it was as if he had shed the aura of an 8th-grade martial artist. He was no longer a powerful person sitting in the South Sea, overlooking the southern realm. Instead, he looked like an ordinary person. The South Sea 3rd Middle School is now different from the past. With part of Suja's information exposed, this once unknown high school has now become a hot presence. Especially with Suja's growing strength, the number of students applying for the Nanhai No. 3 high school had increased dramatically. As long as they could get involved with him, it was enough for many students, even if he himself might not notice these students. Thanks to the deployment of resources from the High School Martial Arts League, the educational resources of the schools in Nanhai base were now balanced. Adding to the fact that Nanhai No. 3 Middle School still had Shin Qingyan sitting in on it, there was absolutely no loss in applying for the exam. This led to the school's enrollment quotas being exceptionally sought after. Many gifted students choose to study here, and after graduation, they plan to take the South China Sea Martial Arts University. This path was clearly modeled after Suja's trajectory. Although they could not replicate his martial arts achievements, they could always obtain some care. After all, when the South Sea Martial Arts University enrolls students, it must give priority to checking their backgrounds. With Suja's status at the school, at least a level playing field could be guaranteed. Other martial arts universities were not so idealized. The second-generation martial artists still had too much of an advantage. While Suja was pondering, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Shin Qingyan's figure. 3rd grade now. He whispered in disbelief, his tone tinged with surprise. Obviously, he did not expect Shin Qingyan to have broken through the 3rd-rank realm. On second thought, it was reasonable. Since she had obtained a superior qualification, her cultivation speed had long been unparalleled in the past. Now that resources are abundant, it is normal to have this achievement. Suja couldn't help but lament. When he was 28 years old and stuck at the peak of the 2nd grade, he had no qualifications and no resources. Shin Qingyan suddenly frowned slightly. She was keenly aware of the stares from the shadows and immediately stopped to look around. 161. Changes in the South Sea base. Can it be that it's a cult martial artist? Shin Qingyan was the first to have this thought. After all, there were not a few people who knew her identity nowadays. If she was targeted by a cult martial artist, it was not entirely impossible. However, when Shin Qingyan looked at the figure's face, her face could not help but reveal a look of shock. Husband. She never expected Suja to show up at Nanhai 3rd Middle School. At this time, there happened to be quite a number of teachers and students gathered around, marching towards the martial arts square to prepare for the cultivation competition. This cry from the vice principal caused everyone to be instantly stunned in place. This one's husband, isn't that one? He was once the governor of the South Sea, and now he has stepped into the 8th grade realm. It's even at the top of the 8th rank sequence of the patriarch list. The students couldn't hide their excitement as they murmured. For most of the South Sea-based students, mid-grade martial artists were rare to see. High-grade martial artists were even more of a legendary existence to them. Not only were the students' hearts pounding, but the team of teachers were equally emotional. Although there were teachers from Nanhai 3rd Middle School who had seen Suja before. But at that time, he was not yet as famous as he is today. At that time, although the top of the South China Sea Martial Arts University tutor title ultimately lacked shock power. Now, it was very different. This person had already risen to the status of a legend. Shen Qingyan quickly stepped forward to welcome him. "What brings you here?" Her tone was soft and fluttering, not like her usual thunderous vice principal demeanor. With Suja's elevated status, coupled with his previous actions of helping her improve her qualifications and deploying resources, the relationship between this superficial couple has quietly changed. The change was initiated by Shen Qingyan, and Suja did not resist. "Haven't returned for a long time. Stopping by to see how the South Sea base has changed over the years." Without realizing it, I actually walked to the entrance of the 3rd middle school. "Sensing your breath, I came in to take a look." Suja's answer was light. Shen Qingyan suddenly realized that this was just a chance encounter. If she hadn't arrived at school today, her husband probably wouldn't have made a special visit. Thinking about this, a warm feeling rose in her heart. "Do you want to take a stroll around the campus? I'll show you the new look of the 3rd grade. Compare it to see how different it is from when you were studying." Anticipation flickered in Shen Qingyan's eyes. It was mainly because the couple had too little time alone. In the past, even when Suja returned, either he was busy cultivating or instructing his daughter. Where did the couple have the opportunity to be alone? At this moment, Shen Qingyan suddenly wanted to experience the shopping routine of an ordinary couple. This experience was a luxury for her. Of course, Shen Qingyan knew in her heart, although Suja could not accompany her like an ordinary husband. However, he had the strength to shelter her and the power to allocate resources. The gains and losses outweighed each other. She couldn't talk about envying ordinary couples. She just occasionally committed a bit of foolishness, such as the present moment. She regretted it as soon as the words left her mouth. After all, it was well known that Suja had always valued his time like gold. Either he was cultivating or studying martial arts. Being able to come to school was already rare. One should be content. Good. Suja, however, readily agreed. For no other reason, this vacation was reserved for a whole month. Early to the principal to report to the South China Sea base to stay for 30 days. Anyway, stay in Xianan is also idle. Why not go back to the South China Sea around? Just a slight sense of indebtedness. After all, just returned from the Xianan duty report, and then returned to the South China Sea. No more stops at the WU campus. Good in the principal you shown broad-minded. Press simply did not care about this kind of small matter. After all, Suja is the South China Sea WU key cultivation object. As long as you do not make mistakes of principle, the school will be tolerated. Not to mention that this time it was just a visit to friends and family. Other high-grade martial artists would have done the same thing if they weren't so far away. It is unlikely that they will also operate like this. The senior management of the South Sea Martial Arts University rarely carries family members. The root of this is that in the early years of the South China Sea battlefield situation is turbulent. Even the otherworldly channel had a crisis. Naturally, it is inconvenient to drag the family. Over time, everyone has gotten used to it. In addition to Suja's young high-grade, most of the high-grade martial artists were already the age of their grandparents. It was also impractical to bring the entire family to migrate. Hearing Suja's promise, Shen Qingyan was once again stunned. After hesitating, she took the initiative to take her husband's arm. She led him on a slow walking tour of the campus. The two people who were already in the spotlight were slow to leave. The students became more and more excited. Even if they couldn't strike up a conversation, it was good to look at them from afar for a few moments. The students who were originally preparing for the competition were far behind the two. Even some of the teachers acquiesced to this behavior and even secretly followed. Mr. and Mrs. Suja had noticed the small tail behind them. But no one broke the ice. Since he appeared, he was destined to become the center of attention. News like wings. First, It spread throughout the Nanhai 3rd Middle School campus. That person actually returned to the South Sea. Still in school? Quickly take me to see. The entire school instantly boiled. The phone in the principal's office was ringing off the hook. The current principal Lee hastily organized his grooming. This one is rumored to be quite close to Lieutenant Governor Lee Sung-gang. Lee Ching-gang's calculations were straightforward: to maintain relations with the Su family. When the former principal Fong was promoted, Shin Qingyan didn't even lift an eyelid. Whoever was the principal treated her with respect anyway. The news spread like ripples throughout the South Sea base. After all, behind every student stood countless families. Martial artist families were especially active. Inside the governor's mansion. He's back? Yen Zhengxing's knuckles lightly knocked on the desktop, his eyes glowing with joy. With Suju's promotion to high grade, his whereabouts in Nanhai Wuda had become a secret. Fortunately, the Yen family and the Su family had always been on good terms. When the South Sea Martial Arts University was considering the rotation of governors, Yen Zhengxing gritted his teeth and carried the pressure. Gambling is right. Suja has not sent him few resources over the years. After all, it was one of their own. Not to mention that Suja still had a long-term layout for the South Sea base, so naturally he would not be stingy. Yen Zhengxing's days today were more nourishing than when he was at WU. But stuck in the bottleneck of the peak of the 4th grade, always want to find an opportunity to seek advice. It was just that Suja had just returned and paid a visit to the door, which was too blatant. He could only send someone to secretly keep an eye out. The other martial artists in the South Sea base were not stupid either. At the moment, they were all pressing their troops like Governor Yen, secretly watching. Suja on campus did not yet know that he had become the eye of the storm. Even if he did know, he would only smile. If you are just a low-grade martial artist, you will not be able to get away with it. If you're just a low-grade martial artist, wouldn't you want to make friends with a high-grade powerhouse? The answer is self-evident. 162, Reunion with Family, Pouring Envy. Suja and Shin Qingyan had walked for about 10 minutes or so. There were already more students surrounding them than expected. Although these students did not disturb the two. However, the number of people was simply too many, causing it to be surrounded now. Even if they wanted to visit the school changes, it was impossible. This scene had actually been expected. Whether it was Suja or Shin Qingyan, there was no unexpected look on their faces. The only problem might be that Shin Qingyan felt that the students were gathering too quickly. It was rare for the two of them to spend time alone, but they did not expect it to be so short-lived. When did I become so famous? Suja looked relaxed and half-joked. Husband, if it was outside the southern realm, it would be just that. No one might recognize you, but this is the South Sea base. Shin Qingyan lightly glared at him. There were only a handful of people in the entire South Sea base who did not recognize Suja. From the core martial artists down to the common people, who did not know Suja's name. Let's go. Suja shook his head and said, taking Shin Qingyan's hand. The next second, he directly stepped into the sky. Since the ground was surrounded, there was only this path left to take. This move, however, was unexpected by many people. After all, the South Sea base had never had a high-grade martial artist show up. No one expected Suja to choose to travel in the air. Even Shin Qingyan had not expected this. The moment he was carried into the air, Shin Qingyan could not hide the excitement on her face. This was her first time experiencing flight, even if she needed to rely on Suja's strength. But regardless of whether one was a martial artist or a mortal, there was always a natural yearning for the sky. Suja did not expect his wife to be so excited. On second thought, he remembered that when he first entered the 7th grade and attempted to fly, wasn't it the same? Let's go home first, Suja murmured softly, and his words were accurately transmitted into Shin Qingyan's mind. In order to let Shin Qingyan experience the feeling of flying, he purposely slowed down his flying speed. Many sharp-eyed martial artists in the South Sea base could even see the two figures. After the excitement, Shin Qingyan gradually regained her sobriety. After all, she was a 3rd-grade martial artist. Although it was still a low grade, it was already considered a strong party in the South Sea base. Even without the identity of the 8th-grade madam, she was also unrivaled in the base. At this moment, her gaze lingered more on Suja's side face. Unconsciously, she was actually looking a little infatuated. Fortunately, Suja was enjoying his leisurely life trait. He did not release his spiritual energy. Naturally, he did not notice his wife's state. It was a coincidence. Just after entering the house, Su's mother looked at the two of them with a smile. Don't look at Sue's mom's age, modern technology can't defeat her. 500 years before the recovery of Aura, there were electronic products. Passed down from generation to generation, it had long become a necessary skill. She had already learned of her son's return from the internet. Now, Sue's mom is extraordinarily understanding of her son. Her husband was the same way back then. It's not hard to be reunited after a long time, as long as you don't hear bad news. Once upon a time, she was afraid of hearing bad news from the South China Sea. Now my son is an 8th grade martial artist. He can't be hurt in a normal crisis. In Desya, the fall of a 7th grade would cause an earthquake. Officials will send a task force to investigate the cause of death. Not to mention Suja, an 8th grade martial artist. In recent years, there has been no record of an 8th grade falling within the Grand Xia. Sue's mother naturally didn't have to worry so much. Right now, the only thing she misses the most is to promote the birth of her granddaughter. Having only one granddaughter, Su Xiaojin was too little. Which of those high-grade martial arts families didn't have a flourishing family? Mom! Suja smiled and greeted her. Although there were memories of 2 lives, the mother's love in this life was always as warm as ever. Just in time to come back. The meals are all ready. Sue's mom didn't say much, just greeted her warmly. This care remained unchanged. An 8th grade martial artist did not actually need a diet. Good, Suja answered without hesitation. Now that only Su Xiaojin was left in the family, there was no one to worry about. Back then, that purple electricity mouse had piled on the resources. It had already broken through to the 6th grade realm. It was faster than Suja expected. After all, mutant beasts ate more of their natural qualifications. Unlike a martial artist, if one is enlightened enough to be heaven-defying, one may not have more opportunities. The existence of the 6th grade was enough to sweep the entire South Sea base. Protecting Su Xiaojin was still very easy. Just as Suja was talking to Su's mother, he brought up some of his recent experiences. Whether it was what happened in the Northwest region or what happened in Xianan. All of these topics caused a look of curiosity to flood the eyes of Su's mother and Shin Qingyan. Of course, Suja purposely picked the parts that were not dangerous to tell. As for the battle process, he directly brushed it off. Su's mother did not notice her son's deliberate omission. Shin Qingyan, however, keenly noticed it. As a martial artist, she was well aware of the ferocity of the 10,000 races battlefield. The actual situation would never be as easy as Suja described. One had to know that since breaking through the 3rd grade, Shin Qingyan's authority level had increased. She was already able to access some of the confidential information. The average deaths of martial artists in the clan battlefield exceeded 1 million every year. Even if it was spread evenly across each of the war zones in Grand Xia, the number was still quite staggering. This didn't include cult martial artists' rebellions and the casualties of martial artists that occurred in the wilderness areas. If all of them were counted, the annual number of martial artist deaths would be even more appalling. Shin Qingyan understood that her husband did not want her mother-in-law to worry. She naturally would not poke at Suja's deliberate whitewashing. At that exact moment, Su Xiaojin, who was released from school, pushed the door in. Dad! The moment she saw Suja, the little girl's eyes lit up. In fact, she had long known of her father's return. At the moment, the entire South Sea base was buzzing about this matter. On the way home, she had already heard countless people discussing it. Little Jane, looking at his daughter, a smile bloomed on Suja's face. Nowadays, Su Xiaojin was already a junior high school student. Suja keenly sensed that his daughter's qi blood value was approaching the 700 mark. It was getting closer and closer to the threshold of a martial artist. However, the later one's cultivation reached, the tougher it became. What's more, Mr. and Mrs. Su did not intend for their daughter to become a martial artist too early. They were more focused on tamping down the foundation. Ever since Suja had been promoted to the 8th grade, this pair of parents had higher expectations for their daughter. At the very least, they wanted to start with a high grade. For this reason, the foundation polishing could not afford to be sloppy. Shin Qingyan, who had experienced the difficulties of cultivation, was particularly attentive to her daughter's cultivation progress. She always made sure that Su Xiaojin's cultivation path was correct. 163. Shin Qingyan's determination to become a supernumerary disciple? Next, the family was very lively. Unlike in the past. After the meal was over, Suja actually took the unprecedented step of accompanying his daughter to watch a TV program. This was definitely the first time. Even Su Xiaojin was a bit surprised. What's wrong with this old father of his own today? Wasn't he obsessed with cultivation before? Su Xiaojin's heart was filled with doubts, but fortunately she did not open her mouth to ask in the end. In fact, it was not only Su Xiaojin who noticed this. Shen Qingyan was equally aware of it. However, she did not say much. After all, it was normal for Suja to take a break. At this moment, Suja did not know what was in his wife and daughter's mind. Host made a leisurely behavior. Sense +1. Host performs a leisurely act. Cultivation +1. Under the leisurely life ability, Suja clearly perceived that his cultivation continued to grow. The original late 8th product realm was steadily advancing towards the peak of the 8th product. One must know that after reaching the 8th product realm, each small realm advancement required several years of accumulation, which was as easy as this. Suja predicted that he would be able to break through to the peak of the 8th grade by the end of this month. After all, it was an 8-colored flowing light level ability. For an ordinary martial artist to obtain a 5-colored ability would already be considered heaven-defying. In the following days, Su family members increasingly sensed Suja's abnormality. In addition to occasionally receiving South Sea-based martial artists, this family head even began to bring his family members to wander around the city. What surprised Shen Qingyan even more was that Suja had not operated his gong method to cultivate throughout the entire process. She was puzzled. Meanwhile, the South Sea-based hot search list had been occupied by Suja-related topics. Patriarch Su is suspected to be on vacation. I met an 8th grade powerhouse returning from grocery shopping in the morning. Martial arts grandmaster appears at the marketplace to instruct stall owners on knife work. Citizens were delighted with these novel sightings. An 8th grade martial artist should have been worshipped by all forces, so it was rare to see such a grounded behavior. In fact, the crowd didn't realize that this was all due to the determination mechanism of the leisurely life. Grocery shopping, walking, watching TV. In the system's judgment, all of these relaxing routines are valid behaviors. To Suja, this experience of lying down and becoming stronger was truly wonderful. Time flew by. Under Suja's guidance, Shen Qingyan gained a lot. Although Suja had earlier organized the cultivation tips for martial artists of all stages, after all, everyone's situation was different. Shen Qingyan still had many confusions. In the past, she always chose to study on her own and never bothered Suja on the chat software. Now that Suja had a rare moment of leisure, she naturally would not miss the opportunity. By the way, the South Sea Martial Arts University has opened supernumerary classes. You can turn into an official student when you reach the 4th grade realm. Suja suddenly remembered this matter. Originally, he should have informed Shen Qingyan a long time ago, but he had been delayed by various matters leading to forgetfulness. Now it was finally remembered. Regarding the setting of the 4th grade threshold, it was precisely the suggestion he had made at first. It was mainly to open up passageways for casual cultivators with excellent qualifications. Why not the 3rd grade? Simply because most 3rd grade martial artists were old and had limited potential. It must be known that becoming an official student of the South Sea Martial Arts University could enjoy many privileges. Shen Qingyan was now able to freely access the on-campus online library and check the cultivation materials of mid-ranked martial artists at any time. She could also apply to learn exclusive martial arts techniques. She could even enter the internal forum to communicate with outstanding graduates. If one wanted to form a team in the future, the outstanding graduates were also the preferred candidates. To Shen Qingyan, who aspired to Martial Arts University, these benefits were extremely attractive. Supernumerary class? The student status of the South Sea Martial Arts University? Shen Qingyan froze for a moment and blurted out. Then her eyes glowed. This was indeed an opportunity she had dreamed of. Although there was no lack of resources and guidance at the moment, the gold content of graduates from prestigious schools was very different. One had to realize that outside of the South Sea base, there were as many 3rd grade martial artists as there were people. However, if they carried the name of a South Sea Martial University graduate, their situation would be very different. Especially in recent years, the reputation of the South Sea Martial University had risen, and the weight of its graduation certificate had become heavier and heavier. I must step into the 4th rank, Shen Qingyan murmured softly, adding another motivation to her cultivation. Among the group of casual martial artists, there were very few who could truly break through the 4th grade realm. Even if the South Sea Martial Arts University opened supernumerary classes, the focus of teaching was still skewed towards basic cultivation guidance. The actual acquisition of resources still needed to be solved by the students themselves. Before the middle grade realm breakthrough, resources and qualifications accounted for as much as 70%. The South Sea Martial Arts University set the threshold of the 4th grade, essentially screening for martial artists with real potential or background. But geniuses with backgrounds had often long since enrolled in formal martial arts universities. How could they be reduced to casual cultivators? Cases like Shin Qingyan, who had both a background and had not been admitted to a prestigious university, could be called 1 in a million. You can go to the supernumerary class first to build up your resume. I've already contacted the person in charge of the supernumerary class at the South Sea base to say hello. Just go and sit in on the classes occasionally, Suja said calmly, unsurprised by his wife's choice. For this type of special arrangement, Shin Qingyan did not resist. After all, jurisprudence could not bypass human feelings. Whether it was in a previous life or in this life, this rule always existed. Not to mention that the hard standard was clear. The only way to turn into an official student was to be promoted to the 4th rank. The supernumerary class was like an outer disciple of a sect, while a full student was equivalent to an inner true disciple. There was a huge difference in treatment between the two. When Suja first proposed the establishment of this system, his original intention was to retain an upward pathway for casual cultivators. For the South Sea Martial Arts University, martial artists who could break through the 4th grade already had the qualifications to serve as assistant professors. As the school's overall strength increased, President Yu Xiong was considering raising the standard for hiring instructors to the 4th rank. This meant that existing 3rd grade instructors would lose their instructor titles and retain only their tutor status. This was in line with the mainstream trend in the martial arts world. First-rate academies generally required instructors to reach the 4th rank. Only emerging or disadvantaged institutions would employ 3rd grade martial artists as tutors. This matter had no effect on Suja. He had long since surpassed this level. However, the impact on the school's 3rd-ranked instructors was quite large. Considering that the school was on the upswing, the school authorities proposed to retain the original treatment and only cancel the title of mentor. This is still acceptable to the young 3rd-ranking faculty. They valued the actual resources more than the name. After all, the graduates who can stay in the school have gone through a rigorous screening process. The impact of the 4th grade is not out of reach. The program was still in the discussion stage. With the return of President Yu Xiong with the harvest from the 10,000 races battlefield, South Sea Martial Arts University is ushering in a period of rapid development. As a senior member of the university, Suja was naturally happy to see this happen. At this moment, he looked at Shin Qingyan, who was burying her head in bitter cultivation, and the corners of his mouth spread into a smile. Nowadays, whenever his wife encountered a bottleneck in her cultivation, she would thunderously come to ask for advice. 164, the leisurely end, the peak of the 8th grade was reached. Without realizing it, almost a month had passed. The ability leisurely life allowed Suja's cultivation to easily come to the peak of the late 8th product. Only one step short of stepping into the peak of the 8th product. For Suja, it would only take a month at most. It was bound to be able to step in. The South Sea is quite calm this month. Suja was also lamenting something at the same time. His own ability to remain leisurely was entirely due to the fact that the South Sea really didn't have many matters to deal with. If there were problems in the South Sea battlefield, then Suja would definitely not be able to remain leisurely. Between his personal abilities and the South Sea battlefield, he would definitely choose the latter. On this day, Suja said goodbye to his family beforehand and returned to the South Sea. Nowadays, Suja's family had gotten used to Suja's pace of life, compared to the previous situation where they couldn't come back once every few years and couldn't stay for more than a few days at a time. The situation now was much better. Together with the family's generous financial conditions, traveling back and forth was actually very convenient. In fact, it was the Su family that didn't want to disturb Suja's cultivation, which was why they didn't take the initiative to go. Otherwise, wanting to visit was a very simple matter. After Suja quietly returned to the South Sea Martial Arts University, he didn't alarm too many people. He directly greeted Principal Yu Xiong. Then he entered a state of seclusion. This time, the leisurely life ability had brought about quite a few epiphanies. However, previously, due to the time limit of the ability had not yet ended. Many of the epiphanies were not digested in the first place. Instead, they were deliberately suppressed by Suja, now that the leisurely life ability had expired. Naturally, there was no need to continue suppressing it. This was precisely the reason why Suja was certain that he would be able to step into the peak of the 8th grade within the month. At the same time, this kid just went back to school and closed his eyes? Su Shengyan whispered to himself with a slight frown. He had originally wanted to find Suja to discuss the distribution of rewards in the Northwest and Xianan regions, as well as the matter of exchanging high-grade alien corpses for supplies. Previously, these matters had been docked by Su Shengyan. Even Su Shengyan had to admire Suja's big heart. It was important to realize that whether it was the mission rewards or the high-grade alien corpses in the Xianan region, Suja had the largest share. As a result, Suja acted like an outsider, as if he didn't care about these resources at all. It was important to realize that this batch of resources contained 2 8th-grade alien corpses, one of which was still at the peak of the 8th grade. But Suja didn't take it seriously at all. Su Shengyan didn't know what to say for a moment. The main reason was still that Suja's strength nowadays had truly reached a marvelous level. The 8th rank realm did not seem to be as difficult to reach for Suja as one might have imagined. Thinking of this, Su Shengyan could not help but sigh. In terms of strength, even as high-minded and proud as he was, he had to admit, he had been left far behind by Suja, because Suja had not only surpassed him in cultivation, he had even comprehended the power of laws. He was almost called a half-step 9th grade existence. With such strength, it would be difficult to meet an opponent even amongst the 8th grade powerhouses. Su Shengyan even felt that Suja might actually be able to compete with a 9th grade powerhouse. The reason was simple. Previously, when he was at the 7th rank realm, Suja had shown the grace of fighting over a level. Now that he had been promoted to the 8th rank, he had comprehended the power of the laws. It might not be impossible to replicate the brilliant battle performance of the 7th grade period. Of course, if Suja knew what Su Shengyan was thinking. If Suja knew what Su Shengyan was thinking, he would only think that the other party was thinking too much, and that he had been able to fight at the 7th rank, essentially relying on the battle strength addition system. Without this special enhancement, Suja would at most be at the peak of the 7th grade at the genius level. Battling beyond the ranks was simply a pipe dream. Even now that he had been promoted to the 8th rank and mastered the laws, Suja would only be able to gain an advantage within the category of the 8th grade, and it would be impossible for him to fight against the 9th grade, unless you can obtain a special ability that temporarily increases your strength. This type of ability Suja did draw a few times. However, the problem was that these types of abilities appeared extremely randomly. The timing was simply unpredictable. Therefore, Suja didn't dare to call out the slogan of competing with the 9th grade. However, compared to the past, if he could truly obtain the ability to temporarily increase his strength, Suja was completely able to coordinate the 2 major battlefields of the South Sea and Xianan to act in tandem. Unlike before, even with a temporary increase, he would have to wait for a specific moment. If the timing is not right, the increase effect will be wasted. In the blink of an eye, Suja had already been in seclusion on campus for half a month. The tutors and high-grade powerhouses on campus had learned of his return one after another. The schedule is really free, but this is a privilege that strength is exchanged for. Many South Sea Martial University teachers and students did envy Suja, whether they were ordinary martial artists or high-grade powerhouses. All aspired to his current state of life. Even those high-grade powerhouses still had to labor for resources. Of course, the many high grades were not jealous. After all, Suja's resources were obtained by killing foreigners. This alone silenced many high-grade people, because it was really impossible to follow suit, although some of Suja's battles relied on intellectual layout. However, for other high-grade people, even if they used the same tactics, they might not be effective. They didn't have Suja's strength and confidence. In case something went wrong, no one could afford to take the blame. Just like in the Xianan battlefield before. If the battle plan failed, the consequences were unimaginable. After all, not everyone is like Suja. He was young and strong and had unlimited potential. Even if there was an occasional mistake, it wouldn't be enough to completely sink. But other high grades didn't have this kind of margin for error. As for low-grade martial artists, it was even more reasonable for them to envy Suja, who, in the entire South Sea Martial University, didn't want to become the second Suja. However, the awakening of a hidden talent is something that cannot be found. Xia might not be able to produce a special case in a few years. This kind of thing was like buying a lottery ticket. It all depended on luck. And usually, people with hidden talents, in the early stages, their qualifications would not be revealed, and they might not even be able to get into a martial arts university. At this exact moment, Suja had completely digested all of his epiphanies. With the help of a large number of rare 8th grade resources, he smoothly broke through the realm. Peak of the 8th grade. This meant that Suja had stood at the apex of the 8th product realm. If one were to calculate the time it took him to go from the 8th product to the peak of the 8th product, it still maintained an astonishing speed. Now that he had both reached the peak of the 8th product and mastered the laws, Suja was fully qualified to call himself a true half-step 9th product. Next, it's time to impact the 9th product, Suja secretly pondered, knowing that the only way to be considered a top battlefield combatant was to be promoted to the 9th grade. He had long been looking forward to stepping into this realm. He even thought that it would be even better if he could draw a time-limited increase ability at the 9th grade. With the current strength base, if he obtained a temporary enhancement. Even if he couldn't sweep the 9th grade, he could at least be among the top ranks. At that time, perhaps one could consider counterattacking the South Sea battlefield. It might be possible to completely expel the desolate race from this battlefield. As for going deeper into the world of the desolate race, Suja did not consider it for the time being. The reason was simple. An existence above the 9th grade was bound to exist in the world of the desolate race. The risk of rashly intruding into a foreign world was simply too great. However, if he could completely control the South Sea battlefield, expelling the desolate plains race would be enough to shake the Great Xia. Currently, no 10,000 races battlefield had reached such a feat, whether it was within Grand Xia or outside of other battlefields. 165. A new exotic spatial rift appears. Suja's thoughts did not last long. Currently, breaking through the 9th grade was the key. Even though he had already comprehended the laws, stepping into the 9th grade was only a matter of time. However, Suja was not satisfied with a slow promotion. According to the current rate of cultivation, it would take at least a year or two to successfully break through and step into the 9th rank. This speed was already amazing enough. If other peak 8th grade cultivators were to learn that they could break through to the 9th grade in a year or two, they would be overjoyed. After all, countless peak 8th grade cultivators were stuck at the 9th grade threshold for their entire lives. However, Suja was still not satisfied with this breakthrough speed. He knew that it only took him a very short time to go from the 8th grade to the peak of the 8th grade. Now that it was taking even longer to break through, it was naturally difficult for him to accept. Suja's gaze was once again directed towards the ability carousel. As long as he drew a powerful ability, there was a great hope of breaking through to the 9th grade along the way. Hopefully, a powerful ability will come out this time, he secretly hoped. He really didn't want to wait another month. The great carousel rotated with a bang. The 9-colored light finally settled. Even Suja was stunned. It was a top-level ability. He hadn't expected his luck to be so unbelievable this time. According to past experience, after successive draws of quality abilities, he had already prepared himself mentally to draw ordinary abilities. Who would have known that he would once again receive a top-tier ability? But soon, Suja's expression became subtle. There seemed to be something strange about this ability. Successful extraction. Congratulations on obtaining the Intelligence Foreknowledge Experience card. Obtain 3 pieces of unknown information every week, valid for 1 month. At first glance, this ability did nothing to help with cultivation enhancement. The configuration of 3 pieces of intelligence per week seemed unworthy of the specifications of the 9-colored radiance. However, Suja knew deep down that, since it was a 9-colored ability, there must be something extraordinary about it. Check today's intelligence. He decisively activated the ability, and the focus must be hidden in the content of the intelligence. Intelligence 1. 3 days later, 15 kilometers east of the South China Sea, the stone's sacred flower will soon bloom. Intelligence 2. In 10 days, the South Sea battlefield will be hit by a small-scale beast tide. Intelligence 3. 18 kilometers north of the South China Sea, a newborn spatial rift. Intelligence 3. 18 kilometers north of the South China Sea. After browsing through the information, Suja's pupils suddenly shrunk. Every piece of information was worth its weight in gold. The stone sacred flower was a top-tier heavenly treasure that was attractive even to those above the 9th grade. Its greatest effect was to help one realize the laws of heaven and earth. It could be said that if one was able to obtain this heavenly material treasure, one might not be able to make a breakthrough to the 9th rank. This is even rarer than a heavenly material treasure that directly enhances one's cultivation. The second message needed no introduction, although the message described it as a small-scale impact. But the number of martial artists involved could be as high as thousands or even tens of thousands. This was by no means a small matter. With the help of this message, it was possible to plan a counter-ambush. Could also be quite rewarding. To Suja, perhaps the only resources that could catch his eye were high-grade resources. But to the many martial artists below the high grade, this impact was enough to make them earn a lot of money. With Suja's current strength and status, it was easy to deploy the middle-grade martial artists in the school. There was also no need to explain more due to the special source of information. After all, the current him was not the unknown person he was back then. In terms of strength, he was good enough to rank second in the entire South Sea Martial Arts University. Even though the position might not be as good as Su Shengnian and the others, but even Vice-Chancellor Tang Guangtu, a veteran 8th grade powerhouse, was courteous to him. This was the transformation brought about by strength. The high-grade strongmen of the South Sea Martial Arts University had originally considered him to be the next generation's successor. Who would have guessed that Suja would have risen up in a single leap? Within a short period of time, he made breakthroughs one after another, and even looked down on many high-grade existences. As for that last piece of news about the spatial rift, it was by no means trivial. It must be known that many of the 10,000 race passages initially evolved from spatial cracks. Before the channel was opened, the people of Granxia were confused about the spatial cracks. Until the opening of the 10,000 races battlefield, it was only then that it was realized that these rifts connected to other worlds. Even Suja did not expect it. The South Sea had already possessed a 10,000 races battlefield, but another spatial rift had appeared. This was undoubtedly an extremely unfavorable situation for the entire South Sea. Currently, there had not been two neighboring 10,000 races battlefields in the Granxia or even globally. If the spatial rift evolves into a new battlefield, the South Sea might be forced to bear the pressure of the dual fronts alone. The pressure of a double battlefield can be imagined. But there are also opportunities in the crisis. The South China Sea will be the only region with two battlefields of the 10,000 races. Its overall strength will usher in a leap forward. It is even expected to become another core of the Southland region. The South Sea Martial Arts University would even benefit from this. Its heritage and resource accumulation might catch up with the top universities. It was important to know that those top martial arts universities relied on deep accumulation. The number of high-grade strongmen was often several times that of ordinary first-class universities. However, at the moment, these were only Suja's conjectures. The specifics would also depend on the actual situation of the spatial rift. After all, it was not easy to form a 10,000 races battlefield-level spatial rift. It might take several years or even a dozen years to take shape. There was no hesitation. Suja immediately took action after receiving the information. He chose to act alone without alerting anyone. This matter must be kept strictly confidential. If a second battlefield of the 10,000 races did appear, at the very least, full preparations must be completed before announcing it to the public. Otherwise, it could trigger a massive panic in the South Sea battlefield. The pressure of two 10,000 races battlefields stacked on top of each other was by no means something an ordinary martial artist could withstand. Following the information guide, Suja quickly arrived at the location of the spatial rift. Even with the clear hints, it still took him a full 24 hours. This rift is hidden really deep, Suja muttered as he looked at the scene in front of him. The spatial rift was located in the depths of the cold pool under the canyon cliff. This location could be considered tricky to the extreme. If not for his carpet search, it would have been impossible to discover the clue. The cliff canyon was also shrouded in some sort of mysterious power. It completely blocked the energy from leaking out. It was this shielding effect that allowed the crack to remain undetected, without the special ability to foresee intelligence. I'm afraid that it will not be exposed until the battlefield of the 10,000 races is completely formed. By then, not to mention the South Sea battlefield, the entire south border defense line will face extinction. 166. Waiting for the flowers to blossom, breaking through to enlightenment. It will take at least 3 more years. Suja's spiritual energy continued to extend and began to explore this spatial crack. Unfortunately, as soon as the spiritual force entered it, it was isolated by a mysterious force. Therefore, Suja could only make a rough judgment. After a little thought, Suja did not hesitate to send a message to Principal Yuxiong. This matter must not be hidden. It must be reported. Let professional instruments measure the formation time of this spatial passage. At the same time, let Daxia make preparations in advance. For example, transform the surrounding area into a temporary camp. All of this will take time to prepare. Principal Yuxiong was recently in a state of semi-seclusion due to school development matters. After all, he had already reached the peak of the 9th grade. If he wanted to make a breakthrough, the time in seclusion was bound to be not short. When he received Suja's message, Yuxiong's face abruptly changed. There is already a 10,000 races battlefield in the South Sea. If another one appears, the world will definitely be in chaos. Yuxiong, as a principal, was naturally not a cutie, could see the crisis behind it. He rushed to the location Suja had mentioned at the first opportunity. It was not that he doubted Suja. The key was that this kind of big event had to be confirmed personally. Yuxiong even exploded into full speed. From the time Suja sent out the message, just 3 minutes later, his figure had already appeared on Suja's side. What a spatial crack! Yuxiong looked at the shattered space. A trace of shock flashed in his eyes as he muttered. But soon he came back to his senses. This matter was beyond his decision-making authority. Nowadays, the South Sea still had spare capacity to defend one battlefield. If he added another one, he definitely did not have the ability. After all, this was not a short-term defense. Rather, it needed to be a long-term defense. Yuxiong quickly sent an encrypted message to the special department. Headmaster, how will the Xia arrange it? Suja opened his mouth and asked. I don't know. This is the first time two 10,000 races battlefields have appeared in the same region. The two battlefields are too close together. Yuxiong shook his head helplessly. There was helplessness in his words. After all, it was the first time this situation had occurred, and he didn't have any thoughts. Headmaster, I'll go back first. I'll leave this place to you. Too lazy to deal with those people from Xia. Suja nodded and said. He was going to wait for the stone sacred flower to bloom. After all, he had already waited for 1 day and only had less than 2 days left. It was related to whether or not he could advance to the 9th grade as soon as possible. If he was cut off by another existence, he would definitely regret it. Right now, the spatial crack was not considered urgent. The passageway wouldn't open immediately anyway. He was more concerned about his own strength improvement than this. Regardless of how the battlefield of the 10,000 races in the passageway was, none of it mattered to the current Suja. Once he stepped into the 9th grade, it was the upper limit of the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Suja temporarily put the matter of the spatial rift behind him. He found the stone sacred flower that had yet to bloom. There were already many mutated creatures squatting around it. Among them, there was no lack of medium-grade existences. Luckily, I came early. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would have been picked up by some mutant beast. Suja secretly pondered. Although these mutant beasts did not have high intelligence. However, they instinctively knew the benefits of heavenly treasures, adding to the fact that the beast's physique was already strong. Even if it was a high-level heavenly material treasure, they would be able to forcefully digest it. Suja immediately released his own aura, declaring to occupy this territory. The mutated beasts instantly sensed the danger and scattered in all directions. Obviously, they were not stupid. Between the heavenly treasures and their lives, they decisively chose the latter. It saved Suja the effort of cleaning up. The next step is just to wait. Suja sat cross-legged next to the stone sacred flower. A day passed in a flash. No accidents occurred during this period. It was only because Suja had used the scorching heat law to envelop the surrounding area. Even high-grade mutant beasts did not dare to approach. They could instinctively detect a deadly threat. Even a 9th-grade mutant beast would be equally afraid of the power of the law. Moreover, in the entire southern realm, there was only one known 9th-grade mutant beast. It usually hid in the deepest part of the South Realm mountain range. Suja's location was still far from the core of the mountain range. The night was low, and the moon was like frost. The stone's sacred flower glowed with light silver fluorescence, greedily devouring the moonlight. Between the petals spreading, it was shockingly beautiful. Suja gazed at the silver-colored flower, and the corner of his mouth lifted up in a smile. The long wait was finally rewarded. He cautiously picked the flower and immediately left to return to school. Breaking through the 9th grade required a massive amount of spiritual qi. If he promoted in place, he was afraid that it would drain the entire mountain range of spiritual qi. It would lead to an ecological imbalance and even trigger a beast tide. Suja had no intention of creating such chaos. Within the school's high-grade cultivation room, the spirit stone reserves were sufficient to support a breakthrough. On his way back, he quietly swept the campus with his spiritual power. it was discovered that all of the 8th grade powerhouses in the school were absent. Only the 7th grade remained. Obviously, these 8th products were all held back by the spatial rift incident. Suja did not delay and directly sent Yuxiong a closed-door notification. The length of this retreat was unknown. It was more prudent to report in advance. Anyway, this month's ability was information recording. It was entirely possible to store the information first and deal with it after leaving the seclusion. He incidentally reminded of the small-scale impact of the South Sea battlefield a week later. It was only necessary to send a few familiar middle-grade tutors to lead an ambush. It was a small matter, though. Nowadays, the school's top few high grades were busy dealing with the new spatial rift. How could they still care about a small matter like the South Sea battlefield? In addition, Suja didn't forget to bring along a large amount of spirit stones and elixirs to replenish his aura. After making all the preparations, Suja took the stone's sacred flower and began to close the door. A constant stream of enlightenment emerged. It pushed the cultivation level to continue refining. The original peak 8th grade aura climbed upward. Toward the 9th grade realm, he made a strong impact. Although the process was not easy, with the power of the stone's sacred flower, Suja had already raised his senses to the limit. It was equivalent to entering a state of transient enlightenment against all odds. It was enough for a breakthrough. 167 Plan for the worst. Stepping into the 9th grade, equivalent to when Suja's breakthrough was underway. On the other side, the many high grades of the South Sea Martial Arts University were a little busy. Yuxiong was aware of the importance of the matter. He had only told the existence of the 8th grade. As for the 7th grade, they were also not qualified to know. Su Shengyan and the others' faces were very serious. Even they hadn't expected that a spatial rift would appear near the South China Sea. There would also be a spatial rift near the South Sea. This was the rhythm of a pill. After all, every time a spatial passageway opened, then it would inevitably lead to a great war. Regardless of what happened to the exotic worlds, there was bound to be a loss in the South Sea. Su Shengyan and the others had experienced the battle of the opening of the South Sea battlefield channel. There were quite a few high grades that had fallen in the beginning. After thinking about this, even they could not help but have some ugly faces. In addition to the high grade from the South Sea Martial Arts University, there were also high grades from the Grand Xia Army. Yang Liqing's face was even wearing a bitter smile at the moment. Originally, the situation in the South Sea battlefield was considered to be great. At least there was no need to be so mentally tense, and had just spent a few days of leisure. As a result, there is now a space rift. Although it was unknown how much more time it would take to open, it certainly couldn't be easy. The current spatial rift probably has 2 to 3 years before a passageway can be formed. By that time, a new battlefield of the 10,000 races will take shape. But we can't rule out the possibility of some unforeseen circumstances causing the battlefield to open earlier. A researcher from Grand Xia spoke out with seriousness on top of his face. In itself, the number of martial artists in Grand Xia was relatively tight nowadays, especially the number of high grades. Now that there was an additional 10,000 races battlefield, then there was an unknown amount of additional pressure. This matter was a bit of a blow to the entire South Sea. It was certain that this spatial rift would definitely be the responsibility of the South Sea. Whether it was Yuxiong or Yang Liqing inwardly, they actually knew it deep down. We'd better prepare first. At least prepare for the possibility of a crisis in this spatial passage. In the end, it was Su Shengyan who took the lead and said, regardless, for now, it was better to do our best to prepare for the defense of this passageway. As Su Shengyan opened his mouth, many high grades also spoke out. That's right. No matter what, it definitely needs to be defended. It's just that the current spatial passageway has yet to take shape, and it's still mainly being detected as a prototype. The current defense of the South Sea is mainly the original 10,000 races battlefield in the South Sea. The South Sea high grade are still all very sober. The next many high grade in addition to Yang Liqing returned to the South Sea battlefield to sit in the town of the other high grades were helping some people from Xia to set up the defense camp. Because the location of this spatial rift was rather awkward, so it still takes a lot of effort to set up, including some formations that required high-quality help. After all, this kind of formation is also relatively fine. It requires a person with strong spiritual power to come. Yuxiong and other South Sea Martial Arts University's high quality is considered busy and half a month's time. Only then will the entire formation of the foundation. Of course, Su Shengyan and others also had some doubts about why Suja was not there. After all, Suja was also an 8th grade of the South Sea Martial Arts University. This place was discovered by Suja. It's just that Suja's cultivation has also reached a critical point. Yuxiong instead helped Suja explain a bit and said, if other high-grade cultivation times were delayed, they would be delayed. It wasn't that bad anyway, but Suja was different, time was very precious. So even if Suja did not send him a message, Yuxiong did not intend to involve Suja. Compared to the matter of the spatial rift, currently Suja's cultivation was still a bit more important. Regarding Yuxiong's explanation, Su Shangyan and the others did not question anything. Instead, their attention was focused on the word critical. Is Suja going to step into the 9th grade? Su Shangyan reacted with a voice at the very first moment. In his memory, Suja shouldn't have been that fast. At the time of the Exinen battlefield, he had only just reached the late 8th grade. Now he was about to step into the 9th grade? In addition to Su Shangyan, many high-grade gazes were also placed on Principal Yuxiong. It was clear that they wanted to know more information. Regarding Suja's information, he was very eager to know. I do know that Suja's cultivation is at the peak of the 8th grade today. Shouldn't have stepped into the 9th grade anytime soon. Even if he has comprehended the laws, it will still take a little bit of time for him to step into the 9th grade. Yuxiong slowly spoke out after thinking for a moment. Previously, he judged from Suja's breath and also knew Suja's cultivation level. Already at the peak of the 8th product? Su Shangyan and the others still took a deep breath and spoke out. One had to know how long it had been since the end of the Exinen battlefield matter. Even if they didn't step into the 9th product that quickly. But it was still difficult for the many 8th products present to reach. Only when 3 days later, a vast and burning breath came from the South Sea Martial Arts University. The many high-grade faces present couldn't help but show a look of dismay above their faces. 9th grade aura. This aura is Suja. Suja really broke through to the 9th grade? In particular, Principal Yuxiong was a little embarrassed above his face. This was because earlier he had said that Suja had not stepped into the 9th grade so quickly. Suja's aura of stepping into the 9th grade was not that easily concealed. Even with a high-grade cultivation room. After all, this was a big breakthrough that was able to affect a wider range of people. With the help of the stone sacred flower, Suja finally completed his breakthrough. Formally stepping into the 9th grade. The first thing is that the law changes again, from the scorching hot burning into the flame law. Secondly, the increase in strength was even more terrifying. Compared to the original 8th grade, at least many times more powerful. At least Suja feels that the 9th product is still able to crush the peak of the 8th product himself. Ordinary 8th grade, then it was even more needless to say. Finally stepping into the 9th product, Suja murmured softly, his words carrying a lot of feelings. Once upon a time, the 9th grade was not generally distant for him. It was even a realm that he looked up to. It was mainly because the existence above the 9th grade was not to be seen. The existence of the 9th grade appeared in front of many people. Many martial artists aim for the 9th grade. After all, the entire summer many things are the 9th grade martial artists in charge. In can look up to the realm above the 9th grade. Retreat can become a party of vassals. This is the status of the 9th grade. 168 Great Xiashuk. A heavenly pride amongst heavenly prides. Because of the breakthrough, Suja had instead divided a sliver of his attention to give to the information that had come in these 2 weeks. It had already been half a month since the closure. The information precognition was likewise refreshed twice. Information 1. 5 days later, 30 kilometers west from the South Sea, there is a medium-grade foreign beast that is seriously injured. Message 2. 8 days from now, a cult martial artist will infiltrate the South Sea battlefield. Message 3. 10 days from now, a spirit plant will be born 12 kilometers from the South Sea stronghold in the South Sea battlefield. These were the messages brought by the first refresh. Each message carried a wealth of intelligence information. Unfortunately for Suja, it was due to his closed-door breakthrough to the 9th rank. So the first and second messages, on the contrary, were of no use. Only the third one made Suja's eyes twitch. Spirit plant. For the time being, no matter what spiritual plant, if it can be transplanted over, then it will definitely be the family treasure. Even if it is a little for cultivation, a little help. Can be described as sky-high prices. Even worth hundreds of billions of spirit stones is not impossible. After all, this is the existence of the ability to be passed down from generation to generation. And it is still a fixed resource that can help the family develop. Normally speaking, spirit plants are different from pills. Taking pills to cultivate and such would have some side effects. For example, there are restrictions on taking them to prevent the body from becoming dependent on the pills. Spiritual plants cannot have this kind of side effects, including many people, if there is a choice, will choose some auxiliary cultivation spiritual plant fruit, rather than choosing pills. For Suja, no matter what spiritual plant this was for him, he could not miss it. If he missed it, he believed that it wouldn't be that easy to have the next chance. Compared to the first refresh, the second refresh contained more information about the southern border. Either they were too far away, or they didn't have much value to him. For example, one piece of information was the movement track of a high-grade mutated beast. However, right now, Suja didn't want to stir up a dispute between the mutant beasts and the South Realm region. In theory, Daxia was stronger than the mutant beasts. However, no one knew if there were any mutant beasts that existed above the 9th grade. After all, after the recovery of the aura, the evolutionary speed of mutant beasts is much faster than that of human beings. Secondly, there is another purpose for keeping these mutant beasts. That is to let many bases have a sense of crisis. If you can't even deal with the mutant beasts, not to mention the even more terrifying sea beasts in the sea, as well as the alien races in the 10,000 races battlefield. Counting the time, this spirit plant is already almost out of the world. Suja thought silently. Originally, he had wanted to continue his seclusion for a while. The plan to stabilize the 9th grade realm could only be put on hold. But to Suja, as long as he didn't force himself to die, the realm wouldn't fall. There was no hesitation. Suja quietly left seclusion and went straight into the South Sea battlefield, even though he had already stepped into the 9th grade. However, the only person who could truly detect the fluctuations in his realm was a high-grade existence. The South Sea battlefield did not notice Suja's breakthrough at first. Therefore, it did not make waves. If the high grade in the battlefield knew about this, it was inevitable that they would come to the door to congratulate him. The news of Suja's promotion to the 9th rank began to circulate within the Great Summer. The monitoring instruments set up by the Clan Master List Management Department captured the breakthrough fluctuations. After seeking confirmation from the high grades of each school, the conclusion was quickly reached. The Sect Master List updated its rankings in real time. Countless people exclaimed in shock as they witnessed the change in the list. What? That South Sea Heaven's Pride has actually been promoted to the 9th rank. How difficult is the 9th grade threshold? But he crossed it so easily. How long did it take to go from 8th grade to 9th grade? The many martial artists could hardly hide their shock. Suja's cultivation speed was truly appalling. This kind of overwhelming breakthrough in the high-grade realm. It could be called unrivaled in the world. Although the younger generation has some amazing talents. But with Suja there is an age gap, not the same echelon. Therefore, the crowd would not compare them. Many martial artists recalled the first time they heard the name Suja. Many martial artists recalled hearing the name Suja for the first time, but it had to be traced back to the 6th grade Heaven's Pride sweeping battle at the Divine Capital Martial Arts University. Who could have expected that Divine Capital Heaven's Pride Pei Qingyu would lose miserably to a nameless person? After this battle, the South Sea Pride was like a submerged dragon rising into the abyss. On the contrary, Pei Qingyu has been silent for a long time. Even the news of breaking through the high grade has not been rumored. He is still at the top of the 6th grade list. But in the eyes of the crowd, the top of the list has lost its gold content. When the forum discussed the topic of when will Pei Qingyu be promoted to a high grade, the negative voices dominated the mainstream. The situation of the former Divine Capital's #1 pride. It was just like the saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Measured by the standards of a peak 6th grade martial artist, he would not have been considered bad. However, for a Heaven's Pride that came from a top-tier academy, it was clearly a failing grade. This one wouldn't have already had his Dao heart shattered, would he? Many people within the Great Xia secretly speculated. Although there was some malicious speculation, it was indeed common sense. Mainly, Pei Qingyu had been completely silent since that battle. At this moment, within the Divine Capital Martial Arts University, the atmosphere on campus is becoming more and more depressing. The Daxia hot topic had long since made its way onto the hot search list. Students swiping their cell phones didn't dare to talk loudly. After all, Pei Qingyu himself was on campus. This was not the first time he had been lashed by public opinion. But the God's Capital students were actually equally curious. When would this senior be promoted to high grade? Even if he couldn't catch up to Suja, he would at least shorten the gap. Unfortunately, even the students of this school lacked confidence in him. This was not surprising. Since that defeat, Suja's rise to prominence had been desperate. Pride of his generation had long since lost the courage to catch up. The gap was already as wide as a moat. Inside the closed door, Pei Qingyu was experiencing his fourth failed attempt to reach the high grade. In 3 years, this was the third time he had returned in defeat. Suja had become a demon in his heart. With the news of the 9th grade breakthrough, Pei Qingyu's heart was filled with despair. Even if he hadn't been promoted to a high grade yet, he was aware of the difficulty of cultivation. If the 7th to 8th grade can be blamed on luck, the 8th to 9th product was a real realm divide. Forget it, Pei Qingyu muttered. His tone of voice permeated with relief. Perhaps it was wise to let himself go. It wasn't just the divine capital Martial University. Those who had crossed paths with Suja were equally shocked. Northwest Grand Capital Governor Kong Chenghu held the latest battle report. This feudal official could not hide his shock. He clearly remembered when Suja first arrived in the Northwest. However, he was only in the middle of the 8th grade cultivation level. There was still a gap between the peak of the 8th grade, not to mention the 9th grade, 169, obtaining a high-level spirit plant with amazing effects. It's very likely that Suja will step above the 9th grade. Even Kong Chenghu couldn't help but think this way. After all, today's Suja was still very young. Many people within the Grand Xia country had high hopes for Suja, especially those who had long been promoted to the 9th rank and were expected to break through above the 9th rank. The surprise of the Northwest governor was still reasonable. Su Shoshuan, who had a lot of contact with Suja, was even more emotional. When Su Shoshuan first heard of Suja's name, it was only a few years ago. For a 9th grade powerhouse, a few years was not a long time. It was possible that a single retreat could be several years of spring and fall. At that time, Suja was only at the 5th level of cultivation and was serving as the governor of the South Sea. Who would have thought that just a few years later, Suja would have been on par with him? Although only the first 9 products, strength may be slightly inferior. But the gap will not last long. However, Su Shoshuan's feelings were more of a relief. The South Realm had finally added a new 9th grade powerhouse. In addition, he had long known about the spatial rift in the South Sea. When he learned of the news, Su Shoshuan felt the pressure multiply. Great Xia had made it clear that it would be difficult to deploy more martial artists to support it due to the tight strength of martial artists in various places. This was by no means good news for the Southern Realm. Although the situation on the battlefields of the Southern Realm had improved slightly recently, if new battlefields were to be added, the pressure would be unbearable. However, if new battlefields were added, the pressure would increase exponentially. Now that Suja had been promoted to the 9th rank, it had finally let him breathe a sigh of relief. It was just that Su Shoshuan hadn't thought about it. If Suja could really break through above the 9th grade, it would be difficult for him to appear on the battlefield again, unless the battlefield was fully upgraded. Suja was temporarily unaware of the sensation in the outside world. At this time, he was following the information guide and found the spiritual plant at the designated location. It was a small tree less than half a meter tall. If not for Suja's careful identification, he was afraid that he would mistake it for an ordinary wild fruit tree. But the aura flowing on the leaves signaled its identity as a spiritual plant. Only for the time being, I don't know its specific effects. Suja cautiously transplanted the spirit plant into a special container. He had already prepared special pots and top-quality nutrient substrates. With his current financial resources, everything he used was of the highest caliber. Although the spirit plant should not be so fragile. But in order to be safe, after all, it is a matter of inheritance. In addition, if this spiritual plant has the effect of helping to cultivate, Shen Qingyan and Su Shaojin will be able to benefit from the first batch. After obtaining the spirit plant, Suja immediately withdrew from the South Sea battlefield. At the moment, there was no fighting on the battlefield. Therefore, no one was aware of his actions. After leaving the battlefield of the 10,000 races, Suja brought the fruits of the spiritual plant for testing. For the sake of confidentiality, the entire testing was done personally. The testing equipment within the Dan Pill Academy was complete. These instruments are dedicated to testing the ingredients of pills refined by students. After all, there are often students due to operational errors to refine the elixir into poison. When Suja served as a counselor, such cases were common. People who over-added herbs and misplaced steps were everywhere. As a tester, he has long been familiar with. Fruits and pills are similar in nature, so testing the ingredients and efficacy is not a difficult task. But when Suja saw the test report, his pupils suddenly contracted. Unknown fruit can increase mental power in trace amounts. The cold mechanical conclusion caused him to catch his breath. After being ranked as a high grade, Suja rarely experienced emotional fluctuations. At this moment, however, it was hard to hide his exhilaration. The root cause of this was that the resources to enhance mental power were rare. Humans and mutant beasts are very different. The latter relies on a strong physical body to be able to run through the middle grade field. For example, the purple electric rats of the past. If a human wants to break through, the threshold of spiritual power is always in front. Suja's spiritual power growth depended on the accumulation of resources. If not for this, it would not have been possible to break through so quickly. However, the spiritual resources in his hands that could help Shin Qingyan break through the 4th grade were already stretched thin. This mysterious spiritual plant was just in time to fill the gap. Advanced spiritual plant. Suja gently caressed the leaves and whispered. In the Great Xia rating system, all resources involving spiritual power were rated as senior at the lowest. This plant was still in the juvenile stage. If it fully matured, its grade would be even higher. The dilemma then emerged. Where should the spirit plant be placed? Spiritual plants need a place with abundant spiritual energy to grow. The South China Sea Martial Arts University campus is fine, but if it is placed in the South China Sea base, it will need to consume spirit stones to maintain. The environment of the base is thin and the level of protection is also insufficient. If the spirit plant is exposed, it will be coveted by the 9th grade. With Suja's current strength, the guards were quite reluctant. After weighing his options, he decided to temporarily store the villa on campus. When he breaks through the 9th grade, he can consider moving to the South China Sea base. By that time, the realm will have been raised, and it will be easy to travel to and from the various regions of the Southern Realm in an instant. Security issues will naturally be solved. For the sake of safety, Suja specially purchased a small concealment array to set up the villa. Preventing prying eyes is always a necessary measure. Let's call it the Blue Blood Tree. Suja decided on a name for this mysterious spiritual plant. Many spiritual plants in Grand Xia were born after the recovery of aura. There were also some that were born from the collision of the laws of the 2 realms in the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Anyone who discovered it could name it. After checking, Suja found that this small tree had no records of the same type of spiritual plant. Currently, it was the only one in all of Great Xia. The blue veins flowing between the leaves were the source of the name Blue Blood Tree. After settling in, Suja immediately put in realm stabilization. This spiritual plant had already taken him many days. Now that everything has been completed, he should focus on cultivation. He had been in seclusion for more than a month. Even his intelligence precognition ability had survived the cooling-off period. After the realm was stabilized, Suja did not rush out of seclusion. He was the first to access the new information from the intelligence precognition. Cultist martial artists' southern border operation? Between searches, a certain piece of information caught attention. Cult forces were proposing to launch an attack on civilians in the southern realm. It was clearly in retaliation for the previous purge. 170. Cult martial artist news. Martial Waysealer. Counting the words. Suja really didn't have any good feelings towards cult martial artists. Cult martial artists never differentiated between martial artists and ordinary people when they launched their attacks. This alone was enough to make Suja abhor them. The South Sea base will also be attacked? Suja thought silently. The specific number of attackers was not labeled in the current information, but it was certain that the number was definitely quite large. It seemed that a trip back to the South Sea base was necessary. What was interesting was that the information showed that although the cultist martial artists had launched an attack on the Southern Realm, however, they never dared to touch the bases that had the 10,000 races battlefield residences, such as Xianan and Nanhai. Their targets were always the ordinary bases. This time, it's just right for the Southern Realm to set up in advance. Prepare some surprises for the cultist martial artists. Suja whispered softly to himself, a piercing chill in his tone. After being promoted to the 9th rank, his status and position was already different. His influence was no longer limited to the scope of the South Sea Martial Arts University. In the past, many times, Suja had needed to utilize the power of the school. After all, 7th and 8th products were not rare in Xianan City, and it was difficult to gain enough attention based on personal strength alone. But after breaking through the 9th grade, the situation completely changed. The 9th rank was already the peak existence that ordinary martial artists could reach. After this breakthrough, Even Su Shoshuan personally sent a message of congratulations. This had never been seen before during the period of the 7th and 8th products. Thus, mobilizing the Southern Realm powerhouses to round up the cultist martial artists was not a difficult task. It just so happened that this message hadn't expired yet. Most of the other messages were resource intelligence. Some of the resources that had expired might have been devoured by mutated beasts long ago. After all, many of the resource points were hidden in deep mountains and old forests. Suja was prepared to first go to the locations that had not yet expired to check them out. These resources were not only of high enough grade, but some were also quite precious. Even if he couldn't use them himself, it would be good to leave them for Shin Qinyan. However, before moving, he decided to talk to the principal first. The primary issue was to confirm the current status of the spatial rift. Although a preliminary judgment had been made before, official information was still needed. At the same time, it was important to understand Daxia's subsequent arrangements for this spatial rift. After all, if a stable channel was formed, as a Nanhai martial artist, it was natural to contribute. Also wanted to ask the principal about the subsequent direction of cultivation. Upon re-arriving at the spatial rift, he realized that this place was very different from when he first explored it. A tight guard had been established around it. However, the South Sea martial artists were mainly focused on the 10,000 races battlefield, and very few would come to this kind of remote area to explore. Therefore, this area was still safe for the time being. Suja's appearance caused the eyes of the high-grade martial artists stationed there to light up. This was a newly promoted 9th grade powerhouse. However, he walked straight to where Yuxiong was. "Headmaster, what is Daxia going to do about this spatial rift?" Suja asked as he opened the door. The situation is not optimistic. The support that Daxia can give is limited, especially in terms of the number of high-grade martial artists. However, a large amount of resources were granted to the South Sea Martial University. Yuxiong briefly explained the situation, his face showing helplessness. Even if there were sufficient resources, high-grade martial artists were not just available. It was good that it would take time for the spatial rift to transform into a passageway. The South Sea Martial University still had room for preparation. Nowadays, the magnitude of resources allocated by Grand Xia to the South Sea was already on par with Xianan base. There is no way. The addition of the new battleground affects the entire body. There is no room for error in the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Each space channel is like a key piece on a chessboard. Any problem at any node could trigger a chain collapse. The South Sea Martial University had briefly experienced the feeling of having an abundance of resources. Of course, these resources weren't transferred for free. Daxia had clearly demanded the base of high-grade martial artists that the South Sea Martial University must maintain. The university was currently negotiating with the Southern Realm. The plan was to draw peak 6th grade martial artists from all over. What they lacked the most right now wasn't resources but peak 6th grade who were close to breaking through. Compared to the conditions of other bases, this request was quite acceptable. After all, as long as they didn't siphon off high-grade warriors, it was all good for negotiation. The various regions weren't stupid either. If they really wanted to transfer high-grade martial artists, they would basically be permanently stationed at the 10,000 races battlefield. Once most high-grade martial artists went to guard the battlefield, it could easily be decades. They may even be stationed for life. The transfer of a peak 6th grade martial artist was still within the range of affordability. The resources for cultivating high-grade martial artists in various places were already limited. This time, the South Sea Martial Arts University received special support due to the spatial rift. Next is bound to usher in a new round of development. However, internal competition may arise. The main issue was the distribution of resources between the original people and the newly promoted forces. But these had nothing to do with Suja. As a 9th grade powerhouse, even if the newcomer's peak 6th grade broke through to the 7th grade, it still wasn't enough to look at in front of him. Daxia is indeed tough. Suja sighed lightly, his tone emotional. As a high-grade martial artist, he knew a lot of inside information. In recent years, there had already been multiple battlefields where the danger level had been raised. That meant that the combatants above the 9th grade also needed to be put into battlefields. The range of battlefields had continued to expand over the years. The demand for high-grade martial artists naturally rose. However, Suja quickly put aside his concerns. Daxia's decision made it possible for the South Sea Martial Arts University to obtain massive resources to support it. But resources and responsibilities were always equal. Anyway, there was still a buffer period of a few years before the spatial channel took shape. Maybe the situation would turn around. Suja was more concerned about the direction of ninth product cultivation. The peak of the ninth product needs to deeply analyze the essence of laws. As for breaking through above the ninth product, the first step is to construct a domain of laws, then merge the power of heaven and earth to reshape the body. Ultimately, it is necessary to achieve the materialization of the laws. Not just comprehend the laws, but completely control a certain law. The level of life will be completely sublimated after completing the metamorphosis. Martial Dao Seal means a qualitative change in the level of life. It is already a far cry from ordinary people. Yu Xiong explained in detail, focusing on emphasizing law enlightenment. Of course, spiritual power and qi and blood cultivation could not be slackened. These two are the containers that hold the laws and the power of heaven and earth. The more solid the foundation, the higher the upper limit of carrying. There was no fixed pattern for ninth grade cultivation. The key was the speed at which the laws were realized. The faster you realize it, the faster your realm will improve. Suja was clear that this path was not easy to follow. Right now, it was difficult for him to even quantify the progress of his law comprehension. Luckily, Yu Xiong had helped him open an exclusive Real name forum for the ninth grade. There was a large amount of cultivation information stored in the forum. Not only were there exchange postings from ninth product powerhouses, but there were also occasional speeches from feudal marquis realm powerhouses. Obviously, this was the core platform built by the top echelons of Grand Xia. There were all kinds of literature about ninth grade cultivation. One could even find breakthrough experiences shared by Seal marquis realm powerhouses. But experience was experience after all. Everyone's martial Dao roots and law affinity were different. These materials could only be used as a reference. If one could break through by copying them, the number of ninth grade in Grand Xia would have doubled long ago. As for Seal marquis realm powerhouses, there were only a handful in the entire Grand Xia. 171 briefly returned to the South Sea base. In this forum, many of Suja's doubts were answered. He also didn't rush back to the South Sea Martial Arts University. With Yu Xiong, a peak ninth grade being, it would be a waste not to ask for more guidance. This caused Su Shengyan and the other 8th rank martial artists from the South Sea Martial Dao University to look very keenly. In fact, they also wanted to participate in the discussion of the ninth grade. The problem was that they hadn't even comprehended the laws yet. There was no way to join in even if they wanted to. The ninth product was indeed a threshold for the 8th product. As for why Suja had broken through so quickly, even they were unable to understand. In the end, it could only be attributed to the talent gap. Quite a few 8th grade martial artists secretly resolved that after Suja finished talking to the principal, they would definitely ask if there was a method to comprehend the laws. When Suja finished asking for advice and took a short break, the school's 8th grade martial artists began to move. Even Su Shengyan quietly followed behind. This scene made Suja feel somewhat amused. Old man Su actually had a day of hesitation. However, it was understandable, mostly because he could not save face. The difference between the 8th and 9th grade was indeed vast. Even Su Shengyan was a bit intimidated. Su Shengyan was actually quite emotional. A few years ago, when Suja had just stepped into the 3rd rank, he only felt that this student had cultivation potential and could at least become a mainstay of the school. Who knew that just a few years later, Suja's strength had already surpassed his by an entire level. Su Shengyan suddenly felt a bit dazed. This moment was indeed a bit awkward. Old man Su, why are you still hiding? Suja's words caused Su Shengyan to become the center of attention in the room. The 8th grade martial artists present were not stupid. All looked at this old dean with a smile. They understood Su Shengyan's awkwardness, but if Suja was in his own academy, they would recognize it even if it was embarrassing. Su kid, I'm not hiding. Su Shengyan's temper came up and he directly yelled. The casual conversation between the two made the other 8 products envious. This kind of casualness could only be achieved by Su Shengyan. After all, on Suja's path of growth, Su Shengyan had indeed given him many conveniences. These friendships, Suja always remembered in his heart. It was a good thing that he did not continue to flirt with this old dean, and instead began to answer questions about law comprehension. After answering some of the questions, Suja continued, comprehending the laws, perhaps we can go to other regions in batches for exchanges, or even apply to Grand Xia to support the South Sea Martial Arts University. After all, the South Sea is now about to have a second 10,000 races battlefield. These words caused the eyes of the high-grade martial artists present to light up. Even Yu Xiong was no exception. The principal was not a pedantic person by nature. When it was time to strike, he would never be polite. After all, Grand Xia had some heritage, and treasures that assisted in comprehending laws did exist. For example, the fruit of the laws could assist in comprehending the laws. Of course, this type of resource is extremely scarce. If it was in the past, how many times the South Sea Martial Arts University applied for useless? After all, Dacia's territory is vast, and there are many applicants. Factors such as contribution and regional security also needed to be considered. But this time, the South Sea had a good reason. Also, this spatial rift is not yet fully formed. The laws are in an unstable state. It happens to be the most suitable place to cultivate the laws. Suja continued to remind. Even he planned to station himself beside the rift for a long period of time to cultivate. As the words fell, Su Shangyan and the others froze. Their group of high-grade martial artists were fretting about defense deployment around the crack. No one had even realized that this was a piece of feng shui treasure. It was only after they were pointed out that they realized they had been foolish. Yu Xiong was also stunned, obviously too busy. This is not their fault. When Yu Xiong came to the South Sea more than 20 years ago, the spatial passage was already fully formed. At that time, it was the main force of the Grand Xia that was stationed there. Now it was a completely different situation. After many of the 8 products woke up, they grabbed favorable positions and began to cultivate. Suja did not care. Although some of the school's 8 products were not considered familiar, but there were quite a few that knew their roots. Faced with the temptation of a breakthrough in cultivation, these 8th-grade martial artists could not hold back after all. Suja did not intend to stay for long, and even though he had considered retreating here, he remembered that there was still information that needed to be dealt with. He then ran around, verifying the directions of the resource points marked in the intelligence. Then he contacted Su Shoshuan. He could have arranged for personnel from the South Sea Martial Arts University to assist, but now that the entire university was dealing with the new rift, he would not bother them. Without hesitation, Su Shoshuan immediately deployed his personnel to the bases. If the cultist martial artists were allowed to make a scene, it would be extremely unfavorable to him, the Southern Realm Grand Governor. He had never doubted Suja's source of intelligence. The credibility of a 9th-grade powerhouse was very different. If Suja was still an 8th rank, perhaps there would have been further deliberation. Suja's return to the South Sea base was also considered to alleviate the pressure of manpower deployment for the South Realm. I didn't expect to return to the base again so soon. Suja whispered softly to himself with a few emotions in his tone. Previously, due to the influence of the leisurely life ability, he had stayed at the South Sea base for a long time. But this time when he returned, he kept an unusually low profile. He did not disclose the news to anyone. Even the South Sea base did not know that he had returned. It wasn't until Shen Qingyan brought Su Xiaojin home that she found a familiar figure in the living room. Mother and daughter happened to be returning together. The school was not far from home, plus Shen Qingyan was now quite devoted to teaching. Coincidentally, this teacher, who used to be absent due to her cultivation, went to the school on both of Suja's returns. Dad! Husband! Surprise erupted in the voices of the mother and daughter. They originally thought that with Suja's promotion to the 9th grade, it would be difficult to see him again in the short term. Since the news of Suja's breakthrough spread, the South Sea base had long been boiling over. All of the residents were proud that their hometown had produced such a strong man. This strong man in particular had never forgotten his roots and had always taken care of his homeland. Nowadays, Suja's reputation in the base was skyrocketing. As the closest relatives, Shen Qingyan's mother and daughter, the benefits they received were naturally even more needless to say. 172. Cult of the 7th grade? Easily suppressed. Many people became more polite and attentive to Shen Qingyan. The Su family was now a top figure in the South Sea base. Any connection with the Su family was used by bystanders as capital to show off. Even Shen Qingyan was a bit uncomfortable with this excessive enthusiasm. The reason for this was that the influence brought about by Suja's breakthrough to the 9th grade was too great. Of course, Shen Qingyan and the others were also sincerely proud of Suja. This time, I came back mainly for the matter of the cultist martial artist. Suja slowly spoke. If it wasn't for his family being in the South Sea base, he probably wouldn't have chosen to come back. More than anything, he was worried that the cultist high-grade martial artist would shift his attention to his family. Despite the fact that Daxia had long had regulations in place, cultists would rarely risk attacking the families of high-grade martial artists. After all, the official retaliation methods for such incidents were extremely tough and would never accept any threats. However, There was no fear of 10,000, but there was fear of the unexpected. To Suja, his family was the only thing he had left to worry about. If an accident really happened, it would be too late to regret. Hearing these words, Shin Qingyan and the others were first somewhat stunned, but quickly reacted. With Suja at the helm, the cultist martial artists were simply not enough to fear. After all, today's Suja was already a 9th-grade powerhouse. However, his reputation did bring hidden dangers. If he remained as obscure as before, the cultist martial artists might not have noticed him. On the contrary, after that battle, Suja's name spread throughout the Grand Xia. Although he gained more luck and influence as a result, he also incurred potential risks. Suja, who had just broken through the 9th grade, did not rush to extract new energy, but instead focused on consolidating his realm. He combined his cultivation with practical means of combat, striving to utilize a stronger combat power. At this level of the 9th grade, it was no longer realistic to make a sudden advancement in the short term. However, as long as one did not actively involve themselves in danger, it was almost impossible for a 9th-rank powerhouse to fall. This bottom line allowed Suja to reduce the pressure on his body by a lot. However, the pursuit of stronger beliefs remained unchanged, only that it did not have to be as urgent as before for the time being. Even after returning to the South Sea base, Suja still had many matters to deal with. Most of the resources predicted in the intelligence were located in the southern region, and now the coordinates had basically been confirmed. All that was needed was to arrive early at a specific time. In the past few days, he had collected quite a few resources one after another, all thanks to the guidance of the precognition ability. As time passed, the day when the cultist martial artists were expected to attack finally arrived. Suja quietly covered the entire South Sea base with his spiritual power. Previously, he had already notified the base guards and arranged for personnel to disguise themselves as civilians to monitor all corners. This dragnet was only waiting for the prey to throw themselves into the net. These cult martial artists are indeed good at hiding. Suja muttered a sigh as he looked into the distance. Cult martial artists were almost indistinguishable from ordinary martial artists before they were exposed. If they did not actively release their aura, there was no way to tell them apart. Their gong methods were generally tainted with demonic and evil blood qi, and their cultivation methods were even more radical. It was said that Xia had once specialized in studying the cult's gong methods. It turned out that they were all crooked methods that overdrew their potential and quenched their thirst with hemlock. Nowadays, Suja naturally could not look at this type of martial arts. Just the fact that there has never been a 9th-grade martial artist born from a cult is enough to illustrate the problem. Not to mention the fact that these techniques were extremely easy to trigger a fire to the devil. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so maniacal. Coming! Suja's eyes suddenly sharpened, sensing an unfamiliar 7th-grade aura approaching in the distance. He had seen all of the registered high-grade martial artists in the Southern Realm, and the information had long been memorized. And this aura was by no means any of them. Obviously, this was the cultist martial artist who had been waiting for a long time. Although he had expected the other party to send someone out, he was still surprised to actually see a 7th-grade powerhouse. Even without his presence, it would never be easy for the cultist martial artists to take the family members captive. The spiritual power of a 9th-grade powerhouse could briefly descend through a pet. This was a new ability after the breakthrough. A 6th-grade battle pet combined with Suja's spiritual power was enough to withstand a 7th-grade martial artist for a moment. And it would only take him 5 minutes to rush back to the base from the South Sea at full speed. Without a moment's hesitation, Suja's figure had already appeared on the periphery of the base. The 7th grade must not be allowed to step into the urban area and cause a disturbance. Even though the cultist martial artist maintained a high level of vigilance, it was meaningless in the face of absolute strength. To a 9th-grade powerhouse, a mid-7th-grade opponent was like an ant. Even if the opponent was a heavenly pride that could cross the ranks, they couldn't stir up half a storm at this moment. Mad God Blade Technique. Suja did not pay too much attention to this 7th-grade martial artist and casually waved out a blade. The cult's 7th-grade martial artist instantly felt a fatal crisis. When he recognized Suja's figure, the blazing blade had already cut off all chance of life. Suja had long been familiar with killing 7th-grade martial artists. The cultist's 7th grade in front of him was not even as strong as a foreigner of the same rank. In fact, even if a normal martial artist was compared to a foreign race. Take the strong physique of the South Sea Wasteland race and the special talent of the Three-Eyed race, for example. Human martial artists were already not in an advantageous position. With the fall of this cultist's 7th grade, the cultists lurking within the South Sea base showed themselves. However, they had just exposed their breath. They were captured on the spot by the base martial artists who were standing by. The entire disturbance did not create any waves. Similar results came from other bases in the South Realm. Inside the Southern Realm's Grand Governor's mansion, Su Shoshuan looked at the war reports from all over the world and let out a long sigh of relief. This time, it was thanks to Su Zhe passing on the intelligence in advance. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He rubbed his temples and smiled bitterly. Cults are truly thieving against the Southern Realm, as the area where cult activities were most rampant in Grand Xia. The Southern Realm was always the hardest hit area for cult infiltration due to its dense population and key strategic location. The fact that these gutter rats rose up at the slightest hint of laxity was a real headache. For this reason, Su Shoshuan even sent a special message of thanks to Su Zhe. 173 Using painting to enter the Tao. This ability is a bit interesting, haha. South Sea Base. Su Zhe did not care when he saw this thank you message. With the cult martial artists being resolved, it was now time to return to the South Sea battlefield. But he could also start drawing new abilities. Here comes a cultivation ability. Start extracting. A shimmering light flashed in Su Zhe's eyes as he silently chanted in his heart. The sound of the ability grand carousel rotating was even louder than before. A 9-colored light suddenly lit up. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining a drawing into the Tao experience card. You can obtain enlightenment through the brush, with a time limit of 1 month. Even Su Zhe could not help but frown when he saw the new ability. Entering the Tao through painting. At a time when auras were reviving, the profession of a painter had long been eliminated by technology. Now he was being asked to paint with a brush. Su Zhe was momentarily in agony. Fortunately, he had been exposed to painting in his previous life and was barely an amateur painter. Now it could come in handy. At least it's a 9-colored ability. It can never be as simple as the surface introduction. Su Zhe thought darkly. Paper and pen were quickly prepared. He raised his pen and drew the outline of the South Sea base. Not having returned to the battlefield, the scene in front of him was naturally fixed on the base. When the drawing was completed, a mysterious realization surged into his heart. His painting skills had even increased vaguely. Su Zhe suddenly had a flash of insight. If you use a paintbrush to depict martial arts moves, he immediately attempted to draw a 3rd-grade stance from his memory. After drawing, the drawing skill was refined once again, but the technique itself was unchanged. Wrong thought process? Su Zhe rubbed his chin and pondered. The second time he put down his brush, he quietly injected his spiritual energy into the tip of the brush. The moment the painting was completed, it was as if the entire piece was infused with a soul. The subtleties of that body technique actually became clear in his consciousness. Could it be that one's thoughts are wrong? For a moment Su Zhe couldn't help but murmur with a lot of doubt above his face. Su Zhe could not help but think again. Soon after, he drew the technique again. But this time, Su Zhe had integrated his spiritual energy into the brush. When the painting was completed, he could clearly feel that the entire painting had a lot of soul. In addition to that, he even felt that the stance had improved quite a bit. This is the true way to open the Tao with painting. Su Zhe's eyes couldn't help but light up as he spoke out. Moreover, he was able to feel that his paintings seemed to be different from ordinary paintings. After thinking of this, Su Zhe did not hesitate. He directly looked for Shen Qingyan to try to look at the painting. Although Shen Qingyan was very puzzled by her husband's actions, she still cooperated. After seeing the painting, her eyes could not help but slowly close to feel it. Hubby, I seem to have learned this move. About 10 or so minutes later, Shen Qingyan woke up, her eyes flashed a trace of excitement out loud. Even Su Zhe had some nonchalance, despite the previous speculation that this painting might be useful to others as well. But it did not occur to me that this was actually true. Then this ability was not generally amazing. Currently, the ability that Su Zhe drew out was still more of an effect on himself. However, this time was different. The ability to draw into the Tao enabled him to feed back to others. Only this ability ultimately had a time limit. Plus, if it was known by others, it would definitely be enough to stir up the entire Grand Xia. At that time, in order to enhance the strength of the Grand Xia, even the 9th pin was afraid that it would not be able to stop it. So the first thing Su Zhe wanted was to keep it a secret. Or it can be used as a future family heritage and so on. Can even consider waiting until his cultivation stepped on top of the 9th product. Become a resource to trade with other forces. The good thing is that at the moment it is only an idea, because Suja still needed to continue to try. Whether or not it was possible to draw a piece of artwork that would be helpful for a high grade. After all, the comprehension required for a high grade was different from the one below it. Try using the power of heaven and earth into the painting. Suja also began to put down his brush. Only this time it wasn't that simple. As soon as he came up, he encountered trouble. The first thing was that the brush and paper simply could not withstand the power of heaven and earth. Not even a moment after moving his brush, Suja felt that the brush and paper were constantly collapsing. Even Suja could not help but frown slightly, because painting with the power of heaven and earth as ink was not as simple as imagined. However, this matter was not difficult for Suja, since ordinary materials cannot withstand the power of heaven and earth. Let's try 7th grade materials. Suja tapped the desktop and muttered to himself. For example, certain mutated beast skins. This type of material could barely be used as drawing paper. However, he had not intentionally kept it before. High-grade animal skins could withstand the attacks of mid-grade martial artists. It was usually made into protective soft armor. This was indeed the main reason for not keeping it before. Fortunately, it wasn't difficult for a 9th-grade powerhouse to obtain 7th-grade beast skins. He logged into the exclusive trading forum for high-grade martial artists and posted a bounty. 1 bottle of 7th-grade bone-quenching pills for complete beast skins. Armor made from 7th-grade animal skins was like chicken ribs to high-grade martial artists. Compared to the value of the elixir, this deal was clearly at a premium. In less than 10 minutes, several offers popped up on the forum's private messages. The high-grade forum utilizes the real name authentication system of the Ministry of War. Behind it was the entire Great Xia credit endorsement. The transaction process was exceptionally fast. In addition to the drawing paper, Suja also purchased several brushes made from the manes of exotic beasts. If it was still not handy, it could also be carved on site with the bones of foreigners. Compared to paper, the choice of brushes was much wider. The whole set of supplies was ready in only half an hour. The Daxia Air Force's special airplane sent them directly to the South Sea base. The privileges of a 9th-grade town envoy were on display. If they hadn't climbed to the top, this batch of materials would have taken at least 3 days to turn around. After getting his hands on the new painting tools, Suja once again tried to invoke heaven and earth Yuan Qi. This time, the brush and paper did not disintegrate. He let out a long sigh of relief. In order to help martial artists realize the power of heaven and earth. This time, he chose to depict the scene of angry waves lapping at the shore of the South China Sea. Even though he was in the state of using painting to enter the Tao, he still felt his spiritual energy pouring out like an open floodgate. He knew that he was already a 9th-grade grandmaster. The painting was only at the 7th-grade level of enlightenment. Even the heaven and earth energy was deliberately restrained. The mental energy consumption was still more than expected. This skill was more mentally exhausting than expected. Fortunately, it is still within the tolerance range. 174. Laws of Life and Death, mid-9th grade. As time continued to pass, when this last stroke fell, Suja had spent a full 5 days. He used the power of heaven and earth as his brush, and used his spiritual power as his source of power. Finally, he had drawn this picture of the South Sea landscape. Vaguely, this painting actually had a special divine charm. After the painting was completed, Suja clearly felt that his control over the power of heaven and earth had increased by a large margin. His combat power had increased by at least 30%. This was the harvest brought about by using the painting to enter the Tao. In addition to his own breakthrough, there was also the special value of this South Sea landscape painting. Theoretically, this painting could help a peak 6th grade martial artist break through to a high grade. But it was only a theory. After all, the comprehension of the power of heaven and earth ultimately depended on personal enlightenment. Not to mention that there was currently no one who could verify the effects for Suja. If the school's assistance was sought, the painting would certainly be exposed. After all, people have some selfishness. With Suja's current strength, it wasn't easy to paint such a work. His next plan was to use the power of the laws as his ink. However, the problem still existed. The power of laws was by no means something that ordinary materials could withstand. Fortunately, the 9th grade beast skin Daxia must have in stock. As a 9th grade martial artist, Suja knew that Daxia had killed many 9th grade sea beasts. This didn't even count the trophies from the 10,000 clans battlefield. 9th grade beast skins were baptized with laws and were sufficient to withstand impacts. Its value was incalculable. Many 8th grade martial artists longed to have such armor linings. When he had previously killed the peak 8th grade sea beasts, Suja had also harvested quite a few treasures. However, if he wanted to speed up his progress, he would need to utilize the principal's connections. Suja decisively contacted Principal Yu Xiong. The other party did not ask for the reason and directly offered to help. This unreserved trust touched Suja's heart. Although Yu Xiong was trying to enhance Suja's sense of belonging to Nanhai Wudong University, but that pure heart, Suja really felt it. It was important to realize that this principal had never asked him for anything in return. In the future, if I have time, perhaps I should paint another work related to the power of heaven and earth. Suja secretly pondered. The South Sea Martial University gathered many martial artists who aspired to break through the high grade, as long as a confidentiality agreement was agreed upon with Principal Yu Xiong, by utilizing the school's underpinnings to allow peak 6th grade martial artists to test it. It would then be possible to verify if the paintings really had the efficacy of aiding breakthroughs. After all, Suja's conjecture might not be entirely correct. Obtaining the 9th grade beast skin took an entire day. Suja utilized this time to adjust his state. Using the power of heaven and earth as ink had already consumed a large amount of mental energy, let alone harnessing the power of laws. For this reason, he prepared a large number of mental power recovery pills just in case. After everything was ready, Suja formally put his brush to work. This time, he completely moved with his heart, pouring all of his law's sense into the 9th grade beast skin. The power of the laws was like a blazing fire. If it wasn't for the 9th grade animal skin, ordinary materials would have been burned to ashes. This scene was also not unexpected by Suja. The hegemony of the power of the law was far beyond the ordinary, and the materials that could carry it were bound to be extraordinary. A blaze came to life on the 9th grade animal skin. Soon the flames expanded continuously, as if it was going to turn into a flaming hell. But as Suja utilized his brush, a small sapling suddenly bloomed more and more brilliantly in the flames. As time passed, the 9th grade animal skin was gradually covered with complicated patterns. The sapling even transformed into a giant tree. The surrounding flames did not diminish in the slightest, but turned from red to blue. This time, even though the laws of painting was much more concise than the South Sea landscape. But Suja's interpretation of the essence of the law. It took him half a month to exhaust his mental energy and reserves of pills. Only then did he barely complete this painting of the laws. The moment he closed his brush, Suja immediately fell into a law epiphany. Due to the fact that it involved the law's arcana, it did not trigger violent fluctuations. My law origin is the forging fire. The flames actually contain the attribute of creation. It not only symbolizes destruction, but also carries life. In the barbarian era, fire was the origin of civilization. Countless epiphanies surged through Suja's mind. The aura of law around his body became more and more intense, and his cultivation level climbed with the epiphany. In the blink of an eye, he even reached the peak of the early 9th grade. It must be known that Suja had only been promoted to the 9th grade for a few months. But now, with the method of drawing into the Tao, his cultivation has skyrocketed. But this is no coincidence. He already possessed a spiritual power that surpassed that of a newly promoted 9th grade. In addition to his exquisite control over the power of the heavens and earth. This time, the realization of the laws could be said to have been accomplished. Originally, Suja had planned to settle his cultivation. After all, it was difficult to break through from the peak of the 9th grade to the marquee of the martial way. And he realized that he had cultivated too quickly before, resulting in a weak and flimsy foundation. However, in the state of epiphany, the breakthrough in cultivation was as unstoppable as a torrent. Boom! A muffled sound emanated from his body as Suja officially stepped into the middle of the 9th rank. It was not uncommon for an ordinary 9th grade martial artist to take several years, or even 10 years, to break through a small realm. Suja was less than half a year away from being promoted to the 9th grade. The law of fire of life and death. His law comprehension produced a qualitative change. His left hand was dense with vitality, and his right hand was dark with destruction. The meaning of the twin flames of life and death. It was the deeper evolution of the law of combustion. In the dark, Suja glimpsed the direction of law practice. Life flame if cultivated to the extreme. If the flame of life was cultivated to the extreme, it might be able to create a world with fire. However, right now, the more practical use was to heal wounds and rebuild vitality. In a sense, the flame of life might be able to prolong one's life. As for the power of the death flame, there's no need to elaborate, although the ultimate goal is to lead to the hell of death. But at this stage, it was enough to greatly enhance the destructive power of killing moves. The two laws that he had realized today both contained infinite possibilities. What was particularly special was that Suja was also in control of the law of opposites. This time, the metamorphosis brought about by using painting to enter the Tao could be described as a transformation. At first, he had felt that this ability was flashy. There is no useless ability, only the method that has not found the right one. Even Suja himself couldn't help but sigh, thinking back to when he first realized the laws. This ability was not directly related to cultivation. It was only after 3 full days that Suja awoke from his law's epiphany. The harvest this time is not trivial, he murmured as he felt the changes within his body. With the realm breakthrough, not only did his state completely recover, but strength was even higher. 175 insight into one's weaknesses, and the new ability is very useful. While there was still a bit of time left, Suja did not hesitate to purchase a 7th grade beast skin again. He was going to attempt to draw a second map of heaven and earth at the last minute. The target chosen this time was the South Sea battlefield. The drawing experience accumulated from the previous 2 times came into play. He finally finished the drawing of the South Sea battlefield map before his drawing into the Tao ability failed. Compared to the previous South Sea landscape map, the quality of this battlefield map was slightly lacking. Both the time spent and the precision of the strokes were discounted. However, this was the optimal solution after weighing the options. The remaining time was only enough to adopt the rough brushwork. If we stuck to the original technique, we would be able to complete at most half of the scroll by the time our abilities failed. The effect would then be drastically weakened. Today, although not perfect, it is at least a complete work. Complete means effective. After putting aside his pen, Suja did not immediately travel to the South Sea Martial Arts University. He chose to go into seclusion and cultivate. The martial insights brought by the new work needed to be digested. The realm he had just broken through also needed time to stabilize. However, the location of the retreat was still chosen at the South Sea Martial Arts University. When he had made a breakthrough in the South Sea base previously, the aura had been drawn from him in large quantities. Although it was a small realm breakthrough, it still disturbed the local aura. If he continued to stay at the base for the retreat, he was afraid that it would affect the normal operation. For Suja's move of returning to seclusion, the teachers and students of South Sea Martial Arts University had long been accustomed to it. On the contrary, the new peak 6th grade tutors were quite surprised. This legendary senior's experience was simply too dazzling. Many new students confessed that they had enrolled in South Sea Martial University precisely because of Suja. There were only a handful of existences in the entire Southern Realm that could show the potential to impact above the 9th rank before the age of 30. As the school's resources had increased dramatically, the pinnacle of the 6th grade had been in fierce competition for promotion spots. For this group, the 7th rank was not only a realm breakthrough. It also meant a qualitative change in the path of martial arts. Although one needed to be stationed at a new post after promotion, it was not difficult to travel within the Southern Realm. Especially after mastering the art of aerial control, traveling between the 2 places was only an instantaneous matter. Suja is usually rare to see on campus. You newcomers are lucky to be able to see my father. The entire school knows that he is either in seclusion or preparing for seclusion. Several senior tutors took the initiative to explain for Suja. The psychological fallout of the newly promoted 6th grade was slightly eased. Suja did not know the minds of these newcomers. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. 9th grade powerhouses would not have paid attention to the thoughts of 6th grade martial artists. Of course, these 6th grade peaks also knew in their hearts. It's just that there is a discrepancy between expectation and reality. Who hadn't fantasized about coming into contact with a legendary senior before joining? 3 weeks later, Suja thoroughly digested the gains from this breakthrough. His cultivation was firmly rooted at the middle of the 9th grade. Even he himself was surprised at the gaining effect of entering the Tao with painting. According to conventional knowledge, a 9-colored level ability could usually only propel a small realm breakthrough. This time, however, it directly crossed half a realm. Perhaps the key to the 9 colors lies in the efficiency of law comprehension. Suja ultimately attributed the breakthrough to the realm characteristics. An ordinary 9th product comprehending laws was like climbing a wall. However, he advanced at a high speed with his special ability. The plan to leave the gate was temporarily put on hold. The thought of new ability extraction occupied his mind. That long-lingering conjecture urgently needed to be verified. Was there a level beyond the 9 colors? The moment the dial was activated, an unheard of dark purple halo flowed. 10-colored ability. Suja's pupils contracted slightly. Although he had already speculated, witnessing it with his own eyes was still another matter. The description of the ability surfaced. Eyes of data? Experience card 30 days. Everything can be data mined. It appeared to be an ordinary insight class skill. But when the line of sight swept over the aged futon in the cultivation room. Antique futon, 32 years of use. Material: tranquilizing herb mixed with iceworm silk. Effect: concentration plus 15%. Enlightenment plus 5%. The corner of Suja's mouth raised in an arc. This was no ordinary probing, it was clearly a rule parser. His eyes turned to his own panel. Name: Suja. Cultivation: mid-9th grade, comprehending the law of fire of life and death. Identity: Vice Dean of the South Sea Martial Arts University. Cultivation weakness: insufficient development of moves, incomplete comprehension of laws. Under the analysis of the eye of data, Suja's cultivation system was completely transparent. The most central cultivation shortcomings were precisely labeled. The system also came with optimization suggestions. If you wish to improve your law mastery, the eye of data recommended accumulating experience through actual combat and collecting flames of different attributes. It was recommended to start with the life nourishment and silent extinction dimensions. The usefulness of this 10-colored ability far exceeded expectations. The previously acquired Eye of Insight can recognize flaws, but there is a generational gap with the Eye of Data. But there was a generational gap between it and the Eye of Data. Right now, Suja is wearing a rule parser. The data flow around him was like a waterfall. The ability to recognize weaknesses was only a basic function. This ability can also calculate the opponent's weaknesses in real time. Can also predict the trajectory of an attack within 3 seconds. The 10-color data eye is a hexagonal divine skill. It's perfect for cultivation guidance and tactical assistance. What's worth noting is that the 30-day trial period is not subject to usage. There is no limit to the number of times you can use it during the 30-day experience period. Unlike previous abilities that came with a cooldown period, this one is really unlimited invocations. Just in time to return the principal's favor. Suja's fingertips condensed spiritual energy and sent an encrypted transmission to Yuxiong. The global scanning function of the Eye of Data was enough to complete the cultivation diagnosis of the entire school's teachers and students in half a day. 176. Suja is going to open a lecture hall in an endless stream. The principal originally wanted to close his eyes slightly for a while, but it was delayed by many matters. First, he was entrusted by Suja to go to the South Sea battlefield to ambush the high grade of the Arakan clan. Later, he was busy with the promotion of the supernumerary class. During the war in the Northwest, in order to ensure that Suja and the others acted smoothly, the headmaster always sat in the South Sea, not daring to close the door, and personally guarded the defense line, preventing unexpected situations from occurring on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. After Suja returned, the spatial rift incident came one after another. The principal was indeed too busy during this period of time. Thinking of this, Suja couldn't help but shake his head. He was still more comfortable being a vice president at ease. Meanwhile, Yuxiong received the message from Suja and was overjoyed. This look drew sideways glances from the several 8th grade powerhouses around him. Recently, under Suja's suggestion, Su Shengyan and the others had been trying to contact the spatial rift with their spiritual power. Although the slightest carelessness would result in the loss of spiritual power. However, this practice had benefited the 8th grade martial artists greatly. No one was willing to leave this place at the moment. For these senior 8th grade martial artists from the South Sea Martial Arts University, the opportunity to refine their martial arts was truly rare. Dean, but is there any good news? Su Shengyan was the first to ask. Suja is going to hold a 9th pin lecture at the South Sea Martial University. Yuxiong did not hide his delight. Although the 9 pins lecture on martial arts is not a new thing, each 9 pins will leave behind image data. But the scene to participate in the face-to-face questions to solve the confusion for martial artists is still a precious opportunity. Yuxiong originally planned to let Suja open the martial arts. After all, the South China Sea defense pressure is increasing. Any means to enhance combat power are worth trying. Unexpectedly, Suja took the initiative to propose. The timing was perfect, just as a large number of 6th grade peak students entered the school. These new generations still lack a sense of belonging to the school. Yu Xiong and the others were unable to personally instruct them due to guarding the spatial rift. This arrangement was precisely taken over by Suja. The deeper meaning of this was far more than just a 9th grade lecture on martial arts. What? Suja is going to start a lecture on martial arts. Suja is finally going to lecture on martial arts. I've saved up so many questions to ask him. Su Shengyan and the other 8th grade powerhouses present exclaimed. Different 9th grade martial artists had their own sense of martial arts, although these 8th products had asked Principal Yu Xiong for advice on their problems. However, the principal's solution ideas and martial Dao system might not be suitable for everyone. A demon like Suja might be able to give targeted answers. It was just that previously, they were inconvenient to open their mouths due to their faces. Plus, Suja was always in a hurry. The martial arts lecture was different. This is the Dixia's open question and answer mechanism. If you ask a question now, you don't have to worry about face. This kind of opportunity is naturally not to be missed. After all, most of the 9th ranks were too troublesome to organize a martial arts lecture only once in their lives. This meant that each person only had the opportunity to ask questions freely once. Yu Xiong was not surprised by the reaction of the 8th grade. He simultaneously set about arranging the preparations for the university. Although it is the South China Sea Martial Arts University internal lecture. But it is always necessary to leave some places for the South China Sea garrison. The two sides have been cooperating for many years and have a deep friendship. This time, although the strength of the South China Sea garrison did not emerge high quality. But those peak 6th grade martial artists are much more humble than our students. Soon the news of Suja's martial arts lecture spread throughout the South Sea. That South Sea demon is going to open an altar to teach martial arts? The first lecture on martial arts by a 9th grade is a once-in-a-lifetime event. There happens to be a bottleneck that needs to be cleared. The entire South Sea martial arts community instantly boiled. The instructor in charge of setting up the venue had requested Suja, proposing to limit the number of people listening to the lecture. The main concern was that the questioning session would be too lengthy. He was afraid that it would affect the effect of the lecture. Suja, however, was unconcerned. With the ability of the eye of data, there was no pressure to answer more cultivation questions. Moreover, half of the middle-grade martial artists in the South China Sea would be present. It would be a good thing to make good karma. Maintaining a good reputation is always beneficial. Although the 9th grade already has a high status. But to be able to enhance the overall strength of the South China Sea, it is also considered to have a clear conscience. Because Suja does not set a limit on the number of people. The final venue is set in the South China Sea Wudao Square. Suja has no opinion on this. The time is set for 3 days later. Naturally, the earlier the better. Medium-grade martial artists from all over the world converged on Nanhai Martial Arts University one after another. Even outside of the South Sea precincts, there were martial artists who traveled long distances to come. It's already difficult for ordinary martial artists to obtain high-grade instruction. Not to mention that this was a young demon's 9th grade lecture on martial arts. Perhaps Suja's martial arts philosophy was unique. There was no shortage of martial artists whose cultivation had stagnated for years, although there would be subsequent lecture videos circulating. But those martial artists who were stuck in bottlenecks could not wait. The South Sea Martial Grand Plaza quickly became overcrowded. The middle-grade martial artists were scrambling to grab front-row spots. The customary 9th grade lecture might not be able to answer all questions. Usually, the length of the lecture was based on the length of the lecture. If a day was scheduled, once the hour was up, the question and answer session would end. Because of the special nature of Suja's lecture, the South Sea battlefield was affected. A large number of middle-grade martial artists temporarily returned to the ground. This was thanks to the timely notification from the South Sea Grand Xia Army stronghold. The middle-grade martial artists in the garrison were likewise allowed to participate. As time passed, the appointed moment had arrived, and Suja wordlessly landed on the podium. Even he was slightly surprised. The number of people present far exceeded expectations. Countless gazes instantly focused on this 9th grade, although he had occasionally appeared before. However, most of the martial artists had never seen his true face. Not to mention Suja, who had broken through the 9th grade. On a normal day, a 9th grade martial artist was not something that a middle grade could casually call on. At this moment, the crowd's most intuitive feeling was fast. When Suja appeared, there was no energy fluctuation. Even the 8th grade, such as Su Shengyan, did not notice it. After being promoted to the 9th rank, we can't even see his back anymore. Su Shengyan transmitted his voice and lamented. The 8 products around them all had complex expressions. They clearly perceived Suja's progress. When he first broke through the realm, he was still able to vaguely capture his breath. Now they couldn't sense it at all. Silence. Suja released a wisp of spiritual power that enveloped the entire field. The original noisy waves of sound instantly subsided. The 9th grade pressure caused everyone's hearts and minds to tremble. 177. Suja's nudges were of extraordinary value. Today, I will speak about the epiphanies in the cultivation journey of the 9th grade of martial arts. Specific questions can wait until the end of the lecture on martial arts. Each person present is limited to asking one question. Suja's calm voice rang out, setting the rules for this 9th grade lecture. Although this lecture on martial arts was an impromptu idea, but after these 3 days of precipitation, he had completely sorted out his cultivation history from the time he first entered the martial arts to the present. Even after awakening his supernatural ability, he had a smooth ride. The core still lies in personal comprehension. Therefore, he focused on sharing his true experiences at different stages. The martial artists were not impatient, but instead showed great interest, although there had previously been rumors that Suja was thick and thin. However, as the realm continued to break through, skepticism emerged. The main point of skepticism was that the cultivation history was doubtful. It was thought that the so-called thick and thin was just a marketing gimmick. However, Suja did not care. Whether it was a thick buildup or a sudden advancement was unimportant. The key was that he was indeed standing at the height of the 9th grade. He had no reservations in this lecture. From low-grade polishing to middle-grade breakthroughs to high-grade metamorphosis, all of his senses were poured out. The martial artists at the scene held their breath and concentrated, trying their best to memorize every detail. Especially the 8th grade martial artists. A look of enlightenment had appeared on their faces. About 3 hours later, Suja completed the complete explanation from the 1st to the 9th grade. He did not immediately open the question and answer session. Instead, he purposely left a half-hour gap. It was convenient for the crowd to digest the huge amount of information they had just absorbed. After all, some of the martial artists' confusion might have been answered in the explanation. The high-grade martial artists who were the first to return to their senses understood. Silently maintaining a state of silence, they repeatedly chewed on what the party had learned. When half an hour passed, Suja's voice sounded again. You are now free to ask questions. But be reminded that my answers are for reference only. Despite having the deduction ability of the data eye, Suja was absolutely certain of the answer. However, considering that there was a limitation on the statute of limitations for this ability, he still maintained the necessary humility. After all, if someone asked for advice after the ability faded, they would eventually have to return to the conventional solution. The words had not yet fallen. A certain peak 6th grade martial artist could not wait to get up. Senior Su, may I ask how to break through the 7th grade barrier? He didn't mean to embarrass Suja. It's just a sincere desire to seek an answer. Suja swept through the 6th grade martial artists panel through his eyes of data. Name: Gu Yun. Cultivation level: peak 6th grade, failed to impact the 7th grade 3 times. Technique learned: Inferno Fire Technique. Breakthrough opportunity: absorb life fire in an unprotected state. Probability of direct promotion exists. Remarks: the use of defensive means will cause the probability of breakthrough to return to 0. After browsing through the data, Suja's eyebrows twitched slightly. He truly did not expect the first questioner to cultivate a fire attribute technique. What was even more unexpected was that the life fire he released could become a breakthrough medium. In a flash, Suja understood the reason. In addition to the destructive properties of his life fire, it also contained fragments of the laws of heaven and earth. The promotion of the 6th grade to the 7th grade would have required the invocation of the power of heaven and earth. If Gu Yun could withstand the fragments of laws in the flames, it was indeed possible to trigger a promotion opportunity. However, Suja did not ignore the potential risks. Even the diluted flame of life was by no means something a 6th grade martial artist could easily withstand. Coupled with the lack of elixir support, the breakthrough would definitely suffer a serious injury if it did not succeed. Thinking about this, Suja spoke in a deep voice. You are majoring in the Inferno Fire Technique, right? Fire attribute techniques are known for their fierceness. The previous 3 times I impacted the 7th grade all failed. A horrified look had appeared on Guyun's face. He had never had contact with Suja. It was also impossible for the school's archives to record the details of Gongfu cultivation. However, the other party had actually revealed all the hidden secrets as if he was observing patterns on his palm. The surrounding martial artists observed the change in Guyun's expression, and their hearts were already clear. The method of breakthrough is a ready-made one. My law happens to be compatible with the fire genus. If you can withstand the trace amount of law fire I release, understanding the true meaning of it in an unprotected state, you may have a probability of advancing to the 7th grade. Are you willing to give it a try? As these words came out, the breathing of the martial artists in the room suddenly tightened. They did not expect Suja to be willing to personally assist. There were not a few fire attribute technique practitioners. This kind of chance might not be exclusive to Guyun. Hundreds of eyes instantly focused on Guyun, although the so-called one chance may seem remote. But for martial artists stuck at the peak of the 6th grade, it was already the dawn of a breakthrough. Guyun froze for a moment without immediately responding. After all, he still had the quota of breakthrough resources provided by the South Sea Martial Arts University. But in an instant, his eyes turned resolute. The Suja in front of him was less than 40 years old and had reached the 9th grade. He himself was nearly 50 years old but had not even touched the high-grade threshold. Even if he utilized the school's resources, he might not be able to make it. It would be better to seize the chance of being instructed in person by a 9th-grade powerhouse. I implore Senior to teach me. Guyun cupped his fists and bowed with a voice like gold and iron. Suja's fingertips leapt out bean-sized flames, precisely the concentrated flame of life. It seemed harmless. However, it made the martial artists present instinctively tense their muscles. Law materialization? The 8th-grade martial artist's pupils trembled with shortness of breath. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, the fire drifted and disappeared into Guyun's dantian. Ah! Guyun instantly bowed into a shrimp, his neck veins bulging. Waves of crimson inflammation rose on the surface of his body, and it was the inferno flame technique that protected his body autonomously. The spiritual sea and chi and blood rioted at the same time, frantically resisting the foreign laws. The crowd of onlookers tacitly retreated 10 feet. No one uttered a sound to disturb. At this moment, all eyes were locked on the tumbling fire mass. This kind of violent conflict meant, either you have an epiphany of the power of heaven and earth and break into a butterfly. Either the meridians are destroyed and the realm collapses. 178, high grade was born, and Suja's great credit. Will this one break through successfully? High grade isn't that easy. But this is different from a normal breakthrough. Many martial artists were talking, even the 8th grade martial artists were no exception. They were equally curious about this breakthrough. If it succeeded, the school would be able to produce one more high-grade powerhouse and save resources. Even if it failed, it wouldn't be an accident. It seemed like there were numerous peak 6th grade defectors to the South Sea Martial Arts University. In reality, less than a tenth of them were able to break through to the 7th rank. The high-grade realm was by no means easy to reach. Each breakthrough attempt requires careful preparation. Of course, there are cases of breakthroughs in battle or sudden epiphanies. For example, this situation. Only the probability of success for this type of breakthrough was often much lower. Suja also gazed at Guyun's state. To be honest, he was also unable to predict the outcome of this breakthrough. After all, breakthroughs were full of variables. Failure was also common sense. If Guyun failed, based on his courage to try, Suja would like to help him recover and give another chance. Of course, if you can succeed, naturally the best. With the passage of time, the martial artist suddenly noticed a change in Guyun's state. His body, spirit, strength, chi and blood as well as his will gradually merged into one. Vaguely, there was actually the power of heaven and earth converging around his body. It's coming true. The martial artists in the arena held their breath and gazed at the breakthrough scene. Stimulated by the immense pressure, Guyun finally stimulated his full potential. In particular, certain hidden qualities contained in the flame of life were completely activated. At this moment, it had successfully invoked the power of heaven and earth. This meant that the most crucial breakthrough threshold had been crossed. Boom! Guyun's aura continued to soar around him, but no matter how the aura climbed, the small flame was always firmly suppressing him. It actually showed the characteristic of being strong when it met strength. The pupils of the onlookers shrunk slightly, obviously shocked by this mysterious flame. The fear of Suja deepened a few more points in their hearts. They did not yet know that Suja's recent understanding of the laws had far exceeded his current cultivation level. The power of the laws he had mastered was far more terrifying than it appeared. Half an hour later, Guyun's cultivation had finally entered the 7th grade realm. However, the fire around his body continued to burn, causing him to be bruised and battered. Luckily for Guyun, this was already enough of a surprise, because he did manage to step into the high-grade level, even if repairing his injuries would take 2 to 3 months. But it was all worth it. Really broke through. The martial artists present couldn't help but cry out in shock. Previously, most of the martial artists were not optimistic about Suja. Now Suja was considered to have ruthlessly slapped the crowd in the face. To the martial artists present, this was witnessing the birth of a high-grade powerhouse. It was even more proof that the method proposed by Suja, the 9th grade, was extremely subtle. In a flash, the eyes of the martial artists burned. They were eager to receive Suja's guidance. Senior Su, may I ask how to break through the current realm? Senior Su, what is the reason for the hidden pain in the meridians during cultivation? The martial artists on the scene became more and more fervent. Especially those peak 6th grade martial artists looked at Suja as if they had discovered a rare treasure. Suja still answered the questions one by one in order and gave targeted advice. Among them, the ones who gained the most were the many peak 6th grade martial artists. Suja had customized a breakthrough plan for each peak 6th grade. As long as it was strictly implemented, the probability of advancing to a higher grade would significantly increase. At the very least, the many peak 6th grade martial artists had already felt the obvious progress after the adjustments. This caused them to become more and more convinced of Suja. Su Shengyan and the others, on the other hand, were in deep shock. They had never expected Suja to be so profound in martial arts teaching. Did we miss something before? Even Su Shengyan couldn't help but feel remorse. If he had known this, he should have arranged for Suja to teach the students in the first place. Soon the 8th grade powerhouses also began to ask for advice on their own problems. Suja gave more detailed guidance with the help of the program provided by the Eye of Data. Especially for individual situations, he pointed out several laws that could be prioritized for comprehension. These suggestions were all derived from the precise analysis of the Eye of Data. At the very least, they could avoid a large number of detours for 8th grade martial artists. As a matter of fact, these 8th grade martial artists were originally quite confused about the path of laws. Suja's guidance directly anchored the direction of their cultivation. However, even after clarifying the path, it was still difficult to advance to the 9th rank. Ordinary 8th grades didn't have Suja's heaven-defying talent. They still needed to cultivate on the ground. Although this question and answer session was aided by the Eye of Data, it still lasted for 3 days. But to a martial artist, 3 days was just a snap of the fingers. The main reason it lasted 3 days was because of the constant influx of martial artists from all over the southern realm. Suja was secretly thankful that martial artists from other regions were difficult to reach the South Sea. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this lecture would have to be extended indefinitely. The martial arts lecture of a 9th grade powerhouse was a great opportunity. Not to mention that this lecture had also spawned a 7th grade powerhouse. This matter pushed the heat of the event to new heights. The entire Grand Xia had eyes focused on it. However, the martial artists outside of South China could only wait for the subsequent video of the lecture. After the end of the martial arts lecture, Suja had wanted to continue his closed-door cultivation. Although the Eye of Data could not directly enhance cultivation. However, it was still an important aid to cultivation. In particular, it was able to show the direction for law comprehension. Unfortunately, this time, the closed door was not able to do as he wished. The South China Sea battlefield suddenly changed. Many people of the Wasteland tribe began to shrink from the battlefield. Obviously, this is to set off the rhythm of the war. The South China Sea analysis can be because before Suja lecture martial arts, many middle-grade martial artists returned to the ground. Gave the desolate race an illusion. That is, the South Sea stronghold was preparing to come to a big action. So the Barren Plains clan naturally and inevitably prepared. Even before, the South Sea felt that the Desolate Plains clan might be making a big move. Now it seemed that there was no possibility of early action. It's better to believe it than not to believe it. Yang Liqing, the 9th grade who was guarding the South Sea stronghold, was very anxious. After all, with one more spatial rift, the South Sea battlefield had some insufficient troops. Naturally, Suja, this ninth grade was certainly not to be spared. If you say that ordinary high quality can influence the entire battlefield, then the ninth grade was the one who truly dominated the entire battlefield. Even if Suja stepped into the ninth grade did not have a long time. However, it did not prevent Yang Liqing from looking forward to Suja. After all, Suja's previous times can all have the record of fighting over the level. He had even often designed victories over many high grade. Can be said that Suja's battle wisdom is very flexible. After understanding the cause and effect of the South Sea battlefield, even Suja's face couldn't help but reveal a strange look. It seems like I still have to take the blame for a bit. Suja had some helplessness and shook his head and murmured softly. He did not think that his lecture on martial arts had even caused tension in the South Sea battlefield. As for the great war that would break out, it was unclear. After all, it was impossible for Suja to know what the desolate race was thinking. However, he had also arrived at the South Sea stronghold from the South Sea Martial Arts University, making preparations for a possible war. For Suja nowadays, it was just a change of place to close his eyes while 179 the martial way into the devil and the Wasteland clan attacks. Suja was no stranger to the South Sea stronghold. He directly sought out a place to meditate and began to comprehend the laws. The surrounding martial artists all maintained restraint. No one dared to come forward to disturb them. In the South Sea stronghold, there was a tacit understanding between martial artists. Low-grade martial artists would not disturb high-grade martial artists. Low-grade and mid-grade martial artists were already common here. Even high-grade martial artists were not rare. Coupled with the limited space, it has become normal for medium and high-grade martial artists to meditate anywhere. In this situation, it was natural to form appropriate rules. Of course, if Suja was in an idle state, there might be martial artists who would try to contact him. However, many martial artists were not stupid people. Disturbing them hastily could cause the other party to be displeased. The risk of making a mistake always existed. The influence of high-grade and mid-grade martial artists was not trivial. How could a low-grade martial artist dare to easily offend them? For example, when Suja was in a low grade, he had never disturbed a high-grade martial artist. He knew that this type of behavior was meaningless. The only way to win attention was to be strong enough. In addition to Suja, there were high-grade martial artists from the South Sea Martial Arts University arriving at the stronghold one after another. Interestingly, these high-grade martial artists all chose to meditate near Suja. Obviously, before President Yu Xiong arrived, the South Sea Martial Arts University was still led by Suja. This was Suja's current position. Many South Sea Martial University instructors followed suit. The school's personnel had almost come out in full force. However, Suja had just closed his eyes for a moment when Yang Liqing quietly approached. This Nanhai Daxia Army Guard general had a slightly complicated expression. When he saw Suja again, his eyes still tumbled with emotion. Ninth grade realm. At first, Yang Liqing had spent countless efforts to break through. The rare resources consumed during that time were countless. On the contrary, Suja's path to the ninth rank. It was so smooth that he, a strong member of the old generation, secretly sighed that the years had hastened him. At this moment, Suja was assessing Yang Liqing's strength. The ninth grade powerhouse that he had difficulty seeing through in the past was now clearly perceivable. Late ninth grade. This kind of strength is indeed not bad. Suja secretly pondered, confirming his previous guess. Previously, this cultivation was indeed inferior to the headmaster. During the Battle of the Southern Realm, the principal served as the chief commander, and he could only be ranked as a deputy. It is clear that the realm must be lower than the principal. However, Suja did not feel the oppression brought by the other party. Although there was a small realm difference, the actual combat gap was not significant. At the level of law comprehension, Suja was confident that he was better. However, this ninth grade who had been guarding the South Sea for many years should not be underestimated. In terms of accumulation, Suja thought that he was not as good as the other party. After being promoted to the ninth grade, the two of them had not yet had any formal exchanges. Previously, although Suja had entered the South China Sea battlefield to collect information, but acted extremely secretive. The secret of the spirit plant would never be allowed to be known by outsiders. How does Dean Su view the current situation in the South China Sea? Yang Liqing went straight to the point. His title had quietly changed. The implication of treating one another at the same level was self-evident. Fortunately, Suja and the 8 products present were all focused on the question itself. The current battle situation was indeed abnormal. Both sides were maintaining a strange balance, and the future was hard to predict. After pondering for a moment, Suja spoke in a deep voice. The Desolate Plains clan is afraid that they will take the initiative to attack. The judgment was based more on the intuition of a martial artist. Of course, there were also practical considerations. It is difficult to conceal the news of my promotion to the 9th rank. Since the Desolate Plains clan has already suffered, they will definitely collude with the cultists. Preemptive strikes are their style, Suja added after a short pause. This analysis earned nods from Yang Liqing and the 8 products present. If Suja was allowed to continue to grow, the situation on the South Sea battlefield would become increasingly dire. The battle power of such a demon had always defied common sense. Dissenting voices rang out at the right time. If the Desolate Plains clan knew of Dean Su's strength, they should be on the defensive. The speaker was a 7th-grade martial artist from the South Sea Martial University. The crowd did not take it into account. After all, it was only a tactical seminar. The final resolution was still to strengthen the defense line and reconnaissance efforts. Bizarrely, the entire South Sea battlefield instead fell into a perverse calm. After being instructed by Suja, many middle-grade martial artists in the South Sea stronghold were still digesting their gains. The mid-grade martial artists were not active on the battlefield, and the low-grade martial artists did not dare to act without authorization. If there were no mid-grade martial artists to sit in on the battlefield, the low-grade martial artists would become the target of the Desolate Plains clan's mid-grade hunting. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, Suja had been guarding the South Sea stronghold for nearly a month. Even the Eyes of Data ability had become ineffective. Although this 10-colored ability is strong, Suja is not completely satisfied. Although this ability is all-encompassing, the enhancement of cultivation is ultimately limited. Although the ability was heavenly, Suja was unable to use it continuously. If you rely on it for a long period of time, you are afraid that it will lead to various parties in Daxia searching for it. Now that the ability has dissipated, the situation has become difficult. After losing his ability, Suja no longer easily instructs others. At most, he gave some advice. It's time to extract a new ability. Suja had expectations for the new ability. The ability carousel rotated with a bang. This time, only 7-colored light flowed. Even Suja was disappointed. However, he understood that luck could not always favor him. Fortunately, this emotion passed in a flash. He quickly adjusted his state of mind. The 7-colored ability was already precious, but the previous draws had raised the threshold of expectation. If he had won the 7-colored ability 2 or 3 years ago, he would have been ecstatic. Suja did not dwell too much on the fact that the 7-colored ability was not necessarily inferior. Successful extraction. Congratulations on obtaining the Wudao Enchantment Experience card. Special state lasts for 1 hour, limited to 5 times per month, valid for 30 days. Remarks. Demonization state or triggering special effects. Seeing this ability, Suja's complexion abruptly became odd. This was the first time he had seen such a special ability. Although it belonged to the category of temporary battle power increase, it was by no means a simple enhancement of strength. Just by looking at the notes, one could tell that it was extraordinary. Not to mention that this was a 7-colored quality ability. Demonization? In the martial arts world, this word is often associated with going mad. However, Suja understood that this ability had a different meaning. The state of martial Dao enchantment should stimulate the dark and violent side of one's heart to realize a surge in battle power. In addition, there must be a special mechanism. It is necessary to personally verify this to know. As Suja was about to try out the demonic state, an ear-piercing alarm suddenly sounded in the South Sea stronghold. The spirits of all the martial artists were abruptly tightened. The Wasteland clan is attacking? It's really coming. Elder Su anticipated it like a god. Cries of alarm rose and fell. 180. The Great War resumed, and the Wasteland clan couldn't sit still. The rumors about Suja had spread throughout the entire South Sea stronghold earlier. After all, the South Sea stronghold was limited in scope. The exchange between Suja and Yang Liqing attracted the attention of many martial artists. This was a conversation between 2 9th-grade powerhouses. Many martial artists were still divided in their hearts. Some agreed with Suja's judgment, while others questioned that the Desolate clan would take the initiative. The battles over the years had had an effect on the mentality of the martial artists. The continuous attrition of the Desolate Plains clan had caused some people to misjudge. However, the situation was developing just as Suja had expected. At this moment, Suja and the other high-grade martial artists had already launched their spiritual probes. They were confirming the reality of the battlefield. Suja's spiritual power was the first to capture the advancing wave of the desolate race, although only medium and low-grade foreign races had appeared for the time being. However, the scale of this offensive was enough to prove its determination. The Desolate Plains clan has been hibernating and preparing for a long time. I'm afraid that this time, they will not give up until they tear off a piece of our flesh and blood. I'd like to see what they have in store for us, Suja whispered to himself in a subdued tone. With his mid-ninth grade cultivation, combined with the special state of martial Dao into demon, the increase in battle power should not be a problem. Even if he encountered the peak of the 9th grade, he would still be able to maneuver. This confidence allowed him to be unburdened. At the same time, he knew that he would be the key target of the Desolate Plains clan. The previous raid tactic could no longer be replicated. The rest of the high-grade martial artists looked gloomy. Fortunately, the other spatial rift had not yet transformed into a battlefield. The South Sea stronghold currently had a sufficient amount of high-grade combatants. Follow-up support would continue to arrive as well. Unlike Suja's equanimity, several newly promoted 7th grade faces showed apprehension. The batch of high-grade products that the South Sea Martial University had cultivated in recent years. All of them were being brought to the front line at this moment. These martial artists who had first come into contact with the high-grade battlefield. Obviously, they lacked the backbone of Suja who had crossed the ranks back then. Boom! Only 60 seconds had passed. 3 9th grade pressures swept in wrapped in the aura of the low-grade foreign races. The Wasteland clan clearly had information on Suja's breakthrough. However, the additional 9th grade was still young. After all, a 9th grade powerhouse was not a weed on the side of the road. Even as strong as the Desolate Plains clan, it was difficult to create them in bulk. Suja secretly shook his head. He originally thought that there would be an even match. Instead, reality fell short of expectations. The aura belonging to the 9th grade exploded. Yang Liqing and Yu Xiong's auras also rose. The old principal had been stationed at the South Sea stronghold earlier. As the situation gradually became more and more treacherous, even Yang Liqing had difficulty grasping the direction of the wind. This is why the old principal was asked to come out. Fortunately, the decision was made in time. If we waited for the Arakan clan to launch an offensive and then asked for help, we were afraid that we would be caught off guard. The Desolate Plains clan will not give the South Sea stronghold more breathing space. Suja's figure instantly flashed and stepped into the air. Side by side with Yu Xiong and Yang Liqing, they hung in the sky above the stronghold. Countless martial artists looked up at these 3 figures. I surged with reverence. They represented the peak battle power of the South Sea war zone. The 3 9th grade powerhouses of the Desolate Plains clan broke through the air. Their gazes locked onto Suja in unison. This was not unexpected. Yu Xiong and Yang Liqing were both old opponents of the Desolate Plains clan. Only Suja, a new face, caused them to pay extra attention. The 3 foreign races quickly recognized this arch-enemy. After all, Suja had beheaded numerous Desolate race high-grade. Interestingly, Suja detected a flash of disbelief in his opponent's eyes. Although the cult had passed on information about his breakthrough, it was clearly not taken into account. After all, his promotion speed was really unreasonable. Even the Wasteland clan had never seen such a demon. The gap between the 8th and 9th grade is not easily crossed. Therefore, the other party was always skeptical. However, the Desolate Plains clan still cautiously sent an additional 9th grade. Without this preparation, the battle would have already been tilted. An additional 9th grade was enough to upset the balance of the high-grade battlefield. This newly promoted 9th grade had used up all the reserves of the Desolate Plains clan. They tried to use it to reverse the trend. Unfortunately, they ran into the iron plate of Suja. To the Desolate Plains clan, this could be called the worst variable. Originally, they were in no hurry to attack the South Sea stronghold. However, the news of Suja's promotion to the 9th grade was like a death charm. It forced the Desolate Plains clan to strike early. They did not yet know that a new spatial rift was about to appear in the South Sea. Otherwise, they would have chosen to remain dormant. The information about the space rift is still top secret. Those who know about it have been strictly scrutinized. The possibility of leaks from the cult martial artists was completely eliminated. At the same time, in addition to the 9th grade powerhouses above the dome of the sky, a large number of 7th grade and 8th grade people appeared one after another. The number of high grades in the Wasteland clan had increased dramatically compared to the past. If it wasn't for the South Sea War Zone's Daxia Army and the South Sea Martial Arts University replenishing many high-quality products in recent years, it would have been difficult to predict whether this battle would be won or lost. The high grade of the Desolate Plains clan looked gloomy. Obviously, they did not expect the high-quality reserves in the South Sea stronghold. At the moment, it is quite difficult to get out of the situation. However, there was no way back for the clan to mobilize to this point. Battle. The ground battlefield was the first to erupt into conflict. Both sides fought around the walls of the stronghold. Some of the confident 6th grade martial artists formed a battle group and rushed out to meet the city walls. In a big battle of this scale, all the high grades were weak, although the 6th grade could influence the localized situation. However, it was difficult to influence the entire situation. The real key lies in the high-altitude battlefield. Of course, the middle and low-grade battlefields are not irrelevant. If the defense of the stronghold is broken or the backbone of the force is lost, the high-grade powerhouses will be constrained. At the moment, the high-altitude battlefield is under intense pressure. The first round of exchanges between the two sides of high-grade powerhouses has begun. Suja also participated in the spiritual power clash. Unfortunately, the numbers and strengths of the two sides were both on a par with each other. The first round of testing did not distinguish between the two. 181 Battle of the Ninth Pin, and a great battle for 5 days and 5 nights. Interesting. However, Suja suddenly realized something interesting. That late 9th grade powerhouse of the Desolate clan had actually set his eyes on him. On the contrary, the 9th grade Desolate clan that had just broken through not long ago had locked its gaze on Yang Liqing. Obviously, the Desolate Plains clan was jealous of Suja's ability to cross the ranks. It even went so far as to allow its own newly promoted 9th grade to deal with Yang Liqing. At this moment, Yu Xiong and Yang Liqing also noticed the abnormality and immediately transmitted their voices to Suja. This move of the Desolate Plains clan was clearly an attempt to bully the weak and use Suja as a breakthrough. But strength and weakness were inherently relative. Yu Xiong and Yang Liqing were more concerned about Suja's decision. No problem. With my strength nowadays, it's not a problem to fight against a late 9th grade. Suja responded frankly to the duo. Since his strength would be revealed sooner or later, there was no need to conceal it at this time. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiong and Yang Liqing were shocked inwardly. They had never expected that Suja's strength was already approaching Yang Liqing. If he went further, he was afraid that he would be able to reach the peak of the 9th grade. This time, the two of them did not oppose the war, and instead, the pressure shifted to Yang Liqing. The reason was simple. Of the 3 9th grade opponents, he was the only one with the weakest enemy. It must be known that Yang Liqing, as a South Sea Guardian, had his own arrogance. But for anyone who had set foot in the 9th grade who wasn't a high-minded and proud person. At this moment, he was being belittled by the Desolate Plains clan. How could he endure this? Without hesitation, just after the mental power exchange had stopped, the 3 9th grade battlefields spread out with a bang. The rest of the high-grade powerhouses were caught in pairs, but there was still a gap in numbers between the two sides. Those with profound realms took the initiative to fight 1 against 2. The 7th and 8th grades tacitly agreed to make way for the 9th grade. After all, the power of the laws of the 9th grade, the aftermath is enough to shatter the lower ranks. Suja had also experienced this scene before. Battle. Suja did not hesitate to meet his opponent. That late 9th grade existence of the Desolate Plains clan. The law of death flame suddenly erupted. The black ghostly light like blade awnings fell like the night curtain, as if it was going to swallow the entire sky. Black symbolized death and signaled the end. The oppressive feeling of the law swept through the 4 fields, and even that late 9th grade powerhouse of the Desolate Plains clan couldn't help but change his expression slightly. Previously, he had a lucky break, believing that Suja's growth speed in the 9th grade realm was bound to be limited. At this moment, he realized how wrong he was. Suja's rate of progress was horrifying. Fortunately, the Desolate Plains clan had not allowed the newly promoted 9th grade to face Suja. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the scene of the fall of the 9th grade would really be staged. However, as a late 9th grade powerhouse, he was by no means mediocre. Boom! Blood chi wrapped in the laws of gold rushed up into the sky and collided with the flame of death. The moment the aura storm raged, the might of the 9th grade encounter completely crushed the other battlefields. Suja's saber light fused the dominance of the Mad God saber skill with the sharpness of the saber path. Even the late 9th grade needed to temporarily avoid his blade. The opponent obviously realized the threat and became more conservative in his attack, completely losing the arrogance of the late 9th grade. The Desolate Plains clan had already lost 2 consecutive battles due to recklessness, and he would never make the same mistake again at this moment. From beginning to end, he didn't even think of communicating with Suja. This kind of caution made Suja laugh. Compared to the tortoise tactics of strict defense, he was more looking forward to a full-blown head-to-head battle. However, it was also agreeable at the moment. After his strength had skyrocketed, there was a lack of sharpening stones, so this late 9th grade was more than suitable. As Suja opened the 9th grade battlefield, the rest of the high-grade battlegrounds also erupted. The 2 9th grade battlegrounds were especially intense. Yu Xiong's opponent was an old acquaintance, a peak 9th grade powerhouse of the Desolate Plains clan. The 2 sides had fought countless times and knew each other's methods like the back of their hands. At the moment, neither of them was doing their best, but rather it seemed like a tacit understanding to test the waters. Even so, Yu Xiong was still paying attention to Suja. Previously, he heard that he admitted that he had the strength of a late 9th grade, but after all, hearing is not as good as seeing. 9th grade realm is difficult and dangerous. The more the peak of the strongest people, the more they know the difficulty of it. And Suja's climbing speed had long since subverted everyone's cognition. Suja really gave a surprise. Seeing that Suja was vaguely gaining the upper hand, Yu Xiong secretly lamented. As for the battle between Yang Liqing and that newly promoted 9th grade desolate race, there should have been no suspense. From the beginning of the exchange, the ending seemed to have been predetermined. The furious Yang Liqing attacked like a tidal wave, vowing to completely crush his opponent. However, this newly promoted 9th grade of the Desolate Plains clan was equally tricky. He was extremely pragmatic, taking a defensive stance throughout, and was as stable as a rock no matter how wildly Yang Liqing attacked. Although it was difficult for a first-time 9th grade to defeat a late-stage powerhouse, there was still room for maneuver if he only sought to delay. The only thing that made Yang Liqing feel slightly relieved was that Suja had not shown any signs of decline. If Suja fell into a crisis, he himself had to fight quickly in order to turn the tide of battle. Outside the 9th grade battlefield, the battle between the 7th and 8th grades was similarly stalemated. If it wasn't for an existence like Suja who could break the balance with special means, the winners and losers among the high grade often need a long tug of war. At the moment, all the battlefields were at a stalemate. Only the battlefield below the high grade was turned into a bloody millstone. The martial artists were falling like grass. This is the fate of martial artists. Those who huddled in the safe zone and didn't dare to set foot on the battlefield of the 10,000 races were afraid of this inferno. However, if they even lost the desire to forge ahead, they would be doomed to be trapped in the shackles of low grade for the rest of their lives. The fierce battle lasted for 5 days and nights without stopping, and even attracted the prying eyes of the southern realm. It even caused waves in Grand Xia. It was only because on the 9th grade heavenly ranking list, Suja's ranking was wildly jumping up. The horrifying battle result of fighting the late 9th grade Desolate Plains clan for 5 days had pushed him to the top of the list. One must know that there were only a handful of people on the 9th grade heavenly ranking list, and even fewer peak powerhouses. The later stages of strength were already considered top-notch. Didn't he just enter the 9th grade? How could he even be able to harden himself against a late 9th grade? Quickly look at the heavenly ranking notes. Suja is still in constant combat. The entire Grand Xia was abuzz with excitement. Some marveled at the godlike endurance of a high-grade powerhouse. Some people were shocked by the 5 days and 5 nights of sleepless killing. For the vast majority of ordinary people, high-grade martial artists were the existence above the clouds. 182. Suja utilized a secret method? Beyond the peak of the 9th grade, South Sea Base, Shen Qingyan learned that Suja was still fighting in the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Although she knew that with his strength he should be fine, she still couldn't stop worrying. When I step into the 4th grade, I will definitely go to the 10,000 races battlefield to experience. She secretly clenched her palms. Nowadays, with the resources piled up, she was only half a step away from the 4th grade. This was the middle grade realm that she once didn't even dare to think about. But having cultivated to this point, she had also exposed her fatal shortcoming. There was a virtual void of actual combat experience. If she didn't enter the battlefield to sharpen her skills, it would be difficult for her to cultivate behind closed doors. However, she did not intend to stay in the South China Sea and only wanted to take the time to go and practice. Of course, this is only a preliminary idea, the specific need to discuss with Suja. The danger of the battlefield of the 10,000 races she knows very well. Alone trespassing is tantamount to asking for death. Shun Qingyan has always cherished her life. Now more anxious is when the South China Sea war situation can be determined. I only hope that Suja will return soon and safely. Suja was unaware of the waves behind him. After 5 days and nights of fierce fighting, he still maintained 70% of his strength. However, the late 9th grade of the Desolate Plains race on the opposite side was also in good condition. The strong recovery power granted by his race's talent gave him an advantage in a protracted battle. Even though Suja's offense was more vigorous, it was difficult to make up for his short endurance. However, this battle had already pushed him to his limits. Spiritual will, the power of heaven and earth, and the use of laws have become more and more rounded under high pressure. According to common sense, this moment should have been a good opportunity for the strongest members of the Desolate Plains clan to counterattack. However, the balance of the battle was already tilting. The newly promoted 9th grade of the Desolate Plains clan was already on the verge of collapse. Just like the reasoning behind the barrel effect, the weakest point would determine the final victory or defeat. The two veteran 9th grade of the Desolate Plains clan were filled with bitterness at the moment. Misjudging Suja's strength had led to an imbalance in the battle formation, and now they were eating their own fruits. The only thing worth celebrating was that the 7th and 8th grade battlefield was still able to maintain parity. The seriously injured had withdrawn in time, and so far, there had been no large-scale depreciation. Neither side is forcibly blocking. The main two sides were unsure of how to deal with their opponents' dying counterattacks. High-grade martial artists were ultimately life-thirsty. Not to mention that the South Sea battlefield had lasted for many years, and there had already been this set of tacit rules before Suja's rise to power. It wasn't until Suja's appearance that this layer of false balance was torn apart. But at this moment, Suja keenly sensed that the Desolate race's wariness was fading. The offense during the encounter was already showing fatigue. It's time to try the martial Dao demonization state. A dark aura flared up under Suja's eyes. The 5 days of fierce battle had polished his state to the extreme, and although the two sides were in a stalemate, their consumption was far lower than expected. At this moment, it was the best time to open his bottom card. Although this was the first time he had utilized Martial Dao into Demon, he was certain that it was by no means a negative gain. Martial Dao into Demon. The violent aura suddenly surged, and his chi and blood boiled like magma.